I was originally a useless person whose Dao bones were taken away by the Saintess, but I experienced an adventure in a bronze coffin. That day, I was locked on the coffin board like a roasted pig, only able to watch helplessly as the aloof goddess tore apart my servant's clothes. 10 days later, I finally managed to get up with difficulty, and to my surprise, I found that my dantian had turned into a 24K gold-plated Great Wilderness Emperor body. When the lackey came to collect protection money, I was not afraid at all. I crushed his fist with a backhand and stripped him down to just a pair of SpongeBob SquarePants underwear. Now, the whole Holy Land was buzzing, saying that the discarded saint's son not only restored his cultivation but also awakened some special preference. That night, I sat cross-legged in front of an ancient well, opened the storage bag I had snatched, and began to count today's harvest. Inside, there were about 500 spirit stones, equivalent to my salary as a servant disciple for 2 years. In addition, there were 3 low-level battle techniques, 20 bottles of healing elixirs, and some miscellaneous items, with a total value of about 800 spirit stones. Suddenly, the bronze ancient coffin in my dantian trembled, responding to an iron lump in Lu Xian's storage bag. What is this thing? I picked up the iron lump and gently turned it, and the next second, a small coffin appeared abruptly, generating a suction force that pulled the black iron lump inside, then spewing out a stream of information that surged into my forehead. It turns out to be a high-level martial art dragon elephant divine palm. In the outer sect, intermediate martial arts are already at the top level. But I didn't expect that the lackey Lu Xian actually had a high-level martial art in his storage bag. This is truly an unexpected joy. I couldn't help but laugh with excitement. It seems this little coffin is a treasure. Not only does it contain the mysterious woman in white, but it can also reveal treasures. Even in my current destitute state, I can awaken this item, which can be considered a blessing in disguise. On the other side, in a grand hall on Qingyun Peak in the outer sect, Qingyun Peak holds a very high status in the hearts of many disciples. Those who live here are the top 100 disciples of the outer sect. At this moment, a girl dressed in black is cultivating. She exudes a strong pressure, and her strength has reached the 8th level of qi induction. This person is Lu Ruoyan, the maid of Dongfang Qingcheng, and also the senior sister of the outer sect. Although she is a maid, she has a very good relationship with Dongfang Qingcheng. Not good. Sister Yan, Lu Yingfan can cultivate now. At this moment, a group of disciples wearing shorts and completely naked carried Lu Xian, who looked like a dead dog, and shouted. Lu Ruoyan was taken aback and exclaimed, "What?" His Dao bone was clearly taken away by the holy maiden, and even his dantian was shattered. How could he suddenly be able to cultivate? Zhao Jinghuai, who had been standing beside her, narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Sister Yan, what should we do now?" Lu Ruoyan curled her red lips into a cold smile and said disdainfully, "It's nothing, he is merely at the early stage of qi induction. At the outer sect's grand competition, I will take action and personally cripple him again." After saying that, she struck a solid table with her palm, shattering it into pieces. 3 days later, on the top of a mountain, I was practicing my palm technique. At this moment, my aura was vigorous, and there was a faint trend of breaking through to the 3rd level of qi induction. If others knew, they would definitely be shocked. After all, 3 days ago I was only at the 1st level of qi induction. My progress was due to absorbing all 500 spirit stones, plus the Great Wilderness Emperor body itself absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth faster than ordinary people. I struck out with a palm, and a faint sound of an elephant echoed from within me. Not far away, a boulder half my height was instantly shattered by my strike. The dragon elephant divine palm had finally made some progress. I smiled with satisfaction and said, "With the enhancement of the Great Wilderness Emperor body, this palm has a power of 1,500 pounds, and even those 2 levels higher than me would find it hard to resist." At that moment, the voice of the woman in white from the small coffin said coldly, "If you want the Great Wilderness Emperor body to enhance, you can use low-level body refining pills to refine the Emperor bones." After our absurd encounter, she seemed to have developed an indescribable connection with me, which is why she couldn't help but remind me, the Great Wilderness Emperor body is domineering and unparalleled. Once cultivated to perfection, plucking stars and taking the moon is not a problem. To gradually grow the Great Wilderness Emperor body, it indeed requires refining the Emperor bones. For every piece refined, the physical strength will increase exponentially. Low-level body refining pills can also be used to refine the Emperor bones, thus giving hope for the Emperor body to advance. At that moment, I smiled and set off to the outer sex pill pavilion to collect the body refining pills. Today is the day resources are distributed every month. As a servant disciple, I can receive 5 body refining pills and 10 spirit stones each month. That's Lu Yingfan. I heard he severely beat Lu Xian a few days ago and stripped them down to their underwear. In a clearing in front of the pill pavilion, many outer sect disciples gathered. Seeing me, many couldn't help but whisper, "How did the Holy Son of the past fall to such a state?" It's due to his misconduct. As the Holy Son, He should represent the image of the Holy Land, yet he did improper things to the Holy Maiden. So this outcome is well deserved. To this, I remained calm. Now that I possess the Great Wilderness Emperor body, my future achievements are limitless. One day, I will take revenge for the trap set by Dongfang Qingcheng. Lu disciple, this is your resource. When it was my turn, an old man with a beaming smile handed me a package. He was Elder Su Changhai from the Outer Sex Pill Pavilion. He had always been very polite to me. Thank you. I opened the package, smiled slightly, and found 8 body refining pills and 15 spirit stones inside. Elder Su was quite nice to me. The Holy Sun is being polite. Su Changhai said with a smile, if it weren't for you driving away a group of demon cultivators back then, I might have lost my life in that medicinal herb gathering mission in the Tianyun mountain range. I shook my head and said, there's no need to mention old matters. After Dongfang Qingcheng gained power, most people distanced themselves from me, and some even took the opportunity to kick me while I was down. Yet Elder Su, a stranger from the outer sect, could still remember this kindness. It truly reflects the coldness of the world. Thinking of this, I turned around and prepared to leave. Lu the Great Holy Sun? What significance is there for a useless person like you to come and collect resources? At that moment, a wild laugh rang out, and I saw a group of people approaching me with iron rods. The leader was Lu Xingye, Lu Xian's older brother, a genius ranked 98th in the outer sect. Many people's expressions changed, and they gasped in low voices. My eyes flickered. Over the past 2 years, Lu Xian had bullied me, often relying on his older brother. Lu Xingye, what do you want? A sweet and charming voice came, and a girl dressed in red with a lovely face walked over. Everyone was surprised. This girl was none other than Zhong Xianqi, a genius ranked in the top 10 among the outer sect disciples. I smiled faintly. Zhong Xianqi was one of the few friends I had in the outer sect. If it weren't for her help over the past 2 years, my situation would have been even more difficult. Senior sister Zhong, he hit my second brother. This is my personal grudge with him, and it has nothing to do with you. Lu Xingye said coldly, his voice low. Although Zhong Xianqi's status made him somewhat wary, he was still Lu Ruoyan's person, so he wouldn't be too afraid. The outer sect cannot be recklessly provoked. Don't you know that? Zhong Xianqi said with a slightly cold gaze. What does it matter that Lu Yingfan is protected by a woman? If you have the guts, challenge him one-on-one. Lu Xingye shouted at me angrily. The former senior brother wouldn't dare to even spar with Lu Shixiang. Would he? Yeah. Has he turned into a turtle hiding in its shell? Many disciples behind Lu Xingye also began to mock. At this moment, more and more outer sect disciples gathered around. These scoundrels. Zhong Xianqi gritted her silver teeth slightly. Brother Lu has done favors for the Holy Land and many disciples, yet these people are so ungrateful. At that moment, her graceful figure glowed, ready to teach them a lesson. Junior sister Zhong Xianqi, this is their grudge, let's just watch from the sidelines. Just then, a faint laugh came, and Zhao Jinghuai walked over, his aura locking onto Zhong Xianqi. If Zhong Xianqi were to make a move, he would suppress her first. His appearance shocked many disciples. Zhao Jinghuai ranked 5th among the outer sect disciples and could break through to the 8th level of Qi induction at any time. Zhong Xianqi also changed her expression, not expecting that in order to deal with the fallen Lu Dage, Lu Ruyan's subordinates would mobilize so much. This made it indeed difficult for her to help. It's fine to fight with me, but if you lose, you have to hand over all the spirit stones and body refining pills on you. How about that? I said with a faint smile. I was originally thinking that the mere 8 body refining pills and 15 spirit stones would have limited effect on my strength, but since there were resources delivered to my door, I naturally wouldn't let them go. Lu Dage, don't be impulsive. Zhong Qianqi also changed her expression. Lu Xingye had a ruthless personality and often left his opponents with broken arms and legs in battles with other disciples. No worries, I just smiled faintly. Zhong Qianqi parted her rosy lips, no longer speaking, only feeling that after not seeing him for a while, Lu Dage seemed to have changed a lot, showing signs of regaining his former glory. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Zhao Jinghuai beside him sneered coldly, then said to Lu Xingye in a cold voice, don't hold back. Make sure he can never get out of bed. Rest assured. Lu Xingye smiled cruelly. At this time, everyone stepped back a dozen steps, leaving a huge open space. Lu Tianmeng and Lu Xingye, like two javelins, stood against each other. Some of the newly initiated disciples looked curious, wanted to see if the Saint's son, who had been overly famous in the past, had really fallen. There are also those who sympathize. It felt that Lu Tianmian was somewhat of a hero in his twilight. Do it! Lu Tianming's expression was flat as he faintly extended his palm to Lu Xingye. This appearance was as if he wasn't facing the outer sect at all, a genius of great fame, but an ordinary passerby. The atmosphere around them was slightly tense. Chapter 3 Imperial Body. Holy Land shaking. Seek death. Lu Xingyi was enraged. His paws lashed out and his body was like a fierce tiger as he charged violently towards Lu Tianming. The aura of the peak of the 5th level of Qi drawing erupted in full force, and a powerful gust of wind caused the nearby gravel to tremble and the sand to fly. In a blink of an eye, he came close and slapped his palm out violently, striking at Lu Tianmai's chest. The arms were like churning large waves, emanating the sound of waves churning. A low-level battle technique, the surprising wave palm? Many disciples exclaimed. This palm technique had been practiced by Lu Xingyi for many years, and his attainments were pure, executed at full strength. Even someone at the 6th level of Qi drawing would find it difficult to resist. Now it's on direct display. It's a real shot in the dark. If he couldn't catch it, Lu Tianming's body would be weak and he would be crippled if he didn't die. Some of the beautiful girls couldn't help but turn their heads, unable to bear to see Lu Tianmai's tragic end. However, Lu Tianmian's black hair fluttered in the wind as he allowed the domineering palm to hit his chest hard. When they collided, a faint layer of golden light surfaced on Lu Tianmian's body, like an invisible light shield that resisted the ferocious palm force. He didn't take a step back with both feet. What? Countless people were in an uproar, and vibrations erupted around them. Zhong Jianqi was also surprised that Lu Xingye's ferocious palm was blocked so easily by Lu Tianmian. How can? Zhao Jinghuai also moved. Surprised. Some of the onlooking outer sect elders were shocked. The stronger a cultivator's physique was, the stronger his defense would be. Back then, when Lu Tianming possessed a spirit body, he couldn't reach this step either. In a flash, Lu Tianming's body was surrounded by a kind of supreme emperor Qi, like a majestic emperor who could not be invaded by all laws. Their strength that far exceeded the Qi drawing realm was somewhat trembling, and they all wanted to submit to Lu Tianming. Imperial might? Could it be that Lu Tianmai has awakened the emperor body? Someone hissed. The moment these words came out, the surroundings were like an uproar, and countless people were once again shocked. Imperial body. Too far away. It was rumored that the ancestor of the Kunlun sacred land possessed an emperor body. After the ancient times, sacred bodies were very rare in the world. Lu Tianmian actually awakened the emperor body, which is simply appalling. The emperor body. It has long since disappeared in the river of ages. No, how could you possibly possess it? Lu Xingye also looked fearful and roared. Lu Tianmian's physical aura was too strong, like a great emperor standing in the river of ages, who was gazing at him indifferently. The hairs of sweat all over his body suddenly tightened, and cold sweat rained down on his forehead. This was really like the legendary emperor body. Rumble. An even more shocking scene came next. After Lu Tianmian's emperor body aura erupted, a divine light suddenly shone from his heavenly aura, rushing against the 9 heavens and illuminating the universe. An ancient, vicissitude, and domineering aura filled the 8 directions, and at this moment, not only the Kunlun sacred land, but even in the vastness of the desolate domain, countless dormant old men awakened, revealing pairs of terrifyingly gigantic eyes that looked towards this place. A hoarse, vicissitude voice spread out, shaking the 4 directions. The aura of an emperor's body? Who is it? Kunlun Holy Land. Someone has awakened the emperor body? Could it be Dongfang Chengcheng? That girl doll. In recent years, the person with the most blazing reputation in the Kunlun Holy Land was none other than Dongfang Qingcheng, awakening the memories of the ancient great saints and possessing an emperor body by virtue of a strong accumulation did have some chance. If Dongfang Qingcheng really possessed such a physique, her potential in the future would be even more unimaginable. They all couldn't help but feel a little envious of the Kunlun sacred ground, for having such an amazingly proud son. It's a blessing for my Kunlun sacred ground that someone has awakened the emperor body. Ha ha ha. Within the Kunlun sacred land, among the many spirit islands of the sacred land, some powerful people also exuded monstrous auras and flew in, their faces ecstatic. An emperor body. This was a symbol of becoming an emperor. It was naturally a great fortune for the Kunlun sacred land to have such a proud son. It's actually Lu Tianmian. How is that possible? When they came closer and saw the upright man, they all couldn't help but come down stunned. Wasn't Lu Tianming in the burial god abyss, going off the deep end and having his cultivation abolished by Dongfang Qingcheng? How could one suddenly awaken the imperial body? After all the trials and tribulations, has the light finally reappeared? Suddenly a blurry figure appeared, hovering over the clouds. This is a middle-aged man, great posture, imposing as a dragon, is expected to penetrate the vastness of the earth, the only one who is the only one of the air. With his arrival heaven and earth resonated, and the sun, moon, and Qiankuan trembled as if they were submitting to him. With his pair of eyes, there were terrifying sights such as the sun sinking and the moon falling, and the heavens breaking down, terrifyingly incomparable. Holy Lord, countless disciples and elders were appalled. This is none other than the Lord of the Kunlun sacred land, which overlooks the wasteland. Cultivation has long since reached an incredible level. I can't imagine that what's going on here has even alarmed the Holy Lord. Senior Uncle, Lu Tianming. on the other hand, was stunned and his heart warmed slightly. In the Kunlun sacred ground, his closest elder, other than that unreliable beauty master, was the Obsidian Heavenly Father. The beauty master spends his days traveling in the clouds and is nowhere to be seen. The Obsidian Heavenly Father was, to put it mildly, his true master. He was taught all his skills by the other side. Lu Tianmeng had long since treated him as a fatherly figure. Heaven's mandate, rising in the face of adversity. You're good. If you can rise to the top again, the position of Saint's son will still be yours. The Obsidian Heavenly Father smiled faintly and said majestically. Lu Tianmeng was his most satisfied disciple, and his feelings were extraordinary. At that time, the repercussions caused by Lu Tianmai's desecration of the Holy Maiden were too great in the desolate domain. Many old men in the Holy Land were furious, and under pressure from all sides. He had no choice but to acquiesce to Dongfang Qingcheng and abolish Lu Tianmian. But he never believed that the mandate of heaven would be 10 times worse. Now he is able to recover from adversity, and he is glad to do so. The emperor body is indeed rare in the ancient times, but if the palace's expectation is not wrong, Lu Tianmian awakened is the Great Desolate Emperor body. This is the body cursed by the heavens. The sky descends 8 shackles. Want to truly awaken, can be said to be there is no hope. Since ancient times, the Great Desolate Imperial body awakened in the world. Without exception, all died prematurely. At that moment, a heavenly voice rang out. Divine light blossomed in the dome of the sky. Petals flew, and a golden carriage pulled by a 9-headed phoenix appeared. In the carriage was seated a woman with a figure of gold dress and a colorful appearance. A corner of the charm revealed, can turn the world upside down, stunning 1,000 years. Everyone looked frenzied and exclaimed, the Holy Maiden Sama has also appeared. This person was none other than Dongfang Qingcheng, the most legendary woman in the Holy Land. The same appeared, making many disciples even more excited. Lu Tianmian awakened the Great Desolate Emperor body? The crowd was stunned. The Obsidian Heavenly Father also frowned. Sensing carefully, Lu Tianmian did have 8 invisible shackles that were locked within the Dao bone, which was indeed a sign of the Great Desolate Emperor body. The Great Desolate Emperor body did have the posture of fighting the heavens and the earth in the ancient times, and was invincible under the heavens, but perhaps because it is too perverse, and finally caused the heavenly seal, descending 8 shackles, blocking the way forward, and gradually reduced to waste body. Lu Tianmian awakening was this kind of physique, causing people to strangle their wrists. So it's empty. Some of the elders also sighed. What a providence. Lu Tianmian's expression was flat and unconcerned. He had the mysterious little coffin, and the woman in white, and the 8 shackles might be broken. Since awakening his emperor body, his physique had enhanced too much. It's a real benefit. And down the road, who can tell? Boom! Lu Tianmian's body shook as the might of the Great Desolate Emperor body erupted, and Lu Xingye immediately let out a miserable scream and flew out backwards, his body ruthlessly crashing onto a huge rock, spraying out blood in his mouth and fainting to death. Under the Great Desolate Emperor body, Lu Xingye, who was at the peak of the 5th level of Qi drawing, couldn't even resist a single strand of Lu Tianmai's breath. Seeing this, many people were aghast in their hearts. This physique is really perverted. Once it breaks out, who will compete in its class? If the heavens didn't land the 8 shackles, how heaven-defying would the Great Desolate Emperor body's full might be when it exploded? Everyone couldn't help but be filled with awe at the dreadfulness of the Great Desolate Emperor body. Lu Tianming walked over to Lu Xingye's side and took out his storage bag. After opening it, he found that it contained a full 500 body-tempering pills and spirit stones, and could not help but smile. With so many resources, there was a way for his strength to increase again. Lu Tianmian, you've struck too hard. At this time, Dongfang Qingcheng's beautiful eyes were ice-cold, and her tone sank slightly. Rumble! A great might erupted, and several nearby mountain peaks shook like they were going to destroy the area. Appalling and boundless. It had to be said that Dongfang Qingcheng's awakening of the memory of the ancient great sage was simply too strong. Every word and action was like the descent of an ancient great saint, shocking the world. A ruthless strike? However, Lu Tianmian resisted this exuberant pressure so hard that spots of blood even flowed out from his entire body. His back was straight as he looked at Dongfang Qingcheng, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Back then, if she hadn't saved the other's life, she would have died in the middle of the troubled city. But he was ungrateful and destroyed him. Compared to Dongfang Qingcheng, he was less than 1,000,000%. At that moment, his face was cold. If there is a time when I rise again, you'd better worry about your own situation. Many people were hairy. Now Dongfang Qingcheng, the sound far exceeded that year's Lu Tianmian. Lu Tianmian even wanted to make an enemy of the Holy Maiden Lord. What amazing guts! With your wasteful Great Desolate Emperor body? How ridiculous! Even if you were 10 times more powerful, you would still be hard-pressed to catch up to a single footstep of this palace. We'll see, when the time comes, you'll know how naive your current words are. Dongfang Qingcheng sneered, her eyes compassionate. She possessed the memories of an ancient saint and initially couldn't see Lu Tianmeng as immortal. Their marriage contract, in her opinion, was to spoil her future. Lu Tianmian deserved this fate. Crowing. After saying that, the 9 phoenixes with precious bloodlines let out long chirps, pulling the dazzling and radiant golden carriage and flying away from this place. It seemed like Dongfang Qingcheng was like a female immortal, disdaining to do verbal arguments with a mundane ant like Lu Tianmeng. Some of the outstanding disciples in the inner sect were aghast. Dongfang Qingcheng was powerful in the Holy Land, and if Lu Tianmian offended her, he would end up miserable in the outer sect competition soon. With a move of her finger, she could make many people target Lu Tianmeng. Big brother Lu, otherwise I'll let my brother transfer you to the Spirit Beast Peak. In the future, feel free to raise spirit beasts, but also fall clean. Zhong Jianxie also understood this point. Her shell teeth lightly bit her red lips, and then she smiled. Her elder brother is the Kunlun Holy Land, the #1 alchemy master, Zhang Lingxiao, one of the famous true traditions of the Holy Land, a body of alchemy, ghosts and gods. Even the long-famous alchemy masters of the desolate domain would find it difficult to match them. Dongfang Qingcheng, too, had to be jealous of her big brother for a moment or two. No need. Lu Tianmeng shook his head with a faint smile. The district outer sect competition, if he was even afraid of that, he wouldn't need to cultivate heavenly destiny. Perform well, Master is waiting for you to return once again in the inner sect. At this time, the Obsidian Heavenly Father also landed down and patted Lu Tianmai's shoulder. Then he took out a package and handed it to Lu Tianmai. When Lu Tianming opened it, there were thousands of body-tempering pills and spirit stones inside. For the outer disciples, it could not be accumulated in 10 years. So many resources are more useful to him. Many thanks to Master. At that moment, Lu Tianmeng saluted the ancient celestial father. We master and disciple are still polite. The Obsidian Heavenly Father lightly laughed and waved his hand. Chapter 4: The 8 Shackles of the Imperial Body. After chatting with the Obsidian Heavenly Father again for a while, Lu Tianmeng returned to his hut once more. Quack! And just came to the hut. Lu Tianmian will hear the sound of crows chirping, and then a crow, from a crooked-necked tree in front of the flyover. Lu Tianmian had actually pulled down a pile of bird poop, and then flew to another old tree, flapping his wings seemingly mocking Lu Tianmian, let out a strange laugh. Damn, dead crow, you looking for death? Originally the mood is still good. Lu Tianmian, suddenly furious, and then picked up the stone on the ground. To the crow, is violently thrown. This dead crow, he was no stranger to it. It was the unreliable and beautiful master teacher who raised them. Ever since the master went out on a trip, one day Lu Tianmian accidentally knocked over a birdcage, allowing it to escape. Due to the fact that the master teacher back then often liked to beat himself violently, Lu Tianmeng then often secretly took it out on this dead crow. Most of the masters found out when the crows are secretly stripped of all their fur, bare and very woeful. Because of this grudge, after the dead crow broke free from the birdcage, from time to time retaliated against him by ting on top of his head when he was not paying attention. Quack! The crow's body is robust, again fluttering wings flying away from the old tree, and then flew past Lu Tianmian, once again pulled a big pile, fell on Lu Tianmian's head, and then also ignored the latter's anger, flapped his wings, issued a croak even more rampant strange laughter, flew away from this place. When I can fly, I will definitely knock you down to make soup. Lu Tianmian gritted his teeth and said, but the old crow was so sneaky that Lu Tianmeng estimated that even if he could really fly, he wouldn't be able to catch up to the other party. In the end, he could only shake his head and return to the hut, taking out the body-tempering pill and the 2,000 or so spirit stones. The radiant aura illuminated the entire thatched hut, illuminating a dense aura. Lu Tianmeng laughed. With these spirit stones, it would not be a problem for him to break through to the 6th level of Qi drawing. He will be more than capable of holding his own by then. At that moment, Lu Tianmeng began to absorb the spirit stones frantically. At the same time, more than 1,000 body-tempering pills were refined. Under the amazing medicinal power, his bones suddenly made creaking sounds like steel plates rubbing together. Many impurities within the bones, visible to the naked eye, were expelled along the pores. Not long after, Lu Tianmian's whole body was covered with a layer of black scabs, emitting a foul odor. If anyone else saw it, they would be surprised. This was exactly the effect of the body-quenching pill, cleansing the meridians and veins. However, Lu Tianming's Great Desolate Emperor body was too perverse in its absorption strength of the pills. Ordinary cultivators quenching their bones were far from being able to do this. Under the continuous elimination of impurities, finally his 3 bones gradually turned from snow white to black. Immediately, a strong savage aura erupted out, like Lu Tianmian's 3 bones, transforming into 3 primordial ferocious beasts, raging with berserk power. 10 days later, Lu Tianming's tightly closed eyes opened. It was like a flooding beast hibernating inside, making space tremble. 6th level of Qi drawing. 3 Great Desolate Emperor bones. Lu Tianming laughed out softly. For every additional piece of Great Desolate Emperor bone, Lu Tianming felt that his physical strength had increased by at least 5,000 pounds. With 3 Great Desolate Emperor bones, he had an extra 15,000 pounds of tremendous strength. It was important to know that in the Qi drawing realm, cultivators were considered gifted if they could reach 5,000 pounds. 15,000 pounds is enough to make people scared. At that moment, Lu Tianming walked out of the hut and came to a rubble clearing to execute his dragon elephant divine palm. Boom! The voice of the ancient dragon elephant inside his body erupted. A huge boulder that was about 3 meters in size was instantly pulverized and exploded on the spot, bursting into stone chips. Even the ground was trembling violently, splitting open a thick crack. At this time, the old crow that was hibernating in an old tree, preparing to launch an attack on Lu Tianming, couldn't help but stumble and almost fell from the branch, his gray eyes surfacing a touch of humanized consternation. I didn't expect that in just a few days, Lu Tianming's physical strength had become so terrifying. With this palm slap, an ordinary person of the same age would definitely be shattered into a bloody mist. The Great Desolate Emperor bone. It's tempered quite well, but it's still far from utilizing its true power. At this time, the white-robed woman inside the small coffin of the storage bag coldly said. The corners of Lu Tianming's mouth twitched. Of course he knew how powerful the Great Desolate Emperor body was, able to make countless powerhouses in the distant past fear it. However, he was only at the 6th level of Qi drawing right now, and being able to quench 3 Emperor bones and erupt with 15,000 pounds of divine power was already considered good. What happened to Dongfang Qingqing's statement that my Great Desolate Emperor body has 8 shackles? Then, Lu Tianming inquired. I only felt that the woman in white was not as cold as she appeared to be. They have a somewhat delicate relationship now. If there is a question about cultivation, he will naturally not hesitate to ask for advice. This physique does have 8 shackles, but within your Kunlun Sacred Land's weaponry peak, there is a special weapon. If you can obtain it and continuously squeeze the potential, perhaps in the future, it can help you open the first shackle. The white-robed woman pondered for a moment and said, Weapon peak? A special weapon? Lu Tianming was stunned. The woman in white seems to know a lot about the Kunlun Holy Land. However, on second thought, he was relieved. Kunlun Holy Land has a long heritage, existed in the world for hundreds of thousands of years. There will be some strong people. It is normal to have a crossover. At that moment, he wondered, what kind of weapon? When you enter, with this seat's guidance, you will naturally know. The woman in white spoke in a cold tone. Lu Tianming nodded helplessly. The woman in white seems to have some mustiness about herself. I believe that in time, it can dissipate and go away. The next day, on the bed, Lu Tianming woke up, feeling the power within his body that had refined a tiny bit more. He couldn't help but smile. The Great Desolate Emperor body's strength was all-encompassing, and even when he was resting, it would automatically operate and help him absorb aura. And perhaps because he quenched 3 Great Desolate Emperor bones yesterday, the Great Desolate Emperor body's speed of absorbing aura seemed to accelerate a bit. It seemed that quenching the Emperor's bones was also closely related to his cultivation progress. At that moment, he got up from the bed and casually practiced some boxing, only to feel refreshed. Ever since he was framed by Dongfang Qingqing, he had been living very darkly for the past 2 years. It's only recently that it's been like seeing the light of day, and it's been very soothing. After changing into a clean shirt, Lu Tianming walked towards the weaponry peak. Weapon Peak, located in the southern part of the Holy Land, was one of the iconic peaks of the Holy Land, storing the divine weapons of many Holy Land sages. Many disciples were so lucky that they were recognized by some divine weapons and soared to the heavens. This was one of the many disciples of the Holy Land, one of the most desired places. That's Lu Tianming. I heard that he has awakened the Great Desolate Abolition body? Lu Tianming's arrival caused another commotion. With his status, he was the center of attention wherever he went. Hibernating for 2 years and awakening a wasted body is better than being a wasted ease. Yes, this body is cursed by the heavenly Tao and has nothing to accomplish at all. And with Lord Qingqing's hostility, Lu Tianming can be said to be struggling. Many disciples shook their heads. At one time, Lu Tianming was the idol of countless disciples in the Holy Land. It's sad to see how far it's come. There were also some young girls whose eyes flashed with a strange aura, only to feel that Lu Tianming had quenched the Great Desolate Emperor bone, like he had washed away all the lead. His eyes were clear and bright, and his elegance was extremely charming. Big brother Lu Tianming, you've also come to weaponry peak. A young girl's silver bell-like laughter came out, and Zhong Jianqi's delicate and exquisite figure appeared and laughed delicately. Came to try my luck. Lu Tianming laughed softly. I'll lead the way for big brother Lu Tian. Zhong Fiangxi smiled sweetly. Then also ignoring the fiery gazes of the many male disciples around, she stretched out her arm, took Lu Tianmian's arm, and walked in a direction. Many outer disciples were angry. Zhong Jianxi was originally from the outer sect, an unrivaled little beauty. Together with her elder brother Zhong Lingxiao, he was a famous alchemy heavenly pride of the Holy Land. If he could get close to Zhong Jianxi, the benefits would be endless. However, for most of the disciples, Zhong Fiangxi ignored them, yet being so close to Lu Tianmeng, this trash, all day long was upsetting. This asshole, looking for death, and at this time not far away, it so happened that a group of people came towards this place. Among them, there was a famous big man dressed in a sturdy, naked upper body. When he saw this, a touch of anger surfaced on his rough face, his fists clenched and creaked, and he said angrily. The big man was named Situ Barbarian, rumored to possess a barbarian bloodline, and ranked fourth in the outer sect of the Holy Land. He had always liked Zhong Fiangxi, and had long ago said that he would break someone's legs if they dared to have thoughts about senior sister Zhong. Now that she had seen senior sister Zhong Fiangxi getting so close to Lu Tianmian, she was naturally annoyed. Senior brother Situ, if this wastrel snatches away his beloved woman, it would be a laughing stock. Beside him, Zhao Jinghuai was also there and couldn't help but laugh lightly. As he spoke, his eyes were also slightly cold. Lu Xingyi had been defeated by Lu Tianming with only one move a few days ago, and was even shaken by the terrifying aura of the Great Desolate Emperor body, shattering his Dao bones and Dantian. It was no less humiliating for him. Together with senior sister Zhong Xianxie, she had a concave and convex figure and a sweet appearance. He had some thoughts about it as well. He was also extremely displeased that Lu Tianmeng had such a lustful fortune. Today I will let this brat know why the flowers are so red. Situ Barbarian laughed angrily, a chill in his eyes. After offending Dongfang Qingcheng, Lu Tiannian was like a street rat in the Holy Land. Even if he fixes the other guy, no one will say anything. At that moment he took it in stride. Zhao Jinghuai couldn't help but smile playfully. Looks like it's going to be good again. Chapter 5 Special Weapons. It wasn't long before Lu Tianmeng and Zhong Jianxi arrived at the peak. One could only see the peak, a flat land, on which a huge weapon was stretched across, including swords, spears, swords, halberds, great bells, divine mirrors, ancient tripods, and so on. Each of them carried the aura of ancient vicissitudes, and vaguely, there was a vast pressure spreading out, as if they were sitting on the ancient objects in the river of history, making the heart and soul in awe. In front of the weapon, there were also a number of ancient tablets inscribed with their origins. War God Gun, 8,000 years ago. Kunlun Holy Land War God's divine weapon, with heavenly fire meteoric iron, cast and refined for 77 and 49 years into. One strike can burn a side of the earth. Heaven Swallowing Cauldron. 15,000 years ago, the Heaven Swallowing Godfather traveled far away from the North Sea, killed a Heaven Swallowing beast, and sacrificed it to devour a party's aura. The God-destroying blade, the weapon of the ancient Blade Emperor, once used this battle blade to slaughter 981 sacred Dao powerhouses, shaking the world with its fame. The Void Sky Mirror, forged from the heavenly void divine stone. Lu Tianming's mind was cleansed. Kunlun Sacred Land, known as the Desolate Domain, one of the 4 great sacred lands, inherited for hundreds of thousands of years, really lives up to its name. These weapons, taking out one of them at random, were enough to stir up a bloody storm outside. Why are there so many broken bones on the ground? Then, Lu Tianmian was stunned. As the line of sight moved down, one could indeed see that there were many broken bones scattered on the ground, permeating a bleak odor. Inside it, however, there was a monstrous power, like it could crush the 4 directions and make people furious. It could be imagined that the owner of these broken bones was so powerful in life that even after countless years of death, he still had such a strong aura. These are all left behind by successive generations of the Holy Land's powerhouses who tried to gain the recognition of these ancient artifacts and ultimately failed and died. Zhong Jianxi's delicate nose wrinkled lightly as she sighed. She had brought Lu Tianmeng here just to let him see the world. Most outer disciples, picking their weapons, were only in other areas. Lu Tianmeng smacked his lips slightly. To be able to make all these powerhouses fall, these weapons, they were truly terrifying. At that moment, he was about to leave this place with Zhong Jianxi. Leaving this place, with his current strength, he really wasn't qualified to own these weapons. Slow down. The special weapon that this emperor asked you to find is right here. Just at this moment, the voice of the woman in white inside the small coffin said coldly. Lu Tianmian was stunned. Big sister, are you asking me to seek death? Who are you calling big sister? This emperor is unrivaled in all ages. It's not too much for you to call your ancestor. The woman in white suddenly clunked the bronze ancient coffin, causing Lu Tianmian to feel dizzy and almost want to vomit blood. Lu Tianming sweated. It seemed that the woman in white, sealed in the coffin, could also inflict some punishment on himself. the white-robed woman calmed down and said, "With this emperor assisting you, you may not have no chance of succeeding, or else the 8 shackles of the Great Desolate Emperor body will never be unlocked by you." Lu Tianmian's face changed color. He only felt that if this white-clothed woman was by his side, if he didn't die by her double cultivation, he would be played to death. The Great Desolate Emperor body, however, was indeed very important to him. What do I do next? Finally, Lu Tianmeng said in a deep voice, "Just follow this emperor's instructions." The woman in white said, "Big brother Lu Tianmian, why don't you leave?" Zhong Fanshi said suspiciously. Quite a few disciples from the Kunlun Holy Land were also gathered around, all wanting to see what kind of weapon Lu Tianmeng would choose for his first visit to the weapon peak. "Senior sister Zhong, I'll choose the weapon here." Lu Tianmeng smiled faintly. At those words, many people were surprised. The weapons here, even the major true legends wouldn't dare to try them, right? Lu Tianmeng dared to do so. "Don't you want to die? Ha ha, Lu Tianmian, do you think you have the qualifications?" At this time, Situ Barbarian, Zhao Jinghuai and the others also came. Situ Barbarian laughed out loud, his expression sneering. Zhao Jinghuai was also like looking at an idiot. These ancient soldiers, even the supreme elders of the Holy Land did not dare to get their hands on them at will. Lu Tianmeng was like a mole cricket compared to them, and it was indeed heavenly for him to dare to have such thoughts. "Big brother Lu, don't be reckless." Zhong Jianxi also changed color and worried. She felt that Big Brother Lu was fighting so hard because of Dongfang Qingqing's oppression, but it's too risky to subdue these weapons. "No matter, I have plans." Lu Tianmeng just laughed lightly. With the woman in white, even if she couldn't succeed, getting out in one piece shouldn't be a problem. Besides, he was also a bit curious about which weapon the woman in white valued. At that moment, Lu Tianmeng took a step towards the mountain peak. Many people were shocked. Lu Tianmeng, this guy, he was really bold. He really walked in. He, senior sister Mulan, it looks like he doesn't need us to solve it. He's going to cut himself here. At this time, Zhao Jinghuai glanced out of the corner of his eye and happened to see a woman dressed in black with an ancient sword on her back walking towards him, and immediately his eyes condensed as he quickly walked up and lightly laughed. The woman's temperament was cold. Her pretty face was fair, but her body was permeated with an aura that was as stern as a heavenly sword. Standing casually, there was the oppressive feeling of a sharp sword sealing one's throat, intimidating people. It was none other than the eldest sister of the outer disciples, Lu Mulan, such as Oriental Tilting's own sister. Oriental Qingcheng awakened the memory of the ancient great saint, found in ancient supreme treasure. Rich family, gave Lu Mulan a lot of treasures, but also show the secret method. Will Lu Mulan a mortal body, quenching into the great Luo sword body, shocked the Holy Land. It could be said that Lu Mulan's battle power, talent, could be called extremely strong in the entire Holy Land. The outer gate is like a god. This is his own way of seeking death. No one else to blame. Lu Mulan, with her slender figure and stunningly beautiful appearance, sneered coldly. Back then, Lu Tianmeng was in a lofty position as Dongfang Qingqing's fiancé. She had also had a secret crush on it. Later, Lu Tianmian became demonic and wanted to do something untoward to Lord Qingqing. She became disgusted with it, feeling that having adored someone of such low character is a shame that can only be cleansed by the disappearance of the other person. Now that Lu Tianmai had taken the initiative to provoke these ancient artifacts, she was also cold in her heart. If Lu Tianmeng really had a long or short life, she could have done less work. Lu Tianmian, it's a bit impulsive. Not far away, Su Changhai was also watching. At this moment, he couldn't help but stroke his chin's beard and laughed bitterly. These weapons, all of them, were the heritage of the Holy Land, and even at his peak, Lu Tianmian had trouble gaining their recognition. What's more, right now, he also felt that Lu Tianmeng would not end up well. Lu Tianmeng's expression was calm as he walked deeper and deeper, and it wasn't long before he arrived in front of a huge mound. This is located in the very center of the weapon peak, and there are many weapons that vaguely have the posture of being honored by it. From the outside, there was no way to tell that the mound was any different. Like a piece of wasteland, it was a far cry from the many atmospheric and ancient weapons that surrounded it. However, according to the white-clothed woman's senses, the special weapon she was talking about was this item. Lu Tianmian even looks at that mound of dirt? Many people were stunned. That's not a weapon at all. It is rumored that the originator of the Kunlun Holy Land had vomited his heart and blood to refine a weapon and placed it at the peak of the weapon peak. Could it be precisely that mound of earth? At this moment, an old man seemed to think of something and lost his voice. Many people were shocked. The Holy Land Patriarch. What kind of earth-shattering figure was that? It was unimaginable how intimidating the weapon he had painstakingly refined was. The crowd held their breath at that moment. That inconspicuous mound of dirt was really that weapon, and the probability of Lu Tianmai's death would be even greater. Rumble. At this time, the mound seemed to sense something and gently vibrated. a terrifying aura erupted and opened up, causing the wind and clouds to change and the weapon peaks to resonate. Many swords, spears, swords and halberds and other weapons, like the inferior encountered the strongest, trembling, want to submit. Countless people were once again appalled. It seemed like that mound of earth was really an extremely ancient weapon. Lu Tianmeng also shook. The weapon that the woman in white had allowed him to choose was truly extraordinary. At that moment, a curiosity arose within him, and he stretched out his hands and touched the mound, running the special heart technique that the woman in white had passed on to him. A mysterious force entered within the earth lump. Dang dang! The aura emanating from the mound grew more and more voluminous. Among them there was actually a magnificent sound of bells spreading out. At this moment, within many of the spirit islands in the Kunlun sacred land, some of the celebrities awakened, revealing astonished gazes at this place. Finally the earth and rocks exploded, and an arcane light entered Lu Tianming's arms. Then the light dimmed and it was like nothing had happened. What happened? Did Lu Tianming succeed? Many people wondered. Pust! In the next moment, Lu Tianming seemed to be struck by a strong recoil, spewing out a mouthful of blood as his body flew out backwards. The crowd was stunned. It looked like Lu Tianming had failed. Lu Tianming, on the other hand, smiled in his heart and looked uplifted. He knew there was an odd piece of the item that had been placed in his arms. He's only doing this to cover his tracks. This item was of great concern, and he would not reveal it easily. Big brother Lu, are you alright? Zhong Jianqi came anxiously and handed Lu Tianming a healing elixir. In his heart, he was glad that fortunately Lu Tianchi didn't have any worries about his life. No harm done. Lu Tianming just smiled and took the elixir. He, Lu Tianming, you even dared to get your hands on the weapon left behind by the ancestor master. You deserve to end up like this. At this moment, Situ Barbarian stood out and laughed. Watching Zhong Jianqi and Lu Tianming being so intimate made his anger grow even more. Here's the little beauty he's got his eye on. Countless times he fantasized about being entwined with Zhong Jianqi. The chill in his heart towards Lu Tianming became even more intense. I thought he was so capable, but it turns out to be nothing more than that. Many disciples also sneered out. Lu Tianming's expression was flat and he was about to leave with Zhong Jianqi. Now he just wanted to go back and study. The item in his arms. Slow down. Suddenly, Situ Barbarian bellowed, stepped forward, condescending, and said in a cold voice, Kid, senior sister Zhong is the woman I have my eye on. You dare to walk so close to his. I'm letting you go. As he spoke, a terrifying aura swept over him, and when Lu Tianming was caught off guard, he was shaken back a few steps. What are you going to do? Lu Tianming's eyes were slightly cold. Well said. As long as you can receive one punch from me, I'll let you leave obediently. Otherwise, today, I can't help but throw you down from weapon peak. Situ Barbarian cruelly laughed. Many people laughed. If Lu Tianming was really thrown off the weapon peak, it would be a great shame. Situ Barbarian, don't go too far. Zhong Jianqi's pretty face turned white with anger and said, Humph, this is a matter between us men. The trash is not qualified to stand with you. Situ Barbarian's tone was strong. Since you want to exchange blows, I'll accompany you for one move. Lu Tianming said with cold eyes. Many people were stunned. This guy, Lu Tianming, actually dared to agree. Ha ha, courageous, take it. Situ Barbarian laughed out loud with a cold expression. Getting close to the woman he likes. He's going to show all the disciples what happens. Knock. At that moment, he wielded his huge fist and threw a vicious punch at Lu Tianming's face. The strong and powerful wind swept around, causing many people's face skin to ache, like a knife scraping their bones. Many people changed color. Situ Barbarian's physical strength. It was rumored that under one punch, there were 10,000 pounds off. Lu Tianming's body was weak, and he was bound to be beaten to the point of breaking his bones. However, Lu Tianming's gaze was flat. With the same punch, the three Great Desolate Emperor bones in his body were mobilized, and surging power immediately gushed out from within his dantian. Boom! The two fists collided like two ferocious beasts meeting. The ground beneath both of their feet rumbled and shook. Ka-chow! To everyone's dismay, a figure, all of a sudden, flew out backwards like a ragbag. It ruthlessly crashed into a huge rock, and with a bang, the strong force on his body, he was able to send the huge rock flying. A mouthful of blood spilled from his mouth. It's Stuart Barbarian. The eyes of the crowd looked at them and they all clamored out. Situ Barbarian, but he contained a trace of barbarian god bloodline. Physical fitness is one of the best in the outer sect. Surprisingly, he was not a match for Lu Tianming, which was surprising to the extreme. Lu Mulan's pretty face was also frozen, not expecting Lu Tianming's physical body to be so strong. Situ Barbarian, is this the power you're so proud of? It's nothing more than that. Lu Tianming faintly sneered, permeated with sarcasm, then walked over to Situ Barbarian's side and removed the storage bag from his body. I'm going to tear you apart. Situ Barbarian was furious, his eyes scarlet red. He hadn't even gone all out for it, and he hadn't expected Lu Tianmai's power to be so strong. Lu Tianming also took away his storage bag, causing him to burn with rage. Boom! At that moment, he opened his mouth and a mouthful of copper hammers appeared, carrying majestic power, about to blast Lu Tianmai. This is a lower-grade spiritual treasure, the heavy mountain hammer. It was one of Situ Barbarian's watchful eyes. Stop it! Right at this moment, Su Changhai suddenly appeared in the middle of the field, his face slightly sunken. This is weapon peak. Fighting is strictly forbidden. Don't you know the rules, Elder Su? Can. Situ Barbarian opened his mouth and looked indignant. Ha! Su Changhai glared at him. Situ Barbarian's face trembled and he didn't dare to say more. At that moment, he could only turn to Lu Tianmeng and said morosely, "We'll see, at the outer sect grand competition. I'll definitely skin you and pull out your tendons." Lu Tianmeng glanced at him lightly, not caring. To Su Changhai, after arching his hand and thanking him, he left the place. Chapter 6 hit the heavenly bell. At night, when Lu Tianmian returned to the hut, he took out the odd item from his arms, only to see that it was a small bell, very ancient and draped with some ancient patterns. What is this? Lu Tianmeng carefully scrutinized the object and said with a bewildered expression. Crash the heavenly bell. The figure of the woman in white emerged and faintly said. Lu Tianmeng was puzzled and didn't know what the purpose was. The white-clothed woman took out a special rope and tied it to a small clock, allowing Lu Tianmeng to hang it around his neck. Immediately afterward, she recited a mantra from her mouth. Boom! At that moment, a mysterious pattern glowed on the body surface of the crash heavenly bell, and Lu Tianmeng felt a majestic and powerful force erupt from the small bell, causing him to almost kneel on the ground at once. You tricked me. This little clock is so heavy? Lu Tianmian was immediately surprised. It was fortunate that he had quenched 3 emperor bones, otherwise the weight of the small bell would have been enough to crush him. The corner of the mouth of the woman in white reveals a smile. Crash the heavenly bell. This is a treasure that can collapse the dome of the sky. With the control of the mind, you can mediate its weight. This is only the most initial power. There are 20,000 pounds of heaviness, and so on. You will later on fight, walk, eat, cultivate. All of them are adapted to down. The body's potential will inspire a lot of you in the future. To break through the yoke of the Great Desolate Emperor body has an extremely important role. If you can't even endure such suffering, the Great Desolate Emperor body will always be the Great Desolate Waste body. Of course, the Heaven Crash Bell will also be a powerful Dao weapon when you're skilled at it, and you'll understand its extraordinary nature. The corners of Lu Tianmian's mouth twitched, suspecting that the woman in white had a personal vendetta, and that she had clearly strengthened herself and kept torturing him. In the end, under the urging of the woman in white, Lu Tianmian had to carry the 20,000 pounds of heavy little clock every day, squatting deeply, jumping long distances, practicing boxing, beating up his body, etc. Every day will be exhausting and painful. To Lu Tianmai's surprise, under this extreme pressing of his body's potential, his Great Desolate Emperor body, as if it was being communicated with some deep-seated power, did have a mysterious chi that overflowed from within his bones, causing his bone tempering and realm increase to make great strides. In about 10 days only, Lu Tianmian's Great Desolate Emperor body had been tempered by 2 more pieces, and his flesh had reached the point of 25,000 pounds. At the same time, the realm had also reached the peak of the 6th level of chi drawing, and was only a hair's breadth away from breaking into the 7th level of chi drawing. This little clock, it's really useful, Lu Tianmeng said with delight. Naturally, back then, the ancestor of your Kunlun sacred ground was a powerful body cultivator, and this heaven-impacting bell was used by him to refine his body. The woman in white was bland. Lu Tianxue nodded his head and became even more energized. Another 3 days passed before Lu Tianming took out Situ Barbarian's storage bag. In addition to the thousands of spirit stones and body tempering pills, Lu Tianming also found a low-grade spirit medicine, Shenling grass. It is countless times more vigorous than the aura of ordinary spirit stones. With it, Lu Tianmian's breakthrough to the 7th level of chi drawing would not be a problem at all. Well, what's this? A rotten knife? Then, Lu Tianming was stunned when he found a rotten knife in Situ Barbarian's storage bag. The rotten knife was rusty, as if it would break at any time, and there was also a book of knife skills next to it, named Barbarian God Blade Technique, with no grade. Buzz. Just as Lu Tianmeng couldn't make out the name and was about to put it back, the bronze ancient coffin once again trembled slightly. Then a suction force erupted and absorbed the rotten knife, and when it was spat out, the rotten knife immediately became a treasure knife with a brilliant divine light. The room was suddenly illuminated with a brilliant light that was translucent. Engraved on the hilt of the blade were several ancient inscriptions: superior grade spiritual treasure, barbarian god blade, upper grade spiritual treasure. Lu Tianmeng was instantly surprised. Spiritual treasures were divided into lower, middle, upper, and extreme grades. The top-grade spiritual treasures were generally not easy to obtain even for the strongest people in the Xianin realm. It was a great joy that he had unexpectedly obtained a top-grade spiritual treasure. At that moment, he urged the barbarian god blade, and within the small courtyard, he began to cultivate the barbarian god blade technique. Quack! During this process, the dead crows came from time to time to harass Lu Tianmeng. Lu Tianmian, on the other hand, was so excited that he practiced his sword with the old crow, and often beat that old crow, with feathers flying, chickens flying, and dogs jumping, in a very sorry state. Under this kind of practicing sword, Lu Tianmeng looked like he had been blessed with a spirit, and his stance and speed, all became much swifter. In the end, he named this footwork crow footwork, specifically used to chase and kill the old crow. Angry old crow, croaking, angry. In the blink of an eye there was only one night left before the outer sect competition. Inside the hut, Lu Tianmeng operated the Great Desolate Heart Sutra, frantically absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. This Heart Sutra was precisely a technique that he had gotten from the woman in white, under soft pressure, in the past few days. In terms of absorbing heaven and earth aura, the speed was even more perverse. Right now, his realm had reached the peak of the 7th level of chi drawing, only one step away from breaking into the 8th level of chi drawing. Once he stepped into it, Lu Tianmian's strength would have a qualitative metamorphosis, and he would truly be fearless of anyone in the outer sect competition. Great Desolate Heart Sutra, swallow it for me. At that moment, Lu Tianmeng shouted in a deep voice. Boom! A huge black hole was actually formed behind it, like it could devour everything. Many heaven and earth auras, like a sea of 100 rivers, gathered towards Lu Tianmeng. This kind of speed of absorbing the spiritual chi of the heavens and earth was difficult to match even for a strong person of the Xianin realm. The strength of the Great Desolate Heart Sutra was evident. Rumble! Not long after, the aura within Lu Tianmian's golden dantian was also increasing, and in the end, with a snap, like breaking some kind of invisible barrier, Lu Tianmian's aura immediately rose up in a flood, drawing in the chi eightfold. He finally reached the 8th level of chi drawing. Lu Tianmeng had the Great Desolate Emperor body, a golden dantian volume that was too much more robust than those of the same level. Once they reached this realm, their battle power was far from being comparable to others. That surging aura also helped Lu Tianmu quench 3 more Emperor bones. Now Lu Tianmian's Emperor bones reached as many as 8. Physical strength, to the point of 40,000 pounds. And under the daily forging of the body with the heavenly clock, Lu Tianmeng felt that the first shackle of the Great Desolate Imperial body seemed to have loosened a bit as well. At critical moments, the golden blood chi will overflow, allowing Lu Tianmeng's combat power to rise. Noticing these changes, Lu Tianmian couldn't help but smile in a revitalized manner. Now he was a different person from a month ago. He would be even more confident in the outer sect competition tomorrow. The following day, the outer sect competition. As expected, the entire atmosphere of the outer gate was on fire. On a square, people were coming and going, gathering quite a few disciples. The scene looked spectacular as it was so dark that it was almost impossible to see the end of it at a glance. Ha ha, Lu Tianmian, you really dare to come. Aren't you afraid of being wasted in the grand competition today? Lu Tian had just arrived at the square when a loud, robust laugh rang out. Situ Barbarian came, carrying a huge copper hammer. If a barbarian god, with a thick aura, coldly smiled. Previously, at arm's peak, he had lost a move at the hands of Lu Tianmian and was robbed of his storage bag, causing his anger to be boundless. Now he was looking at Lu Tianmai with extreme coldness and moroseness, as if he couldn't wait to cut Lu Tianmai alive. Today is my chance to enter the inner sect. You guys can't stop me. Lu Tianming's face was calm as he smiled lightly. 2 years in the outer sect, as the lowliest servant disciple, he had endured for too long. Today he is going to get rid of it once and for all. Chapter 7 Outer Sect Competition. Unconscionable. Not far away, Zhao Jinghuai also came, his face showing a sneer. Under Lu Mulan's authorization, countless disciples wanted to abolish Lu Tianming in today's outer sect competition. The Oriental Pouring City Saintess even let slip that whoever did it would be rewarded with an extreme spiritual treasure. Lu Tianmian coming to participate in the outer sect competition could be considered a sheep in a tiger's mouth, and wanting to enter the inner sect was undoubtedly whimsical. Lu Tianming's expression was indifferent as he and Zhong Jianqi sat down on one of the seats. In the square, countless rings were divided up, and the outer sect grand competition had a stipulation that only disciples who had reached the 4th level of chi drawing or above were qualified to participate. There weren't too many disciples who were actually participating. This fellow, is he Lu Tianmian? He's actually weak to such an extent. And in an eye-catching location, there was a man in purple sitting in a platter. His breath was extremely terrifying, like a fire god descending to the earth. and there was even a scene of flames burning the sky within his eyes, which was very astonishing. Not bad, senior brother Zhong Lingxiao. This is none other than the former saint's son, but he fell out of favor without being a few years. A disciple with a deep breath beside him smiled respectfully. The purple-clothed man was none other than one of the famous true legends of the Kunlun Holy Land, Zhong Lingxiao. Since most of them were in the inner sect Spirit Island, delving into the Dan Dao, they appeared very rarely in the Holy Land. Even Lu Tianmeng, he hadn't had much interaction with it before. Fiangxi, getting so close to such a wastrel is really getting me into trouble. Zhong Lingxiao shook his head. Lu Tianmian had blasphemed against Dongfang Qingcheng and had violated a major taboo. As for Dongfang Qingcheng, even he was unwilling to casually mess with it, and it was naturally not a good thing for his little sister to get close to Lu Tianmian. When the outer sect competition is over, senior sister Fiangxi should have entered the inner sect, and this brat should be eradicated by the guy who embraces Dongfang Qingcheng, and the two won't cross paths anymore. That disciple laughed. Zhong Lingxiao nodded slightly. He loved this sister very much and did not want her to go astray. Lu Tianming's current status was indeed too far from his sister's. Lu Tianmian, are you ready to be completely wasted today? At that moment, a woman's cold voice rang out. Lu Mulan also carried an ancient sword on his back and walked on a seat, speaking in a cold voice. Buzz. As she spoke, a powerful sword intent actually emanated from her body, causing the temperature around her to drop slightly. If there were countless sword chi flickering, many disciples were surprised. After being cultivated by Dongfang Qingcheng to develop the great Luo sword body, Lu Mulan's aura was simply too strong. One word in action, like a divine sword clanking. This kind of woman made many people's souls throb a little. Lu Tianmeng smiled faintly. Unconcerned, he would let everyone know what the outcome would be. He hadn't been in the spotlight so much in years, and the blood was rolling a little hot inside him now. Alright, it's almost time. Outer Sect Grand Competition, officially begin. Finally, Su Changhai glanced at the sky and said in a deep voice. The atmosphere of the crowded square steeply became hot again. Countless young outer disciples looked excited. The once-a-year outer sect competition was their chance to enter the inner sect of the Holy Land. Only by entering the inner sect would they be able to obtain better cultivation, and later on, they would be able to achieve success in their cultivation and break out into the world. This was the common goal of all outer disciples. Together, there were also quite a few people who glanced at Lu Tianmeng and laughed out coldly. They also wanted to fix up Lu Tianmeng. This was the only chance to make Lord Holy Maiden of the Eastern Pouring City appreciate it. A little bit of luck can change a lifetime. In response to the unsuspecting gazes projected from all around, Lu Tianmeng looked calm. Since he had come to participate in the outer sect competition, he was prepared to fight alone against the 8 parties. At that moment, he gently raised his gaze and looked in the direction of the inner gate, seemingly able to see, across the endless mountains and rivers, a certain magnificent spirit island of the inner gate, that a Qianin shadow wearing a golden dress, like a female emperor, looking majestically at the world, oriental tilting, who knocked him to the dust back then. Now that he has another encounter, he will eventually rise to the occasion and step closer to repay the karma. Lu Tianmian slightly clenched some of his fists, a bone-chilling chill surging within his eyes. His 2 years of darkness because of this ruthless woman, Dongfang Qingcheng, were finally coming to an end. Su Changhai's words fell. The square will have specialized personnel, holding a bamboo tube, which is marked with different numbers, the same number of people on the stage to compete. Ring number 8, first round. Lu Tianmian casually drew a bamboo stick, glanced at the number on it, smiled faintly, and immediately walked onto the ring. Ha ha, Lu Tianmian, I can only say that you're unlucky. Having met me, Lu Xingye's account can be settled with you. Right at this moment, a rampant cold laugh spread out, and a figure of a man with a straight figure jumped onto the ring with a rather strong stance. Many people were surprised that this person was none other than Zhao Jinghuai. He was the 5th-ranked person in the outer sect, and was Lu Mulan's capable subordinate, with his strength reaching the peak of the 7th level of Qi drawing. In the entire outer sect, there were few people who could compare. Lu Tianming's first game unexpectedly met with him. It was a bit unlucky. It's not good. In the viewing area, Zhong Xianxie's pretty face also changed. Zhao Jinghuai could be countless times more powerful than the Lu Xingye that Lu Tianmeng had wasted before, coupled with the fact that he was valued by Lu Mulan and rewarded with battle techniques that were extremely advanced. When brother Lu meets him, he will indeed be in dire straits. Then she couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Was brother Lu destined to be so bumpy? After a long time, he was able to cultivate under the suppression of Dongfang Qingcheng. Yet, at the outer sect competition, he came up and encountered such a strong person. In that case, it would be very difficult to obtain the qualification to enter the inner sect. Ah, did you meet Zhao Jinghuai? That's interesting. At the high position, a faint smile surfaced on Zhong Lingxiao's face. he had already disapproved of Sister Zhong Fanshi getting close to Lu Tianmian. This situation was exactly what he wanted to see. In the chair, Su Changhai couldn't help but shake his head. Even if Lu Tianmian, who had recently had some strange encounters and embarked on the path of cultivation, it was completely impossible to fight against Zhao Jinghuai in just a month's time. Within a month, to have such a huge improvement, even if the genius Dongfang Qingcheng, who was known as the most demonic genius the Holy Land had ever seen, was far from being able to do so when he was cultivating back then. This situation was indeed extremely unfavorable to Lu Tianmeng. Although this guy is noble as a holy son, but back then, he did something worse than a beast, letting the entire Holy Land, in the barren domain fall into a laughingstock. He is the sinner of the Holy Land. With such an end, it is also deserved. Not far away, there was a famous old man dressed in gray, and at this moment, his face also held some cold smiles as he said, seeing this old man, many of the outer sect elders, all revealed pleasing smiles. Su Changhai also twitched his face and compensated with a smile. The old man was none other than inner sect elder Shin Muji, whose strength had long since reached above the Xianin realm. Far from being comparable to them, the outer sect elders, he was also Lu Mulan's master, and it was normal for him to hate Lu Tianmeng. Not bad. To corrupt the reputation of the Holy Land, he deserves to die. If it wasn't for Qingcheng Holy Maiden's magnanimity, only chopping off his cultivation and extracting his Dao bones, he would have long since been put on the demon beheading platform, thanking the world for his sins, still wanting to re-enter the inner sect. Indeed whimsical. Some outer sect elders who curried favor with Shin Muji laughed. The relationship between Shin Muji and Dongfang Qingcheng was also extremely close, and anyone who could be related to the Holy Maiden in the Holy Land was an extremely dazzling existence. Naturally, it makes a lot of people want to balk. Shin Muji smiled in a favored way. He wanted to see how Lu Tianmeng would make a fool of himself when he participated in the outer sect competition. Chapter 8 Rotten Knife? In the ring, Lu Tianmeng ignored the sneers and taunts of the countless people around him and looked at Zhao Jinghuai with slightly cold eyes. In the 2 years that he was oppressed by Dongfang Qingcheng, Zhao Jinghuai was Lu Mulan's side, the biggest dog's leg. During this period, Lu Xian and Lu Xingyi quite a few times bullied and humiliated him, and it was the other party who authorized it behind the scenes. Now all the bills can be paid at once. Zhao Jinghuai, today I'll take you first. At that moment, Lu Tianmian's eyes turned cold, and with a clanging sound, he pulled out a rusty and rotten knife from his back, and in an instant, an extremely inexpensive sharpness filled the surroundings, and under Lu Tianmian's strong aura, it actually made the temperature around the ring drop slightly. Crappy knife? Lu Tianmian actually took out a lousy sword? Ha ha ha. Around the square, after the crowd froze slightly, a flash of laughter erupted. With Zhao Jinghuai's strength, even if Lu Tianmeng possessed a mid-grade spiritual treasure, he might not be able to be an enemy. Instead, it's even more impractical to pull out a broken, crappy knife that looks like it would break at the slightest casual movement. Lu Tianmian, it seems like you've been living a miserable life for the past 2 years. Even your IQ is out of whack. A lousy sword and you want to fight against me? Zhao Jinghuai also laughed out loud, the mockery in his eyes thick as hell. Lu Tianming's actions were too comical. It's indeed a lousy sword, but it should be enough to deal with you. Lu Tianmeng smiled faintly, ignoring the mockery of the crowd, and smiled brightly at Zhao Jinghuai. With the Great Desolate Emperor body, and the advanced power chi tempered by the Great Desolate Heart Sutra, Lu Tianmian urged the top-grade spiritual weapon to exert extraordinary power. Facing Zhao Jinghuai only, he didn't take it too seriously. In the entire outer sect, those who possessed top-grade spirit weapons were few and far between. Seeking death, I'll fulfill you. Zhao Jinghuai laughed angrily, only feeling that Lu Tianmai's words were a great humiliation to him. A lousy sword. Also want to fight against him? Lu Tianmeng is simply looking for death. Watch the move. At that moment, he shouted. Then a flash of stern light violently erupted from his eyes, and with a single movement of his body, he almost transformed into a raging wind as he rushed and swept forward. Then, a golden light appeared in his hand, and a golden sword appeared, and a sword was stabbed fiercely and sharply at Lu Tianmian's face. And sensing the sharp sword aura that erupted from that golden battle sword, many of the watchers in the square couldn't help but feel their hearts jump. The golden battle sword in Zhao Jinghuai's hand was of a grade that had clearly reached the point of a lower grade spiritual treasure. To know the spirit treasure, in the eyes of the outer door disciples, but very rare, the entire outer door has a spirit treasure of people, but only a handful of people are ranked in the top few geniuses to hold. That's one of the reasons they are, well, untouchable. Zhao Jinghuai, who was originally ranked 5th, had cast his lower grade spirit treasure, which was almost impossible to resist. At that moment, many gazes turned to Lu Tianmeng with a look of pity. If Lu Tianming can't stop it, this sword will definitely be extremely heavy. To make Zhao Jinghuai execute the golden light sword, Lu Tianmian, even if you lose, it's still an honor for you. In the viewing area, Lu Mulan watched this scene, and her lips couldn't help but pull up a cold smile. Zhao Jinghuai's golden light sword was exactly what she had rewarded down. With this sword, Zhao Jinghuai only used a short year. From the outer disciples, 200 outside, jumped to become the outer disciples of the top 5. The strength of this golden light sword can be seen. Even a genius at the 8th level of Qi drawing would have to be terrified when they encountered Zhao Jinghuai's golden light sword, and if they were not careful, they would be injured. Now that Zhao Jinghuai had executed the golden light sword, Lu Tianmian's defeat was a foregone conclusion. However, just as the smile at the corners of her red lips had not yet spread to the extreme, the next moment, it suddenly froze, only to see, under the attention of all the people, Lu Tianmian faced Zhao Jinghuai's sharp and domineering sword, but he smiled faintly, and then raised the rusty, tattered and rotten sword in his hand, and swung it out, and chopped away at the powerful swordlight. What? Many people were surprised. This Lu Tianming fellow was really not afraid of death. He really dared to take that unbearable rotten sword in his hand and clash with Zhao Jinghuai. If he is cut off, he might be killed by a sword. Lu Tianmian, you brought this on yourself. Zhao Jinghuai also laughed out maniacally, thinking that Lu Tianmian was indeed an idiot, and it would be an honor for him to behead him so effortlessly. Ka Chao. However, in the next moment, his laughter came to an abrupt end and he looked horrified as if he had seen a ghost, only to see Lu Tianmian's tattered and rotten knife, and the golden bright sword collided. The crowd expected a folded on the scene did not happen, but instead, there is a mysterious power within the blade broke out, so that the blade is filled with an indestructible flavor. Then, under the dumbfounded gazes of the crowd, Zhao Jinghuai's sturdy and incomparable golden light sword was suddenly broken, and then the rusty and rotten sword in Lu Tianmian's hand drew a terrifying arc, and with a poof sound, a half-meter-long wound was cut into Zhao Jinghuai's chest, and blood sprayed out. The intense pain caused Zhao Jinghuai to let out a miserable scream, and then his body was shaken like a dead dog as he flew backwards, crashing hard onto the ground, his breath withering down. Silence. The crowded square was suddenly plunged into an eerie silence. Many people stared with jaws agape, slightly petrified by the rotten blade in Lu Tianmian's hand. That such a worn-out and ruined sword had erupted with such a strong power that it had easily broken Zhao Jinghuai's lower-grade spirit treasure? Even a normal intermediate spirit treasure might not be able to do that, right? Could it be that it's a top-grade spiritual treasure? Boom! Thinking of this possibility, many people were immediately shocked even more as if they were struck by thunder. For an ordinary outer disciple, a lower-grade spiritual treasure would be a dream come true, not to mention the top-quality spiritual treasures. On the high platform, some of the imposing outer sect elders also looked surprised. A top-grade spiritual treasure was difficult to obtain even for an average inner disciple. The fact that Lu Tianming had increased his strength by so much and also possessed a top-grade spirit treasure made them all extremely surprised. Damn, that's my treasure. Unexpectedly in his hands, it turned into a top-grade spiritual treasure. This bastard. While at this time, Situ Barbarian was having a hard time, clenching his fists and roaring in his heart. At the first moment Lu Tianming took out the broken knife. He recognized it as an item from his storage bag. That is he many years ago in a city. A stall plucked. At that time is to feel some special, but did not find any abnormalities, is to throw it aside. So much time had passed that he was even close to forgetting about it. This lousy knife. But now Lu Tianmian, he had actually made it a top-grade spiritual treasure in full view of everyone. His heart was also extremely dripping with blood. This was a chance that belonged to him. Instead, he became Lu Tianmian. He really lost a lot of money. Top-grade spiritual treasure? Lu Mulan's pretty face was also a bit dumbfounded. In the entire outer sect, there was only one person who possessed a upper-grade spiritual treasure, the Black Zephyr sword behind her back, and that was the Holy Maiden Lord, who had sacrificed herself and rewarded her. Chapter 9 The Power of the Rotten Knife. As her cultivation increased, the Black Zephyr sword had a chance to metamorphose into an extreme spiritual treasure or even stronger. Lu Tianming also had a handful of top-grade spirit treasures, giving her a great surprise as well. For the first time, he sensed Lu Tianmai's threat. In the entire square, countless people were agitated. No one had expected that Lu Tianmian's previously taken out, tattered waist knife, was actually a top-grade spiritual treasure that the crowd could only dream of, causing everyone to be shocked. The aura within this fellow's body is very extraordinary, to be able to catalyze a top-grade spiritual treasure to this extent. At this time, there were also some elders, their eyes narrowed in surprise. A top-grade spirit treasure. The requirements for the person who activates it are also extremely high. The average person at the 7th or 8th level of Qi drawing would have difficulty doing so, and might even be seriously injured by the terrifying backlash of that spiritual treasure, which would be more than worth the loss. The true chi that Lu Tianmeng mobilized was not abundant, and it was surprising that he was able to make the top-grade spiritual treasure erupt with such a strong power. This showed that the grade of true chi within Lu Tianmeng's body was also extremely not low. How come there are so many unexpected things on him? Shen Muji, who had always held Lu Tianmeng in the utmost contempt, also frowned, his face ugly. He only felt that there was something mysterious about the youth in the limelight that made him all a bit impervious. This made him a little surprised in his heart. It was the first time that there was such a person among the outer disciples. Zhao Jinghuai, your golden light sword. It's nothing more than that. In the midst of the clamor in the sky, Lu Tianmian looked at Zhao Jinghuai, who had been hit in the shoulder by one of his slashes and was dripping with blood, and couldn't help but put the barbarian god sword against his shoulder and grinned. The power of the top-grade spiritual treasure made him extremely satisfied. With his Great Desolate Emperor body, and the Great Desolate Heart Sutra, tempered true chi, when he activated the barbarian god sword, a random strike had great power, and it was quite normal that this result would occur. Asshole, Lu Tianmian, you're just relying on the power of your top-grade spirit treasure. If you don't have a top-grade spirit treasure, what are you? If you have the guts, then don't use the lousy sword in your hand and fight me for real. Zhao Jinghuai's face twisted down with a fierce expression as he angrily shouted. He was a dignified figure in the outer sect, but he was actually chopped into the state by Lu Tianmian, a wastrel, which was really too humiliating. However, when he glanced at the rotten blade on Lu Tianmian's shoulder, a look of awe could not help but appear in the pupils of his eyes. The power of the top-grade spiritual treasure was just too strong, giving him the feeling that it was like a supreme treasure sword that was unstoppable. If it wasn't for his golden light sword, which had resisted most of the power under that blade, he might have had his entire shoulder split in half. He naturally couldn't help but have a tinge of fear rise within him towards the top-grade spirit treasures. However, he had the strength of a peak 7th level of chi drawing after all. As long as he didn't have a top-grade spiritual treasure, he would definitely be able to crush Lu Tianshi ruthlessly. That's why his words were still full of confidence. Not bad, relying on the power of a top-grade spiritual treasure. What kind of ability is that? The most important thing for a truly strong person to do is to rely on themselves. Otherwise, even if they have a top-grade spiritual treasure, they're nothing more than a fox and tiger trash. In the stands, many outer disciples, too, couldn't help but shout. Lu Tianming's possession of a top-grade spiritual treasure made many people extremely jealous. Lu Tianmian, do you dare to engage in a fair and square fight? Zhao Jinghuai climbed up from the ground. His gaze was fierce, and he laughed fiercely. If Lu Tianshi really put down the top-grade spirit treasure, he could slap Lu Tianshi into mush with a few random moves. Now he gazed, like a viper, with malice. Asterisk 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 asterisk. However, Lu Tianmian glanced at him indifferently, but the corner of his mouth lifted up a cold smile. Under normal circumstances, I can completely ignore your barking and flip you off the stage with a single slash. But in order to make you lose convincingly, I can fulfill this wish of yours and leave you speechless. Clang! After saying that, the barbarian god treasure sword in Lu Tianming's hand swung around with a clanging sound, drawing a terrifying arc and plunging into Lu Tianming's not too far away. Then, Lu Tianmian rolled up his sleeves, hooked his hand at Zhao Jinghuai, and said with a faint smile, "Come on, you don't have much of a chance." Wow! Lu Tianmai's action caused a clamor to resound around the square once again, and many people were shocked. He actually did put down the barbarian god sword. He had only just stepped back into the cultivation path for a month, so how could he be a match for Zhao Jinghuai? That's a lot of pizzazz. This guy, he's really arrogant to the point of no return. Senior brother Zhao, let him know that the top 5 ranked disciples of the outer sect are not to be insulted. At this moment, within the competition area, a man in black with a cold aura couldn't help but stand out. His gaze cold, his aura as sharp and incomparable as a divine spear, and he said in a cold voice. Many disciples' faces trembled. He was none other than the 3rd-ranked genius of the outer disciples, Wei Zhuofan. A gun law, outside the door can be said to be unique. Young age reached the Gunwoo realm, let many disciples fear. At the same time, he was generally in Lu Mulan's camp along with Zhao Jinghuai. Back then, Lu Tianmian wanted to defile the holy maiden of Qingcheng, but all the aspirants within the Holy Land were extremely disdainful of Lu Tianmian. No one wanted Lu Tianming to shine in this outer sect grand competition, otherwise it would be a shame for them. The outer sect, the many geniuses who had become famous, not bad, really think that by virtue of some good luck, you can provoke our outer disciples' top few status, really don't know how to die. At this time, a woman dressed in green also laughed out faintly and said in a despicable tone. When many disciples saw this green-clothed woman, they even changed their faces and looked fearful. Its fame was even greater, and it was none other than the 2nd-ranked genius of the outer sect, Yan Jiro. Although her name was delicate and moving, her origin was extremely terrifying. From a family that practiced poison, she was also the outer sect, a renowned poisoner. A handful of poison-making methods, treacherous and vicious, often without any effort, can make the enemy caught in the trap turned into blood. It could be said that in the outer sect she was the one most feared besides Lu Mulan. Even she had come out together to boycott Lu Tianmai. Lu Tianmai. This persona of Lu Tianmai in the outer sect, it was really bad to the extreme. Swallow finger soft? Lu Tianmeng glanced at her lightly, but laughed out coldly. Back then, when he was a noble holy son, he often led his disciples and traveled to the barbarian Cloud Mountain range, which was not far away from the Holy Land, to collect medicinal herbs, ores, and to do Holy Land tasks. Many disciples, who were under his shelter, had extraordinary gains, and eventually increased in strength and status. This Yenjiro, too, had traveled with him for a while. At that time, she was a dainty little woman in front of him, and she even showed her flirtatiousness from time to time, revealing her white beauty's jade legs and body, etc. To lure her. Lu Tianmeng was completely blind to this kind of caution on her part. In the end, on the basis that we were all fellow disciples, he helped Yenjiro to kill a 6-colored poisonous spider in the barbarian Cloud Mountain range, allowing it to refine its precious and incomparable venom, which allowed her to enhance her poisonous skills by quite a bit. Otherwise, the current Yenjiro might have long since been poisoned into a puddle of pus and blood by the poisonous chi in her body due to the after effects of that bizarre poisonous technique. With the intense toxicity of the 6-colored poisonous spiders, she had also managed to climb to the second position in the outer sect, now with his reputation collapsing. Yet he was equally as disgusted with himself, leaving some irony in his mind. What an ungrateful world. However, he understood that the reason for all of this was on Dongfang Qingcheng. If not for the fact that it had thrown so much dirty water on him, he may not be misunderstood by so many people either. Quietly in his heart, his coldness towards Dongfang Qingcheng was also a little more intense. Chapter 10 Dragon Elephant Holy Sky Strength. Sister Yen, Lord Saint's son, was once kind to you. You shouldn't be so vicious towards him. Beside Yenjiro, there was a teenager who pursed his lips and smiled bitterly at that charming and attractive pretty face. The young man's name was Yen Yuhuan, and he was Yenjiro's own younger brother. When the family changed drastically, he and his sister depended on each other and traveled thousands of miles to the Kunlun Holy Land to learn the art. At that time, he and sister Yen Fingerlily were only at the lowest level in the Holy Land, living a very difficult life. Even because of the rules of the Holy Land, sister Yenjiro, years of poisonous skills did not improve, almost to the tragic situation of being expelled from the Holy Land. It was also at that time, Lu Tianmian Holy Son, generous and righteous, like the God of heaven, helped sister to solve the 6-colored poisonous spiders, so that sister's poisonous skills greatly improved. Get rid of all the difficulties. It could be said that for the two siblings to be able to have such a status in the Holy Land's outer sect, it was all because of Lu Tianmeng. Lu Tianmeng was also the sacred ground senior brother that he had, at one time, admired the most. Now that his sister was openly under and so resistant to senior brother Lu Tianmeng, he naturally felt guilty inside. What do you know? Knowing a man's face is not knowing his heart. Maybe back then, Lu Tianmian, helping the two of us, was just maintaining his image so as to cover up his wolf-like heart. Yen Finger Rose shell teeth lightly bit some fragrant lips, and finally crossed Yen Yuhuan's eyes and coldly said, within the Holy Land, the prestige of Holy Maiden Xingchun was too high. Like an empress, she was a role model for all female disciples in the Holy Land. Lu Tianmeng was noble as the holy son of the Kunlun Holy Land, but he was a wolf and misbehaved with the Holy Maiden, giving too much of a contrast. She felt like she had been tricked by Lu Tianmian, which was why she was so disgusted with him. That's how it is with people sometimes. The more condescending they are, the more their hearts will rebound when they realize they've been lied to for years. Swallow fingers is exactly how it feels. Yen Yuhuan let out a bitter smile and stopped speaking. Back then, Lu Tianmian was so spirited and unique that he had indeed made many people in the Holy Land jealous, although he also felt that Lu Tianman's senior brother would not do something so heartless. But the individual is too small a force to be reckoned with under the flood of worldliness. It seems that senior brother Lu Tianmeng, if he wants to clear his name, the only way to prove everything is to use his own strength. He couldn't help but clench his fist slightly, secretly cheering for his worshipful senior brother Lu Tianmian in his heart. Lu Tianmian, you're too arrogant. I'll let you know the price of arrogance. In the ring, Zhao Jinghuai laughed out, his aura enhancing quite a bit. The previous slash didn't have too much of an impact on his overall strength. Instead, it made his moroseness towards Lu Tianmai much more intense. Die for me. At that moment, he roared. His feet violently stepped on the sturdy ring. His body was like a cannonball, furiously rushing towards Lu Tianmian, and immediately after, a palm blade was ferociously and incomparably slashing down at Lu Tianmian's heavenly aura. At the palm of his hand, there was an astral energy visible to the naked eye that surfaced, as if it was a blade that could immediately split Manhwa. Many disciples were surprised once again. Zhao Jinghuai had executed the very same mountain-splitting palm, reaching the point of an intermediate-level battle technique. It was important to realize that intermediate-level battle techniques were equally rare in the outer sect. Zhao Jinghuai was even more unrelenting when he executed such a powerful palm. Defeat me. However, Lu Tianmian laughed faintly and coldly, and was not prepared to delay any longer, as he similarly slapped out his palm, and clashed ruthlessly with Zhao Jinghuai's palm blade. When he struck his palm, the sound of an ancient elephant's roar resounded within Lu Tianming's body. If there was an ancient divine elephant, it exploded out within him, causing the space around him to tremble slightly. Pust! In the next moment, everyone was shocked to see that the two palms met, and a violent and incomparable power chi erupted, and immediately afterward, Zhao Jinghuai flew out upside down like a kite with broken strings. This time, he ruthlessly fell outside the ring, spewing out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body resounded with a series of sounds of bones cracking. Looking at this appearance, it was obvious that he was seriously injured and had lost his fighting ability. Hiss! Many people immediately sucked in cold air. The notoriously famous Zhao Jinghuai had even lost. What grade was the battle technique that Lu Tianming had executed? It seemed to be more than one level more powerful than Zhao Jinghuai's mountain-splitting palm. Advanced battle technique. Lu Tianmian is performing Dragon Elephant Divine Palm. At this time, Zhong Lingxiao's eyes narrowed vainly, seeming to realize something. Then his complexion condensed and his tone was slightly surprised, saying, "What? Dragon Elephant Divine Palm?" Some of the outer sect elders' faces changed in surprise when they heard this. Dragon Elephant Divine Palm. This is a book of the outer door is very legendary fighting method, has long been lost for hundreds of years. It is rumored that it is related to the inner door of the Desolate Palace, the lost Dragon Elephant Sacred Heavenly Strength. It was the Dragon Elephant Sacred Heavenly Strength, the starting method of cultivation. As for the Dragon Elephant Sacred Heavenly Strength, it was an ancient battle technique that had shaken the entire desolate domain, and even ancient saints would have to be afraid of it when they saw it. It was also the Arakan Palace's shocking mastery. Lu Tianmian had unexpectedly obtained the Dragon Elephant Divine Palm. Did that mean he had a chance to practice the Dragon Elephant Sacred Heavenly Strength? The Dragon Elephant Sacred Heavenly Strength, known as the Kunlun Holy Land's #1 attacking divine skill, was created by the ancient ancestors in the distant past. If Lu Tianming really learns the Dragon Elephant Sacred Heavenly Strength, then for the Kunlun Holy Land, he really does seem like a man of heaven's destiny. Some of the elders of the inner sect also shook inwardly. In Lu Tianming, they had indeed seen countless arcane wonders. Damn, is it because that mysterious iron lump? At this time, Lu Xian is also in the nearly sprayed a mouthful of blood, fainted to death. His instincts told him it must have something to do with the lump of iron he'd gotten. That was something he had obtained by accident, and through extremely secretive information. He had learned that there was a slight connection with the Dragon Elephant Divine Palm, but he studied it for many years and found nothing. However, it made Lu Tianming whole, causing him to be annoyed beyond measure in his heart. Lu Mulan also had an icy face, always feeling that Lu Tianmai, somewhat, was going to be out of her control. She couldn't help but slightly clench her jade hands a bit tighter, and the coldness in her beautiful eyes became much more exuberant. In this battle, Lu Tianmai wins. At that moment, the referee finally announced. Lu Tianmian smiled faintly and descended from the stage in style, with his Great Desolate Emperor Bone, coupled with the Dragon Elephant Divine Palm. His power was astonishingly unrivaled. Zhao Jinghuai was completely out of his depth to fight him. If he wanted to smash his opponent into mush with a single slap, it wouldn't even be a problem. As for the Dragon Elephant Sacred Sky Strength, it was indeed valued by Lu Tianming. With this Dragon Elephant Divine Palm, he had a decent chance of obtaining it. It must be said that there is a mysterious small coffin, the ability to identify treasures, many opportunities that the world does not know. He has the opportunity to read. It gladdened his heart that his path would surely be easy and full of surprises in the future. Big brother Lu, so handsome. Watching Lu Tianmai return to his seat, Zhong Jianqi's big, watery eyes surfaced with a smile as she said with a flourish, "When he fought with Zhao Jinghuai just now, no one would have thought that brother Lu was an opponent. As a result, brother Lu easily defeated Zhao Jinghuai. The battle power surprised everyone, and the aura was even more dazzling. Not bad." Lu Tianming smiled lightly. This was only just the beginning. Those who wanted to deal with him today were destined to be disappointed. His eyes glanced at a number of people who embraced Lu Mulan, and there was some coldness in his eyes. He has suffered malice, vilification, and today's fall is the price of these wallflowers for the past 2 years, and for the next 2 hours. Lu Tianmian did indeed do it, experiencing more than 10 battles, big and small. Many people did not believe that Lu Tianmian would have such a great metamorphosis. Some even felt that it was very honorable to be able to drop Lu Tianchi once again, but in response to this, Lu Tianmian almost always gave them a slap, sending them flying backwards as they huffed and puffed blood from their 7 orifices. Countless people in the room were shocked, finally realizing that Lu Tianming really had such a terrifying skill. Lu Tianmian, give me your life. However, just as the 17th battle was being experienced, a loud roar spread out, and Situ Barbarian, holding his heavy mountain hammer, landed on top of the ring with a rumble, his terrifying aura crazily swirling around, causing the ring to tremble slightly, as if it were a large earthquake, frighteningly incomparable. The 8th level of Qi drawing. Situ Barbarian has actually broken through to the 8th level of Qi drawing in these 10 days or so. Countless people were surprised. The 7th level of Qi drawing and the 8th level of Qi drawing were not in the same concept at all. Nonchalantly speaking, even 5 people of the 7th level of Qi drawing would hardly be a match for the 8th level of Qi drawing. Coupled with Situ Barbarian, who possessed the barbarian god bloodline, even if it was very thin, it was still strong and boundless. It was natural for Lu Tianmeng to be even more dangerous when he met him. 8 levels of Qi drawing? No wonder you have such arrogant capital, but in my eyes it's just barely enough. Come on, today will likewise make you lose as well. However, Lu Tianmian smiled faintly and jumped onto the ring as well. Last time at the weapon peak, Situ Barbarian was defeated without conviction. This time he was going to crush his opponent completely. Chapter 11, Receiving Treasure Again. Bloodline Jade Pendant. Asshole, give back my top-grade spiritual treasure. Situ Barbarian then yelled. That rotten blade was his treasure, and to have it become Lu Tianmai just like that made him feel as bad as if he had eaten. If he had a top-grade spiritual treasure in his hand, his battle power would increase even more by several times. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying aura erupted from his entire body, like a savage god, as he fought his way towards Lu Tianmai to kill him. The heavy mountain hammer in his hand emitted a strong earth-yellow energy, like a small mountain smashing in, with a domineering aura. Just in time. This heavy mountain hammer of yours is not bad, it's mine today as well. Lu Tianming then smiled, stretching out his palm. He punched at the heavy mountain hammer. Situ Barbarian Sam laughed. This fellow, Lu Tianmian, was really greedy, snatching away all his treasures, but he still wanted his heavy mountain hammer, especially now that he had chosen to fight hard with his bare hands. He really didn't know how to die. When? The next moment let everyone horrified. A terrifying energy outbreak. Heavy mountain hammer was even directly when the sound was shaken out. Not only that, Lu Tianmian that fist within that terrifying power, but also let Situ Barbarians immediately wow. Sprayed a mouthful of blood. The body is like a toad in general. Backward a few steps, almost fall a few heels. Countless people's eyes were glazed over. Situ Barbarian had reached the 8th level of Qi drawing. His physical strength had been enhanced by several times, but he was still no match for Lu Tianming. This guy's physique, how could it be so perverted? Could it be that his Great Desolate Emperor body has had some of its potential stimulated by him? At this time, I don't know who said in a hoarse voice. Many people were shocked. The Great Desolate Imperial body. The name was too loud. If Lu Tianmeng really inspired some doorway, it would be enough to make every single person chilled. After all, this was a physique that made the ancient powers all fearful. At this time, some of the elders of the inner sect were shaken in their hearts. I'm not convinced. Barbarian god bloodline, give me a true stimulation. Situ Barbarian shouted angrily, not believing that he would not be able to defeat Lu Tianmeng. He gritted his teeth, his body's blood flowed, emitting the sound of thunder, and then his torso, his bones, like being inspired, even grew out of thin air, turning into a foot 7 or 8 zhang, like a giant-like figure, and then wheeled his bushel-sized palm, slapping it out once again at Lu Tianmian. This time, his aura was undoubtedly even more terrifying, his palms rubbing against the air, causing the entire ring to set off a gale, and many of the watchers, their faces ached. When this palm went down, those below the 8th level of Qi drawing would never have the slightest possibility of resisting. Barbarian god bloodline. It allows cultivators to fall into a state of berserking for a certain period of time, and their power and strength will skyrocket. Lu Tianmian, how will you resist? At this time, at the high position, Lu Rulin once again laughed coldly, her eyes icy cold, and said, Situ Barbarian was able to take the first step and enter the 8th level of Qi drawing, so it could be said that his ranking was even fewer enemies in the outer sect, coupled with being caught in a state of berserkness. It was not easy for even geniuses like Wei Zhuofan and Yin Jiro to try to counteract it. It was already extremely difficult for Lu Tianmian to achieve such a bright performance in the grand competition. She didn't believe that it was still possible to block the current Situ barbarian. Yin Finger and Wei Zhuofan also laughed out coldly, thinking that Lu Tianmeng was going to suffer. Having forced Situ barbarian to this point in the outer sect, Lu Tianmian was considered to be honored despite his defeat. Barbarian God Bloodline? Lu Tianming smiled faintly. Barbarian God Bloodline was indeed good, allowing Situ barbarian's current physical strength to reach at least 35,000 pounds, knowing that at the 8th level of Qi drawing, there were very few people who could possess 10,000 pounds of divine strength, not to mention 35,000 pounds. This was indeed extraordinary, but it was still a bit different for him. Then, Lu Tianming's gaze glanced at Situ barbarian's neck, and a brilliant light swept across his eyes. On Situ barbarian's neck, there was a jade pendant that carried an ancient aura, and within the jade pendant, there was a subtle power that was entering Situ barbarian's body, enhancing his blood chi for him, which was what caused Situ barbarian's aura to be so strong. Bloodline jade pendant? Lu Tianming's eyes were delighted. That was a very amazing treasure, containing surging energy. If he got all of it refined, his Great Desolate Emperor bone would be able to quench out a few pieces again, and his strength would increase greatly. Lu Tianmeng was naturally a bit greedy. Lu Tianmeng, come die for me. Situ barbarian laughed out loud, looking at Lu Tianmeng as if he was looking at a corpse. This bastard had caused him to lose face last time at Arm's Peak, and today he could finally take out a vicious breath of air. At the same time, once Lu Tianmai was abolished, he and Zhong Jianxi were also less number one love rivals. Maybe Zhong Fanshi will look at him differently. It filled his heart with excitement. Big guy, if you really do anything unfavorable to Big Brother Lu, I will not let you off the hook. At this time, Zhong Fanshi grunted in anger. She didn't like the big, burly Situ barbarian at all. I don't understand Situ barbarian, why he is so addicted with himself. Hush, all around. Many people were somewhat mocking Lu Tianmeng. Lu Tianmeng performed so amazingly that it made many people jealous. It is a great shame that women are now being made to defend it. The 2 years Lu Tianmeng had fallen from grace had been thanks to Zhong Xianxia's help. Otherwise, under Lu Mulan's suppression, perhaps he would have been expelled from the Holy Land long ago. Ha ha, Lu Tianmian, you are truly a pathetic man, disgraced as a man. Kneel down for me. Situ barbarian laughed angrily. The ferocity in his eyes increased. Only when Lu Tianshi was wasted would he have the slightest chance of obtaining Zhong Jianxi. Run! At that moment, he increased his force, making that slap even more violent in its aura, and the space was slightly shaken. Appalling and boundless, Lu Tianmeng sighed in admiration. There were quite a few talented geniuses in the outer sect. If not for the fact that they had joined the Kunlun sacred ground for a shorter period of time, their battle power might not necessarily be inferior to that of the inner sect disciples. Back then, he was able to become the holy son of the Kunlun Holy Land, thanks to his overbearing beauty master. Under the beauty master's ferocious means, even some of the old guys in the Holy Land have to be green and give face. Otherwise, truly speaking of seniority, hundreds of thousands of disciples of the Kunlun Holy Land, the great position of the Holy Son, may not fall to him. It was fate that he would have this fate. Like God had given him a chance to practice, transformed into a dragon. The opposite annihilates the multitude. Then, Lu Tianmeng looked at Situ barbarian and sneered. Since you want your lousy sword back so badly, today, this holy son of God will use it and make you lose. Buzz. At that moment, Lu Tianmeng once again executed the savage god blade and slashed out a terrifying blade astral. At the same time, Lu Tianmeng exploded the power of the 8 emperor bones in his body together, like transforming into 8 stars. The energy surged, causing Lu Tianming's breath to rise steeply and terrifyingly. Lu Tianmian swung out a fist like a heavenly god striking out, causing a hurricane to rise up in the heavens and earth. Countless people were appalled. Lu Tianmian's power was actually even more terrifying than the berserk Situ barbarian. 8 black dots. Those are Great Desolate Emperor bones. He activated 8 Great Desolate Emperor bones in a month? At this moment, an inner sect elder, sucking in cool air, was surprised. More people around the room were appalled. Great Desolate Emperor bones. It was rumored that every time an Emperor bone was activated, the power would skyrocket. The resources needed to activate it are extremely huge. Though, where did Lu Tianmeng's district handyman disciple get so many resources? This strength advancement made everyone's heart skip a beat. 8 Emperor bones. You're actually stronger than me in power. Situ barbarian's scalp also went numb. He also didn't expect that Lu Tianmai would have such a great metamorphosis within a month. The shock it gave him was just too great. Like a barbarian godman striking out, a flash of fear flooded through him. At that moment, he ruthlessly gritted his teeth trying to avoid Lu Tianmai's slash. In the light of the knife, He smelled the overbearing breath. If he touched it hard, his whole arm would be wasted. Bang! However, Lu Tianmian sneered. He was a noble saint's son back then and had too much combat experience. Situ Barbarian's dodging did nothing for him. At that moment, Lu Tianmian's palm shook, and the blade turned strangely, ruthlessly slapping on Situ Barbarian's back. Pust! The sound of bones being thwarted spread. Situ Barbarian was struck by lightning. A mouthful of blood sprayed out of his mouth, and his body crawled on the ground like a dead dog, no longer able to stand up. The entire room was silent, and there was no doubt that Situ Barbarian was also defeated. Countless people were shocked on the spot. After exerting the bloodline jade pendant, Situ Barbarian was actually no match for Lu Tianmeng. Lu Tianmeng's strength once again refreshed their knowledge. In the entire outer sect, it seemed that only Lu Mulan could crush Lu Tianmeng. Wei Shuafan and Yen Jiro's faces were also ugly, realizing that Lu Tianmeng had surpassed them, and it was a little hard on their hearts. Among them, Swallow Fingers is the most complicated. Back then, she embraced the Holy Sun with the greatest fervor. In public, he has said many times that he admires Lu Xingzi. After what happened to Dongfang Qingcheng, she felt very ashamed. Now she felt that Lu Tianmeng might not be as unpleasant as everyone thought. Otherwise, how could they have held back for years and risen again? A womanizer doesn't have those qualities. Beside her, Yan Yuhuan smiled, happy for Lu Tianmeng. He had a feeling that the Sacred Sun's senior brother wasn't going to be crushed so easily. Chapter 12 versus Lu Mulan, the 8 divine treasures of the Emperor's body. With a move of his palm, Lu Tianmeng collected the heavy mountain hammer that Situ Barbarians had scattered aside, and at the same time, he came to Situ Barbarian's side and collected the bloodline jade pendant on his neck. Lu Tianshur grinned. He vaguely sensed that Situ Barbarian's heavy mountain hammer was not as simple as a lower-grade spiritual treasure. This bloodline jade pendant was also extremely important to him, and in this battle, the harvest was considered extremely extraordinary. Then, Lu Tianmeng stripped Situ Barbarian naked, leaving only a flowery pants. Seeing that there were no treasures, before letting him go with a sense of satisfaction, many people were dumbfounded. That was Situ Barbarian. Nowadays, his battle power was enough to ask for the second place in the outer sect, yet he was stripped by Lu Tianmian with only a pair of pants. It was too humiliating. Situ Barbarian almost spat out a mouthful of old blood and fainted. This is so humiliating. Lu Tianmu leisurely stepped down from the stage, not feeling anything. These people were either going to waste him or harm him, and deserved the consequences. Lu Tianmian, I will definitely not let you off the hook when the finals are held. At that moment, Lu Mulan stood up and said in a cold voice. Situ Barbarian was also one of her people, and Lu Tianmeng was equivalent to slapping her in the face. You'd better worry about yourself. Lu Tianmeng sneered. The competition continued next, with the rest of the field being the elite, and the heat of the game was so intense that the blood was pumping. There was no lack of people among them who, after a year of diligent cultivation, had greatly increased their strength. Lu Tianmeng encountered a few of them and used a dozen moves to defeat them. He once again sighed. The outer disciples are like clouds. Sometimes you can't just look at the rankings. Fortunately, these people did not pose the slightest threat to Lu Tianmeng, and in the end, Lu Tianmeng successfully approached the final. At that moment, the atmosphere of the entire room climbed to the peak. Many of those watching have straightened their backs. Some of the outer sect and even inner sect elders were all concentrating, knowing that the outer sect competition, the real main event, was coming. When a bell rang, with all eyes on them, Lu Tianmian and Lu Mulan ushered in a showdown. Lu Tianming, meet your fall. Lu Mulan's entire body erupted with a terrifying battle intent as she flew above the ring, a strong aura sweeping out, causing the surroundings of the ring to look like it was kicking up a gale. A terrifying sight. 9th level of Qi drawing. Lu Mulan broke through to the 9th level of Qi drawing. A lot of people shocked. Reaching the 9th level of Qi drawing was a whole other level. The aura of heaven and earth in his body was exuberant to the top. It even produced a trace of Xin Yin Qi, far from being comparable to the 8th level of Qi drawing. Lu Mulan already had a great Luo sword body, and with the 9th level of Qi drawing, it was even more terrifying. 9th level of Qi drawing? Lu Mulan, let's settle our accounts for these 2 years. However, Lu Tianmian was undaunted as he sneered and jumped onto the ring. At this moment, Lu Tianming's eyes were as cold as a blade. Back then, when he was falsely accused by Dongfang Qingcheng and had his Dao bone extracted, Lu Mulan had been at the side, and even took out an incomparably sharp dagger and cut open his chest. The pain was unspeakable. It was then that he vowed that if this ordeal didn't break him, he would make the sisters pay a terrible, terrible price. After 2 years of holding back, it finally exploded, and the hostility in Lu Tianmian's heart was like a volcano that had been suppressed for a long time, and it swelled out. What a terrifying, ferocious aura! Many outer disciples were appalled. their bones were cold under this ferocity. It had to be said that Lu Tianmeng had once been honored as a saint's son, and this aura was still very impressive. Lu Tianmian, you are to blame for all of this, no one else. Lu Mulan's beautiful eyes were ice cold as she laughed coldly. If Lu Tianmian hadn't become a demon and people and gods were outraged, she wouldn't have been so painfully cruel. This is your dogmaster making trouble. In the future you will naturally know the cause and effect. Lu Tianmian's smile chilled. Just based on these 2 years, Lu Mulan suppressed him. He will not let go. The other party, now, does shine much brighter than back then, but in his eyes, it was still an unimpressive little maid. Lu Tianming, you seek death. Lu Mulan chilled coldly. She hated others, who still treated her like a maid. Lu Tianmai had touched her scales. Lu Tianmian back then, did not put her in her eyes, and she was not happy about it. It can be resolved together today. The radiant and dazzling saint's son of the year was ended by her, a maid by birth. This was the greatest insult to Lu Tianmai. Rout me. At that moment, Lu Mulan laughed coldly, and with a point of her jade finger, a radiant finger on was instantly like a long rainbow, running through towards Lu Tianmeng. A shocking sword aura erupted from the finger awnings, and a cold and incomparable sound of a divine sword being unsheathed even resounded from the ring. Grand and ear-shattering, surprising people. Divine light sword finger? Many people changed color. This was an intermediate-level battle technique. Combined with Lu Mulan's Dala sword body, it was quite capable of piercing through all things. When Lu Tianmian coldly sunbathed as a dragon elephant divine palm erupted with a bang, grinding the sword finger away. Although he was only at the 8th level of chi drawing, he had quenched 8 emperor bones, and it was no big deal for him to harden himself against the 9th level of chi drawing. Boom! In the next moment, Lu Tianmian drew his barbarian godblade and rushed towards Lu Mulan in an arrow step, executing the first style of the barbarian godblade technique, standing split mountain and river. The terrifying blade awnings looked like they could split mountains and rivers with a domineering aura. It was sharper than the dragon elephant divine palm. In the viewing area, Situ Barbarian woke up and once again went berserk. Barbarian God Blade Technique, a barbarian battle technique he had studied for many years. Again, there was no build-up, and it was exhibited again in the hands of Lu Tianmu. He was even more irritated. Lu Tianmeng had taken advantage of him too much. When Lu Mulan's eyes stared, Lu Tianmian, with his great desolate emperor body, seemed to be even tougher than the barbarians when he executed his sword technique. At that moment, she drew the black zephyr sword behind her back to parry this incomparably strong blade. Clang! But above the blade, the force is really too strong. Rather have the posture that can crush everything. The black zephyr sword trembled for a while, and Lu Mulan's arm was a little flooded with pain. Lu Mulan's heart was shocked. Lu Tianmian's great desolate emperor body was too eccentric in its power, like a savage god of war, making it difficult to meet the enemy. Even if she was in a higher realm than Lu Tianmeng, she couldn't mess around. A little carelessness can lead to big losses. Blistering wind and rain. At that moment, Lu Mulan drank. Her figure changed abruptly, and for a while, the ring seemed to turn into countless Lu Mulan, launching a terrifying sword art together, killing towards Lu Tianmian in a rush, the swords moving heavenward. Some of the inner sect elders were surprised. This was an advanced battle technique. Body battle techniques were originally rare. Lu Mulan had this body technique. The offense became even more powerful. Lu Tianming also did not expect that Lu Mulan had executed such a subtle stance. And for a moment, facing the many sword lights, he did not react, and his chest behind his back and shoulders, he was cleaved with 7 or 8 sword marks. It was a good thing that Lu Tianmian's imperial body was incredibly sturdy, or else he would have been greatly injured. Even so, Lu Tianming's aura was slightly lower. Lu Tianmian, this is the resources that Sister Qingcheng has given me, and this is just the tip of the iceberg. You are no longer extraordinary. How can you fight with Sister Qingcheng? Lu Mulan laughed coldly. Her attack intensified even more fiercely. Her expression sneered. Sister Qingcheng, possessing the memories of the ancient great saints, had obtained countless treasures, and was so rich that even the older cultivators of the desolate domain were afraid. Against Lu Tianmai, it was indeed like an ant that could be crushed with his hand. Is that so? However, Lu Tianming sneered. He just didn't expect Lu Mulan's stance to be so subtle before he was caught in passivity. Now that he's stabilized, it's not so easy to crush. Swish! At that moment, Lu Tianmian also stepped out in a mysterious step. In an instant, Lu Tianmian acted like he had been enhanced by some kind of secret method, and in less than a breath, he came to Lu Mulan's left side, and with a knife slash, a sharp killing light, he slashed at Lu Mulan's shoulder, and slashed over. What? An uproar set off all around. Many people were surprised that Lu Tianmian's speed was so terrifying. It seemed to be even swifter than Lu Mulan's blistering wind and rain stance. How is that possible? What kind of stance is this? Lu Mulan's pretty face also changed in surprise. Lu Tiannian's footwork looked very clumsy, like an old duck, unpleasant to the eye. However, she had the ability to turn rottenness into magic, breaking through the blockade of her blast stance, making her feel very absurd as well. With her stance, even if an ordinary Xianyin realm person wanted to move, it wouldn't be easy. This footwork, called the crow body technique, specializes in killing old crows. Lu Tianmeng smiled faintly. During those few days when he fought with Old Crow, Lu Tianmeng's stance had indeed improved a lot. Due to the Old Crow's extreme speed, it didn't feel like anything to fight with it. However, when fighting with others, the swiftness of the crow's body technique was immediately emphasized. Just like a ghost, which could not be defended against, there was also some joy in his heart. It seemed like there were a lot of benefits to crossing paths with the Old Crow. How does this stance feel familiar? At this time, in the clouds, there was a pale and incomparable breath, and his tone was stunned. Pust. In the end, on Lu Mulan's shoulder, a bloody wound was splintered out, almost splitting her back with a half-meter-long gash, blood spurting out, and her clothes rupturing, revealing some fair skin in spring. Many people are horrified. Lu Mulan since the Oriental Qingcheng, inspired by the Great Luo sword body, the outer door is almost invincible. The visual impact of being injured in public was too great. Lu Tianmian, I'll let you die without a burial place. Lu Mulan was also furious. Being injured by Lu Tian, the asshole she despised and belittled the most, was a great shame in her eyes. Great Luo sword body, Great Luo sword chi, kill. At that moment, Lu Mulan's beautiful eyes were cold. Boom! On her delicate body, a terrifying and incomparable sword astral deity immediately overflowed, making the long sword in her hand dazzling with light, with the feeling that it could cut through all things. Dang dang! Lu Mulan was incomparably furious and kept sending out fierce attacks on Lu Tianming. Lu Tianming frowned. Lu Mulan's sword intent was too strong. Gradually his barbarian god blade was somewhat unable to resist. Great Luo sword body. It's worthy of being an amazing physique that is infinitely close to a spirit body. At this time, an outer sect elder, stroking his beard, smiled faintly. Physiques were generally categorized into grades such as spirit body, king body, royal body, and saint body. Those who possessed such a physique could be said to be 1 in 10,000. And those who possessed a spirit body in the inner sect were also extremely rare. Lu Mulan's de Luo sword body, which was infinitely close to a spirit body, was indeed unique in the outer sect. The other elders nodded their heads as well. Lu Mulan's talent for sword Dao was also extremely outstanding. It was highly likely that one day he would cultivate into a spirit body, or even be able to be strong. Lu Tianming, how can you fight me? I have been cultivated by Sister Qingcheng for many years. How can I be compared to you? On the ring, Lu Mulan was wide open, like a female sword god. Up and down her body, a terrifying sword aura permeated her body, and every move contained great divine might. She dragged out a sword chi that was a dozen feet long, as if it could split the heaven and earth, and angrily shouted. Countless people also snickered, thinking that Lu Tianmian was going to be finished, forcing senior sister Lu Mulan to display such a terrifying sword might that no one under the Xianyin realm would be able to defeat him. Lu Tianmai's dazzling battle record was going to be terminated. Is that so? However, Lu Tianmian was cold. The de Luo sword body hadn't even reached the spirit body, so it didn't have the qualifications to clamor in front of him. Let's show you what a true physique is. At that moment, Lu Tianmeng put away the barbarian god sword, and with a movement of his mind, he mobilized the power of the Great Desolate Emperor body. Rumble! In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted, and the wind and clouds in the sky dome slightly changed color. Everyone was horrified beyond measure to see that above Lu Tianming's head, many divine lights bloomed, finally forming a brilliant and dazzling golden gate. A strange force erupted, like a golden portal, to be opened. There was golden blood chi surging from it, making Lu Tianming's aura instantly become countless times stronger. Golden portal. This is the Great Desolate Imperial Body, the legendary 8 Divine Treasures? Chapter 13 Golden Blood Chi. Wow! The surrounding area was in an uproar, and many people were shocked. The 8 divine treasures of the Great Desolate Emperor body were the very mysteries that were blocked by the Heavenly Tao. Now how did Lu Tianmeng mobilize the golden portals of the 8 divine treasures? These 8 portals are rumored to be connected to the strongest mysteries in the world, and each one has an incredible function. And Lu Tianmian actually broke some of the shackles of the first portal. On the podium, Shinmuji also looked shaken and said in shock. The crowd was even more alarmed. This was simply going against the grain. How did Lu Tianmeng do it? With personal power? It is difficult to break the shackles at all. Good. Could it be that the Great Desolate Emperor body can shine once again in him? Some of the elders of the inner sect, on the other hand, looked ecstatic. If this was true, Lu Tianmian's potential in the future would be unimaginable. Even if only one more golden portal was opened, the might would be too much more powerful than a mere Great Desolate Emperor body. Lu Tianmeng was now like a glowing god, making everyone feel splendid. How can you be so lucky? Lu Mulan was also struck by lightning. Her pretty face was pale, although she has a great Luo sword body, but compared to the Great Desolate Emperor body, this physique is simply a dregs. Even Sister Qingqing's leaning immortal saint body might not be able to compare. Lu Tianmeng went against the heavens and opened one of the shackles of the Great Desolate Emperor body by virtue of a great blessing. The shock caused in her heart was also indescribable. Rumble. At this moment, the sky dome was covered with dark clouds and lightning flashed, as if a heavenly tribulation had descended. Very displeased with Lu Tianmeng for opening the first divine collection of the Great Desolate Emperor body, that vast pressure caused everyone to have the urge to kneel and bow. The heavenly tribulation has descended. Lu Tianmai has angered the will of the heavens by forcibly opening his shackles. He's going to usher in a great catastrophe. Some people who were antagonistic towards Lu Tianmai joyfully said, the will of the heavens was terrifyingly vast and irresistible, and a single thunderbolt landing was enough to split many cultivators into flying ashes. The heavens would not allow it, and as the true mysteries of the Great Desolate Emperor body reappeared in the world, Lu Tianmian would indeed have to usher in a backlash. Some people gloated and laughed out, thinking that Lu Tianmai was going to be finished. Zhong Jianqi also had a pretty face that was even more worried. The thunderbolt was too vast, like it was going to exterminate the world. It's very difficult for Brother Lu to resist. Its ability to open one of the divine hidden treasures of the Great Desolate Emperor body was already heavenly. If he really fell, anyone would feel pity. The heavenly tribulation has descended and the Emperor body is showing its first signs. Lu Tianmian is really extraordinary. At the high place, Zhong Lingxiao was also shocked with astonishment in his heart. He had been famous for many years, firmly occupying the top ranks of true disciples. Even Lu Tianmeng and Dongfang Qingchun were just juniors in his opinion. For Lu Tianmian to rise to this point, in the face of adversity, was indeed bright. It seemed that back then, that beauty master uncle, who had forcefully argued for Lu Tianmeng to be the holy son, did have a few reasons. This blessing alone is not comparable to ordinary people. The heavenly tribulation of the Great Desolate Emperor body has descended. At this moment, all the elders were also appalled. It felt like Lu Tianmian was going to die under this kind of heavenly calamity. With his strength, it was impossible to fight against the heavenly tribulation. In the ring, the corner of Lu Mulan's mouth once again revealed a cold smile. Feeling that Lu Tianmai was going to be doomed, the Great Desolate Emperor's body is destined to be impossible. A waste body with some achievements. The more outstanding Lu Tianmai was, the more he accelerated his death instead. It's pouring very tragically, like an ant that desperately wants to change its fate, but is unable to do so. A mere heavenly calamity. What is there to fear? Block it for me. However, under everyone's pitying gazes, Lu Tianmian smiled coldly. In his exchange with the woman in white, he had long known that the heavenly clash bell had the ability to withstand the heavenly tribulation. He was not afraid of the heavenly tribulation generated by the Great Desolate Emperor body. When, in the next moment, an ancient and simple big clock emerged in front of Lu Tianmeng, and the many thunderbolts in the sky dome struck down on the big clock, and did not let the clock have the slightest damage. Instead, the large bell also flowed with a terrifying Tao rhythm, with a supreme aura of suppressing the 9 heavens and 10 earths and being the only one to be honored. What kind of bell is this that can actually withstand a heavenly calamity? Many people's eyes glazed over. Some of the inner sect elders, too, were dumbstruck. This clock is somewhat like the ancient books recorded in the ancestor, sacrificed out of the heavenly bell. Heavy waves welled up in their hearts and they felt unrealistic. The crash bell is very ethereal and has never been obtained. It was too unbelievable that Lu Tianmeng possessed the heavenly clash bell. Asshole, defeat me. Lu Mulan's silver teeth. Realizing that the situation was getting even more out of control, Lu Tianming's heaven-defying and perverted nature shook one's soul. At that moment, she exploded the power of her great Luo sword body to its full extent, adding to her sword light. The light of the sword was filled with the feeling that it was indestructible and could cut through yin and yang. It contained all of her essence, and under the Xianyin realm, it was almost certain to die. The current you is too worthless in my opinion. However, Lu Tianmian smiled faintly, and by this time, there were already many rolling golden blood qi in the golden portal, flooding Lu Tianmian. He was like a god of war bathed in starlight, with a sense of battling the heavens and moving the earth and being invincible in the 8 worlds. After the first yoke of the Great Desolate Emperor body was opened, Lu Tianmu's battle power changed too much. His eyes were deep, looking out of the corner of his eye, as if there was nothing in the world that he put in his eyes. Boom! At that moment, Lu Tianmian displayed a fist, and the rolling golden blood qi rushed to the sky, like it could break everything in the world. Ka chow! Lu Mulan's sword light directly disintegrated and crumbled away, and that fist aura, swept in like nobody's business. Lu Mulan's face changed drastically as she cast an ancient shield, trying to resist. Bang! As a result, she was still shaken and flipped out, crashing hard onto the ground and spewing out a mouthful of blood. The whole place is dead silent. Countless people's bodies stiffened and froze in place. Everyone cringed when Lu Tianmai won. The divine stash of the Great Desolate Emperor body was too strong, and Lu Tiannian was like a heaven-defying god of war, his golden battle aura stunning the hearts of the people. Lu Tianmeng smiled lightly, not caring about the crowd's surprise, and came to Lu Mulan's side, similarly taking out his storage bag. Lu Mulan screamed in anger. In that storage bag, there were many resources given to her by Sister Qingcheng. No matter what, it can't be. To fulfill Lu Tiannian, I've already shown mercy by not killing you, and you still want to keep your resources? Get lost. Lu Tiannian kicked Lu Mulan in the small of her back, and with a poof sound, it made her spit out blood once again, and she flew backwards off the ring, fainting to death. Many people's faces darkened as Lu Tiannian kicked at Lu Mulan's dantian. There is essence flowing there. Obviously, Lu Mulan was also wasted. Lu Tian, waste my sister. You seek death. Just as Lu Tian was about to open Lu Mulan's storage bag, suddenly within the storage bag, a divine light flowed out. Then, the divine light transformed into the figure of a woman with power over the world, like she could overpower the 8 wastelands, and a jade palm slapped out, about to slap Lu Tianmai into mush. Is that one of Dongfang Qingqing's Dharma bodies? Lu Mulan's storage bag actually hides this kind of undercard. The surrounding area was in an uproar. A lot of people are surprised. Dongfang Qingqing was the Kunlun Holy Land, the veritable #1 heavenly pride, pouring immortal sacred body, ancient sacred memory, like a female immortal standing in the 9 heavens. Even many of the older generation figures in the desolate domain were all incredibly jealous of them. The strength had long since reached a point unimaginable to the crowd. One of its Dharma bodies appeared and unleashed an extinction attack on Lu Tianmeng, making people furious. With a random strike, even inner disciples were afraid that it would be difficult to resist. Dongfang Qingcheng, bad egg. This is the outer sect competition. How can you make a move? Zhong Jianqi stood up with a puff of air and scolded. Many people laughed bitterly as Lu Tiannian took the liberty of uncovering Lu Mulan's storage bag before allowing this Dharma body of Dongfang Qingcheng to appear. In a sense, it's not exactly breaking the rules. The power of this Dharma body of Dongfang Qingcheng was at least above the Xianin realm. Lu Tianmeng was indeed going to be in big trouble. When, however, Lu Tianmeng looked indifferent and was simply fearless, as his grudge with Dongfang Qingcheng reached the point where it seemed like an ocean. How could it be so easy for this Dharma body to injure him? Chapter 14A Dharma Body. Boom! At that moment, he activated the heaven-crashing bell, the ancient bell body, like a great mountain, the golden blood chi rolling, blocking the oriental pouring city, the killing aura of a palm. Not only that, there was also a majestic and huge force on the body of the bell, shocking the Dharma body of Dongfang Qingcheng and causing it to fall back a few steps. The crowd was shocked. On top of Lu Tiannian's head, that big ancient bell was really something. Is it true that the Grandmaster, who sacrificed his heart and soul to refine the heavenly clash bell? If this was the case, Lu Tianmeng's chances were even more enviable. Dongfang Qingcheng, if you want to kill me, it's not that simple. Lu Tiannian's head hung over the great bell. His golden blood aura was monstrous, and a strand of great Dao Qi aura hung down from the great bell, swirling in all directions. At this moment, Lu Tiannian was even flowing a golden haze from his hair, filled with the flavor of arrogance as he sneered at Dongfang Qingcheng. Just by looking at the aura, he did not lose to Dongfang Qingcheng at all. Dongfang Qingcheng's beautiful eyes, looking at the large bell above Lu Tianmeng's head, shone brightly. The large bell was inscribed with flowers, plants, fish and insects, ancient deities, and scenes of ancient ancestors offering sacrifices to the heavens, which were very vast. The whole body was modeled with vicissitudes, like it was standing in the river of years, and she was a little shaken in her heart. It does look like the ancestor, sacrificing the heavenly clash bell. That was an ancient divine weapon that shook the ancient world, and for Lu Tiannian to have such a chance made her feel impractical as well. This Dharma body of Dongfang Qingcheng actually has a spirit. Some people changed color. Normally Dharma bodies were dead things that would automatically dissipate soon after being energized. This one Dharma body of Dongfang Qingcheng, yet it possessed spiritual intelligence. How strong its creation was. It was worthy of being in existence that made even the older generation figures jealous. Lu Tiannian, you wasted my sister. Do you really think that this holy maiden doesn't dare to take action against you? Dongfang Qingcheng Dharma body, her beautiful eyes cold, angrily shouted. If the goddess king is in a rage, the 9 heavens resonate, the Qiankuan shakes, the sun, moon and stars if they are going to fall down. The scene is frighteningly boundless. Even Su Changhai and Shin Muji were shocked inside. Dongfang Qingcheng's aura was too strong, and his every word and action was too much for people to bear. So what if I wasted your sister? I haven't forgotten how you wasted me back then. Lu Tianmian was tit for tat. Back then, there was another important reason why Dongfang Qingcheng made a move against himself. In the burial god abyss, he clearly saw the black gas overflowing from Dongfang Qingcheng's body. He vaguely sensed that there was something wrong with Dongfang Qingcheng, or to shut him up for such a hot shot. At that time, he didn't expect that senior sister Qingcheng, who had always been submissive to him, would be so ruthless. It was only when faced with the dangers within the burial god abyss that it was allowed to succeed. It's a pity that he fought in blood, trying to save senior sister Qingcheng, but it is ironic that it ended up like this. You went off the deep end back then. Your character is not good. This palace has been extraordinarily kind and left you alive. You are so ungrateful. This palace will eradicate you completely between heaven and earth. The killing intent in Dongfang Qingcheng's beautiful eyes climbed to the extreme. Lu Tiannian's Great Desolate Emperor body unveiled its first shackle, a golden blood aura that shook heaven and earth, plus the suspicion that there is a heaven crash bell. This ancient treasure, she also felt threatened by unfeather. In the future, Lu Tiannian would definitely not be a pool animal. Buzz! Dongfang Qingcheng stretched out her white jade-like slender hand, and the aura of the many peaks throughout the outer sec became withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, the light emanating from her body was even brighter than the blazing sun in the sky. A large hand seal took shape and slapped down at Lu Tianmai. Countless people were pale. The might of a wisp of Dharma body of Dongfang Qingcheng was too strong. Such a strike was no less than a god eradicating an ant. Lu Tianmeng was almost certain to die. Rumble! A terrifying pressure swept over Lu Tianmian, and the Dao bones in his entire body showed some signs of crumbling. He looked at the dome of the sky, which could be described as a large hand that covered the sky, and was also aghast in his heart. Dongfang Qingcheng was indeed too dazzling compared to back then, and it was feared that her Dharma body had already reached the peak of the blazing sun realm, and the 6 realms of cultivation: Qi drawing, Shen Yin, Fiery Yang, Shen Dan, Dao King, and Celestial Man, a realm of 1 heavens. To a cultivator of the Qi drawing realm, the Xianyin realm would already be unbeatable. The blazing sun realm was even harder to reach. The eastern pouring city Dharma body was also strong. Its essence was at least in the divine Dan realm, and it might even break into the Dao King. Lu Tianmian had a cold chill in his heart. At his peak back then, he had only managed to break into the divine Dan realm. Dongfang Qingcheng had indeed surpassed him by quite a bit. It's worthy of being known as the most dazzling saint daughter of the Kunlun sacred land since the beginning of the millennia. It was possible to break through the celestials one day and reach an even more sublime realm. At that moment, with his teeth clenched, he was about to mobilize the Great Desolate Emperor body, a more original power, to engage Dongfang Qingcheng. Granted, doing so would be a huge drain on his body, probably, but he undoubtedly couldn't care less right now. Croak! Right at this moment, a crow's chirping sound rang out, followed by a black light that flashed away. Under the gazes of countless people who were astonished, the majestic palm of Dongfang Qingcheng, which seemed to be able to overturn the heavens and earth, was instantly dissolved away. Then, an old, overbearing voice, full of dominance, resounded throughout the entire heaven and earth. Dongfang Qingcheng, you little wench, you're a holy maiden. Making a move on my heaven's destiny master nephew is too much of an influence on your status. The sudden voice caused everyone in the square to freeze. Eyes shifted, all looking stunned, only to see that at some point in time, a crow appeared above Lu Tianming's head, looking very pale, with some of its feathers a little white. Instead, there was a very terrifying and vast aura on his body, like standing in the middle of a black ocean. It can overturn the heavens. At this moment, it stretched out a paw and casually snapped its booger, looking askance at Dongfang Qingcheng with a condescending expression. A crow that is so strong? Everyone was dumbfounded. This crow had most likely reached the heaven realm. This was simply creepy. In the vast, desolate domain, there was no one to beat the holy lord of the Kunlun sacred land, the obsidian heavenly sovereign, was only at the Dao King realm. A raven with strong divine might and calling Lu Tianmeng his master and nephew made people feel very absurd. This crow, is that Ye Chulingxin? The pet by her side. Some elders of the inner sect, on the other hand, thought of something and said in consternation. Chulingxin was none other than Lu Tianmeng's master teacher, who had brought Lu Tianmeng back to the Holy Land from outside the desolate domain more than 10 years ago. Its identity is mysterious. Inside the Holy Land, some of the famous people who were in seclusion were scornful. At that time, when Lu Tianmeng showed his first signs of greatness, she was going to ordain him as the Holy Son. At that time, many old codgers disagreed, saying that the position of the Holy Son was too important to be decided arbitrarily. Chulingxin, however, was very overbearing, directly slapping over the many clan elders, making their noses, faces, and faces honest. It was only when Lu Tianming's position as a Holy Son was made real, He was a real little devil in the Holy Land. This crow that was raised back then often stole the spirit fruits from the Holy Land medicine garden and caused havoc. A lot of old people in the Holy Land, scratching their heads and chickening out. It's amazing to see this crow again now, and it makes you giddy. Dead crow, you are so hung. Lu Tiannian also froze. This crow from time to time will make him angry and stormy. It was actually a head of a heaven realm big brother, causing him to be shocked. Hey kid, you master crow, I'm even more hung up. You still don't know it. Humph, if it wasn't for Chu Ling Xin, letting me take care of you for a moment or two, Master Crow, I wouldn't bother with you. The old crow's nostrils turned towards the sky with an unbeatable look. Lu Tianming froze. Several times he had been bullied in the outer gate and was extremely injured. Then the next day he would inexplicably turn better. Looks like it was this dead crow that saved him. The beauty master, though unreliable, raised this crow with a doorway. Spinning around, he was resentful in his heart that this dead crow was so powerful and coaxing. He had been rude to it before, and there was something wrong with it. Don't worry, Master Crow, I'm magnanimous and won't take into account your brat's rude behavior. The old crow's eyes gurgled as he seemed to understand Lu Tianmeng's thoughts and laughed with a big grin. Lu Tianmeng smiled. With Crow covering him, he would be afraid of no one in the future. It's about to be springtime for him, too. The tyrannical beauty's master teacher was finally reliable for once. He wanted to lean back and laugh. The eastern pouring city Dharma body, seeing the old crow, radiating the aura of the heaven realm, was also shocked in his heart. Heaven realm powerhouses were counted in the desolate domain. The great elders of the 4 great sacred lands were all hard-pressed to reach such a realm. Beside Lu Tianmeng, there was such an unfathomable crow, and the surprise in her heart was extremely strong. Dao Father Crow, this is a sparring match between juniors, and it is even more inappropriate to defend it in your position, right? Then, Dongfang Qingcheng sneered. Chapter 15 Immortal Flame. She had heard something about the old crow, which the old guys in the Holy Land called the crow Taoist. Most of the ones that mentioned it gritted their teeth and wanted to strip their feathers and make soup. Today's glimpse of the old crow's lewdness is evident. Is you violate the rules in the first? Crow Master, I step in. What is not? Female child, you cannot in front of the Crow Master. Set your that holy girl identity, even if it is your teacher. Barbaric dragon Daozuan came. Crow Master, I still do not hang him. The old crow looked askance at the East Qingcheng. Look proud, said the old crow, looked askance at Dongfang Qingcheng and said with a haughty expression. Although his breath was thick, he looked like a landlubber, without the aura of a highborn. Barbarian dragon Daofather? The corners of many inner sect elders' mouths twitched. Barbarian dragon Daozun is precisely a famous person in the Kunlun Holy Land, has become famous for nearly 1,000 years now, and cannot be kicked. Dongfang Qingcheng was able to make even the Holy Lord scorn him for a few moments, precisely because of the support of the savage dragon Daofather. Now the old crow, speaking so casually, is alarming. Its generation and strength is really a bit perverted. Oriental Qingcheng's Dharma body was annoyed. In her heart, her master was synonymous with strong and domineering. Looking out of the 8 wastelands, it was hard to resist a hand. The old crow was so disrespectful that it upset her. Qingcheng, stop it. This raven Daofather is not something you can fight against. At this moment, a misty and old voice spread out from the celestial dome. Then, a spatial portal opened wide, and an old pale figure bathed in divine radiance emerged. He sits high in the 9 heavens, like he can suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. His body is hazy, and his temperament is very scary, like he doesn't belong to this world. Everyone's hearts almost jumped out of their chests. This was none other than Savage Dragon Daofather. It's a real honor to be able to see it. Fellow Daoist Crow, it's been a long time. Barbarian Dragon Daoist turned to the old crow and smiled. The tone was devoid of sadness and joy, like an old friend meeting. It has indeed been a long time since I've seen you, and I would like to once again learn your excellency's Barbarian Dragon Divine Law when I have the time. The old crow hemmed and hawed and said lewdly. The corner of the Barbarian Dragon Daofather's eyes twitched slightly, and his expression was somewhat enraged. Back then, the old crow was the one who took advantage of his cultivation and set him up, causing him to lose a lot of money. It's a debt he hasn't forgotten. However, now was not the time to settle old scores with the old crow. He let out a cold snort and left with Dongfang Qingcheng's Dharma body. With his status, if it weren't for old crow, he wouldn't have descended to the outer sect at all. Lu Tianmian, even if you enter the inner sect, if this palace wants to deal with you, it's still as easy as a slap in the face. Let's just wait and see. If you go against this palace, you will surely regret it too late. Dongfang Qingcheng picked up Lu Mulan, who was seriously injured and fell into unconsciousness. Looking at her pale face and breathless appearance, the anger in her heart surged once again, and in the end, her full breasts, which rose and fell violently, looked at Lu Tianmian, and said in a cold tone, Only after saying this did the Dharma body turn into a stream of light and leave the outer gate. Seeing the back of Dongfang Qingcheng leaving, many disciples were aghast. Although Lu Tiannian's performance today was amazing, first uncovering the shackles of the Great Desolate Emperor body and then suspiciously taking out the heavenly clash bell, but compared to Dongfang Qingcheng, the foundation was indeed too weak. Its greatest influence was still within the inner gate, and Lu Tianmeng would indeed be a sheep in a tiger's mouth if he entered. Obviously, Lu Tianmeng's life would be even worse in the future. Lu Tianmeng smiled blandly, not caring. Even if the road ahead is difficult, he will rise to the occasion. Dongfang Qingcheng, what is owed to him, he will pay back in full. This term, the outer sect competition, the champion is Lu Tianmian. With a long laugh, Su Changhai announced. The once-a-year outer sect competition finally came to an end in a boundless sensation. Many people got up and left with a look of disbelief. Lu Tianming's performance today was so bright that it would create a huge stir in the Holy Land. The saintly son who had been silent for 2 years, the man who had been spurned by no one, was truly destined to return. Am I wrong? Yan Jiro smiled bitterly. Judging from Lu Tianmian's behavior today, there was indeed something strange about what happened back then. At that time, Lu Tianmeng also treated her as a senior sister and treated her well. It's a bit self-inflicted that she personally buried those relationships. Sister, in a few days, it will be the palace selection conference, so by then, enter the inner sect, and then see if you can repair your relationship with Big Brother Saint Sun. Again, beside her, Yan Yuhuan sighed. Knowing her sister, she had a great crush on Lu Tianmian. Out of these twists and turns, sadly, if sister is convinced that Lu Tianmeng is not of bad character, maybe now she, and Lu Tianmeng still had a slight chance. Yan Zero nodded bitterly, also feeling that she was ratty. There were not a few young girls who had the same idea as Yan Zero, who had the same idea. Today, Lu Tianmian's victory in the championship can be considered as a buzz in the outer sect. Many young girls marveled at Lu Tianmai in admiration, thought it was admirable that he was able to rise above adversity. When Lu Tianming returned to the hut, there were many young girls who had placed their love letters by the water well, which were all compliments, and regrets and such. In response, Lu Tianmian smiled faintly and burned it all with a single fire. It's too late for these things. Kid, you're very hung-ah, possessing the Great Desolate Emperor body. Say, how did you get this physique? Just returned to the hut. The old crow came up, gibbering, mouth full of spittle, curiously asked. Some time ago, it didn't intend to reveal its identity and suppressed a bellyful of questions, but now it couldn't help but inquire. I'm blessed with a heavenly bestowed imperial body. Awesome, isn't it? Lu Tianmian straightened his chest and said proudly. I've been used to contact with it for the past 2 years, and I'm not too inhibited. It's just a pet that beauty's master kept. Damn. When Master Crow, I'm a 3-year-old brat. I believe all such lies. The old crow was furious and flew to Lu Tianming's head, rewarding him with a popping corn. The Great Desolate Imperial body is rare to see even in thousands of years. Lu Tianmian had been so miserable these past 2 years that awakening the Great Desolate Emperor body was rarer than stepping on luck, and it would not believe it. And Lu Tianmian also bizarrely obtained the Heavenly Clash Bell, opening the first divine collection of the Great Desolate Emperor body, which was even more dangling, making it feel ridiculous. Damn, dead crow, it's fine for little master to tell you. You tell me first, where did my beauty master go? Lu Tianming covered his head and said in pain. The dead crow's strength was exposed. It was just too strong. Lu Tianmeng was not its opponent at all, and could only be beaten passively. He couldn't help but think back to the miserable time he spent with his beauty master. You're still too young if you want to condescend to Master Crow's words. That beauty master of yours, where did she go? I don't know. The old crow shook his head. With regards to Chu Ling Xin, it had a strong touch of scorn, that is perversion, and it has never seen it in its many years of living. Thinking back to the days when it was in an ancient place, it ate hot pots and sang pots, and made a great deal of noise. However, he was caught by Chu Ling Xin, and was simply unable to cry. Lu Tianmeng shook his head. His master, always mysterious, was elusive to him. Caring more about your own situation is what's important these days. At that moment, after coaxing the old crow away, Lu Tianmeng sat down on the bed and counted his gains. It had to be said that this outer sect competition, he had experienced many battles and had taken many people's storage bags away. The resources that are available nowadays are so abundant. There were tens of thousands of spirit stones, over 10,000 body tempering pills, and countless other pills and spiritual herbs. Lu Tianmian calculated, smiling with the corners of his mouth reaching the back of his head. In the past few years, he had been so used to being poor that it was the first time he had seen so many resources. With these resources, it would not be a problem for him to break through to the Xianin realm. Buzz. Just as Lu Tianmeng was touching those resources, the bronze ancient coffin, once again, vibrated a few times. It sensed Lu Mulan's storage bag, an ancient jade tablet. There's a treasure. Lu Tianming's heart rejoiced, only to see the bronze ancient coffin fly out, and in one bite, it just swallowed the jade tablet. Finally, a cluster of fire presented itself, draped in roaring flames. After the appearance of the fire, the temperature in the room suddenly soared up. Lu Tianmian immediately burst into a profuse sweat, with some flavor of fear. This cluster of flames was golden in color and seemed weak, but Lu Tianmeng detected an aura of destroying heaven and earth from it. Like all living things, under this flame, they are insignificant and can be instantly destroyed. This is immortal fire? At this moment, within the bronze ancient coffin, the white-clothed woman's slightly surprised voice rang out. Immortal fire? What is immortal fire? Lu Tianmian was confused. In the cultivation world, he had heard of true fire, spirit fire, but had never heard of immortal fire. This is a magical flame born out of heaven and earth. The level is very high. I don't know how much more powerful it is compared to true fire or spirit fire. You guys are too lucky to have casually obtained such a treasure. The white-clothed woman's tone had a hard to conceal surprise. This kind of flame was very difficult to find even for an ancient sage. Even cultivated, it had a chance to become an emperor flame. Terrifying beyond compare. A chance to become an imperial flame? Lu Tianmeng sucked in cool air. That was something terrifying enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. There are very few imperial fires that have appeared in history. It was appalling that this cluster of immortal flames was worth so much. This time, he's really earned it. This immortal flame is indeed rare. If it were in the pill refining world, it would be enough to make some old monsters break their dogs' brains to snatch it. The woman in white nodded her head. Based on this alone, Lu Tianming's achievements would be unlimited if he were to refine pills in the future. In the history of pill refining, there were only a handful of people who possessed immortal flames, and with the immortal flame placed in his body, it also had a certain role to help Lu Tianmeng burn the heavily Dao shackles, making it even easier to open the divine deposit of the Great Desolate Emperor body in the future. It could also wash the meridians and quench the Dao body, which could be considered to be of infinite use. Cool, check Lu Mulan, you've really sent me something good. Lu Tianmeng was smiling from ear to ear. He knew that even people like Situ Barbarian and Lu Xian had opportunities to glean. Lu Mulan was at least a great Luo sword body, and being so close to Dongfang Qingcheng, it was normal that she would have extraordinary treasures. I don't know what amazing treasures I will be able to obtain by defeating Dongfang Qingcheng in the future. Lu Tianmian rubbed his hands in great anticipation. The white-clothed woman gave Lu Tianmeng a cross look, feeling that this guy was a bit cheap. I've kept myself pure and clean for so many years, and I've taken advantage of this kind of asshole. I'm so blind. A few days later, Lu Tianmeng ended his cultivation. Rumble. On the surface of his body, a terrifying and amazing aura emanated, surging like an ocean, with Lu Tianmian residing in the center, filled with a flavor of divine solemnity. Finally, Lu Tianmeng opened his eyes and couldn't help but grin out as he felt the abundant energy in his body. After refining all the spirit stones, body-tempering pills, and the energy from Situ Barbarian's bloodline jade pendant, Lu Tianming's realm, once again, increased wildly. Now that he had reached the peak of the ninth heaven of Qi drawing, he was only one step away from entering the Xianin realm. The Great Desolate Emperor bones, too, were further tempered to the point of 16 pieces. That means a whole 80,000 pounds of divine power. At the Qi drawing realm, such power had never been attained by anyone in the Kunlun Holy Land. Pervert kid, 80,000 gene of divine force. Not to say that it has broken the extreme realm of the Desolate Domain's Qi drawing cultivation, but it's almost the same. Back then, Dongfang Qingcheng, in the Qi drawing realm, at most possessed only 60,000 gene of divine force. The old crow croaked with a look of awe. He couldn't wait to cut open Lu Tianming's body and study it properly. Even the descendants of the ancient ferocious beasts might not possess such divine power at this stage. It's all due to the Great Desolate Emperor body. Lu Tianmian smiled, and was very satisfied with his current strength. Under the burning of the immortal flame, his first divine hidden shackle melted even more, and the golden portal opened even wider. If the golden blood qi in it was mobilized, Lu Tianmeng felt that a figure of the Xianin realm would be green in the face. Chapter 16 Palace Selection Meeting. Right now, if he encountered Lu Mulan, he would be able to finish him off with a single move. It's completely unrecognizable from before. Big Brother Heaven's Destiny. Today we can go to the Palace Selection Assembly. At this time, Zhong Fancher walked over and said with delight. Today, she wore a red dress that wrapped her delicate body in a curvy and delicate manner, combined with the sweet and lovely, fair and pretty face, like a little elf. It was moving. Alright, let's set off together. Lu Tianming laughed lightly, and after a brief wash, he moved off. After every outer gate competition, it is the Palace Selection Conference, and there are 4 major palaces in the inner gate of the Kunlun sacred ground, which are the cosmic flood. In each palace, there were amazing legacies and mysteries. In the past, he was the Yu Palace's eldest senior brother, commanding over 100,000 disciples in the Holy Land. This time, however, Lu Tianmeng was not going to choose to join the Yu Palace, but to enter the Desolate Palace. He had practiced the Dragon Elephant Divine Poem, which was the starting chapter of the Desolate Palace Shin Clan's great skill Dragon Elephant Sacred Heavenly Strength, and it was very helpful for him to learn this skill. The Dragon Elephant Sacred Heavenly Strength, which was famous in the Desolate region and had earth-shattering power, would be of great use in improving his battle power in the future. He was very uptight. This time he would make up for all his previous regrets and cultivate the strongest Tao. With Zhong Fiangxi, like divine couples, over a dozen peaks, Lu Tiannian finally arrived in front of a huge mountain range. The peaks of the mountains here, the architecture is magnificent, and many of the mountains and rivers are streaming with color. The divine haze is gorgeous, and the flow of immortal energy. There was also a spirit island suspended in the dome of the sky, rippling like a fairyland, and it was none other than the inner sect. Compared to the outer gate, which was barren of aura, it was not at a level at all. Interesting, the inner gate of the Kunlun sacred ground, sealed with a dragon vein. No wonder it can be passed down for hundreds of thousands of years and flourish. At this moment, the woman in white faintly spoke. Dragon vein? Lu Tianmeng froze. This is the essence of the earth gathered, the creation of heaven and earth. The rumor of a dragon vein within the desolate domain was very nebulous. Kunlun Holy Land. There is actually a dragon vein. The handiwork is really amazing. However, the dragon vein within your holy land seems to have something special. The white-clothed woman's beautiful eyes glowed with a deep light as she stared at the earth. What is it? Lu Tianmeng said doubtfully. The woman in white was silent and said no more. Inquiring to no avail, Lu Tiannian could only shake his head in a fit of depression. The woman in white is, at times, just mysterious. I guess that inside the bronze sarcophagus, after holding it for too long, the spirit is a bit off. After inwardly spitting some words, Lu Tianmeng arrived at a huge square, at the halfway point of the mountain. Have you heard? The winner of this outer sect competition is Lu Tiannian. No way. Isn't that guy a wasted body? Hey, you news lagged behind not. Somehow, he even let the Great Desolate Emperor body open a shackle, ushered in the heavenly tribulation descended, but also get the ancestors' crashing bell. Shocked everyone. Even the oriental pouring cities one of the Dharma body did not help him. Lu Tianmeng had just arrived, when he heard a lot of disciples, excitedly sputtering and staggering around. Very excited. Apparently what happened in the outer sect grand competition had already spread to the inner sect. That's Lu Tianmeng. In the next moment, those disciples were dumbfounded. Who was that young man with a straight figure and handsome face, if not Lu Tianmeng? They looked full of envy. Now Lu Tianmai, who was also considered powerful, wasn't someone who could be bullied. Lu Tianming's face hung a faint smile, not caring. A sweep of the eyes showed a number of familiar faces. Situ Barbarian, Wei Zhuofan, Yen Jiro, Lu Mulan, and the others. Each looked at himself, varying from anger and awe to complexity and hatred. What's the point of looking at me? Could it be that I haven't beaten you all into submission at the outer sect competition? Lu Tiannian casually picked his ears and said carelessly. Lu Mulan's pretty face was cold, and she said morosely, "Where is my storage bag? Give it back to me." Where there were resources she had accumulated over the years and some mysterious items. Having been shunned by Lu Tianmai, she was so angry that she couldn't sleep these days. There's no reason to return something that came into my hands. If you have the ability, come and get it yourself. Lu Tianming cast a sidelong glance at Lu Mulan and casually said. Lu Mulan's jade face was red, but she didn't dare to mess around, even though these days, Sister Qingcheng helped her Dantian to recover, and her strength was somewhat refined. However, she was still a little afraid of Lu Tianming's Great Desolate Emperor body. That rolling golden blood chi was like transforming into a golden god of war, fighting against the 8 wastes. Just thinking about it makes you cringe inside. Lu Tianmian. The inner sect is not like the outer sect, although you have some fame in the outer sect, but the inner sect is a dragon that you have to coiled, and a tiger that you have to lie on your back. Understand? At this moment, a faint laugh spread out. A young man dressed in white came, his face handsome and jade-like, with a warm smile on his face, and said, however, there was a sense of condescension between his eyebrows, and he was somewhat frivolous towards Lu Tianmeng. Which end are you on? It's not your turn for the saint's son to lecture you, Lu Tianming said nonchalantly. The white-clothed youth's eyes went cold, and there was an icy killing intent within his eyes as he laughed. You have guts. I am Zhao Yuanfeng, and I would like to have the opportunity to learn about the mighty name of the once holy sun. He bit out the words once a saint with a slightly heavier bite, and his tone was thick with ridicule. Many people also sneered out, and there were even more people in the inner sect who worshipped the Holy Maiden Sister. To Lu Tianmeng, who had once blasphemed against the Holy Sister, more people in the inner sect despised him. Never heard of it. Goods like you are not enough to be placed in the eyes of the saint's son. Lu Tianmeng just shrugged his shoulders, wanting to be remembered by him, at least within the 4 palaces. True disciples, ranking in the top 50 was more or less the same. Zhao Yuanfeng, obviously, did not possess such qualifications. In the future, you'll know my Zhao Yuanfeng's name, and it will definitely leave an extremely deep impression on you. Zhao Yuanfeng smiled faintly, and the cold aura in his eyes became even more intense. Alright, Lu Tianmeng, as the winner of the Outer Sect Grand Competition, which palace do you want to join? At that moment, several rainbow lights flew in, transforming into several old man figures. At the head of the group was none other than Shin Muji, an elder of the Yu Palace. The rest were a man, a beautiful woman, and a somewhat unkempt old man. The identities were Kong Qianchuan, the elder of the Zeus Palace, Sui, the elder of the Hong Palace, and the elder of the Desolate Palace, the 3 lacking Taoist. Many people also turned their gazes to the most powerful of the 4 palaces, and it was none other than the Yu Palace. Lu Mulan Dongfang Qingcheng was there. Shin Muji was the former's master, and Lu Tianmeng could be said to have thrown himself into the net if he joined Yugong. With the remaining 3 palaces, Lu Tianming joining them, his future will definitely be hindered. Whichever one he chose was not good for Lu Tianmeng. A lot of people are a little playful. The corner of Lu Mulan's mouth also lifted up a cold smile, feeling that Lu Tianming would definitely join the Yu Palace. This was right up their alley, and it was even easier to deal with Lu Tianmai. Shin Muji also smiled coldly. Lu Mulan was his beloved disciple, and he was also extremely annoyed when he was almost wasted by Lu Tianchi at the Outer Sect competition. When Lu Tianmeng joined Yu Palace, he would also get this debt back. Now he was looking at Lu Tianmeng as if he were a plaything. These guys, too hateful. Understanding what Shin Muji and the others were thinking, Zhong Jianqi grunted in anger and said, Shin Muji, I know you're eager to let me join the Yu Palace, but I'm sorry, with Dongfang Qingchun your Yu Palace has bad feng shui, and I don't want to see your smelly face every day, so I'm choosing to join the Desolate Palace. Just when everyone thought that Lu Tianmai would choose to join the Yu Palace, Lu Tianmai smiled faintly and spread his hands. What? The crowd was stunned. Desolate Palace? This was the weakest palace within the 4 great palaces. Its palace's secret art of the dragon elephant's sacred sky strength, which no one had studied for many years, had fallen to the extreme, and the quality of its disciples wasn't even 1/5 of the quality of the other 3 palaces. In the past years, the disciples recruited by the Desolate Palace were all those that no one in the other 3 palaces wanted. It was surprising that Lu Tianmian had chosen to join the Desolate Palace. Chapter 17 Appraisal Enablement. Finally there's someone with a discerning eye. Lu Tianming, you have a very good eye. The old immortal is very optimistic about you. The 3 defective Taoists instantly laughed out loud, shook his thinning hair and said cheerfully, recruiting an Outer Sect Grand Competition champion, he would be able to raise his face in front of the other elders. It was not expected that a proud son with extraordinary potential like Lu Tianmeng would choose to join the Desolate Palace. Lu Tianmian, do you know that the Desolate Palace's inheritance is extremely deficient, and its resources are the lowest of the 4 palaces? If you choose to join the Desolate Palace, your achievements will be limited even within a few years. You're joking with your own future. Shin Muji's face also turned green and said in a cold voice. Lu Tianmeng dared to openly crowd him, leaving him cold, and the winner of the Outer Sect competition joining the Desolate Palace was a humiliation for the Yu Palace. He was still waiting for Lu Tianchi to bow down to him and join the Yu Palace. This choice by Lu Tianmai gave him the feeling of punching the air. On the side, Lu Mulan frowned, not expecting Lu Tianming to enter the Desolate Palace. Is this to avoid, Sister Dumpster, or do you want to get the Dragon Elephant's sacred heavenly strength? At that moment, she couldn't help but sneer. When Lu Tianmeng cultivated the Dragon Elephant Divine Palm, he did have a chance to obtain the Dragon Elephant's sacred heavenly strength, but that's just nebulous rumor, and no one knows if it'll actually work. Many of the proud sons of heaven in ancient times have returned in defeat, wasting precious time for nothing. Lu Tianmeng also dared to think about it, and she undoubtedly felt that it was a fool's errand. It seems that once the saint's son also wimped out, afraid of the saint's senior sister before he dared to join the Yu Palace. Yes, it would be difficult for my generation of cultivators to become great if they are cowed without fighting. Some of the onlooker disciples also shook their heads and laughed coldly. If Lu Tianming joined Yu Palace, although it was considered a self-inflicted trap, they still respected him as a man. It's a bit cowardly to join the weakest Desolate Palace. Lu Tianming smiled, not caring. He has done things in his life, so why should he have to explain them to others? Lu Tianming, you can't join the Desolate Palace, Shin Muji said with a gloomy face. That's my choice. You bite me. Lu Tianmai was a dead pig. Shen Muji teeth cheeks wildly pumping. Talk to this guy. Simply can choke to death. He. Just at this time, Zhao Yuanfeng stood out and laughed, joining the four palaces, but also does not rely on personal will, but also after a series of tests. Let the test messenger to decide whether this disciple is suitable for its palace inheritance. Not coincidentally this time, the test messenger. I have received the task in the task peak. It is precisely by me. So let me to test a little bit of Lu Tianmian master brother, to see whether he is suitable for joining the desolate palace. Right. With that, Zhao Yuanfeng took out a token from his bosom, which had the words examination envoy on it. Seeing this, many people were surprised. This Zhao Yuanfeng obviously came prepared and wanted to target Lu Tianmai. Many people knew that he adored Lu Mulan. Lu Mulan had been beaten extremely badly by Lu Tianming at the outer sect competition. This was clearly getting back at Lu Mulan. There's still this program. Lu Tianming's sword brows slightly raised. No wonder the other party smiled so find a way. He, senior brother Lu, dare to accept some tests. If you don't dare, listen to the senior brother and obediently join you palace. Zhao Yuanfeng smiled and carried his hands behind his back. He had long since stepped into the Xianin realm and reached the premortal realm. It wasn't far from the middle stage, and assessing a senior disciple who had just entered the inner sect was undoubtedly a handful. As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere around them tightened up. Many people felt some pity for Lu Tianmai. This guy can't escape being toyed with today no matter what. Make an enemy of me. Lu Tianmian. I have 10,000 ways to deal with you in the inner gate. The corner of Lu Mulan's mouth pulled up in a cold smile. Without the holy maiden opening her mouth, there would be many people targeting Lu Tianmai. There were countless people in the inner sect who wanted to perform its sister holy maiden. Alright, you want to seek abuse. This saint's son will fulfill you. Don't blame me if you cry and get stripped down to a pair of fancy pants next. Lu Tianming sighed lightly. He hated smiling tigers and hypocrisy, and Zhao Yuanfeng was clearly this kind of person. And there's no reason not to want the resources that are delivered to your door. He looked at Zhao Yuanfeng with green eyes like a beautiful woman. Zhao Yuanfeng's eyes chilled down. Did this Lu Tianming really think that he was a former saint's son? Daring to disrespect himself again and again. He must have the need to let Lu Tianming know what it meant to say that an intersect senior brother could not be insulted. Watch the move. At that moment, Zhao Yuanfeng's figure moved and blasted at Lu Tianming. His palm extended and he slammed out with a single slap. Within the palm, there was actually a large area of Xianin Qi that erupted, causing space to faintly freeze, and many people's souls trembled. This was precisely the strength of the Xianin realm, where Xianin Qi had already been generated in the body, much more advanced than the heaven and earth spiritual Qi absorbed by cultivators. A random strand could freeze the spiritual energy in a person's body. Zhao Yuanfeng had broken through the Xianin realm for at least 2 years, and this time he struck out with an extremely ruthless power. The Xianin Qi you cultivated is too low level. It is simply insufficient also. However, Lu Tianmian sneered. Xianin Qi also has 3, 6, 9 grades, depending on the cultivator's true Qi, and the absorption of spiritual energy. Zhao Yuanfeng Xianin Qi is the lowest level. It's nothing to him. With his Great Desolate Heart Sutra, tempered spiritual power, he would be able to fight it head-on. Break! At that moment, a cold voice spat out from Lu Tianmian's mouth as he clenched his 5 fingers and punched out. Rumble! In an instant, within each of his pores, golden blood qi overflowed, prancing and pulsating as if golden flames were burning. Lu Tianmian's hair was flowing with golden radiance, and his body was glowing with light, and at a glance, he looked just like a golden deity approaching the world. It was precisely after Lu Tianmu possessed the immortal flame, constantly burning the Great Desolate Emperor body shackles within his body, that the golden portal opened even wider. A casual movement of golden blood qi through the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. 8 invincible. This was a huge difference from the previous outer sect competition. Bang! Under many shocked gazes, Lu Tianmian's incomparable golden fist and Zhao Yuanfeng's ferocious palm force collided ferociously. The shocking energy shook out, and Zhao Yuanfeng immediately let out a mouthful of blood with a wild sound as his body fell back out, his breath wilting down. The crowd was shocked. Lu Tianming's strength had risen so much in just a few days? This fleshly strength was like a savage ferocious dragon striking out. It is full of the sense of shaking the heavens and the earth. Viewing the breath reached at least 80,000 pounds of divine power, 80,000 pounds of divine force. How is this possible? Shen Muji was also shocked. This was simply on the verge of the extreme realm of the Qi drawing realm. No one had been able to do this in the Kunlun Holy Land for hundreds of years. Lu Tianming's fleshly body amazed him greatly as well. Zhao Yuanfeng, are you convinced? After knocking Zhao Yuanfeng back with a punch, Lu Tianming looked arrogant and sneered. He had already withdrawn some of his force. Otherwise it was possible for Zhao Yuanfeng to be directly smashed into mush. I'm not convinced, Zhao Yuanfeng shouted angrily. His eyes were fierce. He was a genius of the inner sect, although in the vast inner sect, it was not considered powerful. But how could he not be the opponent of a disciple who had just been promoted to the inner sect? Especially since Lu Mulan was still looking on. He couldn't afford to lose this person. Divine Light Mirror, kill. At that moment, Zhao Yuanfeng pinched out an arcane spell in his hand, and his heavenly soul cap glowed as a mirror of divine light appeared. With a poof sound, the mirror turned and a divine light erupted, shooting towards Lu Tianmian. Lu Tianmian didn't expect Zhao Yuanfeng to have this kind of magic treasure, and immediately his shoulder was pierced with a bloody hole, shocking him to take a few steps backward. Senior brother Lu, letting my brother cast the divine light mirror counts as an honor for you. Zhao Yuanfeng's hair flew, his head hanging over the precious mirror, dropping wisps of divine light, his aura transcendent, smiling faintly. Divine light mirror, this is an extreme spiritual treasure. Many people exclaimed in shock. This kind of spiritual treasure is very precious even in the inner sect. Zhao Yuanfeng had spent several years before redeeming it in the task hall, and it was so exhibited that everyone envied it. The killing light projected from the divine light mirror was incomparably sharp. Under the Xianin realm, it was absolutely indestructible. Top-grade spiritual treasure? Lu Tianming's eyes flashed. A top-grade spiritual treasure in the outer sect was almost the highest. Just after coming to the inner sect, there were disciples displaying extreme spiritual treasures. He had to sigh, worthy of being an inner sect, not comparable to the outer sect. Lu Tianmian, enter the Yu Palace. Don't waste your talent. This senior brother may be able to show leniency. Otherwise don't blame this senior brother for being merciless. Zhao Yuanfeng's eyes were cold and indifferent as he walked in large strides. The divine light mirror on his head was resplendent with divine light, like a round of blazing sun, dazzling. Zhao Yuanfeng was like a monarch that could not be disobeyed. Chapter 18 Extreme Spiritual Treasure. Heavy Mountain Hammer. Extreme Spiritual Treasure. It's not my turn to clamor in front of me. However, Lu Tianmian smiled faintly and was not afraid. With his many means, he might not be unable to resist against an extreme spiritual treasure. Shen Muji, Lu Mulan, and the others, wanted him to enter the Yu Palace, and he wouldn't let them have their way. The dragon elephant's sacred heavenly strength of the desolate palace was his goal. The king of heaven came and couldn't stop him. Looking for abuse. Fulfill you. Zhao Yuanfeng laughed fiercely. He had guaranteed with Lu Mulan before that he would definitely let Lu Tianming join Yu Palace and help him avenge the outer sect grand competition, and now he would not go back on his words. Divine Mantle Sword Chi, kill. At that moment, Zhao Yuanfeng's eyes became extremely sharp, and his essence was like a sheathed divine sword as he shouted once again. Giggling, the ancient mirror, its light sword, and a brilliant divine light, like a raging storm, shot towards Lu Tianmai. Each divine light, the aura is overpowering to the extreme. If it can pierce through all things in the world, hundreds of divine lights together to kill. This is simply a rain of swords. Let a person's scalp numb. Don't think that you're the only one with an extreme spiritual treasure. Lu Tianming snorted. After snatching away Situ Barbarian's heavy mountain hammer, he used the bronze ancient coffin. He also discovered that there was a seal laid on the heavy mountain hammer, and unlocked it, and the heavy mountain hammer reached the level of an extremely superior grade spiritual treasure as well. Competing against a magic treasure, he could not be weak at all. Boom! At that moment, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Lu Tianmian unleashed the heavy mountain hammer, and immediately, the heavy mountain hammer had a yellow light that was dazzling, carrying an earthy and heavy aura, wheeling away with the aura of destroying all things. Click here. The many divine light sword chi were directly smashed and blown apart. Lu Tianmian carried the heavy mountain hammer, like an ancient savage god, stepping over the earth and attacking towards Zhao Yuanfeng. The plaza was shaking as Lu Tianmian's aura was filled with an unrelenting flavor that stimulated the eyeballs. Many people sucked in cool air. Lu Tianmian actually had an extreme spiritual treasure as well. Is this something that an outer disciple can get? Even for inner disciples, it is very difficult. Zhao Yuanfeng was only able to have it because of the good fortune of being valued by the sacred maiden sister, who casually instructed her and gained a large amount of contribution value before she succeeded. It was too disconcerting that Lu Tianmian could possess an extremely high-grade spirit treasure even in the barren outer sect. Asshole, Lu Tianmian, I'm going to tear you apart. Situ Barbarian's teeth were almost crushed as he roared on that heavy mountain hammer, which was given to him by his clan before his departure. There was indeed a seal telling him not to rely too much on the magic treasure. After reaching a certain level of strength, the seal will be lifted. Now that it was once again cheap for Lu Tianmai, his head was about to go up in smoke. This guy's vision, why is it so poisonous? On the side, Lu Mulan also surprised, if once can be attributed to luck, but the dragon elephant divine palm, barbarian divine blade, to now the heavy mountain hammer. Lu Tianmian even time and again waste into treasure. This vision can be far from ordinary people can have awe. Staring at Lu Tianmeng's long body, she had a strange intuition in her heart. What Lu Tianmeng showed was just the tip of the iceberg. Maybe there were still even more amazing secrets within that impenetrable body. It was also a little hard on her mind, like the chance that belonged to her in the underworld. It vanished and went away. It made her very uncomfortable and somewhat irritated. It felt like Lu Tianmeng must have gotten something noteworthy after getting her storage bag as well. Boom! Lu Tianmeng's aura was like a mountain. Almost in a flash, he came to Zhao Yuanfeng's side, the heavy mountain hammer in his hand wheeled around, carrying a majestic and vast power, like a big mountain, and blasted away. Zhao Yuanfeng's breathing stopped at once and his face changed drastically. This strike came down and didn't smash the out of him. At that moment, he hastily urged out all of his strength, causing the divine light mirror to emit a brilliant light, trying to withstand this atmospheric blow from Lu Tianmeng. When, however, the grand sound of gold and iron clashing rang out, Lu Tiannian's attack was a full 80,000 pounds of divine power, coupled with the Great Desolate Emperor body and the surging golden blood chi. It simply had the might of God blocking God's death and Buddha blocking Buddha's destruction. Zhao Yuanfeng's realm was a huge step higher than Lu Tianmeng's, and he was also no match at all. In the end, Zhao Yuanfeng once again sprayed a mouthful of blood from the corner of his mouth, and his body tumbled out like a leather ball. It took a dozen rolls in the square to stop an sorry state. Everyone's gazes turned and all their faces twitched. Zhao Yuanfeng is too miserable. His nose is blue and swollen. His hair is disheveled. His teeth are broken in his mouth. His crotch is wet. He is lying there with a dead dog, rolling his eyes, and he is as wretched as he is wretched. It was pretty close to getting the hit the fan. His extreme spiritual treasure, the divine light mirror, also had a shocking crack emerging from it, like it was almost about to crumble. Everyone was horrified. Lu Tiannian's strength was really perverted and overwhelming, simply like a humanoid monster. Even in the Xianyin realm there were a few people that dared to fight him head-on. Golem, Situ Barbarian, Wei Zhuofan, and Yen Jiro were also turning white, their foreheads sweating. The gaze that looked at Lu Tianmai was filled with fear, especially Wei Zhuofan and Yen Jiro. Their backs were even more numb, and they were glad that they didn't meet Lu Tianming at the outer sect competition. Otherwise they'll end up in a bad way. The hell with Lu Tianmai's power, how could this be? Lu Mulan's pretty face was ironic, and her beautiful eyes were full of unwillingness. Even Zhao Yuanfeng wasn't a match and was smashed into incontinence. It was too humiliating. Lu Tianmai's strength progression made her heart skip a beat even more. Unconsciously, she couldn't help but cast a shadow on Lu Tianmeng. Hey, it seems that the examination envoy can't do it either. You guys can't intervene in which palace I want to join, right? Lu Tianmeng smiled faintly and looked at Shen Muji at the high seat, saying. Shen Muji's face also twitched and he also felt hot. Zhao Yuanfeng was also authorized by him to deal with Lu Tianmeng. Being cleaned up like this by Lu Tianmeng, he also felt like slapping his own face. However, the rules are like this. He is not good to go back on his words. Then coldly said, you defeated the assessment ambassador and want to join the Desolate Palace. Naturally as you wish. However, 3 months after the 4 palaces martial arts, you will understand that joining the Desolate Palace will bring you how much wastage. You don't want to regret it. After saying that, he flung his sleeve robe fiercely and left the place. Upon hearing this, some of the U Palace disciples in the square couldn't help but show icy smiles towards Lu Tianmeng. The 4 Palace Martial Arts is a biennial event for the 4 great palaces of Yu, Zeus, Hong, and Wilderness. All disciples of the 4 palaces are required to attend. Lu Tianmai joining the Desolate Palace would indeed only waste his future. The disciples of their Yu Palace will naturally take care of Lu Tianmeng. The refusal to join the Yugong was also an insult to the Yugong. Lu Tianmeng looked calm. The 4 palaces will be martial arts. If they stand out, they can become true disciples. That is the core of the entire Kunlun Holy Land. Each can reside on the 9 heavenly spirit island, overlooking the inner sect. The status is respected. He will indeed attend. Back then, when he became a holy son, many old men criticized him, saying that his virtue was not worthy of his position. This time he'll take 1 step at a time, rise to the top and shut everyone's stinking mouth. Knowing the beauty master, the visions of the year was right. He also had to uncover Dongfang Qingqing's hypocritical veil in the limelight. Chapter 19 Wasteland Mountain, on fire again. After joining the Desolate Palace, Lu Tianmeng was then taken to the Desolate Palace area, by Daoist Sanjiu. Ha ha, you kid, really this time to our Desolate Palace greatly face ah, rest assured, follow my 3 lack of Taoist mix. The old road will not treat you poorly. Along the way 3 lack of Taoist, smiling face is almost crooked. Red light, like marrying a small daughter-in-law like, cannot close their mouths. The Desolate Palace had always been unable to raise its head in front of the 3 palaces, and Lu Tianming had indeed made the Desolate Palace. Out of breath. This term, there were a lot more outer disciples who joined the desolate palace. Don't organize those useless things. What specific benefits are there? Hurry up and give them to me. Lu Tianming opened the door and said, normally the winner of the outer sect grand competition would be rewarded with a considerable amount of money for whichever palace he joined. If he didn't have a grudge against Dongfang Qingcheng, joining the U Palace would reward him with at least tens of thousands of spirit stones and spirit weapons. Even if the desolate palace couldn't be compared to the U Palace, it shouldn't be too shabby. Spirit stones? Pills? Lousy doesn't have any. However, Daiwa's 3 deficiencies head shook like a rattledrum. What do you have? Lu Tianming's face darkened. The desolate palace had fallen into such a state. Even the rewards for the outer disciple champion couldn't be handed out. There was no one else for this palace elder. The 3 deficient Daoist. Don't worry. I can take you to a special place. Maybe you have a certain chance of obtaining the Dragon Elephant Sacred Heavenly Strength technique. The 3 lax Daoist's tone was somewhat compelling as he laughed. Where? Lu Tianming's heart was hot. If it wasn't for the Dragon Elephant Sacred Heavenly Strength, who would have come to the desolate palace? The 3 deficient Daoist's words did poke him in the heart. Follow me. The 3 lacking Daoist was sneaky and led Lu Tianming in a direction. Lu Tianming followed with curiosity. The further southeast he went, the more odd Lu Tianming's expression became. The place where Daoist Sanjia took him was desolate. Weeds everywhere. Thorns and thistles. A complete wasteland. There was a big difference between the inner gate with its aura rushing through the air and picturesque scenery. Gradually, almost to the deserted palace disciples, the disposal of household garbage area. Damn it, Daoist 3 deficiencies. You tricked me? In the end, Lu Tianmian was enraged. And Daoist 3 deficiencies had indeed brought him to the inner sex garbage area. There were piles of bottles, jars, discarded clothes, talismans, and household items, and the entire mountain was strewn with flies and insects, and the stench was unbearable. Lu Tianming's forehead was covered with black lines. Kid, you don't know the doorway of this area. Honestly tell you, this is our desolate palace, the most initial inheritance place, when the ancestor Kunlun ancient emperor is here to enlightenment for 100 years, and finally created Dragon Elephant Sacred Heavenly Strength of the ancient strange method. Now that so many years have passed, I'm afraid that the only chance to obtain the Dragon Elephant Holy Heavenly Strength is right here. Daoist 3 deficiencies said leisurely with a straight face. I feel like I've fallen for your pawn. Lu Tianmian's face was like a black pot. Even if there might be a secret, it had been turned over countless times by previous generations, and how could it be so easy to find the Dragon Elephant Sacred Heavenly Strength? Eat the bitterness and the bitterness. To be a man, want to gain something? Naturally have to pay. Good enlightenment. Can't after a few years. I'll pick you up and leave again. The 3 lax Daoist smiled lewdly and left in a puff of smoke. Lu Tianmai was indignant and only stayed here for the time being. He had thought that by entering the inner sect, his living conditions would have improved, but he hadn't thought that it was still inferior to the small hut of his outer sect. He cried and laughed, feeling like God was playing with him. What do you mean? The winner of the outer sect competition, Lu Tianmian, has been placed on Garbage Mountain by the 3 defective Taoists to pick up garbage for a living? Is the 3 lack of Taoist so powerful? That is the champion of the outer gate competition. Once the holy sun. Do not bring this to bury people. It seems that you don't know the reputation of the 3 deficient Daoist. That's the famous deficient Daoist, the inner sect's great snub. Every time the palace selection assembly, I don't know how many aspiring youths from the outer sect have been fooled into joining the desolate palace, saying that there are amazing chances, but it turned out to be grossly unattractive, making a lot of disciples jumping to their feet and cursing their mothers. Lu Tianmian is miserable, but he's still bumping into it, making it even more unlikely that he'll have a future. Soon, Lu Tianmai's life of picking up garbage spread within the 4 palaces. Many disciples laughed out loud. It was comical to see the outer sect competition champion reduced to this level. Lu Tian, is this your choice? It makes people laugh. Holy Maiden Peak. Dongfang Qingcheng heard this news and also laughed out faintly. The 3 defective Daoists' white could be fooled into black. Lu Tian fell into his hands. Indeed he was planted. Bastard. The 3 defective Daoist, pitting big brother Lu Tianmian like this. When Zhong Jianqi heard this news, she became indignant and clenched her small fists, fighting for big brother Lu. It's a shame to live on Garbage Hill. Now that she had also entered the inner sect and joined the Hong Palace, she was valued by Su Yi and accepted as a close disciple. This is his own choice. No one else can be blamed. Zhong Lingxiao sniffed slightly and shook his head. Lu Tianmeng could say that the inner gate was on fire again. Trash mountain. Lu Tianmai settled down. He was not surprised at the many disciples throughout the inner sect mocking him. These days there are many people visiting him to pick up garbage, and he also looks at it calmly. Kid, you're really something. You can live with such a stench here. You're really a role model for my generation. On this day, Lu Tiannian was pouting and rummaging through the garbage when the old crow flew in. Dumbfounded, it was all surprised to hear this news. I didn't realize that Lu Tianmeng really endured and didn't care about the world's eyes. A great man can bend and stretch. What is this? Lu Tianmian hemmed and hawed, gray-headed and very energetic. This kid, how do I feel? You're not holding back any good farts. Old crow was suspicious, feeling that Lu Tianmai was thieving and out of place. I'm being wasteful and frugal. Lu Tianming grinned. Old crow's senses were right, and at first he was indeed indignant, feeling that the 3 deficient Taoists, who had snubbed him to come to the garbage area, were very unethical. However, right after he was in this trash mountain, walking around, he realized that the bronze ancient coffin, surprisingly, was like a sensor, constantly vibrating. Lu Tianmeng was instantly overjoyed, thinking that the bronze ancient coffin could unearth treasures. In other words, there were amazing treasures underneath the piles of scraps that had been accumulated for an unknown number of years. Lu Tianmian these 2 days, only to do extra hard, want to pan treasure here. He naturally wouldn't tell anyone else, so he smiled a very sneaky smile. Damn, Master Crow, I don't have this bad taste. Spicy eyes, go away. The old crow looked at Lu Tianmai. Not much time actually found out a woman's corset is there to pound. Suddenly almost brightly blinded its dog's eyes. Fluttering wings, flew away from this place. Not long after, it flew to the desolate palace, not far above a spiritual mountain, only to see the 3 lax Taoist, who was leisurely, crossing his legs, eating fruit there. A pair of old eyes with 2 slices of cucumber on them looked very self-satisfied. Damn, who is it? Disturbing the old man to rest. The 3 lack of Taoist seems to notice something, immediately uncovered his 2 cucumber slices, thieving eyes, looking around, scolded. In the desolate palace, he was the emperor of the land, and the disciples he snubbed every year were bossed around by him. He was still very authoritative in the desolate palace. Chapter 20 Treasure Mountain? It's you, Master Crow. An old voice rang out. A black shadow flew over the head of Taoist 3 lakhs, and then bearing a pile of bird, which landed, impartially, on Taoist 3 lakhs' brow. The old crow appeared on a large tree not far away, looking askance with a pair of grayish-white eyes, staring at old man 3 lakhs. The 3 defective Taoists were furious, and when they saw the old crow, they immediately hit a jolt, and a smile piled up on an old face like a chrysanthemum blossoming. So it's the crow Taoist. What's the wind blowing today, that you've come to my remote desolate palace? This extreme crow, the entire inner sect, who doesn't know about it? This is the pet that Chu Lingxin raised back in the day, had been lawless in the Holy Land, even some of the old ancestors' tombs dared to steal, so that a lot of old guys stormed. On the contrary, the old crow was still very strong, and no one could do anything about it, so it had been left unchecked within the Holy Land. Appearing on his own, he was naturally a bit resentful. He was a bit of a pushover when it came to the inner sect's reputation, about as good as a street rat. Every year, the number of disciples who were lured to the desolate palace by him and wanted to whack him to death could not be counted. I heard that you are very hanging on. The old crow drooped his eyelids, stretched out his claws and snapped his boogers. Even my master nephew, all dare to pit. You are very not to give my crow master face off. Taoist Sanjia laughed dryly. Elder Crow, I didn't fool him. That trash area was once known as the Ancestral Tao Mountain, a place where the ancestral masters realized the Tao, and there is indeed a hope to obtain the dragon elephant's sacred heavenly strength. Really? The old crow wasn't quite convinced. I'm a grandson for lying to you. The 3 deficient Taoists' chest thumped. Ha ha, Lu Tianmian, this is the once saintly son, reduced to being in a barren mountain, picking up trash for a living. What a disgrace. This day, Lu Tianmian waved a hoe, sweating in the garbage mountain, to carry out the digging treasure big business. Suddenly a big laugh spread, not far away from a group of people flying. A man wearing green clothes, laughing. This place comes and goes every day, and there are quite a few disciples. Together with Lu Tianmeng, the once saintly son name, made many disciples of the 4 palaces, come to visit. On hearing this, many inner disciples, all gathered around. Hey, back in the day, the name of the Holy Son, how loud and famous, shaking the eastern wasteland. Now blasphemy of the Holy Maiden did not work. To this point, really ironic. Not bad. My master said that Lu Tianmian was too young to be a saint's son. It seems true, there is a lack of heart. One just can't have too much smooth sailing sometimes. Many disciples sneered and pointed and sneered. He's so pitiful, yo. There are also flowery girls, with big blinking eyes, who can't bear to say, this place is so full of foul air that no one wants to live. Lu Tianshi was also considered to be a handsome-looking man with an extraordinary demeanor that made him intolerable. Senior sister, he was so moralistic back then and lied to all of us. He deserved this fate. Not bad. Such people don't deserve mercy. The previous green-clothed man then threw Lu Tianmian a parcel and sneered, Lu Tianmian, this is this eunuch, the recent miscellaneous items, do you want to pick them up and look at them as well? There might be items that are useful to you. Many people laughed out loud, really treating Lu Tianmai as a beggar. Asterisk. Lu Tianmeng looked at him lightly and paid no attention. With the sense of the bronze ancient coffin, the significance of this place to him could not be understood by others. Make fun of him for being completely stupid. Clang! In the next moment, Lu Tianmian so seemed to sense what it was digging into and emitted a metallic tremor. Then, Lu Tianmeng took out a dark metal block from the many scraps. Lu Tianmian pinched with force the dark metal block. The body surface came off, and immediately many haze light bloomed, like jewels, illuminating the surroundings, dazzling beyond compare. At the same time an amazing medicinal fragrance filled the air, causing the pores of countless people in the surroundings to stretch open with a fiery expression. Pill? That's actually a pill? What level of elixir is this? The aura of medicinal fragrance is so rich? Countless people around them immediately clamored. There is indeed a certain probability that there can be a treasure in the garbage, but the probability is so small that no one ever gets it. Lu Tianmeng had obviously gotten a precious elixir. Heavenly Yin pill? A joyful color emerged in Lu Tianmeng's eyes, and beside the elixir was a worn-out slip of paper that spelled out the name therein. Celestial Yin pill, an excellent elixir for breaking through the Xianyin realm. Many people were breathing heavily and their eyes were red. To break into the Xianyin realm, the cultivator had to condense the Xianyin qi. Using elixirs can also assist. Normally, what the average cultivator swallows is only the Xianyin Dan, the grade and quality of which is much inferior to the Tianyin Dan. This was a veritable ancient elixir, and it was too enviable for Lu Tianmian to have found a legendary elixir in the middle of a mountain of garbage. The green-clothed man who had previously mocked Lu Tianmai also came down dumbfounded. Damn, that's too much luck. Even if he was sold, it wouldn't be worth a hair of the Tianyin Dan. The fact that Lu Tianmeng had this kind of harvest made him dumbfounded as well. The heavenly Yin Dan is now in the world. It is truly a blessing. Junior, are you selling this heavenly Yin Dan? The old man is willing to offer 100,000 spirit stones. At this time, a pale and loud laugh spread out, and an auspicious cloud flew down from the sky, and an old man in alchemy costume appeared, his body overflowing with a medicinal fragrance, and he smiled amiably and said, his divine soul fluctuations were extremely powerful, like the ebb and flow of the vast ocean, and he could rule heaven and earth with a single thought, which was extremely amazing. That's Dan Qian, the supreme elder of the Kunlun Holy Land? Many people exclaimed. This was a giant. Even the barbarian dragon Exalt and the crow Dao Exalt had to give him face. Just show up and get the blood pumping. The entire Kunlun Holy Land would have to tremble 3 times if its power stomped its foot at will. Dan Qian? Lu Tianmeng was stunned. This was Zhong Lingxiao's master, and in the desolate domain alchemy world, his status was extremely high. He also didn't expect to draw out the other party. 100,000 spirit stones. That's not a small number. If you're willing, this elder can also accept you as a registered disciple. How about it? Dan Qian smiled lightly, without the slightest hint of a big shot's demeanor. Countless heads are spinning. 100,000 spirit stones. Even for an inner disciple, it was an extremely large number. Becoming Elder Dan Qian's registered disciple. This is even a great honor. Who else dares to mess with it in the Holy Land? Asterisk. This guy, so lucky. The man in green almost pissed himself. His face was white. If Lu Tianmeng became Dan Qian's registered disciple, it wouldn't be a bother to slap him to death. Lu Tianmai's identity transformation made him all cold and sweaty. Thanks to Senior's kind words, the heavenly Yin pill is extremely useful to me, so I apologize. However, Lu Tianmeng pondered and shook his head with a faint smile. The heavenly Yin pill was a supreme holy product for breaking into the Xianyin realm. The heavenly Yin qi that is born in the body of a cultivator is much stronger than that of an ordinary cultivator's metaphysical Yin qi. It's not easy to find one. It was related to his future cultivation, so he was naturally unwilling to sell it. That would be a pity. Dan Qian nodded regretfully and did not force himself. Then, he sized up Lu Tianmian. A brilliant divine light bloomed within his eyes, and laughed. Within the body of the little fellow, it seems to be very much a doorway. Can you want to step into the Dan Dao? The old man can point you 1 or 2. Lu Tianmian heart a movement, only to feel that Dan Qian is talking about his body's immortal fire. That is so that the bronze coffin, the mysterious woman in white, are praised by the gods. Dan Qian as an alchemist, will have a sense as normal. Chapter 21 Sensation. However, the immortal flame is divine and has the function of automatically shielding the breath. And even Dan Qian does not exactly recognize it. Lu Tianmeng wasn't worried. Lu Tianmeng laughed. We'll talk about it later when we have the chance. Dan Xian laughed lightly, secretly thinking what an eccentric fellow. He silently stepped back and watched again. Soon, the news spread throughout the inner sect, drawing many disciples and elders from the 4 palaces to come and watch. The heavenly yin pill that had been lost in the ancient times was found by Lu Tianmeng, which was nothing short of amazing. This guy is still going over the garbage mountain. Is he still trying to find some treasure? The crowd was stunned as Lu Tianmian didn't stop after putting away the heavenly yin dan. Still searching for something. It was traitorous luck to get a heavenly yin dan. To find the treasure again, no one would believe. He really thinks he's lucky, doesn't know any better. The man in green from earlier sneered. He was in the Yu Palace, very powerful, and he was annoyed by the fact that Lu Tianmian had found the heavenly yin pill in public and almost pissed himself. Naturally, he couldn't help but be cynical towards Lu Tianmeng. Not bad, it seems really poor and crazy. Some of the other Yu Palace disciples also sneered. They were here specifically to ridicule Lu Tianmai. Wouldn't pass up the opportunity now. The other watchers also shook their heads. It was saddening to see that the spirited saint son of that year relied on rummaging through trash to find treasures. Right at this moment, Dan Xian but gave a light eep in surprise, only to see that Lu Tianmian was as if he hadn't heard the ridicule of the Yu Palace's disciples, as if he was facing a dog barking. Not long after, he actually found out a broken box, and the moment the box appeared, a more pure medicinal fragrance filled the air, causing his heart to throb. What item is that box? Many disciples also noticed that something was wrong. Their gazes widened and they changed color. Little friend, the items within this box, sell them to me. The old man will pay 150,000 spirit stones. Bah, old man Feng, 150,000 spirit stones and you want to buy it? Crazy. I'll offer 200,000 spirit stones. I'll offer 300,000 spirit stones. Sell it to me. Next, old men with gray hair jumped down from the vault of heaven, earning red faces and wailing, like an aphrodisiac, looking excited. That's Elder Tianfeng of the Criminal Law Hall, Elder Yuqi of the Astral Hall, Elder Gongsun of the Hall of Weapons, and Elder Jian Yun of the Hall of Tasks. Hiss! Countless disciples sucked in cool air, their scalps exploding. Those are all inner door bigwigs with their hands full of power. Every strength was at least in the Divine Dan realm, and even the Tao King realm, and were in the same generation as the Lord Sacred Lord. Now all of them came out and were so hot for Lu Tianmai's items that it was shocking. What exactly is the item within Lu Tianmian's tattered box? At this time, Shen Muji, Sun Xianchuan, Sui, and the 3 deficient Taoists all came. Shen Muji looked at Lu Tianmai's tattered box and also cursed angrily. Lu Tianmai joining the desolate palace and being ridiculed would cause such a big stir. Ha, I told you, this kid is different. Maybe there will be some gains. Elder Crow, how about it? The 3 lax Taoist laughed out loud, shook his scarce long hair, and said to Old Crow. He was a little bruised and swollen, exactly what he had been beaten by the Old Crow in the past 2 days. Well, that's more or less the same. If you're old and small and screw my master nephew, Master Crow, I'll let you know why the flowers are so red. The Old Crow dangled a piece of grass in his mouth and said in a dangling manner, How dare I? How dare I? The 3 lacking Taoist compensated with a smile. This was a celestial great man. Of course he had to hold on to his thighs. In the future, in the Kunlun Holy Land, you can have all the wind and all the rain. This kid, no wonder he laughed so cheaply before. There really is a doorway. The Old Crow muttered. Don't grab it. I don't intend to sell the things in this wooden box either at this time. Lu Tianmian opened his mouth. Through the tattered wooden box, he could tell that what lay across it was a spirit ginseng. It was a precious medicine for quenching the body, and it was of great use to him as well. At that, those old men hung their heads in shame and great regret, smelling that medicine. Next, Lu Tianmeng continued his search and once again found some other precious pills, Dan formulae, talisman seals, and so on. It wasn't much use to Lu Tianmeng. Eventually it was sold as well. Gained 300,000 spirit stones. Lu Tianmeng's mouth almost went askew with laughter. These days of pouting and searching here have not been in vain. Many disciples, their eyes reddened with envy. 300,000 spirit stones. How many people do the task for several years cannot be obtained? Lu Tianmian rummaged through the garbage mountain to let a person spit blood. At night, after dealing with everyone away, Lu Tianmian came inside an abandoned wooden house and started to take stock of the harvest. Other than the 300,000 spirit stones, what was most useful to him was none other than the heavenly yin pill and that spirit ginseng. Through the introduction of the woman in white, that spirit ginseng was named 9 heavenly blood in jade ginseng, and it took at least 500 years to mature. It is extremely useful for quenching blood in bones. This 9 heavens blood jade ginseng, the medicinal power is very overbearing. It's a bit risky for you to swallow it directly. but if you can really refine it, I'm afraid that you'll be able to reach the physical body extreme realm of the chi drawing realm, the 100,000 gene ground. At this moment, the woman in white said, Lu Tianmeng was her only hope of getting out of the trap and healing her wounds. She could only pin her hopes on it. Chi drawing realm flesh extreme realm. 100,000 pounds? Lu Tianming was surprised. In the chi drawing realm being able to reach 80,000 pounds, even if it was perverted. 100,000 pounds was simply unheard of. Currently, it was difficult as hell for his power to increase. In Zhao Yuanfeng's storage bag, he also found quite a few body tempering pills. These days of refining, the growth of the physical body was minimal. I didn't expect the woman in white to say that the chi drawing realm, the extreme realm of the physical body, could reach 100,000 pounds. The pole realm is said to be pursued by the ancient body refiners. Even if the descendants of pure-blooded beings from the ancient times of the Taiku and barbarian era wanted to reach 100,000 gene in the chi drawing realm, it would be as difficult as climbing into the sky, precisely because it is too ethereal, coupled with the lack of inheritance. Very few people have achieved it today, and 90,000 gene is an unattainable number for all of them, the woman in white said. Lu Tianming's heart heated up and he grinned. How can I break through the 100,000 pounds flesh limit when I'm at the chi drawing realm? In the past, Beauty's master had taught him that cultivation was like building a building, and the firmer the foundation, the higher the achievements would be in the future. The chi drawing realm was the stage of shaping the foundation of the Tao, so he naturally valued it immensely. According to ancient records, ancient cultivators, at every turn, had the power to pick the stars and take the moon, and break the sky and the earth. Now, but even above the celestials, it has become a legend. Maybe it has something to do with those broken legacies. It's very good that you have the realization in this regard. The white-clothed woman glanced at Lu Tianmeng with her beautiful eyes and smiled faintly. Many cultivators, fearful of suffering, few dared to truly pursue their limits. Lu Tianmeng, however, was like a wolf and had a very persistent heart towards cultivation, something she undoubtedly appreciated. This is one of the qualities that are necessary to become a strong man. It can't be helped. If you don't work hard, you'll be beaten. Lu Tianmian shrugged his shoulders and smiled faintly. Dongfang Qingcheng, what kind of character is that? Ancient great saint memories, a pouring holy body, learning about countless treasures, and an endless value. This was simply the Geisher female pride. The desolate domain will not be able to see one in 10,000 years, and it will surely remain in the history books, shaking the ancient world. If he didn't put up a fight, he would never see a glimpse of his opponents back in his life. He didn't want to be oppressed by it, like dust, being ravaged at the bottom. One experience like that is enough. Chapter 22 Barbarian Body Refining Technique. Lu Tianmeng was unyielding in his heart, too much tougher than he appeared. Without practicing hard, it would be difficult for him to ever truly see the light of day. Not bad, this is a bit of a man's look. The woman in white smiled faintly, and within the dreamy eyes that seemed to be cast in stars, there was a little more color. If before, she and Lu Tianmian were compelled to kill this guy, now it finally gave her a little more flavor of another look. Sometimes there is pressure to be supreme. Otherwise, even if the strongest supreme being instructed them, they would still be nothing more than rotten mud. With this emperor in place, the memory of the ancient great saint of Oriental Qingcheng is nothing. She will regret her actions for that year. The woman in white lazily stretched her waist, revealing curves that were enough to turn the world upside down, and said, those eyes that looked like they contained the cosmic cycle of the universe and the 10,000 worlds and heavens had the aura of overlooking the ages, like there was nothing in this realm of the heavens that was enough to be on her mind. Lu Tianmian grinned. In one encounter, he had obtained the Great Desolate Emperor body that the world could only dream of, and the terror of the woman in white was visible to him. With such a giant helping him, he did have a strong bottom line. Don't whole useless, how about the flesh body breakthrough to the limit of 100,000 pounds? Then, Lu Tianmian returned to his words. The white-clothed woman blankly glanced at Lu Tianmeng without any good breath, feeling that this bastard, the toughness he showed just now, seemed to be deliberately showing her. It's too devious. She didn't get angry and said, this emperor, pass on an ancient method for you to refine the 9 heavens blood jade ginseng, along with your many spirit stones, and the assistance of the heaven crash clock, so that you can be in the chi drawing realm, and break through the limit of 100,000 kilograms of flesh. It shouldn't be a problem. Buzz. After saying that, the woman in white then stretched out her fingers as white as jade onions, and a brilliant divine light entered Lu Tianmeng's sea of consciousness. Rumble. In an instant, Lu Tianmeng felt the wind and thunder within his sea of consciousness and the divine light. Many arcane rays of light coalesced into a single large word that shimmered with an ancient aura. Savage body refining art? Lu Tianmeng's pupils shrank. At the very front, there were clearly 5 dragon-flying fonts. Each of them is like the condensation of the Tao, with a mysterious aura flowing through them. Not bad. Barbarian body refining technique. Is the barbarian era the most top-level body training method, which allows the cultivator to maximize their potential and inspire might? With the Great Desolate Emperor body, it can definitely shock the world, and also allow the Emperor body to better advance. The woman in white laughed softly. Lu Tianming grinned straight in excitement. The woman in white was indeed a blessing. This body training method, at first glance, was powerful and coaxing. It was by no means weaker than the Great Desolate Heart Sutra, and it was even better than it was. It paid off again this time. Close your eyes and swallow the 9 heavens blood in Jade Ginseng, and run with the barbarian body refining technique. At this moment, the white-robed woman said in a deep voice. Good. Lu Tianmian hurriedly collected his mind, puffed, and swallowed the 9 heavenly blood Jade Ginseng in 3 tries. Then he ran the savage body refining technique. Rumble. In a matter of moments, Lu Tianmeng felt that a flood of voices resounded in his mind, like from the barbaric era. The heavenly sound that poured inside the bones, cells, and internal organs of his body. Lu Tianming's entire body felt like it was bathed in the light of the Tao, soothing and relaxing. The 9 heavens blood Jade Ginseng, the majestic energy, also operated along the savage body refining technique, breaking down within Lu Tianmai's limbs and bones, nourishing every inch of his body. Under the surging essence infusion, Lu Tianmeng felt that the 80,000 pounds of divine power, which had originally reached its limit, climbed once again. The quenching of the Great Desolate Emperor bone also began to continue. Lu Tianmeng smiled excitedly. The ancient extremities. She invoking realm. I'm coming. Holy Maiden Peak. This is the inner door 99 Spirit Island, the most magnificent one. The atmosphere is majestic. Dazzling clouds and mist, flowing haze, gorgeous. Inside a luxurious palace, Dongfang Qingcheng was dressed in a golden battlesuit. Her skin was like solid fat, and she was stunningly beautiful. She was sitting on a side of the Tao platform in cultivation. There were 99 dragon chi surrounding his body, each of which was incomparably thick. She looked solemn and sat in the center. If she was an immortal empress with a sublime aura. Lu Tianming, still picking up garbage in the barren mountains for a living? Not long after, Dongfang Qingcheng opened her beautiful eyes, like she could make the sun, moon and stars dim, and emitted a voice that was as melodious as heavenly music. Inside the Guanghan Palace, there were many other luminous figures sitting below, gulping divine light, as if they were gods. It was the major true disciples of the Kunlun Holy Land. The disciples of the Kunlun Holy Land had a strict hierarchy, in addition to more than 100,000 outer disciples, thousands of inner disciples, and 99 true disciples. Every one of them is a dragon among men, the pride of heaven, overlooking the mountains and rivers. To ordinary geniuses, like legends, it towers over them. With Dongfang Qingcheng as the honored one, it was clear that Dongfang Qingcheng was powerful. With the support of the barbarian dragon Venerable and other old men, Dongfang Qingcheng in the inner sect is indeed no less than the sky. Even the Holy Lord Obsidian Heavenly Father, all attach importance to her. Sister Holy Maiden, now that Lu Tianmian is picking up garbage at the ancestral Tao Mountain, it can be said to be spreading all over the inner sect, so I think that in the future, he won't have the face to hang out in the inner sect. Lu Mulan smiled. In front of others, she had an icy temperament, like a divine sword, with a stern clang, but in front of the Holy Maiden, she was like a little quail, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. The divine posture of the Holy Maiden sister was hard to find for thousands of years, and it was even more amazing than facing the old men of the Holy Land. Aw, it's her to the bone. Self-sacrificing indeed. A cold smile spilled out from the corners of Dongfang Qingcheng's rosy mouth. Back then, Lu Tianmian, indeed dazzling, spirited and suave, even helped her cultivate. Without her it wouldn't be today. She was also complicated about Lu Tianmeng. At that time, she struck out at Lu Tianmian for the sake of her future. Over the years, she has also felt some self-blame and felt that Lu Tianmian had treated her well, and not only that, but many of her clansmen had died horribly in front of her, making her, inside, breed a strong and cold heart, do whatever it takes to move up. She didn't want to hear about Lu Tianmeng in these 2 years, like she didn't want to face her one thought back then. Now, Lu Tianmian actually showed signs of rising to prominence and appeared in her vision once again. She was very resistant. It has become a demon for her, necessary to eradicate in order for her heart to be complete. Now that Lu Tianmeng had been snubbed by the 3 defective Taoists and was guarding the garbage mountain, she was relieved. As long as Lu Tianmeng and she were not from the same world, she would not have any influence on herself. She is also the pouring Holy Virgin who shines in the mountains and rivers. Senior Sister Holy Maiden, these 2 days but I heard some news. Abruptly, a youth who cultivated with his eyes closed and wore blue clothes but opened his eyes and frowned. Senior brother Ziyu, what news? Dongfang Qingcheng said in a faint voice. The blue-clothed youth, who was also famous in the inner sect, was a member of her Guanghan Palace seat. As the Holy Maiden, she was the leader of hundreds of thousands of disciples in the entire Holy Land, overlooking heaven and earth. Ziyu smiled bitterly and said, Senior sister does not know, I have a senior brother under my seat, recently passed by the ancestral Dao Mountain, saying that Lu Tianmian found a lot of treasures, and even found the ancient lost heavenly Yindan, and rare spiritual medicine, stirred up a lot of people, and even the Penal Code Palace, the Task Palace, the Astral Palace of the many elders, were alarmed, and very excited to buy those treasures. They were very excited to purchase those treasures that Lu Tianmeng had found. When these words came out, the expression on Lu Mulan's face immediately stiffened. Staring blankly at the talking senior brother Ziyu, she somewhat doubted her ears. How could Lu Tianmeng have such good luck at Garbage Mountain? Finding the celestial Yindan was absurd to her. Chapter 23 Flesh Body Extreme Realm 100,000 pounds. Ancestral Dao Mountain. The source is extremely deep. Together with the clutter that was still tens of thousands of years by the Kunlun sacred ground, it is indeed possible that there are treasures that are not known. Oriental Qingqing beautiful eyes slightly condensed. The heart is also different. Lu Tianmian recent change is indeed not small. Seems to be more demonic than 2 years ago. Go there. Can be unexpected. Sister Holy Maiden, what should we do? Lu Mulan frowned. Lu Tianmu was eccentric, and I'm afraid that letting it grow was not a good thing. There's no harm. At the Four Palace Assembly, there will be someone to deal with him. As long as he doesn't get the dragon elephant sacred heavenly strength, it still doesn't change anything. Dongfang Qingcheng smiled faintly. With the memory of the ancient great sage, she had resources that were even more amazing. Even if Lu Tianming found the heavenly Yin pill, she didn't care. Lu Mulan laughed. Compared to his holy sister, Lu Tianmeng was indeed a maggot. The closer you get, the more you will realize the vastness of the Virgin Sisters. The breadth, like the stars, are unfathomable. Boom! Suddenly, there were thunder flashes in the dome of the sky, and all sorts of haze flew about, causing countless disciples throughout the inner sect to be startled. What's going on? Dongfang Qingcheng raised her head and looked outside the hall. Senior sister Holy Maiden, there's a three-colored thunderbolt descending outside, and a golden haze is flying all over the sky, like the legendary sign of someone breaking through the Qi Drawing Realm's physical body extreme realm. A disciple ran in panic and reported, Qi Drawing Realm, Flesh Body Extreme Realm? Upon hearing this, many true disciples within the Guanghan Palace changed color. Flesh Body Extreme Realm is the ancient misty legend, today has long been unprovable. Not to mention 100,000 pounds. To reach 80,000 pounds in the Qi Drawing Realm was already a heaven-defying position. Kunlun Holy Land. There was someone who had broken into the extreme realm. How could it not surprise people? Dongfang Qingcheng was also surprised. When she was in the Qi Drawing Realm, she was also far from reaching 100,000 pounds. Within the Holy Land, there were such wonders that surprised her as well. At that moment, a group of people walked out of the Great Hall, and when they saw the scene outside, they were even more shaken in their hearts. One could only see the three-colored thunder light flickering, the golden haze. The scene was vast, nearly covering the full Holy Land. Colorful, magnificent and incomparable. Vaguely, the chanting and blessing of the gods can be heard ringing out, making it a desirable experience. Who is it? Broke into the Vanguard Extreme Realm at the Qi Drawing Realm? Ha ha, lately, my Kunlun sacred ground is really full of happy events. Within the many Shou Mountains, many old men with profound cultivation flew out, laughing brightly, like thunder spreading in all directions. Most of these people hadn't come out of seclusion for hundreds of years, and their joint appearance caused the Holy Land to be in an uproar. Could it be Lu Tianmian? Dongfang Qingcheng seemed to think of something, and her eyebrows frowned. In the Holy Land, the strongest person with a physical body in the Qi Drawing Realm was none other than Lu Tianmeng. Awakening the Great Desolate Imperial Body, almost opening the first shackle, the golden blood Qi rushed up to the sky, shocking the hearts of the people. At the time of the Palace Selection Assembly, his physical body reached an appalling 80,000 pounds. Now breaking through 100,000 pounds is indeed possible. Impossible. The more we get to the end, the more difficult it is to break through the extreme realm. Lu Tianmian's Great Desolate Emperor body's shackles have not been completely broken, and it's not very realistic to want to step into the 100,000 kilograms extreme realm. A true disciple, with a deep gaze, said in a deep voice. Dongfang Qingcheng nodded her head, also feeling that with Lu Tianmian's qi, he was still quite far from this step. But who else but him? Unfortunately, the extreme realm vision, which protects the master, cannot be known by others except if he exposes himself, and with the large number of disciples in the sacred ground, it's too difficult to find out exactly. Ziyu shook her head slightly. The Holy Land, crouching tigers and hidden dragons, I do not know how many. Some geniuses hibernate for decades, but also not known. That's why it was difficult for them to know without jumping out when they attracted the pride of the 10,000 ancient extreme realm. Lu Mulan's shell teeth lightly bit her red lips, always feeling that she couldn't get out of it with Lu Tianmeng. Right in the middle of the sensation that the entire Holy Land was stirring up, Lu Tianmeng finally ended his cultivation, checking the surging power in his body and grinning. The extreme realm of flesh body can actually cause heaven and earth to be different. It's really strong. 100,000 kilograms of flesh. Even in the ancient times and barbarians, few people could reach it, not to mention today's Daojian era. You might as well take a look at your own Dantian. There's an extra mysterious power there. The woman in white laughed softly. What is this? Lu Tianming looked at the Dantian and was stunned. There was a cloud of three-colored light there, dense with aura and glowing with a divine aura. Listening carefully, there were chants from the gods that seemed atmospheric and dignified and shocking. This is the mark of God, the woman in white said. Seal of God? Lu Tianmian was bewildered. What's it for? The woman in white said, precisely because breaking through the physical realm is too difficult. Once reached, not only the cultivator's foundation becomes solid and incomparable, will also obtain the seal of God. This is the ancient gods of the blessing, mobilized out at critical moments, can enhance the fighting spirit. The combat power increased greatly. Lu Tianmeng was delighted. Breaking into the Qi-drawing realm's flesh extreme realm, there were such benefits. He tried to mobilize the seal of the gods, and immediately the chants of the gods resounded within his body. Like the power of the ancient gods was added to him, he immediately felt the aura of swallowing mountains and looking out of the world, like transforming into an ancient god that can break the sky and the earth. TSK, this seal of God, it's really overbearing, Lu Tianmeng said with satisfaction. If one were to fight against someone and suddenly exhibit the mark of God, the opponent would inevitably turn green in the face. With his current physical strength, coupled with the mark of God, even if someone in the middle Xianin realm met him, he would be completely fearless. It was worth mentioning that after reaching the Xianin realm, the realm was divided into 5 realms: early, middle, late, peak, and complete. When will I break through the Xianin realm? Then, Lu Tianming took out the heavenly yin pill and said expectantly, within the 4 palaces of the inner sect, there were extremely many heavenly talents, and the only way he would be good enough to look at them was to reach the Xianin realm. Otherwise, the realm always suffers. For the time being, there is no hurry. The Xianin realm, about opening up the bodies in vain, and the human body in vain. Today's cultivation world is 18, but in ancient times, is 22. The remaining 4 are hidden veins. Even if in ancient times can open up these 4 hidden veins of the people, but also few and far between, if all the open, in the Xianin realm, will also reach the ancient extreme realm. This emperor wants you to shape the strongest Tao foundation, so in the Xianin realm you better also reach the extreme realm. If all of them were opened, in the Xianin realm, you would also reach the ancient extreme realm. This emperor wants you to shape the strongest Tao foundation, so in the Xianin realm, you'd better reach the extreme realm as well. The woman in white leisurely said. Xianin realm, vanguard extreme realm? Lu Tianming smacked his lips. This chick was really harsh on herself. To be able to be in one realm, the vanguard extreme realm, was very demonic, let alone 2. Even in the brilliant and radiant ancient times, it was very rare, wasn't it? But he likes it. At that moment he laughed. What should I do? Refine, Topin Dan. The woman in white smiled. Topin Dan? Lu Tianmian moved. This is a very precious elixir. Kunlun Holy Land Inner Alchemy Hall. Many outstanding alchemists. It is difficult to refine. When in the wilderness area of an ancient city, a tomb, rumors of half of the Topin Dan formula circulated in the eastern wasteland, but it set off a bloody storm. The 4 holy land of the disciples of the strong, kill the sky and the earth, the head of the bloody, and ultimately the Topin Dan formula, was determined to be broken. Unable to refinement, only to end. The woman in white actually asked him to refine the Topin Dan. Chapter 24 Refining Pavilion. Big sister, that Dan formula is an absolute treasure. Where can I get it? And I can't have such a high level of alchemy either. Lu Tianming's face darkened. Refining a topaz pill was something that an average alchemy master might not be able to do. Since this emperor has opened his mouth, he has his own methods. Firstly, I have the Dan formula. Secondly, you have immortal flame, and an imperial body divine soul. You're too much stronger than the average cultivator, so you can be said to be a natural alchemist. If you don't concoct the Dan, it would be a waste. With this emperor's guidance again, refining the Topin Dan is nothing. The woman in white scolded. You have the Topin Dan formula? Lu Tianmeng was surprised and his expression was fiery. At the peak of this emperor's life, this Dan formula was too much to bring to the fire. The woman in white was non-committal. After saying that, a piece of ancient paper, from within the bronze ancient coffin, floated out. Lu Tianming took it, and it was indeed the topping Dan formula. He was excited beyond belief. This white woman is a real leg up. Don't look like you've never seen the market before. Follow this emperor and have a strong heart. The white-clothed woman's tone was disgusting. Good. Lu Tianmai nodded his head in a frenzied manner, like a chicken eating rice. With the gradual exchanges, Lu Tianmeng felt that the barrier between him and the woman in white had become lower and lower. With thick legs like that, there's no one to fear in the future. The next day, Lu Tianmeng looked at the overnight topping Dan formula and went to the Desolate Palace's pill refining pavilion, which was a major important facility of the Desolate Palace, where many disciples who were interested in refining pills would buy herbs. If you have enough contribution value or spirit stones, you can also buy pills here to accelerate your cultivation. This place is popular and extremely unpopular. Hu Lao San, early in the morning, you run so fast. What are you doing? On the way, Lu Tianmeng was very excited to see a lot of people with hoes, heading down the mountain. Among them he even saw quite a few elders. Li Ji, this you do not know it, I heard that Lu Tianming in the ancestral Dao Mountain dug out a lot of treasures, and now the disciples of our desolate palace all go to join in the fun, to see if they can also be like him. Traitorous luck, to get the treasures. Asterisk 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 asterisk, and that's a good thing. Take me with you. The corners of Lu Tianming's mouth twitched, not realizing that his finding the treasure in ancestral Dao Mountain had caused such a big stir. But there were valuable items there, and he was almost done looking for them. It's undoubtedly hard for these people to go and be productive. Lu Tianmeng hummed a little song and arrived at the pill refining pavilion. The pill refining pavilion had an odd architecture, like a large cauldron, dazzling with the fragrance of Dan, carved beams and paintings, and was very grand. Most of the disciples coming and going in front of them were of high caliber and extraordinary aura. After all, refining medicine was very costly. The average disciple, without strong financial resources, could not qualify for access to this path. Little fellow, what items do you want? Lu Tianming walked into the pill refining pavilion and an old man greeted him with a heap of smiles. Abruptly, his nose was like a dog's nose, sniffing on Lu Tianmian's body with a surprised look. Kid, you seem to have a medicine refining treasure on you. At those words, many disciples of the pill refining pavilion turned their gazes. Does this old man belong to a dog? His nose is so smart. What he senses should be immortal flame. Lu Tianmeng was alarmed. On second thought, he also understood that the divine soul of an alchemist was much stronger than an ordinary cultivator. It was normal to have some intuition about the immortal flame in his body. However, the immortal flame could not even be sensed exactly by Dan Xian, so he was naturally not afraid of being detected. He touched the tip of his nose and laughed. Elder is joking. I'm just an ordinary desolate palace disciple. I don't have any treasures. It seems I sensed it wrong. The old man shook his head, looking puzzled. The scent was gone. Only blame it on his sleepy head. Your purpose in coming here? I need some herbs. Lu Tianmeng handed over a piece of paper. These herbs, like the formula for refining the topaz Dan. Could it be that you want to refine the topaz Dan? The old man was surprised. Lu Tianmeng smiled as he verbalized that he had casually pounded on alchemy, and he had never even heard of what a topping Dan was. It's also true that the topping Dan is so precious that finding the formula is too unbelievable. Elder Blackwood lost his smile. Fortunately, the medicinal herbs that Lu Tianmeng needed were not rare, and the pill refining pavilion was able to take them out. In the end, Lu Tianming asked for 10 points of herbs and spent 150,000 spirit stones in a burst of heartache. Refining medicine really does cost a fortune. Little fellow, what other items do you need? Elder Blackwood laughed. Treat Lu Tianmeng as a big customer. I'll take a casual look. Lu Tianmeng said casually. It was a rare visit to the pill refining pavilion, and he did have some interest in the items here. The treasures of this place are indeed numerous. Not only are there various medicinal herbs and pills, there were also battle techniques, spiritual treasures, and secret books for sale, so it could be said that as long as one had the money, one could buy almost anything. This price, it's so expensive. Lu Tianming smacked his lips as he saw a lower-grade spirit weapon bought for 300,000 spirit stones. A human-level battle technique was also bought for 350,000 spirit stones. He had consumed 80,000 spirit stones for his physical body to break into the 100,000 gene pool realm. There were only 60,000 spirit stones on him now. Many items that are mostly unaffordable. If you are strapped for cash, you can pay in installments. Elder Blackwood smiled. Lu Tianmeng shook his head. He didn't have the habit of spending money in advance. Just as Lu Tianmian was preparing to leave, suddenly the bronze ancient coffin within his dantian shook slightly, it an area on which an item is sensed. Lu Tianming's heart was happy. There was another treasure. This induction, it was a bit more drastic than normal treasures. It's a wooden sculpture? Lu Tianchi looked at the item. The wood carving is about the size of a baby's head and is carved with a landscape painting. The scenery is delightful and the views are breathtaking. Lu Tianming could sense that the material of the wooden sculpture, which resembled gold rather than gold and wood rather than wood, was very sturdy. You've taken a fancy to this wood carving. Elder Blackwood laughed. The house lacks a decoration. How much is this wooden sculpture? Lu Tianming casually said. Don't try to swindle me. The material of this wood carving is extremely odd. It can isolate our cultivator's divine soul. Maybe there is a doorway in it. It's not that easy to pick up. Elder Blackwood grinned. Old and cunning. Lu Tianming cursed. However, you can see the doorway of the wood carving. It's also considered fate. 100,000 spirit stones. You take it. Elder Blackwood, stroking his beard, said. There are too many. The corner of Lu Tianming's mouth tugged. Even though he had the bronze ancient coffin, he could sense the extraordinary nature of the wooden sculpture. However, other people seem to think that the research value of this item is less than 30,000 spirit stones. Elder Blackwood could be described as a lion's share. 20,000 spirit stones. Don't sell and pull back. Lu Tianming simply said. Deal. Elder Blackwood agreed painfully. The corner of Lu Tianming's mouth grinned, feeling that he had given more than enough. It seemed like 10,000 spirit stones, and the other party sold it. He didn't say any more, and at that moment, he delivered the spirit stones and was about to leave. Sorry about that. I've got my eye on this wood carving as well. I'll give you 10,000 spirit stones. Get lost. Right at this moment, a loud laugh came from a young man in brocade clothes who walked in and blocked Lu Tianmai's path, teasingly saying that, he threw out a storage bag and threw it to Lu Tianmian like a beggar. The look was filled with condescension. Lu Tao, Desolate Palace Wind and Cloud List, Top 50 Geniuses. The crowd changed color. The other party was a second-generation ancestor in the Desolate Palace. Not only is she powerful, but her sister is Lu Yimeng, who is ranked in the top 10 of the Desolate Palace. Ruyumen is also the love interest of the elder brother of Omiya Cho Yanfeng. At the palace selection conference, Lu Tianmian had fixed Zhao Yuanfeng so severely that he almost smashed the out of him. Big brother Zhao Yuanfeng had already put out the word for Lu Yimeng to take care of Lu Tianmeng in the Desolate Palace. Lu Tao had obviously come to trouble Lu Tianmai. Chapter 25 Lato. Scram. Lu Tianmeng frowned and spat out a word. He had nothing polite to say to those who came looking for trouble. Kid, coming to the Desolate Palace and still daring to be so wild. Today I'm going to let you know what is meant by the rules of the Desolate Palace. Lu Tao laughed sarcastically. Zhao Yuanfeng was his worshipper. Lu Tianmian had made his brother so humiliated, and he had to find a way back for his brother. Knock. He probed out his large hand and grabbed towards Lu Tianmian's heavenly aureole. His palm was like an eagle's claw, glowing with extremely sharp fluctuations. Advanced battle technique. Heavenly eagle claw. The crowd was shocked. Lu Tao's cultivation had reached the middle stage of the Xianin realm. The Xianin chi in his body was very thick. Lu Tianming didn't seem to have broken through the Xianin realm yet. It was undoubtedly impractical to try and compete with Lato. Looking for abuse, Lu Tianmian laughed coldly and punched out, exerting a majestic divine power. Due to practicing the barbarian body refining technique, Lu Tianmian's skin and flesh became incredibly strong. A fist blasted out, like a great desolate beast striking. Ka chow. A crisp bone-thwarting sound rang out, and Lu Tao's entire arm, instantly like a plastic pipe, twisted down. Lu Tianmian slapped out a slap, and with a snap, Lu Tao was directly slapped out. His entire face was bloody, his teeth fell out, and like a dead dog, he rolled on the ground for a dozen times. Everyone was dumbfounded that Lu Tao was easily cleaned up by a guy who hadn't even reached the Xianin realm yet. The image was so absurd that the crowd looked like they had been struck by lightning in disbelief. What a strong power. This strike has at least 90,000 pounds of divine power. Some sharp-eyed people sucked in cool air. 90,000 pounds of divine power. The chi-drawing realm reaching this step was simply heaven-defying. Could it be that the genius who broke through the Vanguard Extreme realm yesterday was him? Elder Blackwood was also surprised. Lu Tao, are you rich? Using money to insult me. Today I'll leave you with nothing left. Lu Tianming walked over to Lu Tao. At this moment, Lu Tao cried out in pain, whimpering and letting out miserable sobs. Lu Tianmian snapped dozens of slaps on Lu Tao's face, making it a bloody mess. Then, stripping him down to just a pair of pants, collecting his storage bag, kicking him out of the pill refining pavilion and smashing him into the cesspool at the foot of the mountain, wailing in pain. The crowd was dumbfounded. Lu Tianming had made Lu Tao so miserable. It was almost like he was going to turn the world upside down. Lu Tianmian, beating your senior brother like that, you are simply treasonous. Some of Lu Tao's friends became furious. They usually acted as a bully in the desolate palace, and being beaten up by a disciple who had just advanced to the inner sect made them unable to step down. Boom! A dozen or so disciples offered spirit treasure flying swords, fire knives, copper mirrors, and so on, blasting towards Lu Tianmian. They had all reached at least the early stage of the Xianin realm, and with their spirit treasures at the mid-grade level, their outbursts of aura were extremely impressive, and the space was trembling slightly. The desolate palace is ranked at the bottom of the 4 palaces. Just because of you drunkards, today I will teach you a good lesson. Lu Tianming was not afraid, knowing that with his relationship with Dongfang Qingcheng, the 4 palaces would hardly have a place for him. In this way it strikes a heck of a nerve and makes others fear it. Buzz! Lu Tianmian executed the savage godsword and slashed out with a single slash, rolling golden blood qi, like a river undulating and flooding away. Each strand of golden blood qi was majestic in atmosphere and unparalleled in impact. Thousands of eruptions, an unstoppable torrent that can destroy everything. Slap! A dozen or so spiritual treasures of notable grades immediately exploded like broken copper. In Lu Tianmai's saber qi, the power contained in it was also like a savage bull plowing through the earth. The outgoing disciples all suffered huge repercussions, spraying blood from their mouths and flying backwards, wailing in pain. This blood qi is simply heaven-defying. Elder Blackwood was appalled. The qi-drawing realm cross-border battle. One move to dry out a dozen or so disciples of the early Xianin realm. All of them. That's a sick record. The Great Desolate Emperor body yoke that Lu Tianmeng broke was just one. How intimidating it would be to break more and more. History records that by breaking more than 5 shackles, the Great Desolate Emperor body, the blood qi would be able to flood the starry sky and cover the sky. It was truly possible for Lu Tianmeng to reproduce the divine might of the Great Desolate Emperor body. A bunch of rice buckets. It's a waste of air even in the desolate palace. Get lost. Lu Tianmian snorted, striding in front of them, collecting the storage bags away, and also kicking them one by one down the cesspool at the foot of the mountain. Bone-thwacking sounds rang out from all of them, obviously even if healed. He's wasted. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief and swallowed furiously. Lu Tianmian was so tough. If this matter were to spread in the desolate palace or even the inner sect, it would create quite a stir. Lu Tianmian, do you really think that in desolate palace, no one can sanction you? Finally, a cold shout spread out, and a purple-clothed young man stepped out and said in a cold voice. He held a green-colored long sword with thunder and lightning, his eyes blooming with thunder and lightning, like a thunder and lightning sword god, with an intimidating aura. It was none other than Sun Shao, who was ranked 43 on the Desolate Palace Wind and Cloud ranking. The strength was a great deal more powerful than Lu Tao. Senior brother Sun, kill this brat for me. I'll let him die without a burial place. At the foot of the mountain, Lu Tao crawled his head out of the dung pit, swallowed several mouthfuls of feces, and roared angrily. Being in such a miserable situation, his hatred was so great that he growled like a mad dog. Don't worry, he'll make him pay. Sun Shao smiled faintly, his long sword pointed at Lu Tianmian from afar, and said coldly, Lu Tianmian, if you have the guts, go up to the wind and cloud stage. Dare you? Wind and cloud stage? Many people changed color. That was the Desolate Palace's specialization. Used as a place for duels. Desolate Palace Wind and Cloud list top 50. Are in the Wind and Cloud platform fight out? Each hand is stained with blood. Battle success. Lu Tao was only on the Wind and Cloud ranking because of his sister's fame, and was not in the same concept as a genuine Wind and Cloud ranking disciple like Sun Shao. And on the windy stage, life and death are in the hands of fate. Sun Shao wanted to let Lu Tianmai go up to the Wind and Cloud stage. This was going to be ruthless. I'd like to see what disciples on the Wind and Cloud ranking have to offer. Lu Tianmeng agreed with alacrity. The physical body broke through 100,000 pounds, and under the seal of the gods, the quality of his body, too, changed greatly. Also want to verify the current battle limit. Fighting Sun Shao was just what he wanted. Sun Shao, to be with Lu Tianmian, on the Wind and Cloud stage. The news passed through the Desolate Palace in less than half an hour as if it had grown wings. Inside the 4 palaces, all of them created quite a stir. Zhong Jianqi and Zhao Yuanfeng, Lu Mulan, Yan Jiro, and Wei Zhuofan all came, each with a different expression. Sun Shao was a genius on the actual Desolate Palace Wind and Cloud ranking. Lu Tianming had only entered the inner sect for a few short days. How could he be his opponent? In this duel, not many people favored Lu Tianmai. Sun Shao, you're too bullying. If you really want to duel, how about accompany you for a couple moves? At this time, Zhong Fiangxi puffed up on the stage and said angrily. Lu Tianmian face slightly dark. Although Zhong Fiangxi in the Hong Palace, the past few days there is not a small change. The body of the divine haze, foreign colors flowing light. However, she was still not as strong as herself, so how could she be a match for Sun Xiao? However, at this little girl's actions, a trace of warmth flowed through Lu Tianming's heart. Seeing true love in times of trouble, Zhong Jianxie was, to him, very much enough. Chapter 26 Seal of the Gods. This is a duel between me and Lu Tianmin. It has nothing to do with you. Senior sister Zhong, get off the stage, Sun Xiao said with a twitch of his face. Zhong Fiangxi was Zhong Lingxiao's own sister and loved her dearly. Zhong Lingxiao was a renowned true disciple of the inner sect. Even the holy maiden's senior sister had to be polite for a moment or two. He didn't have the guts to mess with it. And the Zhong family is an ancient family in the eastern wasteland, with deep roots and strong people. Looking at the Holy Land, Zhong Jianxi was like a little princess. If he fixed Zhong Fanshi, wouldn't he be looking for death himself? Ha ha, senior sister Zhong, this is a duel between men. You'd better not get involved. At this time, Zhao Yuanfeng laughed out loud with a smooth expression. Of course he knew that Sun Xiao also counted as standing up for himself. At the palace selection assembly, Lu Tiannian had made him extremely humiliated, and this account could finally be repaid. At that moment, he looked at Lu Tianmai with extremely cold and eerie eyes. Buying a fixed hand. All of you press Sun Xiao and Lu Tianmian. Who will win? Winning percentage, 10-1. At that moment, a man smiled faintly and spoke. He was dressed in a silver battlesuit, with an extraordinary demeanor, like a silver god of war. Looking heroic, the crowd was stunned. This was none other than the 20th ranked genius of the Desolate Palace, Zhang Wu. Though strong, he is a gambler. When dueling at the Wind and Cloud Terrace, frequent outside bets were considered to add color to the duel, and they were used to it. Ha ha, there's money to be made. It's not worth it. I'll bet on Sun Xiao to win. 3,000 spirit stones. I pressed Lu Tianmian, and in the hands of Sun Xiao, I wouldn't be able to walk for more than 3 moves. I pressed him to go 10 moves at most in Sun Xiao's hands. Many disciples wailed and began to press for spirit stones. In a short while, the number of spirit stones, which reached 200,000, was extremely lucrative. Lu Mulan also laughed coldly and pressed 10,000 spirit stones, betting that Lu Tianmai would not be able to walk more than 5 moves in the hands of Sun Xiao. The scene could be described as lopsided, and no one felt that Lu Tianmian would win. You all really look up to me. Lu Tianmeng smiled faintly. There's money to be made and he won't waste it. I'll press 50,000 spirit stones. I win. At that moment, Lu Tianmian shook his hand and threw out a storage bag and said. Many people were shocked. Lu Tianmeng was really confident enough in himself. 50,000 spirit stones. If he loses, he will not only suffer from flesh and blood, the money is empty too. That's gutsy. Senior brother Lu Tianmian, really confident enough in yourself. Admirable. Zhang Wu grinned and gave a thumbs up. In the eyes of the crowd, Lu Tianmian being able to last 10 moves in Sun Xiao's hands was extremely impressive. It was almost unlikely to beat Sun Xiao. Tenin veins had opened up in Sun Xiao's body. In the Xianin realm, it should not be underestimated. The results aren't out, so who knows? Lu Tianmeng shrugged his shoulders. I'll also press 50,000 spirit stones and bet on Big Brother Lu to win. Zhong Jianxi smiled and took out a storage bag. Ha ha, good. I'd like to see what kind of strength this Big Brother Lu of yours has. Zhang Wu laughed loudly. Hee, it's been a long time since the Desolate Palace has been this lively. At the top of a mountain, Taoist 3 Lakhs crossed his legs and sat on a rocking chair, eating spiritual fruits and laughing. This kid now in the end, cultivated to what situation? Master Crow, I also want to take a look. Crow similarly leaned back and rubbed his eyes in concern. Lu Tian, today I'm going to let everyone know that you're nothing but a dead dog. Sun Zhao's face was cold and morose. Lu Tao was extremely close to him, and he was going to make Lu Tian return the favor tenfold. Talking big so early, beware it's you who will be disgraced. Lu Tianming grinned and drew his rotten knife. Many people were stunned. Lu Tianmian had gone crazy, going so far as to use a lousy sword to duke it out. Seeking death. Sun Xiao laughed fiercely. His body moved, turning into a purple lightning bolt and rushed away. His long sword sharp and domineering, pointing straight at Lu Tianmian's brow. The sword clanked and the cold air pierced the bones, and many people's souls throbbed. This sword was named Purple Thunder, and it was none other than an extreme spiritual treasure. When Lu Tianming's golden blood chi within his body, infused into the tattered body of the knife, and at that moment, the barbarian god's knife, exuded an eye-catching light, like an awakened divine weapon, revealing the flavor of magnificent atmosphere. The barbarian god's sword was placed across his head and immediately blocked Sun Xiao's powerful sword chi. Sun Xiao was surprised, not expecting the barbarian god blade in Lu Tianmian's hand to be so extraordinary. There was actually a strong recoil that shook his arm. Barbarian god blade technique. Abruptly, Lu Tianmian grinned. dislodged Sun Zhao's longsword, and slashed out, slashing down at Sun Zhao's heavenly aura. Buzz! The blade rubbed against the air, and a strange whistle was emitted. If the gods and demons hissed, the atmosphere was magnificent. Under the stands, Situ Barbarian was furious. This barbarian god blade technique, it was a human rank battle technique. It's one notch more powerful than the advanced warfare. Lu Tianmian's execution of this blade technique was undoubtedly too powerful than in the outer sect grand competition. At this moment, the blood chi was roaring and the golden light was dazzling, like an immortal god of war. Human rank battle technique? Sun Zhao's eyes were surprised. Such battle techniques were not easy for the geniuses on their wind and cloud ranking to obtain. Lu Tianmian just like the inner door. There is actually someone ranked battle method. Luck is really not normal. Purple sword takes off. Sun Zhao's body rotated and swung out a domineering sword dipper, like a dragon soaring through the 9 heavens, colliding with Lu Tianmian's ferocious blade chi. It had to be said that the tenin veins opened up in Sun Zhao's body were indeed very strong, and within each yin vein, Xianyin Qi was produced, which was too much stronger than the true Qi of the Qi drawing realm. Even if Lu Tianmian's battle technique was a cut above Sun Zhao's, he didn't have an absolute upper hand when he fought head-on. Instead, under that intense Xianyin Qi, the power Qi within Lu Tianming's body was somewhat frozen. Even his movements became sluggish. Realize the gap? Even if the physique is extraordinary, without a realm, it's still a castle in the air, Sun Zhao said with a cold smile and a haughty demeanor. The heart was a little shaken. If ordinary Qi drawing realm, and he collided with him, he would also be seriously injured. Coughing up blood, Lu Tianming was just blood Qi swirling, harmless enough to surprise him. If he broke through to the Xianyin realm, his battle power would definitely be perverted. At the Qi drawing realm, having such a strong physical body was considered a freak. That may not be the case, Lu Tianming sneered. This was just an ordinary warm-up. Dragon Elephant Divine Palm. At that moment, his eyes sank as he blasted a palm towards Sun Zhao's belly. He directly exploded the power of the 100,000 gene extreme realm, and even the power of the mark of God in his body was also displayed. Rumble! In an instant, 10,000 feet of metaphysical light erupted from his body surface. His entire body was like a small sun, radiant and dazzling, and the dome of the sky resounded with the sound of gods chanting scriptures, like the gods chanting, so grand and boundless that the mountains and rivers shook. Under the dazzling divine light, even Lu Tianmian's hair flowed with brilliant radiance. A divine aura erupted as Lu Tianming descended like an ancient god, and many people felt the urge to bow down. Seal of the gods, 100,000 gene extreme realm. Lu Tianmian reached the Wangu extreme realm in the Qi drawing realm. The surroundings were like a pot exploding, setting off monstrous waves. Countless people were shocked. Yesterday, someone broke through the 100,000 gene pole realm of the Qi drawing realm, shaking the entire Holy Land. A lot of speculation as to who that person was. I didn't expect that it was really Lu Tianming. Chapter 27 Flesh Body Extreme Realm, shocking the 8 directions. The seal of the gods. He really broke through. Flesh Body Extreme Realm. Elder Blackwood was also shocked. It's just dangling. How did he cultivate? On the top of the mountain. The 3 missing elders also had their eyes rounded. Although Lu Tianming was the champion of the outer sect grand competition, within the 4 palaces, there would be such a character born every year. Many outer sect champions, entering the inner sect, would be mediocre. The gold value of the outer sect championship, in the inner sect, is not very high. After all, many geniuses with outstanding talent would directly enter the inner sect. He was even valued by the famous masters and directly accepted as a personal disciple. Outer disciples with lower qualifications. He didn't think much of Lu Tianming, the outer sect champion. At this moment, Lu Tianmian actually broke through the 100,000 kilograms of flesh extreme realm, which could shake the ages, and a monstrous wave surged in his heart. Amazing awe, the ancient legend. As long as the Qi-inducing realm reaches the extreme realm of the physical body, it will lay a strong and incomparable cultivation foundation. As long as it does not die prematurely, it will be able to reach the celestial realm in the future, or even higher. Lu Tianmian has the posture of a celestial being. The old crow also smacked his tongue in amazement. Although it was a strong person of the celestial realm, it clearly understood how difficult it was to break through the celestial realm. The trials and tribulations it had gone through to reach this point were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Lu Tianmian had the appearance of a celestial being and was a gem in the desolate domain. I don't know how many worldly families, sects, and denominations have become the meat and potatoes, and once he entered the celestial realm, his strength was far from being comparable to his own. I didn't expect that the little witch, who had casually taken in a disciple at the beginning, to shine so brightly. It couldn't help but have some admiration for the little witch's vision. It would be an honor to take on such a disciple. How does he have the posture of a celestial being? Sacred Maiden Peak. Dongfang Qingchang was also watching through the illusory sky water curtain, and her heart was slightly austere. The ancient legendary way of the extreme realm had long since severed its inheritance. She was also surprised that Lu Tianmeng had such a creation. Once they reached the extreme realm, crossing the ranks to challenge them would be very simple. Right now, Lu Tianmeng's qualifications were difficult for anyone to underestimate. I knew that heaven's mandate was extraordinary and would not annihilate the masses. In the violet sky heavenly palace, the obsidian heavenly father could not help but laugh aloud at the sight. His expression cheerful. Back then, he was the one who taught Lu Tianmeng to cultivate, and it's counted as half of his own disciple. If those old men had not embraced Dongfang Qingchang, he wouldn't have been willing to, letting heaven's destiny be so miserable. Now that heaven's mandate shone even brighter than before, he counted himself as half a father, so he was naturally pleased inside. Experiencing setbacks, heaven's mandate is more calm and resolute than before, like divine iron, polished to become a supreme divine sword. I'm afraid that Lu Tiannian's secrets are not small if he can reach the ancient extreme realm. On the side, an old man in plain clothes laughed. In today's cultivation world, reaching the Wangu polar realm was nearly impossible. Lu Tianmai has no one to rely on, and to make it this far, there must be a hidden agenda. Heaven's destiny is not a pool, not to mention awakening the Great Desolate Emperor body. It's normal to have some secrets. The obsidian heavenly father smiled faintly. He was very optimistic about heaven's destiny, and anything more unthinkable in its body seemed normal to him. This is the apprentice that senior sister has taken on. The old man smiled, his eyes pleased. If heaven's destiny ascends to the top again and becomes the Holy Sun, those old guys, they will shut up. His holiness, too, was much more relaxed. Back then, Lu Tiannian was defeated. It also has a significant impact on the status of the Holy Lord. If it wasn't for the fact that the Sacred Lord had strongly guaranteed that Lu Tianmeng would stay in the Holy Land, those old guys, they will never let go easily. Lesser cases are crippled and expelled from the Holy Land. A heavy cleanup is possible for Lu Tianmeng to be able to be where he was today. It was also counted as a notable credit to the Holy Lord. Obsidian Heavenly Father smiled. Lu Tianmeng was half of his disciple. This was what he should do. It was only because the old man was so ruthless that he couldn't help too many Lu Tianmengs on weekdays. There was some gnashing of teeth in his mind. The ancient extreme realm. Lu Tiannian actually has such a chi. At the same time, Lu Tiannian triggered out the seal of the gods. The vision was too grand. The infinite haze light illuminated the entire Holy Land, and within a certain spiritual mountain, venerable savage dragon also opened his eyes with a surprised expression. Being abolished from the Tao Foundation and awakening the Great Desolate Emperor body was unthinkable, and to break into the 10,000 ancient extreme realm was absurd. Right now, Lu Tianmai radiated, making him feel dazzling. Maybe it's really possible to rise again. The seal of God is certainly heaven-defying, but being seized by someone in vain as a grafting garment did not happen rarely in the ancient times. Whether Lu Tianmian is a blessing or a curse is yet to be known. He had old men around him and laughed. Not bad. If Lu Tianliang can't keep his life, the seal of God may kill him. Barbarian dragon venerable. His eyes were cold. They were the Tao protectors of Dongfang Qingchang, and it was impossible for them to let Lu Tianmai affect her. Dongfang Qingchang, burdened with the memories of the ancient great sage, is destined to lead the way in this era. She would lead the Holy Land and truly flourish in the desolate domain. Anyone who was a threat to her, they would root out. Seal of God, a treasure that makes people on fire. As expected, many outstanding disciples within the Holy Land were dumbfounded. The seal of God can be seized, which since makes people have crooked thoughts. If you want to take my senior nephew's God seal, Master Crow, I will definitely waste him. The old crow cursed and opened his mouth. The aura of the celestial realm erupted, causing many of the strongest people in the Holy Land to cower in fear. Lu Tianmeng was surrounded by the crows raised by Chulingshin, that devil king. The elders beat him to death indeed. Unless it's between young people, a normal contest. Block for me. In the ring, Sun Shao was appalled, wanting to break into a rage that Lu Tianmian had held back such a big move. Under the aura of the mark of God, it was like a god in the 9 heavens looking down on mortals. He was a great deal more powerful than Lu Tianming's realm. It also feels creepy. If this strike could not be resisted, the consequences would be unimaginable for him. At that moment, all 10 of his yin veins glowed, trying to withstand Lu Tianmai's ferocious strike. But the seal of God is too strong. Mobilized Lu Tianmai like a god possessed, is expected to penetrate the vastness of the earth, the only posture. Sun shouted his best, but it didn't help. Bang! The dull sound of flesh meeting flesh rang out. Lu Tiannian's palm shattered the 3 Xianyin astral energy knotted by Sun Shao and ruthlessly struck the opponent's chest. Click! The sound of bones being thwarted rang out. Sun Xiao sprayed blood out of his mouth and flew out backwards, his breath wilting down. Undoubtedly, Lu Tiannian won, and the entire room was dead silent. Leto climbed up from the cesspool with a look of fear on his face. 100,000 pounds of flesh extreme realm. He wouldn't even dare to dream of it. Lu Tianming's qualifications were so terrifying. Before, he was really looking for death when he tried to find trouble with such a person. Zhao Yuanfeng also swallowed a mouthful of saliva so hard that his crotch almost got wet. Lu Tianming also made his soul hairy as well. One of its random punches would probably be able to smash him into mush. He dared not rise to a hint of hatred. Looks like I've won. Lu Tianming smiled faintly and said to Zhang Wu. He was very satisfied with the power of the Mark of God. It's like an intensifier that increases his all-around aspect several times over. Playing against people is killer. Breaking through the extreme realm was indeed extremely beneficial. Chapter 28 Faction Battles. Master Lu is awesome. My desolate palace has ushered in another great genius. Zhang Wu laughed out loud and was generous, directly handing over 500,000 spirit stones to Lu Tianming. Another 500,000 spirit stones were given to Zhong Jianxi. That would have been what they got. Zhong Jianxi smiled. She had only bet casually earlier to give Big Brother Lu a boost. I didn't think it would pay off. She also thought that Big Brother Heaven's destiny was simply handsome. Damn, it's a loss. That's the spirit stone that old me, who has been saving up for 3 years with hard work, has returned to the pre-liberation era. Many disciples wailed in pain. Lu Tianming scavenged all their spirit stones. Senior brother Lu, good skills. Since you like to play so much, how about this senior sister accompany you? At this moment, a woman's faint smile spread out. Within a beautiful mountain, a silhouette flew in, her feet stepping on auspicious clouds, her body exquisite and very beautiful, holding a 3-foot green peak in his hand, dazzling with brilliant light. He laughed softly. Lu Yimeng, a genius ranked in the top 10 of the Desolate Palace. Many people clamored and their hearts shook. She was too powerful compared to Sun Xiao. The realm had reached Xianin realm perfection, and 16 veins had been opened up. In the Xianin realm, it was almost invincible. What do you want to play? Lu Tianming said with a faint smile. With his eyes, the Rui dream was nothing. However, his current realm was insufficient, and its Xianin realm consummate strength did give him a considerable amount of pressure. This is a human-level intermediate battle technique. 8 desolate fists. As long as you can take 2 moves in my hands, it's yours. How? The corner of Lu Yimeng's mouth hooked into a cold smile as she took out a book of scrolls. 8 desolate fists? The crowd was shocked. This was a very strong battle technique in the Desolate Palace. Only those with strong physical bodies can practice. Otherwise, he would be injured by that overbearing fist power, and the loss would outweigh the gain. It's surprising that Lu Yimeng would take such a punch-out for a gamble. Its value was at least 500,000 spirit stones. 8 desolate fists? Lu Tianming's eyes were slightly hot. Now that he had 100,000 pounds of divine power, he did need a strong fist technique to enhance his battle power, and this fist technique was very suitable for him. This Lu Yimeng, he doesn't have a good heart. The 8 desolate fists can hurt the internal organs at every turn. Even if Lu Tiannian wins by chance, he won't have any good fruit to eat. Some elders of the Desolate Palace had their eyes narrowed vainly and laughed faintly. The 8 desolate fists did not only require a cultivator to have a strong physical body. There are also patches of barren air that can hurt the foundation. Without great blessings, it is simply impossible to practice. Ruyaman is a chip off the old block in 2 ways. Humph. Lu Yimeng, you think others are cuties. It doesn't work out. You're completely pitiful, and you have the nerve to bring it out. Zhong Jianxi grunted. Many people nodded their heads. Using the 8 desolate fists as a bet was indeed ill-intentioned, and it was almost impossible for Lu Tianming to receive 2 moves from Lu Yimeng. Cultivating the 8 desolate fists is indeed a bit difficult. However, if one is really lucky to succeed in cultivating it, the power can be stronger than a human-level advanced battle technique, or even comparable to an earth-level battle technique. High risk has a high reward, and there's always a trade-off. Lu Yimeng laughed with a compelling smile. If not for the fact that she was unable to cultivate, she could not afford to take out this battle technique. Earth-level battle techniques? Many people were shocked. This kind of battle technique was extremely advanced in the inner sect. If you really cultivate it, the benefits are endless. Fine, then I'll accompany you for a couple of moves. Lu Tianming smiled faintly. The 8 desolate fists' desolate chi is a nuisance. Though, instead, he had immortal fire inside him. It can burn everything and model the breath. The 8 desolate fists, he could not cultivate them without too much of a problem. Ruyaman is kind of giving her a baby. The crowd smacked their lips. Lu Tiannian was really crazy. Did he really think he was so lucky every time? With his strength, how could he possibly receive 2 moves from Lu Yimeng? Not obviously out of his depth. Don't know how to die. Lu Mulan sneered. Lu Tianming was too naive. and Lu Yiming felt that she would not let it get the better of her. Zhong Jianxie also looked worried. Lu big brother is a bit intentional. Young man, it's true that he's still too impulsive. Some desolate palace elders also lost their laughter. Sister, I'll make this brat lie on the ground like a dead dog, Lu Tao said in a fierce voice. Don't worry, Lu Yimeng smiled. Bullying her brother, and beating Zhao Yuanfeng to this state. She indeed had to settle this account with Lu Tianmeng. Watch the move. At that moment, Lu Yimeng cackled and directly struck out, slapping a palm towards Lu Tianmeng. With her strength, going through the motions with Lu Tianmian was bullying the small with the big. Only then did he use such tactics to get Lu Tianmai trapped. Lu Tianmai laid down the gauntlet. She was cold in her mind. Bullying her lover and brother is a debt to be repaid. Big brother Zhao Yu, do you think Lu Tianmeng can take a move in the hands of Lu Yimeng? Not far away, there was a group of people watching, a brocade-clothed youth with an extraordinary demeanor, carrying his hands behind his back, exuding an extremely strong demeanor, like a great mountain standing, and there were dry and thin youths beside him, fawning and laughing. The brocade-clothed youth was none other than Zhao Yu of the Yu Palace Wind and Cloud ranking, and his strength was even stronger than Lu Yimeng, also Zhao Yuanfeng's older brother. Lu Yimeng has opened up 16 yin veins. Each additional yin vein will be several times stronger in battle. A random strike will have unrivaled power. What will Lu Tianmeng hold against it? Zhao Yu sneered. Zhao Yuanfeng's revenge can also be avenged. Also, senior sister Lu Yimeng, if she abolishes Lu Tianmeng, Lord Holy Maiden, there will be a generous reward for him. So congratulations are in order for senior brother Zhao Yu. The dry and thin youth laughed. Good point. Zhao Yu laughed aloud, his eyes cold. The Holy Maiden Lord was very disgusted with Lu Tianmeng. Abolishing Lu Tianmeng would indeed be of great benefit to Lu Yimeng. Ruyaman was his lover and he was happy for it. Alas, Lu Tian, or Holy Land Senior, faction dispute. If Lu Tian life was abolished, Yaori Tianzun that side, there is no more chance. The next Holy Land Assembly, its Holy Lord throne, will be affected. There were wise elders in the inner sect who whispered to themselves. Dongfang Qingcheng represented the barbarian dragon venerable lineage, and Lu Tianmeng represented the obsidian heavenly father lineage. The two veins had long been fighting for thousands of years for the Holy Lord. The relationship between the two sides is a hot one. With Lu Tianmai wasted, the obsidian heavenly father's lineage was, by necessity, in danger. Venerable savage dragon. His methods can be extremely ruthless. Heaven's destiny. You must hold on. The observant heavenly father understood this and clenched his fist slightly. Back then, they had their chips on Lu Tianmeng. Now divine order has given him hope. It's not that easy to come back from the dead. Venerable savage dragon sneered. Dongfang Qingcheng, who had reached 9,000 feet of cloudy sky, and Lu Tianmeng, who had just practiced. The two are like clouds of mud. One random wind and wave and Lu Tianzhi would be doomed. It's too whimsical to want to ride the wind and have a dragon soar to the 9 heavens. The old crow muttered back. It was discovered that most of the fellow disciples who were close to the little demoness, back then, were dead. Disappearance of disappearance. That was Lu Tianming's closest lineage, contributed vigorously to Lu Tianming's cultivation. It's sad to have this end. It's a game for the top brass of the Holy Land. Lu Tianming carried the hopes of many people. Lu Tianmian, scrap it for me. Chapter 29. The first yoke is completely opened. Seeming to understand the significance of her strike this time, Lu Yiming also smiled coldly. Her jade hand stretched out and her aura became even stronger. Within his palm, the silhouette of a luan bird appeared, his dual holds unfolded, 20 feet in length, his body glowing, his eyes flashing with a ferocious light. It was like a ferocious bird of ancient times, rushing out from the vast mountains to tear its prey alive. A horrifying scene. It's the color luan palm. Many people lost their voices. It was rumored that Lu Yimeng was extremely lucky, and in the Tianyun mountain vein, she obtained a drop of the colored luan's essence blood, which allowed her body to transform and become the colored luan spirit body. And from that drop of essence blood, she also comprehended the divine abilities of the ancient Luan bird clan. Even though she was only skin deep, the grade of the color Luan palm reached the human rank lower grade battle technique. With this palm, she was on the wind and cloud stage, sweeping the 8 directions, defeating the desolate palace's pride in countless battles, before laying down the position of the top 10 in the wind and cloud ranking. Now that Lu Yimeng is directly exhibited, the crushing heart towards Lu Tianmeng is very heavy. It's too bullying. Xianin realm consummation. Performing human-level battle techniques, Lu Yimeng is not martial even if he wins. Yeah, Ru Yuman, how to have a face. Behind Zhong Fiangxi, there were disciples of the Hong Palace, exasperated. They were already in awe of Lu Tianmai's former style, and with their fondness for Zhong Jianxi, they naturally supported it. This is indeed a bit ruthless. Some desolate palace elders also frowned. Lu Yiming had, strictly speaking, broken the rules of the Wind and Cloud Terrace. The Wind and Cloud stage duel required both sides to have strengths that were not too different from each other. Don't worry, I have suppressed my strength. This palm is only 50% of my battle power. Lu Yiming understood what the crowd was thinking and opened her mouth with a faint smile. Even at 50% strength, it was not to be underestimated. Crushing those who opened 10 veins or less was like playing. Looking at Lu Tianmeng, Lu Yiming's eyes were like viewing a reptile. Back then, Lu Tianmian was indeed unattainable, and his strength at the Divine Dan realm was something to be admired. Now it's just molehills. Tidying it up gave her a sense of accomplishment as well. 50% of your strength. If you want to defeat this saint's son, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. The corner of Lu Tianmeng's mouth arched. Boom! He cast the seal of God, and there were 10,000 channels of divine light and 1,000 streaks of rays of color. At the same time, overhead, golden blood chi, blanketed like a waterfall, rushed against the sky. 8 golden portals appeared in the majestic blood chi, and the chain shackles on one portal broke. A large area of golden light instantly flooded Lu Tianmai. His body was like molten gold, and his breath rose by a large margin. He drank in a deep voice, swallowing mountains and rivers, like an immortal golden ancient god, invincible in the world. A palm struck out, and the colorful wand silhouette with a huge size instantly issued a wail and exploded. At this moment, Lu Tianmian, with his long hair flowing, was like a heavenly sword coming out of its sheath, causing the Qianquan to shake. Heavens, the 8 shackles of the Great Desolate Emperor body were really opened by him, all around like a comet falling into the sea, raising monstrous waves. All those who watched looked shocked. Lu Tianmian didn't count on completely opening the first shackle before, and the golden portal only opened a slit, spilling out a little bit of golden blood chi. Now that the golden gate completely opened, the strength of the golden blood chi was not something that could be compared to before. Like a rolling wave, it added to Lu Tianmai. That invincible aura of Lu Tianmeng was too dominating. It was truly like a corner of the Great Desolate Imperial body that had come across time and space from the ancient past. Everyone's legs were shaking and their hands and feet were cold. The heavenly Tao shackles, how can he truly break free? Some of the high-ranking elders within the inner sect were also stunned. Breaking free somewhat, and completely breaking the shackles apart were not the same concept at all. Lu Tianmian was no less than going against the heavens and stepping up to the plateau, which was far-reaching. Some lucky people after the ancient times, who obtained the Great Desolate Emperor body, have also opened the first yoke. However, they all put in 10,000 efforts and died 9 times. Lu Tianmian awakened the Great Desolate Emperor body in just less than a month. How can he open the first yoke? Venerable Savage Dragon also had dull eyes and whispered, in his body, there must be a shocking secret that can fight against the heavenly Tao order. There were elders of the Eastern tilting lineage with deep gazes. Indeed, Lu Tianmian had the heavenly clash bell in his body, which was the ancestor of the Kunlun Holy Land, a divine weapon for practicing the body, and had great fortune to suppress the heavenly Tao Qi. Plus, Lu Tianmeng had immortal flame that could burn the heavenly Tao shackles. There were also instructions from the woman in white inside the bronze ancient coffin, the barbarian body refining technique, and so on. Breaking the first yoke is not difficult. At this moment, Lu Tianmian's body was resplendent with divine haze, every inch of his skin glowing, and his aura was too strong, like an immortal god king who walked out from the ancient times. In every organ of the body, there were Tao sounds coming out, grand and ear-shattering. After the first shackle is opened, the might is really good. Lu Tianmeng raised his hand, feeling the terrifying divine power within his body. He couldn't help but smile faintly, his eyes glowing. The seal of God helped him to have the power of the ancient gods, enhancing his fighting spirit and his battle spirit. The golden portal of the Great Desolate Imperial body can open the divine deposit of the Imperial body, and the majestic blood chi can be infused to enhance the strength of the physical body. These two aspects are different. Nowadays, Lu Tianmeng was full of energy. Like a single move, it can break the sky and the earth, and its blood aura covers the mountains and rivers. Inside the golden portal, there were also divine sounds gusting out, like they were hiding a mysterious and terrifying power that gave rise to infinite fantasies. Countless people sucked in cool air and their muscles trembled. How can this still be a fight? This aura alone was enough to crush a person. For a chi-drawing realm extreme realm cultivator to have this kind of pressure was simply beyond common sense. It seemed to be more terrifying than even the blazing sun realm. You really open your own divine collection. Lu Yimeng also gritted his teeth, his eyes lax. Under Lu Tianmai's attack, she detected an extremely strong backlash and almost wanted to vomit blood. Even if she hadn't exerted her full strength, she had opened 16 veins after all. Not a single vein had been opened in Lu Tianmeng. To have her traumatized is appalling. The Great Desolate Emperor body, invincible in the ancient times, really lived up to its name. A corner of God's might is not to be kicked. The Great Desolate Emperor body. known as the most invincible physique in the ancient times, beating the 10,000 races to silence. The world is silent, and it's normal to challenge them across the ranks, like eating and drinking water. Taoist 3 Lax twirled his whiskers and laughed, laughing lewdly. Slutty, what a find this time. The Desolate Palace might really raise its eyebrows and make a clean sweep at the Four Palaces conference in a little over 2 months. He was thrilled. Hey, old boy, Crow Master, my master nephew, into your deserted palace. You picked up a great bargain. Do not give the Crow Master to indicate that. The old crow looked at him askance, shamelessly. What does Lu Tianmai entering the Desolate Palace have to do with you? The 3 defective Taoist gawked. That's what Master Crow has tempered. The old crow did not blush. *N% and #at. The 3 defective Taoist's face was filled with black lines. This old crow, even more pitiful than him. In the end, he could only take out some of the fine wine he had treasured to honor the old crow. The old crow quacked out a laugh, even more lewd than the 3 Lax Taoist. The 3 deficient Taoist was as mentally mushy as if he had eaten. Lu Yimeng, there's still one more move left. Make your move. Lu Tianmeng smiled faintly, his hair flowing with divine haze. The golden blood chi was so thick now that golden chi erupted when he opened his mouth. The voice was like thunder and spread in all directions. Like an immortal king's angry shout, it shook the world. Chapter 30 Terrifying Finger. I won't keep my hands off this time. The Great Desolate Emperor body is not invincible in the world. The realm is the most important thing. Lu Yimeng angrily shouted, her full breasts rising and falling violently, suppressing the injuries that appeared within her body. As a top 10 ranked person in the wind and cloud ranking, it was a disgrace to have injuries when fighting someone who hadn't even broken into the Xianin realm. Although Lu Tianmai's aura scares her, but after all, she had opened 16 veins and her realm was too much stronger than Lu Tianmeng. She has a strong sense of confidence and still. At that moment, her hair flew, and the 16 veins in her body erupted, each of them resplendent, absorbing the aura of the heavens and earth, and then, transforming into a majestic Xianin chi. The long sword in his hand, emitting a bone-piercing light, slashed immediately. One sword to the sky. Human-grade lower-grade battle technique. It was a great deal stronger than the previous Color Luan palm. She put her Color Luan spiritual body and fully activated it. The huge colored Luan above his head appeared. With a body size of 50 feet, it was much more real than before. In the colored Luan, there was still rolling essence that was injected into the sword's aura. It made this sword of hers more atmospheric and earth-shattering. It was as if it could split the void, seeping in and out. Hiss! Many voices that sucked in cool air resounded. Many people's hands and feet went cold. This was Lu Yimeng's strongest move, exerting all of the origin of the Color Luan spiritual body. Rui's dream statue transformed into an ancient colored Luan overlooking the earth. This sword was enough to amaze the 8 directions. Lu Yimeng's move would only be performed on the top 10 geniuses of the wind and cloud ranking. Now really put your best foot forward. It's useless. The Great Desolate Emperor body, which dominates the ancient world, is not insurmountable for you to open up 16 veins. Lu Tianmian laughed aloud, spirited, and within his eyes, a scene of the sun sinking and the moon falling emerged. Boom! The golden portal above his head once again roared, and surging blood chi, like a river, was injected into Lu Tianming's body. Lu Tianming's eyes were all brilliantly alive, like 2 small golden suns that could penetrate all things in heaven and earth. Golden sky divine finger. Lu Tianming coldly shouted and pointed out a finger. This was the divine ability he comprehended after the golden portal opened. It can be better utilized. The golden blood breath. Rumble. The monstrous blood chi boiled and finally converged within his fingers, which looked like they had turned into divine gold casts with divine light. Under the sight of many shocked eyes, a thick finger on emerged, 70 to 80 feet long, like the finger of a god appearing in the world, engraved with golden runes, in a shocking manner, penetrating against the sword light. Along the way, the void was like crumbs, breaking down by inches, and the wind and cloud platform shook, like it couldn't withstand it and was about to collapse. Turn on the secondary protection. As countless people were shocked, some of the Desolate Palace elders also changed color, and immediately took out some tokens to make the wind and cloud platform glow, resisting the terrifying might. After doing so, those elders' eyes were also a little shocked. The wind and cloud platform did not turn on the array pattern, and it would be very difficult for someone in the Xianin realm to have an impact. It was astonishing that Lu Tianmian, who was only in the Qi drawing realm, had caused the wind and cloud terrace to shake so much. I've heard that the Great Desolate Imperial body, the 8 golden portals, not only hide the blood chi, but also each contain world-shattering divine abilities. So it's true. There was an extremely old man who was extremely old, muttering to himself, the golden sky divine finger. How many years had it not appeared in the desolate domain? At least 1,000 years. Even if Lu Tianmai was only in the Qi drawing realm, though the difference in might was too great compared to the powerhouses recorded in the books, but it's also extremely eye-opening. That ancient, majestic golden finger was like it could run through heaven and earth, crush everything, indestructible. It can be stunning and memorable for a lifetime. Asshole. Zhao Yu's face was ugly, not expecting things to happen to this point. He had a lot of confidence in Lu Yimeng, but this blow made him lose his bottom as well. He is a true disciple of Yu Gongziyu, a disciple of the seat. I thought there would be a reward for solving Lu Tianmian. His lover, Ru Yumen, could be hurt. It made his fists clench in a crunch and his face grimace. Lu Yimeng, dodge, don't shake it hard. At this moment, there was a desolate palace elder, who hurriedly reminded Lu Tianmian's golden finger was too magnificent, like it wasn't humanly possible to resist it, and with the passage of time, that golden blood qi, constantly pouring into it, making the golden finger even more horrifying, like carrying an ocean. Lu Yimeng was no match for a sword. Lu Yimeng also had a shocked face. Her pretty face had no blood color at all. Others only felt an aftershock. She felt it the most deeply. That finger crushed in, like an invisible giant mountain pressing down. The pores of her body tightened, and even the flow of Xianin qi in her body was stagnant, like being clutched by large invisible hands. It was difficult to move. Her sword awnings were like tofu dregs when they met the giant golden finger, constantly annihilating. Her pupils shrunk to the size of pinholes. For the first time, I smelled a shadow of death. At that moment she turned and fled without saying a word. It's not even cutting it, it's getting killed. Lu Tianmian had such appallingly big moves that she wanted to break into a fit of rage. Can you escape? However, Lu Tianmian smiled faintly. Lu Yimeng showed him no mercy, and he would not be polite either. At that moment, the fingers moved, the golden giant finger speeding up, and a grand divine sound resounded, like an ancient supreme being chanting sutras, making the finger force even more domineering. Pust! Lu Yimeng wailed and his body flew backwards, slamming into a showy mountain outside the wind and cloud terrace, collapsing it and sending smoke in all directions. It took 10 seconds or so for the light to dissipate. The gazes of the crowd turned, all of them shocked to the core, only to see that the current Lu Yimeng was miserable to the extreme. Her whole body was ragged and bloody, almost inhuman. Inside that ruptured body, one could even see the internal organs. There was blue inner armor on the surface of the body, which was tattered and reduced to pieces. Apparently it was this inner armor that resisted most of the impact. Otherwise, Ru Yumen might now die a violent death. That inner armor is an extremely high-grade spiritual treasure, and it was also shattered. The crowd's eye pupils shrunk wildly. How terrifying was the power of Lu Tianmian's finger. Even on the wind and cloud ranking, the other outstanding disciples were appalled when they looked at Lu Tianmeng. They had previously thought that Lu Tianmai was an inferior and was mentally condescending, now no doubt dissipated and gone. Although Lu Tianmeng's realm wasn't high, his strength was perverted to the point of smacking one's lips. Zhao Yu's teeth were clenched in great anger. This was his lover, who was actually almost killed by Lu Tianshi. He erupted with terrifying killing intent towards Lu Tianmai. Phew! Even though Lu Tianming was victorious, he still let out a long breath. His face was a little pale, and some fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Obviously, after executing the golden sky divine finger, this strike had also consumed him greatly. This power is really nothing to write home about. Lu Tianmeng couldn't help but marvel in his heart. He counts as one more ace in the hole. And the golden sky divine finger was so vast and profound that he was only comprehending the skin of it now. As his strength increased in the future, the finger techniques were bound to become even more terrifying. Lu Tianmeng was undoubtedly very satisfied with the divine stash of the Great Desolate Emperor body. I don't know what amazing benefits he would gain from opening other portals in the future. The corners of Lu Tianmeng's mouth slightly hooked, and he became even more excited about the future. Lu Tianmeng, I want your life. Chapter 31. Suddenly, a hissing roar spread out as Zhao Yu rushed onto the ring, extending a claw that ripped at Lu Tianmian's head. The terrifying aura swept through, and the yin veins he had opened up had actually reached 17. It must be known that at the final stage of the Xianin realm, the difficulty of opening each additional yin vein would increase several-fold. The strength will also be much enhanced. Although he and Lu Yimeng had both reached Xianin realm perfection, battle power, however, was not in the same class at all. Right now, Lu Tianmai, having executed the golden sky divine finger, was extremely consumed, and Zhao Yu striking out at this time was clearly taking advantage of a man's danger. Zhao Yu, you've gone too wild. This is my desolate palace. It's not the turn of someone from your Yu palace to meddle in the wind and cloud stage here. Right at this moment, a woman's petulant shout spread among the disciples of the desolate palace. A woman dressed in blue appeared. With a flick of her jade hand, a large area of Xianin qi erupted. The woman was like a Tai-yin goddess, clear and elegant, and strong. The exuberant Xianin qi instantly shook Zhao Yu out. and the majestic force also caused a mouthful of blood to spill out from the corner of Zhao Yu's mouth with a wow. The crowd was astonished. Zhao Yu had opened up 17 veins. There were even fewer people in the Xianyin realm to rival him. This person had shaken him back with a single strike. His strength was really strong. Its senior sister Li Yuanji, Desolate Palace's gaze turned away and exclaimed, "A woman in blue, with 3,000 green silk like a waterfall, a slender body, and an absolutely beautiful appearance." It was none other than Li Yuanji, ranked third in the Desolate Palace, bearing the body of Xianyin and having opened up 19 veins. The 19th is a rare hidden vein. Strength and fame, at goddess level. A body of Xianyin, opening up a hidden vein? Lu Tianming also smacked his lips. This woman was really not simple. In today's cultivation world, generally when 18 veins were opened, one would directly break into the blazing Yang realm. It's too hard to open up a hidden vein. It's a symbol of heavenly talent. Its ability to open up a hidden vein. Its strength was too much stronger than someone with 18 veins. Advancing to the fiery sun realm in the future was also extraordinary. Within the Desolate Palace, there was even such an outstanding woman. Xianyin's body. It is already considered to be the ground of a superior spirit body, plus it fits with the Xianyin realm. It is normal to open an additional hidden vein. This is indeed a good seedling. Inside the bronze ancient coffin, the white-clothed woman's voice was clear and cold. The people in the world who could open up one Maureen vein were counted as 1 in a million. It cannot be done without great perseverance. Li Yuanji's qualifications can indeed be proud of her. Li Yuanji, how dare you meddle in my affair with Lu Tianming? Zhao Yu's face was ugly, and the meridians in his body, which were somewhat shattered, were very hard to bear. He was horrified at Li Yuanji's battle power, and he was horrified. In all 4 palaces, the other party is considered a windfall. He opened the 17 veins like clouds of mud. He was, after all, a disciple of the Yu Palace, and colorfully said, "Zhao Yu, there are rules within the 4 palaces that disciples from other palaces may not duel at will on the wind and cloud stage. Are you ignoring the rules? Besides, Master Lu just defeated Lu Yimeng, so for you to make a sneak attack is too much of an underhanded move." Under the attention of millions of people, Li Yuanji's blue clothes were floating, immaculate, with smoke surrounding her body, like a fairy descending to the earth. The voice is heavenly and mesmerizing. Lu Tianming smacked his lips. This woman's charm, it was really something. Quite a few males were drooling. I'm afraid that if she speaks out, the many male cultivators of the Desolate Palace will go to the fire. Not bad. Zhao Yu, what are you? Get out of the Desolate Palace. Dare to come to my Desolate Palace to spread wildness. You don't take a piss and look at yourself. Are you qualified? A howl spread as Zhang Wu was the first to jump to the ring and stood beside Li Yuanji like a dog's leg, growling. The corners of Lu Tianming's mouth twitched. Obviously he was mesmerized by Li Yuanji. Not bad. The Desolate Palace's wind and cloud terrace does not allow you palace's people to come and act recklessly. How dare you call out to my senior sister Li Yuanji? Smash him to death. Many disciples also shouted that Li Yuanji was their goddess. They will fight for their lives if anyone dares to show their teeth to her. Snap. Some disciples did not know where to find eggs still out. Zhao Yu caught off guard. Suddenly face, head, eyes, was smashed in several egg liquid, woefully incomparable. Asterisk. Zhao Yu's eyes spewed fire. He was a figurehead in Yu Palace. To be treated like this in the Desolate Palace. However, Li Yuanji was right. Yu Palace disciples, indeed, could not strike at the Desolate Palace. It was truly a bit humiliating for him to be furious just now. Desolate Palace. In the 4-palace assembly in a little over 2 months, what will Yu Desolate Palace take to fight with Yu Palace? At that time, my Yu Palace's disciples will definitely greet you properly. Zhao Yu said in a caracal and cold voice. Yu Gong geniuses, even tougher. The quantity and quality were far beyond that of the Desolate Palace. Many of the Desolate Palace disciples huffed and puffed. The relationship between Desolate Palace and Yu Palace had always been bad. Yu Gong was arrogant and conceited, and often mocked the disciples of the Desolate Palace, who were drunkards. Quite a few occasions would be the Desolate Palace disciples, beating them to an extremely lousy and extremely humiliating state. They were all very resentful towards Yukio. Umiya is indeed strong. Lu Yimeng was ranked in the top 10 in the Desolate Palace. Zhao Yu was even stronger than her, and was only ranked 45 in the Yu Palace. Almost couldn't even get into the wind and cloud list. The gap between the 2 parties is evident. And you, Lu Tianmian, at the 4-palace assembly, the Yu Palace disciples, will definitely make you suffer, Zhao Yu's eyes said with a grim look. After saying that, he took the seriously injured Lu Yimeng and went forward to be healed. Lu Tianmeng sneered, blissfully unafraid. Even Dongfang Qingcheng, he wasn't afraid, not to mention the inner disciples of the Yu Palace. At the 4-palace assembly, he would others know what would happen if they underestimated him. He, senior brother Lu Tian. Congratulations, opening the first Great Desolate Emperor body yoke. The potential in the future is incomparable. At this moment, Li Yuanji lightly moved her lotus steps and came over, lightly smiling at Lu Tianming. His features were like jade, and his smile made all the flowers lose their color and shook the heart. She didn't act high and mighty. Lu Tianming, a former saint's son, that height, she had to look up to. Back then, Lu Tiannian had indeed done many sensational things to raise the prestige of the Holy Land. Many women have some admiration for them. As she looked at Lu Tianming, her beautiful eyes also flashed with a bit of color. You're welcome, thanks for today. Lu Tianming smiled. In the past, he and Li Yuanji didn't have many encounters. Today the other party did count as helping him once. At this time, Zhong Fiangxi's big eyes turned, and at that moment, she came with a smile and pulled Lu Tianmai away. Lu Tianmeng was helpless and felt that this little ninny was a bit jealous. Li Yuanji also lost her smile and shook her head. It's just good to be a holy son. You can get a girl with that name alone. Many men are jealous. Some disciples lost their laughter and advised them to be generous. Now that Lu Tianmeng was a member of the Desolate Palace, the Desolate Palace and the Yu Palace had an extremely poor relationship. Lu Tianmeng may be able to force. There shouldn't be a disconnect to it. Those people just shut up. This trip to the pill refining pavilion was really rewarding. At night, Lu Tianming returned to Ancestral Dao Mountain and grinned out. Not only did he collect the medicinal materials for the Topping Dan, but he also obtained 500,000 spirit stones and the 8 Wastelands Fist book, which was really worth the trip. What is this thing? Lu Tianming took out the wooden sculpture that looked like gold. Not gold, and wood, not wood. The bronze sarcophagus had no small induction to it. It should be extraordinary. A tripod. The woman in white smiled faintly. Tripod? Lu Tianmeng was stunned. Woman in white, not bad. There is a layer of prohibition on it, which can blind perception, and open it to get the items in it. After saying that, he flexed his fingers and a divine light appeared, striking the wooden sculpture. With a click, an invisible prohibition on the wooden sculpture shattered. Sure enough, the wood shavings crumbled, revealing a cauldron half a man high. This tripod is so imposing. Lu Tiannian was stunned, not expecting that within the small wooden carving, there was such an imposing tripod hidden. This tripod was ancient and modeled, carrying the aura of the vicissitudes of the ages, and within the tripod mouth, there were many mysterious veins that were extremely extraordinary. Lu Tianmeng had the feeling that he was facing some kind of supreme divine object, and his heart and mind were swirling. Want to worship this tripod? Flood heaven refining cauldron? The woman in white was also surprised, her tone shaking. Chapter 32 Ancestral Path Cliff. What the hell? Lu Tianmeng scratched his head. You can get this tripod. It's really luck against the heavens. How many giants and supreme beings in the ancient times wanted to get this item, but all of them got nothing. The white-clothed woman's tone is all a bit envious of Lu Tianmian. This object is the divine weapon of the ancient Dan ancestor. That is the only figure in ancient times to Dan Dao certify the great emperor's fruit. The Flood Alchemy Heavenly Cauldron, also ranked in the 43 of the Heavenly Emperor Artifacts list. In the Dao of the Dan Dao is a supreme holy object, which can make the ancient and modern Dan masters submissive. Ancient Dan ancestor? The 43rd Imperial Artifact on the Imperial Artifact list of the heavens? Lu Tianmeng sucked in cool air furiously, his heart exploding. What a hanging presence this is. The ancestor of Taiku Dan, who was known as the originator of the Dan Dao, was also like a thunderbolt. Alchemy, shocking the world and crying to the gods. The Flood Alchemy Heavenly Cauldron, more famous, shocked the ancient and modern. The wooden sculpture that he had casually bought for 20,000 spirit stones was actually the Flood Refining Heavenly Cauldron. He was feeling like traitorous luck. If some powerful people knew about it, they would be envious to the point of vomiting blood. The Imperial Artifacts of the Heavens list, which included the 49 strongest Imperial Artifacts from ancient times. Each of them has an unparalleled divine might that can shake the worlds. Probably knowing that you want to refine pills, the heavens are helping you. The woman in white, Donghua, laughed softly. With this cauldron, Lu Tiannian had an unlimited future in the Dan Dao. It also has many cultivators, dreaming of immortal fire. The advantage is too great. Lu Tianmeng rubbed his hands together in excitement. He's the one who's destined. Dongfang Qingcheng, what the hell? For the next 10 days or so, under Donghua's tutelage, Lu Tianming had been studying the Dan Dao. It must be said that alchemy is indeed difficult. Even Lu Tianming, who had the Great Desolate Emperor body and a divine soul stronger than the helpers, was anxious and often failed. It was fortunate that Lu Tianming's comprehension ability was extraordinary, coupled with the white-clothed woman's instructions, which pointed straight to the origin and were easy to understand. Lu Tianming progressed very rapidly. During this time, Lu Tianmeng was curious and asked Donghua what grade of alchemist she was. He only realized that each and every one of Donghua's words were supreme words that could communicate the great Tao and had profound significance. Donghua smiled lightly and claimed that she was knowledgeable in the past and the present, and that her Dan Dao accomplishments were no weaker than anyone else's in the past or present. At its peak, even the ancestor of the Swire Dan could sit down and discuss the Dao. Lu Tianming swallowed furiously. Donghua was actually more powerful than he had imagined. So much easier for him to advance in the Dan Dao. If you want to obtain the Dragon Elephant Sacred Heavenly Strength, why don't you go to the Ancestral Dao Cliff? Just a month later, after Lu Tianmian successfully refined the Topine pill, the Obsidian Heavenly Father came and revealed this important news to him. Ancestral Dao Cliff? Lu Tianmeng was stunned. Back then, when the Ancestor Master created the Dragon Elephant Sacred Heavenly Strength, it was at the Ancestral Dao Cliff, so perhaps there will be some news there. The Obsidian Heavenly Father laughed lightly. This is what he got from looking through his ancestry. Thank you, Senior Uncle. Lu Tianming's heart rejoiced. He had also been searching for the Dragon Elephant Sacred Heavenly Strength recently, without a clue. Obsidian Heavenly Father's words allowed him to set the clouds in motion and point out the direction. You and I are still polite. Obsidian Heavenly Father smiled. As he spoke, he suddenly coughed violently. His face turned pale, and a mouthful of blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth. Senior Uncle, what's wrong with you? Lu Tianming's face changed slightly as he supported Obsidian Heavenly Father. He and the Obsidian Heavenly Father were like family, very concerned about other self. Back then, it was thanks to Obsidian Heavenly Father, who was forceful in helping him. Otherwise he would have ended up several times worse. Some minor injuries, a bit of conditioning will be fine. The Obsidian Heavenly Father wiped away the blood and laughed sparingly. Then, he gave Lu Tianming a large amount of spirit stones and spirit medicine resources before leaving the Ancestral Dao Mountain. Lu Tianmian corrupted the division, when he could let Lu Tianmian stay in the Holy Land, has done his best. Those old guys had strict rules against him helping Lu Tianmeng. This is already considered a violation. Senior Uncle, I will rise again. Lu Tianmian clutched the storage bag, feeling the temperature in it, his eyes firmly saying, he knew why the Obsidian Heavenly Father had injuries. Back then, Dongfang Qingcheng smoked his Dao bone, bad his foundation, he was dying. It was his senior uncle who wasted no time in wasting his own origin, and was used by him to connect the broken bones and remodel his injured body. As a result, he was injured in the Dao, and his realm even fell from the Celestial Realm to the Dao King Realm. Otherwise, his position within the Holy Land was untouchable. These years, Senior Uncle, have obviously had an extremely bad time. He had to become a holy son again to help his senior uncle, Sacred Lord, secretly giving resources to Lu Tianmai. I'm afraid that at the next elders meeting, someone will impeach you again. Inside the Violet Sky Heavenly Palace, the plain-clothed elder, to the ancient Heavenly Father, smiled bitterly. The last time the Obsidian Heavenly Father gave Lu Tianmian resources, there were elders who objected, causing the Obsidian Heavenly Father's resource supply to be greatly reduced. It made his Taoist injuries worse and worse. This time the downfall was predictable. Humph, impeachment is impeachment. Those old fellows, they are too despicable. I won't let Heavenly Fate true collapse, the Obsidian Heavenly Father said in a cold voice. He counted watching Heaven's destiny grow up, and his feelings were not trivial. Depending on the fate of the heavens, whether or not we can show some performance at the next Holy Sons Conference. Otherwise, the Holy Sons and Holy Daughters will all become members of that faction. I'm afraid the sky of the Kunlun Holy Land will really change. The plainclothed elder sighed softly. The observant Heavenly Father clenched his fists, believing that Heavenly Fate would not let him down. Otherwise they will all be liquidated. Lu Tianmeng's Taoist heart was even more determined to rise to the challenge. During the Dragon Elephant's Sacred Heavenly Strength, he was bound to get it. This is the strongest battle method within the four palaces. Once obtained, it would be too much of a boost to his strength. This is the Ancestral Dao Cliff? Then, following Uncle Obsidian's hints, Lu Tianmeng arrived at a cliff not far from the barren mountain. The cliffs are quiet at night. A few old trees, swaying in the wind, were quite usual. This cliff, it has the aura of a supreme powerful one's enlightenment. The woman in white stared. Why don't I feel it? Lu Tianmeng was bewildered, only feeling that this was just an ordinary barren cliff with a waterfall flowing down. If everything in the world, all with the naked eye, can be learned, the world would not have so many secrets. The woman in white did not have a good temper. This chi, extremely obscure, need a certain opportunity to mobilize. You might as well cultivate the Dragon Elephant Divine Poem. Maybe there will be a discovery. Lu Tianming's heart slightly moved, as the Dragon Elephant Divine Poem was the key to cultivating the Dragon Elephant Sacred Heavenly Strength. There might really be hope. The white-clothed woman's pointers were indeed useful. At that moment, he refreshed his luck and began to cast it out. Boom, boom, boom. Under the moonlight, Lu Tianmian performed the Dragon Elephant Divine Poem, and the sound of dragon and elephant chirping within his body was unceasing, giving off a flavor of grandeur and atmosphere. Who is it? Not resting in the middle of the night, but even running out to practice. This place was already adjacent to the rest area for the disciples of the Desolate Palace, and many of the disciples buttoned their ears to express their dissatisfaction. It's Lu Tianmian. What's he so mad about in the middle of the night, practicing the Dragon Elephant Divine Poem? A lot of people were shocked. They were also aware of Lu Tianming's affairs. At that time, when he came to the Desolate Palace, many people thought that it was very likely that he had come here with the intention of taking on the Dragon Elephant's sacred heavenly strength. That was an extremely domineering technique, and once it was practiced, its power was unparalleled. Not to mention the disciples of the Holy Land, even the many Holy Land powerhouses of ancient times were extremely attached to it. He doesn't think that he can obtain the Dragon Elephant's sacred heavenly strength on a barren cliff. Ridiculous. There were also disciples who snickered. It wasn't that they looked down on Lu Tianmian. It was just that trying to obtain the Dragon Elephant's sacred heavenly strength was too ethereal. The many sages of the Holy Land were clueless. It was too heavenly to think that Lu Tianming could get it even though he was only in the Qi drawing realm. However, this fellow's martial talent is extremely terrifying. There were also disciples who were surprised, only to feel that Lu Tianmian was practicing there, and the Dragon Elephant Divine Palm aura was too grand. It was as if his left hand was transformed into a pale dragon, and his right hand was transformed into a godly tiger, with the great power of a dragon and tiger battling for supremacy, where the dragon's roar shook the ears, and the tiger's roar was overbearing, like there was an ancient beast giving out its power, giving them all a somewhat chilling taste. It was clearly a high-level battle technique, but when it was exhibited in Lu Tianming's hands, it was even more domineering than an ordinary human-level lower-grade battle technique. Many people marveled. Clearly this was the work of the Great Desolate Emperor body. Lu Tianming's physical body was too strong. Ordinary battle techniques, in his hands, exerted a power that far exceeded that of their counterparts. Senior sister Li Yuanji, do you think Lu Tianmian has a chance to get the Dragon Elephant Divine Palm? In the dormitory area, on a hill, Li Yuanji was wearing a blue dress with snow-white skin, standing elegantly in the night breeze, like an extremely beautiful landscape. Beside her was a young man in white, hands behind his head, leaning against an old crooked-necked tree, a blade of grass dangling from his mouth, somewhat dangling, smiling faintly. If there were any disciples of the Desolate Palace, they would be in awe. He was none other than the fourth-ranked genius of the Desolate Palace, Qin Feng, who had opened 18 veins. Even the 19th hidden vein was half-opened. By virtue of his personal strength, he had made it this far, and his strength was extremely outstanding. Who knows? We can't see through this person. I guess even some true disciples will have trouble seeing through him. Li Yuanji laughed softly. Her delicate hands gathered her hair, her pretty face, which was glowing, even more moving. The lines of the jade face were as clear as a hibiscus, making people want to kiss it. Indeed, if the Lu Tianmian of the past was dazzling and unattainable, now it is mysteriously introverted, like the sea, and cannot be kicked. Qin Feng looked solemn. He was also saddened that the holy son of the church had condescended to be below them. But a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. He dared not underestimate it. Hey, so what if the aura is mysterious? Status in the Holy Land is fought out by strength, without battle power. Even if one's name was once loud, it's nothing more than a false name. However, at this moment, a cold laugh spread out, and a man dressed in black walked with his hands behind his back. Chapter 33 Shocking Vision. Killing Robbery. The Xianin Qi emanating from his body was even thicker, and with his arrival, some of the nearby grasses, trees, and rocks showed signs of freezing. Qin Feng's eyes turned to him and he couldn't help but stare. This person was clearly the second-ranked genius of the Desolate Palace, Lu Hao. His strength had already reached the Blazing Sun realm, even though he was only half a foot into it. His battle power was much more powerful than the ordinary Xianin realm. Lu Hao, the Four Palace martial arts is around the corner. Lu Tianmian is my Desolate Palace disciple, so he shouldn't be targeted like this, right? Li Yuanji's beautiful eyes glanced at him and her voice was clear and cold. Hey, so what if I'm a disciple of Desolate Palace? I have thousands of disciples of Desolate Palace. Does everyone deserve my attention? The corner of Lu Hao's mouth hooked up with a sneer, gazing at Li Yuanji, her slender body and white skin. A hidden obscene color swept through the depths of her eyes. Qin Feng shook his head slightly. Li Yuanji was known as the first beauty of the Desolate Palace, and I don't know how many disciples adored her beyond measure. However, the general disciples, who were extremely different from her strength, did not dare to have the slightest thought of overstepping. Li Yuanji also has a very high eye level, and it is difficult for ordinary men to catch her eye. Lu Hao was the second-ranked genius before he had some thoughts about Li Yuanji. Within the desolate palace, a number of people knew that he was very infatuated with Li Yuanji. Now, Li Yuanji seems to be looking at Lu Tiannian, who is a laggard, and it is normal for Lu Hao to be upset. Don't be too conceited. Beware that one day, Lu Tiannian will rise to power, and then it will be you who will be disgraced, Li Yuanji said. Lu Hao was too conceited and strong, which she didn't like. Rise? How can it be that easy? Lu Hao smiled disdainfully. Just getting the dragon elephant's sacred heavenly strength was a fool's dream. That cliff, very evil. He heard that in the past there were a lot of Holy Land powerhouses, wanting to unearth something in that cliff, but in the end either crazy or dead. No one has a good end. The cliffs seem to have a weird power that can backfire on people. Lu Tianchi practicing there would most likely not end well. Li Yuanji and Qin Feng, too, fell silent. They had also heard of this bizarre legend, that Lu Tiannian could really, possibly, be subjected to a doom. Thinking of obtaining the dragon elephant's sacred heavenly strength, Lu Tiannian, you are too presumptuous. At this time, within a cave, Venerable Savage Dragon was also watching, and at this moment, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Today, the Obsidian Heavenly Father went to tell Lu Tiannian the news of the dragon elephant's sacred heavenly strength, and he also knew about it. He turned a blind eye, just to let Lu Tianmai fall into the trap. Now that his purpose was accomplished, he was cheerful. The Obsidian Heavenly Father didn't say a word. Wealth and riches. This was the only chance. Lu Tiannian only had to put up a fight. Rumble. Sure enough, just as Lu Tianmeng obliviously practiced the dragon elephant divine palm, the sound of the dragon and elephant roaring within his body became more and more grandiose, like ancient dragon beasts and gigantic elephants appearing together to shake heaven and earth. In that fierce qi, it seemed that above the ancestral Dao cliff, a mysterious qi was communicated, and immediately afterward, lightning flashed and thunder roared, the wind and clouds changed, and divine thunder gusted. A black killing light visible to the naked eye appeared, like a horrible sword, killing Lu Tianmai horizontally. In the void, there seemed to be many terrifying demonic shadows that wanted to maim Lu Tianmu. At a glance, the place was almost filled with black gusts of wind and lightning, and the scene looked, frighteningly, boundless. The doom above the ancestral Dao cliff has appeared. A huge wave was created around them, and countless people were horrified. The rumored doom and gloom was astonishing to see with one's own eyes. Under that terrifying aura, like the most powerful one was trying to destroy everything. How could Lu Tiannian resist? This is what you deserve. Venerable Savage Dragon's eyes were cold as he laughed. This killing force was difficult for even them, the celestial realm powerhouses, to resist. Lu Tianmeng was only in a mere chi-drawing realm, so he was really like a mole cricket that could die at any time. Once Lu Tiannian died, the Obsidian Heavenly Father lineage had completely lost hope. In the future, the position of the Holy Sun would also be in their pocket. At that time, the Kunlun Holy Land would truly be their world. As he thought of this, the smile at the corner of his mouth, too, widened. Buzz. Just then, the expression on his face suddenly stiffened. One could only see that the many black thunderbolts and killing lights stopped strangely when they were a certain range away from Lu Tianmai. On the surface of Lu Tianmian's body, the dragon elephant's chi that emanated from his body seemed to be some kind of credentials, making those killing robberies gradually disappear. Then, an ancient voice resounded there, with divine splendor, like some kind of supreme divine and holy myriad appeared, making the cliffs a radiant and peaceful place, illuminating heaven and earth. Lu Tiannian began to close his eyes and sat down, his black hair rising chaotically and his heavenly aura flickering with light, like he was comprehending something with a solemn expression. What's going on? Those killing robberies, how come they didn't have any effect on Lu Tianmian? Could it be that dragon elephant divine palm has truly communicated the Tao rhythm and obtained the dragon elephant holy sky strength created by our ancestor? The surrounding area was like a pot exploding, and many of the disciples in the desolate palace's dormitories were dumbstruck. The expression on Lu Hao's face, too, is as stiff as tree bark. His eyes are lax, and a hoarse voice comes out from the corner of his mouth. How is it possible? Dragon elephant's sacred heavenly strength, disappearing legacy in the Palace of Desolation. Thousands of years. Lu Tianmian, who was in the mere chi-drawing realm, had obtained this divine skill, like a child lifting a 10,000 foot mountain. It's overwhelming. Lu Tianmian, worthy of being a former saint's son. Li Yuanji smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes flashing with divine splendor. At this moment, Lu Tianmian's divine light blossomed. His spiritual light was dense, and his style was too dazzling. Her fangirl heart tasted like it had been touched. Qin Feng also shook his head inside lightly. It was indeed not difficult for Lu Tianmeng to surpass them. Buzz. Just as everyone was in an uproar, shocked and heartened, suddenly a killing light, descending from the 9 heavens, an icy killing aura, like a waterfall, descended, pointing straight at Lu Tianmian's head. The terrifying aura made the void show some signs of freezing. Someone made a move to kill Lu Tianmai? The crowd was horrified. Within the Holy Land, the factions are intricate. Many people didn't want Lu Tianmai to dazzle again. It's normal to nip it in the bud. If Lu Tianmu, the feathers are full, it will have a great impact on a lot of people. Asshole, who dares to maim my Holy Land's proud son? Looking for death. Just as that killing light was about to chop Lu Tianmai, inside the Ling Shao Palace, a furious shout spread out, and the obsidian Heavenly Father appeared, radiating 10,000 feet of magnificent light, like a god of the world, and slapped out with a palm. With a bang, that magnificent and sharp sword was worn away. What's the harm of the curmudgeon? Die and come out. The obsidian Heavenly Father stared at a pitch-black cloud, his eyes cold, a palm probed out, shattering the huge cloud, and from the void, pulled out a silhouette. The crowd's eyes turned. All of them were shocked. The silhouette fell. Not flesh and blood, it was a puppet. They understood that it was obvious that the person who had struck out did not want others to recognize them. The obsidian Heavenly Father's face contained fury, then looked towards a piece of empty sky and said in a cold voice, "Senior brother Barbarian Dragon, please also respect yourself. Striking out at a disciple in your capacity can be a source of scorn." A lot of people are surprised. The Barbarian Dragon Exalt and the Obsidian Heavenly Father lineage were very much at odds. This was about the battle for the Dao lineage, and Venerable Savage Dragon might indeed do whatever he could to deal with Lu Tianmai. If Lu Tianmeng, once again, became the once holy son, the impact on the Barbarian Dragon Venerable lineage was the greatest. Senior brother Obsidian. Words can't be spoken indiscriminately. Where do your eyes see that it was the senior brother who struck? Within the void sky, a majestic figure appeared, pale but like a great mountain, suppressing the Qianquan. It was none other than Venerable Savage Dragon, who glanced at Obsidian Heavenly Father and smiled faintly. Damn it, Barbarian Dragon, don't let Master Chromie find out the evidence. Otherwise, Master Crow will definitely whack you to death. An old crow's chirp spread out. Here comes the old crow. The figure was strangely fast and flew over the head of the Barbarian Dragon Venerable. Barf! On the door of the Barbarian Dragon Venerable's head, he pulled down a pile of bird. Chapter 34 Taoist Wounds? The Barbarian Dragon Exalt's rage was so great that his entire body radiated a terrifying killing light. As a famous member of the Holy Land, he had been so diabolized by a dead crow. Don't look at it like that. I didn't pull that. You have no proof. Old Crow had a thick skin. Humph. You guys pay more attention to Lu Tianmian. That sword just now, even though it was blocked by Senior Brother Obsidian, the terrifying killing chi, still entered Lu Tianmian's body. I'm afraid that he's not doing well right now. Venerable Savage Dragon's face was gloomy as he sneered. Old Crow and Obsidian Heavenly Father's heart sank. The sword chi of that puppet just now would be difficult for an ordinary powerhouse of the Divine Dan realm to resist. Lu Tianmeng was at the stage of enlightenment, and the consequences were indeed not optimistic. Pust. Sure enough, as soon as the Barbarian Dragon Venerable One's words fell, Lu Tianmian, who had been keeping his eyes closed, spilled a mouthful of blood from the corner of his mouth, and his face paled down. He was forcibly interrupted from his state of comprehension, and his breath shriveled. Barbarian Dragon Old Dog, you scumbag! I will make you pay 100 times the price in the future. Lu Tianming's eyes were hideous. What's going on out there? He senses it too. The Barbarian Dragon Venerable One will not be able to get away with it. That sword caused the meridians in his body to freeze a lot. A trace of a Dao wound appeared in his body. Dao injury. Many people are surprised that it is very difficult to cure. Lu Tianmeng already had his foundation destroyed, and then possessing a Dao injury would have an even greater impact on his future. He is, in all likelihood, a broken legacy and a lost cause. Asshole. The Obsidian Heavenly Father's fists clenched, and substantial fury erupted in his eyes. Senior Brother Barbarian Dragon. It's just too vicious. The old crow also wowed, itching to have a big fight with the Savage Dragon Exalt. It was too bad that Lu Tianming's chance was destroyed. Lu Tianmian, I'm your senior. I advise you to respect your teacher, or else this senior won't mind punishing you for disrespecting your elders. Venerable Savage Dragon sneered, his expression leisurely. Still the same sentence. Don't spit blood without evidence. Govern yourself properly. After saying that, he laughed out loud, not caring about Old Crow and Obsidian Heavenly Fathers' morose faces. His body swayed and disappeared above the void sky. Many people looked at each other and smacked their lips a little. In the past, the Barbarian Dragon Exalt and the Obsidian Heavenly Father, although they did not get along, they would not really strike. Now that Lu Tianmian's rising momentum, it was surprising that the Barbarian Dragon Venerable One had openly used such an underhanded trick. It seems that Lu Tianmai has made the threat that barbarian dragon venerable rise great. It's too unlucky, thinking that it's so easy to trap me. You're too naive. However, Lu Tiannian stared at the savage dragon venerable one's departure direction, and the corner of his mouth drew a hidden arc. With that sort of venerable savage dragon, under normal circumstances, he would indeed have his legacy broken and be burdened with a Dao disease. However, at the critical moment, the woman in white inside the bronze ancient coffin made a move to resist that killing aura. All of it. He also used a very subtle means to preserve the inheritance mark. The inheritance of the dragon elephant's sacred heavenly strength was not broken. He spat out blood, but he was only deliberately showing it to venerable savage dragon so that he would take it lightly. At the moment the purpose undoubtedly did. There was a bit of a sneer in his mind. That's a score he's not going to settle. The news spread, and within the four palaces, a great shock was set off. What? Lu Tiannian has really obtained the inheritance of the dragon elephant's sacred heavenly strength? Yes, that night on the ancestral Dao cliff, there were 10,000 divine lights and heavenly voices, like an ancient ancestor manifesting and preaching across time and space. The scene was too grand. It's a pity that Lu Tianlian was unlucky enough to be interrupted by the swordlight. Not only was his inheritance severed, but he also suffered from a Dao injury, so I'm afraid he'll be even more wasted in the future. Lots of sighs. To be able to communicate with the dragon elephant's sacred heavenly strength, Lu Tiannian could be said to have created another miracle for the ages. It's a real godsend when something like this happens. Lu Tiannian, it seems like this is your destiny. When Dongfang Qingcheng learned the news, the corners of her mouth also curled into a pleasant smile. The threat that Lu Tianmeng had given her by obtaining the dragon elephant's sacred heavenly strength was also extremely strong. You can rest easy now, brother celestial destiny. Who hurt you is also too bad. In the past few days, Obsidian Heavenly Father, Old Crow, and even the great lout that was Daoist Sanjiu came to check out Lu Tianmian's Dao injuries, helpless in his heart. Dao injuries are the most difficult to treat. Only with time, slow warming. It was very difficult for Lu Tianmeng's strength to even think about progressing in this way. Zhong Jianqi cried with pearly blossoms, seeing Lu Tianmian lying on the bed with a pale face. His heart ached. A small injury. It's nothing serious, Lu Tianmeng said with a faint smile. He was indeed affected, but it wasn't as serious as the crowd thought. With the woman in white, it wasn't difficult for him to recover. Zhong Jianqi was heartbroken and took out many precious medicinal herbs and gave them to Lu Tianmeng. It was cared for 3 days before I reluctantly left. On the 5th day, the Dao injury was finally helped to be completely erased by Lu Tianmian under the hand of the woman in white. And within Lu Tianming's body, due to being infused with a large amount of essence qi, he was more complete in the qi drawing realm. Without having to deliberately cultivate, he broke through the 5 yin veins in one fell swoop, and his breath was powerful by a large margin. Donghua, thank you so much. Feeling the changes within his body, Lu Tianming turned to the woman in white and lightly smiled. You and I are already considered grasshoppers on the same rope, so what's the point of being polite? The woman in white rolled her eyes. Lu Tianmian smiled. His relationship with the woman in white is delicate, although there are absurd encounters. In fact, at that time, the woman in white blinded his perception. He simply did not have the memory of those 10 days. He and the woman in white, that is, they did not look like lovers, nor did they look like master and disciple. However, looking at the white-clothed woman's figure, Lu Tianmeng still couldn't help but gulp in his heart. Donghua is too beautiful, like people in paintings unreal. The breath that towered above, like it was overlooking the ages, was even more stunning. It was truly like a female emperor, suppressing the ages, the so-called beauties of the desolate domain. In front of them, were like the difference between a firefly and a white moon? Not worth mentioning. If there was really any relationship with Donghua, it would definitely make many men rise with a supreme sense of fulfillment. Speaking of which, venerable barbarian dragon, it's a good thing to disturb your enlightenment. Dragon elephant sacred heavenly strength enlightenment is not something that can be accomplished overnight, and right now, you can take your time to enlighten yourself without having to worry about being disturbed by others. The woman in white smiled faintly. Lu Tianmeng nodded. Right now his situation in the Holy Land was treacherous. Without strength you can't even save your own life one day. He was once again a bit anxious about realm advancement. Buzz. At that moment, Lu Tiannian flipped his palm and took out a ice blue pill with a strong medicinal aroma lingering on it, and a Dan pattern inscribed on it. Lu Tianmeng laughed lightly. This was the Yin expansion pill that he had spent the better part of a month successfully refining. The flood refining heavenly cauldron and immortal flame were too powerful for alchemy. Lu Tianmeng felt like there was an invisible divine charm enveloping him when he used the flood refining heavenly cauldron. It made him alchemize pills like a god, and his advancement was amazing. Possessing a Dan pattern, this was a perfect grade top Yin Dan. If other alchemists knew about it, they would be shocked beyond words. The top Yin Dan, which was originally an ancient lost spiritual elixir. Even if there was a formula, a master alchemist might not be able to refine it. As a novice alchemist, it was appalling that Lu Tianmeng had refined the quality of the Dan lines. The flood refining heavenly cauldron, with the aura of the Dan ancestor, is what allows you to have the effect of transforming decay into magic in your alchemy. The woman in white summarized. Lu Tianmeng nodded his head, and immediately took the top Yin pill, and consumed it. At the same time, he also took the heavenly Yin pill that he had obtained earlier. Chapter 35 Roundup. Wind and Cloud Platform Battle. Rumble. In an instant, when the heavenly Yin pill entered his stomach, Lu Tianmeng felt a vast heavenly Yin sheath that swept through his body and finally converged in his Dantian Qi, causing the energy in his Dantian to turn into an icy cold color at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye. This icy cold aura was very overbearing. It was far too strong than the Xianyin Qi of a normal Xianyin realm cultivator. Lu Tianmeng smiled slightly, knowing that this was the heavenly Yin Qi contained within the heavenly Yin Dan. This was the supreme energy in the Xianyin realm, several levels higher than the Xianyin Qi. A random strand of it was more powerful than the Xianyin Qi of someone who had opened a few more Yin veins on their own. When he stepped into the blazing sun realm in the future, his starting point would be much higher than others. This was also the reason why when he exceeded the heavenly Yin Dan that day, so many old men in the Holy Land appeared, excited beyond measure, wanting to exchange for his heavenly Yin Dan. For the use of the juniors, this single elixir would be enough to cultivate a junior with an extremely extraordinary talent. Slap. While the heavenly Yin Qi was volatile, the medicinal power of the Yin expansion pill also began to exert itself, and the pure medicinal power continuously impacted within Lu Tianmeng's body, and finally a Yin vein was continuously opened. It didn't take long for as many as 12 Yin veins to open up in Lu Tianmeng's body. Each one emitted a glistening light and was even thicker, like a river of stars, crisscrossing across. The 5 previous Yin veins were also opened up to be thicker and tougher under the medicinal power of the Yin expansion pill. If you say that an unusual cultivator, the Yin vein opened up is only as thick as a copper wire. Lu Tianmeng's, on the other hand, was the thickness of a steel pipe. The robustness of the power output was far too ferocious than the former. Taking a Yin expansion pill, I actually opened up 12 Yin veins. Looking at those meridians, Lu Tianmeng was dumbstruck. Even though he had thought about the Tua Yin Dan as an ancient spirit elixir, the medicinal effect was very domineering. He had not expected it to be so delightful. 12 Yin veins were enough for many inner disciples to take several years, consume endless resources, and infinite pain to achieve awe. He only uses one elixir. Lu Tianmeng even felt a little dreamy. The effect, when it comes down to it, is awesome. The top Yin Dan, as the most sought-after divine elixir for ancient Xianyin realm cultivators, it's normal that it's so useful. The woman in white spoke. This was also thanks to Lu Tianmu, whose roots were strong enough. The Qi-drawing realm reached the vanguard extreme realm. When breaking through to the lower realms, it would have been smoother sailing than others. This was the benefit of reaching the 10,000 ancient extreme realm. According to this momentum, with the top Yin pill, it was very possible for Lu Tianmeng to reach the ancient extreme realm even in the Xianyin realm. Lu Tianmeng rubbed his hands together in excitement, only to feel that a well-trodden path was laid out in front of him. Dan Dao is rightfully known as the most honorable profession in the cultivation world. Dan masters, with their special techniques, coalesce a truly magical spirit elixir. A single elixir could save a cultivator countless years of hard cultivation. The more he accomplished in the Dan Dao, the greater the benefits to cultivation. It's a virtuous cycle. Time passes. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Lu Tianmeng had used the refined Yin expansion pill to open up his Yin veins to as many as 18, about to be able to open up the hidden chakra. With such a speed in the Holy Land, I don't know how many people would be shocked and skeptical. At the same time, Lu Tianmeng had also managed to get his hands on the 8 Desolate Fist study, Dragon Elephant Sacred Heavenly Strength. The current Lu Tianmeng's overall strength had changed drastically from before. 3 days later, finally inside the Desolate Palace, an event opened, the Wind and Cloud Platform Battle. This is the Desolate Palace, an annual rendezvous, designed to test the disciples of the Desolate Palace, the results of a year's cultivation. It was also a preparation for the 4 Palace competition, which would be held soon. In the 4 Palace competition, the Desolate Palace was low in strength and only had 10 slots. The Desolate Palace is going to select 10 of the most powerful people to participate. Every disciple of the Desolate Palace was rubbing their shoulders with excitement. Once decided, there will be great rewards to fire up the crowd. Big Brother Lu, off to the Wind and Cloud Terrace battle. On this day, Lu Tianmeng had just woken up from his cultivation state when, from outside the door, came the sound of Zhong Jianqi's delicate laughter. Now Zhong Fiangxi, the temperament is even more extraordinary, and there is even an arcane light overflowing around her body. Like a small fairy spirit, attention is incomparable. Xianyin realm perfection. How did you cultivate so fast? Lu Tianmeng was shocked when he saw the change in Zhong Jianxi. Previously, Zhong Jianxi, whose realm was not as high as his, had now reached the Xianyin realm consummation, leaving him dumbfounded. Master said that I have a special physique and a mysterious power in my body to help me open up my yin vein, and I did it, Zhong Fancher said with a smile. In the past, she was the one who protected Lu Tianmeng, and now that she could protect big brother Lu Tianmeng again, she was very happy. This little girl, she's extraordinary too. Lu Tianmian sighed in admiration, and also understood that the other party was the daughter of the Zhong family. The Zhong family had a long heritage in the eastern wasteland, with deep roots, so it was normal that she would have a special principal. Brother Lu, I heard that this time, the Desolate Palace Wind and Cloud Platform Battle, the quota can enter the top 10 people, can enter the Dragon Elephant Pool to cultivate, but some envious people Zhong Fiangxi and Lu Tianmian traveled together, and like a little elf, she wrapped the latter's arm and laughed. Dragon Elephant Pool? A flash of light swept across the bottom of Lu Tianming's eyes. He knew the name of the Dragon Elephant Pool. It was a great treasure of the Desolate Palace, containing the Dragon Elephant Qi, which was extremely powerful in refining the Taoist body and condensing the true essence. In the past, when the Dragon Elephant Pool was opened, many disciples advanced into the Fiery Sun realm with it. The flesh is big and strong. It also had an extremely strong effect on his cultivation of the Dragon Elephant's sacred heavenly strength. This divine skill, he had only touched the skin of it at the moment. If he had the Dragon Elephant Qi to add to his cultivation of the Dragon Elephant's sacred heavenly strength, he would definitely get twice the result with half the effort. Let's just go and take a look. If Brother Lu wants other resources, I will try my best to find them for you. Zhong Jianxi apologized. She had forgotten that big brother Lu Tianmeng, who hadn't learned the Dragon Elephant's sacred heavenly strength, had also suffered a Dao injury. It's incurable. It was undoubtedly unlikely that one would want to obtain the top 10 at the Wind and Cloud Terrace battle. She said so for fear that Brother Lu would be hurt. Lu Tianmian smiled lightly and patted Zhong Jianxi's head. This time, the top 10 of the Wind and Cloud Terrace, he could be sure of it. At that moment, with Zhong Fiangxi, they went all the way over a few showy mountains, and then came to the Wind and Cloud Terrace not far from the main peak. Just as he reached this point, Lu Tianmeng couldn't help but be slightly startled by his eyes. Wind and Cloud Platform Battle, worthy of the Desolate Palace once-a-year event. Weekdays closed. Out of cultivation disciples are back, breath-thick-spirited. The atmosphere around them was fiery and enthusiastic to the extreme. Many people's strength, which had reached the Xianyin realm consummation, was not at all inferior to the top 10 characters of the Wind and Cloud ranking. Lu Tianmian secretly sighed. It seemed that the ranking of the Wind and Cloud ranking could not represent the whole picture, and 1 year was enough to change a lot. Lu Tianmian, how dare he have the nerve to come to the Wind and Cloud Terrace battle? Many gazes turned, all a bit surprised. Some time ago, Lu Tianmian obtained the Dragon Elephant's sacred heavenly strength, and the sensation was extremely widespread. At the critical moment, he was interrupted in his enlightenment by a sword chi and suffered a Dao injury, making many people feel sorry for him. Now comes the sympathy. Lu Tianming, what are you doing here? Don't you feel sad about touching the scene? A loud laugh came from the Yu Palace's Zhao Yu, who also came and sneered. The Desolate Palace Wind and Cloud stage battle, the geniuses from other palaces, would also come to watch the fun. When he saw Lu Tianmian, who had seriously injured his lover, his eyes were as fierce as poisonous snakes. Lu Yiming's injuries were too heavy, with many broken root bones and meridians. After the medical treatment, it simply could not be healed, resulting in the realm slipping. Only in the early Xianyin realm, a lifetime almost ruined. He naturally hated Lu Tianmai to the core. On the side, Lu Yiming also had a malicious look on her face, wanting to drink Lu Tianming's blood. None of your business. Take care of your lover. Lu Tianming glanced at him faintly and snorted. Zhao Yu's hatred intensified, and like a mad dog, his fists clenched and bled. If he could, he would hate to strike now and slap Lu Tianmai to death. It was a good thing that Lu Tianming came to participate in the Wind and Cloud Terrace battle. He laughed sarcastically in his heart. Want to see it humiliate itself and end in misery. Lu Tianmian, do you really want to participate in the Wind and Cloud Terrace battle? At that moment, Li Yuanji also arrived, her beautiful eyes swept with surprise. Chapter 36 Raging Lu Hao. I had thought that Lu Tianmian would be depressed and disheveled and wouldn't show up. Lu Tianmeng, however, had the stance to compete, which undoubtedly surprised her. Casually playing around and moving my muscles. Looking at Li Yuanji's unexpectedly beautiful eyes, Lu Tianchi casually shrugged his shoulders and laughed. Just try your best, don't be impulsive. Li Yuanji sighed softly, feeling that Lu Tianmian's heart was not willing to give it a try, but having suffered a Dao injury, even if his Qi drawing realm reached the 100,000 gene pole realm, There was no way he could be a match for those at the forefront of the Wind and Cloud Terrace. In this year, many disciples of the Desolate Palace had their strength increased by a large margin. It was indeed unrealistic for Lu Tianmu to want to achieve good results. You shouldn't have come. An invalid should have the consciousness of an invalid. At this moment, an icy cold voice rang out, and a man in black walked with his hands behind his back, his face indifferent as he said, "Which end are you?" Lu Tianmeng said as he picked at his ears. He didn't seem to have a grudge against this man in black, did he? Rubbish. You don't even know our Desolate Palace's second-ranked big brother Lu Hao. You still have the nerve to participate in the Wind and Cloud platform battle. Hurry back to your garbage mountain and stay there. Beside Lu Hao, there are disciples that toe the line. Cultivation is very realistic. With strength others will be in awe. Without it is not even. Therefore, they didn't care about Lu Tianmeng even if he had been a saint's son. There was even a mood to beat the crap out of him. So it's Lu Hao. Lu Tianming released, hearing that he liked Yuan Ji very much. It seemed to be precisely because the latter was talking to himself that he was very upset. Lu Tianmian pursed his hair and smiled lightly. If you don't have charisma, blame yourself for not being able to grow. Don't squeeze people like a mad dog. Puffing. As soon as the words fell out of her mouth, Zhong Jianqi couldn't help but cover her mouth with a delicate smile. Lu Hao has a majestic figure, belonging to the rigid men. But if we talk about the elegance and appearance, and Lu Tianmeng big brother, there is indeed a gap. Big brother Lu Tianmeng, blatantly saying that the other party is ugly. How humiliating. What did you say? As expected, Lu Hao instantly became furious like a cat that had its tail stepped on, his pair of eyes radiating a horrifying killing intent, his hair falling back, as he shouted angrily. Boom! The majestic aura, unleashed. Many of the nearby disciples were shaken and sent tumbling out, their gazes turned with horrified faces. Lu Tianmeng has a lot of guts. Anyone who dares to offend, this is Lu Hao. 1 foot into the fiery sun realm, the seed of the yang orifice in his body has appeared. If he opens his true essence like the blazing sun, the atmosphere is brilliant, and several Xianyin realms are no match for him. He also dares to offend, is eating bear's heart and leopard's gall. Excellent. Lu Hao's methods are poisonous. In the past, there were a few ungrateful disciples who merely spoke a few words with Li Yuanji, and he broke their arms and legs, threw them out of the Desolate Palace, and even secretly beat them up and killed them, and threw them deep into the mountains to feed them to the wild dogs. Lu Tianmian, offending his scales and carrying out humiliation. On the Wind and Cloud stage, he will be worse than death. Not far away, when Zhao Yu saw this scene, he couldn't help but have a touch of joy emerge in his eyes. He had originally pondered how to make Lu Tian's life the most miserable, but Lu Tianmian provoked this ferocious tiger, really asking for trouble, offending big brother Lu Hao. He indeed won't have a good time. On the side, Lu Yimang also laughed morosely. She had long recognized Lu Hao as her godbrother and was extremely loving to her on weekdays. When Lu Tianmian wasted her, big brother Lu Hao was extremely enraged, saying that he would get her back for this grudge. He now dares to contradict big brother Lu Hao. I really don't know how to write the word deaf. The words have been said. Are you deaf or not? Look for your own reasons if you look ugly. Don't complain here. Lu Tianming blew out the earwax that he had picked out, casually, and said carelessly, I want you to die. Lu Hao shouted violently. His murderous aura was awe-inspiring. Within the Desolate Palace, who dared to say this to him? Lu Tianmian squeezing him like this. His anger was too great to contain. Boom! As soon as the words fell, a terrifying aura erupted from his entire body. That Shen Qi. It did reach a terrifying level. A large amount of Yin Qi condensed on the surface of his body, and he slapped his palm, like he was going to freeze the space. Some of the disciples who were close by had their scalps tingling, their bodies were cold and piercing, and their faces were white. Lu Hao in the Xianyin realm consummation, a full 5 years of accumulation, although he did not open the hidden vein, but the battle force is also too much stronger than the average person. This palm down, afraid of tens of thousands of pounds of boulders, will be directly shot into pieces. Many people had a face of awe. Being able to climb to the second place of the Desolate Palace was not a saving grace. The crowd gazed at Lu Tianmeng, really not understanding what he had the strength to contradict Lu Hao. Doesn't he know that even if he hadn't suffered a Dao injury, he wouldn't have been a match for Lu Hao? Being injured in the Dao, it was very easy for Lu Hao to deal with him, like dealing with a child. However, as the raging strong winds came, Lu Tianmian was calm and undaunted, and he was not used to seeing Lu Hao being so overbearing and rampant. The other party wanted to be embarrassed, and he didn't mind, making it even more embarrassing. At that moment, Lu Tianmian was about to explode the Great Desolate Emperor bone in his body and engage Lu Hao. It was also at this moment that a lazy cold drink, but it rang out in the sky dome. Lu Hao, any grudges? Let's talk about it at the Wind and Cloud Terrace battle. Don't cause trouble for me here. As the words fell, a strong aura erupted and swept over, like an invisible barrier suppressing Lu Hao and Lu Tianmian's true essence and separating them. Lu Tianming's heart was slightly shaken. His gaze turned, and sure enough, he saw the three lacking Taoists lazily flying in on an auspicious cloud. He was on the auspicious cloud. His hair was like a chicken's nest, and he was picking at his feet, very much without the image of an elder. Seeing the three lacking Taoist, many Desolate Palace disciples were aghast in their hearts, even though this old man, known as the Desolate Palace's great snub, had victimized many disciples, causing many to gnash their teeth and dream of whacking him to death. But it had to be said that his strength really wasn't covered. Among the elders of the four palaces, if there was one person who was the most mysterious, it was him. Almost no one had ever seen him strike, yet he had never suffered a loss in his encounters with many elders. Even Yu Palace's Shin Muji was slightly afraid of him. Towards Daoist three deficiencies, many disciples were still somewhat in awe while being upset. Right, don't give Master Crow a hard time. Otherwise, Master Crow will cover you on the spot. A domineering voice rang out, and the old crow also spread his wings like a rock, in a very dashing and cool posture, spreading his wings and descending from the sky, landing on a stone pillar at the highest point of the wind and cloud terrace, with a look of a master's loneliness, a toothpick dangling from his mouth, and a domineering tone of voice. The temperament was like that of a dilettante or gangster, who would take a slate and hit someone at any time, not at all like a celestial realm powerhouse. Dao body, where did the dead crow body go? Lu Tianming's pupils shrunk slightly, surprised. After his strength increased, the divine soul perception of his great desolate emperor body was even stronger. It could be perceived that the old crow was not the body. Its lifespan is not much, and its main body may have gone to settle its lifespan. The white-clothed woman, Dong Hua, blandly said. The old raven, who was very mysterious in the eyes of others, seemed to her like a small beast, in full view, without the slightest secret. Chapter 37 Taunt. So, Lu Tianmian nodded in relief. He could also feel that the old crow's body has been very old. There is also an obscure aura on his body. Seems to be still injured. On the wind and cloud stage, Lu Tianliang, let's have some more fun. Lu Hao's face twitched. He didn't dare to contradict Daoist three deficiencies. The old crow was even more like a god in his mind. Inviolable. He looked at Lu Tianmeng and smiled coldly. So what if someone was protecting Lu Tianmeng? Wind and cloud terrace battle. With their respective strengths, Lu Tianmian was undefeated and was still being toyed with. Pust. At that moment, a mouthful of blood spilled out from the corner of Lu Tianmeng's mouth. The crowd was even more compassionate, suffering such a severe injury and still coming to participate in the Desolate Palace martial arts. What a fight! But reality is cruel and will not sympathize with him. Lu Tianmeng sneered in his heart. He did this to show the old man from the barbarian dragon venerable camp. The weaker he is, the more trouble he'll be in later. The less trouble he'll be in, it's good for his growth. Damn, why does it feel like he's thieving and not holding back any good farts? Old Crow muttered as his eyes gurgled. Having lived with Lu Tianmeng for so many years, it understood it too well, and was belly dark and incomparable. It was in a bird cage and was often pitted by Lu Tianmai. It cannot help but a jolt, always feel things, not as simple as the crowd thought. As time passed, more and more disciples came from the Desolate Palace, and the scene became more and more fiery. Many elders from other palaces also came to observe the ceremony, most of them targeted for Lu Tianmai. Lu Tianmeng communicated the dragon elephant's sacred heavenly strength, and the sensation was too great. If not destroyed, it is destined to shine brightly in the Holy Land. Seeing Lu Tianmai, his weak appearance, Zhong Jianxi taking care of him from time to time, feeding him spiritual medicine, Shin Muji laughed out coldly, completely relieved. It's indeed ruined. Trying to fight with their lineage was even more impossible. A bunch of despicable guys from the Yu Palace. May you all have sons without dicks. The three lacking Dao cursed in his heart. Lu Tianmian obtaining the dragon elephant's sacred heavenly strength was all good for the Holy Land. Just because of his own selfish interests, he ruined Lu Tianmai. This group of people are, well, too narrow-minded. Three lack of Taoist. This term you Desolate Palace. But there are a few good seedlings. I do not know the four palace assembly. In the hands of our Yu Palace disciples, can hold up a few rounds. Shin Muji said with a faint smile. None of your business. The three lacking Taoist gave him a back of the head. Shin Muji worked as Dongfang Qingqing's lapdog to have such a high status in Yu Palace. He despises it greatly. Shin Muji's eyes were sinister, making up his mind. If the Desolate Palace disciple did not perform well, he would surely taunt the other party properly. If the Desolate Palace was still ranked at the bottom of the list at the Four Palace Conference, he would also apply to the Elder Council to disband the Desolate Palace. Let the disciples of the Desolate Palace, in the other three palaces, make a start. Desolate Palace, the overall quality, and our three palaces, there's still quite a bit of a gap. Yes, or else you guys should disband. Taking up a palace slot is a waste of resources. You are a disgrace to the inner sect. At this time, the Hong Palace and the Zeus Palace, many disciples laughed out loud. The Desolate Palace was the most trashy of the 4 palaces, and they didn't spare any ridicule since, disrupting their military center of gravity, they would perform even worse at the 4 Palace Assembly. The Desolate Palace disciples were furious. These guys were too rampant to be humiliated at their door. Humph, the Desolate Palace is just a broken legacy. Otherwise, there would be nothing for you 3 palaces to do. Not bad. If it wasn't for Lu Tianmian's loss in comprehending the dragon elephant's sacred heavenly strength, you guys wouldn't be. With equal resources, the disciples of the Desolate Palace may not be inferior to you. Some of the Desolate Palace disciples were filled with righteous indignation. The disciples of the Hong Palace, Yu Palace, and Zeus Palace sneered. I just feel that the Arakia's mouth is too hard. There's no outstanding talent today, and they'll taunt even more. Ignore those crazy dogs. Now the Wind and Cloud platform battle officially begins. Dio's 3 deficiencies snorted coldly. He was not surprised to see such a thing. He was also embarrassed by the situation in the Desolate Palace. Just want to hurry up and get the Wind and Cloud Terrace battle over with, lest it be a joke. If Lu Tianmian were to comprehend into the dragon elephant's sacred heavenly strength, they would absolutely not dare to fart. Just a bunch of sons of es. Some of the Desolate Palace elders cursed angrily. Taking a glance at the weak-looking Lu Tianmian, they once again laughed bitterly. After so many years of waiting for a man of destiny, he was ruined. It's too stifling. Retribution. Blaspheming the holy maiden. Having his cultivation wasted. Getting the dragon elephant's sacred heavenly strength being a bad chance for someone. And his physique being a great desolate waste body. Lu Tianmian is really pathetic. Maybe the character is so bad that God can't stand it. Many of the people's 3rd palace disciples laughed coldly. Full of playfulness, Lu Tianmeng looked calm and ignored these people barking. In the days that he had suffered from his Dao injuries, the 3 lacking Dao lords and the many elders of the Desolate Palace had all come over to see him and give him resources. Back then, when Master Beauty was around, the relationship with the Desolate Palace was quite good. These people wanted to see the Desolate Palace laugh, but they were afraid that it wouldn't be that easy. A cold smile curled the corners of his mouth. Ostensibly, he coughed a few times and took out his handkerchief, revealing crimson blood. Zhong Jianqi's big eyes were filled with tears. After that, the Wind and Cloud Terrace battle began, stipulating that only those ranked in the top 100 in terms of strength could participate in the battle. Lu Tianmeng had defeated Lu Yimeng before and also possessed the qualifications to participate in the battle. 3 hours later, finally Lu Tianmeng ushered in the first match. When he saw his opponent, Lu Tianmian could not help but be stunned. This person was dressed in silver armor and had an extraordinary demeanor. It was Zhang Wu. Ha ha, Lu Tianmian, you're not my opponent right now. Better get off the stage. Zhang Wu laughed. He was also extremely impressed by Lu Tianmeng's strength. Recovering from adversity, he opened the first divine treasure of the Great Desolate Emperor's body and executed the Golden Sky Divine Finger. He was also appalled by the terrifying power. He was no match for Lu Tianmeng if they were to face each other. At this moment, Lu Tianmai was suffering from a Dao injury, and he was unwilling to take advantage of people's danger. At that moment, he straightened his collar and looked dashing. Get off the stage, don't embarrass yourself. A sick kid on stage who doesn't know how to spell ugly. Ha ha, I guess now Lu Tianmian, I can beat the out of him with a random punch. Many Yu Palace disciples sneered, full of cold sarcasm. These guys, they really like barking dogs. Zhang Wu cursed angrily. Lu Tianmeng was a former holy son and disciple leader. These people are so small-minded. He was also extremely contemptuous of the disciples of the Yu Palace. Make your move. Lu Tianmeng only addressed Zhang Wu and smiled. Senior brother Lu, be careful. Zhang Wu nodded his head, only realizing that Lu Tianmai was a late hero. He wouldn't let Lu Tianmai be too much of a mess. It's so saddening to see the ups and downs that Saint's son has gone through over the years. Boom! At that moment, he rushed in as a silver lightning bolt and blasted away with a ferocious palm. The 4-palace competition was imminent. Many disciples of the Desolate Palace were desperately trying to surge their strength. Zhang Wu realm also increased quite a lot. There were 17 meridians surfacing in the body, and the Xianyin Qi within their palms was exuberant and boundless. The disciples of the Desolate Palace are really a bit crazy. Many 3rd palace disciples smacked their lips at this increase in strength, some desperation, obviously for the purpose of elevating the status of the Desolate Palace at the 4-palace assembly. A little carelessness could be detrimental to your future. Many people once again sneered at Lu Tianmeng. If Lu Tianmeng had obtained the dragon elephant's sacred heavenly strength, perhaps during this period of time, he would have also soared. And now it's weak and sick. It's pathetic. Knock. Lu Tianmai was bland, mobilizing the surging power within his body and blasting away with a punch. As the fists and palms collided, the scene of Lu Tianmian being blown away by a single blow didn't appear. Instead, he perfectly blocked Zhang Wu's aura ferocious palm, and within Lu Tianmian's fist, there was also a strong momentum that erupted, causing Zhang Wu to thump backward a few steps. With every step that fell, the sturdy and robust wind and cloud platform shook a little. What? Countless people came down with their jaws on the floor, dumbfounded. Wasn't Lu Tianmeng injured? How could he be so powerful? Ha! Some of the elders at the high places were stunned. It seems that its Great Desolate Emperor body has the efficacy of suppressing Dao injuries? Shin Muji's gaze was deep and murmured. Many people released the Great Desolate Emperor body as the most heaven-defying physique in ancient times. It was normal for it to have incredible divine effects, but by doing so, the Dao injuries will only become more ferocious, and Lu Tianmian will end up even more miserable then. An elder sneered. Pust. Sure enough, in the ring, another stream of blood spilled from the corner of Lu Tianmian's mouth. The figure shook slightly, like it would fall at any moment. Many people sneered out again. Chapter 38 Ranas. The crowd is in an uproar. Senior brother Lu, why are you so bitter? Zhang Wu said with a bitter smile. Suppressing the Taoist wound is much more costly. Does Lu Tianmian really want to play the future completely? The Taoist wound backfired and death was possible. My blood qi is not bad. I can still hold on. Lu Tianmian smiled faintly and wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, saying, he did this, and he didn't want to expose the woman in white. Being wounded in the Tao and being able to heal it all is amazing. Maybe some of the old guys had more murderous intent towards him, so that it can be concealed. As long as you can take it, one move after that, victory I surrender. Zhang Wu nodded his head, respecting Lu Tianmeng. Its resilience is not comparable to that of ordinary people. If Zhang Wu knew that Lu Tianmeng was bluffing him, he didn't know if he would spray a mouthful of old blood on the spot. Spear of Xianin. Attack! At that moment, Zhang Wu drank heavily. His entire body's 17 yin veins glowed, and large swathes of Xianin qi erupted, as he transformed like an ice-blue god of war. Buzz! With a flash of light in his hand, a green-colored battle spear appeared, emitting a terrifying icy cold aura. His feet slammed down on the ring, and his body rushed in like a frigid beast. The war spear drew a sharp arc, pointing straight at Lu Tianmian's chest. Click here. Wherever the shiny spear tip passed, an icy cold aura filled the air, causing space to freeze at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, Zhang Wu was like a god who dominated the icy cold and could freeze heaven and earth. Xian Yin's spear. This is an extreme-grade spiritual treasure, only a hair's breadth away from a lower-grade spiritual weapon. The crowd exclaimed. Weapons grade, rank and file. The higher levels have an overwhelming advantage. This top-tier extreme spiritual treasure was so much more powerful than ordinary spiritual treasures. This strike had the flavor of shattering everything. Good timing. Lu Tianmeng laughed aloud and exhibited the Dragon Elephant Divine Palm. The body erupted with dragon and elephant chants. After studying the Dragon Elephant Sacred Heavenly Strength, coupled with the Great Desolate Emperor body, Lu Tianmian's Dragon Elephant Divine Palm also underwent an extremely strong metamorphosis. When the attack was made, there was an illusory dragon spirit and elephant spirit that emerged in the center of the palm. It's only 7 or 8 inches though, very miniature. However, the ferocious aura was like a flood sweeping through, with a sense of covering the 8 wastelands. Bang! A shocking popping sound resounded as Lu Tianmian's palm and the spear tip made contact, like a small sun exploding with blinding light. To people's surprise, Lu Tianmian's Great Desolate Emperor body was simply too strong. The rolling golden blood qi overflowed, and when it was added within the Dragon Elephant Divine Palm, the palm had the flavor of being indestructible. Click! Not long after, on Zhang Wu's spear blade, the large swathes of Xianin qi that had been knitted out continued to disintegrate. The power of the dragon elephant was still whistling at Zhang Wu like a mountain of mountains. Zhang Wu's face changed greatly, not expecting Lu Tianmian's Dragon Elephant Divine Palm to be so domineering. It was too much stronger than an unusual advanced battle technique. Pust. In the end, blood spurted from his mouth, and his body shook as he fell back in a sorry state. Half kneeling at the edge of the wind and cloud platform, Lu Tianmeng grabbed the spear of Xianin and stuck it in front of Zhang Wu, smiling. Brother Zhang Wu, I apologize. Silence. Heaven and earth fell dead silent. The disciples of the 3 palaces who had previously mocked Lu Tianmai all had numbskulls and looked fearful. How is Lu Tianmian still fierce like a flood beast? This attack, if it were to hit them, it would be enough to beat them into mush. They were all a little pale. It seemed that even if Lu Tianmeng had Dao injuries, beating them up like dead dogs wouldn't be a problem. Shen Muji was shocked and didn't expect Lu Tianmu to be so strong. This asshole. Why does it feel even more terrifying than a month ago? Lu Yimeng was also dumbfounded. At that time, Lu Tianmeng had wasted a lot of effort to defeat himself. Defeating Zhang Wu was even easier. It's a moral injury. To hell with it. Who's wounded in the road? It's Raw. It must be that during this period of time, a lot of people have been watching him, taking elixirs and building up a strong power. This is the end of his strength. The more he strikes, the more likely his body will collapse, the greater the possibility. Zhao Yu's face was grim as he laughed. Ruyuman nodded, finding it very reasonable. Inside a cave, Venerable Savage Dragon also frowned, suffering from a Dao injury. One simply couldn't engage in too many fights, and there was something fishy about Lu Tianmian being so fierce. There's no harm. The Great Desolate Emperor body is always different from normal people. Beside him, an old man laughed. Lu Tianming's Dao injuries remained unchanged, so there was no need to worry. Venerable Savage Dragon smiled faintly and felt the same. In this battle, Lu Tianmai wins. At this moment, the referee spoke. The tone of his voice was marvelous. Defeating Zhang Wu under a Dao injury, the Great Desolate Emperor body really has a doorway. Thanks. Lu Tianming smiled and walked down the ring. After returning to his seat, he immediately took a large amount of healing pills from Zhong Jianqi in order to cover up, and swallowed them as soon as he could, his face pale and coughing from time to time. I knew that this guy was holding on hard, and sure enough, after striking out once, the injuries in his body became even more severe. Many disciples laughed out loud. The more wasteful Lu Tianmai was, the happier they were. Big brother Lu, can you still support it, or go back? I'll let Big brother and its master heal you. Zhong Fancher couldn't bear to say. It's fine, it's still holding up. Lu Tianming forced a smile, but in his heart, he was happy. You guys can laugh, but if you go up against him, see if my mouth won't give you a crooked shot. He was very happy with his acting. The old mongrels of the Oriental Tilth's lineage were even more at ease. Sure enough, Shin Muji and the other old men sneered. Unconcerned, Lu Tianmian let you play. What's the harm in the last remaining heat? It doesn't make any waves at all. The game continued after that and was very close. For the top 10 places, every disciple was riveted to the spirit treasures and battle techniques, which were endless. Many people were hot and dazzled. About an hour later, Lu Tianming finally welcomed his second round. Ha ha, Lu Tianmian has met me. You're too unlucky. A rampant laughter resounded in the ring as a young man dressed in blue, very thin, jumped onto the ring. There were 18 yin veins glowing on his body surface, and an immeasurable amount of divine haze blossomed around him, like a young god with a high aura. It's Feng Shuo, ranked in the top 6 on the wind and cloud ranking list, and possessing an astral wind spirit body. Lots of discoloration. It's simply not comparable to Young Wu or Ruyaman. The astral wind spirit body. The attack is sharp and limitless. Many astral winds like 10,000 swords all roaring together, can be a person and into pieces. He and Lu Hao are still in the same boat, and it will be extremely bad for Lu Tianming to meet him. Waste him for me, like a dead dog, kneeling in the ring. Lu Hao laughed viciously. Don't worry. Feng Shuo laughed, craning his neck, his teeth chattering. He and Lu Hao are sworn brothers. I'll get it back in the field. He also liked a female disciple under the seat of Dongfang Qingcheng. Maybe it would work out then, much to his excitement. The Big Dipper Wind spiritual body with 18 yin veins may not be able to run rampant. Lu Tianming smiled faintly and walked slowly towards the wind and cloud stage. Before going on stage, he also drank some spirit liquid from Zhong Jianqi, seemingly in order to suppress his Dao injuries. Lu Tianmian, this wasteful appearance of yours is not worthy of being my opponent. Kneel down obediently, apologize to Lu Hao, and then be one of my dogs. I can spare you. Feng Shuo sneered, looking contemptuous, a sickly child. He didn't even bother to do anything about it. Is that so? Lu Tianming smiled, and with a rumbling sound, his body shook, exhibiting the 18 yin veins, each one even thicker and tougher, like a river of stars, illuminating the 4 directions. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed and the aura boiled. Many heaven and earth yuan qi entered Lu Tianmian's body, and his torso erupted with a brilliant haze, like a divine sun, standing in the vast heavens. 18 yin veins? Rumble, like a massive earthquake. The crowded wind and cloud terrace set off a huge uproar, and countless people stood up as if they had gone crazy, all with horrified faces. Impossible. This must be a fake. Clicking his tongue, Zhao Yu hissed as he sat his chair through his butt and his eyes were covered in disbelief. How is it possible? Puff. Shin Muji, also a mouthful of tea, directly sprayed out. Eyes are convex, such as dead fish eyes. Everyone was shocked, and the shocking clamor was like a tsunami, one after another, unceasing, being wounded in the Dao. Isn't it very difficult to advance in strength? Lu Tianming, however, awakened 18 yin veins within a month. That's just appalling. Li Yuanji was also stunned with her pretty face. This cultivation speed was the first of its kind in the Holy Land. Lu Tianmian, how did you open up? Shin Muji stood up like a mad dog and roared. Lu Tianmian's yin vein was thicker and tougher than normal people. This is certainly top-notch. It's so out of character. I'm suffering from a Dao injury, and I want to burn at the end and sacrifice all my potential, can't I? Lu Tianming calmly said. Burning potential? The crowd was surprised. Ancient legends had it that some powerful physique sacrifices would indeed result in a huge increase in strength within a short period of time. That's the way to play with your life. Lu Tianming is really crazy for the top 10 of the Desolate Palace, being suppressed for many years by Oriental Pouring City. Do you want to prove yourself even if you die? Many people sneered, feeling even more miserable for Lu Tianmai. Shen Muji was also chilled, not expecting Lu Tianming to be so ruthless. When the origin is exhausted, there will be no way back. Pity, you've fallen to this level. Within the Holy Maiden Peak, Dongfang Qingcheng looked at the illusory sky water curtain with a cold smile. A sudden wave of sadness rose in her. Lu Tianmian counted it as a complete end, so that she would have less conscience. At one time, she and Lu Tianmian were indeed lovers. It's only their different camps that are to blame for being reduced to this. At this moment, her mind was all a bit mixed up. Lu Tianmian, even if you burn your potential, you won't be a match for my Big Dipper spirit body at the same level. Feng Shuo roared, his eyes scarlet red as he said. He was also extremely shocked that Lu Tianming had this kind of strength. He was still confident in himself and would not allow defeat at the hands of Lu Tianmian, whose days were numbered. Kill! At that moment, he shouted angrily, his 18 veins glowing as he kicked Lu Tianmian viciously. The crowd was surprised. The speed was too fast, like a gale, impossible to see with the naked eye. Easily defeated. Geniuses of the same level. Today I will prove that the Great Desolate Emperor body is nothing but trash. The corner of Feng Shuo's mouth lifted up in a sardonic smile. His astral wind spirit body, which had reached the top of the medium spirit body, was no less than the superior spirit body. Lu Tianmian's Great Desolate Emperor body, with only one divine collection opened, might not be his opponent. Defeating the Great Desolate Imperial body would make him famous in one battle. He was also very energized in his heart. Medium spirit body, and you dare to be reckless? Lu Tianmian sneered. The strength of the Great Desolate Emperor body was simply not something Feng Shuo could imagine. Chapter 39 Crushing Spiritual Bodies. Boom! At that moment, Lu Tianming exploded the surging golden blood qi down the 18 veins and injected it into his eyes. At that moment, Lu Tianming's eyes were like transformed into two divine lamps that were so bright and dazzling that they could penetrate all things. It was the Great Desolate Emperor body, a hidden talent. The Great Desolate Emperor Eye, everything in the world, the order of heaven and earth, has nothing to hide. Feng Shuo's proud speed became much slower in his eyes. Then, Lu Tianming struck out, like a revived Jiaolong, his entire body glowing with golden light, and grabbed Feng Shuo's paw and slammed it down hard on the ring. Boom! Like a 10,000 pound boulder blast, the entire ring roared. The crowd was horrified as Feng Shuo, who had been in high spirits 1 second, coughed up blood like a dead dog in the next moment. Lu Tianming's force was too strong, drawing in 100,000 pounds of qi to the extreme realm. Feng Shuo's insides spewed out, his head spinning, and a series of bone contusions rang out within his body. Lu Tianmian actually awakened a trace of the Great Desolate Emperor's eye. Many of the surrounding elders also sucked in cool air furiously. This is for the Great Desolate Imperial body, which also belongs to the legend Ah. Very few people in history have awakened the Emperor's eyes. For Lu Tianming to do it when he was only at the Xianyin realm was simply sensational. Why is this kid getting more and more perverted? Venerable Savage Dragon also gritted his teeth, his heart icy cold. During the same period, Lu Tianming almost surpassed Dongfang Qingcheng. The latter possessed a saint-level physique, as well as ancient saint memories, and endless treasures. Lu Tianmian was even more demonic than her. There was really no heavenly reason. After all, it's the end of the line. It must be that he burned his potential in exchange for a hint of the Great Desolate Emperor's eyes opening. With the true Emperor Dao immortal eyes, it's far from it. Beside him, the dry and thin old man hissed, the Great Desolate Imperial body. In addition to the unrivaled blood and flesh of the Gaijin, the Great Desolate Emperor's eye is also strong. In the ancient times, there were Great Desolate Emperor bodies that were close to reaching great completion that burned their life wheels and executed the Emperor's eye, nearly obliterating a powerhouse that was about to reach the Great Emperor realm. What kind of war record is this? That person had almost 1 foot in the Emperor realm. In the 10,000 realms of the heavens, all of them were invincible for all eternity. Tens of thousands of years would hardly produce a giant of this caliber. He was nearly decapitated by a Great Desolate Imperial body that had not yet reached great completion. The terror of the Great Desolate Emperor body was evident. It is known as the most heaven-defying physique in history, suppressing thousands of physiques, and it is indeed true to its name. If the Great Desolate Emperor body comes to fruition, it is rumored that it has a battle power comparable to that of a great emperor. And even without becoming an emperor, there are cases of tearing down flawless great emperors. and this kind of physique is indeed a nightmare for every enemy. Venerable savage dragon's eyes were cold. It was a good thing that Lu Tianmian was suffering from a Dao injury, so he couldn't be arrogant for long. The Great Desolate Imperial Body and the 8 divine treasures were also blocked by the heavenly Dao. The sky is the limit for what Lu Tianmian wants to accomplish. No! Big Dipper 10,000 realms. Kill me! Feng Shuo spat out his bile, annoyed beyond measure. His astral wind spirit body, which was his greatest pride, could not endure, collapsing in the hands of a wasted body. At that moment, he roared, directly burning blood. Every pore of his body emitted a wind, wisps of wind, in a circle of several feet around him, forming a wind field, like a small world. Every wind, like a murderous sword of the world, strangling Lu Tianmai, densely packed. Tens of thousands of astral winds were like a meat grinder. Ordinary powerhouses of the fiery sun realm would have to be afraid. It's useless. The Great Desolate Emperor Body, which traverses through the ancient times, and the golden blood chi shatters all domains. A small divine collection of a spiritual body like yours is just a display for me. However, Lu Tianming's smile was icy cold. His entire body's divine radiance flowed, like every inch of his skin was emitting a golden glow, like a god of war that had walked out from the ancient times, looking down upon the world. Glancing at the strong winds that were densely packed in all directions, Lu Tianmian's eyes were contemptuous. Boom! Then his body shook, and the terrifying golden blood chi, like an ocean, erupted from his body, and those astral winds, immediately like tiles, could not withstand a single blow and shattered down. Hiss! The people once again drew cold air. This golden blood chi of Lu Tianmian was truly perverted. Each strand was as heavy as a mountain, so explosive, like it could break everything in the world. If Lu Tianming opened more divine treasures, the golden blood chi would be like a sea, overwhelming the world, and the scene would be so terrifying. Out of nowhere, it was like they saw a supreme emperor body rising up here, one day illuminating the heavens and writing myths. At this moment, Lu Tianmian's aura was too high and extreme. Every inch of the pores of his body was erupting golden haze, his internal organs were glowing, and he was emitting the sound of the great Dao Luan. Like his body, there are endless secrets to think about. Some of the geniuses with special physiques were staring at their faces. The Great Desolate Emperor Body could restrain the world's physique divine collection, and it really lived up to its name. Feng Shuo's face was completely ashen and his expression was desperate. He opened 18 veins, and even if he wasn't as thick as Lu Tianmian, he had thought that with his astral wind spirit body, winning should not be a problem. Only now did he realize how naive he was. Under Lu Tianmian's Great Desolate Emperor Body, his astral wind spirit body, like a joke, was not worth mentioning. His mood sank into an abyss of 10,000 feet. It seemed that if one wanted to defeat Lu Tianmai, one would need at least a superior spirit body to do so. Get off the stage. Lu Tianming sneered coldly, not being half soft on Feng Shuo. This guy also wanted to waste him. He kicked his opponent in the chest, causing the meridians to shatter extensively, enough to recuperate for several years. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party was useful to the Desolate Palace, he would have completely wasted the other party. Then, he took out his storage bag and found quite a few medicinal herbs, spirit stones, and body-quenching pills, and he couldn't help but smile. Lu Tianming, you seek death. At this time, Lu Hao sat on the seat and growled. Feng Shuo was his brother of the opposite sex and had a lifelong friendship, but he was also beaten so badly by Lu Tianming. His killing chance against Lu Tianmai was simply endless. Since it's all come to this, Lu Hao, you get off the stage and just engage directly, Lu Tianming blandly said. He is now close to the top 20 of the Wind and Cloud Terrace. There are opportunities to challenge others. He's actually going to challenge Lu Hao? Many people were dismayed. Lu Hao could firmly occupy the second place in the Wind and Cloud ranking. Being in the Nine Yang spiritual body, he was fast approaching the king's body. The realm had also reached the point of half-step blazing sun realm. This is far from comparable to Lu Hao. Lu Hao, I'm going to make him pay 100 times the price. Feng Shuo growled like a mad dog. Being cleaned up so badly by Lu Tianmian, he was also seething with rage. If it wasn't for the Wind and Cloud Terrace battle, where no killings were allowed, he even wanted Lu Hao to slaughter the bastard. Don't worry, I will crack his emperor bones, root by root, and suck out his emperor blood. Lu Hao licked his lips and laughed maliciously. Lu Tianmai's actions made him angry as well. Defeating Feng Shuo was no less than slapping him in the face. Boom! At that moment, his body moved. His aura was like a great mountain as he flew towards the Wind and Cloud platform. As his feet landed, the entire Wind and Cloud platform trembled violently, like a behemoth lashing out. The crowd was shocked. Lu Hao's strength of this half-step fiery Yang realm was really not something to be reckoned with. The body had already produced Yang Qi, which was much stronger than Xianyin Qi, and now Lu Hao was tall and stood there. If the divine sun made people's blood boil, Lu Tianmian, be completely wasted. Lu Hao laughed maliciously. Lu Tianmian's Great Desolate Emperor blood was a supreme treasure medicine. If he absorbed it, the nine yang spiritual body in his body would definitely reach the king body, or even the emperor body. His eyes were extremely greedy. Many people were surprised that if Lu Hao succeeded, he could be in the forefront among the true disciples. The Great Desolate Emperor body origin. Not many people in history have had the good fortune to obtain it. Whimsical, you're ready to lose your reputation as well. Lu Tianming sneered. At this moment, his hair flowed with light and his blood chi roared, like a god king, inviolable. Pust. Right at this moment, blood once again spilled from the corner of Lu Tianming's mouth. Even the golden blood chi was somewhat disordered. This guy is even worse. A lot of people laughed. Just now, Lu Tianmian was too scary. If he kept up this state, he was really invincible. Chapter 40 Invincible Fist Intent. Sick boy, die for me. Lu Hao laughed angrily as his body erupted into a brilliant fiery sunlight rushing in. A punch was thrown, and the surging chi of the fiery sun was like a landslide whistling. Lu Tianmian was fearless and tried to resist with his dragon elephant divine palm, blocking the fist main with a thud. As a result, Lu Tianmian took a few steps backward, rather like he was out of blood. Suffered a backlash, didn't you? Lu Hao laughed out loud. His spirit was stronger. A palm blade slashed out, and a golden crow figure emerged behind it, as if it could burn the world. The blazing yang chi whistled, like it could cut open Qiankuan. It's the low-level golden crow palm. It could evolve, a trace of the power of the golden crow, and with his nine yang spiritual body, his aura was domineering. Even though my blood chi is weakened, I am not something that can be easily defeated. Lu Tianmian shouted, not giving in to defeat. 8 desolate fists. At that instant, a flood of chi swept out from within Lu Tianming's body. With one punch, Lu Hao's golden crow palm immediately collapsed and hit Lu Hao's chest, causing a bloody hole to explode directly there. This punch, majestic and magnificent, almost pierced Lu Hao's chest in general, spilling blood all over the midair. The 8 desolate fists? Isn't this a battle technique that may not be studied within the Desolate Palace? A lot of people's eyes went round. Lu Yiming was also confused. Her previous bet with the 8 desolate fists was completely pitting Lu Tianmeng. The fact that Lu Tianchi had really learned it made her feel like seeing a ghost. How in the world did he do that? Like he could turn the impossible into the possible. You actually learned the 8 desolate fists? Lu Hao was also surprised, his face pale. The 8 desolate fists, even if a strong person of the fiery sun realm wanted to study them, it would be very difficult. The barren gas in it can cause great damage to cultivators. It was unbelievable that Lu Tianmian was unhindered. A mere 8 desolate fist drawback is nothing under my Great Desolate Emperor body. Lu Tianmian laughed as the 8 desolate fists were used, and he had a sense of invincible fist. At this moment, the savage aura in his body erupted, and 10,000 beasts rushed and roared, like he had transformed into an 8 desolate war god, and his invincible aura grew even more. This fist is divided into 4 styles: Battle Dragon out of the wilderness, Invincible in the 8 wildernesses, Chi covering the 9 heavens, and Sweeping the barbarians. Lu Tianmeng had only studied up to the 2nd style so far, not really on display, all extremely strong. I don't believe it. Lu Hao roared angrily, being hit by a sickly kid, coming up and hitting him hard. It was a huge shame. 9 Sun Divine Bell, suppress me. At that moment, Lu Hao drank hostilely and pinched out magic seals in his hands. On the ceiling of the sky, divine light immediately erupted, and a large bell appeared, 2 zhang in size, draped with complicated runes, suppressing it. This bell is heavy. The sound of the bell is ear-shattering, and this strike is like it can suppress the Qiankuan, and it is majestic. Lower grade spirit weapon, 9 Suns Bell, Lu Hao's original magic weapon. The crowd's eyes lit up. This is Lu Hao's real killer mace. In order to get together the materials of the 9 Suns Bell, Lu Hao spent 5 years and consumed many resources. Let one of the inner sex refining elders refine it. On the Wind and Cloud stage, he defeated many opponents and firmly held 2nd place. It's on display at the moment, and it's really unreserved. Broken copper and iron. How dare you show off? Lu Tianmian sneered. The Great Desolate Emperor body could shake the world's divine weapons, not to mention the 8 wasted fists in hand. Battle Dragon out of the wilderness. At that moment, Lu Tianmian stepped on the ring, his body rose up in the air, and at that moment, surging golden blood chi swept through the 8 directions. The crowd was as if they were seeing a round of golden sun, high in the sky, shining brightly. Boom! A pale dragon roar erupted. Lu Tianming's essence was as if he had transformed into a pale dragon, stirring up the wind and clouds. With one punch, the surging golden blood chi and savage aura, all of it returned to the golden fist, like it was turning into the most terrifying divine weapon in the world. When Lu Hao's 9 Suns bell with precious materials was immediately shaken back. Many spiderweb-like cracks emerged on the heavy bell body, spreading continuously in all directions. Many people's teeth were pumping and their bodies were shaking. That was the 9 Suns bell, a very powerful lower-grade spirit weapon. Lu Tiannian only used an invincible fist and almost actually shattered it. This fist power was really overbearing to the extreme. First time I've seen someone in the flesh. So perverted. Asshole. 9 Suns burning sky. Kill me. Lu Hao also spat out blood in a big mouth. Shocked and furious. Shaking the aura with his bare hands. Lu Tianming's fleshly body also shocked him. But he didn't give in. Instead he burned with even more anger. A mouthful of essence blood sprayed on the 9 Suns bell. Immediately, the 9 Suns bell's light flourished. Its aura became stronger, and a layer of crimson flames burned up around its body as it once again came to town. In an instant, the entire wind and cloud terrace was like being caught in a blazing fire, like a world of flames, with the void distorted. Lu Hao, even if you have 1,000 means, you're nothing but dirt in front of the Great Desolate Emperor body. Lu Tianming's aura was like a dragon. After learning the 8 Desolate Fists, he was able to better utilize the energy of the Great Desolate Emperor Bone. Now there's a real sight for sore eyes. Great Desolate Emperor Bone. Reveal. At that moment, Lu Tiannian shouted in a deep voice. It was like an ancient deity had awakened within his body, and every bone blazed with light as a surging and massive divine power was poured into Lu Tianmai's arm. Lu Tianmian's arms, all of them were thicker by a circle, with veins twisting, like a gnarled dragon, containing explosive power. 40 pieces of Great Desolate Emperor bones, and Lu Tianming possesses 200,000 pounds of divine power. The surroundings were like a monstrous wave, and the wind and cloud terrace was somewhat blown up. Everyone's face was pale. Great Desolate Emperor Bone. The further you quench it, the more difficult it will be. It was rumored that in recent antiquity, someone had the good fortune to awaken, and for every piece of Emperor Bone that was quenched, the resources spent were extremely terrifying. Lu Tiannian was suffering from a Dao injury, and opening 18 veins in a month was unbelievable. To also quench 10 Emperor Bones was simply absurd. Lu Tianming smiled lightly. He could do it since he had recently also refined many high-level body tempering pills. In the flood refining Heavenly Cauldron and the Immortal Flame, it was easy as pie for him to make pills. It's not difficult to have this kind of progress. Then, Lu Tiannian raised his head, looked at the equally fearful Lu Hao, and a faint laugh spread between heaven and earth. Second stance. 8 wasteless invincible, 200,000 pounds of divine power, and surging golden blood chi struck out. It was an unstoppable torrent. Click. The 9 Suns clock directly exploded and crumbled into a trail of fragments. Lu Tianmian was like a savage and ferocious dragon as he took a step to Lu Hao's side and punched out. Lu Hao directly screamed miserably. His body flew backwards, and his teeth were knocked out in a miserable manner. Countless people were shocked and speechless. There was no doubt that Lu Hao had also lost. Lu Tianmai really kept refreshing the bottom line of their shock. Pust. At that moment, Lu Tianmian once again spewed out a mouthful of blood. His aura shriveled even more, and he almost half-kneeled on the ring. He braced himself and said aloud, "Anyone else? Any challenges?" The crowd had a strange look in their eyes. Damn, it's how the more you spit out blood, the fiercer it gets. None of them dared to underestimate it. Every time he strikes, like a ferocious dragon coming out of the gate, he simply scares the hell out of people. The disciples of the Yu Palace, too, shivered and didn't dare to push. Lu Tianmian's strength made them completely fearful. You're very strong. How about Auntie and Grandma sparring with you? Abruptly, a child's delicate laugh came out. Not far from the wind and cloud terrace, a 7 or 8-year-old girl with a goat tail braid, eating a sugar gourd, smiled and said. Many people were stunned. Who was this, so bold that he dared to fight with Lu Tianmian? Can't you see that Lu Tianmai, like playing chicken blood, is getting fiercer and fiercer? With those small arms and legs, Lu Tianmai would have no problem smashing hundreds of them with one punch. Lu Tianmang was also stunned. With the sense of the Great Desolate Emperor body, this little girl was not simple. This is the No. 1 in the Desolate Palace's wind and cloud ranking. Although he is young, he carries an astonishing bloodline and has strong battle power. At that moment, someone recognized the little girl and was shocked. The No. 1 in the Desolate Palace's wind and cloud ranking is actually a child? Everyone doubted their ears. Lu Tianming also froze, not expecting the little girl to be so strong. Chapter 41 Golden Winged Rock Clan. Xian, stop. You can't be considered a disciple of the wind and cloud ranking. You must not make a move. At this moment, Dao's 3 deficiencies flew in and laughed at the little girl. This little girl was brought back by one of the supreme elders of the Holy Land, from the forests of the Great Barren Mountains, bearing the bloodline of an ancient divine beast. It's still as big as it has been for the past few decades. The battle power was so strong that sometimes a single strike could demolish a palace. He was also scornful of this little ant. It's okay, his body makes me feel a battle spirit. I'll casually play with him. Xian Xian smiled, revealing two small tiger teeth. Raising his chin to Lu Tianmeng, he said, if you can beat me, I will give you the sugar gourd in my hand. Okay. A lot of people snickered at how naive she was. They are monks. They take elixirs. What can sugar plums do? No, that's the ice lotus divine fruit. Lu Tianmian took a closer look at the candy cane in the little girl's hand, and immediately his eyes straightened in shock. Ice lotus divine fruit. That is to open the hidden vein, the best spirit medicine. Not to mention in today's eastern wasteland, I am afraid that in the ancient times, it is extremely rare. Recently, he had used the Yin expansion pill to open 18 Yin veins though. However, there was still not much certainty about opening the 19th hidden vein. After all, opening a hidden vein was extremely dangerous and difficult. Otherwise it wouldn't be difficult for many cultivators. With this ice lotus divine fruit, his success rate would greatly increase. Even 20 hidden veins is not a bad chance. However, the little girl ate it as a candy cane? This little girl, what kind of origin is she? Many old men were also surprised, recognizing that this was the supreme elixir that opened the hidden vein. Xian Xian's identity seems really extraordinary. Yes, I'll play with you. Lu Tianmeng smiled. With such treasures, naturally, it's a different story. At the same time he was curious. The little girl's bloodline is not a good one. The Great Desolate Emperor body. There was a sense of restlessness. Don't blame me if you get beaten into a pig's head by this ant later. Xian Xian smiled, and with her petite body, she also jumped onto the ring. The stormcloud terrace fell slightly at once. A crack visible to the naked eye, like a spider's web on the surface, continued to spread. The entire wind and cloud terrace actually had the tendency to fall into disintegration. Countless people's bodies are shaking with fear. My mom, what kind of horrible flesh is this? Even if Lu Tianmeng exploded the Great Desolate Emperor body, 200,000 pounds of divine power, together to do this, it wasn't that easy. It's so irritating to the eye when a little girl almost disintegrates with a random movement. Lu Tianmian has really met his match this time. Qin Feng laughed lightly. Beside him, Li Yuanji also nodded with a light smile. In the desolate palace, Xian Xian was taboo. Back then, the top 51 of the wind and cloud ranking were not able to defeat each other. Technically she was a previous generation disciple, not comparable to this generation. 20 meridians. She actually opened up 2 hidden veins. Lu Tianmian was slightly shocked. Under the eyes of the Great Desolate Emperor, there were 20 meridians in the little girl's body. It's so much more than the average genius. I surpassed the Xianin realm long ago and will suppress the realm. The little girl smiled sweetly. Take a shot. Lu Tianmeng nodded his head. He also wanted to see how strong someone who opened 20 meridians was. The little girl laughed playfully, took her little fist, took a breath around her mouth, and like a child fighting, she struck at Lu Tiancher with her fist. Lu Tianmeng's pupils suddenly shrunk. The little girl was very fast, like moving, blinking directly to his side. He didn't even react. He was directly ed into the sky with a punch. Many people also stayed dumbfounded. Lu Tianmian was moderately injured in the Dao, and beat the wind and cloud ranking disciples. All of them were convinced. Now a punch, and it's actually ed off. It's too much of a contrast to react to. This speed is completely not something a Xianin realm person can invoke. Some elders muttered to themselves. Lu Tianmian, messing with her can only mean that you're destined for bad luck. The 3 deficient Taoist covered his face. At the same level, I'm afraid no one in the Holy Land is Xian Xian's opponent. It's good to have someone to knock on the door, lest they become too rampant and get carried away. Old Crow said. It could also see that Xian Xian was extraordinary. Lu Tianmeng was indeed going to suffer. Lu Tianmian, you have a sturdy body. Auntie is going to kick you like a ball. Xian Xian said with a smile. Lu Tianmeng flew too high, tens of thousands of meters, and almost smashed into the cranes that were leisurely flying high in the air. As Lu Tiancher descended, Xian Xian raised her foot like a child waiting for a ball, waiting to kick Lu Tiancher up again. Lu Tianming's face was filled with black lines. Just now he was proudly looking down on the disciples of the desolate palace, and now he was being blown up to the sky by a little girl, with a single punch. What a shame. A trail of blood showed at the corner of his mouth. It's not pretend this time. Xian Xian's power is too strong. Crow body technique. At that moment, Lu Tianmian's arms unfolded, like a dry duck taking to the air, but skillfully avoided Xian Xian's overbearing and overwhelming kick. Master Crow, it seems that you have given your heavenly phoenix steps to Lu Tianmian. The eyes of the 3 lax Taoists stared. The old crows are also from the barbarians. The stance was extremely fast, making some of the old men in the Holy Land unable to do anything. Lu Tiannian's footwork was having a trace of qi. This kid is quite perceptive. Count it as a reward for him. Old Crow nodded and laughed. Having lived with Lu Tianmeng for many years, even though he had pulled the fur off of it from time to time, making it furious, but sometimes this little guy, fearing it would be bored, often came to chat with him to relieve his boredom. They know each other quite well. The little witch guile left and it was nearing the end of its lifespan before it passed on Lu Tianmu. I have to say, this guy does have a lot of talent. He just cast it slightly and it's comprehensible. A diamond in the rough indeed. Hey, what kind of steps are you doing? Teach me. In the ring, Xian was also surprised and curious. Yes, take your storage bag, all the treasures in exchange. Lu Tianmeng laughed. Xian's waist, the black and unkempt storage bag. The treasure seems to be amazing. He saw Xian before, casually took out a candy, but it was 100 years rare divine lotus seed. He was all a little hot. Humph, this is all my delicious food. I'm not going to give it to you. Xian grunted in anger, feeling that Lu Tianmai was not being kind. At that moment, she once again rushed towards Lu Tianmai and shoved a fist at the small of Lu Tianmai's abdomen. Lu Tianmian had the intention to be on guard, and utilizing the heavenly phoenix steps, he dodged it with a single leap. Let me see just how powerful you really are. Then, Lu Tianmian drank lowly and exhibited the 8 wasteless invincible, and the terrifying savage qi, like a mountain calling out to the sea, merged into his fist, with 200,000 divine power erupting together. This punch could be considered astounding. When Auntie is not afraid of you. Heavenly rock divine fist. Xian lightly grunted. Her pink fists clenched. Her body actually resounded with mysterious heavenly sounds. Many golden lights exploded on her body surface, making her petite body like a round of scorching sun, dazzling. Overhead, an ancient ferocious bird appeared, 100 feet in length, covering the sky and the stars and the moon. Golden Winged Rock. She is a member of the ancient Golden Winged Rock clan. Many elders of the 4 palaces shook and hissed. Golden Winged Rock, in the ancient 10,000 races, very strong, rumored to feed on dragons, and even ancestors appeared invincible, can be hard to shake the great emperor. Xian was burdened with her bloodline, so she was truly overbearing. Some of the top disciples of the Yu Palace, Zeus Palace, and Hong Palace also austere. Under the graphic of that Golden Winged Rock, they detected a huge pressure, like a real Golden Winged Rock that can look down on the stars and cross the 6 worlds. Their physiques all smelled a little shaky. At that moment, everyone's eyes widened as the 2 men, one of whom was the ancient shattering Great Desolate Emperor body. One is the Golden Winged Rock clan that looks down on Taiku. Both want to know who is winning. Shen Muji, Daoist 3 deficiencies, and Old Crow also had burning eyes. Such a duel was not rare even in the eastern wasteland. Rumble. Finally, the 2 fists collided, like 100 feet of divine sun disintegrating, and an infinite amount of light flooded the 4 directions, causing many people's eyes to ache. Only the strong, barely visible. There were 2 invincible fist intentions swirling there. One is full of ferocity and tragedy, while the other is grand and atmospheric. Suddenly, Lu Tiannian looked like he was transformed into a human emperor who was going to conquer all races and settle the world. Unfortunately, Lu Tianming only opened up 18 veins, but Xian opened up 20, and those 2 hidden veins were like the veins of heaven and earth, absorbing a large amount of essence, and Lu Tianming's fist power gradually became a bit too powerful. Unbeatable? The crowd's hearts pumped. It wasn't that the Great Desolate Emperor body didn't work, but Xian's bloodline grade was too high, and with the opening of 2 hidden veins, her battle power was too strong. Lu Tianmeng had only opened 1 divine deposit, and to be able to do this was already very amazing. If the Great Desolate Emperor body was complete, it would not be on the same level. The Great Desolate Emperor body is really powerful, but it's a pity that I have 2 hidden veins that are slightly better. Xian laughed. She had always been proud of her bloodline. As a result, Lu Tiannian didn't open the hidden vein, but seemed to be even stronger than her. She was also a little upset in her mind. That's not necessarily. However, Lu Tianmeng smiled, in order to show that he had a Dao injury. In fact, the golden blood qi in his body had not been completely activated. The only way to crush Xian now was to use another means, dragon elephant out of the abyss. At that moment, Lu Tianmeng drank lowly in his heart. An eerie power rose up inside the body, to shake the epic behemoth to revive as if it were about to revive. Roar! A magnificent beast roar came out, and Lu Tiannian's aura strengthened by a large margin in an invisible manner. It was like there were 2 supreme divine beasts that augmented Lu Tianmen's punching power. Pust! Xian immediately felt a heart-palpitating force coming from her, and she was directly shaken out, and in her small, rosy mouth, blood spurted out as her body landed outside of the wind and cloud stage, her face slightly white. Countless people were petrified. Lu Tianmian, who had originally fallen somewhat into a disadvantageous position, had actually directly defeated Xian Xian. What kind of power did Lu Tianmu exert? How is this somewhat like? Some of the elders stared at Lu Tiannian's body in death, glanced at each other, and said with a shocked expression, Dragon Elephant Sacred Sky Strength. Chapter 42. The great competition comes to an end. Rumble. The moment these words came out, the wind in Cloud Terrace was like a 12-magnitude earthquake, and countless disciples all stood up in a prancing manner, their faces filled with horror. Li Yuanji also froze with her pretty face, her eyes shocked. Lu Tiannian actually executed the Dragon Elephant Sacred Heavenly Strength. Xin Feng also turned pale and his chest rose and fell dramatically. Ha ha, good boy. What a big surprise for me. The 3 lax Taoist also laughed out loud as if he had gone mad. The old crow was also dumbfounded. This kid is so clever. He fooled everyone. Originally, that day at the ancestral Dao Cliff, he still comprehended the Dragon Elephant Sacred Heavenly Strength. Once the Dragon Elephant Sacred Heavenly Strength is released, the Desolate Palace will flourish. All the disciples of the Desolate Palace were pleasantly surprised. It's not the Dragon Elephant Sacred Heavenly Strength, it's just the initial method. Lu Tianming's breath shriveled and blood spilled from the side of his mouth as he shook his head. The crowd looked stunned, not quite believing it. How did Lu Tianming feel more and more perverted? Is it really as weak as it appears? Even if some initial methods, your luck is pretty unbelievable. At this time, Shinmuji stood up and said with a cold face, Lu Tiannian getting the Dragon Elephant Sacred Heavenly Strength was too much of a threat to the Yu Palace. The chill was thick in his heart. Just a fluke. Lu Tiannian laughed coldly, his gaze icy cold. The person who struck out at him that day must be someone from the Yu Palace. To Umiya, he also had a morose chill in his heart. Everyone was shocked and began to fox. Lu Tianming was too mysterious, and every time, he could take out a terrifying undercard that would light up people's eyes. Many people felt that this kid had a deep heart and could not be easily trusted. Pit God, maybe his Dao injuries, they're all fake. Someone secretly said, ha ha, now that we, the Desolate Palace, have a genius that catches our eye, what does the Yu Palace have to say? The 3 lax Taoist raised his eyebrows and laughed. It used to be the people of Omiya who laughed at them. Now finally the tide has turned. Slap. All the disciples of the Yu Palace, the elders' cheeks turned red. The Zeus Palace and Hong Palace disciples who mocked earlier were also embarrassed. Under the Dragon Elephant Sacred Heavenly Strength, their pride, all of it, was worthless. This feat is beyond their reach. Even if the Desolate Palace truly produces an unearthly genius, he still needs to grow up smoothly. You guys are still worried about his safety during the 4-palace assembly. Shinmuji gritted his teeth and laughed sardonically. The Yu Palace had dominated the inner sect for many years and would never allow their position to be provoked. Lu Tianming's Great Desolate Emperor body and the Dragon Elephant Sacred Heavenly Strength were too terrifying. He desires to eradicate. Some Yu Palace disciples also had cold eyes. They would indeed not let Lu Tianming off the hook at that time. See you at the 4-palace competition. And let's see then, who has more to lose. Lu Tianming smiled coldly, and there was also killing intent in the bottom of his eyes. Yu Gong is the minion of Dongfang Qingcheng. He would also let Dongfang Qingcheng know what it meant to suffer heavy losses. So the curtain fell on the Desolate Palace Wind and Cloud platform battle. The smell of sparks between the Desolate Palace and the Yu Palace had gotten even stronger, and everyone knew that the 4-palace assembly was bound to lead to a real outbreak. At the same time, the news spread, and the entire Holy Land was sensationalized by more than 100,000 disciples. Lu Tiannian has only entered the Desolate Palace for less than 2 months, and he's on the Wind and Cloud ranking, climbing to number 1? Many people were shocked and could not keep their mouths shut. This is an unearthly demon. For Palace Assembly, make sure to slaughter this brat. Inside the cave, Venerable Savage Dragon, his eyes coldly said, he felt tricked by Lu Tianming. This guy was hiding his clumsiness, and his true strength may have exceeded everyone's imagination. He has begun to study the Dragon Elephant Sacred Heavenly Strength, so indeed there can be no delay. The dry and thin old man beside him also spoke in an indifferent tone. This asshole kid is so good at punking people. Go, call the 3 masters of the Yu Palace, to me. Venerable Barbarian Dragon's tone sank. The guards immediately led the way. Not long after, 3 disciples with strong auras, each emitting brilliant divine light, flew in. These 3 people's physiques, all of them had clearly reached the king's body ground. The realm was also above the blazing sun realm. This strength talent can be proud of the inner sect. Your Holiness, what is the reason for summoning us here? A woman's delicate laugh spread out, and a charming-looking woman smiled. She was wearing a red dress. Her skin was snow-white and extremely charming. The surface of his body, however, exuded a strong fluctuation, like being in an ocean that sweeps in all directions. It was none other than Yu Gong's first genius, Lu Hai, bearing the body of the King of the Blue Sea. The battle pugilism is unmatched. At the 4-palace assembly, I'm going to let Lu Tianmai die. Venerable savage dragon. His killing aura was fierce and his face was hideous. Lu Tianmian dared to trap him, and if he didn't kill him again he would only be out of control. In front of my Yugong San Jie, a mere Xianin realm can be destroyed with the lift of a hand. Lu Hai laughed sweetly and softly, confident beyond measure. The ocean around her surged even more, like it had turned into infinite killing thoughts that froze the surroundings. The Great Desolate Emperor body origin. I have my eye on it as well. A man in black battle armor smiled faintly. He held a black lance with a dominating aura. If the divine gun stands in the world, it was none other than Yu Palace's second-ranked genius, Shao Gun, bearing the bastard pistol king body. He was one of the best in the inner sect in terms of battle power. The Great Desolate Imperial body, which has been broken in our hands, is also wonderful to talk about. The last person wore a black robe, hidden in the gloom, like the undead elusive. A raspy laugh came out of him, teasingly. It was none other than Yu Palace's third-ranked genius, Wei Yu. With the Shadow King body, you can't kill without defense. Inner door tactics are most feared. I'm very relieved that you guys are making a move. Venerable Savage Dragon laughed lightly. The Yu Palace was about the authority of their lineage, and they really let the Desolate Palace become number one. It will have a great impact on their status. All of them. There was no way he was going to let that happen. Just in case, this palace is gifting you, again, 3 extreme spiritual weapons. Abruptly, Dongfang Qingcheng also came, looking indifferent, waving her hand and taking out 3 weapons. A divine light shimmered, a divine sword, a handle of haze was an ancient mirror. There was also a stone tower, which breathed an aura as thick as a mountain, suppressing everything. Many thanks, Lord Holy Maiden. Lu Hai, Shao Gun, and Wei Yu were instantly delighted and bowed respectfully. With these 3 divine weapons, they would be like a tiger with wings, more fearless. Looking at the Holy Land, the only person who had such a large amount of money was the Holy Maiden of Qingcheng. You guys are also considered my disciples. This is nothing. Dongfang Qingcheng laughed lightly. There was also some coldness in the bottom of her eyes. Lu Tianmian, why don't you fall? I can crush you by rewarding you with some random weapons. You made me do it. The barbarian dragon Exalted One and the dry and thin old man, too, laughed with sardonic expressions. With the 3 king bodies, plus the 3 extreme spiritual weapons, Lu Tianmian could be considered to be certain of death this time. The 4 Palaces Conference. Steady. Lu Tianmeng didn't care about the sensation in the outside world. Knowing that once the dragon elephant's sacred heavenly strength was released, he was afraid that it would cause even greater killing intent from the barbarian dragon Exalted One, Yu Gong, and the others. At that time, Xian Xian's realm was so high that he had no choice but to do so. The only thing to do now is to cultivate harder. Otherwise, at the 4 palace competition, his situation would only become more perilous. Currently for me, opening up the hidden vein is the most important. Inside the room, Lu Tiannian exhaled lightly and said to himself, Chapter 43 Desolate Emperor? After seeing Xian Xian's battle power at the Xianin realm, opening up 2 hidden veins, he was also extremely keen. To put it politely, in the Xianin realm, opening up 1 more hidden vein was no less than having 1 more great realm than others. Li Yuanji does not fight or grab. Otherwise, with her strength and a hidden vein, she is afraid that Lu Hao will not be able to defeat her. Xian Xian, however, opened up 2 more hidden veins. The gap in between is too big. It is simply impossible for a normal person to overstep this hidden vein. For the fire vein, Lu Tianmeng said to himself as he looked within himself. The 4 hidden veins of the Xianin realm were fire, wind, thunder, and electricity. Each hidden vein, after opening itself, would be multiple powerful strengths. Now that he had the Ice Lotus God Fruit, along with the many Yin expansion pills that he had prepared earlier, opening the fire vein should not be a problem. This Ice Lotus Divine Fruit is extremely rare. In order not to waste the medicinal power, use the barbarian body refining technique to make it quench and integrate it into one's hidden veins. At this moment, the woman in white reminded, there are so many details of the practice that a little carelessness can lead to a detour. Lu Tianming's imperfect utilization of the medicinal power of the Ice Lotus Godfruit would only be wasted. Lu Tianming smiled and nodded. Barbarian body refining technique was indeed a very strong technique, absorbing any medicinal power from heaven and earth. It would be utilized to its peak in an extremely powerful manner. Perhaps it was for this reason that those who cultivated this skill in ancient times had extremely powerful physical bodies. With this skill, when he took the Ice Lotus Divine Fruit, the medicinal power was enough to be utilized above 90%. If an ordinary person took it casually, 30% of the medicinal power would be difficult to utilize, which was completely incomparable. Boom! At that moment, Lu Tianmeng took out the Ice Lotus Divine Fruit and swallowed it as soon as he could. The savage refining body operated like a giant crusher, crushing the Ice Lotus Divine Fruit. Finally, we came to the vein of fire. Clang! under the amazing medicinal power. The fire vein was gradually opened up. During this process, however, an extremely strong feeling of pain struck him, causing Lu Tianmian's face to slightly distort and his forehead to sweat profusely. It's a real meridian being torn. The pain was unspeakable. Lu Tianmu was a bit dizzy. Restraint. Opening up a hidden vein is already incredibly painful. If you can't hold on to it, you'll only give up on your previous endeavors. The woman in white spoke. The world's peak powerhouses are all people of great perseverance. Cultivation is supposed to challenge many physical limits. If these sufferings cannot be eaten, want to become stronger, no doubt pavilion in the air. Aha! Lu Tianmian gritted his teeth and nodded his head fiercely. The experience of being framed and humiliated over the past 2 years was engraved in his bones. He never wanted to go through that again. He had long ago learned that the fist was the world of truth. No strength just gets trampled on. Plus there was still Dongfang Qingqing to deal with. He would never give up. Fortunately, having been taught by the beauty master, Lu Tianmian's perseverance was extremely good. Rumble. With his amazing perseverance, the fire vein opened up and was simpler than expected. This pain only lasted for a few hours before Lu Tianming felt like an invisible barrier opening up in his body. Immediately, Lu Tianming felt that a strong power grew within his body, causing him to float. This was extremely astonishing heaven and earth fire chi. Lu Tianming's body burned with heaven and earth flames around him, looking extremely domineering. The first hidden vein, just like this opened. Lu Tianmian was slightly stunned, looking at the extra crystalline and incomparable meridian in his body. The arcane aura was several chips stronger than the 18 meridians, and was pleasantly surprised. Not bad. The hidden vein is very difficult to open for others, but it's quite simple for you. For one thing, you have a great desolate emperor body with majestic blood chi, so it's already easier to break through the limits than others. Secondly, the savage body refining and the method of running the medicinal power is also very comparable to others. As for the third, it has been so since you reached the 100,000 gene pool realm and the chi drawing realm, laying a strong foundation. The woman in white smiled, staring at Lu Tianming's body. Her beautiful eyes were all aglow with a bit of color. Overlooking the years for countless years, she had seen too many geniuses. Even the great desolate emperor body witnessed a few. She felt that this physique and Lu Tianming actually fit perfectly. It was as if the heavens had specially tailored it for Lu Tianmai. Without any flaws, Lu Tianmai obtained the great desolate emperor body, like there was a destiny in the underworld, and there were slight ripples in her heart. Lu Tianming grinned. What an unexpected pleasure. Now that there was still a lot of medicinal power left in the ice lotus divine fruit, he still had quite a few topaz pills and spirit stones. Instead, you can continue to impact the hidden vein. Keep impacting. I'll see how many hidden veins you can break through at once. The woman in white opened her mouth. Normally breaking through a hidden vein at once was rare. The second article can be considered rare in the ancient world. 3 bars can rock the years, for she had never heard of either. The white-clothed woman felt that Lu Tianming still had great potential, and one seemed to be far from reaching his limits. Aha! Lu Tianming nodded, his eyes sharp. He also wanted to see how far he could get. Open! At that moment, Lu Tianmian let out a deep shout and operated the huge medicinal power to start impacting the 3 remaining hidden veins of wind, thunder, and electricity. Within his storage bag, there were still hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, which was his reward for becoming number 1 in the wind and cloud ranking, as well as the proceeds from defeating Lu Hao, Feng Shuo, and the others from their storage bags. At this moment, Lu Tianmian did not have the slightest reservation. Nearly 1 million spirit stones, all instantly turned into rolling spiritual chi, injected into the dantian and rushed the veins together. If any cultivators saw it, they would be shocked and dumbfounded. Other people impacted 1 hidden vein at a time, and that was the limit. Lu Tianmian was actually going to open all 3 of the remaining hidden veins at the same time. This is not to be called crazy. One must know that the pain endured from each impact on a hidden vein was unbearable to the extreme. It can even form Dao injuries and destroy the foundation. Not to mention 3? This is nuts. I'm afraid no one in the ancient world has ever been this desperate. 3 meridians? The white-clothed woman's beautiful eyes also surfaced with surprise, then smiled faintly. It seemed that Lu Tianmian's perseverance and vigor was beyond her expectations. Desolate Emperor, you as the most stunning great desolate emperor body in history, once a person alone to fight the 5 emperors, stopping the foreign armies for 500 years, shaking the world, back then the same period, but also a one-time to open the 2 hidden veins. This little guy, if you want to open 3 altogether, may have to break your record. White-clothed woman's eyes emerged in a trance. Seems to think of a magnificent, proud of the world figure. Mouth muttered. If there were any supreme powers, they would be shocked to hear the words of the woman in white. Who is the desolate emperor? The most powerful desolate emperor body in history. with a name that shook the world and was unmatched in the ancient world. The battle power made the ghosts cry and the gods howl, and its legend has been widely rumored in all the heavens and all the realms to this day. The woman in white actually compared Lu Tianmeng to him, and it seems to be even crazier than the Desolate Emperor back then. Lu Tianmeng had actually terrorized him like this. The white-clothed woman stared at Lu Tianmai's resolute face, and suddenly her shell teeth lightly bit her rosy lips, and a touch of complexity flowed out of her eyes, and her style stunned the crowd. Does anyone know that back then, at the Emperor's pass, she was dressed in white, with a magnificent style, and she broke the pass to become an emperor, and he, who was so valiant and imposing, held a halberd and spilled imperial blood for her. The years have gone by in a flash. She actually saw that person's shadow in Lu Tianmeng. Is this a kind of divine atonement? The woman in white murmured softly. Chapter 44 Reaching the Extreme Realm Again. Feet. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Tianmai opened 3 hidden veins at once. The pain was very human. Just feel the body. Every inch of the meridians, bones, internal organs, are like being torn. The pain is like a mountain, sweeping the nerves. Gradually he grimaced a little. A blue vein, writhing under the skin, looked extremely frightening. No, opening the 3 hidden veins at the same time. The pain is too great. Lu Tiannian simply can't endure it. The white-clothed woman frowned. Lu Tiannian was able to withstand this kind of pain for nearly half an hour. It was already very remarkable. Regular people are afraid they won't last even a minute. Now it's going to run out of steam. She sighed quietly, ready to come to the rescue at any moment. If it wasn't treated, perhaps this pain would have an impact on Lu Tianxi's foundation. On Lu Tianxi's foundation. Now that Lu Tianmai had potential, she also felt extremely good. Since we can't let this piece of diamond in the rough be ruined. Snap! Just as the white-clothed woman made a move. The next moment, a slight barrier-shattering sound came out from Lu Tianmai's body, and then the white-clothed woman was shocked to see that within Lu Tianmai's body, that second wind vein was miraculously rushed. A strong astral wind immediately surrounded Lu Tianming's body surface, causing his aura to suddenly strengthen a lot. The second wind vein has opened. The white-clothed woman Qing Xian's pretty face appeared with a strange color, not expecting that Lu Tiannian really restrained the intense pain, and completed the opening of the second wind vein, no less than accomplishing a feat. It seems that not only is his perseverance good, even his tenacity is much stronger than I thought. The woman in white laughed lightly. Lu Tianmeng was able to do so, relying entirely on that amazing tenacity. It transformed its essence, also into a strong force, into the medicinal power, which caused the wind vein to open. Enduring so much pain and still having such thoughts, Lu Tianming's mind was outstanding and could be imagined. Looking at Lu Tianming's sword brow and handsome eyes, the white-clothed woman suddenly felt that there was some overlap between him and the Emperor Desolate who had terrorized the worlds and created myths hundreds of thousands of years ago. Emperor Wilderness, back then, also rose with the minutest, from a small family, unable to draw chi from childhood, subjected to a lot of abuse, punched and kicked. Even his beloved fiancée has left him. He was in pain, the laughingstock of his small town, and his family couldn't lift their heads. But he did not give up on himself. Perseverance, hard learning and practicing, and finally the heavens have mercy on him, opening his own divine treasure, awakening the universe-trembling Great Desolate Emperor body. Thus, the saga unraveled. He conquered 10,000 enemies, stepped on blood and bones, and ascended to the altar of God. At the time of the great completion of the Emperor body, the worlds roared and the universe trembled, and all of the Pathfinders felt a terrifying pressure and their hearts trembled. He destroyed 3 dark forbidden zones in one fell swoop. One man alone can stop an army of 10 million from the otherworldly realm. The splendor of the battle is so bright that it shines through the ages. In front of it, everyone is ashamed of themselves, like a glowing fire facing the sky. Dim, she fluctuates on both its. Then, the woman in white shook her head and laughed lightly, knowing that Lu Tianmian was not a desolate emperor, even if the two of them had similar experiences. Lu Tianmian is a unique personality. At the moment, her eyes had a gleam they had never had before. Looking at Lu Tianmai, his smile grew softer and softer. Lu Tianmeng was still in pain, even if he forcefully opened the second wind vein with his strong personal conviction. But after that, the thunder vein and the electricity vein, the difficulty is even tougher, and the pain intensifies. He realized that he was still riding the tiger, and if he aborted now, he would surely suffer a strong backlash. The consequences are simply too much to bear. I underestimated how difficult it is to open up a hidden vein. Lu Tianmian smiled bitterly, his lips miserably white. He is at his limit and has nothing to live for. Buzz! Just as Lu Tian fell into a daze, suddenly the Great Desolate Imperial body, among the 8 golden gates, the second golden portal faintly trembled, and then a strong aura, and magnificent heavenly sound, resounded within Lu Tian. Lu Tianmeng felt that within the golden portal, there was a terrifying golden blood chi surging in, causing his spirit to be shaken and his pain to be suppressed quite a bit, and the body had already exhausted the energy of the punch vein. Once again big and strong, the progressive pulse charge, which was already in shackles, enhanced quite a bit. Lu Tianmeng looked surprised, not expecting that the second golden portal would give him help at such a critical moment. He felt full of power, like the Gaijin god of war without any disadvantage. It seems that squeezing the potential and making the second shackle of the emperor body, the seal loosening, is timely. The woman in white contained a smile. If Lu Tianmei failed, his injuries would be extremely serious, and even if she wanted Lu Tianmei to recover, it wouldn't be easy. After all, she was so far from her peak now. Lu Tianmeng was filled with joy, knowing that the 8 golden portals of the Great Desolate Emperor body were each harder to open than the other. If you do, the benefits are huge. Now, this rolling, terrifying golden blood chi was indeed timely rain for him. Open for me. At that moment, Lu Tianmian roared, and the medicinal power mixed with the vast blood chi erupted like the formation of an ocean, with the flavor of breaking through all shackles. Click click click. The thunder vein and the electricity vein were, at once, constantly being opened up. However, at the final stage, there was an invisible force at the end of the thunder and electricity veins, like a heavenly barrier. It prevents opening. Boom! When Lu Tianmeng frowned, inside the second golden portal, that golden blood chi was even more surging, like an ocean, pouring in. There was also an overriding will in it that was above the heavenly Tao, like even if heaven is an obstacle, it's going against the grain. The originating will of the Great Desolate Emperor body. The white-clothed woman's heart shook. The Great Desolate Emperor body, as the most heaven-defying physique in history, was too amazing. Even if one was as strong as the Desolate Emperor and his emperor body had become a great success, he hadn't really studied it thoroughly. Even older legends have it that the Great Desolate Imperial body has an even greater secret. The emperor body was sealed by the yoke of the heavenly Tao and was naturally unwilling. Now Lu Tianmu had even allowed the originating will of the Great Desolate Emperor body to actively revive, to shatter the shackles of heaven and earth. She was also amazed. Could it be that Lu Tianmeng is really a heavenly destiny person? Back then, Emperor Wilderness, when he reached the Saint Realm, only barely allowed the originating will of the Great Wilderness Emperor body to awaken 1 or 2 times. Lu Tianmeng only had the Xianin realm. This is incredible. It was estimated that Emperor Wilderness would be amazed when he saw it. The most powerful Desolate Emperor body in history is inferior to a youth? If the powerful people of the 10,000 worlds were to learn of this, I don't know how many eyes would fall out in shock. The white-clothed woman smiled, appreciating Lu Tianmeng even more. It was rare indeed to be able to take her by surprise. Click, click, click. Finally, the Great Desolate Emperor body's originating will revived, and the golden blood chi was like it was going to shatter the ancient heavens and destroy everything. On the thunder vein and the electricity vein, the heavenly Tao shackles were completely crushed to pieces. Lu Tianmeng's thunder vein and electricity vein finally opened. Immediately, Lu Tianmu's breath plummeted, growing a dozen times bigger. A head of long hair, windless, his aura was like a divine sword, stabbing through the clouds. The mark of God in his dantian was also more than 3 times larger, and a brilliant divine haze overflowed from his pores, forming a divine ring behind him. Lu Tianmeng sat in it, like a god descending into the realm, inviolable. There was also an ancient divine sound surrounding the vague circumference, and the weather was astonishing. Congratulations! The Xianin realm has similarly reached the 10,000 ancient extreme realm, and also opened up the 4 hidden veins at the same time, which can be described as unique in ancient times. The woman in white appeared and smiled. Her skin was like gelatin, her divine muscles and bones, her breasts were full, and her buttocks were rounded, like the most perfect work of art from heaven, without any flaws. A single knit of the brows and a single move can amaze the universe, turn the wheel of reincarnation upside down, and make it inaccessible to all beings. It's you who taught me well. Lu Tianmeng was ecstatic and smiled at the woman in white, knowing that originally he had no hope under the pitfalls of Dongfang Qingcheng. It was the woman in white who appeared and allowed him to have his present metamorphosis, and he appreciates it. Count on you having a conscience. The woman in white smiled faintly and once again returned to the ancient coffin. Lu Tianmeng felt inside his body the surging power, and wanted to look up to the sky and laugh. He could clearly feel that even an unusual fiery sun realm powerhouse might not be his opponent nowadays. When he encountered Xian Xian, who had suppressed her realm and opened up 2 meridians again, he could easily defeat her. For hidden veins, compared to 2, was too strong. Most importantly, the second golden portal opened for a fraction of a second, and his golden blood chi became even more vigorous. Each strand is more majestic. Once it erupted, it was bound to shatter the heavens and the earth, and the ghosts would cry out, and it could crush many divine weapons. He was now on a completely different level than he had been a few days before. Although your strength has grown, the Dragon Elephant Divine Pool must be entered. It is the key to cultivating the Dragon Elephant Sacred Heavenly Strength, and it can also help you quench the Great Desolate Emperor Bone, which has fallen into a bottleneck now that your Great Desolate Emperor Bone has grown. The woman in white reminded. After years of being withered and silent, instructing young people and gradually becoming stronger, this feeling seems to be good. Aha! Lu Tianmeng nodded, his expression sharp. That's the treasure of the Desolate Palace, opened once every many years. Indeed, he would not let it go. Chapter 45. The Divine Pool belongs. 3 days later, the Dragon Elephant Divine Pool finally opened. Not far from the Desolate Palace, an ancient mountain, converging many disciples, eagerly waiting. Although it was stipulated that only the top 10 disciples at the Wind and Cloud platform battle could enter the Dragon Elephant Divine Pool, in the Divine Pool energy was too majestic, and every time it was opened, the energy that overflowed from the air was extremely beneficial to cultivators in terms of tempering their flesh and enhancing their realm. It's nice for them to have some soup. Upon Lu Tianmeng's arrival, countless gazes from across the room instantly converged. Everyone's face is no longer before the contempt. There is a strong reverence fanaticism. Lu Tianmeng used his strength, talent, and chance to prove that he was the one who could make the Desolate Palace flourish, also comprehending the Dragon Elephant's sacred heavenly strength against the heavens. Even at the initial stage, the future was unimaginable. A number of people for whom it is now idolized. Senior brother Lu, you're here. Li Yuanji flew in, a white dress, her skin like snow, and when she smiled, all the flowers lost their colors. Greetings to eldest senior brother. Thousands of disciples from the Desolate Palace, all of them saluted. Their voices were loud. No need to be polite. Lu Tianmeng smiled calmly and lightly. To him, the Desolate Palace Grand Master was nothing. He wanted the entire Holy Land, the number one true disciple, the position of the Holy Sun. That would have been his, or the Beauty Master himself sealed it, being victimized by Dongfang Qingcheng, and the faction behind it. He'll get it all back. This guy, how does it feel? A lot stronger than a few days ago. In the crowd, Xian ate a sugar gourd. Watery big eyes, swept Lu Tianmian, long and upright body, secretly muttered. Bearing the bloodline of the golden-winged rock, she had extraordinary senses. One could detect the terrifying power within Lu Tianming's body, and a few days ago, it can be a strong one. She was puzzled as to how this guy cultivated. In the crowd, Lu Hao was also there, and although he looked at Lu Tianmai with hatred surging in his eyes, more than anything else, he was afraid. Lu Tianming's performance in the Wind and Cloud platform battle was too terrifying. The Great Desolate Emperor body could even forcefully suppress Xian, who was carrying the bloodline of an ancient ferocious bird, plus the Dragon Elephant's sacred heavenly strength. He doesn't even count as an ass. If not for the rules, it would have been incredibly simple for Lu Tianmeng to kill him. Now Lu Tianming, overriding him, had become the Desolate Palace's senior brother. He dared to be angry. In the Desolate Palace, there was no one left for the young man to checkmate Lu Tianmai. Lu Tianmian, fight again. I lost last time. At this time, Xian finally stepped out and hummed. Under the light of day, the golden-winged rock bloodline that she was so proud of lost to Lu Tianmeng. She was extremely upset. At that moment, Xian exploded her aura, causing the mountains to tremble. The crowd was fuming. Xian's realm was in the Divine Dan realm. If she really let her hands go, it was impossible for Lu Tianmian to be her opponent. Fighting at the same level, now that you are in my hands, it would be difficult for you to receive 3 moves. Lu Tianmian smiled faintly, his expression calm. What did you say? Xian was furious. Last time, it was Lu Tianming who had abruptly executed the Dragon Elephant's sacred heavenly strength, and it was only when she was caught off guard that she lost. What the outcome will be otherwise is yet to be seen. Lu Tianmian even said that she could not take more than 3 moves in his hands. As a member of the Golden-Winged Rock Clan, this was a great shame. At that moment, she huffed and puffed and was about to make a move. Many people were horrified. If Xian was angry, it would be a disaster. Alright, Xian, what's the point of striking out at a disciple? At this moment, the 3 deficient Taoist flew in and pressed Xian down. In the Desolate Palace, Xian's status was no less than that of an elder. It wasn't appropriate to fight with Lu Tianmeng. In the Wind and Cloud Terrace battle, Lu Tianmian had shown strong potential and battle power. He treats it like a baby egg. It's impossible to put it in harm's way. Alright, when you enter the Divine Dan realm, this ant will give you a good fight. Xian raised her pink fist at Lu Tianming and said, it's fine. Lu Tianming smiled. He wouldn't care about children. Ha ha, fellow Taoist, relax. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. You've lost the qualification for this Dragon Elephant Divine Pool. Just as Taoist 3 Deficiencies was about to open the Dragon Elephant Divine Pool, A rampant laughter suddenly came out. Not far away flew a group of people. The leader was Shinmuji. Behind him there were also some dignified and imposing disciples. Looking at the disciples of the desolate palace, like a god looking down on the mortals, the corners of their mouths with teasing and disdainful smiles. Shinmuji, what are you up to again? The three deficient Taoist frowned and said. Lu Tianmian also frowned, only feeling that this guy was not coming from a good place. This is the order of the Elder Academy. I have already asked the many elders to let the dragon elephant divine pool now belong to our palace. Shinmuji's expression was cold as he took out the token. What? Upon hearing this, many of the disciples of the desolate palace immediately became furious. Over the years, their desolate palace had already been subjected to a lot of suppression by the palace, and the resources in the four palaces were already the least. The only thing the desolate palace had to offer was the dragon elephant divine pool. It is the hope of many disciples. This bastard, Shinmuji, even wanted to take away their dragon elephant divine pool. Every disciple, since the anger was immense, Lu Tianming's eyes also went cold. It only felt that Shinmuji was targeting himself. Cultivating the dragon elephant's sacred heavenly strength and needing the dragon elephant divine pool was not much of a secret. Shinmuji, this dragon elephant divine pool has been in the hands of the desolate palace since ancient times. By what right do you, old dog, in a few words, want to take it away? The three defective Taoist was also enraged, his eyes full of grimace, roaring. If even the dragon elephant divine pool was taken away, there would be no need to open the desert palace. All disciples will also be cut off from the way forward. Shinmuji is too sinister. This is the decision of the above. It can't be blamed on me. Shinmuji laughed, not caring, and rampantly said, the desolate palace has the lowest strength. The dragon elephant divine pool was a place of ancient inheritance. Umiya's eyes have been burning for a long time. Now that he had finally gotten it, he was cheerful. As he spoke, his gaze glanced at Lu Tianmai, a cold smile crossing the corners of his mouth. Lu Tianmai guessed correctly. This was indeed targeting him. Within the Holy Land, too many people didn't want Lu Tianmai to grow. One can only blame it for being on the wrong team. Don't think that by taking a token, you can scare me. I'll go to the elders' courtyard right now and argue with those old guys. Dao's three deficiencies angrily shouted and turned to leave. The dragon elephant divine pool had been in the desolate palace for many years. Even if he confronted the supreme elder, he was fearless. No need. Daoist three deficiencies. This is what we have jointly ordered. There is no need to fight anymore. At this moment, a misty and majestic voice came from the sky. Three old men, surrounded by divine light, walked out from a space, their terrifying aura sweeping through the eight directions like an ocean. Desolate palace many Xioshan resonance, like three supreme god, descending into the world. All the disciples were horrified, only to feel like a huge mountain pressing down on their hearts, their bodies trembling, wanting to kneel down and submit. Three celestial realm powerhouses, Lu Tianming said in surprise as his pupils shrank as well. To ordinary cultivators, a celestial realm was unattainable. The three of them are simply heavenly existences that cannot be counteracted. Uncle Sun, Uncle Ming, Uncle Sword. The three defective Taoist master also changed color, not expecting Shinmuji to invite these three figures. He was also a latecomer before it. Fellow Taoist three deficiencies. This is the general trend. Lead your desolate palace disciples to roll. Shinmuji's eyes were compassionate as he sneered. Without the dragon elephant divine pool, the desolate palace would exist in name only in the inner sect. Out of the corner of his eye, he swept a glance at Lu Tianming, his expression sneering. You're too young to fight us. Abruptly, a furious voice resounded between heaven and earth, causing the expression on his face to instantly turn iron blue. Damn it, you guys, what kind of bird stuff are you? You also dare to move the inheritance of the desolate palace. Don't you know that the dragon elephant divine pool belongs to the desolate palace? It is your ancestor, the Kunlun ancient emperor, who personally set it down. Do you go against your ancestral teachings? Boom! A domineering and angry voice resounded between heaven and earth. Master Crow exuded monstrous black mist, flying like an ancient divine bird, and the wind and clouds of heaven and earth shook with aura, like it was going to destroy the land. Horrifying and boundless, the desolate palace disciple laughed, knowing that Master Crow is also a great man of the celestial realm. With it out of the way, the desolate palace doesn't count and is defenseless. Venerable Crow, you, the Demon Crow clan, aren't qualified to meddle in the affairs of our Kunlun sacred ground. That supreme elder known as Uncle Sun, with his pale eyes, glanced at the overbearingly imposing crow and said in a salty manner, Chapter 46 Ancestral Realm Token, the Devil Crow Clan? The crowd was astonished. The Devil Crow Clan was a taboo in the heavens, equally ancient and abundant in energy. It is rumored that the strongest among them are feared even by the ancient races. Not only was Venerable Crow strong, He hadn't thought that his origins were all so terrifying. Chu Lingxin is your senior sister, and that year, she ordained me as an honorary elder. Do you want to disobey her? The old crow said with a leisurely demeanor. The three supreme elders' cheeks twitched. Although Chu Lingxin had often been a troublemaker in the Holy Land, her talent was extremely terrifying, crowning the era, and there was no one at that time who could compare to her. Even the four great sacred grounds, the number one heavenly Tao sacred ground, had suffered heavy losses due to Chu Lingxin. At that time, Chu Lingxin was the most brilliant and dazzling figure in the desolate domain. It was rumored that her talent was not inferior to that of the originator, the Kunlun ancient emperor, which could be seen as appalling. After all, the ancient emperor of Kunlun was the source of their Holy Land's faith. Senior sister Chu has long since left the Holy Land for many years. How can her words of banter back then be taken seriously? The supreme elder known as Senior Uncle Ming said in a cold voice. When senior sister Chu was around, the lineage of the Obsidian Heavenly Dawn was in its unprecedented prime. They, the House of Elders, have no one to suppress. Even the many ancestors of the ancestral realm of the Holy Land embraced senior sister Chu. They were also often violently beaten by the little witch. Now that it's gone, they are naturally less intimidated. Not bad. Back then, senior sister Chu didn't have any real power within the Holy Land. She played the red dust. You can't suppress us with her. The supreme elder known as Uncle Jian also sneered. Back then, it was Chu Lingxin who was bent on having Lu Tianmeng, who was only a 14 or 15-year-old teenager, become the holy son of the Kunlun Holy Land. As a result, Lu Tiannian corrupted the reputation of the Holy Land and desecrated the Holy Maiden. To Chu Lingxin's reputation, it also caused considerable impact. Hey, you guys are really white-eyed wolves. After only a few years of not seeing each other, you don't even respect your ancient and unrivaled senior sister anymore. Old Crow sneered and shook his head, understanding that there was a Tao lineage dispute in the Kunlun Holy Land. Since you guys can't make sense of it, Master Crow will only have to talk to the old ancestor of your ancestral realm about it. The old crow suddenly took out an ancient token. At that moment, a great pressure filled the air, causing the hearts and minds of the three supreme elder-level figures to tremble. Ancestral realm? Old ancestor? Many disciples were bewildered. Lu Tianming was also slightly stunned. He hadn't heard of this place after spending so many years in the Kunlun Holy Land. It seems to be the underbelly of the Holy Land. The Holy Land had been passed down for many years, and it was normal to have hidden powers. You actually have an ancestral realm token that was given to you by the little demoness. The Sun surnamed Taishang elder's face changed in surprise. Ming Zun, Gongsun Jian also had a huge change in color. That ancestral realm is indeed a holy land, sealing many of the most powerful people of the era. Any one of them could walk out and look down upon the world. But in addition to the Holy Land to the moment of life and death, the general old ancestor simply will not come forward. They, the supreme elders, were also unable to communicate with the ancestral realm. Back then, the little demoness was extremely favored by those ancestral realm ancestors. I didn't expect that after Chu Lingxi left the Holy Land, she would actually hand over the ancestral realm token to this old crow. If the old ancestor stepped in to condemn them, the consequences would be too much for them to bear. Back then, little demoness, she felt that you bastards would mess up before giving me the ancestral realm's token. She really did have foresight. The old crow sighed softly. As a powerful member of the demon crow clan, it did not respect heaven and earth. The little witch, one of the very people it admires. That's just sick. Too much weirdness. Lu Tianming laughed. His own unreliable beauty master, still leaving this kind of backhandedness. It worked for him instead. Many disciples of the desolate palace were exuberant. In that case, it wouldn't be so simple for these three old bastards, who wanted to take a certain dragon elephant divine pool of the desolate palace. The three supreme elders' faces were ugly, not expecting things to develop to this point. Today they are all somewhat at their wits' end. Even with an ancestral realm token, it's hard to suppress everything. The old ancestors are in seclusion to comprehend the great Tao, and if you disturb them, you won't be able to take the blame when this crime lands. At this time, Venerable Savage Dragon landed and laughed coldly. He also had people in the ancestral realm and wasn't too intimidated. When it comes to that, it's unknown who will win or lose. Lu Tiannian's fists clenched, and there was an uncontrollable killing intent in his eyes, knowing that when he was comprehending the dragon elephant's sacred heavenly strength, the puppet that struck out was in all likelihood manipulated by the barbarian dragon Exalt. It's originally an outstanding puppet master. It's oriental tilting again. The loyalists. When Dongfang Qingcheng set him up 2 years ago, there might have been a shadow of the other party as well. Humph, then we'll see who the deer die for. The old crow sneered and did not compromise. How about this? Barbarian Dragon Venerable One laughed lightly. For the district quota, alarming the old ancestor isn't worth it. Why don't we just decide by martial arts, where the Dragon Elephant Divine Pool belongs to, and if your Desolate Palace wins, we'll directly leave and never covet the Dragon Elephant Divine Pool again. If Wii U Palace wins, you guys will obediently go down the mountain. How? At those words, the hearts of the Desolate Palace disciples were heavy. The U Palace disciples were a whole lot stronger than them. Putting them up against Amiya would be almost like giving them away. The top 40 of the U Palace Wind and Cloud ranking could all pretty much be swept away. You gone? Your scheming is too loud. Taoist Master Sanjiu sneered. In this way the Desolate Palace can be said to have no chance of winning. This is how the world is meant to be. If the Desolate Palace doesn't even have the self-confidence to win the Dragon Elephant Divine Pool, this Divine Pool being in your Desolate Palace is indeed humiliating. Venerable Savage Dragon smiled coldly. The three deficient Taoists became angry and looked at Venerable Crow. The old crow frowned, only to agree. Really communicating with the ancestral realm. Things are too big, and the result is unpredictable to anyone. It also had a certain amount of confidence in Lu Tianmai and might not be without a chance. It's fine to fight, but if your U Palace loses, you'll just simply leave, which is too much of an advantage. At this time, Lu Tianming said, knowing that this was a bureau against him, he had his own right to speak. What do you want to bet? Venerable Savage Dragon's eyes narrowed vainly. As long as he obtained the Dragon Elephant Divine Pool, and taught Lu Tianmai a lesson, there was no harm in paying the price. The strongest mind method of U Palace is the Divine Viewing method. If you lose, just hand over this method. Lu Tianming casually said. What? The moment these words came out, many inner disciples in the mountainous region's faces changed drastically. The Desolate Palace disciples were also stunned. The divine observations are an untold secret of the Amiya. Even the strongest geniuses of the U Palace might not have the chance to comprehend it. Its importance was like the Dragon Elephant sacred heavenly strength of the Desolate Palace, which was the basis of the inheritance. Lu Tianmian actually wanted this method. This mouth is not too big. You're crazy. My palace divine observations are priceless treasures. How dare you get your hands on them? Shinmuji shouted angrily, his body trembling. In the many years since the Yugong was founded, no one had ever thought of this. Comprehending a trace of this method would be of great benefit to the cultivator's soul. Lu Tianming also wants the original. Simply treacherous. The stakes naturally have to be equal. If you Gong, don't have the courage, then get lost. Lu Tianming sneered. Shinmuji was furious that Lu Tianming dared to disrespect himself. The divine observations are intended to have any flashbacks. The consequences are not his to bear. Fine. Today, this venerable lord will bet with you. Venerable Savage Dragon's eyes flickered and he finally said in a deep voice, with the quality of the U Palace's disciples, it was impossible to lose to Lu Tianming. He's confident. Countless disciples were appalled. This was a shocking bet. The incident is famous enough to be remembered for ages. In that case, you send someone up. Lu Tianming smiled faintly and took off into the sky. The divine observations are famous in the desolate realm. Even though he had a great desolate emperor body, his divine soul was stronger than ordinary cultivators. But there is no path to advancement. The divine observation method was extremely suitable for him. Chapter 47 The Might of the Hidden Vein. Lu Tianming. My U Palace will send 5 disciples, all after the 25th of the Wind and Cloud ranking, and as long as you can defeat them all, the Divine Brightness Observatory will be surrendered. Venerable Savage Dragon's eyes were cold. Yugong Fengyan ranking 50 to 25. This strength was also extremely strong, at least to the Blazing Sun realm. He even opened the Yang orifice, and his true chi was like Yang, which was much more powerful than the Xianin realm. This is an extremely difficult condition for him. Let them step in. Lu Tianming laughed aloud. Unconcerned, the U Palace disciples, who taunted him a lot, even tried to kill him. Today is the right day to make the barbarian dragon Venerable One pay the price. Lu Tianmian, do you really think that by being in the Desolate Palace and mixing up to a senior brother, you are underestimating our U Palace? Today, I, Zhao Feiyun, will take you to lay the foundation for my U Palace's prestige. A loud laugh spread out, and within the U Palace camp, a man in silver armor flew in, holding a wargo, his battle aura surging, his aura strong. His name was Zhao Feiyun, a 37 genius of the U Palace, and he was equipped with a silver lightning battle body. His own strength has also reached the One Sun realm of the fiery sun. There is a young orifice open, and the true essence is as magnificent as the great sun. In the Desolate Palace such a character is completely sweeping. Silver lightning divine thrust, kill, Zhao Feiyun shouted in a deep voice, his chi swallowing the 8 directions, and the silver battle spear in his hand turned into a silver lightning bolt, stabbing sharply towards Lu Tianmian. Instantly many thunderbolts from heaven and earth converged towards him. Let Gomang be filled with destructive power. This was the king's body, and once attained, it could absorb the power of heaven and earth. Even if Zhao Feiyun was only a low-grade king body, he was still at least 10 times more powerful than a spirit body. Out of your depth. However, the corner of Lu Tianmian's mouth hooked into a cold smile. This was nothing to him who had opened 4 hidden veins, directly displaying the second stance in the 8 desolate fists. 8 desolate invincible. Pust. Terrorist fist on so that Zhao Feiyan Ling Ling Go Mang, instantly into pieces, and Zhao Feiyan issued a mournful scream. The body burst into a cloud of blood mist. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was horrified. The Hall Yugong 37, bearing the silver electricity king body Zhao Feiyan, was even wiped out by Lu Tianmian, with a single punch. How is that possible? The eyes of many disciples of the Yu Palace almost stared out. The power of Lu Tianmian's fist. How can it be so overbearing? At the time of the Wind and Cloud Terrace battle, its battle power was far from this. Hidden vein. Lu Tianmian opened at least 1 hidden vein, or even 2 hidden veins. Xian, on the other hand, revealed a strange light in her eyes and said in surprise. She had a deep understanding of the strength of the hidden vein. The stronger the bloodline physique, the more terrifying the increase in battle power after opening. Inside Lu Tianming's body, there was indeed the aura of a hidden vein. 2 hidden veins. Sniffed Li Yuanji, also surprised. She had spent endless effort to open a hidden vein. Within a few days, Lu Tianmeng had actually opened the hidden veins as well, and had even reached 2. What a freak! Xian was astonished. She opened the 2 hidden veins and also stimulated the potential of the golden-winged rock bloodline cleanly, and also used ancient methods. Lu Tianmeng did it in just a few days. No wonder it had the confidence that it could defeat her in a few moves at the same realm. Her golden-winged rock bloodline, under the Great Desolate Emperor body, didn't count for 2 hidden veins. How did you do that? The 3 supreme elders were also moved, and Venerable Savage Dragon shouted even more furiously, opening 2 hidden veins in a few days. This was simply monstrous. My excellence is not something that can be imagined by an other mediocre talents. Lu Tianmian sneered. He was already exceptional, or else he wouldn't have been valued by the beauty master. Together with the Great Desolate Emperor body, it was indeed to exceed their knowledge. Venerable Barbarian Dragon's face was green with rage. He was also overly talented when he was able to reach the celestial realm. However, it was embarrassing to be taunted by Lu Tianmian as a mediocrity. Lu Tianmian, you went so far as to kill a fellow disciple during a sparring session. It's simply a heinous crime. At this time, Shen Muji hissed and roared. It pained him to the core to see the genius of Yugong 37 die in such a manner. The 3 supreme elders, too, had cold faces. Lu Tianmian had indeed violated the rules of the sect. Less sympathetic. You guys want to kill me? You can't wait for a long time. I'll give you guys this chance. Today's sparring session is life and death regardless. Lu Tianmeng said with a faint smile. The crowd was surprised. Was Lu Tianmeng so confident? After that, the disciples will be stronger than one another and will be extremely difficult to deal with. Lu Tianmian, you brought this on yourself, so you can't blame me. Venerable Savage Dragon laughed. He did want to kill Lu Tianmai, and he had finally found his chance. Chen Tian, kill this asshole for me. At that moment, Barbarian Dragon Venerable. His tone was eerie. Yes, a man in crimson robes stepped out, his eyes burning with a blazing flame, like a fire god descending into the realm. His aura strong. Chen Tian, 32 on the Yu Palace Wind and Cloud ranking, Fiery Sun realm, possessing the flame eyes. The people were aghast. This person's strength, compared to Zhao Feiyun before, was a large amount stronger. The flame eyes, even more so than an unusual king body, could burn everything to ashes. There were countless geniuses who had lost their battles in Yugong. One move to determine life and death. Blazing Sun Divine Furnace. Kill. Chen Tian's aura poured rigidly, coming up to exhibit his strongest move. The endless rolling flames within the eyes were like magma erupting. A huge furnace coalesced in midair, enveloping Lu Tianmai. The flames burning in the fireplace turned from reddish red to dark green. Furnace. This means that the temperature has reached a very horrible state. A random strand could incinerate many strong people of the fiery sun realm. The scalps of countless watchers went numb. Such an attack would be difficult to defend against even if 3 yan orifices were opened up. With their qualifications, it was also very easy to challenge them across the ranks. Seeing Lu Tianmian, trapped by the huge blazing sun flood furnace, Chen Tian couldn't help but have a smile appear on his face. This move, how can you resist it? This was his ultimate style, and even if Lu Tianmian opened up 2 hidden veins, there was absolutely no hope of resisting. This is beyond the capabilities of this realm. Who said I opened up 2 hidden veins? What if it was 3? Lu Tianmian, however, cocked his head and sneered with a smile. Thunder Chakra, reveal. As Lu Tianmai let out a low drink, the rolling thunder and lightning in the sky and earth gathered towards Lu Tianmai like a waterfall. At the same time, Lu Tianmeng executed the 3rd stance of the 8 desolate fists. chi covering the 9 heavens. A supreme battle aura erupted like a volcano erupting. On his heavenly aura, a divine light rose up to the sky, like it could penetrate the stars and rivers. Then, Chen Tian's sturdy and incomparable fireplace directly exploded. This punch, like it could crush the heavens. Chen Tian similarly let out a miserable scream as his body was beaten into a rain of blood. Countless people were instantly like clay molds, shocked on the spot. Lu Tianmeng did not open 2 hidden veins, but 3. How did he do it? 3 lax Taoist also stayed dumbfounded. This kind of divine posture might not be comparable to that of Dongfang Qingcheng. Lu Tianmai's methods were an eye-opener. The remaining 3, let's go together. The 3 hidden veins in Lu Tianming's body glowed like 3-star rivers, warping the heavens and the earth. He said blandly to Venerable Savage Dragon. Venerable Savage Dragon was so enraged that his teeth were almost clenched. With 3 hidden veins, Lu Tiannian was only 1 step away from the ancient world extreme realm. Huge waves were rising in his mind. Could it be that it also had the appearance of the 10,000 ancient extreme realm and the Xianin realm? The killing intent in his heart towards Lu Tianmeng became even more intense. We'll strike out together to appreciate your strength. Behind the barbarian dragon Venerable, 3 young men stepped forward, their powerful auras causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Each one has a great head start. Ben didn't bother to strike out together. However, Lu Tianming was too demonic, and joining forces was the safest. Chapter 48 Vanguard Extreme Realm. Kill. At that moment, a man shouted coldly and offered up a sword, and immediately, dazzling sword awns lit up the sky and earth, and the infinite amount of sword intent was like a mountain torrent, whistling towards Lu Tianmai. This was a sword of certain death, full of terrifying sword will. The void along the way was crushed into pieces. Die. The other woman's pretty face was cold and chilly, a poison master, and with a wave of her jade hand, many poisonous gases were like colorful mists that filled the 4 directions. Space was corroded into yellow water, dripping and falling. The colorful mist converged and finally took the shape of a dragon, filling the air with a poisonous scent and causing many people to stay away. This poisonous gas is so strong that even an ordinary person in the fiery sun realm will die if they are contaminated. The 3 of us will make a move together. You will have no regrets even though you die. Another person laughed loudly, wearing a bizarre Dao robe, carved with the patterns of 10,000 beasts. He pinched the seal in his hand. Not far from a barren mountain, a fierce beast roar came from a boom. A fierce tiger tens of feet in size, covered with blue flames appeared. It was like it was controlled by a strange secret method. Its eyes were scarlet, with a tragic and incomparable ferocious aura. It killed towards Lu Tianmeng. Space all directly collapsed, like an unstoppable storm. It's a beast master. Many people lost their voices and exclaimed. Although the beast master was not strong in his own battle, his divine soul was extremely powerful and could manipulate all beasts. Some powerful people can overthrow kingdoms by one person, which is a sign of terror. Sword cultivator, poison master, and beast master. These 3 people are considered extremely outstanding in their class, yet they struck out at Lu Tianmian alone. Many people had cold sweat running down their foreheads. With such an attack, it would be difficult to defend against it even if one opened 5 young orifices geniuses, right? I don't know how Lu Tianmu can resist. Barbarian dragon Venerable this. The 3 lax Taoist gritted his teeth, very annoyed. The strength of the 3 is too strong. Together, even if the Yugong Fengyun list, the top 25 within the genius, are difficult to fight. Venerable Savage Dragon sent these 3 out. How ruthless. This is the price of being rampant. 3 hidden veins, marvelous, even more overwhelming geniuses, without really growing, are prone to die prematurely. Lu Tianmai is what you asked for. Some of the onlooking you palace disciples sneered. Lu Tianmeng killed 2 geniuses in a row, Zhao Feiyin and Chen Tian. It's a shame for Amiya. Lu Tianmian deserved this outcome. The many disciples of the Desolate Palace looked worried. If something happens to Lu Tianmeng, there will be no more hope for Desolate Palace. Die. Shenmuji and Venerable Savage Dragon also laughed sardonically. Once Lu Tianmeng died, it was not in vain that they had set up such a big setup. The attacks aren't bad, but if you want to defeat me, you're still a bit short. However, under the roaming sky's unfavorable sight, Lu Tianmian had a bland expression and smiled faintly. Then a touch of supreme bravado surfaced at the bottom of his eyes, and a deep drink resounded between heaven and earth. Let's let you and others see the energy of the 4 hidden veins. Wind, fire, thunder, and electricity. Set. Boom. When the words fell, it was like 10,000 heavy thunderbolts exploded in the heavens and earth. Countless people looked at Lu Tianmai, and a strong look of shock and horror immediately surfaced in their eyes. 4 hidden veins? How was it possible that Lu Tianmian had opened up 4 hidden veins? Xian Xian was eating a sugar gourd. The bamboo stick in her hand also fell down. Looking at the mid-air, the same small mouth opened into a circle. Seems to be able to stuff down an egg. Although the ice lotus divine fruit that she had given to Lu Tianmeng had the effect of opening the hidden vein, but trying to open the 4 hidden veins was completely impossible. For normal people, it was difficult to even open a hidden vein. Lu Tianmeng, however, had opened up 4 hidden veins with this. She found it all unbelievable. This guy is open for business. How is it possible for the ancient extreme realm to be? The cold smiles on the faces of Shinmuji and the barbarian dragon Venerable also stiffened. For geniuses to be able to reach the extreme realm in a realm, they were all proud of it and could look down on their contemporaries. Not to mention the 2 polar realms. Even if the glorious and radiant ancient times were filled with heavenly pride and demons, it would be difficult to do so, right? Ever since the last great emperor of the ancient times, the Xian Yu Emperor, fought with the heavens and sucked away all the heavens and all the domains. Endless aura. Nowadays, the heavens and earth have long entered the era of Daojian. Even the saints are nearly invisible. Lu Tianmian had actually reached the Wangu polar realm in 2 realms one after the other. Simply shocking ancient history. Right now in the world, there is absolutely no way that someone can break through the Wangu polar realm in 2 realms one after the other. The hearts of the 3 great supreme elders also surged with monstrous waves of horror, and on their cold faces, a touch of crazy shock surfaced as they hissed. This kind of genius could have lit up the stars in the ancient times. It's too fantastic to be able to produce in this environment. Not bad. Lu Tianmian is surely swindling us. Which is so gullible. Many Upalis disciples yelled, like a gambler pouring out his fortune. His eyes are scarlet. If Umiya's divine vision is lost, Umiya will not be able to lift his head. Shenmuji, the barbarian dragon Venerable, also had his teeth nearly clenched, his eyes staring dead on, expecting it to be false. Don't believe me? Widen your dog eyes and see clearly. However, Lu Tianming's gaze swept over them, but he sneered and laughed coldly. For those who are dog-eyed, it is necessary to use harsh reality to make them realize the truth. Rumble. In the next moment, heaven and earth rioted, and many forces of wind, fire, thunder, and electricity converged on the surface of Lu Tianming's body. Chaos filled the surface of his body, like the opening of the sky. Break! Lu Tianmian let out a loud shout, and countless forces of wind, fire, thunder, and electricity were transformed by him into a finger mane that blasted against the 3 people's attacks. At this moment, the vault of heaven resounded with the sound of the gods singing in meditation. It was several times grander than when one breaks through the extreme realm at the Qi-drawing realm. It was vaguely like a majestic shadow of a god, reflected in the starry sky. The view is magnificent. It's really the ancient extreme realm. The 3 Upalis geniuses, 2, wildly sucked in cool air. The vanguard extreme realm. The battle power was astounding, interspersed with the rich power of the gods. Now Lu Tianmian, like transcending the mortal world, transformed into the gods. It's simply impossible to fight. Accompanied by the terrifying wind, fire, thunder and lightning finger manes killing, like the power of the place where the heavens were opened, annihilating everything. 3 geniuses, joining forces to attack, were completely worthless. As the finger-on swept by, they let out desperate cries of misery. There it presented, a void storm that crushed them into dust. The wind blew, and heaven and earth seemed to freeze, and the expressions on everyone's faces froze there. Dead. The strongest strike of the 3 geniuses was also crushed by Lu Tianmai's strongest strike. It broke through the universal ancient extreme realm of the Xianin realm and displayed a world-defying divine power, a shocking reality that made their hearts contract like crazy. It's almost like witnessing history. Those Upalis disciples, all of them were so angry and anxious that they sprayed out blood. 5 outstanding geniuses, all of them dead. This was too difficult for them to accept as well. Lu Tianmian, I'm going to let you die. A hideous roar spread out, and the savage dragon Venerable One's eyes were scarlet as he came killing. His heart was also filled with boundless shock. Lu Tianmian was in the Xianin realm and had truly reached the ancient extreme realm. This is simply a demon of the ages. This son was indeed a great danger to their faction. Must be killable immediately. Who dares to bully my disciple? Just as the crowd was horrified, a woman daintily shouted, and heaven and earth resounded. Inside the hut where outer sect Lu Tianmian lived, a stream of light flew, transforming into a silhouette, green silk like a waterfall, with a petite and delicate figure, and a stunningly beautiful face. With a slap, and a snap, Venerable Savage Dragon was directly sent flying out, with his face crooked, bloodied, and his teeth dislodged. Master, Lu Tianmian was stunned, then rejoiced, saying, "This is exactly the beauty master. Leaving the Holy Land for almost 10 years, I did not expect to see its remnants." Chapter 49 The Miserable House Elders. Good disciple. Master is not here. Has he practiced properly? Chuling Xian's residual shadow smiled sweetly, stretched out her jade hand, and pinched Lu Tianming's face. The hand was so strong that the flesh on Lu Tianmian's face was pinched up 7 or 8 centimeters high. Pain, pain, pain. Master, Lu Tianmian wailed. Tears are coming out. Beauty Master is too ferocious and violent. Shu Lingxin, you're in the outer gate of the Holy Land, leaving a residual shadow. Venerable Savage Dragon was shocked. Wasn't it heard that Chu Ling Xian had entered a forbidden land of the heavens and had died? There is such a backhandedness. If this senior sister doesn't leave some means behind, my good disciple, won't she be bullied to death by you? Chu Lingxin's beautiful eyes contained fury. She was also informed of what happened to Lu Tianmeng. These people, the barbarian dragon Venerable One, were too insidious. Don't you want to kill my good disciple? Come on, this senior sister is here. You can just kill. Chu Ling Xian walked with her jade legs, a sweet face and a cold, chilly look. No, senior sister Chu, this is a misunderstanding. Barbarian dragon Venerable immediately turned green, as ugly as eating. Chu Lingxin had suppressed the desolate domain and illuminated the heavens back then, causing the old antiquities with gated blood and halted lifespans to be furious. Though his contemporaries were in its presence, he was like a toy, not worth mentioning. Escape! At that moment, the barbarian dragon Venerable One cried out somewhat and turned into streams of light, flying away from this place. Those 3 Taishang elders, and Shin Muji also had their scalps explode, like they had encountered a prehistoric monster, and hurriedly skipped. With their strength, in front of this demonic Chu Lingxin, they were simply not enough to look at. Even if they were 10 or 100 times more powerful, they would still be no match. Many of the desolate palace disciples were stunned that the barbarian dragon Venerable and the others, who had been unbeatable earlier, were so fearful after encountering this residual shadow. Many people's gazes turned to the petite Chu Ling Xian, a little confused. This sweet appearance, like a little sister next door like Tai Shishir, was really so powerful. Can you escape? However, Chu Lingxin's beautiful eyes looked at the barbarian dragon Venerable and the others who were fleeing, but a dangerous smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She wouldn't just let it go after harming her good disciple to this point. Buzz! She flicked her jade hand. The space was suddenly like a confinement. The barbarian dragon Venerable 3 supreme elders, and Shin Muji was suddenly like a fly caught in the glass, motionless, and even in the body of the divine power, could not regulate a trace. Spatial laws? You have even reached such a state. A flash of horror immediately surfaced on the barbarian dragon Venerable's pale face, and he said in fear, what kind of greatness is this? In the Dao Jian era, Chu Ling Xian was very young, and it was really appalling that she had reached this point. This was only a wisp of the other party's residual shadow, far from being on the same level of strength as the main body. No wonder Chu Lingxin, known as the most demonic figure in the millennium, could not be surmised by anyone. Revealing the tip of the iceberg strength is intimidating. It is rumored that even the great figures of the ancestral realm are a bit wary of him. So it's true. Senior barbarian dragon, this is how you say I should punish you. Chu Lingxin came smilingly, her jade hand patting venerable savage dragon's pale face. Snap! Although the force was not great, each slap was extremely loud, and one of the barbarian dragon Venerable's old face was reddened down to a fiery heat. Senior sister Chu, how dare you hit me like that? Venerable savage dragon roared. He was a Taishang elder, towering over all beings, and had never been so humiliated. How about beating you? Even if I kill you today, no one will dare to say anything. Chu Lingxin's eyes were icy cold as she pointed out a finger, and with a bang, the barbarian dragon Venerable's physical body directly exploded, leaving only his soul suspended, emitting a miserable scream. It was very serious for a cultivator to lose his physical body. Chu Lingxin, this was no less than abolishing most of his cultivation. Senior sister Chu, you've gone too far. At that moment, the 3 supreme elders also looked shocked. Reaching their level was extremely important in the Holy Land. Having one abolished is a big deal for the Holy Land. Sacrifice a magic treasure. I don't believe that a wisp of her remnant soul can really be invincible. Supreme Elder Sun Mingyuan shouted angrily. Knowing that Chu Ling Xian was not afraid of the sky, she wouldn't keep her hands off of them. They didn't want to end up like the barbarian dragon Venerable. Boom! 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 At that moment, the 3 of them bit their tongues and spewed out their essence blood, their potentials burning, their bodies releasing a strong aura around them, and they actually broke free of Chu Ling Xian's restraints in an instant. Then, 3 powerful magic treasures, which appeared above their heads, emitted the vast pressure of the celestial realm and rushed towards Chu Ling Xian. Kill, destroy this wisp of residual soul for me. Venerable Savage Dragon roared angrily as well. From within the soul, a pagoda was also sacrificed to join Sun Mingyuan, Mingzun, and Gonsun Jian's magic treasures and suppress them together. For great celestial realm powerhouses joining hands, this might could be considered unrivaled, strong and powerful. It made everyone's hair stand on end. Unconscionable. This senior sister oppresses the times horizontally, With you 4 drunken bags, you also want to be my enemy. However, Chu Lingxin sneered disdainfully. Snap, the jade hand clapped, like the hand of the heavens, indestructible. The 4 people's extremely high-grade magic treasures were instantly like broken copper and iron, exploding apart. A strong backlash struck, causing the 4 barbarian dragon exalted ones, all of them, to spit out blood in large mouths, their faces pale. They looked up at the unharmed Chu Lingxin, their hearts appalled, casually striking and shattering their magic treasures. Chu Lingxin's strength. In the end, what kind of terrifying situation had she reached? Lu Tianming smacked his lips. This beauty master of his, she was really a tough mess. Bang bang bang. Chu Lingxin's pretty face was cold and chilly as she once again pointed her finger, causing the 3 great supreme elders, including Shen Mu, to all have their flesh explode in pain. Chu Lingxin's marvelous eyes swept a glance at them, and said in a cold voice, if it weren't for this senior sister, letting her disciple clean up yourselves later, now you guys, you'd have already been destroyed in form and spirit. Saying that, she made a move with her slender hand, and the original of the divine observations in the Yu Palace flew in. She gave it to Lu Tianmeng, venerable barbarian dragon. Shen Muji, and the others tore their hearts out. This was the essence of the Yu Palace's inheritance, and it was just gone, causing them immense pain. However, they didn't dare to say much. Chu Lingxin was too strong, a wisp of a remnant soul, like an unattainable female immortal, unbeatable. It's wanting to kill them. They had no doubt that with a casual wave of their hands, they could be turned into ashes. This is simply a woman who was more terrifying than a god or a demon. Thank you, Master. Lu Tianmian couldn't help but grin as he received the divine observation thoughts. If he didn't have a master, even if he won, given the pissy nature of the barbarian dragon venerable and the others, it wouldn't be so easy to hand over the divine observations. The master has done him a favor. This is what you deserve. Speaking of which, master had to make you a saint's son in the first place, only for you to go through such a rough patch. Chu Lingxin laughed, stretching out her jade hand, rubbing Lu Tianming's face, kneading his handsome face, all of it like dough, with his 5 features rounded up. This is her special, violent love. Master is not saying anything. Lu Tianming laughed. Cultivate well. When the time is right, master will appear. Chu Lingxin laughed softly and rubbed Lu Tianming's head again, scratching his hair like a chicken nest before his figure faded and dissipated. Apparently this wisp of residual shadow has a time limit. Watching his master leave, Lu Tianming's heart was slightly empty. He had always followed his master when he was a young boy, and he was dependent on him, not knowing when they would be able to meet each other. Lu Tianming was disappointed in his heart. Kid, Master Crow, I'm also leaving. In the future, whoever wants to bully you, Master Crow will lead the strongest members of the Demon Crow clan and stand up for you. At this time, the old crow also let out a hefty laugh and similarly shattered and dispersed in the heavens and earth. The time for this body is also up. Lu Tianming arched his hand and sent the old crow away. The guy was nice to him, too. Lu Tian, in the future, I will make your life worse than death. And seeing Chu Lingxin and the old crow dissipate one after another, the barbarian dragon venerable one then breathed a sigh of relief, and then laughed maliciously and coldly at Lu Tian. Chu Lingxin was in the forbidden zone of the heavens, so perhaps the main body had long been in trouble. The Devil Crow clan also didn't dare to easily intervene in the matter of the Kunlun Holy Land. It was still very easy for him to deal with Lu Tianmai. By myself, I will collect all the scores back. Lu Tianmeng looked at venerable savage dragon with cold eyes and said, it was the master's way of sharpening him, and he would not let it down. Don't know how to die. Venerable savage dragon sneered. Without Chu Lingxin and venerable crow, Lu Tianmeng was completely an antworm. After saying that he and the 3 supreme elders left, now they are in dire need of medication and stabilization. Otherwise, after a long time, their souls might dissipate into the heavens and earth. As they left, the 3 supreme elders and Shinmuji also gave Lu Tianmeng a cold and vicious look. Obviously they also held a grudge against Lu Tianmai, too. And looking at the 4 Taishang elders' fierce killing intent as they left, the skin of many inner sect disciples chilled. For celestial realm powerhouses, plus the actual head of the Yu Palace, such hatred for a disciple. How difficult it is to walk on the road of Lu Tianmian, can be expected. If it wasn't for Lu Tianmian awakening the Great Desolate Emperor body, the universal ancient extreme realm, and so on, perhaps under the oppression of Dongfang Qingqing's lineage, he would have long since fallen into the dust once again. And as he became stronger and stronger, the conflict with the Eastern Pouring City's lineage was bound to become more and more violent. Many people are detecting the smell of a mountain of rain. Maybe someday this conflict will really explode. There will definitely be a sensational event within the Kunlun Holy Land at that time. Chapter 50 Cleaning Up the Disease. Just as the 4 palaces were shaken by this matter, deep within the heavenly vault of the Kunlun Sacred Land, within a special space, An ancient tree, with flourishing leaves, towers into the sky, with a clear lake in the distance, bees flying and butterflies dancing, and a delightful landscape. 2 old men, playing chess under a tree. One black, one white. There was no breath around him, like an ordinary person who couldn't cultivate. It is only when you look closely that you can realize that they all have the flavor of the great Tao. A pair of eyes, overflowing with the vicissitudes of age, was extremely extraordinary. At this moment, the black-clothed old man twirled his black sun and laughed. We have been in seclusion for a long time, and the Holy Land is getting more and more lively. The Holy Land has been passed down for many years, and its foundation has long since decayed, so it would be a good thing if someone could sweep away the disease and allow the Holy Land to show a new atmosphere. The white-robed old man was slightly immortal, pinching his long beard and smiling lightly. The old man in black nodded, his eyes sighing. Any power, over time, is like an anthill under a dam, which looks grand and magnificent on the outside. In reality, it is already riddled with holes and in danger of tipping over. The same is true of the Kunlun Holy Land. Since their lifespan was short, they could only hunker down in the ancestral realm and could not go out at will. The Holy Land is held by the House of Elders, and there is constant strife in every generation. Of course, healthy competition is not something they are opposed to. However, if one of the factions is strong for many years and forms a hegemony, it will be a shackle to the Holy Land. That's when a new genius needs to appear in the Holy Land to overthrow everything and make the Holy Land change its blood. This is how holy places can be brought to life. Lu Tianmeng had hoped that he would become this blood changer. Dongfang Qingcheng, has the ancient great sage custodial wisdom? And the great sage is even the last great emperor of the past, the immortal Yu Emperor's personal disciple. She is equivalent to having a great emperor's inheritance behind her. Lu Tianmian is all alone. Can he really be able to counteract her and the countless adherents behind her? The black-robed old man laughed lightly. His tone was also a bit heavy when he said the 4 words Xianyu Emperor, the most stunning emperor of the ancient times, carrying endless warlords, great sects and ancient factions, killing his way up to the heavenly path. Even though he failed to die, he was still astonished by his temperament. He left behind a Tao that resonates deeply for generations to come. Casually a scale and a half-claw inheritance, can be crowned the world. Although Lu Tianmeng was the disciple of the demon Chulingshin, Chulingshin was in the forbidden zone of the heavens and it was difficult to get away. Without this backing, Lu Tianmeng was too weak to fight with them. The disciple chosen by Spirit Heart. I think it won't be extraordinary. And the little guy's name has the word Heaven's Destiny in it. Not many people dared to use this name in ancient times. The white-clothed old man smiled faintly, his eyes carrying deep meaning. The black-clothed old man nodded his head and looked grave. He also had a slight feeling that Lu Tianmu had a huge karma. Too bad they couldn't deduce it. Maybe it's really possible to surprise them for sure. Lingshao Heavenly Palace, the Holy Lord's Palace of the Kunlun Holy Land. It is the place where all the Holy Lords have lived. The atmosphere is majestic and the weather is solemn, like a heavenly temple falling down. Good. Heaven's Destiny, really competitive, has repaired the Yu Palace severely, and even won away all the divine observations. Those bastards of the Yu Palace must be mad with anger. On the throne, the obsidian Heavenly Father listened to the vegetal-clothed old man, reporting the news, and immediately laughed aloud, his voice flowing freely. Ever since he and Master Chulingshin, by the barbarian dragon venerable lineage, were suspected to have been pitted to death, they and its, then, made a deep enmity. In the previous generation, during the Holy Lord election, more than 80% of the elders in the House of Elders supported Venerable Savage Dragon. However, due to his senior sister, Chulingshin, who had crossed the world and was embraced by her, he was able to sit in this position. Those who disobeyed were all violently beaten up by Chuling Xian. He even killed 8 half-step Emperor Realm Savage Dragon Venerable Lineage Supreme Elders, shaking the Holy Land. After he became the Holy Lord, his sister traveled the world in search of her true self. He was targeted by the barbarian dragon Venerable Lineage. From time to time, the heart has long held a belly full of fire. Now that it's finally out, it's undoubtedly cheerful. He was even more pained after the barbarian dragon Venerable Sun Mingyuan, Mingzuan, Gonsun Jian, plus Shen Muji, had their physical bodies shattered and only their souls left behind by a wisp of his senior sister's residual shadow, and their vitality was greatly injured. PFF. Just at this moment, the chi and blood within his body suddenly flipped, his face turned white, and a mouthful of fresh blood spilled out from the side of his mouth. Holy Lord, your Dao injuries are getting worse. If you don't fix them, I'm afraid. The plain-clothed old man, Lu Su, his face changed and he hurriedly stepped forward, taking out an elixir in his hand and letting the obsidian Heavenly Father take it, smiling bitterly. Yaori Heavenly Father's Dao injury was due to the fact that he had once ferried in too much origin power to preserve Lu Tianming's chance of survival. Thinking back to that year, the talent of the Obsidian Heavenly Sovereign was also outstanding and incomparable. Though not as good as Chu Ling Xin. In those times, it exceeded most people. It is reputed to have the appearance of royalty. Venerable Savage Dragon was indeed ruthless, extracting Lu Tianming's Dao bone, breaking his dantian, and abolishing his cultivation, but not killing him. It was thought that he wanted to make the Obsidian Heavenly Father waste his own essence to heal. The Obsidian Heavenly Father did have to be trapped. Not only did his cultivation fall from the peak of the celestial realm 9 heavens to the Tao King realm, even the vitality is gradually being eaten away. So if it goes on, I am afraid that it will not be able to support for long. There's no harm in being able to hold out for a few more years, waiting for heaven's mandate to truly grow up. During that time, if they dare to go too far, the price, I'm afraid they won't be able to afford it. The Obsidian Heavenly Father lifted a strong breath, exuding bravado in his eyes as he said in a cold voice, even if he was only at the Tao King realm now. However, when they truly wielded power, the celestial realm would have to be cowed. Lu Su smiled bitterly. Of course he understood what the Obsidian Heavenly Father meant. That must have been him burning his essence blood to forcefully restore his peak. After that, the Obsidian Heavenly Father was truly silent. He looked up at the great hall, as if looking toward the upright figure at the inner gate. Inwardly, he hoped that Lu Tianmian would be able to live up to the Obsidian Heavenly Father. Your Holiness, it's too much work. I want Lu Tianmai to die. And from the sacred Maiden Peak, a pale, hideous roar echoed within the great hall. It was the barbarian dragon Venerable Sun Mingyuan, Mingzuan, Gongsun Jian, and Shin Muji who sent it out. At this moment, their souls were being placed inside 5 jade cauldrons, with amazing spiritual medicines, emitting fragrant air to nourish them, and a wound to the physical body is simply difficult for the average person to heal. Oriental tilting. However, she had the memories of an ancient great saint, and was given endless treasures and heaps of heavenly materials. Healing these is not a problem. Lu Tianmian, did he really reach the 10,000 ancient extreme realm at the Xianin realm? On the side, Dongfang Qingchang, dressed in a golden dress, had a tall and concave figure, with a stunning appearance. The beautiful eyes looked at Venerable Savage Dragon and frowned. Not bad, that kid is simply like a god's help, indeed opening 4 hidden veins. Venerable Savage Dragon's tone was still shocked as he said in a trembling voice, originally, they planned, foolproof, the Dragon Elephant Divine Pool snatched away. Lu Tianmian's Dragon Elephant Sacred Heavenly Strength Advancement is hopeless, cannot turn over at all. As a result, Lu Tianmai opened 4 hidden veins and killed all 5 geniuses that he had prepared beforehand. Even the divine canon idea that had been passed down from generation to generation in their Yugong had lost. This time, it was a loss that made him furious. Lu Tianmian, what a surprise! Dongfang Qingcheng's beautiful eyes narrowed vainly. The Xianin realm, reaching the extreme realm was too difficult. In the ancient times, opening also belonged to the legend. It was indeed unimaginable that Lu Tianmeng had no backing and did it on his own. In his body, there must be a shockingly great secret. Lord Holy Maiden, if you cut him down, there will be endless creations. At this time, Shen Muji said morosely. Chapter 51 in person. He also hated it extremely much when he was made to lose his physical body by a lowly desolate palace disciple of the district. However, looking at Dongfang Qingcheng's proud and delicate body, a touch of awe also surfaced in his eyes. He understood that even though it's just a junior, in fact the power was too powerful than them. The elders, and even the supreme elders. These times are hers. In the ancestral realm, there were also quite a few old ancestors who supported it. Venerable Savage Dragon was only her nominal master. She was even above the supreme elder. He wasn't even qualified enough to enter the House of Elders. So naturally, the only thing he could do was look up. Back then, within the burial god abyss, he did obtain a mysterious item. Dongfang Qingcheng's head nodded slightly, and within her dreamlike eyes, a strange color emerged. At that time, the most important reason why she had taken action against Lu Tianmai was still that bronze ancient coffin. Only her senses told her that the ancient coffin was very extraordinary. It seemed like the entire burial god abyss existed because of it. Unfortunately, after she had wasted Lu Tianmai, she had also checked his entire body and did not find it. Now, Lu Tianming's Tao foundation was shattered, first awakening the Great Desolate Emperor body, then breaking 2 extreme realms in a row, and even more astonishingly lucky, obtaining the Dragon Elephant Sacred Heavenly Strength. She felt that it must have something to do with the bronze coffin. Perhaps in the past 2 years, Lu Tianmeng had no intention of discovering the secret of the bronze ancient coffin. She had undoubtedly risen a great interest in that bronze ancient coffin as well. Pass the order down. 1 month after the 4 palace competition, this palace will personally go down and compete with the disciples of the 4 palaces. At the thought of this, Dongfang Qingcheng raised her head at that moment, looking out of the hall, and with her rosy lips, She let out a clear and crisp voice like a phoenix chirping in a chorus. You're going to personally go down and participate in the 4 palace competition? Venerable Savage Dragon was stunned. Then a flash of surprise appeared in his eyes as he said. He could not see through the strength of Dongfang Qingcheng. Sometimes he could also feel a pressure on Dongfang Qingcheng, estimating that its realm might be close to breaking through above the celestials. What a concept! Most of the supreme elders of the Kunlun sacred land lived nearly 1,000 years before reaching the celestial realm. Dongfang Qingcheng, a mere 17-year-old girl, going so far as to reach above the celestials. This is simply astounding. In addition to the Chulingshin who makes people impervious, in the 10,000 years of the Kunlun Holy Land, there is no one who can be comparable to it. Her participation in the 4 palace competition was bound to be a huge sensation. With the Holy Maiden stepping in, taking down Lu Tianmai is even more of a handful. Sun Mingyuan, Ming Zun, and Gongsun Jian Sol also smiled. Lu Tianmai had many cards, and they all felt that it was a bit tricky. If there was an Oriental Qingcheng down there, it would undoubtedly be a handful. No matter how strong that kid is, he can't be a match for the Holy Maiden. Lu Tianmian, I'll see how you die this time. Shen Muji also heckled. Dongfang Qingcheng smiled faintly. It had been too many years since she had made a move within the Holy Land. Even if they suppressed their realm, they would still be invincible against inner disciples. This time, she wanted to put an end to, once and for all, Lu Tianmai's momentum, and take back that bronze sarcophagus. Lu Tianmian, I hope you won't let this palace down. Oriental Tilting spoke to himself. What? Dongfang Qingcheng is also going to participate in this 4 palace competition? The news was indeed as if it had grown wings, and in less than half a day, it spread in the 4 palaces, immediately causing a furor in the 4 palaces. Many people were shocked and only felt that Dongfang Qingcheng's descent was most likely targeting Lu Tianmian. Lu Tian is too fierce. It seems that the Holy Maiden doesn't want to let it grow any further. The crowd was astonished, and now that Lu Tian had also reached the 10,000 ancient extreme realm and the Xianin realm, it had also spread through the inner sect, shocking many people to the core. Some people even claimed that with this rise of Lu Tianmian, it was possible to surpass Dongfang Qingcheng in the future. After all, the latter had not reached the extreme realm in either realm, and the Oriental Qingcheng set thousands of favor and love. Lu Tianmian only in the humble rise, but even more dazzling than her. It was normal to want to suppress Lu Tianmai. At this rate, it's all going to have an effect on her reputation. It could also be building momentum. Dongfang Qingcheng is the next Saint Lord, the most powerful candidate. Everyone says she's terrifying, but exactly how strong, no one knows. She might want to use the 4 palace competition to bring her momentum to the top, and then take down Obsidian Celestial Sovereign Saint Lord position in one fell swoop. An elder from the neutral faction said in a deep voice. Obsidian Heavenly Father, who had suffered a Dao injury to save Lu Tianmai back then, was no longer a proper Holy Lord. Dongfang Qingcheng, if she became a Holy Lord, would be the Kunlun Holy Land, the youngest Holy Lord. At only 17 years of age, it can rock the ancient world. When Lu Tianmian and Obsidian Heavenly Father went down, there would be no good end. The crowd smelled a great power torrent flavor. Like the East Qingcheng such as the High Queen, out of the world can sweep the world, crushing everything. Lu Tianmian was too weak to fight her. It's a pity that Lu Tianmian is in 2 realms and has reached the ancient extreme realm of the 10,000 ancients, so he can certainly become a sensational figure in the world as well. But with the emergence of Dongfang Qingcheng in this era, he is doomed to be reduced to being a companion. Some people sighed. Lu Tianmian had absolutely no chance at all in the 4 palace competition. Lu Tianming didn't care. His most important goal right now was to absorb the Dragon Elephant Divine Pool power. It was important for him to temper the Great Desolate Emperor Bone, and the Dragon Elephant's sacred heavenly strength. Maybe after absorbing that surging energy, he could even break into the Blazing Sun realm in one fell swoop, enter the Divine Pool. Finally, 2 days later, a boundary at the top of the mountain, the energy reduced to the weakest, the 3 lack of Taoists took out a token, will be opened to the boundary, then a stream of pure and incomparable energy, such as a mountain torrent pouring, toward the surrounding crazy rampage. Taoist 3 deficiencies looked at the steeply fiery expressions of all the Desolate Palace disciples within the entire mountainous area and smiled. The Dragon Elephant Divine Pool was opened once every few years, and every time it was opened, the surging energy would make the strength of the many disciples of the Desolate Palace rise to a higher level. That was also a disciple of the Desolate Palace, when the 4 palaces were at their strongest, so that when the 4 palace competition was held, the disciples of the Desolate Palace would not be so passive. Dragon Elephant Divine Pool. It's so big. Lu Tianmeng gazed at it and couldn't help but be stunned, only to see the top of the mountain, the area of the Dragon Elephant Divine Pool, much wider than he imagined. There are tens of miles in size, said the pool, completely no less than a large lake. crystalline energy, rolling and surging, the entire surface of the lake glowing, so that the pores of one's body is relaxed, feeling soothing and incomparable. A touch of greed couldn't help but emanate from Lu Tianming's body as well. If one cultivated in it, the benefits would certainly be endless. Naturally, the Dragon and Elephant Divine Pool is rumored to be a natural formation that was formed after the death of an ancient dragon and divine elephant during the ancient times, by the ancestral master, the ancient emperor of Kunlun, who coalesced it with great magical power, so it is naturally non-trivial. The three defective Taoist masters' pale eyes, looking out over the lake, a touch of arrogance also surfaced at the bottom of his eyes, and laughed. At that time, the inheritance of the dragon elephant's sacred heavenly strength was not cut off, and every few hundred years, there were heavenly geniuses who comprehended it. Plus, within the dragon elephant divine pool, the majestic dragon elephant chi, once the Desolate Palace disciples practiced it, they would be able to move across the 8 directions, even among the 4 great sacred lands of the eastern wasteland. They, the Kunlun sacred lands, were perennially occupying the first place. Chapter 52 Entering the Divine Pool. After so many years, once again, someone had comprehended the dragon elephant's sacred heavenly strength, and he had high hopes for Lu Tianming. The relief in his eyes was undisguised as he looked at the sight of his handsome face. Lu Tianming nodded heavily, and his heart was also scorching hot for the dragon elephant divine pool. However, although the dragon elephant divine pool energy is majestic, it is also dangerous. If you absorb an overload, you may be injured. Taoist Master Sanjiu pointed to the center of the lake. There are 7 stone pillars there, using this as a boundary, representing the 7 energy robustness levels of the dragon elephant divine pool, and the normal wind and cloud terrace first, at most, can only cultivate in the 3rd level area. Level 3 area? Lu Tianming was stunned that the dragon elephant divine pool still had such a doorway. Taoist Master Sanjiu nodded. This is already ideal. In fact, most of the Desolate Palace's first disciples over the years can only be in the 2nd level, and the top 10 can only be in the 1st level area. The rest can only be absorbed at the periphery. A mismatch with strength is bound to be a major problem. What about areas above the 4th level? Could it be that no one from the Desolate Palace has ever entered? Lu Tianming was puzzled. There are, yet they are extremely ancient. All of them are reigning heroes. You have the Great Desolate Emperor body, so you might be able to give it a try. Taoist Master Sanjiu smiled. The Great Desolate Emperor body, with its infinite divine power, was partially amazing in its might. Lu Tianming might have performed remarkably well. Back then, this ant, with 1 foot in the 4th level area, counted as the deepest in recent years. I wonder if you can break my record. Xian laughed. There was wariness in his eyes, wanting to compete with Lu Tianming. The alternative. I'll try as much as I can. Lu Tianming smiled faintly. The deeper you can detect, the more intimidating the energy becomes. Without really getting into it, he didn't know how many levels he could stand on. Go into the dragon pool, Taoist Master Sanjiu said in a deep voice. The top 10 geniuses of the wind and cloud ranking were suddenly excited and stepped into the level 1 area. In the next moment, their faces flushed red as the dragon elephant chi was too thick here, drilling into their bodies uncontrollably. The speed of their refining was so fast that they almost couldn't keep up, and injuries appeared on their bodies. Worthy of a dragon elephant divine pool, smacked Lu Tianming. The aura of this place was at least 20 times stronger than the outside world. That particular dragon and elephant chi, the Tao Foundation was not muddy enough, and one was indeed not blessed to enjoy it. To him, however, it was nothing. The dragon elephant's sacred heavenly strength alone was in dire need of this power. These auras entered the body and were instantly absorbed. The dragon elephant's sacred heavenly strength also emitted a greedy will, longing for Lu Tianmu to continue to go deeper. At that moment, Lu Tianming leapt to the 2nd level area. The aura here, once again, has been enhanced tenfold. The aura vaguely transformed into dragon and elephant-shaped silhouettes, making it even more mysterious. At this moment, only Lu Hao, Li Yuanji, and the others, a limited number of 2 or 3 people could hold on. All of them were also red in the face, obviously reaching their limits. Lu Tianming did not hesitate and came to the 3rd stone pillar. Here in the aura, there is already will arising. Like having the might of an ancient dragon and a divine elephant, he felt some pressure. I've reached my limit. Senior brother Lu, you continue on. Beside him, Li Yuanji smiled bitterly. She had a Xianin spiritual body, plus opening a hidden vein to get here. Seeing Lu Tianming's expression as normal, he felt admiration in his heart. Lu Tianming nodded. This indeed did not satisfy him. Then, with a leap of his body, he appeared on the 4th layer of stone pillars. On the shore, many of the Desolate Palace disciples were in an uproar, and the one with the best results in recent years was senior uncle Xian, barely reaching the edge of the 4th stone pillar. Lu Tianming, however, was very relaxed and reached there. The gap was visible. Xian was also internally frustrated. It seemed that her golden-winged rock bloodline, and the Great Desolate Emperor body, were indeed incomparable. Boom! Just as the crowd thought like this, the next moment, an even more shocking scene appeared for them. After reaching the 4th level, he only saw Lu Tianmian shaking his head slightly, as if he wasn't enjoying himself, like a tiger coming out of a mountain, appearing at the 5th stone pillar. Boom! The aura here, almost forming a storm. Each strand was so thick and heavy that it was difficult for cultivators of the fiery sun realm to absorb it. It's a level 5 area. Xian was stunned. She had fought her way through the realm, perhaps barely reaching the 5th layer. Lu Tianming only relied on himself and did it without reaching the blazing sun realm. The Taoist foundation is really strong and scary. Breaking through 2 extreme realms in a row is indeed formidable. The 3 defective Taoist masters smiled with a wide brow. To be able to reach a level 5 area was not rare in the ancient times. Lu Tianmeng was worthy of being the son of heavenly fortune. Boom! Before his thoughts fell, he saw that in the 5th level area, Lu Tianmian also continued to power up to the 6th level area. Instantly, everyone was confused. A level 5 area puts it out of reach. Not to mention the 6th grade. It's really shocking. Real people are more angry than people. Lu Hao also spit out blood. Lu Tianmian achievement. Will he completely folded? It's not enough. However, Lu Tianmeng still looked determined and muttered to himself in his heart. The dragon elephant divine pool was opened once in a while, and he had to absorb as much power as possible since it had a huge effect on the growth of his strength. Is Lu Tianmian still going to head to the 7th floor? At this moment, some of the desolate palace deacons on the shore also sucked in cool air. Lu Tianmu's footsteps were firm and he was indeed walking towards the 7th floor, the 7th level area that was a forbidden area. Except for the Kunlun ancient emperor who created this formation back then, no one had ever entered. It was truly astonishing that Lu Tianmian wanted to challenge the 7th floor. Lu Tianmian, don't be impulsive. Taoist Master Sanju's face also changed as he warned. A level 7 area is not for regular people to get their hands on. It was rumored that the might of the majestic dragon elephant could crush the celestial realm. There is also a wisp of the imperial might of the ancient emperor of Kunlun, suppressing heaven and earth. One must know that the Kunlun ancient emperor was a great emperor, and a random wisp of might could destroy the heavens and shatter the heavens. A wisp of imperial might guarded the 7th level area, and no one in the world could break in. The desolate palace's countless heavenly sons and daughters wanted to try it back then, and all of them died as well. Lu Tianmian's move was very dangerous since Emperor Might? Lu Tianmeng was stunned, not expecting the last stone pillar to be guarded by the patriarchal Emperor Might. The great emperor is proudly looking down on the ages and is unrivaled in the world. A wisp of imperial might did indeed overwhelm the world. Even an ancient great saint could be directly decimated. He was starting to freak out. 2. A mere emperor's might. It's not like it's the will of a true ancient great emperor. You're a great desolate emperor body. A great unvirtuous great emperor. What are you afraid of? At this time, within the bronze ancient coffin, the white-clothed woman said in a cold voice. The tone of her voice was arrogant, as if the world believed in the great emperor, and she also looked at it idly. Big sister. That's emperor's pressure. I'm not looking for death if I go up there. Lu Tianming's face darkened. He was still 100,000 miles away from the great completion of his emperor's body. Stiffening Emperor Wei was a complete moth to the flame. Don't worry, the emperor's might is not a prohibition against breaking into the 7th level, but rather a test. After crossing the infinite benefits and obtaining the dragon elephant divine pool's true divine power, one might be able to cultivate the dragon elephant's sacred heavenly strength to the absolute top. The woman in white said. The powerful person who cultivated into the dragon elephant's sacred heavenly strength in ancient times. Although the battle power was astounding, none of them had cultivated to the ultimate level. Perhaps it is related to this dragon elephant divine pool, the deepest level of power. Lu Tianmeng got it, and his battle power was even more amazing. Extremely upside down. Lu Tianming's heart burned. If he really had this opportunity, his battle power and potential would indeed be extraordinary. ********. Try. Finally, Lu Tianmai gritted his teeth. Don't want to waste every opportunity to get stronger. Dongfang Qingcheng would be at the 4 palace competition. Personally going down he also learned. Understand that it is for the purpose of dealing with him, and even more so to create momentum to seek to take over the position of the Holy Lord of Master Obsidian. There was no way he was going to let it succeed. It would greatly enhance his means. At that moment, his eyes rose with determination. Lu Tianmeng, really want a challenge. The 7th level test left behind by the ancestor master. Many people around the area could see Lu Tianming's thoughts, and they were all shocked. In the past, the challengers were all the brightest heavenly prides of ancient times. It's been too many years since anyone has dared to do so. Lu Tianmian was undoubtedly starting another feat. This guy, he has to be surprising every time. Taoist Master Sanjiu also laughed bitterly. It was thought that Lu Tianming's best achievement was to enter the 5th level. As a result, not only did he come to 6 stone pillars, but he had to challenge the 7th level, where no one had ever succeeded. That's a lot of gumption. Then he gazed eagerly, wanting to see what Lu Tianming did. Crazy. Xian also marveled. She definitely did not have the courage. At the moment, she was convinced in her mind. Lu Tianming's strength, physique plus courage convinced her. Chapter 53 The Holy Land is abuzz. Actually want to challenge the 7th level? Interesting. At the same time, under the ancestral realm ancient tree, there is a water curtain in front of the black and white old man, which seems to be able to encompass the Holy Land. At this moment, the old man in black laughed lightly. This courage, it is indeed very human. The white-clothed old man also nodded his head. Even they don't have the guts. What a rising star. Just having courage won't do. You also need to have enough strength. A mere Xianin realm. Also dare to challenge the patriarch. The prohibition left behind. Really don't know how to die. Right at this moment, a loud laugh was spreading, and on top of an ancient beast, an old man in a grey robe flew in. Powerful aura that covered the sky, like an ocean, swept in all directions. Start song. It's you? The 2 old men, black and white, frowned and spoke. The ancestral realm was vast and sprawling, forming a realm of its own, and there were extremely many old men who were sealed. There is the same factional fighting here. This old man, who was none other than the barbarian dragon Venerable's master, had reached the Mahayana realm. One must know that after the celestial realm, it was the realm of the emperor, the Mahayana, the passage saint, and the saint. In the Dao Jian era, a powerhouse of the Mahayana realm was very terrifying. Sweeping across hundreds of thousands of miles of earth would not be a problem. The other party had been in seclusion for hundreds of years and had long since run out of gas. I didn't expect to die, but it seems that the strength has also been taken to another level. Black old man, white old man, in the past you were my opponents, but now you are not in my sights. The grey-robed old man rode on the huge mountain like ancient beast, like a world-defying god, overlooking the heavens, looking at the black old man and the white old man. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a cold smile. At one time, their realms were all at the early stages of Mahayana. Now that he was in seclusion, he had stepped into the middle stage of Mahayana, indeed beyond the duo. Start song. What do you want? The black-robed old man frowned slightly and said, this person was a practical combatant and one of the backers behind Venerable Savage Dragon. Now, Venerable Savage Dragon, Sun Mingyuan, and the others were victimized and lost their physical bodies because of Lu Tianming. Though it was able to recover under the Oriental Tilting City, amazing underpinnings, it could be extremely humiliating to the other party's faction. This person had a violent character and thought that he would not let Lu Tianming go. Hey, this is that girl Chulingxin, the disciple she took in. I see that he only has mediocre qualifications. Startson's gaze was fixed on the light screen, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. A mere Xianin realm, in the eyes of characters like him, was undoubtedly just like a mole cricket. Not worth mentioning. I'd like to see how he'll break the beginning ancestors' pressure and end up dying. Then, Startson sneered. Which of the people who had tried was not better than Lu Tianmai? There is no shortage of characters that could sweep through an era, but they all died, and Lu Tianming dared to try it, which was undoubtedly a moth to a flame in his opinion. Elder Black and Elder White were silent, also feeling that Heaven's mandate was a bit impulsive, but the only thing to do now is watch. If something really happened to Lu Tianmai, the Startson lineage, the hegemony would be even more untouchable. At this moment, over 50% or more of the people in the Holy Land were watching. Lu Tianming, to challenge the 7th level area of the Dragon Elephant Divine Pool was indeed too shocking. This fellow, he's really extraordinary, and on a spirit island. At this moment, Grandmaster Dan Xian was also paying attention, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a wisp of a smile. He was the #1 alchemy master in the Holy Land in plain sight. Even those old men in the ancestral realm had to be polite when they saw him. He was extremely impressed with Lu Tianmai. This guy had found quite a few treasures in the ancestral Dao mountain back then. Inside its body, there was also a flavor that made his true fire throb. Such a strange young man, he hadn't encountered in many years in the Holy Land. It's just showing off. You'll eat your own evil in no time. Not far away, Zhong Lingxiao was also there. At this moment he glanced at the screen and said with an expressionless face, his sister, Zhong Jianxi, was extremely close to Lu Tiannian, which he disliked greatly. There was also something in his heart about Lu Tianming. Ling Xiao, although you are the most outstanding alchemy genius in the Holy Land, you cannot underestimate people. It is not easy for him to rise to this point without any roots. Dan Xian smiled, then his eyes narrowed. Most importantly, He is in the Xianin realm, breaking through the Wangu polar realm, but I smelled a trace of Topin Dan on him. Topin Dan. Hearing this, Zhong Lingxiao immediately changed color and shocked. How is that possible? As a role alchemist, he understood the preciousness of the topaz pill all too well. That was an elixir formula that even many ancient alchemy masters had dreamed of. As long as it could be refined, it would be able to a great extent, break through the limits at the Xianin realm, shaping down an incomparably thick cultivation foundation. But this Tuain Dan, it has long been lost not to mention him, even if his master, Master Dan Qian, or even among the ancestral realms, the more ancient alchemists, in their unusual lifetimes, did not have much to show for it. The fact that the district Lu Tianmeng, a once lowly and incomparable outer disciple, would have a Yin expansion pill was naturally unimaginable in his mind. In addition to the Yin expansion Dan, I can't think of any other method that would allow a person, in such a short period of time, to open up 4 hidden veins. Dan Qian smiled faintly and said, all in all, he is very mysterious. 10,000 should not be underestimated. If there is an opportunity, it is still good to be able to make good karma. Zhong Lingxiao skimmed his mouth, disdain in his heart, since the master has seen Lu Tianmeng this kid, but has to its praise. Adding to that, Lu Tianmeng had also openly rejected his master and taught him alchemy. The coldness in his heart towards Lu Tianmeng became even more intense. What right does a lowly mole have to be treated like this? Now that Lu Tianmeng had dared to challenge the 7th level of the Dragon Elephant Divine Pool, he sneered back. It would be a good thing if it died, to save him the trouble of looking at it. At this moment, not only the many disciples, even Zeus Palace Elder Kong Qianchuan, Hong Palace Elder Sui, Penal Law Hall's Tianfeng Elder, Astral Hall's Yuqi Elder, Weapon Hall's Gongsun Elder, and Task Hall's Zhang Yun Elder, all of them stirred, all of them stunned, challenging the Patriarch's might. It's been too many years since anyone dared to do so. Lu Tianmai was still a big drop in people's eyes. Is he already this good? And within the palace of Zeus, Yan Zhiro walked to the top of a mountain, standing here just in time to be able to look out the peak of the Dragon Elephant Divine Pool, and looking at the young man who, because of Lu Tianmian's actions, had caused the entire Holy Land to fall into a boiling frenzy. The corners of Yan Zhiro's mouth couldn't help but once again emerge with a bitter smile. Back then, she greatly admired Lu Tianmian and ended up taunting and mocking him extremely. The more I think about it now, the more I feel like I have eyes. If she could have remained steadfast in her support and believed in Lu Tianmeng, maybe they will have a good relationship when it's low. The heart is now filled with regret. Sister, there are some things that once missed, a lifetime is missed. Beside her, another boy, none other than Yan Yuhuan, sighed. Yan Zhiro smiled to himself. It wasn't just Yan Zhiro. This was just a microcosm. At this moment, among the inner sect, and even among the true disciples, the women who had once sneered at Lu Tianmai when his reputation collapsed, had their hearts complicated as well. After all, Lu Tianmai's current level of dazzling was not at all inferior to that year. They were too short-sighted before. At the sacred maiden peak, Lu Mulan was also clenching her showy fists and her teeth were about to be clenched. The heart was bitter and hateful. Ha ha, I'd like to see if senior brother Lu, today, can create another miracle. Just when the atmosphere of the Holy Land was hot, the wind and clouds above the sky dome changed, and a glowing young figure, one by one, was also like a god descending to the earth, flying down from within an imposing spiritual mountain, each nearly having the elegance of proudly looking at the 8 directions and illuminating the Qiankuan. The fluctuations on their bodies were too vast. Streams of light and divine haze filled the sky, truly as gorgeous as a god amongst the young people. Heavens, a true disciple. That is a true disciple of the Holy Land. Chapter 54 Beginning Ancestor appears. Wow! And looking at those godlike young men, many young men within the Holy Land were in an uproar. True disciples, living within the Spirit Island on the 9 heavens, where there was a spirit gathering formation. The heaven and earth's spiritual chi was incredibly dense, not an environment comparable to that of the inner sect. All along, they had also been like immortals on high, overlooking everything in the inner sect, and rarely crossed paths with the inner sect disciples. Many inner disciples with low strength, even after staying in the Holy Land for several years, had never seen a true disciple, yet there were at least 20 to 30 true disciples appearing on the dome of the sky, all exuding haze, causing countless inner disciples to tremble with respect and excitement in their hearts. It's still a rare spectacle in the inner gate. Real Xiang, immortal Yu Shu, real Zhanlong, immortal swallowing heaven. Inside the Yu Palace, Zhao Yu also tilted his head to watch the true disciples on the sky dome and couldn't help his body from shivering, his heart terrified. Is Lu Tianmian already so heaven-defying? These are all rumored existences. To join forces, he couldn't help but be fearful of Lu Tianmai. At the moment the other party had reached a height that made him look up. he was already far from qualified to be an enemy of the other side. He was bitter in his heart, worthy of being a saintly son. He was so much more outstanding than them. Fairy Yushu, do you think that senior brother Lu can really pass the ancestors test and reach the 7th level region? In the heavens, those geniuses with divine postures and extraordinary auras carried their hands behind their backs, receiving the adoring gazes of countless disciples like a wheel of blazing sun. They looked as usual, as if they had been used to it for a long time, and one of them, a youth wearing purple clothes, looked at the center of them all, on the woman wearing colorful clothes, and smiled faintly. The woman's body is exquisite, her long skirt is swaying, her skin is like condensed fat, and her eyebrows are like paintings, so it can be said that she is sinking fish and falling geese, and she is incomparably beautiful. Standing in a crowd of true disciples, all of them were like pearls spitting in the air, radiant and beautiful. The other true disciples, occasionally their gazes turned, all revealed a faint touch of adoration, and she was the famous delicate flower among the true disciples, blessed with the jade spirit immortal body. Very few people in the Holy Land, other than Dongfang Qingcheng, could suppress her. As for Dongfang Qingcheng, that was a person of heavenly destiny, destined to be famous for the ages, too sublime. The most they could do to him was to honor him, not daring to think of anything else. But immortal Yushu undoubtedly made them feel closer. Many people have some thoughts about her. Back then, immortal Yushu was a follower beside Saint Lu Tianmeng's holy son and was very fond of Lu Tianmeng. If it wasn't for the fact that Lu Tianmeng and Dongfang Qingcheng had a marriage contract, she would have had a great hope of going together with Lu Tianmeng. As a result, Lu Tianmian's status was devalued and fell into disrepute. Fairy Yushu, then, drew a line with Lu Tianmeng and never had a relationship again. The smile was a little playful as he spoke. The other true disciples also laughed. With immortal Yushu's condescending character, she wouldn't value Lu Tianmeng. After all, some people abandon and there's no going back. You guys are wrong. However, unexpectedly, listening to the Ziyang realist's playful question, Fairy Yushu, however, her stunningly beautiful and pretty face was extremely serious. Her beautiful eyes looked at, under the countless gazes of the astonished and clamoring Lu Tianmian. Her voice was clear and cold. Senior brother Lu Tianmian, the position in my heart will always remain the same. True disciples such as Ziyang Jinjin, Zhanlong Jinjin, and heaven-swallowing immortal and others were instantly stunned. All these years, I haven't been in contact with Sifu, only believing that Sifu will rise from the dead and return as a king. If I were to get too close to senior brother, it would not be a good thing for him. It's been 2 years, and senior brother really didn't let me down. Fairy Yushu smiled gently, causing the 100 flowers to lose their colors. Ziyang realist and the others had ugly faces, not expecting this fellow, Lu Tianmeng, to have such a great charm, already fallen to the outer sect miscellaneous disciple. Yushu's senior sister, still have such great expectations for him. Originally, they wanted to see Lu Tianmai's jokes and were a bit embarrassed. It's good to have confidence, but he's currently a long way from being a saint's son. It's a bit too childish to even dare to resist the imperial might of this patriarch. On the side, Zhanlong Jinran laughed. Within the Holy Land, the one with the most influence was still Dongfang Qingcheng. Among the true disciples, there were also many who embraced her. Compared to that, Lu Tianmeng didn't have much support from the elders, such as being all alone. Competing with Dongfang Qingcheng was undoubtedly a mantis. They also all knew that there was a high probability that the next Holy Lord of the Holy Land would be competing between Dongfang Qingcheng and Lu Tianmian. They naturally sided with Dongfang Qingcheng. On the side, the heaven-swallowing immortal did not speak, smiling faintly in approval. Immortal Yushu smiled. This was her mastery. She didn't taunt the heavenly fate's senior brother when he was down and out, and after his rise, she could still maintain a very good relationship with him. So what's not to like? Compared to some women of those outer and inner sects, when they see Lu Tianmai in trouble, they fall into the well. This is so much better. Ziyang real person seems to understand her thoughts, cannot help but feel a sense of awe, secretly thinking that this Yushu's senior sister, the heart is too deep awe. It seemed that his attitude towards Lu Tianmai would also depend on whether or not he could really pass the test of the patriarch. Otherwise a dead man. Yushu's senior sister, afraid not even a glance will not favor, challenging the imperial might of the patriarch. Lu Tianmu, you have a lot of guts. At this time, the Holy Maiden Peak's Dongfang Qingcheng also noticed that Lu Tianmian's move and couldn't help but sneer. What kind of might was that? And it was impossible to succeed without an unparalleled talent. She had the memory of the ancient great saint, and she did not dare to try. It's just as well that he's dead. We'll have one less person to worry about. Venerable Savage Dragon, Shen Muji, and the others laughed coldly. Meanwhile, in the Ling Shao Heavenly Palace, Lu Su and Obsidian Heavenly Father were also watching, and at this moment, Lu Su couldn't help but open his mouth to say something. There's no harm in trusting him, Obsidian Heavenly Father interrupted. One pair of eyes was deep. Have a lot of faith in Providence. The whole Holy Land is boiling. Lu Tianmeng, however, didn't care and was currently taking steps, heading towards the 7th level. By the 6th level area, the aura pressure was already very terrifying, and every step Lu Tianmian took felt like he was carrying a huge mountain on his body. If he didn't possess the Great Desolate Emperor body, an ordinary physique would be directly crushed into mush here. Open for me, Lu Tianmeng shouted, his golden blood chi surging within his body. As his strength increased, the Great Desolate Emperor body grew stronger and stronger, especially after opening up the 4 hidden veins. His might went to the next level, rolling golden blood chi, like it could shatter everything, swept in all directions. Click here, only to see all the aura pressure in the 6th level area. All of it was shattered away by Lu Tianmu. Shattered away. A vacuum forms there. Lu Tianmian was like a giant dragon that had freed itself from its shackles as his foot slammed down on the stone platform in the 6th level area and rushed towards the 7th stone pillar. As he drew closer, he had clearly sensed the 7th level area, the exuberant dragon elephant chi that moved his heart. And seeing Lu Tianmai really rushing towards the 7th stone pillar, the crowd was once again shocked. The flesh of the Great Desolate Emperor body was truly overbearing, like the heart wants what it wants and nothing in the world can stop it. Buzz, however, right at this moment, a brilliant rune glowed on the 7th stone pillar, and then an invisible barrier appeared as a terrifying pressure surfaced, where it converged into a silhouette. I don't know how many thousands of feet high, such as towering into the cosmic stars, a group of stars around the ring, like the head of the 9 heavens, feet on the netherworld. The whole body exudes a vibration of the ancient and shimmering momentum. In an instant, the Qiankuan trembled, the great Tao wailed, and the eastern wasteland did not know how many thousands of miles of territory, and many powerful people cast a shocked gaze. Patriarch, Kunlun Ancient Emperor, the remnants of the Patriarch have appeared. The Holy Land was also like a meteorite falling into the ocean, setting off a furor. Chapter 55. A higher power behind the scenes? Many disciples, elders, and celebrities boiled over. Countless thousands of years had passed, and the remnants of the Patriarch had once again appeared, which was truly shocking. The many old ancestors in the ancestral realm also had their bodies trembling and wanted to submit. This is the God in the heart of the entire Holy Land, and is the only one who can be worshipped. This is the Kunlun Ancient Emperor. Lu Tianmian was stunned. Although the Kunlun Ancient Emperor is magnificent, like a thought can overthrow the 9 heavens and 10 earths, but it gave him a vague feeling that it was not a man's body, which was his external appearance, which appeared to be a woman. Woman, how is it possible? Lu Tianmeng only felt absurd, but the ancestral records say that the Patriarch has always been mysterious and has never shown his appearance in the world. Maybe it's really a woman. With his Great Desolate Emperor body, he vaguely sensed that it was the woman who was so magnificent that she looked like she could turn the cosmic wheel upside down. Unfortunately, on the immortal face, it was covered by a layer of 5-colored haze and could not be seen clearly. A touch of familiarity rose in Lu Tianming's heart, but he couldn't say it. Ha! At this time, inside the bronze ancient coffin, the woman in white was also slightly surprised. What's wrong? Lu Tianming froze. Curious. You shouldn't know that now, the woman in white said. The corners of Lu Tianming's mouth twitched, actually selling secrets with himself. If you wish to enter the depths of the divine pool, you must endure the mighty pressure of this emperor for a quarter of an hour. At this moment, a grand and majestic voice emanated from the ancient Kunlun Emperor's heavenly and earthly figure, as if billions of heavy thunderbolts were exploding, deafening the ears. Pust! Just by hearing that voice, Lu Tianming felt dizzy and almost vomited blood, his body unsteady. He was horrified, worthy of being a great emperor for the ages. His aura was too intimidating. Yes, at that moment, Lu Tianming's eyes showed his bravado. A great emperor was the goal of every cultivator. Now that a great emperor could test him, he also wanted to verify the Tao. The Kunlun Ancient Emperor nodded his head, like a god king standing in another world without the slightest bit of emotion. Lu Tianmian, however, had an odd feeling, only feeling that under that majestic appearance, like there was a woman who was pouring immortality and beauty, was smiling. Rumble. In the next moment, terrifying imperial might poured down like a mountainous tsunami, a vast expanse, like countless waterfalls pressing down. A random strand could crush a 10,000-foot huge mountain. Billions of divine awns pressed down together, simply like destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. The crowd was shocked. Heck, this is a test. It's almost like an extermination. Although the emperor's might would adjust its size according to the realm of the intruder, but it was also too strong, and the space shattered inch by inch, becoming pitch black in color. Hundreds of Xianyin realms are irresistible. 10,000 ancient extreme realm. Open. Lu Tianming looked at the mighty awns that landed from the sky and also looked grave. Just feel like 100,000 mountains together with the town down like, let him suffocate. The whole body of the Dao bone clicking, want to be crushed. He marveled in his heart as the great emperor's mighty pressure was strong. However, he had reached the Xianyin realm's ancient extreme realm, and he also wanted to be with the great emperor of the ancients, who was stronger or weaker in the same realm. Rumble. As Lu Tiannian's words fell, he only saw the 22 yin veins on Lu Tiannian's body surface, all of them glowing, and they were actually suspended above his head, flowing mysterious aura like a river of stars. Crashing. In the next moment, Lu Tianming's mind moved, and within the entire dragon elephant divine pool, many spiritual qi, crazily entered his body, causing Lu Tianming's aura to instantly grow large. The human body's 22 yin veins are all open, and the speed of absorbing the heaven and earth's spiritual qi is so amazing. Looking at this scene, a sound of pouring cold air resounded from all around. Opening up 22 yin veins was too legendary. For example, the ancient Dan ancestor, who used the Dan to enter the Dao, developed the Tua Yin Dan. It reached the Xianyin realm extreme realm. However, this kind of elixir had long been lost, and there were too few people who had reached the extreme realm in history. Now that Lu Tiannian had put the 22 yin veins on display, the weather was truly magnificent. Some cultivators at the late stage of the fiery sun realm were also afraid that this absorption of spiritual qi speeds was even stronger than them. This does have the scent of the top yin Dan, and within the spirit island, Dan Xian Tai Shang Elder seemed to have sensed something, and immediately his pale body shook, and surprise appeared in his eyes as he opened his mouth. Even though he hadn't seen the complete Dan formula for the top yin Dan, he was still able to detect the clues with some of the broken Dan formulas. Lu Tianmeng did have the aura of the top yin pill on him. It was extremely shocking to him. Wasn't the Dan formula broken a long time ago? Where did this guy get it from? How is it possible? On the side, the imposing Zhong Lingxiao also changed his face dramatically. Even he himself didn't have this kind of fortune to get the top yin Dan formula. Even if one was lucky enough to get it, I'm afraid it would be very difficult to refine it. Lu Tianmeng actually possessed the top yin pill, and by the looks of it, there was far more than just one. He couldn't help but raise chills in his heart. Who refined it for him? Could it be that there is someone high up behind Lu Tianmeng? Finally realizing that Lu Tianmai's unexplained rise to power wasn't that simple. Of course, if he were to know that it was refined by Lu Tianmeng himself, I wonder how shocked he would be. Dan Xian also marveled that if there was really a high-level person behind Lu Tianmian, his alchemy skills would be far above his. He wasn't too sure that he could refine the top yin Dan either, not to mention the large number. That person's alchemy strength is simply exquisite. Zhong Lingxiao was upset in his heart. He had never put Lu Tianmeng in his eyes. Now that he had learned that the alchemy powerhouse behind Lu Tianmeng had perhaps surpassed his master, it was somewhat difficult to accept. I said that the desolate domain is huge. Crouching tigers and hidden dragons. I don't know how many, and don't be complacent. Dan Shan looked at Zhong Lingxiao and laughed lightly. The appeal of an alchemy expert, in the cultivation world, was extremely terrifying. If the high person behind Lu Tianmeng was willing to take out the formula of the top yin Dan, not only him, I am afraid that even in the entire desolate domain, countless powerful people would be at his beck and call. At his beck and call, it was too much of a benefit to the forces behind them. Zhong Lingxiao nodded his head slightly. His face hardened, and he had to be impressed with Lu Tianmeng. Staring at the curtain of light, his gaze was deep. Just how much more secrets Lu Tianmeng was hiding. In hindsight, it might not necessarily be a bad thing for fiancé to get close to it. The 10,000 ancient extreme realm is interesting. The Kunlun ancient emperor also smiled faintly. For the Xianyin realm to reach the 10,000 ancient extreme realm, even many great emperors in ancient times might not be able to do so. Lu Tianmai's eminence caused him to be a bit surprised as well. Block it for me. Lu Tiannian shouted in a deep voice. The 22 yin veins, absorbing a large amount of dragon elephant qi. The energy in his body was now too terrifying. At that moment, two thick and incomparable eye rays erupted from his eyes, putting the dragon elephant's sacred heavenly strength on display to resist the majestic pressure. If Lu Tianmeng's previous study of the dragon elephant's sacred heavenly strength was only superficial, now he had undoubtedly reached the introductory level. A massive dragon and elephant form appeared, guarding his surroundings, an extremely amazing sight. He really did study all. Many people cursed. Previously, during the wind and cloud terrace battle, Lu Tiannian claimed that he had only learned part of it, obviously screwing over the crowd. Too black-hearted. That dragon statue can suppress the underworld. Legend has it that the dragon elephant's sacred heavenly strength, originally called the dragon elephant prison suppressing strength, can indeed suppress the underworld. A supreme elder muttered to himself. Upon closer inspection, at the feet of the dragon and elephant forms, there was indeed a vision of the 18 layers of hell. The dragon elephant stood high above it, like suppressing a hellish beast, with an unattainable aura. Not enough. However, the Kunlun ancient emperor's voice was indistinct. When one reaches the emperor level, any realm is automatically perfected, as in the case of the extreme realm, coupled with the fact that he was empowered by the emperor's might. He was the true ceiling of this realm that no one could break. What Lu Tianxue had cast was only an external object, and he couldn't break this shackle yet. Click here. Sure enough, the next moment, the continuous imperial might in the heavens poured out once again. Lu Tianming's dragon and elephant forms were overwhelmed and began to shatter. This is a test of personal qualifications, not divine power. Lu Tianming was indeed out of his league with this. Can't this even be? The crowd was horrified. Chapter 56 Passing the Test. Lu Tianming's strength was already unrivaled in the Xianin realm, yet he was still a thread short. The beginner's test, when it's really perverted. But the patriarch was a great emperor, so it was normal to have a high vision. Since external objects won't work, I'll break with myself. Lu Tianming's eyes were like swords. Golden sky divine finger, open for me. At that moment, he once again mobilized his raging golden blood chi, in which a scene of the sun and moon sinking and floating actually surfaced. A finger pointed out. A supreme potential erupted. The monstrous golden blood chi rushed to the sky, actually transforming into a swordlight that collided ferociously with Emperor Wei. Bang bang bang. Finally, the Emperor's might, which could crush everything, dissipated. Great Desolate Emperor body? The Kunlun ancient emperor moved for the first time. This physique has been sealed by the heavenly Tao since ancient times. Now there was the Great Desolate Emperor body, breaking the seal and surprising him. It's a pity that it's not in the same era as me. Otherwise, this emperor will definitely have a good fight with you to see if the emperor's body is truly invincible at the same level. The Kunlun ancient emperor smiled faintly, his words carrying a warlike intent. Many people's scalps were numb. This was the Kunlun ancient emperor, who actually recognized Lu Tianmai so much. What a great honor. Who in the eastern wasteland could be treated like this? With this alone, Lu Tianmeng could be famous all over the world. Dongfang Qingqing's pretty face was also icy cold. She didn't even have this kind of honor, and Lu Tiannian's encounter made her uneven. Mysteries of the divine pool. Do not pass on to laymen. You have broken the pressure of this emperor. Count it as having passed the test. Absorb it well. I hope that you will grow up in the future, and be able to shelter the Holy Land and shine. The Kunlun ancient emperor laughed loudly and his body dissipated. Lu Tiannian was transfixed, and could detect a pair of aura-filled eyes staring at him within the face that was covered by the five-colored haze. Many thanks to the patriarch. Lu Tianmeng grinned, bowing and saluting. Each of the great emperors is rich in achievements. The Kunlun ancient emperor, back then, also contributed greatly to the human race, setting the stage and repelling the 10,000 races. Lu Tianmeng naturally respected it, and as the Kunlun ancient emperor's form dissipated, the barrier on the seventh pillar of light faded. Lu Tianmeng immediately felt that in the underworld, he was connected to the entire divine pool. It seems to absorb all the energy here, at will. His heart surged. It's finally time to feast. Outside, there was silence. Everyone stared dumbfounded as Lu Tianmeng truly passed the patriarch's test, all of them falling into petrification. Ha ha ha, start song. Didn't you say that Lu Tianmai is a waste? What do you have to say when he can even pass the test of the beginning ancestor? Ancestral realm. Old Man Black and Old Man White looked at the light screen in shock and were also a bit dumbfounded. And it was only after a long time that Old Man Black could not help but let out a hearty laugh, and laughed aloud at Start Song, who was also a bit dumbfounded. The tone was very cheerful. Over the years, this lineage of Start Song had become dominant, leaving many parts of the Holy Land dark and corrupt. Lu Tianmeng was an important pusher among their reforms, plus Chuling Xian's relationship. They all supported Lu Tianmeng. The more superior Lu Tianmeng is, the greater the chances of shaking the hegemony behind Dongfang Qingcheng. The white-clothed old man also smiled and nodded with an appreciative expression. The beginner's test. All of them can break through. This battle record of Lu Tiannian was enough to set off tremors in the ancestral realm. This asshole. Start Songwood's face skin twitching, face hot and somewhat red. Just now, he had sneered at Lu Tianmai extremely coldly, and this result was undoubtedly like a slap that hit him hard in the face, causing his face to look extremely ugly. He had to admit that Lu Tianmu was indeed terrifying. No one from the Holy Land's pride could do it. Then, he laughed morosely and coldly. With the height of Dongfang Qingcheng, Lu Tiannian is still far from catching up with him, and any accidents could happen during this period. The two black and white elders, their smiles tightened. Dongfang Qingcheng cultivated by leaps and bounds in a single day, and it wouldn't even take long to surpass them. The old ancestors. Start Song's words were indeed good. Lu Tianmeng still had many unknown dangers ahead of him. Then we will wait and see. The black-robed old man sneered. He still had confidence in Lu Tianmai. The Kunlun Holy Land needed to be reformed. Otherwise many resources were monopolized by the Startsong lineage. The Holy Land will only accelerate the decline. Unconscionable. Startsong snorted. Over the years, the Holy Land had firmly occupied the endless frontier, like an Earth Emperor. Among them are many lineages, clans, and kingdoms. Every year the oil and water, rich to the core. It involves the Holy Land. Too many people. It was undoubtedly an ant trying to overthrow them. Old Man Black and Old Man White. Bai Lao leisurely sighed. In the eastern wasteland once Kunlun Holy Land was the first. Just because the Starpale lineage is so corrupt, it's what caused the sanctuary to decline more and more. They, of all people, don't even know what to think. What a death wish. Outside, many people were dumbfounded, unable to react. Lu Tianmeng, on the other hand, let out a long breath and did not care. With his qualifications, it was too normal to be unexpected. At that moment, he began to utilize the Great Desolate Heart Sutra, sitting on the seventh stone pillar, frantically absorbing the power in the Dragon Elephant Divine Pool. It was almost visible to the naked eye that the power of the Divine Pool was gradually becoming less and less. Lu Tianmeng's aura became more and more vigorous. Snap! On the second day, Lu Tianmeng made a breakthrough in his realm, reaching the Blazing Sun realm. Not only that, the Great Desolate Emperor bones in his body were also gradually being quenched, more and more. And the origin power of the Dragon Elephant's sacred heavenly strength was also growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. What surprised him the most was that the second divine deposit of his Great Desolate Emperor body was actually about to open up again as well under this strong force. The quality of his blood chi became stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. According to his estimation, it wouldn't even be a problem to harden a top-grade spirit weapon. Inside the Holy Maiden Peak, Dongfang Qingchun let out a long breath, the killing intent in her eyes, almost impossible to contain. It seems that this four-palace assembly, there is Lu Tianmu is going to become lively. At this time, inside the Zeus Palace, a man in blue, smiled. He was none other than Zeus Palace's first genius, Xiang Yunfei. The strength had reached the point of the 9 suns blazing sun realm. There were 9 young orifices open in his body, and his true chi was scorching hot. Dongfang Qingcheng, suppressing his realm. I wonder which is weaker, him or the Holy Sister. Beside him, there was another woman, wearing a purple cluster, who laughed lightly. She was the first genius of the Hong Palace, Su Chaoga. Although she was extremely beautiful in appearance, the inheritance of the Hong Palace was the fleshly body one. This woman's physical body, too, crowns the inner sect. Looking at Lu Tianmai, there was also a battle intent rising in her eyes. Xiang Yunfei was silent and somewhat expectant. His intuition told him that something interesting was bound to happen in this four-palace competition. In an instant, 20 days had passed, and there were only 5 days until the four-palace competition. On this day, Lu Tianmeng finally awoke from the Dragon Elephant Divine Pool. When his eyes opened, 2 thick and incomparable rays of light burst out from within his eyes. The dragon and elephant chants in his body were magnificent. Lu Tianmeng smiled. This Dragon Elephant Holy Sky Strength was an incomparably strong battle skill that was divided into 6 layers. The previous him didn't even study the first layer. Separately, the Dragon Elephant Bonanza, the Dragon Elephant Divine Bell, the Dragon Takes to the 9 Heavens, the Elephant Town of the Underworld, and the Dragon and Elephant Unity, which suppresses the heavens and intimidates the earth. If cultivated to great completion, it can suppress the stars and rivers and shatter the realms. With the origin divine power of the Dragon Elephant Divine Pool, he had learned the Dragon Elephant Prajna. This is a Gaijin Pong. Combined with his Great Desolate Emperor Bone, bulldozing a small mountain would not be any problem. The realm has also reached the One Yang Blazing Sun realm? Lu Tianmeng laughed once again as he looked within himself. The Blazing Yang realm is about opening one's 9 yang orifices. It was the human body arcana, and with each opening of the true essence quality, it would be taken to the next level. Due to the cultivation of the barbarian refining body, Lu Tianmeng's yang orifice was larger than that of an ordinary person. It was estimated that 3 yang orifices of a regular person, added together, were not as big as one of his yang orifices. Right now, Lu Tianmeng's body was undoubtedly filled with explosive power. Chapter 57 Dan King? Most importantly, the Great Desolate Emperor Bone has been tempered with 60 pieces, and my current physical strength has reached the point of 300,000 pounds. Lu Tianmai smacked his lips. This power was terrifying to him. A random punch could collapse space. It was hard to imagine what it would be like to have that punch on someone's head. It's really one punch to the head. Senior brother Lu, congratulations. Cultivating into the Dragon Elephant's sacred heavenly strength and returning to the sacred sun is just around the corner. A woman's delicate voice came out. A woman dressed in colorful clothes, stepping on a feather and flying in, her skin like snow, her eyebrows like a painting, like a fairy in the dust. Her temperament was transcendent. True disciple, Fairy Yushu, Around the divine pool, there are still some disciples of the desolate palace. After these 20 days of absorption, everyone's eyes were dabbed with essence, raising at least 3 small realms. When they saw immortal Yushu, they immediately looked up to her. True disciples' strength was at least above the divine Dan realm. Fairy Yushu, moreover, was the delicate flower among the true disciples. Many people secretly hid her portrait and were excited to see it now. Yushu? Lu Tianming raised his sword brows. This woman was very close to himself back then. Never had any contact with myself in the last 2 years though. Experiencing the heat of dislocation, he sees the nature of the relationship. So there are some strangers. Senior brother, don't be angry with me, okay? Yushu is just afraid of bringing you trouble. That's why she doesn't dare to get close to you. Yushu was aggrieved, stretching out her slender hand, pulling Lu Tianmian's arm, and pouting. Long lashes, watering eyes, and a voice so pasty that any man with a heart of stone would be softened. Many disciples of the desolate palace almost drooled. Not bad for a big brother. It's really not an ordinary treatment. Get out of the way. However, Lu Tianming's face sank. He knew what a pisser Yushu was, a heartthrob, used to haunt himself. When his strength is not there, he is treated like a piece of grass. Seeing his gift return, he wanted to get close to himself again. He would not have bothered since. At that moment, Lu Tianmian flung his arm and left the place with a firm gait. Senior brother Heaven's destiny. You. Fairy Yushu looked embarrassed. Alas, it's better to forget about it. Senior brother Lu isn't the one who used to treat people calmly. Beside her, Xiangjinjin sighed. Anyone would grow up after such a setback. Moreover, back then, because of that, he was also good to the holy sister. It's what ushers in the consequences. Shut up. Fairy Yushu's pretty face contained fury as she said. Xiangjinran laughed and spread his hands. After Lu Tianmeng left the dragon elephant divine pool, he didn't return to his residence. Instead, he went to the pill refining pavilion. It's really fluffy for Saint Lu to come. I wonder what I can do for you. Elder Blackwood greeted him with a smile piled on his face. Now Lu Tianmeng was the newest noble in the Holy Land, returning to the top at any time. No one dares to take it lightly. Prepare all the herbs on it. Lu Tianmeng took out a piece of paper. This is another Dan formula that he asked the woman in white, named Dao Shaping Dan. Specializes in treating road injuries. He knew that senior uncle Obsidian had suffered a Dao injury for his sake back then, trying to bring it back. These herbs, Elder Blackwood was stunned. These are all precious and incomparable herbs. What does Lu Tianmu want it for? Is it going to be alchemy? The old immortal will open up for you. At that moment, he nodded his head in a hurry. In no time at all, the many medicinal herbs were collected. Lu Tianming smiled, paid and left. These medicinal herbs, which were worth a lot of money, but he defeated many enemies and grabbed the storage bag. The spirit stones on his body, extremely quite a lot. It still sells. After Lu Tianmeng left, it wasn't long before Dan Xian and Zhong Lingxiao appeared at the back of the pill refining pavilion. Elder Blackwood took the piece of paper from Lu Tianmu to Dan Xian. Master, what kind of elixir is he going to refine? Zhong Lingxiao gazed at the paper and frowned. Quite a few of the medicinal herbs on it were extremely advanced for him and difficult to refine. The fact that Lu Tianmeng wanted to take these to refine pills surprised him. Elder Blackwood also had a curious look on his face. Alchemists were very rare, and Lu Xingzi might not have heard of knowing the Dao of Dan before. Dao Bone Flower, Ice Spirit Divine Grass, Heavenly Vein Cheese, Shang Blood Fruit. Dan Xian looked closely at the paper, and finally seemed to think of something. Shocked, like the prescription for the Dao Shaping Dan. What? Elder Blackwood and Zhong Lingxiao were instantly shocked. The Dao Shaping Pill is a legendary pill that can cure human path injuries, like Topin Dan. It has long been lost. Lu Tianmeng actually wanted to refine the Dao Shaping Pill, or that the person behind him was actually able to refine this Dan. This Dan medicinal grade has been very advanced, except for alchemy masters cannot be refined. Dan Xian gruffly said. Alchemy also has grades. Generally Dan Apprentice, Dan Master, Master, Patriarch, Dan King and so on. In his entire life, he was only at the Master realm, and the person behind Lu Tianmai was at least a Grandmaster. Zhong Lingxiao was also shocked. An alchemist of this grade, the only people in the Kunlun sacred land who could possibly reach it were those old ancestors, right? Behind Lu Tianmian, there was actually such an expert. I am talking about at least, saying that maybe it is really necessary to refine such pills for the Dan King to be more insured. Dan Xian laughed bitterly in his heart, not revealing. It's too shocking. The Dan King, in the entire desolate domain, was also rare. It is the Tarzan of the alchemy world. Behind Lu Tianmian, there was actually such a big shot. No wonder Rise is so sick. Uncle Dan Xian, what should we do? Elder Blackwood fumed, learning that behind Lu Tianmai, there was at least an alchemy patriarch. He was also somewhat in awe of Lu Tianmeng. When that big brother's identity was revealed, I'm afraid that in the entire Holy Land, all the old ancestors would have to salute. When you see the Holy Sun in the future, be sure to be polite and courteous. If the strong man behind him is willing to help my Kunlun Holy Land, the strength of my Holy Land is bound to rise greatly. Dan Qian looked stern. At the same time, he sighed. No wonder Lu Tianmai didn't agree when he wanted to teach him alchemy at that time. There are such masters behind it. It's too normal to not see yourself. Elder Blackwood nodded respectfully. Zhang Lingxiao, on the other hand, had a chill in his heart. So Lu Tiannian's background was even more bullish than his own. He was, for a moment, having trouble accepting it. After Lu Tianmeng returned to his residence, he took out the many medicinal herbs. That paper had herbs on it though, and he wasn't worried about leaking it. The method of refining is only in the Dan formula. It's impossible to enunciate with herbs alone. Senior Dong Hua, the Dao shaping pill is refined this way? Lu Tiannian took out the flood refining heavenly cauldron and immortal flame, carefully looked at the Dan formula, and piggybacked on it. His current level of alchemy was at most that of a Dan apprentice. Together with the flood refining heavenly cauldron and the immortal flame, it was only barely able to refine dancer or master level pills. The grade of the Dao shaping pill could only be refined by a patriarch. There was nothing he could do about it. I'll help you refine it, so you can observe. The woman in white opened her mouth. Flying out from within the bronze ancient coffin, he placed one medicinal herb after another into the heaven refining cauldron and refined it with immortal fire. One by one, arcane techniques surfaced in her hands, causing Lu Tianmu to have an eye-opening experience. It only felt that the woman in white did not look like she was refining pills, but like she was manipulating the heaven and earth, and her mysteries were incomparable. The most important thing in alchemy is the technique. Although you have the flood refining heavenly cauldron and the immortal flame, but without a superb technique, it's like a building in the air. The woman in white teaches. Lu Tianmeng nodded his head, only feeling like an enlightenment. What he didn't understand before, he was enlightened. Gradually, Lu Tianmeng felt that the Great Desolate Emperor's eyes had even awakened automatically. Every maneuver, detail, and divine control of the woman in white was broken down and entered his mind. Lu Tianmeng felt like there were precision instruments that were teaching him. Not long after, his heavenly aura was radiating wispy light. An alchemy epiphany? The woman in white was astonished. Chapter 58 The Sacred Dan Temple's Delicate Daughter. She was only relieved when she saw Lu Tiannian's Great Desolate Emperor eye. The Great Desolate Emperor's eye can see through the essence of heaven and earth. It was normal for Lu Tianmeng to be able to see through her alchemy techniques. At that moment, a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The history of the Great Desolate Emperor body awakening the Emperor's eye is also extremely rare. Possessing this eye, Lu Tiannian was indeed blessed with a unique talent. Boom! Not long after, Lu Tianmeng felt like something advanced in the underworld. His divine soul was steeped in great strength. There is a sense of grandeur that is detached from the physical body and looks down on heaven and earth. Observing alchemy with the Emperor's eye, it's actually beneficial to your divine soul's advancement. 2. Now that your divine soul has reached the earth rank, the white woman's breath said, Earth stage? Lu Tianming's heart rejoiced. Divine souls were also divided into realms, which were human, spirit, earth, and heaven. Unusual cultivators, their divine souls are extremely weak. A powerful man of the Shindan realm could barely reach the human stage. He had the Great Desolate Emperor body, and his soul was originally stronger than normal people, and he was originally of the spirit level, but now it's reached the earth stage. A cultivator comparable to the Dao King realm. He is naturally excited and powerful means, with your divine soul reaching the earth rank, your level of alchemy, at least, has increased to the Dan Master realm. The woman in white laughed lightly. This was Lu Tiannian experience however, otherwise the level would be higher. After combining with her for a bit, Lu Tianmeng awakened the Great Desolate Emperor body. She even thought that Lu Tiannian was very lucky. This kind of thing was beyond even her control. Dan Master? Lu Tianming's heart rejoiced. Together with the heaven refining cauldron, immortal fire, and the magical techniques taught by the woman in white, it was even less of a problem for him to refine master-level pills. In the world of alchemy, it was also a number one figure. If Dan Qian knew, he didn't know how shocked he would be. It took him a lifetime of study to reach mastery. Lu Tianming was able to rival him after just a few months of exposure to the Dan Dao. It can strike him until he spits blood. 3 hours later, the white-clothed woman finally refined the Dao shaping pill. The fragrance of the Dan is rich and refreshing. Lu Tianming only felt a wave of relief, then took this Dan and headed to the Lingxiao Heavenly Palace. The Lingxiao Heavenly Palace belonged to the most central area of the Holy Land. Generally unusual inner disciples could not approach without being summoned. There is a heavenly staircase on the Lingxiao Peak, which leads directly to the Heavenly Palace. Lu Tiannian stood in front of the heavenly stairs with a sigh in his heart. having often come to the Ling Shao Palace in the past. Since becoming an outer sect handyman disciple, he had never set foot again. Master Lu Tianmian? On the heavenly ladder, there were still some true disciples coming and going. When they saw Lu Tianmeng, they all looked surprised. During this period of time, Lu Tianming's reputation in the Holy Land shone extremely brightly. The true disciples also heard about it. Lu Tianmai was expressionless as he walked past them. Most of them are strangers to people who once held themselves in high esteem and are now strangers. Heavenly Fate's senior brother. A young girl stepped out with a complex expression. She was a true disciple at the back of the rankings and used to admire Lu Tianmeng. Lu Tianming had an impression of her. Back then, when he practiced a certain sword skill, he was the one who taught the other party to master the essence. However, to the young girl's gaze, Lu Tianmeng did not look directly at her and rubbed his shoulders, treated like a passerby. The young girl's expression stiffened with some bitterness, knowing that she has nothing to do with Lu Tianmeng. Along the heavenly ladder, in a short while, Lu Tianming arrived at the Ling Shao Palace. Just as he arrived here, Lu Tianmeng heard the sound of a quarrel within the Ling Shao Palace. It was the voice of the Obsidian Heavenly Father. This is too much to ask of you. Please return. Lu Tianmeng was slightly stunned as there was a group of people inside the palace with the pill cauldron symbol embroidered on their bodies. That was the symbol of the sacred Dan Palace, one of the 4 holy places in the eastern wasteland. And of the 4 holy places, the only one that could not be messed with was the sacred Dan Palace, which was full of exceptionally talented alchemists. The connections are spread throughout the entire wasteland. Even the heavenly Tao sacred ground was somewhat afraid of it. They had always been neutral and did not participate in any power strife. I didn't expect to come to the Kunlun sacred ground, and also with Uncle Yoji, to create an argument. Sacred Dan Palace, you guys are too overbearing. This elder is only asking you guys to heal my sacred lord's Tao injuries, and you guys are even trying to make my sacred lord abdicate and give way to Dongfang Qingcheng. When did the sacred Dan Palace turn towards Dongfang Qingcheng as well? Elder Lu Su coldly said. The group of people across from him were both old and young. Even if they were in the Kunlun Holy Land, towing the line, alchemists, by nature, override cultivators. It's quite normal for them to be high-boned. Elder Lu Su is wrong. This injury of your family's Saint Lord, it is almost unlikely that you want to completely heal it. Our sacred Dan temple Yen Dan female, at most, can only be eradicated, but the sacred Lord of ancient China, a body of cultivation will also be abolished. Without cultivation, since it is no longer suitable to be a holy lord, it is only right to abdicate and give way. A white-robed old man smiled. He was the sacred Dan Palace, the famous elder Song Danshan. It was also a master alchemist with a great reputation. Beside him, there was a woman of national color, her delicate body surrounded by the fragrance of dandelion, petals flying, like a fairy descending to earth, out of the dust and holy. It was one of the Dan maidens of the sacred Dan Palace, bearing the heavenly Dan sacred body, which was naturally close to pills. In the sacred Dan Palace, the status was higher than that of an unusual elder. It is the goddess in the hearts of many handsome people. Li Yanran's jade face covered the light veil, her red lips lightly opened to emit heavenly music. Laughing, Elder Song is right. Yao Ri's uncle, the Tao injury on your body. If there is no spiritual medicine cured, you will die violently within 2 years, and you will also suffer from the torture from time to time, and the suffering will be too much to bear. Instead of that, it would be better to stay alive, heal your Tao injuries, and be an ordinary mortal. Mortals, you speak softly. Lu Su's eyes were slightly angry. These people were obviously in league with Dongfang Qingcheng. Dongfang Qingcheng had the memories of an ancient saint, and it was heard that he had helped the sacred Dan Palace find an ancient treasure land with endless spiritual medicines. The sacred Dan Palace owed Dongfang Qingcheng a huge favor. That's a lot to ask. Lu Su, I said, let them leave, drive them away. The Obsidian Heavenly Father shouted angrily. I'd rather die on my feet than live on my knees. Passing the position of the Holy Lord to Dongfang Qingcheng, he would never agree. Lu Su gritted his teeth fiercely and only nodded his head. The so-called sacred Dan Palace can't even heal Tao injuries, and they're still making a big deal out of it. But that's all. At this time, Lu Tianmian walked in and said in a cold voice, Heaven's destiny, what brings you here? The Obsidian Heavenly Father said with a happy voice, Senior uncle, I've come to heal your Tao injuries. Lu Tianmeng laughed lightly. Healing a Tao injury? The Obsidian Heavenly Father was stunned, then smiled bitterly. This Tao injury of his, even if the sacred Dan Palace was truly willing to heal it, I'm afraid it would be extremely troublesome. Lu Tianshi was a mere Xianyin realm cultivator, and he didn't know the Tao of Dan, so how could he treat it? You are Lu Tianming? Li Yanlan's pair of wonderful eyes turned around and said in a clear voice, Not bad, you're the sacred Dan Temple Dan lady. I see selling your name. Lu Tianming glanced at her and sneered. Knowing that it's a friend of Dongfang Qingcheng, He didn't have much of a good face. How dare you? Dare to disrespect my daughter Dan. Song Danshan was furious. Li Yanran waved her hand to stop him and stared at Lu Tianmian, saying, "You said that you can heal the obsidian Heavenly Father. How?" The beautiful eyes carried the flavor of looking down. The Taoist injuries of the obsidian Heavenly Father had penetrated deep into the bone marrow, and there were no more than 5 people in the eastern wasteland who could heal them. It was difficult for her to do so with her full strength. Lu Tianming humiliated the sacred Dan Palace and spoke out of turn, causing her to be displeased. Chapter 59 Foot Washing Maid. Lu Tianmian, I see that you've been suppressed by Dongfang Qingcheng and your head is out of joint. Healing Dao injuries? You're dreaming. Song Danshan sneered. Even if Lu Tianmai was at his peak, they wouldn't put it in their eyes. In front of an advanced alchemist, genius was nothing at all. Lu Tianming's cold eyes were not used to seeing the condescending faces of these people from the sacred Dan Palace. In the past, disciples of the Holy Land, who dealt with them, were also looked down upon by the other side. He intends to treat well these alchemists. At that moment, Lu Tianming sneered. Li Yanran, right, what if the saint's son cures Master Yaoji? Li Yanran frowned, not expecting Lu Tianchi to be so crazy, but she didn't believe that Lu Tianchi could cure it at all. If you can cure it, this Dan female can promise you any request. If you can't, you let the obsidian Heavenly Father. How about abdicating your position? Li Yanran's beautiful eyes were contemptuous, like she was looking at a jumping clown. It only felt that Lu Tianmian was talking big and was holding on for dear life. She wanted to make the Kunlun sacred land properly humiliated. At those words, there were still some elders from the Holy Lord camp in the main hall who frowned. That's a bit much. That's what you said. If you lose, I'm going to make you work as a foot washing maid for this saint's son. The corner of Lu Tianming's mouth curled up. Li Yanran's condescending face made him more and more upset the more he looked at it. Yes, Li Yanran's beautiful eyes had anger raging in them. Lu Tianming was so loose with her, she was going to make it a laughing stock. He, widen your eyes and see what this is. Lu Tianming sneered. He's going to stomp Yan Yan Li on the ground. Obsidian Heavenly Father and Lu Su looked at each other with some curiosity, not knowing where Heavenly Fate got such confidence. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Tianming took out a jade bottle. As soon as it was opened, a warm fragrance, visible to the naked eye, rippled out like water waves. Upon smelling this fragrance, the obsidian Heavenly Father's body immediately shook, and a flash of surprise appeared in his eyes. Under this aroma, he felt that his Dao injuries actually had a hint of healing. How is it possible? Obsidian Heavenly Father was surprised. His Dao injury in the Eastern Wasteland, looking for many famous experts have seen, there is no way. Lu Tianmian only took out a single pill, emitting a medicinal fragrance that had such an effect. Lu Su's eyes were joyful. It seemed that it was extraordinary for Heaven's mandate to take out the elixir. What kind of elixir is this? Song Danshan frowned. Being a strong alchemist, he knew that pills emitted aromas visible to the naked eye and were of a high grade. The pills within Lu Tianmian's jade bottle did seem to have some reputation. Country bumpkin, you really haven't seen a real Qi Dan. It's called the Dao Shaping Dan. Do you know it? Lu Tianming looked at the crowd of the sacred Dan Palace and sneered. Dao Shaping pill. This statement came out like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, causing every person from the sacred Dan Palace to be shocked on the spot. Li Yanran even stared with her beautiful eyes, surprised in her heart. Of course they knew about the elixir. It is a supreme miracle elixir for healing Taoist injuries, from the hand of Dan Zhu, but it's long since been lost. Lu Tianming actually took out the Dao Shaping pill, making it hard for her to believe. Impossible. The Dao Shaping pill is extinct. How could you possess such a pill? Song Danshan's face also changed drastically as he lost his voice. Even with the sacred Dan Palace's heritage, there was no Dan formula. A hick is a hick. Even the Dao Shaping Dan feels rare. Lu Tianming sneered and placed it in front of Li Yanran, saying, as a sacred Dan Palace Dan girl, you should have some eyesight. Li Yanran took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling dramatically. Looking at the appearance, it is indeed similar to the Dao Shaping Dan recorded in the ancient books. But how can I be sure that it is really this item? She still looked skeptical. The Dao Shaping pill. None of the sacred Dan Palace's ancestors had ever seen it before. Lu Tianmai possesses. It's ridiculous. Not bad. Lu Tianmian, you brat, won't be taking a fake Dan and deceiving us. Song Danshan also snorted. It's incorrigible. So let Master Yaoji take it and you guys can see the effects for yourselves. Lu Tianmian laughed. At that moment, he placed the elixir in front of Senior Uncle Obsidian. The Obsidian Heavenly Father laughed aloud without the slightest hesitation. In Providence he had unconditional trust. Boom! At that moment, he took the elixir and took it directly. And just as the elixir entered his body, within the body of the Obsidian Heavenly Father, a radiant haze erupted. Immediately afterward, The trace of obscurity in the Obsidian Heavenly Father's aura receded at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, Obsidian Heavenly Father's realm, which had originally fallen, began to rise like a tidal wave. Celestial Realm 1. The second level of the Celestial Realm. Third level of the Celestial Realm. In less than half a quarter of an hour, he reached the third level of the Celestial Realm. It's still climbing. The Great Hall was shaken. As long as they weren't cuties, all could see that the Taoist wounds of the Obsidian Heavenly Father were healing. It doesn't take long to get back on top. Even more so. Ha ha, good. Heaven's destiny. You're good. You really found the Tao shaping pill. The Obsidian Heavenly Father laughed, red-faced and spirited. The body has suffered over the years and has been repeatedly suppressed. He was also in a depressing mood. Finally, the clouds are set to return to the top again. He also cracked up, a pair of tiger's eyes, both of which had tears glistening in them. Congratulations, Holy Lord! Lu Su and the other elders were overjoyed. With the return of the Holy Lord to the peak, the status of their lineage, too, would be solidified by quite a bit. This is what I should do. Lu Tianmeng laughed lightly. His senior uncle had endured so much for him, and he was happy to be able to watch it recover. It is really the Tao shaping Dan. How is this possible? Song Danshan's fear and horror were mixed, and he pointedly said, it's a lost strange elixir. Lu Tianmeng actually had, really giving him a feeling of seeing a ghost. Li Yanran was also upset and her beautiful eyes were covered in shock. Li Yanran, what do you have to say? And still not being my foot washing maid, laughed Lu Tianmian coldly, saying, someone come, serve me foot washing water. Good. Lu Su laughed and numbly took out a large basin to fill it with water. Lu Tianmian was very self-satisfied, sitting on one of the chairs and signaling Li Yanran to wash his feet. Li Yanran's beautiful eyes spit fire. She was the proud daughter of heaven, and the many secular kings of the eastern wasteland had to pay respect. Lu Tianming, this waste of space, wanted her to wash his feet. As a genius of the sacred Dan Palace and an example of the Holy Land, you won't go back on your words. Lu Tianmeng smiled faintly. Kid, you seek death. Song Danshan was furious. Lu Tianmeng was humiliating their sacred Dan Palace. At that moment, his whole body erupted with a strong aura, and a claw came towards Lu Tianmai. I think you're looking for death, daring to cause trouble in my Kunlun sacred ground. Do you think this sacred lord is a poser? The Obsidian Heavenly Father also shouted angrily, and with a loud boom, his entire body erupted with a terrifying aura. Pust! Song Danshan was immediately sent flying, smashing hard against a wall and coughing up blood. Looking at the Obsidian Heavenly Father, he looked horrified. The Obsidian Heavenly Father's strength gradually recovered and his battle power was too strong. His realm had also reached the Celestial Realm, yet he couldn't even withstand a single breath in front of the other party. Willing to gamble? If you don't do it, don't even think about leaving the Kunlun Holy Land. The Obsidian Heavenly Father had a cold look on his face. These bird people from the sacred Dan Palace were too arrogant, and just now they even wanted to take advantage of people's danger. So he was also holding a bellyful of anger, trying to get it to issue a cost. Li Yanran's pretty face was red. It was an utter disgrace to her. But Lu Tianmeng had a thick skin. If she really didn't do it, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to leave. In the end, all she could do was crouch down and do as she was told. That's more like it. Lu Tianmeng laughed. It's worth saying that Lu Tianmian's feet aren't normally stinky. Just put it in the water and the clear water is turning black. The flavor simply went to her head, and Yan Li nearly choked. Harder. Rub the back of your feet, and slap me twice. Lu Tianming's expression was lewd. Slutty road. Li Yanran almost wanted to stab this asshole to death. Enough to wash 3 hours. Changed the water 4 or 5 times. Lu Tianmian feet are considered clean. Chapter 60 Future Bodies. Lu Tianmian, don't plant yourself in my hands, or else Li Yanran, will definitely let you die without a burial place. Li Yanran walked away, leaving behind a voice of shame and anger. What? The Holy Dan Palace's Dan girl, Li Yanran, actually washed our St. Lu's feet? The news spread through the Holy Land in less than half a day, and many people's jaws hit their toes. Li Yan, who is it? The top 10 ranked heaven's proud daughter of the sacred Dan Palace. The odds are, in the future, it will be in the top 3. In the Eastern Wasteland, they are all famous for their beautiful women, coupled with the identity of an alchemy genius. None of the older generation figures dared to mess with it, but to wash Lu Tianchu's feet, this was ridiculous. Dan Maiden, why didn't you let us explode just now? The big deal is to turn the tables on the Kunlun sacred ground, so I'm sure they won't dare to mess around. On the way back, Song Danshan and the other elders couldn't swallow this breath and gritted their teeth. If it really came to that, the Kunlun Holy Land would definitely give in. No one in the Eastern Wasteland dared to truly provoke their sacred Dan Palace. It sucks to lick people when the dances washes that asshole saint's feet and it stinks so bad. What do you guys know? Li Yanran was also gritting her teeth, and on her way back, she kept washing her jade hands. It had been washed dozens of times and still smelled like feet, making her want to vomit. Her pretty face was cold and chilly as she said, "It's not the obsidian heavenly father that I'm jealous of, but rather, it's whoever refined that Dao shaping pill." At those words, Song Danshan and the others' faces changed. To be able to refine a Dao shaping Dan, the level of alchemy must be strong. I'm afraid that none of the ancestors in the Holy Land have this ability. Could it be that behind that kid Lu Tianmian, there is a Dan King? Song Danshan said with a trembling voice. This kind of big brother could even call the shots in the desolate domain. It's possible. Its recent rise is very abnormal. Li Yanran's pretty face was grave. Song Danshan was horrified. Dan King what a terrifying figure that was. With personal connections, toppling a major power is no problem. It was also extremely unfavorable for the sacred Dan Palace to provoke such a figure. I didn't expect Lu Tianmeng to be so lucky to have such a big shot behind him. Go back first, question the old ancestor, and then think long and hard, Li Yanran said in a deep voice. With the king of Dan behind Lu Tianmian, he was indeed not to be underestimated. And it wasn't just any Dan king, it was a Dan king who knew the ancient Dan formula. All the more reason to pay attention. What did you say? Sister Yen Yen, who didn't heal the obsidian heavenly father, was even treated as a foot washing made by Lu Tianmian, washing her feet on the spot? Holy Maiden Peak. Dongfang Qingcheng was also stunned when she heard this news. Indeed, that Lu Tianmian got a Dao shaping pill from somewhere and healed the obsidian heavenly father. Venerable Savage Dragon smiled bitterly. Now his flesh had been restored. The breath was still very weak though. Obviously it would take quite a bit of time to get back to his peak. Dao shaping pill? Dongfang Qingcheng's beautiful eyes slightly condensed. This elixir, too, she had heard nothing about. How did Lu Tianmeng get it? Holy Maiden, I suspect that Lu Tianmai, behind him, should have a Dan Dao Supreme. Venerable Savage Dragon said in silence for a moment. To be able to refine the lost Dao shaping pill, that person's attainments in the Dao of Dan were truly unimaginable. Dongfang Qingcheng's head nodded slightly, also having this feeling. Lu Tianmai's growth was too weird. There's no harm in it. The Four Palace Assembly. It's a juniors competition. Even if there really is a high person behind him, it won't change anything. The corners of Dongfang Qingcheng's lips hooked into a cold smile. Absolute strength is what counts. Worthy of being a saint's son, our once saint's son is too domineering. Ha ha ha. Yes, that sacred Dan Palace's people, who have their noses turned to the sky every day and look down on my Kunlun sacred ground, have finally gotten their comeuppance this time. Many disciples of the Holy Land also laughed out loud. There was even more reverence for Lu Tianmeng. Lu Tianmeng was equivalent to adding light to the Holy Land. Greatly, Lu Tianmeng didn't care. There were still a few days to go before the Four Palace competition. He was going to try to gain as much strength as he could in the meantime. God's view of the world. When he returned to his house, Lu Tianmeng took out this skill. It was a scroll, half a meter wide and very thick. It was draped with a strong aura and many ancient characters. Lu Tianmeng stared tightly at the Guanxi, his eyes slightly heated. If he learned this skill, his divine soul would definitely be much stronger. Once it erupted, the power was unimaginable. It can be, also, a great card for him. Concentrate and visualize the divine in your mind. Lu Tianmeng frowned slightly as he looked at the contents of this secret. The gods are too far away to know how to start if you want to observe them. The so-called gods are just like that. Instead of observing them, we should observe ourselves. At that moment, the woman in white spoke. Visualize yourself? Lu Tianmeng was stunned. There was no such precedent in the god cultivation law. Was there? What's wrong with visualizing oneself? Believing in one's own invincibility is the most important thing. And if one has enough chances, one might be able to connect to the future and communicate with the future body manifestation. The woman in white smiled faintly. Lu Tianmeng was shocked. The words of the woman in white were very terrifying. Communicating the future body. Everyone has a future that is, unsurprisingly, far more powerful than the present. If we can really communicate, the benefits are bound to be endless. I'll try. At that moment, Lu Tianmeng rubbed his hands and laughed excitedly. He also wondered what his future would look like. Next, he concentrated and began to meditate. In his mind, he slowly meditated on his own figure. This process was extremely soul-consuming. Even Lu Tianmeng's earth-ranked divine soul felt a pain in his soul. It's a good thing he had the perseverance to make the build work in the end. In his mind, a shadow of him appeared. It sat in the void, like a god, with a supreme aura. There is indeed a hint of a timeline, like a connection to the future. Then, Lu Tianmeng looked like he saw a river of ages, and at the end of the river of ages, there was a man wearing an emperor's crown walking. The breath was so powerful that it caused the world to collapse and the ages to be disorganized. A supreme aura surrounded and suffocated people. Could this be my future body? Lu Tianmeng was shocked. The man's aura was so intimidating that he couldn't put it into words. Holding the square heavenly painted halberd in his hand, his feet stepped on the 10,000 paths and crumbled the heavens. It was beyond his knowledge. Surprisingly, there was a scene of billions of universes collapsing around them. Simply appalling. I forgot to tell you that when communicating the future body, if the cause and effect is too great, it is also possible to communicate some related people, such as enemies. The woman in white suddenly said. Lu Tiannian's face instantly blackened his old face. If the other party killed along the River of Ages, wouldn't he be in big trouble? Finally found you. Die. Sure enough, as soon as Lu Tiannian's words fell, two terrifying rays of light shot out from within the eyes of that majestic, world-shattering man. He let out a loud cry, and a monstrous killing intent emanated from his body. The square heavenly painted halberd, emitting a world-destroying killing light, came at Lu Tianmeng. Lu Tianmeng's divine soul space all looked like it was about to collapse. Damn, I've really incurred great karma this time. Lu Tiannian instantly turned pale. With this halberd, even if he had countless lives, they wouldn't be enough to kill him. He has already violated the Tao of the underworld, and someone will stop him. The woman in white said in a faint voice. Sure enough, an old, loud and very majestic cry rang out in the long river of time. Dare to rebel against the long river of time, looking for death. A terrifyingly large hand descended from the 9 heavens. It's impossible to describe how big it is, like it could encompass endless worlds, with the power of the Tao of Ages. Little Magus, how dare you come to block this seat? However, the majestic man let out a cold laugh, and his eyes shot out 2 holy lights. There was an unfathomable power in it that exploded out. Bang! That big hand instantly annihilated. Chapter 61 Hypophysical Shadow. It's you! The old voice added fear. Die! The man shouted coldly, his tongue exploding with divine thunder, and the old man died instantly. The sky dome spilled an endless rain of blood. Lu Tianmu, his forehead was sweating profusely. How to fend him off? This majestic man is totally big and scary. Buzz! Abruptly, the bronze ancient coffin, however, exuded a mysterious light, resisting the majestic man's horrifying halberd that chopped angrily. Not only that, within the bronze sarcophagus, there was a great breath bursting out. The majestic men, all of them, were shaken back a bit. This object is actually here. The majestic man's eyes immediately radiated a brilliant bright light. The bronze ancient coffins sank and floated, as if they had not been extinguished for eternity. Lu Tianmeng was delighted. It seems that this bronze ancient coffin has a big doorway. Humph, the river of years has intercepted the seal. The future powers, all will since come. You cannot exist for a long time. The majestic man's gaze sank coldly as he stared at Lu Tianmeng and said in a cold voice, within those eyes, scenes of the destruction of all beings and the opening of the heavens emerged. It seemed like a single blow from a majestic man could shatter many worlds. As expected, in the next moment, Lu Tianmeng could vaguely see a terrifying silhouette flying in after the long river of time. There were immortals, devils, Taoist priests, and Buddhas, each breath shaking the stars. Their killing intent was so monstrous that even the river of time seemed to be collapsing. What heavenly anger have I done in the future that there are so many powerful people who want to kill me? Lu Tianmeng had goosebumps. These people's breath is too strong. With a random person, he felt that he could destroy the desolate domain. The woman in white was also somewhat speechless. I didn't expect Lu Tianmeng's future karma to be so great. Buzz. Just then, the endless power of faith, however, was flowing upstream along the river of ages. Finally, it came to Lu Tianmeng's divine soul shadow. In an instant, the shadow of his divine soul radiated a brilliant divine light, like lighting up the eternal years. Extinguish. The false image also contacted the power of the future. A magnificent voice came out of his mouth. This one voice was even more terrifying than hundreds of millions of gods and devils roaring together. The sky and the earth cracked, and the ghosts cried out, like they wanted all the avenues to crumble. The majestic man, countless immortals, Buddhas, and Taoist priests, all of them let out unwilling roars of rage, their bodies turning into ashes as if they had turned into a burning piece of paper. Inside the divine soul space, everything is quiet. This is the future me. What level of strength have I reached? Lu Tianmeng gulped down his saliva and said, that's not something you can know right now. The beautiful eyes of the woman in white surged with divine aura, like she was trying to see through the future. It's also considered hairy, and with the help of a hint of future power, this divine soul shadow of mine is powerful and unrivaled. Lu Tianmeng looked at the self in his mind and grinned. The Lu Tianmian was like a glowing body hanging high above the billions of universes. The supremacy is too strong, like a giant god in hibernation. If you don't make a move, you're bound to make a move, and it's a stone's throw away. The power of the future is tainted with great karma, so don't use it easily unless you have to, the woman in white admonished. Otherwise, Lu Tianmeng might be in great trouble. Lu Tianmeng nodded. but the power of faith was very strong. Like his future self, he is nourishing his soul. That alone is a huge benefit to yourself. Lu Tianming felt that he was able to visualize his future self with his divine viewing thoughts. It was too much stronger than the people who had cultivated the divine observation method in history. Time passes. Finally, the Four Palaces assembly was held. The place where it was held was not far from the Kunlun Holy Land, in an ancient mountain range. The mountain contains many heavenly treasures and ferocious demonic beasts. It can be a mixture of wonder and danger. Lu Tianming just arrived at the holding venue and couldn't help but smack his lips. There were just too many people here. Not only were there disciples from the Four Palaces, there were also true disciples, and even the many lineages and sects in the eastern wasteland had people come to observe the ceremony. The scene can be magnificent. However, their purpose was for Dongfang Qingcheng. Ever since Dongfang Qingcheng had awakened the memory of the ancient great sage, her cultivation had skyrocketed, catching up with the older generation. No one can tell how sick the battle power is now. Knowing that Dongfang Qingcheng was going to personally go down this time, they naturally wanted to see it. That's Lu Tianmian? It's weird to be able to cultivate after having your Dao bone taken away. Many of the lords of the eastern wastelands lineages and clans looked at Lu Tianmeng and muttered to themselves. Back then, when Chu Lingxin overpowered the desolate domain, Lu Tianmeng, as his disciple, was naturally of concern to many people. I heard that this guy has gone off the deep end in the past 2 years. Not only did he try to desecrate Dongfang Qingcheng, but he also killed many of the desolate domain's prides. So many people want him to die. Some people's eyes were slightly cold. Lu Tianmian's incident back then was too egregious. It could be said to have shaken the entire eastern wasteland. If it wasn't for Chu Lingxin's deterrence, many sects and great religions had made Lu Tianmian pay for his life. Speaking of which, Lu Tianmeng had only been abolished from his cultivation and relegated to the position of a miscellaneous disciple, which was already a bargain for him. The world will one day know the twists and turns of right and wrong back then. Lu Tianmian seemed to understand what the crowd was thinking and was silent in his heart. If he had expected correctly, Dongfang Qingcheng practiced a demonic technique. All those prideful people in him have become the feeder to fulfill Dongfang Qingcheng. He became the backstabber. This mind of Dongfang Qingcheng is really not ordinary deep. Lu Tianmian. This time, Mayu Palace disciples, and the sacred maiden sisters, have come out together. How are you going to resist? At that moment, a sardonic laugh spread out, and it was none other than Zhao Yu. Noisy, Lu Tianmeng gave him a faint look and pointed out a finger. With a poof, Zhao Yu's head directly exploded and came out, dying miserably on the spot. Countless people around were horrified that Lu Tianmian had directly killed someone. That's a lot of bullying out there. Lu Tianmian, are you looking for death? How dare you kill my Palace disciples like this? At that moment, Shin Muji angrily shouted. So what if I kill it? Not to mention you're a Palace disciple, even if you, the elder, pushes it further, I will behead your dog. Lu Tianming's face was cold and heavy. The Palace disciples, who had been targeting him, there was nothing polite about him. Many people were jolted. Shin Muji is a cultivator of the previous generation. Even though he had been shattered and his realm had fallen to the fiery sun realm, this was also not something that an ordinary inner disciple could resist. Lu Tianmeng actually wanted to kill Shin Muji. This is a horrible spirit. Shin Muji also looked furious and laughed back in anger. Lu Tianmian, you're really rampant. Since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill you. His realm had fallen to the blazing sun realm, and it wasn't considered bullying the small with the big. Lu Tianmian was so arrogant, he could just beat him to death, turning heavenly seal. At that moment, Shin Muji shouted and executed one of the Palace's famous battle techniques. A majestic large seal, like a great mountain, pressed towards Lu Tianmeng. He and Lu Tianmian, who was already immortal, came up with a killing move. Old dog, I've put up with you for a long time. Die. Lu Tianmian gave an icy smile, and immediately executed the heavenly phoenix steps, and with a brush, disappeared in place. Shen Muji's face changed drastically, and when he reacted, Lu Tianmeng had already appeared behind him. A huge fist, like a fierce dragon coming out of a mountain, smashed into his head. Pust. Blood spurted wildly. Shin Muji's face lingered with a touch of fear and horror as his body crashed down. This punch had shattered his head, all of it, like a watermelon. The gods and souls were all exterminated cleanly. Hiss. Countless voices that sucked in cool air resounded like a tsunami across the mountains. A lot of people's scalps went numb. This was Shin Muji, the head of a palace, who was even killed by Lu Tianmai. Chapter 62. All the sacred places arrive. Lu Tianmian, you are simply bold. Venerable Savage Dragon also shouted angrily, his murderous aura heady. Lu Tianmeng was simply going to the end with you gone. So what if you are? If you don't submit to suppressing your realm, I'll kill you just as much as a dog. Lu Tianmeng indifferently glanced at him and laughed coldly. These guys were all greatly reduced in strength. giving him a threat that was no longer great. The crowd was wildly horrified. That was the barbarian dragon Exalt. Lu Tianmai also wants to kill. The hostility is really not normal. The barbarian dragon Venerable One was also furious and his head was almost smoking, having never suffered such a strange humiliation. That's just it. I'll behead him myself during the Four Palace Assembly. At this time, Dongfang Qingqing blandly said. The barbarian dragon Exalt could only suppress the violent anger. This mountainous land was vast and boundless, hundreds of thousands of miles, encompassing many regions of the eastern wasteland. Among them, there is a special kind of elixir called Blazing Sun Fruit, which can open the young orifices for people in the Blazing Sun realm. Lu Tianming's most important purpose for attending the Four Palace Assembly was here. With the formula for the Blazing Sun pill given to him by the woman in white, he was able to utilize the medicinal power of the Blazing Sun Fruit in a more perfect way. Allowing him to open his young orifices was even more half the battle. The rules of the Four Palace Assembly: everyone who participates will have an identity card. Whoever has the most identity cards after 3 days, or hunts the inner pills of demonic beasts, the one with the most points, will be the first. For the next 5 years, the four palaces of Yu, Zeus, Hong, and Desolate will be headed by the palace they are in. At this time, an elder said in a deep voice, "For Palace Assembly, no killing allowed normally, but right now, the Dongfang Qingcheng lineage was extremely powerful, and they all wanted to kill Lu Tianmeng. Change the rules and no one will dare say anything." This Four Palace Assembly, many people could smell a tragic odor. Senior brother Lu, go for it and grow the Desolate Palace. Many of the Desolate Palace disciples shouted and cried out. Lu Tianmeng smiled lightly. Since he was in the Desolate Palace, he carried the honor of the Desolate Palace, and he would indeed make the Desolate Palace #1 in this Four Palace Assembly. It was worth mentioning that the disciples from Yu Palace, Zeus Palace, and Hong Palace who participated numbered in the hundreds, while they, the Desolate Palace, only had 10. Compared to them, this force, indeed, is very weak. After all, the Desolate Palace had always been at the bottom of the list. It is normal that the number of participating disciples will be less. As the Obsidian Heavenly Father let out a deep cry, the Four Palace Assembly finally began completely. Countless disciples of the Four Palaces, like a torrent, entered within the savage mountain forest, and at that moment, the wind and clouds changed in the sky dome, and suddenly a powerful aura descended on the Kunlun Holy Land. It was a huge ship, 100,000 feet in size, covering the sky and emitting a majestic and magnificent aura. There was also a flag on the giant ship. On it is written the word Sky, Heavenly Tao Holy Land. At this moment, countless worldly clans in the eastern wasteland changed color in unison and lost their voices. The Heavenly Tao Sacred Land, the true hegemon of the eastern wasteland. No one had expected that even people from the Heavenly Tao Sacred Land would come. Ha ha, Obsidian Heavenly Father, goodbye after many years. A loud laugh spread out, and a group of people walked out from the worship. The leader was a middle-aged man wearing a Taoist robe with a deep gaze. He casually stood there with the aura of overlooking the world. If it was a supreme emperor, the king of heaven and earth, Heavenly Tao Holy Land, one of the three holy masters, Zhuo Xingtian, a true emperor realm powerhouse, countless people's voices trembled. This Zhuo Xingtian, in the desolate domain's reputation, was loud and clear. 500 years ago, he had already reached the peak of the celestial realm. Now that he had broken into the imperial realm, he had become a transcendent being on top. Zhuo Xingtian, what are you doing here? The Obsidian Heavenly Father frowned and said in a cold voice. At the same time, an old ancestor awakened in the ancestral realm, radiating a strong aura. The relationship between the Kunlun Sacred Land and the Heavenly Tao Sacred Land was not good. Don't get me wrong. I just heard that your Holy Land's Holy Maiden and Lu Tianmian will have a battle and came to watch. Zhuo Xingtian smiled and said, I think Brother Yaori won't be unwelcome. Obsidian Heavenly Father's eyes narrowed. The Heavenly Tao Holy Land had always wanted to swallow the Kunlun Holy Land. However, since the other party was not hostile, it was not good for him to drive people away. So he said, watch the seat. As the words fell, a Holy Land deacon brought them tables and chairs to situate a group of people from the Heavenly Tao Holy Land. It seems that Dongfang Qingcheng, indeed, is extremely concerned by everyone, and I, the indestructible Holy Land, am also uninvited. Right at this moment, a rough and loud laugh came out, and a spirit island broke through space to similarly fly in. There was a majestic man on the spirit island with a beard and a heaven-opening axe on his back, laughing. The blood chi within his body was extremely terrifying, surprisingly causing the space there to be wildly volatile. The blood flowed, emitting a sound like a landslide. The crowd was surprised once again. This was the Holy Lord of the Undying Holy Land, Chu Maniac. The indestructible Holy Land are all physical cultivators, majoring in the indestructible golden body, which is so strong that it can destroy heaven and earth. LOL, this seat has also come to watch a bit, so please, Saint Lord Obsidian, don't mind. At this time in another direction, a large hall similarly flew in, with a Dan Ding pattern engraved on it. With the arrival of the Great Hall, a strong fragrance of Dan, filling the world, there like 100 flowers bloom, the earth back to spring vision. In the Great Hall, a beautiful woman with a delicate, charming and sexy figure walked out. The plump body has the mature charm polished by years, letting people look at a glance. All infinite reverie. That's the sacred Dan Hall master, Xin Wan Air, the famous Yu-Kai of the Eastern Wasteland. Countless people whispered again. A fiery gaze converged on its plump and delicate body, and there was some dryness in his mouth. Her realm had reached emperor. The level of alchemy, too, was at the peak of the Zhongshe, not far from the legendary Dan King. This is the woman who can charm and mesmerize. Naturally welcome. Obsidian Heavenly Father laughed bitterly, unable to imagine that a duel between Dongfang Qingcheng and Lu Tianmian would actually cause the 4 holy places of the Eastern Wasteland all to gather together. This was quite an event in the Eastern Wasteland. Yanran, are you sure that Lu Tianmian has a Dan King level alchemist behind him? Xin Wan'er's eyes turned slightly as she looked at Li Yanran by her side and lightly laughed. The sound was pasty and confusing. That Dao shaping Dan has a Dao pattern on it, indicating that the quality has reached the point of perfection. An alchemy patriarch shouldn't be able to do this. Li Yanran nodded her head, her tone grave. Xin Wan'er was slightly shocked in her heart, not to mention the patriarch. She was afraid that the average Dan King might not be able to do it. It had been at least 1,000 years since anyone had reached the Dan King realm in the Eastern Wasteland. Could it be an alchemy powerhouse from the Middle-earth divine state? Xin Wan'er's brows knit lightly. The Desolate Domain, also known as the Xian Desolate Realm, is a realm of its own. There are 5 regions: the Eastern Wasteland, the Western Shu, the Northern Sichuan, the Southern Ridge, and the Middle Kingdom. In contrast, Middle-earth is the heart of civilization. It was normal for there to be Dan King powerhouses there. Lu Tian, with the help of such a strong person, indeed cannot be underestimated. Xin Wan'er laughed softly, then said, I remember back then, Chuling Xian had also brought Lu Tian door to door to give him fine daughter-in-law. The teacher intends to betroth you to him. If you are now willing, the teacher can help you to set up a match. A Dan King was too worth pulling in. If the sacred Dan Palace had such a strong person, in the future, his position in the Eastern Wasteland will be even stronger. Master, what are you talking nonsense? How can I be married to him? Li Yanran immediately reddened her pretty face and said angrily, even if she married a dog, she wouldn't want to marry this asshole Lu Tianmeng. Let her wash its feet in public. It was the shame of her life. Chapter 63. The convention begins. Never underestimate people. There is a great karma behind Chulingshin. Based on this person alone, Lu Tiannian's achievements in the future won't be low. And now that there is also a Dan King Senior helping out, he may not be inferior to you in the future. Xin Wan'er laughed. Humph. So what if there is a Dan King? Dongfang Qingcheng can still have the great sage Siyu Hui. This time, this 4-palace competition. It might be the time when he falls. How could I possibly marry someone who is going to die? Li Yanran coldly snorted. Xin Wan'er smiled and didn't say anything. She did feel that Lu Tianmeng's fortune was extraordinary, not like a premature death. It's really good luck for 2 wizards to appear in the Kunlun Holy Land this time, but fortunately for these 2 fellows, they are incompatible with each other, or else they will both have a huge impact on my Heavenly Dao Holy Land in the future. On the other side, Zhuo Xingtian, looking out over the savage mountains, laughed lightly. The Sacred Lord thinks that who will dominate the Kunlun Sacred Land's future grand unification. Beside him, an elder laughed. Naturally, it's Dongfang Qingcheng, whose great sage custodial wisdom, but he has a trace of connection with immortal Yu Emperor. So what can Lu Tianmian take to fight with him? Zhuo Xingtian shook his head. Immortal Yu Emperor? That was the last great emperor of the heavens, with profound achievements. Dongfang Qingcheng was too invincible with this background. That's also true. Lu Tianmeng was taught by Chulingshin back then, and he was quite outstanding, killing quite a few disciples of my Heavenly Dao Sacred Ground. And it's a good thing for my Heavenly Dao Sacred Ground that he's dead. That elder nodded his head. If Dongfang Qingcheng was in power, she would still be willing to attach herself to him under the Heavenly Dao Holy Land. Lu Tianmian was in power and was afraid that he would have to with his Heaven's Path Holy Land. This is not the outcome they want to see. The Heaven's Path Holy Land, having dominated the Eastern Wasteland for so many years, didn't want others to challenge his position as the boss. Lu Tianmian, if you want to blame it on your master Chulingshin, who swept across the Eastern Wasteland back then, and made too many enemies. Otherwise, with the support of my Heavenly Dao Sacred Ground, You might not be able to fight with Dongfang Qingqing for the Dao lineage. Zuoxing Tian smiled slightly cold. When he thought of Chu Ling Xin, there was even a terrifying killing intent in the bottom of his eyes. At that time, the Eastern Wasteland Heavenly Pride had almost been killed by Chu Ling Xin. He, the Heavenly Dao Holy Land, also suffered extremely heavy losses. It took hundreds of years to recover. Their hatred for Chu Lingxin was undoubtedly transferred to Lu Tianmeng. If Lu Tianmeng died tragically in this four-palace assembly, they would naturally be happy to see it. TSK, Great Desolate Emperor Body. Ah, how many years has it been? One has finally appeared in the Eastern Desolate. It would be a pity if it died just like that. Not far away, on the Spirit Mountain, Chu Maniac moved a small bench, held his chin inside. The originator of their indestructible Holy Land was also a body-practicing fanatic back then, and had never lost a single battle across the Desolate Realm. The only time he was defeated was during his Great Accomplishment period, when he fought with a Great Desolate Emperor body that had opened the 4 divine deposits. The Patriarch died in depression and became a pain in the Holy Land. Over the years, their indestructible Sacred Land had always wanted to encounter another Great Desolate Imperial body and defeat it with their famous indestructible golden body to wash away the shame of the Sacred Land. But it was a pity that Great Desolate Imperial bodies were so rare that there was no chance at all. Now that he had finally come across one, he was about to die prematurely before he could really grow up, and he sighed. No one would think that Lu Tianmeng stood a chance under Dongfang Qingqing. The latter is now feared by the older generation. Even if he really grows up, can our undying golden body really rival the invincible golden blood chi of the Great Desolate Emperor body? At this time, a young girl laughed and said, looking only 13 or 14 years old. She was innocent, smiling and revealing 2 dimples. Very cute. There were also 2 little ponytails in the back of her head. Royally, only those with strong strength would be able to discover how amazing the physical aura emanating from the young girl's exquisite and delicate body was. Vaguely, it made space distort a little. This was a weather that only existed for those who had reached a very terrifying situation with their physique. It was regrettable that a young girl as tender as this had such a strong physical body. Choo-choo. Don't raise others' aspirations and destroy your own. The Great Desolate Emperor body is certainly very strong, making ancient gods fear it, but our undying golden body has also been crowned for several eras, so if we really fight, we may not be weaker than him. Chu Maniac grinned and stretched out his bushy hand, rubbing the young girl's head and dotingly said, this young girl was a good seedling for their undying Holy Land. Studying the undying golden body, he was the most gifted in the last 1,000 years. It's not a big deal to surpass him later. Not bad. According to the ancestral records, the originator of that year, lost to the Great Desolate Imperial body, was because the originator was already old and weakened, going downhill, while that Great Desolate Imperial body, but the blood was vigorous, in its prime, not to be defeated is also justifiable. At this time, an elder of the undying Holy Land blew his beard and said, the indestructible golden body was the foundation of their inheritance. In any case, they wouldn't feel that it would be inferior to the Great Desolate Imperial body. Well, I hope that this Lu Tianmian won't be played to death by Dongfang Qingqing, and will be defeated by me later on, giving our undying Holy Land a good face. The young girl named Chu Chu smiled and said, a pair of spirit eyes, looking at Lu Tianmeng, also had a battle intent rising in their eyes. The indestructible golden body and the Great Desolate Imperial body were like archenemies. The indestructible golden blood in her body now was slightly boiling. Chu Maniac and the group of elders all laughed out. Spinning around, he shook his head again. It wasn't easy for Lu Tianmeng to grow up. They were all curious to watch as well. He wanted to see how the Great Desolate Imperial body, which hadn't produced a single one for many years, would behave. Regardless of the outcome, it would be worth the trip to witness it. Around the mountainous region, almost all of the sects and great sects that had come to watch held this thought. The fiery atmosphere made heaven and earth steam and made people's blood boil. Senior Sister Holy Maiden, should we directly make a move to kill Lu Tianmian now? At this time, the disciples of the 4 palaces, one after another, had already entered the Pale Mountain. There are ancient trees, old trees like dragons, and some 100-year-old Ganoderma lucidum growing here, full of recklessness. On some old trees, there were birds' nests, 20 to 30 feet in size, more massive than a human house. Under the bird's nest, there were bloody beast bones, so it was obvious how amazing the ferocious birds and beasts were within the big mountain. There's no rush for now. In the Split Sky Mountain range, there's an ancient inheritance. When this holy maiden obtains it, it won't be too late to clean up Lu Tianmeng. Dongfang Qingqing wore a golden group robe, flashing golden haze, within the pale ancient mountains, like a golden female god of war. Even though her aura was suppressed and she was only in the fiery yang realm, there was an invisible aura that permeated the mountain, causing countless ferocious birds and beasts in the mountain to tremble and not dare to approach. being burdened with a holy body. A wisp of pressure was released, immensely oppressing all the spirits. At this moment, her absolutely beautiful eyes, looking at the mountain range, the corners of her rosy mouth hooked up in a cold smile. While others didn't know the secrets of this heaven-splitting mountain range, she knew that many years ago, a powerful person had fallen here. The legacy is extremely unimpressive, due to the demonic beasts within the Rift Sky mountain range, which were extremely ferocious. There were people in the Holy Land who were specially guarded on weekdays and were not allowed to approach. Now that the four-palace assembly was held and this mountain range was opened with great difficulty, there was some heat in her heart since ancient inheritance. At those words, Lu Hai, Xiao Gun, and Wei Yu's hearts warmed up. A chance that could be valued by a sacred maiden sister was certainly not a mortal thing. They were also somewhat looking forward to the time when they could share some of the soup, and the benefits were endless. Lu Tianmian, for the time being, let you be complacent for 2 days, and when we get to the center area, we'll exterminate you with our hands. Wei Yu smiled coldly and said morosely, in order to prevent that, the disciples of the four palaces, just after entering this split cloud mountain range, started tearing each other apart. The disciples of the four palaces, entering the cloud hunting mountain range orientation, were in different directions. 3 days later, at the center of the split cloud mountain range, on top of a mountain called Wanqiu Mountain, the winner will be decided. It was, indeed, a relatively peaceful time. Chapter 64 Sword Saint's Stone Room. On the other hand, Lu Tiannian led Li Yuanji, Lu Hao and the others into the mountain forest as well. There were only 10 of them in all, and it took them half a day to advance only 20 miles. At this speed, it was a question whether or not they would be able to reach Wanqiu Mountain in 3 days. Senior brother Lu, our manpower, it's obviously not enough. Giggle. A bright sword light illuminated the mountains and forests. Li Yuanji was wearing a white dress. Her hair was like a waterfall, holding a cold light-stained sword, killing a huge bear with flames all over its body with a single sword strike. Her stunningly beautiful and pretty face, which was slightly blanched, and some sweat on her polished forehead, said to Lu Tianmeng. Some of the other disciples, too, were panting. They were the smallest in number and had encountered the most demonic beasts along the way. There were constantly pythons, spiders, jackals, tigers and leopards, attacking them. Although it was much easier for them to hunt and kill demonic beasts and obtain inner pills, but after a while, the body can't hold up. Damn it, Yu Palace is too much of an asshole. Even if we are at the bottom of every grand competition, we can't just give 10 slots. The other 3 palaces have hundreds of disciples, and are as powerful as ever. We only have 10. The disadvantage is too great. A disciple, slashing a jackal to death, sat on his butt and cursed. Li Yuanji opened a hidden vein, and she couldn't even hold on to it for a bit. Not to mention them, disciples like Lu Hao and Feng Shuo also consumed greatly. Going any deeper like this would only make them more dangerous. There's no harm. You guys just can't keep up with your recovery. Here's the spirit recovery pill. Take it. Lu Tianming smiled lightly. He had the Great Desolate Emperor body. His blood chi was majestic. He didn't need to worry about stamina. These people were using up their stamina too quickly. At that moment, he took out a jade bottle, poured out 9 pills, and distributed them to the 9 people. Spirit recovery pill? Li Yuanji's pretty face was surprised. The other disciples were also surprised. The spirit recovery pill was also sold in the pill refining pavilion, but the price of each one was above 100,000 spirit stones. On weekdays, when they cultivated, they would be in extreme need of spirit stones. There were simply no extra spirit stones to buy such extravagant pills. Lu Tiannian actually surprised them by casually taking one to them, and looking at the spirit recovery pill in her slender hand, Li Yuanji's heart shook. This damn medicinal grade had clearly reached the point of perfection, much higher than even the pill refining pavilion. It had been rumored for a while recently that behind Lu Tiannian, there might be an unfathomable alchemy master. It seems to be true. Some trinkets, you guys use them. Lu Tianmeng was bland. With his current alchemy skills, he could be said to be able to refine the not-so-advanced spirit recovery pill with ease. He was prepared before and it came in handy. Li Yuanji and the others were delighted, having hardly ever taken such a precious elixir. At that moment, the people took it and began to meditate. Almost visible to the naked eye, the true essence they had consumed was rapidly recovering. Lu Hao and Feng Shuo were also shocked. Alchemists deserved to be known as the highest-level profession. There was a strong admiration in their hearts for Lu Tianmeng being able to refine this mountain range. There's something interesting about it. At this time, the woman in white smiled faintly. What do you mean? Lu Tianmeng was stunned. The feng shui of this mountain range is extremely good. It is possible that there are graves of powerful people, the woman in white said. Strong man's grave? Lu Tianming's heart stirred. I can vaguely sense something. Go check it out, the woman in white said. Good. Lu Tianmeng instantly smiled. This was a chance, so he naturally wouldn't let it go. At this time, Li Yuanji recovered. She had a hidden vein and absorbed the medicinal power at a rate much faster than normal people. Lu Tianming left a note and some pills for the others to continue on their way, and then went with Li Yuanji. Senior brother Lu, are there really strong graves in this direction? Li Yuanji was surprised. I only feel that Lu Tianmeng is very mysterious. It's possible. Go take a look. Lu Tianmeng laughed. Anyway, with those pills, the disciples of the Desolate Palace shouldn't be in danger. Li Yuanji nodded her head, following Lu Tianchi with a sense of peace of mind. In this way, the two of them traveled all the way through, and in only a few hours, they arrived in front of a waterfall. The waterfall is very hidden, surrounded by mountains on three sides and surrounded by clouds, making it difficult to spot without a closer look. With his emperor body, Lu Tianmeng was keenly able to detect that the earth vein chi here was extremely dense. Senior brother Lu, I found it. Just as Lu Tianmeng and Li Yuanji were searching separately to check out the end, Li Yuanji was behind the waterfall, and said with delight. Lu Tiannian hurriedly walked and saw that, behind the waterfall, there was a secret door, out of place in the surrounding stone walls. At that moment, Lu Tianming led Li Yuanji along that narrow passageway towards the dark door. Needless to say, the passage was very narrow. In some places only half a person could pass through, and inevitably the body was wetted by the waterfall. Water flow, extremely turbulent, rumbling smashed down, such as a large river pouring. With that kind of power, even Lu Tianmeng didn't dare to take it lightly. If you are taken by the waterfall to the waterhole below, you may be in danger under the rapids. Due to the slippery rocks, Li Yuanji unconsciously pulled Lu Tiannian's arm, and both of their clothes were soaked. Every step was very difficult. Li Yuanji pursed her red lips tightly and followed Lu Tianming, not wanting to drag him down. And under the wet clothes, her snow-white skin, reflected through the clothes, curvy, style extremely confusing. Or due to nervousness, suddenly, Li Yuanji's feet slipped, letting out a scream. Her body was hit by the water current, toward the bottom of the waterfall, falling down. To know that this distance from the water pool below, it was hundreds of feet high, plus the huge impact of the water current. It was very difficult to run the true essence. If Li Yuanji really fell below, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lu Tiannian's face changed, and at that moment, one hand grabbed the gap in the rock, while the other hand grabbed Li Yuanji's white wrist, and didn't let her fall down. Senior Lu, Li Yuanji looked panicked, her body shaking in midair. Don't talk, I'll pull you up. Lu Tianmeng sank his voice, his arm exerting force to pull upwards. Luckily, he was extremely strong, and he finally had a scare and let Li Yuanji come up. Li Yuanji held it firmly and let out a long sigh of relief, saying, "Thank you, Senior Lu." Speaking, her pretty face was slightly red. Her clothes were shocked by the water flow, and many places were open, revealing a large area of spring color. The whole body was soft. Holding Lu Tianmai like this, the touch was extremely charming. It should be. Lu Tianchi grinned. Li Yuanji was tempting. It's simply testing the old cadre. A restless fire rose within him. Senior Lu, you. As if sensing something, Li Yuanji's pretty face turned even redder. Lu Tianmai coughed dryly and hastily powered up, walking next to the dark door, where the passage was more spacious. Li Yuanji broke away from his arms, looking at Lu Tianmai, a little embarrassed. She couldn't help but lower her head and cover her mouth to laugh out. Then the two began to study its secret door up. The dark door is made of special materials and is incredibly sturdy. I'm afraid it's not easy to break it open with brute force. Li Yuanji caressed the dark door and said softly. Her figure is extremely delicate. Now squatting down, close to the snow-white body. Arc more reverie infinite. Lu Tianming smacked his lips, thinking of that wonderful touch just now. I'll try. Then he said, others can't open it, but he may not. He had the Great Desolate Emperor body, and his physical strength was unparalleled. Li Yuanji nodded her head with a light smile, her beautiful eyes flashing with a strange color. Lu Tianmeng gave off a feeling of omnipotence. Bang! At that moment, Lu Tianmeng revolved the power of the Great Desolate Emperor bone in his body. A fist exploded with 250,000 pounds of divine power. The entire magnificent waterfall trembled slightly, like an earthquake. So strong. Li Yuanji was shocked. Such a terrifying power. Even the ferocious beast cubs are far inferior. If a punch was thrown, a strong person of the blazing sun realm would burst into a bloody mist. Click here. Then the dark door cracked with spiderweb-like cracks and shattered. Lu Tiannian's sight looked and was stunned. There was no passage behind the dark door. It was a stone room with tables and chairs, stone beds, iron pots and other utensils. On the stone bed, sitting on a white bone, with two swords stuck in front of it, and ancient and heavy, as if it were black iron, with a flavor of atmosphere and majesty, The other, very slim and thin as a cicada's wing, carries the flavor of Shiojin. Amazing sword intent spread out like it was making people kneel down and submit, and the weather was astonishing. This is the hermitage of sword cultivators, Li Yuanji said in surprise. Lu Tianming's eyes narrowed. Sword cultivators were very rare in the Xuanwu realm. The battle power is incomparably strong, and there are few enemies in the same class. I didn't expect to come across the skeleton of a sword cultivator. In front of the white bone, there is a line of small words engraved. My Xuanwu sword saint, cultivate sword for 3,000 years. Through the size of the battle of 18,000, 117,800, the late years of the sword road to become a great success. Across the Xuanwu, there are few people enemy. However, he did not have much life left, and he realized that the sword had gone astray, so he died here. He left 2 swords, Juk and Lingxiao, and hoped that future generations would treasure them. Xuanwu sword saint? Lu Tianming's mind was shaken. This is a famous and powerful person, rumored to have risen to the Middle Kingdom in the past, and his sword was the best in the world, but he died here. This time, I've gotten rich. These 2 swords could be holy swords. Then, Lu Tianming smiled. Such a treasure could be found in the eastern wasteland. The guidance the woman in white gave him was too useful. At that moment, he pulled out the black giant K. A thick sword sound rang out, causing space to distort slightly. Lu Tianming was surprised. This sword weighed at least 200,000 pounds. If he hadn't quenched 60 Great Desolate Emperor bones, it would have been very difficult to even think about picking them up. I'm lacking a handy weapon, and with this heavy sword, I'll have even more combat power. Lu Tiannian laughed with satisfaction. With 300,000 pounds of physical strength, coupled with 200,000 pounds of heavy sword, a single strike of his sword was enough to make his opponent green in the face. Then he also noticed that the heavy sword had an inscription on it. As his strength increased and he activated the inscriptions, the weight of the heavy sword would be stronger. This Ling Xiao is a woman's sword. Take it and use it. Then, Lu Tianming pulled out Ling Xiao and threw it to Li Yuanji. Ling Xiao rank, a bit worse than Giant K. Ah, give me. Li Yuanji was surprised. The graveyard was discovered by Brother Lu, and the secret door was opened by him. She didn't do anything to help. I didn't expect that senior Brother Lu would be so generous as to give himself a holy sword. Seeing is believing. Put it away. Lu Tianming laughed lightly. Thank you, senior brother. Li Yuanji was overjoyed and unconsciously wrapped her arms around Lu Tianming, leaving a brightly colored lip print on his face. Lu Tianming lost his smile. His own damn charm. Buzz. Abruptly, within the white bones of the sword saint, a holy light emerged and entered Li Yuanji's brow. Li Yuanji's body glowed with an amazing aura. What's going on? Lu Tianming was stunned. Chapter 65 Shaogun. Robbery. Not long after the light dissipated, Li Yuanji opened her eyes and smiled. Master Lu, it seems that the saint inheritance chose me. What grass? Lu Tianming stayed. Li Yuanji's luck was too good. However, he didn't have any other ideas. This was Li Yuanji's chance. Then, Lu Tianming was in the stone room, and found a book. On it were written the 4 words Sword Dao Analysis, bringing together the Xuanwu Sword Saint, his lifelong understanding of the Sword Dao. Lu Tianming thought it was very good, so he put it away. The duo, for once, was rewarded, and once again, they searched for something and found nothing of value. They bowed respectfully to the skeleton of the Xuanwu Sword Saint and found new stones to block the dark door before leaving the place. Unexpectedly, the graveyard that senior sister Holy Maiden was looking for is actually here, and was even discovered by you guys in advance. However, just as the 2 of them had just stepped out of the waterfall, suddenly at the entrance of that narrow valley, a group of people walked in a line. At the head of the group was a man with a long spear and a domineering aura. The true sun around his body was exuberant and incomparable, illuminating the grass and trees of the entire valley in a brilliant manner. Shaogun? Lu Tianming's eyes narrowed. This person was clearly the second-ranked Shaogun of Yu Palace. Why are you here? Li Yuanji's beautiful eyes were on guard. Senior sister Holy Maiden said that within this heaven-splitting mountain range, there is a graveyard. However, she doesn't know the exact location, and sent us to split up into several ways to look for it. Surprisingly, I ran into you guys. That's good luck. Shaogun sneered, his eyes sharp. Dongfang Qingcheng also knows about the graveyard? Looks like I intercepted her chance first. Lu Tianming smiled in his heart. What do you want? Li Yuanji held the spirit heavily sword in her hand and said with an icy face, spit out everything you got in the graveyard, and I might be able to give you guys a pain in the ass. Shaogun's smile was sharp. Anyway, this time, the 4 palace assembly did not prohibit killing, and he had no qualms about it. He, senior brother Shaogun, Li Yuanji is very hot. Take it then and let us brothers have a good time. Some of the disciples around him stared at Li Yuanji with obscene eyes and laughed greedily. Naturally, Xiao Gun smiled lightly. Li Yuanji was considered the most beautiful woman in the inner sect, and he was a little hot inside. It would be absolutely wonderful to enjoy Li Yuanji. Xiao Gun, you're very arrogant. Do you really think you've got us? Lu Tianmeng stood out with a bland expression. I know that you have good strength and that the general Blazing Sun Realm is not your opponent, but I can reach the peak of the Blazing Sun Realm, so how can you be my enemy? Xiao Gun's body shook as a strong aura erupted on his body surface. On his body, 9 young orifices appeared, like 9 small suns, strong and boundless. Li Yuanji's pretty face was grave. With the peak of the Blazing Sun Realm, coupled with the other party's bastard pistol king body, the other party was practically unbeatable in this realm. Lu Tianmian, bind your hands and let me bring you back to see the Holy Maiden. Xiao Gun smiled proudly. The Holy Maiden will surely give him a generous reward at that time. The peak of the Blazing Sun Realm may not count for anything. Lu Tianmeng snorted and took out the giant K sword. The sword was thick and heavy, black as ink, with an air of decay permeating it, like a long strip of worn iron. There were also what looked like bugs on it, gnawing marks, very inconspicuous. A lousy sword. Also want to enemy me, Lu Tianmian. You are so naive. Xiao Gun's eyes were contemptuous, and without any nonsense, he immediately probed out a large hand and enveloped it towards Lu Tian. Inside the palm, essence chi rolled out, filled with an extremely strong sense of oppression. Lu Tianmeng wheeled his arm, urging his heavy sword and striking the large hand. In the next moment, a bizarre scene was discovered. The strength in Xiao Gun's big hand was ruthlessly suppressed and weakened by half. Then, Lu Tianmian's powerful sword directly caused Xiao Gun to take a few steps backward, spraying a mouthful of blood from his mouth. Those Yu Palace disciples were stunned. How was it possible that the sword in Lu Tianming's hand was so terrifyingly powerful? Xiao Gun was at the 9th level of the Blazing Sun Realm, and Lu Tianmeng was only at the 1st level. It's incredible to be able to force it back. What kind of sword is this? Xiao Gun looked surprised. To be able to suppress his vigor infinitely, the sword in Lu Tianmian's hand was too evil. Lu Tianmeng was also delighted in his heart, not expecting that heavy swords, in addition to their terrifying weight, also had the effect of suppressing other people's power chi. At that moment, he moved his body and carried his heavy sword like a reckless beast as he ran and swept towards Xiao Gun. Without saying a word, a sword in a heaven-opening position, towards the top of Xiao Gun's head, was pressed down. Terrifying power chi, wildly volatile, making this mountain forest, all set off a gale. Some of the thick trees were blown right over and flipped out. Those Yu Palace disciples, once again, turned pale. Damn it, this fleshly strength was so terrifying. This breath alone shook them to the point where they tasted like they were vomiting blood. Xiao Gun was also shocked in his heart, sensing the feeling of being unbeatable. He said in a cold voice, thinking that you are the only one who has a magic treasure. Let's let you see the treasure that the Holy Maiden's senior sister gifted to me. Buzz. At that moment, his head glowed, and an ancient mirror appeared in his heavenly soul cap. A beam of light rose up, defending against Lu Tianmai's powerful sword. Extreme spiritual armament? Lu Tianming's eyes narrowed. Such a treasure could not be obtained by ordinary inner disciples. Only true disciples could have it. Dongfang Qingcheng gave this item to Xiao Gun. Her fortune was truly rich. It is precisely the extreme spiritual weapon. Suffer death. Xiao Gun laughed coldly. Lu Tianming's physical strength was strong, and he was also afraid and didn't want to use his gun technique, just want to defeat it in the most direct way possible. At that moment, that stone mirror shot out beam after beam of light, like sword light, killing Lu Tianmai. So many beams, impacting together, an unstoppable frenzy. Broken copper, really think you can fight against me? Shatter it for me. However, Lu Tianmian laughed coldly. Extreme spiritual weapons could not be compared to the heavy sword in his hand. Boom! At that moment, he mobilized the 200,000 gene of divine power in his body, and coupled with the might of his heavy sword, he slashed out once again. Throughout the mountains and forests, countless fallen leaves tumbled. All of the many beams of light were shattered by him, and then he ruthlessly struck above the stone mirror. When a loud metallic sound rang out, the stone mirror was directly sent tumbling out, and Xiao Gun once again coughed out blood as his body flew backwards. He was just about to struggle to get up when the thick, heavy sword rested against his head. Xiao Gun was shocked. He was so many realms higher than Lu Tianmai, but he had lost so easily in Lu Tianmai's hands. It's hard for him to believe. This odd strength of the opponent, and this heavy sword, was too amazingly powerful. Hand over the treasures on your body, strip naked, and spare your lives, or die, Lu Tianmeng said with cold eyes. The Yu Palace disciples were dumbfounded. They were all geniuses of the Yu Palace. How is it possible to undress and hand over the treasure? If you don't hand it over, I'll die. Lu Tianmian laughed coldly as he swung out his sword. and a huge sword marked 10 feet long appeared on the ground. With this strike, smashing them into mush would not be a problem. I take off. I take off. At that moment, those disciples were afraid and quickly took off their clothes, leaving only their fancy pants. Lu Tiannian placed their storage bags and identity tags under them before he smiled with satisfaction. Tell Dongfang Qingqing not to let me see her men, or I'll ransack everyone I see. Lu Tianmeng sneered at Xiao Gun. Xiao Gun was also drawn down to a pair of fancy pants, which was very humiliating. He clenched his teeth fiercely, and without a word, he followed the many Palace disciples as they left. Lu Tianming counted that there were more than 30 of these disciples, and the identity tags were grabbed more than 30 at once, equivalent to 30 points, and hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. The harvest was not bad. At that moment, he and Li Yuanji left the place. Ha, who are those guys? What grass? Isn't it Xiao Gun and a bunch of Palace disciples? How come there's only one fancy pants left? Soon, within the Split Cloud Mountain range, quite a few disciples, seeing Xiao Gun and the others, came down dumbfounded. Some of them had their lower bodies covered with leaves, as comical as savages. Xiao Gun's whole body was shaking with anger, and he hated Lu Tianmai endlessly. Not long after, they arrived at a certain area and met Dongfang Qingcheng. How could you all be like this? Dongfang Qingcheng also stagnated. It's Lu Tianmeng. Xiao Gun's old face turned red with embarrassment. Asshole, Lu Tianmian, you dare to rob me of my chance. After hearing the course of events, Dongfang Qingcheng also looked furious. That heavy sword had the effect of suppressing other people's Jin Qi and was obviously extremely valuable, but it was Lu Tianmeng who was cheap, making her unhappy. Ha ha, Lu Tianmian, how interesting. Robbing those disciples of the Palace of nothing but their fancy pants, like a bandit. On the outskirts of the mountain range, many of the Eastern Wasteland forces watching couldn't help but laugh aloud. It's a different kind of scene to have such a scene in a big competition. Venerable Savage Dragon, on the other hand, was annoyed beyond measure. Lu Tianming was deliberately slapping their Palace in the face. In the future, Yu Gong would inevitably become the laughingstock of others. He, Big Brother Lu Yu finally came. 2 hours later, Lu Tiannian converged with the other disciples of Desolate Palace, and accidentally discovered that Zhong Jianqi was actually in the group, along with some disciples of Hong Palace. Fiangxi, what brings you here? Lu Tianmeng smiled happily. For 2 years, Fiangxi had been his only friend, and he had loved her like a sister. I've come to find you to hunt demonic beasts together and grab points. Zhong Jianqi smiled, pulling Lu Tianmian's arm. Lu Tianming's heart warmed, knowing that it was probably because Zhong Jianqi felt that they were weak and wanted to help them. This little girl, extremely thoughtful. Senior brother Lu, courteous. At this moment, a woman in a purple cluster walked over, with outstanding looks and crystalline features, spreading her face and smiling. The breath in his body also reached the 9th level of the Blazing Sun realm. Brother Lu, this is Su Chaoga, my Hong Palace's senior sister. Zhong Fiangxi introduced. Nice to meet you. Lu Tianmeng smiled faintly and arched his hand. Back then, he directly became a holy son, and with the inner and outer disciples, he didn't have much contact. This time, senior sister Zhong asked us to come over, and there is another matter that we want to cooperate with senior brother Lu, Su Chaoga said with a smile. What is it? Near Wanqiu Mountain, there is an ancient mountain, which has a large area of blazing sun fruit, which can open the young orifices, and if there are enough of them maybe it can help me to break into the Divine Dan realm in one go. I want to go to fight for it together with senior brother Lu. Together, Su Chaoga said. It shouldn't be that simple to get it, Lu Tianmeng said. He knew that in this mountain range, the blazing sun fruit was basically guarded by demonic beasts. If there were truly a large number of blazing sun fruits, the strength of the demonic beasts would inevitably be even more terrifying as well. Not bad, there's a fire augur there. Its strength has reached the Shindan realm. With our Hong Palace, it's not easy to deal with it. Su Chaoga nodded. In addition to the fire Jiao, there were also geniuses from the Zeus Palace, and the Yu Palace that they had to watch out for. Of the 4 palaces, Hong Palace was the second to last in terms of strength. Yes, Lu Tianmeng agreed. He had wanted the blazing sun fruit, plus the points gained from killing the fire augur were higher and useful for the conference. Naturally, there was no reason to let it go. Chapter 66 Cooperation. Next, they set off, and with the addition of the Hong Palace disciples, it had to be said that the speed at which the Desolate Palace disciples advanced deeper into the mountain range became quite a bit faster. However, when solving some demonic beasts, most of the inner pills fell into the pockets of the disciples of the Hong Palace, and their eyes were somewhat arrogant when they looked at the disciples of the Desolate Palace. It seems that the disciples of the Desolate Palace are just like soy sauce. It's too much. That 3-tailed wolf. It's our 5 brothers and sisters, who teamed up to pay a small price. only to kill it with great difficulty, and the disciple from Hong Palace came over, and directly took it away without saying a word. At this time, there was a Desolate Palace disciple, with blood hanging on his face, gritting his teeth and whispering. Their two palaces said that they were working together, but the people from Hong Palace, obviously didn't take them seriously. In the afternoon of the second day, some disciples of the Desolate Palace, risking their lives, found a rare spirit medicine on a cliff. Just as he defeated a giant python and was about to pick it, a disciple of the Hong Palace, however, let out a loud laugh. It's really lucky to meet such a precious elixir. This senior brother thanks you a lot. Saying that, he picked that spiritual medicine away with one hand, then casually threw a few spiritual stones to that disciple and was about to leave. Bastard! Return the spirit medicine to me. That disciple held in a bellyful of bird's breath and became furious, struggling to get up from the ground and going to grab his spirit medicine, in order to deal with that giant python. His chest was all cut out by the claws that were born under the belly of that giant python, making a bloody wound of half a meter. It was impossible to let the Hong Palace disciples take it away for nothing. Humph, my Hong Palace blessed you to be able to come here. Otherwise, do you really think you have the qualifications to cooperate with our Hong Palace? That disciple laughed angrily. If it wasn't for Senior Sister Zhong Fiangxi, who told Senior Sister to cooperate with the Desolate Palace, they, the disciples of the Hong Palace, wouldn't have cared to team up with the Desolate Palace. Bang! At that moment, that disciple punched the Desolate Palace disciple in the chest. With this punch, he didn't use all his strength, but Hong Palace disciples mainly cultivated their physical bodies, and their force was originally stronger than ordinary disciples. Plus, this disciple of the Desolate Palace was extremely seriously injured. After he was hit by this palm, he directly fell heavily to the ground, coughing up blood with a large mouth, his eyes stormily glaring. You. After saying that, he dropped his arm and broke his breath, surprisingly dead. What a piece of trash! That Hong Palace disciple was stunned, and immediately bristled. There were already casualties from the mountain experience, and he didn't take it seriously. And at that moment, Lu Tiannian apparently also noticed the commotion and walked over, saying in a cold voice, "What's going on?" He swept his gaze and saw the dead Desolate Palace disciple, and even more chills ran through his heart. This disciple had an impression on him, named Su Lei. In the team, very honest and respect him. Everyday meals are made by him, but also often for their own water to drink. Lu Tianmeng was preparing to, in the future, give him more pills or instruct the other party. Actually died here. This fellow and I jointly discovered this elixir, but unfortunately, he was not strong enough and was killed by that giant python. It has nothing to do with me. That disciple put the strain of elixir away and said warily, "No, senior brother Su Lei was the one who killed him. He saw it just now." He punched senior brother Su Lei. At this time, there was a Desolate Palace disciple, who angrily said, "There may be competition in the Desolate Palace on weekdays, but in the Four Palace Assembly, there was natural unity. For an outstanding disciple to die like this was also a huge shame for the Desolate Palace." Upon hearing this, Lu Tianming's face also huffed down slightly. That disciple was a bit flustered. However, he still held his chest out and sneered, "So what if I was the one who beat him to death? You trash of the Desolate Palace. It is thanks to Senior Sister Zhong's blessing that you can be with us, the Hong Palace. If it wasn't for her, what makes you guys gain anything?" At this time, there were also quite a few disciples from the Hong Palace who came along, with a similarly contemptuous sneer on their faces. They had a great deal of contempt for the Desolate Palace already. However, Senior Sister Zhong was accepted as a close disciple by their Hong Palace master, Sui. Even an old ancestor of the Hong Palace was fond of her. No one dares to disobey her words before joining forces. It was true that they did not truly treat the Desolate Palace as equals. Forget it, it's very normal for people to die during the training. If it wasn't for my Hong Palace, perhaps your Desolate Palace would have suffered even greater losses. At this time, some other Hong Palace disciples laughed. Several disciples of the Desolate Palace were enraged. What had the other party done to help them? They had been using them as if they were subordinates for the past 2 days. Now that they had killed their man, they were still talking so much, making them furious. Forget it? Lu Tianming's face was also slightly cold. He had seen the arrogance of the Hong Palace in the past 2 days. Only for the sake of Fiber Xia's face, he didn't take it into account. Now that someone is dead, how can we forget about it? He looked straight at the murderous disciple and said in a cold voice, "You think that without you guys we can't get this far in Desolate Palace, right? Humph. There are only 10 people in your Desolate Palace. Can you handle so many demonic beasts?" That disciple met Lu Tianmu's gaze and his heart chilled, only to realize that Lu Tianmu's eyes were very terrifying, seemingly even more terrifying than the ferocious beasts in the mountains and forests. Still, he colored and said proudly, "Good, let me let you know that without you bunch of losers, my Desolate Palace is just as good as no one else." Lu Tiannian revealed killing intent in his eyes, knowing that you have to return the favor, or else the Hong Palace will really look down on the desolate palace. At that moment, he attacked that disciple with a palm. You dare to strike at me? That disciple was stunned, then laughed angrily. Lu Tiannian, you really think that you, the desolate palace's eldest senior brother, are something? In that case, I'll let you recognize what the cruel reality is. The other disciples of the Hong Palace also sneered. This disciple's ranking in the Hong Palace was also extremely high, reaching the 5th level of the Fiery Sun realm. And the desolate palace still basically didn't have a few people in the Fiery Sun realm right now. He could be more than enough to deal with Lu Tianmai. Pust. However, just as they thought this, the next moment, the smiles on their faces came to an abrupt end, only to see Lu Tiannian's palm impact. That disciple used his full power to resist but failed to block, and was finally smashed by a palm to the head, blood and brain plasma gushing out, dying tragically on the spot. How is it possible? The disciple's gaze was wide, a flash of disbelief remaining in his eyes as his body fell straight down. No matter what, he couldn't believe that he had been killed by Lu Tianshi in such a way. Those Hong Palace disciples, who also looked shocked and appalled in place, didn't expect Lu Tianmeng's strength to be so strong. Lu Tianming's face was calm as he picked up the murderous disciple's storage bag and then handed it over to one of the disciples from the desolate palace to give to the dead disciple's family. He took out some more pills and spirit stones as a consolation. Lu Tianmian, you dare to kill my Hong Palace disciple. Finally, the Hong Palace disciple reacted and shouted angrily, so what if I kill it? I also want to tell you that if it wasn't for senior sister Zhong, you losers wouldn't be qualified to walk in a group with me. Lu Tianming's gaze was slightly cold, and a ferocious fury emanated from his eyes. Those disciples of the Hong Palace were once again horrified and were shocked by Lu Tianmeng, not daring to speak. Good Lu Tianmian, killing my Hong Palace disciples. No matter what today, it will be difficult for you to be good. At this time, a chilling laugh spread out. A man in a white robe walked up, holding a folding fan in his hand with a graceful demeanor, and smiled lightly. He was none other than the second-ranked disciple of the Hong Palace, Nia Feng. In the past 2 days, the Hong Palace disciples, with all their arrogant behavior, it's you who is authorizing it, isn't it? Lu Tianming glanced at him and spoke coldly. He knew the other party, whose expression was extremely unfavorable when Su Chaoga was willing to cooperate with him, should like Su Chaoga. So what if I am? You've committed a human life. Today I'm going to waste your limbs and give my Hong Palace disciples an explanation. Nia Feng's face sank slightly. Second senior brother scrapped him. Let him know that desolate palace disciples are just drags. Many Hong Palace disciples said angrily. Chapter 67 Fierce Might. The blazing sun fruit from that ancient mountain was already stretched to the limit just by distributing it to them, not to mention the desolate palace disciples. Lu Tianmeng was a dry eater in their hearts. Boom! As soon as their words left their mouths, Lu Tianmian moved, charging toward Niafeng with a single movement of his body. A ferocious punch was thrown, making a move on me first, looking for death. Niafeng sneered. His strength had reached the 7th level of the Fiery Yang realm, and Lu Tianming had only opened a single young orifice in the area. He doesn't take it seriously at all. Pust. Just as he was about to strike, Lu Tianmian had arrived close by, and his speed was so fast that before he could raise his arm, Lu Tianmian's 5 fingers grabbed Niafeng's head. Accompanied by a clicking bone-thwarting sound, Lu Tianmian directly lifted up Niafeng's head. Then, like killing a chicken, Lu Tianmian casually threw the head in front of the Hong Palace disciple and said in a faint voice, "Now I, Desolate Palace, have the qualifications to cooperate?" Hiss. All the disciples of the Hong Palace were so scared that their faces turned white. They almost sat on the ground with their buttocks. Heavens, this was Niafeng, the second-ranked character of the Hong Palace, and he was just killed by Lu Tianmai in a single move. The visual was too shocking to the heart. They were terrified to the core of Lu Tianmai. Was this the devil, with such horrible methods? At this time, Su Chaoga and Zhong Xinshe, that's when they came. They were hunting in a place not far from here. Eldest sister, you came just in time. He killed senior brother Niafeng, and senior brother Sun Bing. At that moment, those disciples of the Hong Palace, like they had found a backer, said in fear. Lu Tianmian's methods were too appalling. Killing people like slaughtering chickens. Light faced them with trepidation. Su Chaoga was surprised and didn't expect something like this to happen. But only after she understood the truth did she cluster her eyebrows and coldly chanted. Sun Bing and Niafeng, who dared to bully the Desolate Palace disciples, were blamed for being killed, and couldn't blame anyone else. Those disciples of the Hong Palace were surprised. They could not imagine that eldest sister did not help them. Su Chaoga shook her head slightly. To be able to casually decapitate Niafeng, even she might not be able to do so easily. Lu Tianming's strength made her stare as well. Besides, Zhong Jianqi's identity was more important than her. if they messed with Lu Tianmian, they could only blame Sun Bing and Niefeng, who had no eyes. I'm sorry, it's my disciple from the Hong Palace that caused you trouble. Then, Su Chaoga turned to Lu Tianmeng and smiled bitterly. Just don't happen again. Lu Tianmeng indifferently waved his hand. He has already avenged Su Lei's death and counted the past. If you guys dare to disrespect my big brother Lu again, don't blame me for being impolite. Zhong Jianqi also huffed and puffed and said in a cold voice. A strong aura erupted from her body, actually reaching the 6th level of the Blazing Sun realm. Lu Tianmeng was a bit surprised. This niece, her strength had progressed quite fast. Yes, those Hong Palace disciples nodded their heads like chickens eating rice. To Zhong Jianqi, they were more respectful than when they faced Su Chaoga. Big brother Lu, I'm sorry, Zhong Jianqi said guiltily. She undoubtedly felt bad about letting a disciple of the Desolate Palace die for no reason. Lu Tianmian shook his head. Zhong Fiangxi also has a good intention. Besides, letting the Desolate Palace regain, it is indeed necessary to shed blood. There were casualties and it was inevitable. So the Hong Palace no longer dared to underestimate the Desolate Palace. In this way, the group set off again, and after about half a day or so, they arrived at that ancient mountain. Lu Tianmeng gazed over, and within the ancient mountain, there was indeed an amazing medicinal scent that filled the air. The light smelled so much that he felt a bit of a stirring in his unopened young orifices. Lu Tianmeng's heart was slightly hot. This blazing sun fruit was indeed quite a lot. If he got it, with the alchemy technique that the woman in white had taught her, the young orifices would surely be drastically opened. Roar! Just then, a dragon roar spread out, shaking the heavens and earth. Within the mountain range, a fire augur rushed out, 20 to 30 feet in size, with a majestic aura and ghastly scales and armor. The whole body burned fiery flames, and the void was incinerated and distorted. Not far away, there was a man with an impressive aura, holding a silver spear and fighting with it. Xian Yunfei of the Zeus Palace, some Desolate Palace disciples exclaimed. Xian Yunfei is also a genius, practicing the Zeus Palace's famous technique, the Star Dao technique. The reputation of the inner door is extremely flourishing. Although Xian Yunfei's strength is good, that Fire Jiao, who has reached the Divine Dan realm, is no match for him. Lu Tianmeng muttered. Even with the help of the many disciples of the Zeus Palace, they sent out a terrifying sword chi to attack the fire augur. However, the scales of the Fire Jiao were too sturdy, like divine iron, and hitting them would not create much of an impact at all. Not only that, there were many demonic beasts rushing out of the mountain range, with a fierce aura, tearing down the Zeus Palace disciples. At this rate, you Palace disciples, it is necessary to have large casualties. Ha ha, Xiang Yunfei, you fight well. The blazing sun fruit tree, you gone, take it. Right at this moment, a loud laugh spread out. Not far away a group of people flew out. It was the Yu Palace disciples. There were 400 to 500 of them, and their aura moved the sky. At the head of the group were none other than Lu Hai and Wei Yu. Xiao Gun had been defeated by Lu Tianmai and had suffered extremely serious internal injuries, and had lost his fighting strength. Of course, even if the two of them, with 400 to 500 disciples from Yu Palace, were an unstoppable torrent that no one could defeat. Wei Yu and Lu Hai, you dare to pick my peach? Xiang Yunfei shouted angrily. Of course, he knew that it was somewhat unwise to come hard with the fire augur. However, the people of the Yu Palace were also determined to obtain this blazing sun fruit tree. Plus Su Chaoga, the more you wait, the more passive you'll be. It was only then that he chose to make quick work of it. He couldn't imagine that Lu Hai and Wei Yu still brought people in time to annoy him. The blazing sun fruit tree, we have long valued it. How could we really let you take advantage of it? Wei Yu sneered. With Xiang Yunfei holding the fire jiao in check, it would undoubtedly be much simpler for them to get the blazing sun fruit tree. Then, the two of them took the many Yu Palace disciples and flew towards the top of the mountain. Only to see the top of the mountain, there was a tree with a fiery red body, about 4 or 5 feet high, hanging a full 20 or 30 crimson fruits, like burning jewels, bright red. It is the blazing sun fruit tree. Lu Hai and Wei Yu, with fiery eyes. So many blazing sun fruits. For the disciples of the Yu Palace, their strength would be increased by a considerable amount. Roar! Just as they were about to approach the blazing sun fruit tree, not far away from the mountain cliff, inside a cave, an incomparably ferocious dragon's roar suddenly came out. Then, an even thicker fire augur appeared, its terrifying breath swirling as it opened its mouth and spat out a huge fireball. The Yu Palace disciples, who instantly died by the dozen, let out miserable screams. Inside the cave, there is even a fire scaly. Jiao, Lu Tianmian was surprised. This fire augur was quite a bit more powerful than even the one Xiang Yunfei had dealt with. Lu Hai and Wei Yu obviously encountered a tough opponent. Damn it! Lu Hai and Wei Yu also gritted their teeth. This was a male fire jiao. It was indeed a bit tricky for them to deal with. Looks like it's better to come early than coincidentally. Do it. Lu Tianmeng and Su Chaoga glanced at each other and grinned. Now that the two parties, both of them, were being held back by the fire Jiao, they were the ones who were truly cheap. At that moment, the two of them turned into two streams of light and flew towards the blazing sun fruit tree. Su Chaoga? Lu Tianmian, you guys also want to shade us? It's not that easy. Stop them for me. Wei Yu and Lu Hai shouted angrily. At that moment, 300 to 400 Yu Palace disciples rushed up. It had to be said that the Yu Palace's disciples were, indeed, of high quality, and under the joint effort, Su Chaoga and the others were directly stopped. However, Lu Tianmeng, a terrifying aura emanated from his body, impacting like a sea of gold. Many of Yu Palace's disciples tumbled out, falling like dumplings and dying horribly. Lu Tianmeng's aura was like a rainbow, pointing straight at the blazing sun fruit tree. The male fire Jiao, a touch of shock surfaced in their eyes, not expecting that a human would have such a terrifying blood chi. Chapter 68 1 against 2. Lu Tianmian, if you want to get the blazing sun fruit tree, you're dreaming. Wei Yu and Lu Hai gritted their teeth, and at that moment, they cast two puppets to hold the male fire Jiao before charging towards Lu Tian. Puppets? Lu Tianmeng was stunned, not expecting them to have such treasures. Giggle. Is this Lu Tianmian, Sacred Lady's senior sister? But she has placed a high reward on you. If she can take you down, she will reward you with 1 million spirit stones and 1 celestial realm magic treasure. This reward is going to come to the two of us. Lu Hai wearing a red dress, willow waist slim, thighs showing snow-white skin, bare jade feet, like a stunning beauty, smiling sweetly. The sound was pasty and confusing. Behi king body, Lu Hai. Lu Tianmeng smiled lightly, not caring, knowing that this was the first genius of Yu Palace. Xiaogun and its are also a hair's breadth apart. With the two of us joining forces, you definitely don't stand a chance. Just tie your hands and wait for death. Lu Hai smiled sweetly and lightly, her red lips moist. The knitted brows and smile were extremely seductive. That's not necessarily true. Lu Tianmeng smiled lightly. He didn't take two blazing sun realm 9 heavens too seriously. Senior brother Lu, I'll help you. Abruptly, a delicate shout spread out. Li Yuanji held the spirit sky sword and slashed out with a sword, instantly killing a dozen or so Yu Palace disciples. And then her white skirt fluttered like a damask fairy, arriving beside Lu Tianming with a blazing aura. I'm here too, big brother Lu. Zhong Fiangxi also let out a delicate laugh, and a terrifying shadow erupted from within her petite body, actually radiating a grandiose might that similarly shattered a dozen or so people from the Yu Palace and came to Lu Tianmian's side. Li Yuanji, you've changed so much? Lu Hai was shocked. She wasn't surprised that Zhong Fiangxi could suddenly erupt with strong battle power. This was the Zhong family's 1,000-year-old daughter and was valued by the ancestral realm ancestor. At a young age, it was normal for the battle power to far exceed the surface of the realm. Li Yuanji's change had surprised her a bit. Like a female immortal sword, the whole body's sword Dao pressure was extremely thick. The sword gave her even more of a soul-throbbing feeling. Previously, its battle power could not reach this state. Rather, thank you, senior brother Lu, for granting me a chance. Li Yuanji, holding a 3-foot green blade, her slender body in green silk flying, smiled faintly. She originally had an extremely beautiful face, plus now her sword Dao Qi had risen greatly. It's even more unattainable. Many of the disciples of the 4 palaces looked up and were jealous. Lu Tianmeng, this asshole, had such a beauty to embrace, making people's eyes red. Humph, even if there is some luck, your realms are too different. I alone can clean you up. Senior sister Lu Hai, Lu Tianmian is in your hands. Wei Yu stood out with cold eyes and said, no need, you guys can make a move together. I'll take care of it directly. Lu Tianming's expression was calm as he faintly said, what did you say? Lu Hai was surprised. Just by herself, she felt that Lu Tianming was not her match. Lu Tianmian actually asked Wei Yu to join her. Wei Yu's face also grimaced. You are also too rampant. Rampant or not, you will know. Lu Tianmian laughed coldly. His battle power, now, had grown quite a bit. It was only when the two struck that he felt interesting. Lu Tianmian, you brought this on yourself. Don't blame us. Lu Hai's beautiful eyes were cold. Although Xiaogun had lost to Lu Tianmeng, they had learned afterward that it was because Xiaogun had been careless. Lu Tianming's physical strength was strong, plus he had a weird heavy sword. As long as they are a little more careful, they may not be able to beat them. To have the two of them strike now could be considered rampant. See covering palm. At that moment, Lu Hai coldly drank. Her delicate body shook, and a large area of aqua blue light immediately erupted out. Like she was in an ocean, she slapped out her palm, and many aqua blue energies, like big waves, whistled towards Lu Tianming. Many of the watching disciples were surprised that this palm of Lu Hai's had clearly reached the level of a human intermediate level battle technique. With the 9th level of her Blazing Sun realm, as well as the strength of her Beihai King body, the unusual human-ranked high-level formations could not be compared. Lu Hai is also very smart, knowing that Lu Tianmian's Great Desolate Emperor body, which is strong in close combat, purposely avoided his shortcomings and didn't fight Lu Tianmian in close combat. Around the mountain range, some elders laughed lightly, even though they were far away. They could feel the vastness of the blood qi within Lu Tianming's body, like a humanoid ferocious beast. To fight with such a person in close quarters would indeed be asking for trouble. For Lu Hai to become the #1 heavenly pride of the Yu Palace, his heart was indeed good. Watching that majestic palm power, crazily sweeping towards himself, Lu Tianmian also secretly sighed in admiration. Lu Hai's battle power was indeed not a little bit stronger than Shao Gun, and in that monstrous sea wave, he detected a considerable amount of pressure. Qi covers the 9 heavens. However, Lu Tianmian was not afraid and directly executed the 8 desolate fists, striking out with a single punch, a terrifying fist aura, like a large pillar of light, piercing through that huge ocean wave, shattering it into particles of light and dissipating it. Giggle. Right at this moment, suddenly, the space on his left squirmed, followed by the appearance of a figure, holding a dagger, stabbing at Lu Tianmian's left rib. This strike can be described as tricky and incomparable. Noiseless, Lu Tianmian did not even react. The skin of his left ribs will be cut through the emergence of a blood scar. He quickly dodged away, and when his gaze turned, he saw Wei Yu from a shadow, revealing his figure, holding a dagger in his hand, dripping with blood. At this moment, he stuck out his scarlet tongue, licked the dagger that was dripping blood, and smiled he at Lu Tianmian. Not a bad reaction. The teasing flavor in his eyes was undisguised. Many people's hearts were in awe. Lu Hai with his Beihai King body, long-distance attack, Wei Yu and then with his Shadow King body, stealth into space sneak attack. This cooperation can be said to be perfect. Normal people can be difficult to fight. Lu Tianmian, this is the price of your arrogance. Lu Hai cackled back. The slender hand opened, and a large area of blue light, converging in the center of the palm, surprisingly formed a crystalline turquoise blue longbow. Then, she bent her bow and strung an arrow, and from the Beihai blood qi, she condensed it into an azure blue arrow, and an arrow shot towards Lu Tianmian. Storming out once again, the arrow passed through the space, and the air was instantly filled with a ripping sound, humming like a tsunami, deafening. The crowd was regretful. Lu Hai's Aqua Sea King body, which was already full of strength, coupled with the execution of the longbow, the attack power was even more domineering. Lu Tianming's eyes narrowed, knowing that he couldn't be left hanging like this. Otherwise Lu Hai's long-range attacks and Wei Yu's secret assassinations would indeed cause him some trouble. At that moment, Lu Tianmian blasted out with a fist, exerting 150,000 pounds of divine power, and bursting the arrow that was made of the blue sea blood qi, condensed into an arrow. Then, Lu Tianmian's foot violently stepped on the void, and the air collapsed as if it were collapsing, and with the help of that ferocious recoil, he impacted towards Lu Hai. Want to get close? How can it be so easy? But just as Lu Tian had just charged forward, a space behind him once again squirmed. Wei Yu appeared again like a viper hiding in the shadows, ready to strike a fatal blow, and with a stroke of the dagger in his hand, he stabbed at Lu Tian's back. This time, the timing he caught was much more precise, and the moment Lu Tianmian was almost in the midst of his aura, he directly struck out, like a snake striking 7 inches. It puts people on the defensive. Rats in the shadows, do you really think you can have an effect on me? Lu Tianmian, however, as if he had expected it, his body stopped abruptly, his body spun, and with a whip leg, he kicked fiercely at Wei Yu's arm. There was a brilliant golden light blooming on the palms of his feet, rubbing against the air and emitting an ear-piercing and incomparable air explosion. Wei Yu was surprised, not expecting Lu Tianmai's reaction speed to be so fast. He suddenly felt that Lu Tianmian was intentionally trying to force him to show himself and reveal his cracks, so that he could finish him off first. At this moment, with such a domineering and boundless leg from Lu Tianmian, he really felt somewhat unable to avoid it. Ka-chow. In the end, the sound of bone thwarting rang out as Lu Tianmian kicked Wei Yu's arm, which was all bent like a plastic pipe. At the same time, Wei Yu's entire body was kicked out of the shadow space, like a dead dog, flipping out to the side. Kill. Lu Hai was shocked in his heart, knowing that Wei Yu couldn't be defeated by Lu Tianmai. Otherwise it would be even more tricky for her to deal with Lu Tianmai alone. Brush up. In an instant, she once again condensed 3 arrows, shooting 3 arrows in a row, in a 3-star streak, toward Lu Tianmian, fiercely piercing and killing. This time, the force contained in the arrows was even more terrifying, like 3 huge boulders that could shatter a small mountain when smashed from the distant sky. Useless. However, Lu Tiannian laughed coldly, waved his 8 desolate fists, and made 3 punches in a row. Bang bang bang, directly smashing those 3 arrows, all of them into pieces. The golden blood chi on his body surface was volatile, and his pair of fists looked like they had turned into divine iron casts, domineering and overwhelming. Then, Lu Tianming's body moved, carrying a vast golden divine light as he rushed towards Wei Yu. Wei Yu's thought was good. His previous attempt to fight Lu Hai in close quarters was indeed an attempt to force out Wei Yu. Now that Wei Yu had been injured, it was only natural for him to take advantage of his victory. Boom! At that moment, the golden blood chi around Lu Tianming swept out like a golden beast pouncing out. The void seemed as if it was going to be shattered by his surging blood chi. Extremely terrifying. Wei Yu was horrified, knowing that he couldn't be progressed by Lu Tiannian. Otherwise that great desolate emperor body would become his nightmare. Void sword. Kill. Then, Wei Yu angrily shouted. A divine sword that was surrounded by black light rushed out from his body, transmitting a sharp and incomparable flavor, killing Lu Tianmai. The long sword looked like it could pierce through space. Lu Tiannian was caught off guard and dodged in a hurry, but a sword mark was still cut out on his chest. Extreme spiritual weapon? Many people's eyes stared. A weapon of this level could normally only be activated by someone in the divine Dan realm. Wei Yu urges this sword. It is indeed a great threat. Lu Tianming's eyes were slightly cold. His current physical body had no fear of extreme spirit weapons. At that moment, he executed the talented heavenly phoenix steps and transformed into an aurora borealis, grabbing the void sword as soon as he could. The next thing that surprised people was that within his body, the golden blood chi boiled and entered within the sword body, instantly leaving Wei Yu within the sword body, the spiritual brand, erasing it. The void sword, after trembling violently for a moment, fell silent and became ownerless. How is it possible that you were able to erase my spiritual imprint within the void sword? Wei Yu spat out blood in a large mouth and looked at this scene of Lu Tiannian with a horrified expression. If he wanted to do this, Lu Tianming would have to be much stronger than him to be able to do it. And how could it be so powerful when it was only at the first level of the fiery sun realm? My great desolate emperor body is not something you can understand, Lu Tianming coldly related. A force that can destroy everything. His golden blood chi is what can destroy everything. Chapter 69 Oriental Qingqing present. Then Lu Tianmai appeared in front of Wei Yu, and with a stroke of the void sword, with a poof sound, Wei Yu's head was sliced out. Wei Yu had struck out just now. His moves were deadly, and he hadn't shown any mercy. You actually killed Wei Yu. Lu Hai clenched her silver teeth slightly and shouted angrily. Next, it's you. Lu Tiannian was indifferent, holding the void sword and striding towards Lu Hai. Both of them were disciples of the eastern pouring city. Beheading him would also be excellent revenge for Dongfang Qingcheng, and he would not let it go. You forced me to do this, soul-suppressing tower. Lu Hai's heart chilled. The killing intent in Lu Tianming's eyes was too cold, like she was looking at a dead person. She was also a bit intimidated. At that moment, he directly cast his bottom card. Of the 3 extreme spirit weapons, the soul suppressor tower was the most powerful one. Boom! In the next moment, the haze glowed brightly on Lu Hai's forehead, and a stone tower appeared, growing larger against the wind. 100 feet. Many of the nearby disciples, even those 2 fire scaly scales had shocked eyes and backed up crazily. This tower's aura was too strong, and they all smelled a soul-throbbing flavor. Soul-suppressing pagoda. The pagoda that Dongfang Qingcheng quenched with her essence blood. Outside the mountain range, some of the 4 palace elders exclaimed in shock. Dongfang Qingcheng's divine creation was far inferior even to them. Sacrificing weapons was also nothing at all to her. The soul-suppressing tower, even though it was only an extreme spiritual artifact, was far too powerful. It can also suppress the divine soul, and unusual elders must fear it. Shun. Lu Hai's aura rose, and the blue light emanating from his body surged even more, like an ocean roaring in anger. With a cold shout, she poured the Bihai blood chi, all of it, into the soul suppressor tower. The soul-suppressing pagoda immediately emitted a dazzling divine aura and fiercely suppressed Lu Tianming. In an instant, it was as if the air around Lu Tianming was imprisoned and contracted, making him unable to move. Lu Tianming sighed in admiration. Dongfang Qingcheng's aptitude was truly extraordinary. Such a divine weapon could be refined. Without means, it would indeed be difficult to resist this soldier. Open for me. However, Lu Tianming was not afraid. Even if Dongfang Qingcheng's main body came, he was going to the other party. At that moment, the golden light emanating from his entire body became even more piercing, and the void sword in his hand directly turned into the color of gold before he swung the sword, and a thick sword aura immediately chopped at the soul-suppressing tower. At the same time, he offered the ancient mirror that he had snatched from Shao Gun, shooting out a sharp divine light, and together they resisted the soul-suppressing tower. This tower is not comparable to these 2 weapons. Lu Hai sneered. This item was in the top category of all extreme spiritual weapons. Boom! Sure enough, the soul-suppressing tower lightly shook. A great pressure was released, and Lu Tiannian's sword light, and the beams of light emanating from the stone mirror, all wore away. Then the soul-suppressing pagoda, once again with an unstoppable self-him, pressed down towards Lu Tiannian. Dongfang Qingcheng, what kind of thing is that? A tower wants to stop me. Too naive. Lu Tianmeng was enraged. Don't want the eastern dump stuff to run rampant. Get the hell out of. At that moment, Lu Tiannian took out his giant K-heavy sword, exploding 250,000 pounds of divine power, and struck the soul-suppressing pagoda with a vicious blow from the sword. A grand metallic trill rang out. On the soul-suppressing tower, the majestic and huge force immediately disintegrated and tumbled out. A clear crack appeared on it. Hiss! Countless people sucked in cool air with shocked faces. With the power of his physical body, he had actually shattered the extreme spiritual weapon. Lu Tiannian's physical body was too domineering. Lu Hai suffered a backlash. Immediately a mouthful of blood sprayed out of her rosy lips. She looked at Lu Tiannian with a shocked face. How is it possible that you were able to break the soul-suppressing tower? Monstrous waves also surged in her heart. This was simply a monster. Pust. However, Lu Tiannian transformed into a straight ray of light and flew past Lu Hai, the giant K sword in his hand dripping a bloody light. Lu Hai's body stiffened and stayed there. It was only after a long time that a line of blood surfaced on her jade neck before her head tilted and fell. Thus, Wei Yu and Lu Hai, the two named disciples of Dongfang Qingcheng, all died tragically. The disciples of the Yu Palace were all shocked. Xiang Fei Yu all looked shocked. Lu Tianmian, this guy's means. It's too terrifying. Killing the two. Dongfang Qingcheng was bound to be furious. This was completely slapping Dongfang Qingcheng in the face. Roar! At this moment, the two scaly beasts broke through the crowd's restraints, looked at Lu Tianmeng with a flash of fear in their eyes, and immediately turned into two flaming lights and flew away from this place. It only felt that this human youth was very terrifying. The sword in his hand gave their souls a sense of awe. It didn't dare to make an enemy of Lu Tianmai at all. Seeing this, Lu Tianmeng smiled faintly. It was good that he would have less trouble with these two scaly scales, and after killing Wei Yu and Lu Hai, their identity cards, too, fell into his hands, together with the ones he had snatched from Shogun and the others before. It could be said that nowadays, he had the most identity cards. This four-palace assembly, the gaze of the Yu Palace had the best results. Swish! Then, with a move of his palm, Lu Tianmeng took the blazing sun fruit tree and put it away. The many blazing sun fruits in it could enhance his strength quite a bit. Lu Tianmian, you seek death. Right at this moment, a loud shout spread out, and not far away on Wanqiu Mountain, Dongfang Qingcheng flew in, emitting a surging and incomparable holy light, like a vastness undulating. Originally, she had waited on Wanqiu Mountain, wanting to understand the grudge with Lu Tianmeng. Unexpectedly, Wei Yu and Lu Hai, who had also died in the hands of Lu Tianming, were undoubtedly furious to the extreme. Dongfang Qingcheng, you've come at the right time. Let's end it here today. Lu Tianmian laughed coldly, a terrifying coldness radiating from within his eyes. 2 years, he lives all thanks to Dongfang Qingcheng. Yaoji Master Uncle was framed by the other side, but also almost lost his life. His coldness towards Dongfang Qingcheng could be described as strong and boundless. Kill. Lu Tianmian didn't have the slightest bit of nonsense. Holding his heavy sword, he was slashing at Dongfang Qingcheng. Lu Tianmian, it's indeed good that you've grown to this point, but I have to tell you that you still can't do it in front of me. Dongfang Qingcheng's tone was icy cold. Lu Tianming first scrapped Lu Mulan, almost her own sister, and then killed Wei Yu and Lu Hai, two of her disciples, repeatedly going against her, and she was also enraged. She didn't regret what happened back then. The weak and the strong were the laws of the world. If you want to blame her, you can only blame Lu Tianmeng for trusting her. When, at that moment, with a flick of her jade hand, a terrifyingly huge force erupted, unexpectedly blocking such a powerful sword from Lu Tianmai, and the strong energy within her jade hand also made Lu Tianmeng's palm tremble, almost letting the heavy sword come out of his hand. Blazing Sun Realm, Extreme Realm, you've opened the Earth Orifice. Lu Tianming's eyes stared. At the extreme level of the Fiery Yang Realm, there would be 2 more orifices, one at the heavenly lingai and one at the lower abdomen, named heavenly orifices and earthly orifices. Once opened, they can exert the power of heaven and earth. Dongfang Qingcheng, even if only one earth orifice was opened, was still very terrifying. Looking at the Holy Land, I'm afraid she's the only one who did it. After all, the further one cultivates, the more difficult it is to step into the extreme realm. Dongfang Qingcheng opened the earth aperture, can mobilize the power of the earth. The combat power of 10 people at the peak of the Fiery Sun Realm cannot be compared. Lu Tianmian, you're a mere first level of the Fiery Yang Realm, The gap between you and this palace is too great. Dongfang Qingcheng looked contemptuous. Even if she was in the same realm as Lu Tianmai, with all her undercurrents, Lu Tianmai might not even be her opponent. Not to mention that her realm was so much more powerful than Lu Tianmeng. With the power of the earth, the threat that Lu Tianmian's perverted physical body posed to her would all be diminished. Prime Palm. At that moment, Dongfang Qingcheng coldly shouted. Today, she and Lu Tianmeng were destined for one of them to fail miserably. At that moment, the earth orifice in her abdomen glowed, and an earth-colored light visible to the naked eye converged towards her. Within a radius of tens of thousands of feet, the mountains, rivers, grasses and trees became withered with the naked eye. Dongfang Qingcheng looked like she had turned into an earth goddess. Her palm force was overbearing. Chapter 70 Showdown. Many people marveled. The power of the earth, it was truly terrifying. And at this moment, Dongfang Qingcheng's divine power was also strong and boundless. Lu Tianmian was fearless. He had waited for this day for too long. At this moment, his blood was boiling and his battle aura was amazing. He exhibited the mark of God within his dantian. One must know that this seal of God, which was fused by stepping into two extreme realms, was far too powerful than a single one. At that moment, Lu Tianming's battle chi skyrocketed, like he was transformed into a god as he executed the fourth stance of the 8 desolate fists, sweeping the barbarians. Terrifying golden blood chi, as well as savage aura erupted, such as it could sweep across the heavens and earth. The strongest strike of the 8 desolate fists? The people were surprised that the 8 desolate fists were so powerful that it hardened the human rank upper grade battle technique. It would have been difficult to cultivate. Not only did Lu Tianmian succeed, he also reached the grand completion in less than 2 months. His qualifications were truly amazing. Boom! Divine light bloomed. Space slightly tore open a crack, and as a result, Lu Tianmian took 3 steps backwards, while Dongfang Qingcheng took 3.5 steps backwards. The surrounding area once again set off vibrations. Dongfang Qingcheng was like a god in their minds. Unbeatable. It was unbelievable that he had fallen into a disadvantage under the hard blows with Lu Tianmian. Dongfang Qingcheng, this strength of yours is nothing more than that. Lu Tianmian unloaded the strong recoil and laughed coldly. Dongfang Qingcheng's true essence was a great deal more majestic than his. His organs went into a frenzy, but he had the Great Desolate Emperor body, so it was nothing. You even made me go backwards. Dongfang Qingcheng's silver teeth clenched, her beautiful eyes cold. Within the Holy Land, she was a symbol of invincibility, and that was unacceptable to her. However, Lu Tianmian's seal of God amazed her, and with this item's enchantment, its battle power had really increased by too much. Next, I won't stay my hand. Dongfang Qingcheng's eyebrows swept over with killing intent as she put her tilted immortal sacred body on display, and a huge sacred domain appeared, like a small world, enveloping Lu Tianmeng. In the world, Dongfang Qingcheng was like the master of heaven and earth. Every inch of her pores were emitting holy light, overwhelming the 8 wastes. Saint-level physique vision? Many people exclaimed in shock. A saint-level physique that could display a vision was a terrifying world power. In the vision, the self is invincible. Legend has it that during the ancient times, someone made this pouring immortal sacred body into a great success, and when the vision opened, it was nearly capable of enveloping a realm. After the rise of Dongfang Qingcheng, no disciple in the Holy Land was her match. Seeing the vision now thrilled many. Back then, you had this physical anomaly and couldn't awaken. It was me who taught and even used my own origin power to help you open. Lu Tianmian's tone was slightly cold. Under the shroud of the small world, he felt that the true essence in his body was somewhat stagnant, like it was being suppressed and could not be mobilized. The vision of a saint-level physique was indeed extraordinary. Once opened, light can dominate the universe. Omnipotent. So what if it is? Dongfang Qingcheng sneered, her heart complex. The Lu Tianmian back then was indeed extremely kind to himself, truly treating her as a close little sister, but she was close to Lu Tianmeng only to use the other party. She was a woman, and if she wanted to live in this cruel world, she had to be strong. It's only by any means necessary. Lu Tianming sneered. He used to be nice to anyone before he raised a lot of white-eyed wolves. After that he would only live for himself. In the past, how I pushed you up to the top, now I'll drop you down any way I can. Lu Tianmian coldly shouted, and a terrifying golden blood chi erupted, as he was like a golden dragon, awakening within his body. Brush! At that moment, executing the heavenly phoenix steps, he rushed to Dongfang Qingcheng's side and slashed out with a sword, and with a poof sound, he slashed out a half-meter-long bloodstain on Dongfang Qingcheng's tall stature, almost splitting Dongfang Qingcheng into 2 halves and causing her to die a horrible death. Countless people were horrified as to how Dongfang Qingcheng hadn't suppressed Lu Tianmian when she had exerted her saint-level physique vision. It is rumored that the Great Desolate Emperor body can restrain all the visions under the sky, so it seems to be true. Someone was surprised. Die for me. Dongfang Qingcheng was enraged. the killing chance in her eyes became even more intense, and she similarly slashed out with a claw. Her 5 fingers were like the claws of a god, and with a stabbing sound, she scratched out 5 bloody wounds in front of Lu Tianmian's chest. The vision, though, didn't suppress Lu Tianmu, but in this small world, the addition of her breath remained. Lu Tianming felt a fiery pain in his chest, unbearable. However, he cared even less, completely fighting with injuries, a kick out, so that the eastern Qingqing's chest, all the sound of bone thwarting, broke at least 5 ribs. Giant mountain seal. Dongfang Qingqing didn't show any weakness either. In the small world, she moved a huge mountain, and with a loud boom, it smashed onto Lu Tianmian, smashing Lu Tianmian's body on the verge of falling apart, coughing up blood. Click, click, click. But Lu Tianmian's physical body is really too terrifying. Immediately barbarian body refining art operation, Great Desolate Heart Sutra outbreak, his broken bones, almost in the visible speed of the naked eye to continue. The Great Desolate Heart Sutra also absorbed the essence of the 8 directions, so that his breath, visible to the naked eye to the speed of growth, at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, his breath grew. Golden sky divine finger. Then, Lu Tianmian shouted, using his fist instead of his finger to strike a terrifyingly monstrous, atmospheric punch. Dongfang Qingqing had never thought since that Lu Tianming's body recovery ability was so perverted. This punch went straight through Dongfang Qingqing's chest, striking out from her back and bringing out a large patch of blood. The hearts of many people were beating out of their chests in astonishment. Lu Tianming actually threw a punch, piercing through Dongfang Qingqing's body. It was so scary, their brains went blank. Venerable Savage Dragon also paled. If that was the case, wouldn't it mean that Dongfang Qingqing had lost? This is the pride of their lineage. How can they lose? Lu Tian life. I underestimated. The Great Desert Emperor body. Really strong. Lu Tian life overbearing fist power. Through the East Qingqing beautiful delicate body, the East Qingqing noble pretty face, and no incredulous, annoyed color, but a pair of eyes, looking at the face near at hand cold man's face. The corner of the mouth also reveals a smile, worthy of letting me Oriental Qingqing, almost moved the man. What are you up to? Lu Tianming's eyes narrowed slightly as a touch of uneasiness rose in his heart. A ghostly aura swept across Dongfang Qingqing's beautiful eyes, and her tone became slightly sinister as she laughed. I think that in the past 2 years, you have been wondering why I killed so many Eastern Wasteland Celestials in the first place, and why my purpose was to take your Dao bone, so today I will let you know a thing or two. After speaking, the holy light on the surface of Dongfang Qingqing's body receded at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then a large area of black light overflowed from its body, and at that moment, Lu Tianming sensed that there was a powerful aura locking him up, making him unable to move. Then within Dongfang Qingqing's body, an extremely strong devouring force was generated. Lu Tianming only felt that the origin of his Great Desolate Emperor body was actually being absorbed by Dongfang Qingqing at an extremely astonishing speed. The aura on Dongfang Qingqing's body became even stronger. Devil Path Physique. Such a strong devouring power. Could it be the heaven-swallowing devil physique? Some of the Eastern Wasteland powerhouses, some of their faces changed and let out exclamations of shock. In an instant, the outskirts of the crowded mountain range set off a huge tremor. Heaven-swallowing demon body? At those words, the obsidian Heavenly Father also changed his face furiously, shock surfacing at the bottom of his eyes. He had naturally heard of the heaven-swallowing demon body, known as one of the most terrifying physiques in history. Legend has it that in the ancient times, there was a world-defying powerhouse who awakened the heaven-swallowing demon body, devoured the origin of the heavenly pride's physique under the heavens, and proved himself to be an emperor. His name is Devil Emperor Swallowing Heaven. In that period, the heavens were dark. The heaven-swallowing demon emperor, the king of the world. No one in the world can stand against him. The earth was devastated and blood was shed in a horrible way. The Xuanwu realm, all of which had almost become the devil's land of the devil's path. Even if he knew that Dongfang Qingqing was hiding in undercard, I didn't realize it was so appalling. Kunlun Holy Land, your holy maiden has such an evil physique. Won't you give an explanation to the Eastern Wasteland cultivators? At this moment, an Eastern Wasteland powerhouse stood up and coldly shouted. The heaven-swallowing demon body is too much of a hidden danger. If Dongfang Qingqing were to become the next heaven-swallowing demon emperor, it would be a disaster for the entire Xuanwu realm. They had a deep hatred for the heaven-swallowing demon body. Good and evil exist in one's heart, and it has nothing to do with physique or external objects. Venerable Barbarian Dragon smiled faintly. Chapter 71 Heaven-swallowing devil body. Many overwhelmingly great figures in history had all participated in the Devil's Way technique. It still doesn't prevent being honored by all the spirits, as long as there were no major problems with one's mind. Even if one cultivated devilish techniques, there was no excuse. Upon hearing this, those strong people, who looked resentful, were unable to refute it. The major Kunlun sacred land, which dominated the eastern wasteland region, had a deep heritage that they could not shake, coupled with the fact that Dongfang Qingcheng was in the middle of the day. As long as she didn't do anything great and evil, it really didn't affect her reputation. Instead, it would add another dimension to her horrific glory. Immortal and devil in the same body. This Dongfang Qingcheng, really demonic. Zhua Xingtian, the holy land of heavenly Tao, murmured. The tone was filled with undisguised admiration. Originally, when Dongfang Qingcheng had a saint-level physique, she already had a boundless future, shining brightly in the mountains and rivers, not to mention the heaven-swallowing demon body that shook ancient history. Properly utilized, the Oriental tilting city will surely forge a legend and stir up the times. Even though he was an imperial realm powerhouse, his heart was boiling a bit. Good boy, heaven-swallowing demon body. Ah, this kid, Lu Tiannian, is going to be in danger. Chu maniac of the undying Holy Land also smacked his lips and marveled. If Dongfang Qingcheng absorbed Lu Tianming's Great Desolate Emperor body origin, with two amazing physiques added to his body, that battle power made his scalp a little numb just thinking about it. A heaven-swallowing demon body and a Great Desolate Emperor body, both of which can make gods and demons cower in fear. It's truly wonderful. On the other side, Qin Wan'er also smiled faintly. She had heard of the heaven-swallowing demon emperor, who had never lost a battle in his life. Only when he stepped into the saint realm, he fought a Great Desolate Emperor body and was inferior by half a move. In the end, the heaven-swallowing demon emperor, devouring more body origins, became even more terrifying and invincible in the world. When he wanted to find the Great Desolate Emperor body, a no former shame, but the latter, due to the wrath of God, should be robbed, failed. The heaven-swallowing demon emperor was furious and killed all the families of that Great Desolate Imperial body, refining their essence blood, all of them, within his body in retaliation. However, the inferiority of half a move at that time was due to the fact that the heaven-swallowing demon emperor, practicing at a critical moment, was pursued by his enemies. Otherwise, the winner is still unknown. Now the heaven-swallowing demon body, and the Great Desolate Emperor body, had met once again. She found it extremely interesting, wanted to see who would win and who would lose with these two physiques that had amazed the ages. Everyone else thought the same thing, and their looks flamed up. Heaven-swallowing demon body? The obsidian heavenly father, however, narrowed his eyes. Back then, in the burial god abyss, Dongfang Qingcheng, called Lu Tianmian, went off the deep end and tried to desecrate her, and also killed many of the eastern wasteland's great power prides. Those heavenly prides died extremely miserable deaths, being drained of their origin. It's a bit like being caused by the heaven-swallowing demon body. His eyes instantly glazed over. Dongfang Qingcheng, have you finally cast your bottom card? In the middle of the battlefield, Lu Tianmian's eyes stood up and he let out a cold smile. At first, he had a feeling that Dongfang Qingcheng had a devil's bottom card, and it was true. However, staring at the other party's heaven-swallowing demon body, there was some regret in his heart. This physique was famous throughout the ages, and the hidden means of Dongfang Qingcheng was so terrifying that it surprised him as well. Lu Tianmian, today I want the origin of your Great Desolate Emperor body to fulfill me as well. Dongfang Qingcheng's tone was cold and chilly. No one knows what happened back then, even if others were to learn about it. With her current position in the Holy Land, it wouldn't hinder anything. Immortal and devil in the same body, her qualifications were destined to shine in the history books. After saying that, her slender hands firmly grabbed Lu Tianming, and the heaven-swallowing demon body in her body was frantically activated. Lu Tianming's Great Desolate Emperor body's origin flowed faster. If she obtained the Great Desolate Imperial body, no one would dare to compete with her on the Imperial path. Not good. Big brother Lu is in danger. Zhong Jianqi's jade face changed, and at that moment, within her petite body, a terrifying aura erupted, and she was about to help. Brother Lu was the most important person to her. She absolutely could not see anything happen to him. This is a grudge between them. Let Senior Lu personally settle it. At this moment, Li Yuanji, however, grabbed Zhong Jianqi and gently shook her head. Lu Tianming's hatred for Dongfang Qingcheng had nearly become an obsession for him. Even if they wanted to help, Senior Lu was absolutely unwilling. And Master Lu was not simple. He shouldn't have been defeated so easily. Just like that, Zhong Jianqi opened her red lips and finally nodded her head. Knowing Brother Luck's temper, the grudge was so big that he did want to settle it himself. Being entangled by the heaven-swallowing demon body, wanting to break free can't be easy. It is rumored that during the desolate ancient era, many geniuses were drained of their origin this way. Many watchers were also aghast. Could it be that the Great Desolate Imperial body, which had moved through the ages, was just going to come to an end? Lu Tianming, I couldn't have grown without your help. Dongfang Qingcheng laughed freely. They were so close, and Lu Tianmian was being held by her. like a fish on a chopping board, only to be slaughtered by her. She had already thought of the scene where she absorbed the Great Desolate Emperor body origin and was king of the 9 heavens. The heart rises with supreme grandeur. You think too highly of yourself. Lu Tiannian snorted. The heaven-swallowing demon body was indeed terrifying. He couldn't move like he was being sucked in. However, he was a Great Desolate Emperor body, and his blood chi was as terrifying as a true dragon. So how could it be so easy for others to bind him? Great Desolate Emperor body. Second Divine Collection. Open. At that moment, Lu Tiannian shouted in a deep voice, and his entire body erupted like a volcano with golden light. Above his head, a second golden portal appeared, in a semi-open state. At once many golden blood chi, like magma, poured into Lu Tianmeng. Lu Tianmeng's divine power was steeply and greatly strengthened. Boom! Lu Tiannian's body shook, and a terrifying aura erupted, shocking Dongfang Qingcheng, causing him to fall back dozens of feet, spitting blood from the corner of his mouth. The Great Desolate Emperor body's second divine collection. He actually half-opened it. Many cultivators were immediately shocked. The divine stash of the Great Desolate Emperor body was extremely difficult to open. There was even a Great Desolate Emperor body that opened the first divine deposit and was unable to do so. Lu Tiannian had actually, within a few months, even opened the second divine deposit, which was about to open. This progress is truly horrifying. There is definitely a great secret in its body. Some Eastern Wasteland powerhouses shook their voices. Indeed, by virtue of the teachings of the woman in white, coupled with the heaven crashing bell, the heavenly Tao tribulation was suppressed. With the burning shackles of the immortal flame again, Lu Tianmu's excavation of the Great Desolate Emperor body was indeed beyond the imagination of ordinary people. At that moment, the golden blood chi around Lu Tianmeng directly enveloped the void in a circle of thousands of meters, like turning into a piece of gold country. Sacred and radiant, Lu Tianmian is full of inviolable majesty. Dongfang Qingcheng gritted her teeth. Her heart was unwilling. Such a good opportunity was missed. At the same time, she was surprised at Lu Tianmai's Great Desolate Emperor body. This guy is really like a heavenly destiny, digging into the Great Desolate Imperial body, and it's like a force to be reckoned with. At this moment, under Lu Tianmai's abundant blood chi, she could smell a stagnant flavor. Dongfang Qingcheng, show me all your means. Today I will shatter all of your pride. The entire land roared as Lu Tianmeng took a large step forward. He was like a world-defying god of war, coming from the passing years and looking out of the sky and the earth. You're too arrogant. My heaven-swallowing demon body is no less than the Great Desolate Emperor body, and this is just the beginning. Dongfang Qingcheng coldly snorted, killing intent in her eyes, reaching the peak. The heaven-swallowing demon body was also one of the most terrifying physiques in history. She also has extreme confidence in herself. At this moment, her battle intent was boundless, and she wanted to use normal means to bring down the imperial body. At that moment, her entire body was filled with black light, as if a world-defying god devil had revived, killing Lu Tianmeng. Lu Tianmeng was equally imposing as he killed up. One of them was dazzling with gold, and the divine haze filled the sky. A demonic aura of black mist rolled in. The heavens were covered with two kinds of light, and the weather was spectacular. Two people fierce fight. A moment like a dragon soaring to the sky. A moment like an ape pulling mountains. A moment like a kuanpeng spreading its wings. A moment like a tiger pouncing on a mountain stream. Every move and every style was a killing move, permeated with the flavor of atmosphere and slaughtering the world. Many people's scalps tingled and cold sweat broke out on their backs. Is this two people from the Fiery Sun realm exchanging blows? Even someone in the Divine Elixir realm would have difficulty with this kind of might. The most shocking thing was Lu Tianmian, who was only at the first level of the Fiery Sun realm, hardly shaking the 10th level of the Oriental Qingchun Blazing Sun realm. This is outrageous. Ordinary Fiery Sun realm powerhouses would have killed Eastern Tilting City long ago. Chapter 72 Realm Surge. Lu Tianmian, your realm is too low. You simply can't. Dongfang Qingcheng pressurized the 9 heavens and slapped out a palm, and with a poof, slapped a bloody hole in Lu Tianmian's chest, almost exploding with blood. You don't want to feel good either. Lu Tianmeng laughed coldly, his eyes like ferocious wolves. 5 fingers probed out, inserted into the delicate body of Oriental Qingcheng, crushed its 3 ribs crushed, pulled out, means ruthless. Many people's calves and stomachs were shaking. The two were really fighting for their lives. That's a bloody way to engage. However, gradually, the crowd realized that Lu Tianmian's true element was a bit overpowered. Bang! Accompanied by a ferocious explosion of powerful qi, Lu Tianmian and Dongfang Qingcheng sprayed out a few more mouthfuls of blood as they each retreated backwards. At this moment, the light on Lu Tianmian's body surface was indeed faint. True essence is indeed running out. Lu Tianmian, it's already remarkable that you've been able to fight up to this point. Dongfang Qingcheng sneered. Victorious, even if she was higher than Lu Tianming, by a full 9 minor realms. The true essence in her body was almost depleted. The divine power of Lu Tianmeng's Great Desolate Emperor body was truly perverse. This caused some anger in her heart. After all, she could be no worse than Lu Tianmeng in every aspect. It's good that it's over. You're too early to be happy. Lu Tianmian smiled coldly. If he really thought that he didn't have the strength to fight again, then he was thinking a little too much. What else are you going to do? Dongfang Qingqing's eyes stared. By this point, she had already exerted many of her undercards, divine abilities, and battle techniques. She was naturally annoyed that Lu Tianmian even looked like he could make a move. This damn Great Desolate Emperor body. Is it so difficult to deal with? Lu Tianmian grinned, not caring even though he was spitting blood from his mouth. With a flip of his palm, many crimson fruits appeared within his palm. There were a total of 8, and without the slightest hesitation, Lu Tianmian swallowed them as soon as he could. In a flash his entire body's aura began to skyrocket. Both eyes radiated a brilliant divine light. You actually swallowed 8 blazing sun fruits. Dongfang Qingqiang was shocked in his heart. Although the blazing sun fruit had the function of opening the young orifice, the energy was extremely strong and needed to be refined slowly. Even if she possessed a heaven-swallowing demon body, when she was in the blazing sun realm, she would only dare to swallow 3 blazing sun fruits at a time at the most. Any more than that might have been a certain problem with her Dao body. Lu Tianmian had even swallowed 8 at once. Wasn't he afraid that the strong energy would burst his Dao body? Click, click, click. Sure enough, in the next moment, Lu Tianming's body expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. A vein crumbled out, like a small snake, every pore, spewing essence, like a balloon about to inflate. Big brother Lu. Zhong Jianxie had tears in her eyes. Lu Tiancher's life could be in danger. Li Yuanji was also nervous. Swallowing 8 blazing sun fruits at once. No one in the Holy Land dared to do so. Lu Tianmian is going to explode. On the outskirts of the mountain range, many strong people were also surprised. Is Lu Tianmian so ruthless to blow himself up and pull Dongfang Qingqing on his way? You want to die with me? How can it be that easy? Dongfang Qingqing sneered and turned into a golden light, falling backward hundreds of feet. She had a very bright future, and it was impossible for her to really die with Lu Tianmai. The lowlife. The self-detonation of the Great Desolate Emperor body was otherwise very terrifying. No one dares to underestimate it. Buzz. However, to everyone's surprise, when Lu Tianmian's body, after expanding to a certain extent, did not explode, Lu Tianming's eyes were like lightning as he revolved the barbarian body refining technique, and a bizarre aura filled the air. The energy within his body was instantly refined, and then his breath began to rise wildly. The second level of the Blazing Sun Realm, the third level of the Blazing Sun Realm, fourth level of the Fiery Sun Realm, fifth level of the Fiery Sun Realm. In no time, he reached the 5th level of the Blazing Sun Realm. In the limbs and chest, there are 5 young orifices glowing, like 5 little suns. They light up heaven and earth. What kind of body refining technique is this? Seeing this scene, the surrounding area immediately set off an uproar. The body refinement technique that Lu Tianmeng had performed was bound to be extremely terrifying. It was simply impossible for ordinary body techniques to have such a strong ability to refine energy. It must be an ancient body refining technique. Some of the powerhouses blazed as well. There were too many secrets in Lu Tianming's body. Taking out just about any of them is so amazing. Of course, they didn't know that Lu Tianmian's barbarian body refining technique was extremely top-notch even in the barbarian period. It was much more powerful than any normal ancient body refining technique. If they knew about it, it was even more unknown how shocked they would be. It could be said that none of the feats that the woman in white had given Lu Tianmeng were simple. Dongfang Qingqing's petite body shivered, not expecting Lu Tianmian to have such a terrifying body refining technique. Taking all 8 blazing sun fruits and absorbing them instantly. Even with her heritage, she didn't have such a subtle body technique. She suddenly felt somewhat unable to read Lu Tianmeng. The chances that the other party possessed were simply out of the ordinary. It's a bit of a waste, but it's barely acceptable. Lu Tianmian didn't care about the crowd's surprise, craned his neck, felt the surging energy in his body, and grinned. He had originally planned to take these blazing sun fruits and refine the blazing sundan in order to perfectly utilize the medicinal power. But now there was undoubtedly only the crude method of direct refining. Now he had recovered directly and was stronger than at his peak. Breathing in randomly, a powerful air current was generated, blowing the sand around and breaking the stones. Dongfang Qingqing's eyes came down hard. With her fame, she should have directly crushed Lu Tianmeng. But now that she had unleashed all of her heaven-swallowing demon body, she still hadn't defeated Lu Tianmai. Instead, it also allowed Lu Tianmai to break through to the 5th level of the Fiery Sun Realm. It's a huge shame. In that case, then let you see how strong my heaven-swallowing demon body truly is. Heaven-swallowing demon palm. Kill. Dongfang Qingqing's tone was icy cold, without the slightest bit of emotion, as if it was coming from the 9 ghosts. Immediately after that, she activated her earth orifice and absorbed the power of the earth, making her body's aura once again grow strong. Rumble. In the next moment, the black mist all over her body skyrocketed, and a huge ghostly face actually appeared in the dome of the sky. Dongfang Qingcheng slapped out a palm and the entire heaven and earth went dark, like a troll coming out of the world. A huge palm print, 100 feet in size, blasted towards Lu Tianmeng. Many people's legs trembled in shock. Heaven-swallowing devil palm. This was one of the heaven-swallowing devil body's innate divine abilities. Once, the heaven-swallowing demon emperor used this palm to suppress the desolate ancient world, defeating countless heavenly prides. There was also an extremely strong refining energy in the palm force, capable of refining people into pus and blood and absorbing them into the body. Dongfang Qingcheng had actually cast it, and the power was truly frightening. Rumble. In the midst of many shocked gazes, the terrifying palm force, like a black tsunami, came connecting heaven and earth. Lu Tianming's eyes, too, surfaced with a touch of solemnity. Dongfang Qingcheng's immortal and demon bodies were of the same body with a strong origin, and it was indeed terrifying to execute such a powerful palm force. An average Shindan realm could be killed. However, his eyes were like swords, and a touch of strong battle intent rose within him. Breaking through to the 5th level of the Blazing Sun realm, his strength had also increased greatly. It was just the right time to want to fight with Oriental Tilting City. Again. At that moment, Lu Tianmeng took a deep breath and released the Great Desolate Emperor body, the vast golden blood chi. A golden lightning bolt appeared all over the dome of the sky, an amazing sight. Then, Lu Tianmian's hands formed a seal in front of his body, and a grand momentum immediately spread out within his palms. That's, on the outskirts of the mountain range. Many people also sensed that the terrifying might contained in Lu Tianmian's handprints, like a great river that was about to burst its banks. It had the flavor of a mountain rain, and many people changed their colors. One of the old men's voice jerked and hissed, "This is the aura of the dragon elephant's sacred heavenly strength." Boom! The words fell like a meteorite into the earth. The crowded clearing was all a bit blown up. Many of the eastern wasteland powers and sect lords' faces changed wildly, filled with shock. Even Chu Maniac of the Undying Holy Land, Qin Wanner of the Sacred Dan Hall, and Zhuo Xingtian of the Heavenly Dao Holy Land had their hearts wildly shaken. Dragon elephant's sacred sky strength. Isn't it the Kunlun Holy Land, lost for many years? In the past, the Kunlun sacred ground even had a tendency to be the top of the 4 sacred grounds with this feat. Now, Lu Tianmeng had actually comprehended the dragon elephant's sacred heavenly strength. How? There were many outcries, screams, and disbelief. Like a tsunami, countless cultivators' backs were a little numb, full of unbelief. Lu Tianmeng was surprisingly so blessed. Ha ha, good, good. It really is the dragon elephant's sacred heavenly strength. On the podium, the Obsidian Heavenly Father then couldn't help but laugh out loud with a cheerful expression, patting the seat with great vigor. Chapter 73 The Second Divine Treasure. Although Lu Tianmian, suspected to have learned the dragon elephant's sacred heavenly strength, he hadn't really performed it. No one knows if the inheritance is true or false, or if there is a lack of it. It's obviously true now. After so many years, it was naturally a great good thing that there was once again a heavenly pride within the Holy Land who had acquired the dragon elephant's sacred heavenly strength. In the future, on top of the Eastern Wasteland Heaven's remarkable assembly, let's see which power still dares to underestimate the Kunlun Sacred Land. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look relieved as he glanced at quite a few of the Eastern Wasteland's great sects and family lords. Seeing this, those heads of forces, too, couldn't help but have their faces twitch with some scorn. A disciple who learned the dragon elephant's sacred heavenly strength could indeed shake the Eastern Wasteland. For the Kunlun Sacred Land to give birth to such a proud son, it was truly not to be underestimated. Terrifying fluctuations swept across the surface of Lu Tianmian's body, and at this moment, Lu Tianmian was like an awakened ancient ferocious beast, filled with a domineering aura that shook the Qianquan. Under the sight of many people who were shocked beyond belief, only a huge ancient pale dragon and giant elephant were seen appearing above Lu Tianming's head. It's 1,000 feet long, and it's a force to be reckoned with. Underneath them, it's like there's another world. The silhouettes of the pale dragon and the giant elephant seemed like divine beasts suppressing the underworld. At this moment, in the Split Cloud Mountain Range, countless peaks were resonating, and an unknown number of demonic beasts in the barren forests were shivering, worshipping this place. Like seeing the emperor among the demonic beasts, there was only submission. Dragon elephant's sacred heavenly strength. You actually comprehended all of it. A touch of surprise also surfaced on Dongfang Qingcheng's absolutely beautiful face. She always felt that Lu Tianmeng had only gotten half a claw at most. After all, at that time, Venerable Savage Dragon had stepped in and destroyed Lu Tianmeng's enlightenment. At this moment, what Lu Tianmeng comprehended was even complete, and she was chilled. How did Lu Tianmeng brand the dragon elephant's sacred heavenly strength? All of it, into his mind. Venerable barbarian dragon also fell his chair down on his butt, his body staggering as he fell back a few steps, pallor appearing on an aged face. After he had struck, Lu Tianmian had suffered a Dao wound, and it was already incredible that he could heal it. Nowadays, he was even able to comprehend the complete dragon elephant's sacred heavenly strength. Monstrous waves also surged in his heart. What kind of secret does this kid have on him? At this moment, even within the ancestral realm, many old ancestors were shocked in their hearts as they watched the scene. Startsong had an old face that was even more stiff as a clay mold. If Lu Tianmeng was only a great desolate emperor body, he would still be able to deal with it. After all, this physique is very restrictive. 8 shackles descended from the sky, threatening to take his life at any time. However, if the dragon elephant's sacred heavenly strength was added, it would be somewhat astonishing. This guy Jin is claimed to be able to suppress the underworld. Lu Tianmeng had a bright future in the Xuanwu realm in the future. And by the lake, Old Man Black and Old Man White couldn't help but laugh aloud when they saw this. It was worthy of being the disciple that Chu Ling Xin, that demon, had her eye on. It's really extraordinary. The Kunlun Sanctuary, which has been suffering from the disease for a long time, does have the possibility of seeing the blue sky. They looked at the curtain of light with smiles at the corners of their mouths. The sky was shocked. At this moment, a dragon and an elephant, hanging high in the 9 heavens, Lu Tianmian looks like the long-fated ancient emperor of Kunlun, reappearing in the world to shake the ancient world. Looking out of the corner of the eye, with a head of black hair rising chaotically, he looked at Dongfang Qingcheng and said aloud, "Come on, Dongfang Qingcheng, let's see if your heaven-swallowing demon palm is powerful or my dragon elephant's sacred heavenly strength is better." Rumble. As his words fell, Lu Tianmeng put the dragon elephant holy sky strength on display, and the massive giant elephant and pale dragon crushed the void and impacted. The surging breath, like an ocean pouring out, could sweep through the 6 heavens and 8 wastelands. At this moment, Dongfang Qingcheng's absolutely beautiful and delicate body was trembling. Her limited excavation of the heaven-swallowing demon body, coupled with the fact that her realm had been suppressed from the 9th level of the celestial realm to the fiery sun realm, weakened her strength too much. A rare flavor of irresistibility rose in her heart. I'm destined to be famous in this era. How can I lose to this lowly bastard? Lu Tianming. Dongfang Qingcheng gritted her teeth. Her beautiful eyes erupted with hostility. She couldn't lose. It would be a huge stain on her reputation. Rumble. Next, Dongfang Qingcheng bit her fingertip and scratched out a weird rune. Then the wind and thunder were loud. The wind and clouds in the sky and the earth changed, and the many divine lights coalesced into a 7-colored divine sword, and she swallowed the heavenly devil palm, and killed it together. Qiankuan was instantly filled with a terrifying sword intent. Like this divine sword, a sword of the heavenly Tao, which could cut down yin and yang and overthrow the 8 wastelands. The many disciples of the 4 palaces were cold through and through. If this sword kills, they can be destroyed dozens of times. This is the Di Wu immortal sword art, the end branch of Emperor Xianyu's imperial art. There was an eastern wasteland old man, who lost his voice. Imperial law immortal technique. This is the highest level of divine technique in the world. Even a sporadic inheritance could mold an overwhelmingly strong person. Dongfang Qingcheng actually possessed an imperial technique. Even if it was an end technique, it was still very terrifying. Heaven-swallowing demon palm, Di Wu immortal sword art added together. This power is terrifying. Some of the most powerful eyes showed a strange light, fighting with the dragon elephant's sacred heavenly strength, which is historic. Some of the elders who embraced Dongfang Qingcheng looked nervous. I hope Oriental Tilt wins. The divine posture that Lu Tianmeng displayed nowadays was no longer weak to her at all. No one wants to be in a holy place with such a threat. Finally, under the many nervous gazes, the first stance of the dragon elephant's sacred heavenly strength, the dragon elephant Bo Ruo, and the heaven-swallowing demon palm and Diyu immortal sword technique of Dongfang Qingcheng collided ferociously. Like a star exploding, an infinite amount of brilliant light swept through. It had to be said that the combination of the 2 divine arts of Dongfang Qingcheng was indeed domineering. One is pitch black and boundless, and can devour the energy of the world, while the other has a dazzling immortal light that can pierce through all things in Qiankuan. The dragon elephant's sacred heavenly strength was all a bit out of power. After a few minutes, Dongfang Qingcheng's palm force, and the domineering sword light, had the upper hand. The elders who supported Dongfang Qingcheng were relieved to see this. Venerable barbarian dragon even laughed up to the sky, looking towards Yaoji heavenly father and smiling. Senior brother Yaoji, it seems that it is still Dongfang Qingcheng, who is better. The obsidian heavenly father's face was gloomy and his heart was cold. This duel was a matter of life and death. If something were to happen to heaven's mandate, the consequences would be too serious. Today it is very unfavorable, indeed, to the mandate of heaven. If Dongfang Qingcheng wins, the era that truly belongs to her is about to begin. Many strong people also marveled. One must know that Dongfang Qingcheng had suppressed her realm to the blazing sun realm. If it was at its peak, how amazing it would be was simply unimaginable. Lu Tianmian, do you serve or not? Oriental Qingcheng green silk flying, light like can make the sun, moon and stars lose color. The jade face of the country, there is supreme bravado, coldly drank. She was confident as she cast 2 great imperial techniques in a row, completely crushing any heaven's pride human Jia. What's there to serve? Give me some more time. You're far from being my opponent. Lu Tianmian smiled coldly. A stern light flickered at the bottom of his eyes. Besides, you haven't won yet. What's with the arrogance? As the words fell, Lu Tianmian let out a fierce roar, like a captive ferocious dragon trying to break free from its bonds. Crunchy. In the next moment, everyone was shocked to see that on top of Lu Tianmai's head, the second golden portal opened completely, and large swaths of purple golden blood chi poured over Lu Tianmai's body. In an instant, Lu Tianmian's aura was as majestic and magnificent as a 10,000-foot mountain rising from the ground. Then, Dongfang Qingcheng's sword light and palm power were instantly crushed, and the dragon elephant's sacred heavenly strength killed Dongfang Qingcheng like 2 barren ancient ferocious beasts. The second divine height of the Great Desolate Emperor body has been completely opened by him. And looking at this scene, a monstrous tremor immediately rose up in the surroundings. The battle was so intense, with all its twists and turns, that it made your blood boil. How is it possible? Dongfang Qingcheng also changed her face abruptly, shocked beyond measure. The Great Desolate Emperor body divine collection. Every time it opens, the power is countless times more powerful. Lu Tianmeng had been extremely lucky to be able to open the first divine treasure. It actually opened the second channel. She also had a cold chill in her heart. That purple and gold blood chi was very appalling. It was several times more terrifying than the golden blood chi, and she smelled great danger. Chapter 74 Xian Yu Emperor Sword. In the end, the dragon elephant shadow finally submerged eastern Qingcheng. A wave of destructive fluctuations boiled up, causing many of the surrounding peaks to collapse with a dramatic shock. The amazing energy raged for a full dozen seconds before it slowly dissipated, and countless people's hearts shook as their eyes turned away, only to see Dongfang Qingcheng location appeared a width of 40 to 50 feet of a huge hole, a few meters deep, a foot 2 or 3 meters wide, thick and incomparably large cracks, like a gnarled dragon, constantly spreading in all directions. Almost will that mountain range. Nearby tens of thousands of meters are covered, and in the very center of that big hole, Dongfang Qingcheng was fully clothed in rags, revealing a large portion of snow-white skin and spring light, half kneeling there, and in quite a number of places all over her body. There were bloody wounds, oozing out blood. The breath was weak to the bone. Seeing this scene, the sea of people surrounded the mountain and fell deathly silent. Everyone's mood was so heavy that it was hard to breathe. That Oriental Qingcheng, who was like a goddess descending to earth and possessed the memories of an ancient great saint, was defeated just like that. Lu Tianming also let out a long breath. His knees softened and he almost fell to his knees as well. It had to be said that Dongfang Qingcheng was indeed too strong. The Qingcheng saint body, the heaven-swallowing demon body, coupled with Emperor Xian Yu's Horn of the Emperor Law N technique, it was simply uncontestable. It was a good thing that he had completely opened the second divine deposit of the Great Desolate Emperor body at the moment of crisis. Otherwise, it is difficult to make it this far. Of course, it drained him of all potential. He was limp now, like he couldn't muster any strength. However, as he watched Dongfang Qingcheng fall, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This insidious woman is finally getting her comeuppance. At the same time, the power of that purple gold blood chi made him very satisfied. The Great Desolate Emperor body was worthy of being an invincible physique in the ancient world, and the power of opening one more divine collection was far too terrifying. Zhong Jianqi smiled and said happily, "Big brother Lu won." Li Yuanji also nodded her head with a light smile, her beautiful eyes flashing with a strange color. Defeating Dongfang Qingcheng, the aura on Lu Tianmeng shone even brighter, dazzling. However, just when everyone thought the dust had settled, inside the large pit, a hoarse, murderous voice came out of Dongfang Qingcheng's mouth. "Lu Tianmian, if you want to defeat this palace, you're far from it." Many people looked startled, only to see Dongfang Qingcheng's delicate and proud body, from the ruins, slowly standing up. At the same time, a terrifying aura once again erupted from Dongfang Qingcheng's body, causing sand and dust to fly around. The crowd regretted. Could it be that Dongfang Qingcheng? There is a killer not. What other means do you have? Lu Tianmeng also narrowed his eyes vainly, sensing an aura of danger. Next, you will know. Dongfang Qingcheng smiled morosely, her eyes cold as if she was looking at a dead person. Her delicate hand reached out, and a sword with streaming light and a brilliant divine haze appeared in her hand. As soon as this sword came out, the swords of countless cultivators in the heavens and earth began to tremble violently, like they were submitting. That's the Xian Yu Emperor's sword. The sword of the Xian Yu Emperor back then. Who followed with a knife to wipe out the gods and demons? Many hissed, "Immortal you emperor, that is after the ancient times, the last great emperor across the heavens, creating myths, no one can be defeated. Its sword is a real extreme Dao emperor soldier. Dongfang Qingcheng, actually have extreme Dao emperor soldier." Lu Tianmeng also had a steep change in color. This was the highest level divine weapon known to the 10,000 spirits. Each one can destroy the sky and the earth. It was too unexpected that Dongfang Qingcheng actually had an imperial soldier, and as far as he knew, the Immortal Yu Emperor's sword was ranked 35th on the list of imperial armaments of the heavens, higher than even the flood-refining heavenly cauldron. His heart sank coldly. At a young age, to have an emperor's sword and a heaven-swallowing demon body, this woman does have the posture of an emperor. Inside the bronze ancient coffin, the woman in white spoke. "How do I mess with her?" Lu Tianmeng inquired. "An imperial soldier is too intimidatingly powerful. He's under a lot of pressure right now. This is a grudge between you and her. I won't help you with anything." Donghua smiled faintly. Lu Tianmian's face darkened. "I'm afraid that using the heaven refining cauldron wouldn't have much effect. After all, that was an alchemy supreme treasure, not a strong point against the enemy." Lu Tianmian, "It's over. Let's let you try. The might of the emperor's sword." Dongfang Qingcheng laughed coldly, mobilizing the last ounce of divine power in her body. She raised the Immortal Yu Emperor's sword above her head and slashed it down furiously at Lu Tian. Rumble! In an instant, the heavens shook and lightning thundered, like some kind of horrible thing coming out of the world, making the Qiankuan tremble. An incomparably sharp sword like it could cut through the ages and eternity, came towards Lu Tianmai to kill him. Before the sword light was even close to his body, Lu Tianmian felt an invincible aura surge over him, and he even directly became a bloody man, with a horrifying wound appearing on his body. Lu Tianmian was horrified. This emperor's sword was too terrifying. The light aftershocks alone tore through his great desolate emperor body. "If you kill, I'm afraid the world's most heavenly physique will die." Buzz! Just when Lu Tianmeng was at a loss for words, suddenly within his dantian, that heavenly clash bell was slightly trembling, and a hint of wariness permeated out. Crash heavenly bell? Lu Tianmeng froze. All along the heaven crashing bell had been helping him to squeeze his physical potential, and to fight against the heavenly Dao's robbing chi. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to open the second divine concealment of the emperor body. In addition, he knew nothing about what else the heavenly clash clock could do. "I can't imagine that right now. There's a strange movement in the heavenly clash clock. You can try it out. After all, a weapon refined by the Kunlun ancient emperor won't be simple in terms of power." At this moment, the woman in white laughed. Back then, the ancient emperor of Kunlun rarely used the heaven crash bell. The world knows very little about this clock. Even she, apart from practicing her body, did not only bump into the heavenly bell, what else it could do. Lu Tianmian nodded, his heart heavy. In the hands of Dongfang Qingcheng, it was a real emperor's sword, or it was on the list of the imperial soldiers of the heavens. In comparison, the fame of the crash bell was too dim. Unusual emperor objects were completely incomparable to emperor soldiers. Now he had no choice but to beat a dead horse. When, in the next moment, under the horrified sight of many people, Dongfang Qingcheng's terrifying swordlight was getting closer and closer to Lu Tianmai. Terrifying killing aura, like it could run through the ages. Even if Lu Tianmeng had a great desolate emperor body, it wouldn't work. After all, great emperors dominated the ages. Its saber was simply not something that an emperor body that hadn't grown up could resist. However, just when everyone thought that Lu Tianmian was going to become flying ashes, suddenly, a bell chimed, misty and distant, like it was being transmitted leisurely from the distant past. Then, above Lu Tianming's head, a large bell appeared. It was 3 feet long, ancient and mottled, radiating a sense of atmospheric vicissitudes. The bells chimed like ancient gods, expounding the mysteries of the heavens. Mesmerizing. The crowd was stunned. This was precisely the heavenly clash bell. As early as the outer sect competition, Lu Tianmian opened a divine deposit, and this bell appeared. It was it that helped Lu Tianmeng block the heavenly Dao thunder tribulation. However, this bell was only something that the ancient emperor of Kunlun had refined and used to practice his body. Although the practicing body is very strong, it is still very difficult to block. The extreme Dao emperor's soldier, right? At that moment, an elder shouted angrily, "Lu Tianmian, you're a loser. You got my patriarch's treasure and didn't treasure it properly. You even used it to resist the emperor's soldiers." The other elders nodded their heads as well. If they were slightly careless and the heaven crash bell shattered, it would be a disrespect to the patriarch. Venerable Savage Dragon also couldn't help but sneer out. Running out of ideas? Even using unusual emperor objects to resist emperor soldiers? It's really delusional. The Obsidian Heavenly Father also frowned. The Emperor's soldier carried a great emperor, the true will and supreme laws. If it awakened to destroy the entire Xuanwu realm, it was possible. Lu Tianming's heaven-pounding bell did not have imperial might. It was indeed unrealistic to want to block the immortal Yu Emperor's sword. When Dongfang Qingcheng saw the ancient and strong bell, she also sneered and laughed. Lu Tianmian, it is indeed a waste to give this item to you, so you will be destroyed along with this bell. Chapter 75 The Might of the Heaven-Crushing Bell. The corner of Lu Tianming's mouth curled up as he said, "That's not necessarily true." At this instant, he actually sensed that a divine energy was awakening within the Heaven Crash Bell, like a supreme being, reviving from slumber. Maybe there really is a miracle. When, in the end, the terrifying sword finally chopped on top of the heaven-pounding bell. However, on the Heaven Crash Bell, there was a mysterious pattern that revived, directly resisting the sword that seemed to be able to split the universe. Everyone clamored at the sight. Dongfang Qingcheng was also steep, his eyes wide. How is it possible? Lu Tianming also looked happy. Sure enough, the power within the Heaven Crash Bell was not bad. Then, he turned to Dongfang Qingcheng and laughed coldly. Dongfang Qingcheng, let's let you try it now. The great bell of the patriarch. Now the great bell, with its divine energy revived, became heavy. Even with his current physical strength, it was very difficult to catalyze it. It was a good thing that he was now opening the second divine concealment of his emperor body, and his divine power had increased by a great deal, barely catalyzable. He turned to Dongfang Qingcheng and droned coldly. Suppress. Boom. The large bell emitted a wave of sound, like the sound of the flooded heavens, sweeping over all things. Not only that, but the entire bell body suppressed it. The emptiness all collapsed in a large area at this moment. One must know that Lu Tianming himself had 300,000 pounds of divine power, plus the majestic power of the heavenly clash bell. This strike exceeded the power that could be exerted by the blazing sun realm by far too much. Dongfang Qingcheng's face also paled down. Originally, when she had fought with Lu Tianming to this point, her consumption was extremely severe. How could he not have expected that Lu Tianming would still have this kind of undercurrent? She subconsciously placed the Xian Yu Emperor sword, blocking it in front of her. Pust. But the force was too terrifying, like it could crush the heavens, directly knocking her over and flying out. She was spitting blood out of her mouth so loudly that even pieces of her internal organs were coming out. Boom! Lu Tianmian rushed towards Dongfang Qingcheng like a fierce tiger out of the gate. At the same time, the heavy sword giant K was taken out by him, with a terrifying murderous aura draped around the sword, about to strike Dongfang Qingcheng. This was a great enemy that would bring him endless trouble in the future, so naturally it was best to kill it now. Many people were horrified. Lu Tianmian had gone crazy. He even wanted to kill Dongfang Qingcheng. That was the Kunlun Holy Land, one of the most demonic geniuses. Many elders also changed color and shouted, Lu Tianmian, stop it. However, Lu Tianmian snorted, not caring. Now that he had finally found an opportunity, how could he let go of Dongfang Qingcheng? Pust. At that moment, he chopped out a sword. On the body of Dongfang Qingcheng, cut out a meter-long sword mark. Almost her entire body, split in half. Many internal organs are clearly seen. The scene is miserable. Dongfang Qingcheng's pretty white face was covered in sweat as she said, Lu Tianmian, you're looking for death. She had never received such a heavy injury before, and at this moment, a hideous and incomparable killing intent also erupted from her beautiful eyes. At that moment, she mobilized the energy within her body and was about to break through the suppression and restore herself to her peak state. Many people smacked their lips. At its peak, Dongfang Qingcheng was a celestial realm 9 heavens powerhouse, very close to the imperial realm. If she uncovered the seal, she could kill Lu Tianming with the lift of her hand. Lu Tianming sneered, Dongfang Qingcheng, do you think I'll let you return to your peak? He chose to press in close, just in defense, against this hand of Dongfang Qingcheng. Bang! After saying that, he immediately stepped out with his foot and viciously kicked Dongfang Qingcheng in the small of her back. Dongfang Qingcheng let out a mournful scream as her entire belly nearly exploded. Her attempt to regain her peak was undoubtedly interrupted. The hearts of the people were shocked. In melee combat, the Great Desolate Emperor body is invincible. Lu Tianmian even made Dongfang Qingcheng unable to even recover his peak. So Dongfang Qingcheng, there is a real possibility that his life will be in danger. Venerable Savage Dragon's face also turned livid as he roared, Lu Tianming, you scumbag, stop it. At that moment, he erupted with a strong aura and rushed into the Split Cloud Mountain range. Dongfang Qingcheng absolutely cannot die. Buzz. Just then, a figure, however, stopped him, and it was none other than the Obsidian Heavenly Father. The Obsidian Heavenly Father sneered, Senior Brother Barbarian Dragon, it's better for you to watch the duel between the juniors. Venerable Savage Dragon hissed, Obsidian, Can't you see that Dongfang Qingqing's life is going to be in danger? He's the holy daughter of our holy land. If he dies, can you bear this responsibility? Quite a few elders, all of them stood up, wanting to make a move. Dongfang Qingqing, who was valued by many great figures in the ancestral realm, indeed couldn't be alright. Obsidian Heavenly Father's face sank as he said coldly, I don't care who it is. I only know the rules of the competition. All of you sit down for me. Boom! After saying that, a terrifying aura erupted from his body surface, like a great sun blossoming with divine might, causing the barbarian dragon Venerable and dozens of other elders now. All of them were shaken to the point of spitting out blood and sitting in their seats. They looked at the Obsidian Heavenly Father and their complexion changed drastically. Imperial Realm? You actually broke through to the Imperial Realm? The other Eastern Wasteland powerhouses were also surprised. The previous Obsidian Heavenly Sovereign was only at the 9th level of the Celestial Realm. In order to save Lu Tianmai, he was silent for 2 years and almost lost his life. Now that he had broken into the Imperial Realm in one fell swoop, it was too surprising. Barbarian Dragon Venerable also appalled, then seemed to think of something. Hateful voice, it is because that Tao Shaping Dan. The observant Heavenly Father smiled faintly and said, not bad. The Tao Shaping pill that Heaven's destiny had given him was so effective that it not only completely eradicated his Tao injuries, but also had the effect of cleansing his meridians and veins. And there is a horrible Taoism, like the ancient flood atmosphere, so that he broke into the Emperor Realm in one fell swoop. Now he, likewise, had the bravado of looking out of the Eastern Wasteland. Zuoxingtian's eyes narrowed. Obsidian Heavenly Father is the Obsidian Emperor body. This is an extremely powerful physique, not far from the holy body. Breaking into the Emperor Realm, the battle power could be too much stronger than a normal Emperor Realm powerhouse. Venerable Savage Dragon's teeth were bleeding from biting. It was this asshole Lu Tianmeng again. It's bad for them too much. Pust. A poignant flower of blood bloomed. Lu Tianming punched Dongfang Qingqing's body, causing a bloody hole to explode once again in his left chest. He stared coldly at Dongfang Qingqing and smiled morosely. Senior sister Qingqing, have you ever thought that you would have such a day? Dongfang Qingqing had already forced herself, recovering her peak 3 times, all of which were crushed by Lu Tianmian with his domineering fist power. Now her entire body, covered in blood, looked like a puddle of mud, miserable to the extreme. She stared at Lu Tianmeng, her eyes not bearing the slightest emotion, and said, when I recover my peak, I will definitely break you into pieces. Lu Tianming laughed. Don't worry, you won't have this day. I just want you to experience pain before you die. Killing you directly would be too cheap. Now that the fun is over, you're on your way. With that said, Lu Tianmeng raised the giant K-heavy sword in his hand, aiming it at Dongfang Qingqing's heavenly aperture, and ran it through. When, however, just at that moment, a mysterious force erupted. Then, a gray-clothed old man appeared in the field with a cold face. That's just it. Stop it. Pust. Lu Tianmian was directly shaken back thousands of feet away, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out of his mouth. He looked at the old man with a shocked expression, and on this old man, there was an extremely ancient aura, obviously an old man from the ancestral realm. This person was none other than Star Tsung. He was a member of the Oriental Qingqing lineage, a figure of extremely high status, so naturally, it was impossible for him to let Oriental Qingqing truly die. Chapter 76 Targeting. And at that moment, Dongfang Qingqing finally got rid of Lu Tianmian's restraints and directly pulled her breath up to the peak. She looked at Lu Tianmeng, her tone as cold as a chilly knife, and said morosely, I'm going to lynch you to death. She had so many injuries that there wasn't a good spot on her body. Granted, with her heritage, it wouldn't be hard to recover, but the shame was too great for her. He also lost to Lu Tianmeng. At this moment, her pair of beautiful eyes, all of them were scarlet, and there was a loss of sanity. Lu Tianmian wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, coldly glanced at Dongfang Qingqing, and snorted, Dongfang Qingqing, as the holy daughter of the Kunlun sacred ground, with so many people looking at you, can't you afford to lose? Dongfang Qingqing's pretty face stiffened, indeed somewhat grinding her face, otherwise her reputation is going to be lost today. However, she was unwilling to lose to Lu Tianmian, a mole cricket. If she didn't suppress her realm, even if Lu Tianmeng had even more heaven-defying cards, it would be useless. With one slap, she could have killed it. Dongfang Qingqing took a deep breath, her slightly plump chest, slightly undulating a bit. I can stop striking out at you, but return my nascent sacred ring to me. Just now, Lu Tianmian had indeed removed her nascent sacred ring when he struck out at her. Although her body formed its own space, and many of her cards were hidden within her body, the nascent sac was only a part of her belongings, but it is also undoubtedly extremely lucrative for regular people. Lu Tianmian smiled coldly. If it wasn't for this old ancestor stepping in, you'd be a dead man by now. Now that you got lucky, picking up a dog's life, and wanting your own nagging ring, are you not awake? Quite a few people snickered. No matter how powerful Dongfang Qingqing's might was, it was impossible for everyone to obey her. Trying to get the nerf ring back after losing a battle does make you laugh. Dongfang Qingqing's silver teeth were about to be clenched. This guy Lu Tianmeng, his mouth was too poisonous. If she hadn't been concerned about the repercussions, she would indeed have crushed the other party to death with a single finger. At this time, Star Song also had an ugly look on his face. Dongfang Qingqing was the signature of their side, and he wasn't happy that he had suffered such a big defeat at the hands of Lu Tianmian. At that moment, his face was indifferent. The nascent ring, you can take it away. According to the rules of the Holy Land, you have to hand over the heaven crash clock. Lu Tianming's eyes narrowed. On what grounds? Shang Tsung coldly said. Just by the fact that you are just a tiny inner disciple or guilty. The heaven crash bell is a relic of the patriarch. You don't deserve it. Many people's hearts were in awe. Indeed, the heaven crash bell was clearly not as simple as an ordinary imperial object. That flooding heavenly sound, like it could shatter the heavens. It can also suppress heavenly thunderbolts. If Lu Tianmeng lost this item, it would inevitably be extremely restrictive to growth. Lu Tianmian said, heaven and earth's exotic treasures are for those who have the destiny to live in them. This heaven-impacting clock is mine if I get it. Even if you're an old ancestor, you don't have the right to claim it from me. Start Song's eyes pity. Joke, the heaven crash clock. Even if our ancestors among the ancestral realms get it by accident, they all have to hand it over to the Holy Land, as the Holy Land's base. And you even say, it's your property. The other elders of the Eastern Pouring City lineage also sneered out. Not bad, Lu Tianmian. Don't be ignorant of your honor. The heavenly clash bell isn't something you can own. Hand it over. Many people were surprised. If Lu Tianmeng really handed over the heavenly clash bell, it would be even more impossible for him to fight against Dongfang Qingqing in the future. The obsidian heavenly father also frowned. The heaven crash bell was too precious. Even if he was a holy lord, he couldn't say anything. Lu Tianming's gaze was icy cold as he stared at Star Song. Old mongrel, if you want to take personal revenge, just say it. Don't say it in such a grandiose manner. When these words came out, the surroundings were thrown into an uproar. Zhua Xingtian, Chu Maniac, Qin Wunner, and the others were stunned. This was the old ancestor of the Holy Land, and Lu Tianmeng actually called him an old mongrel. The guts are just unbelievable. Dongfang Qingqing also laughed out freely. Lu Tianmeng was really looking for death himself. It was perfectly fine to disrespect the old ancestor and for the old ancestor to beat and kill him on the spot. Sure enough, Star Song's eyes grew extremely cold, and his pale body erupted with a terrifying killing aura. He stared at Lu Tianmian, his tone emotionless. The disciple taught by Chu Lingxin is indeed not big or small. So today, old man, I will clean up the door. After saying that, he stretched out his withered and aged palm, and a terrifying aura erupted, causing thousands of miles of heaven and earth to resonate. The scalps of the people were numb. This was the supreme power of the Mahayana stage. The power is astounding. Slapping Lu Tianmai to death was as simple as slapping a mole cricket. Within the ancestral realm, when Old Man Black and Old Man White saw this, their faces were also anxious and they were about to rush out to help. At that moment, however, two pale figures stopped them and said with a faint smile, Lu Tianmian contradicted Old Ancestor. You don't need to stop him. Old Man Black and Old Man White's faces sank. The two of them were also old ancestors of the Star Song lineage. They also broke free, and it wasn't easy. Star Song's tone was indifferent. I'll give you one more chance. Hand over the heaven crash bell, kneel down and repent, and be imprisoned in the black prison for another 10 years, or die. Lu Tianmai suddenly laughed, his eyes slightly hideous. Old mongrel, if you want to make a move, just come, let me apologize. Dream on. Lu Tianmeng ended up, almost roaring out. Back then, as the senior brother of the Holy Land, he had shed so much blood and suffered so much for the Holy Land. Many of the younger generation's encounters were resolved by him, fighting for many resources for the Holy Land. As a result, just because Dongfang Qingqing needed his origin, he defended it to draw his Dao bones and knocked him down to the dust. All he felt was that the Holy Land was dark, with the limited power of Uncle Obsidian, et al. It's a bit weak to fight against these assholes who are only interested in profit and are not close to each other. He would rather die than kneel. Quite a bit of silence. Lu Tianmian did put everything on the line for the Holy Land back then. Almost died several times. It is indeed compassionate to end up in this situation. Star Song's face was chilling. The rules of the Holy Land are unbreakable. If you repeatedly disrespect me, I'll let you die and be buried. Saying that, his palm fell, and a terrifying pressure swept out. In an instant, Lu Tianmian's entire body looked like a bloody man as his bones burst and his skin crumbled down. Obviously Star Song wanted to humiliate him and then abuse him. Lu Tianmeng would never give in. His teeth were bleeding from biting and his knees were in dead center support. He just wouldn't kneel. Start Song's mouth teased. Good mind, but you can hold on for a few breaths. Today, I'm going to make you kneel. Boom! In the last two words, kneel, he almost performed the voice of God. A great force erupted, and Lu Tianmian's knees directly burst into pieces. The bones in both legs were shattered. Flesh and blood were bent, about to fall to their knees. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying fist power erupted, and the obsidian Heavenly Father arrived, shouting angrily, Start Song, you've gone too far. Anger burned within his eyes, and the warrior was not to be insulted. Start Song simply kills and kills. Within this punch, it also contained his surging martial will, and terrifying anger, like a round of sun blasting down. It was domineering. The crowd was astonished. Obsidian Heavenly Father, but the Holy Lord of the Kunlun sacred ground, was actually striking out at the old ancestor. Start Song glanced faintly at Obsidian Heavenly Father and laughed coldly. Obsidian Heavenly Father, give you a few more decades of time, perhaps you can catch up with your senior uncle, but right now you're too far behind. The district Imperial Realm can be destroyed with a snap of a finger in front of this senior uncle. Bang! With a wave of his sleeve robe, a great aura erupted, and the Obsidian Heavenly Father was immediately sent flying, coughing up blood. The whole body was likewise nearly shattered. Start Song once again turned his gaze to Lu Tianmeng. Kneel down. The palm of his hand pressed down again, and a terrifying great power erupted once more. If Lu Tianmeng did not kneel, he would inevitably burst into pieces under this terrifying aura. Lu Tianmian's back teeth were about to be gnawed. The rage in his eyes was monstrous, ready to cast out the bronze ancient coffin and break the fish with Star Song. The woman in white said to him that the bronze ancient coffin has a great cause and effect, and should not be performed until it is absolutely necessary. Otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable. Right at this moment, an icy cold drinking voice, however, resounded within Lu Tianmeng. Your Excellency, insulting my disciple like this is a bit excessive. Boom! As the words fell, a terrifying aura erupted, and Start Song was immediately sent flying, coughing up blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Lu Tianmeng not far behind him and was a bit surprised. Who are you? Many people were also regretful. Start Song was a strong person in the middle stage of the Mahayana realm, who could shock and injure him with just a breath. Qin Wanner, on the other hand, had a flash of astonishment appear in her eyes. Disciple? Could this be the mysterious person behind Lu Tianmeng? The woman in white was magnificent, standing on a cliff not far away, like she didn't belong to this era. She sent out a misty divine voice. Who am I? You don't deserve to know. Insulting my disciple. Do you really think that this seed is so easy to bully? After saying that, a strong aura erupted from the woman in white, causing the entire Split Cloud Mountain range to resonate like it was about to collapse. Many people were a little hairy. This aura, it was too much stronger than the average strongman, too much stronger. Start Song's eyes were also a bit gloomy. You're behind Lu Tianmian, that Dan King? The crowd was amazed that behind Lu Tianmai, there might be a Dan King level alchemy master, as many people guessed. I can't imagine that it would be a woman. The woman in white smiled faintly. Dan King? You guys really know nothing about this seat. Start Song's face was gloomy. Even if your excellency is a Dan King, you shouldn't meddle in the internal affairs of my Kunlun sacred ground, and the heaven-pounding bell shouldn't be possessed by a weak disciple like him no matter what. Many elders also nodded their heads. The Dan King deserved their respect, but the crashdown bell was too important for them to back down. The white-robed woman's faint voice, at the level of the heaven-pounding bell, whoever you follow has a set number. Even if this item is given to you, you won't be able to suppress it. Besides, this seat's disciple, it's still not your turn to tell you what to do. Start Song coldly laughed. It seems that your excellency is ready to make an enemy of my Kunlun Holy Land. Ah, the Dan King doesn't seem to have the qualifications for this. After saying that, behind Start Song, two old men appeared, all of them carrying a rotten aura. It was clearly two Mahayana stage-level powerhouses. The woman in white kindly laughed. A group of people with dried-up longevity also dare to be arrogant in front of this seat. It seems that this seat, we have to let you know what it means that there are people outside of people, and there is a sky outside of the sky. Boom! With a move of her palm, the entire mountains and rivers resonated, and in the end, the countless peaks converged into a sword, 10,000 feet in length, and slashed furiously at the Start Song trio. Start Song and the remaining two old ancestors, all of their faces changed drastically. Block it! They exerted all their divine power and formed a large seal in front of them. Ka-chow! To everyone's surprise, as the sword light fell, the great seal immediately shattered, followed by the three of the stars, who let out a mournful scream as their fleshly bodies directly shattered away. Only the divine soul remains. Countless people were clamoring and shocked. These were three Mahayana level ancestors. Surprisingly, even this mysterious white-clothed woman, with a casual sword, could not resist. Start Song was also fearful. Your Excellency, just who are you? Chapter 77 The Terror of the White Woman. Nowadays, even if the little cutie was also able to understand that the other party was definitely more than just the Dan King, the cultivation realm, at least, had reached the late Mahayana realm. The woman in white blandly said, "The name of this seat," said you do not deserve to know. This seat is here today. Let me see. Who dares to take away my disciple's heaven-pounding bell? Start Song's face chilled down. The three great ancestors of the hall couldn't catch a single move from the woman in white. This is humiliating. But the heaven crash bell was too important to the Holy Land for them to let the woman in white interfere. At that moment, Start Song's face was vicious as he said, "In that case, you forced me to do this. Xian ancestor step in." Saying that, the space of the ancestral realm directly broke open, followed by an ancient coffin, which flew down from it. On the coffin, a holy aura was draped around it. Many people were shocked. This was a passage saint-level supreme power. In today's eastern wasteland, one could almost overpower the world. Inside the coffin, a hoarse voice came out, "Start Song, what is it that you have summoned this ancestor?" Start Song gulped and recounted what had just happened. Inside the coffin, a surprised voice came out, "Oh, the heavenly clash bell. Has this item even come out?" Immediately, there seemed to be a pair of invisible eyes that looked at the woman in white and laughed softly. "This Taoist friend, it is indeed a heavenly good thing for your disciple to obtain the heavenly clash bell. But this is a precious item, so please understand and hand it over to the Holy Land. In order to make it up to Lu Tianmian, this ancestor can grant special permission to allow Lu Tianmian to go to the Hall of Arms and pick a divine weapon at will, and reward him with 5 million spirit stones, and mark him with a great merit in the sacred ground. How about that?" Upon hearing this, quite a few true disciples had fiery eyes. The Hall of Arms, but it's an important place in the Holy Land. Even with their status, it wasn't easy to enter once. The compensation given by this Xian ancestor was also very impressive. However, the white-robed woman, Dong Hua, sneered, "District, how can the weapons in the Hall of Weapons be comparable to the heavenly clash bell? Do you think this seat is a 3-year-old child? So easy to fool? Then what exactly do you want?" Inside the coffin, the old voice slowed down a bit. A terrifying aura awakened in it, causing space to boil slightly. "I just want to tell your Holy Land, don't target my disciple all day long, or else, this seat will beware of slaughtering your ancestral realm," the white-robed woman said in an emotionless tone. Wow! All the eastern wasteland cultivators were appalled. Slaughtered the ancestral realm of the Kunlun Holy Land? What kind of terrifying prowess is this to dare to say this? Start Song also laughed angrily. "You are simply speaking out of your mouth. Pust." However, the woman in white didn't talk much nonsense with him, and with a finger pointing out, a stern sword on appeared. Start Song immediately annihilated his divine soul and dissipated into nothingness. The great Mahayana stage Start Song had died just like that. "You are too rampant." The Xian ancestor inside the coffin was also enraged. Decapitating a Mahayana stage ancestor in the Kunlun Holy Land. It was all a great shame for this holy place. Boom! At that moment, within that coffin, a surge of black light overflowed, like a tsunami, blasting towards the woman in white. "Since your Holy Land has decayed to such an extent, let this seat, today, come and clean up your Kunlun Holy Land of the disease." The white-robed woman's tone was indifferent as she once again joined her fingers like swords and slashed out with a sword. That huge coffin, at that moment, all clanged, flatly sliced into 2 halves. Then it revealed the Xian ancestor in it, hibernating. This Xian ancestor, with a very thin, skin and bones figure, had a strong aura of death permeating his entire body, and at that moment his body stiffened. From his canopy to his crotch, there was a sword light floating there, and finally, with a bang, it sliced him in half. The 2 halves of his body landed, and finally, the divine soul issued a hiss. Sage, he was a powerhouse of the Tong Shang level. The one who could easily decapitate him was, without a doubt, an ancient sage. Many chills are rising in the back of their heads now. An ancient sage. The strong man behind Lu Tianmeng was so terrifying. Invite the old ancestor again. At that moment, the barbarian dragon Venerable roared. Together with Start Song, their lineage had already died 2 old ancestors, which was too much of a loss. "Jumping clown, how dare you bark?" However, the woman in white gave an icy smile. Her features were shrouded by a layer of immortal radiance, making it impossible to see her true face. Giggle, but within one of her eyes, there was a glint coming through. The barbarian dragon Exalt instantly vaporized, disappearing cleanly between heaven and earth. With just one look, he killed the barbarian dragon Venerable. Zhua Xingtian, Qin Wunner, and Chu Maniac all flinched for a moment. The means of this woman in white was simply heavenly. Lu Tianming also smacked his lips for a while. Donghua was truly terrifying. He could also sense that this was only a wisp of Donghua's doppelganger, and that her main body was still inside the bronze ancient coffin and hadn't come out at all. Kill, my Kunlun sacred ground cannot be insulted. So what if it's an ancient saint? Sacrifice my sacred ground killing formation. At this time, many old men of the Holy Land bellowed, put, almost talking to the old man. The woman in white flexed her fingers and flicked. All of them split their heads. Their heads flew out diagonally. The woman in white was like a killing god that could not be disobeyed. Her tone was ice cold. A bunch of mole crickets also want to shake the sky, really don't know how to die. The obsidian heavenly father all had some hair on his back. This white-clothed woman, she was really powerful and unreasonable. When had heaven's destiny tied up such a terrifyingly strong person? Senior, do you really want to break the net with me? The Kunlun Holy Land, to the death? At this time, Dongfang Qingcheng clenched her silver teeth and said angrily, the ones that the woman in white killed were the elders who defended her. It was also a great cut to her prestige in the Holy Land. You are wrong. Even if you Kunlun Holy Land destroyed, also difficult to shake. This seat a hair. The white-robed woman laughed icily. Including your heaven-swallowing demon body is accomplished, but also in front of this seat, it is nothing more than a mere ant. A mole cricket is always a mole cricket, and does not know the vastness of the sky at all. The palms of many people are sweating. When the heaven-swallowing demon body was fully accomplished, it was capable of shaking the emperor realm. The other party, a wisp of a split body, had such a strong bottom. You are simply speaking out of your mouth. Dongfang Qingchun laughed angrily. If the heaven-swallowing demon body were to become a great success, it could shake the ancient world. The other party was only a wisp of a bilocation. How dare they underestimate the wayfarers? Undoubtedly makes it feel unrealistic. Not bad. Are you the legendary immortal? Someone pretended to be bold and sneered. In the Xuanwu realm, this was a complete legend and no one had done it at all. Immortal? The woman in white sneered. Even if there really is an immortal, you wouldn't dare to disobey this seat. Are there any more powerful people? Hurry up and call out. This seat is going to completely beat you into submission today. Dongfang Qingcheng's delicate body was trembling. She had never seen such an arrogant person. Enough. At this moment, on the sky dome of the Kunlun sacred land, a small world opened up, in which there was a large mountain, and in the mountain, a misty voice spread out. Today, it is my Kunlun sacred land that is in the wrong, so please be merciful, Your Excellency. Dongfang Qingcheng was shocked. That was the supreme power amongst the ancestral mountains, the true high-end power of the Kunlun Holy Land. And it actually succumbed to the woman in white. That's more or less the same. Remember, if you dare to have another strong person of the older generation bully my disciple, this seat will definitely kill all the old ancestors of your holy land. The white-robed woman glanced faintly at Ancestral Mountain and sneered. After saying that, under the sight of countless people who were shocked to the point of numbness, the figure of the woman in white slowly dissipated. From now on, Lu Tiannian resumes his status as a saint's son. No one is allowed to talk too much or die. Within the Ancestral Mountain, the ancient powerhouse spoke in a deep voice. The Four Palaces conference came to a close. All of the Eastern Wasteland powerhouses, shocked to the point of turning pale, left the place. Today's everything was simply a bit of a challenge to their perceptions. Chapter 78 Chaotic 10 Swords. Ancient Coffin Mysteries. Master. That master behind Lu Tianmian. Just what kind of strong person is he? On the way back, Li Yanran, who was a bit dumbfounded, inquired. No deliberation. Xinhuana's face changed drastically and she didn't dare to say anything more. Pops, in today's world, is there really someone this powerful? Shu Chu then inquired about Shu Maniac. Shu Maniac smiled bitterly. Xuanwu realm, crouching tigers and hidden dragons. It's normal for there to be some terrifying existences that people don't know about. Holy Lord, what do you think? In the heavenly Dao Holy Land, an elder inquired. Dan Saint. Zhuoxingtian only spat out 2 words. With the means shown by that white-clothed woman, she was at least a saint-level powerhouse. All the Heaven's Path Holylanders were silent, not knowing what they were thinking of writing. Old ancestor, why don't you kill that woman in white? And on the ancestral mountain, Dongfang Qingcheng arrived and said in an icy tone, the Kunlun Holy Land had never been so humiliated. Qingcheng, you are a person of heaven's destiny. That woman in white is very uncomplicated. It's not worth it to spell out the death of us old men for a wisp of its bilocation. Within the ancestral mountain, there was a huge bronze door. And within the huge bronze door, the bitter laughter of an old man was heard. Not bad, this person is at least a Dan sage, and I don't know if it is related to the Middle-earth Divine Kingdom. Those old men, if it recruits a large number of strong people, it will also have a considerable impact on my Kunlun sacred land. Some other old men spoke out. Should we just let it be arrogant? Dongfang Qingcheng said with a hateful voice. Letting Lu Tianmai shake up so much, no doubt she was very unwilling. There is no harm. Wait until we have investigated a bit more before making a decision. Even the Dan Sage shouldn't insult my Kunlun's sacred ground in such a way, the old man from earlier said in a deep voice. Dongfang Qingcheng nodded her head silently. The figure behind Lu Tianmian was so strong that she was also taken by surprise. But no matter what, Lu Tianmeng was only a fellow of the fiery Yang realm. In a young generation encounter, she could still pinch them to death at will. The thought of it put her mind at ease. Lu Tianmian's injury this time was extremely serious, and it took a full month to slowly heal. It is good that there is a woman in white, domineering out, otherwise in the hands of Star Tsong, that old bastard, he really planted. Dong Hua, just what realm are you strong in? Lu Tianmeng inquired, a wisp of detachment. Ah, to be so perverted. This also refreshed his cognition. These are not things you can know right now. Cultivate well and wait until a certain point. You will be able to recognize one or two things. Dong Hua smiled faintly, and then said, I must not strike at will. This time I may have to recuperate for a period of time. When he said this, Dong Hua's voice was slightly weak. How can I help you? Lu Tianmian's face changed. He and Dong Hua had a complicated relationship, and it could be said that he was also a teacher and a friend. Tong Hua helped him break free in his darkest hour. He also undoubtedly had the utmost respect for Dong Hua. Oh, my road injury. I'm afraid to find all the heavens, want to heal over, are very difficult, but this time out, the loss of energy, if you can refine out, Heavenly Soul Dan, may be able to make up for it. The woman in white smiled faintly. Heavenly Soul Pill? Lu Tianmeng was stunned. The woman in white said, although you have, refining heavenly tripod, immortal fire, these alchemy treasure, but for the knowledge of alchemy knowledge is too little. I have this all heavenly Danjing, was created by the ancient Dan ancestor, which contains the world's countless Dan, and alchemy intention, you in which, since you can find heavenly soul Dan formula, in it, you will be able to find the formula for the heavenly soul pill. After saying that, a book landed in Lu Tianmeng's hands. After Lu Tianmeng finished reading, he was instantly surprised. This Dan scripture of the heavens was truly terrifying. Not only did it have the refining methods for mortal pills, spiritual pills, sacred pills, and imperial pills, but there were even more powerful ones, only very hazy. With his current soul realm, he couldn't see clearly yet. Remember, the heavens and earth are large and cultivation is endless. Don't be limited by the world's vision, the woman in white admonished. Lu Tianmeng nodded his head, feeling like a higher heaven and earth, opening up to him. Every time he talked to the woman in white, he benefited greatly. And do you know the secret of this bronze ancient coffin? The woman in white suddenly said. I don't know. Lu Tianmeng shook his head. Other than the first time the woman in white pulled him into the bronze ancient coffin, he had never entered it at all. Among them, there is a ferocious land buried, named the Heaven's Burial Ground, a total of 10 layers. Back then, I was seriously injured, had no choice but to hide in the bronze ancient coffin, have a premonition of the first layer of seals, to open, the woman in white said in a solemn tone. The first layer? Lu Tianmian changed color. Inside the ancient coffin, what is sealed? The world of the heavens, the poorest of the poor, the woman in white said. The corner of Lu Tianming's mouth twitched. In that case, if it broke through the seal, wouldn't it be the first to kill itself? After all, the bronze ancient coffin, right now, was inside himself. Then what? Lu Tianming's face went white. Unexpectedly the bronze ancient coffin. There is such a great karma. 2 ways. The white-clothed woman's tone was idle and calm. First, help me look for all kinds of divine soul holy pills to help me recover my peak. If I'm in full bloom, I can suppress everything, and the bronze ancient coffin, naturally, won't make a mess. The second? Lu Tianmeng inquired. He felt that the cultivation of the woman in white was as vast as the ocean. He was like a mole cricket, unable to speculate. There was no telling how long it would take to find those divine objects to help the woman in white recover. Of course, the woman in white was nice to him. Even without the bronze ancient coffin and the threat of the 10-layer burial boundary, he would still help the woman in white gradually recover. It's just one more way, one more safeguard. Find the 10 swords of chaos, the woman in white said word for word. Chaotic 10 swords? Lu Tianmeng was bewildered, having never even heard of it. The white-robed woman said, these chaotic 10 swords are the 10 swords condensed from the most supreme laws of the heavens and earth at the beginning of chaos, each of which has the ability to open up the heavens and destroy the earth. If you have the 10 swords of chaos, suppressing the ancient coffin, the 10 layers of the burial world, naturally, is not enough to worry about. It will also be of great help to you in improving your combat power. And this chaotic 10 swords was originally suppressed in the 10 burial realms, only because of unknown reasons, scattered outside. After collecting all of them, the bronze ancient coffin will become an unrivaled artifact that imprisons the heavens and seals the earth. trapping gods and refining demons. Lu Tianmian couldn't help but roll his throat. This bronze ancient coffin, it was so powerful and coaxing. Listening to the white-clothed woman, that chaos 10 swords, very scary. After saying that, these women in white fell into a deep sleep. Wow! At this time, Lu Tianmian clearly perceived that in the first layer of the bronze coffin burial world, there seems to be a horrible existence awakening, in which there is the sound of chains clattering and struggling. At the same time, there is also a monstrous demonic, ferocious, deadly gas outbreaks, seems to break free from the seal, out to slaughter the world in general. Faintly, there was a hideous, morose, ancient, hoarse sardonic laughter spread. Hey, I can't imagine that after so many years, the heaven-burying god's coffin would actually fall into the hands of a kid like a mole cricket. Kid, let this seed out. This seed can be very kind and leave you a whole body. The voice was extremely oozing, and just hearing it made people fearful inside. There seemed to be, still, a reflection of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, the world collapsing. It was truly like a great devil of the world who was about to break the seal. Damn it, you stay inside honestly, beware, I will completely control this coffin one day and refine you into a ball of pus and blood. Lu Tianmian gritted his teeth, expelling the fear in his heart, and cursed, Grillito-like brat, when this seed goes out, I will make you unable to live or die. He he he. A bloodthirsty laughter came out from the first layer of the burial realm, and it fell silent. Lu Tianmeng felt like there was a supreme being that was staring at him, ready to take his life. A chill rose from the cracks of his bones, knowing that he had to improve his strength as soon as possible. He searched for the 10 swords of chaos and helped the woman in white recover. Otherwise, when the time comes, one will die without even knowing how. Chapter 79 Melt soldiers and refine bones. After that, the Holy Land fell silent. In the ancestral mountain, some of the ancient ancestors all spoke up and personally anointed Lu Tianmeng as the saint's son. The sensation created in the Holy Land was too great. Everyone regretted Lu Tianmeng's background. Who would have thought that behind the others, there was a legendary Dan sage? It's appalling. Based on this alone, no one would dare to mess with Lu Tianmian. Sacred Womb, the Kunlun Holy Land, the place where successive generations of holy sons have lived. It had been 2 years since Lu Tianming had come. Now that I've moved here again, it's a bit emotional. If the beauty master knew that he had defeated Dongfang Qingcheng, he would probably be pleased. He, senior brother Lu, congratulations, once again becoming a saint's son. We congratulate you. On the third day, the front of the sacred womb could be described as crowded, as many true disciples came out of their cultivation caves to congratulate Lu Tianming. Lu Tianming smiled faintly and did not care. Obviously these true disciples were there because he was suspected to have the Dan sage behind him. The woman in white, now, has fallen into a deep sleep. He has no one to turn to. If you want to be truly fearless of others, you still need to improve your strength. Dongfang Qingcheng lost the battle this time. Her heart must be extremely unwilling. Next time if we fight again, if she doesn't suppress her realm, I can be far from a match. Lu Tianmeng sighed lightly, having a sense of urgency towards strength enhancement. After thanking the many true disciples, Lu Tianmeng came to the Dao platform and began to cultivate. He understood that no matter if it was helping the woman in white refine the heavenly soul pill or searching for the chaotic 10 swords, there was no rush. Only when one was strong, finding medicinal herbs and divine swords would be much simpler. Buzz. It was worth mentioning that underneath the sacred womb, there was a spiritual vein, and the spiritual chi was much more vigorous than the spiritual mountains of many true disciples. Looking at the inner sect, the only place that could match the sacred womb, in terms of aura, was Dongfang Qingcheng's sacred maiden peak. Of course, with Oriental Tilting City's heritage, there were even more aura grand formations there, and the environment was probably even stronger than Lu Tianming's place. However, this was undoubtedly enough for Lu Tianmeng. When the spiritual chi of the spiritual vein was mobilized, Lu Tianmeng felt that many spiritual lights converged within him. His body, which had been injured some time ago, healed even further. Lu Tianmeng focused his attention on the Great Desolate Emperor body. Within the second portal, the Great Desolate Emperor body, with each divine collection opened, contained amazing divine abilities. He was a bit curious about the second divine collection and what kind of divine abilities it had. In the next moment, Lu Tianmeng's divine soul entered within the second portal, which was like an unknown space. In it, a grand celestial sound appeared, a secret law that presented itself, melting soldiers and refining bones. Lu Tianmai was stunned. It is actually a soldier melting in bone refining aptitude. Your kid is really lucky. At this time, within the first layer of the burial boundary of the bronze ancient coffin, the unknown ferocious spirit was also somewhat surprised. You know about this divine ability? Lu Tianmeng said. Hey, I've heard about it, but why should I tell you? The fierce spirit sneered and sank into silence. He waited to break free of the seal and be the first to slaughter Lu Tianmai. How could it be possible to tell Lu Tianmeng some information? The corners of Lu Tianmeng's mouth twitched and he ignored it. It was only after reading the content of the fused soldier in bone refining that a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had understood the significance of melting soldiers and refining bones. As the name suggests, fusing divine weapons and quenching imperial bones. Of course the grade of the divine weapon cannot exceed one's strength. Otherwise it's counterproductive. In the world, there is such a magical secret art? Lu Tianmeng was surprised. The energy of the divine soldier was majestic and incomparable. If it could really be refined, his emperor bone quenching would be even more terrifying. Lu Tianmeng was excited. His intuition told him that the secret art of melting soldiers and refining bones was extremely useful. Within the second divine collection, there is a flood furnace, which is the foundation of this secret art, the furnace of heaven and earth. As long as the weapon was placed in it, it would disintegrate and turn into rolling energy, quenching the divine bones. Lu Tianmeng looked forward to it. He had a great battle along the way, snatching other people's storage bags, and there were 20 to 30 pieces of lower-grade spiritual weapons alone. Medium-grade spiritual weapons, around 10 pieces. Top-quality spirit weapons, there are 8 of them. For extreme-grade spiritual weapons, there were 5 of them, namely the Void Sword, the Stone Mirror, and the Soul-Suppressing Tower. In Dongfang Qingqing's nascent sacred ring, 2 more pieces were found. His current stature could be said to be extremely unimpressive. With my current root and bone strength, I estimate that ordinary spirit weapons will not be much of a boost, but I can't waste it. First, I'll make 30 pieces of lower-grade spirit weapons, and melt them. Lu Tianmeng laughed lightly. After that, 30 pieces of inferior spiritual weapons were thrown into the heaven and earth melting furnace, being melted into rolling iron and poured over the bones. Not long after, his emperor's bones were tempered at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, 10 emperor bones were quenched. The strength of the physical body skyrocketed by 50,000 pounds. Lu Tianmeng smiled. The further he quenched the emperor bone, the stronger the energy requirements became. To be able to grow 50,000 pounds of divine power all at once was already no small improvement. And in the liquid of the weapon, there was also an extremely large amount of energy that entered his dantian. Let his realm, too, rise quite a bit. After that, he melted 10 medium-grade spiritual weapons, as well as 8 top-grade spiritual weapons, together. At this point, the melting had become slow, and for his blood qi, the consumption was not small. After the thorough melting was completed, Lu Tianmu was sweating a little. Obviously, melting weapons had something to do with his blood qi. After the weapon liquid was absorbed, Lu Tiannian's Great Desolate Emperor bone once again quenched out 15 pieces, and his flesh strength grew by 75,000 pounds. The realms all instantly reached the 7th level of the Blazing Sun realm. Lu Tianmeng smiled freely. This feat was truly marvelous. He took some spirit pills that restored his divine soul, recuperated for a few days, and once again began melting the extreme spirit weapon. This melting took 3 days. After all, the sturdiness of an extreme spiritual weapon was already extremely strong, and the effect was also very pleasing. After the absorption was completed, Lu Tiannian's realm soared to the 9th level of the Blazing Sun realm. The Great Desolate Emperor bone, once again, was tempered to 25 pieces. Together with before, he Great Desolate Emperor bone quenched out 50 more pieces. Right now, his physical strength reached a terrifying 550,000 pounds. 550,000 pounds of divine power. If I punch down, an average divine Dan realm powerhouse can be smashed into mush. Lu Tianmeng laughed out aloud, excited beyond measure. It must be known that it is very difficult to upgrade the physical body, excluding true essence. Even if many celestial realm powerhouses, I'm afraid that their physical body would only reach about 100,000 pounds at most. He was only in the fiery sun realm, but he had 550,000 pounds of divine power. Even imperial realm powerhouses were not as strong as him. This is certainly extremely appalling. Close combat could make many strong men green in the face. Phew! Lu Tianming let out a long breath and stood up. In these 10 days, he had made great progress. Now if he were to fight with Dongfang Qingqing again, in the same realm, he was confident that he would be able to crush Dongfang Qingqing within 20 without exercising his special undercard. In the same realm, he was now an absolute monster. Heaven's destiny. How is the recovery from your injuries? At this moment, the Obsidian Heavenly Father walked over and laughed. Recently, he had come to see Lu Tianmeng often, sending out a large amount of spiritual pills. Almost. Lu Tianmeng smiled. 9th level of the Fiery Sun realm. However, the Obsidian Heavenly Father checked Lu Tiannian's realm and was instantly stunned. Chapter 80 Traveling to the South Ridge. One would have thought that it would have been extremely difficult for Lu Tianmai to recover from his injuries in such a short period of time. After all, the injuries he received under Startson were extremely serious. How could he not expect that he had increased his strength greatly, reaching the 9th level of the Fiery Sun realm? That's a sick progression of strength. Lu Tianmai laughed lightly. He had the savage body refining technique. This technique could automatically heal injuries, together with the melting of soldiers and refining of bones. It was normal to be able to have this kind of metamorphosis. Master Uncle is looking for me. But what's the matter? Lu Tianming said. Obsidian Heavenly Father nodded slightly. You recovered just in time. Recently in the South Ridge, indeed a big event has occurred. There is a secret realm opened. Rumor has it that one of the swords is the legendary Chaos 10 swords among the soul-destroying sword. There is a restraining the world's soul of the horrific effect. Now the Eastern Wasteland is boiling beyond measure. Many lineages and clans have traveled there, wanting to let young disciples take a chance and experience. Soul Destruction Sword? Lu Tianmian was instantly surprised, not expecting news of the chaotic 10 swords so soon. After all, these 10 swords were too ancient and terrifying, and had been lost in the world for many years. Many giants tried to search for it, but there was no news. If he had the Soul Destruction Sword, his strength would not only increase drastically, and the woman in white also claimed that there was a mysterious aura in the 10 swords that could help her regain her strength. It's good for the woman in white, too. Lu Tianmeng was naturally excited. Beware, there are too many Heaven's Pride and heroes going this time. The competition will be fierce. The Obsidian Heavenly Father cautioned. No harm done. Lu Tianming smiled lightly. He had been staying in the Holy Land for the past few years and he wanted to go out and have a look. And his Lu family is also in Nanling. Back then, Master Beauty, when he was 10 years old, from the Nanling Lu family, brought him back to the Holy Land. He was the adopted son of the head of the Lu family and had been living a less than ideal life. He hadn't seen his adoptive parents in years, and he missed them a little. Be careful in all things. The Obsidian Heavenly Father admonished and turned to leave. After a few more days, Lu Tianmeng set off after he had completely stabilized his realm. He went on his way alone, didn't bring anyone. Lu Tianmai finally went out, and on a mountain peak somewhere in the Holy Land, an old man looked at Lu Tianmai's back, a hideous smile lifting up on his face. He is Startsong's sibling, Star Soul. Startsong had died at the hands of the Dan Sage behind Lu Tianming, and his hatred was extremely strong. You guys know to do this? At that moment, he turned to the 3 old men behind him, dressed in black, and said in a cold voice, "Don't worry." The 3 of them nodded slightly, and a killing intent quietly permeated their bodies. The Eastern Wasteland is far away. The Southern Ridge is far away. A cloud boat ride is required. Lu Tianmeng spent 2 days and arrived at a Zhongshan city, where there were cloud boats that could directly reach the Southern Ridge. Just a few hundred miles away from Zhongshan city, Lu Tianmian was hidden in a large mountain. With the specialness of the Great Desolate Emperor body, he concealed his breath perfectly. Asshole, where is that kid? It didn't take long for 3 old men in black to appear not far away. They swept their gazes around and spoke angrily. The 3 people were clearly none other than Sun Mingyuan, Ming Zun, and Gongsun Jin. Previously, they had their physical bodies shattered by Chulingxin, and now their realms had slipped and they were only at the early stage of the Divine Dan realm. However, it was undoubtedly not a problem to deal with Lu Tianmai's Blazing Sun realm cultivators. By order of the Star Soul, they had come to intercept Lu Tianmai. You guys are so bold, daring to intercept and kill the Holy Sun. Aren't you afraid of the Holy Land's sanctions? At that moment, a cold laugh spread out. On the big tree, Lu Tianmeng revealed his figure and said, because of the woman in white, she ruthlessly shocked the old ancestor of the Eastern Pouring City's lineage. Now the Obsidian Heavenly Father's lineage had greatly increased in status in the Holy Land. Today he is the Holy Sun. It was indeed a great sin for the elders of the Holy Land to try to kill him. Lu Tianmian, how dare you show up? Sun Mingyuan laughed out in anger. The woman in white had beheaded many elders, many of whom were extremely close to them, and Startson was their master, so their hatred for Lu Tianmai could be imagined. This place is quite far from the Holy Land. Even if we kill you and bury your body in the wilderness, who would know? Mingzun laughed. Gongsun Jian held a long sword, radiating a powerful sword might, and said indifferently, cut the crap, hand over the heavenly clash clock and the treasures on your body, and I'll leave you a whole body today. Their biggest goal was still to hit the heavenly bell. That was a sacred treasure, and the status of their lineage would be even more solid after obtaining it. Falling into the hands of Lu Tianmai was a great threat to their camp. Lu Tianming shook his head slightly. Over the years, the Kunlun sacred land had become weaker and weaker just because the internal division was too severe. It's sad that these people still don't have the big picture in mind. If you want to crash the heavenly bell, we still have to see if you have the ability. Then, Lu Tianmian sneered. Now he's too poor. There's no suitable spirit weapon to feed the emperor's bones. These three people's storage bags, he did have his eyes on them. Seeking death, a mere fiery sun realm. How dare you go wild in front of us? Sun Mingyuan laughed morosely. Without the constraints of the Holy Land, they killed Lu Tianmai as if he were a chicken. At that moment, Sun Mingyuan drew a long sword and slashed at Lu Tianmai. The thick blade light, in the shape of a crescent moon, was 10 feet long and killed Lu Tianmai. The tragic killing aura caused the temperature in the savage mountain forest to drop slightly. Weak, however, Lu Tianmian shook his head, spat out a word, and punched out. Boom! The Big Dipper was directly crushed away. The surging fist force also made Sun Mingyuan directly shaken out, spraying a mouthful of blood. How is that possible? Ming Zun and Gongsun Jian, who were on the side, were instantly surprised and stunned. The fiery Yang realm and the divine Dan realm were completely different concepts. At this point, they have already condensed the inner Dan in their bodies, absorbing the chi of heaven and earth, which is even more ferocious and majestic. It was not comparable to the Blazing Sun realm at all. Lu Tianmeng hadn't gone too far in the Blazing Sun realm originally. The injuries on his body now seemed to have healed, and he had also increased his strength greatly, making them incredulous. You're at the 9th level of the Blazing Sun realm? At that moment, Sun Mingyuan also sucked in a breath of cool air in surprise. He could clearly perceive that within Lu Tianmeng's body, all 9 yang orifices had been opened. This was precisely the sign of the 9th level of the Blazing Sun realm. It all felt a bit like a dream to him. This kid, what kind of monster is he? After receiving such a serious injury, not only did he recover so quickly, but he was also able to make a great advance in strength, which was simply not in line with common sense. You guessed right, but no prize. Lu Tianmeng smiled faintly. An icy chill swept across the bottom of his eyes. These people had actually come to kill him, so naturally he couldn't possibly stay his hand. Swish! At that moment, with a single movement of his body, he disappeared in place, took a spirit sword in his hand, and stabbed at Sun Mingyuan's brow. One should know that after the realm had increased greatly, not only his strength, but even his speed, was increasing quite a bit. Now the sudden strike, like a ghost, when Sun Mingyuan reacted, the cold tip of the sword, nearly had come close, was about to stab him in the forehead. Chapter 81 Sword Intent. Sun Mingyuan changed color, not expecting Lu Tianmai to be so fast. At that moment, he shouted, and a powerful divine soul power erupted from his heavenly soul cap, condensing a light shield in his skull. His divine soul had clearly reached the middle stage of the spirit rank. However, the corner of Lu Tianmian's mouth picked up a cold smile. Blocking his sword technique with his divine soul could be considered a mantis. His divine soul was at the earth rank. Pust. Finally, Lu Tianmian sent his arm, and a trace of divine soul power erupted from the long sword, and immediately, the entire sword emitted a wisp of ethereal light, as if it was attached by some kind of powerful force, and was incomparably sharp. Blood blooms. Lu Tianmian's sword passed through Sun Mingyuan's head through his brain, causing Sun Mingyuan to stare wide-eyed and die tragically on the spot. Earth-rank divine soul, how is it possible? Not far away, Ming Zun and Gongsun Jian, their faces changed greatly. Surprised, it was very difficult for the average cultivator's divine soul to think of breaking through to the spirit stage. Lu Tianmeng was only in the fiery sun realm. To have an earth-ranked divine soul, it's simply hell. They're far from that, too. It's also killed a divine Dan realm cultivator with a single sword. The strength boost is just too sick. Do it. Today this mountainous area will be your grave. Lu Tianmeng laughed coldly and put away Sun Mingyuan's storage bag. Although the sword in his hand was only at the level of a spiritual treasure. However, because of his recent comprehension of the Xuanwu Sword Saint's analysis of the Sword Dao, he had also gained a considerable amount of insight into the Sword Dao. The power is equally strong. Half-assed sword cultivator. You really think you can turn over the sky? Gongsun Jian's eyes were contemptuous. He was a famous swordsman and had been practicing the way of the sword for far too long compared to Lu Tianming. Lu Tianmai's sword Dao was not worth mentioning in his eyes. Let's show you what a true sword cultivator is. Gongsun Jian drew his sword and slashed down. Boom! A terrifying sword might, like a torrent, poured towards Lu Tianmai. Lu Tiannian raised his sword to block, but he didn't even manage to block it, and was shocked backward a few steps. Gongsun Jian kindly laughed. Do you know what a sword cultivator is? My sword Dao is already close to possessing sword intent, while you're just an ordinary sword technique, completely not on the same level. Sword intent? Lu Tianmeng was stunned. Through watching the sword Dao analysis, he knew that only when he comprehended the sword intent could he be considered to have attained the level of the sword Dao. Once one possessed sword intent, a random sword could erupt with strong power. Gongsun Jian had cultivated swords for his entire life, and as a supreme elder of the Holy Land, quickly comprehending sword intent was indeed astonishing. However, Lu Tianmian frowned, having a vague feeling. It seemed like the so-called sword intent that he could also touch. At that time, Startsong openly made him kneel down with his Mahayana stage cultivation. He preferred to have his knees shattered and didn't even kneel. At that time, it seemed that something, buried in his heart, watching Gongsun Jian make a sword strike, there was a feeling of stupidity in his heart. Award your head. Gongsun Jian's tone was indifferent as he stomped on the ground, his body transforming into an aurora borealis as he rushed towards Lu Tianmai. The long sword was like a stunning rainbow, stabbing sharply towards Lu Tianmian's throat. Lu Tianmeng instantly only felt that there was no way to avoid it. It seemed like he was blocked on all sides, only passively accepting the sword. His attainments in the Tao of the sword were far inferior to Gongsun Jian, and under normal circumstances, he was indeed in danger. Just then, he suddenly closed his eyes slightly. A head of long hair that rose up without wind. Inside, it began to mobilize, that sense of indomitability. Not long after, the long sword in his hand began to tremble violently. A special aura surrounded Lu Tianming's body, like an invisible barrier. It made Gongsun Jian's sword stab on it, unable to attack. How is it possible? Gongsun Jian's face changed. Then he seemed to think of something and said in shock, "Sword intent? You actually comprehended sword intent?" He was like seeing a ghost. The sword intent is not to be sensed by a heavenly wizard. He had been stuck at this step for many years and hadn't broken through. Lu Tianmeng was only a half-assed sword cultivator, having cultivated the sword for less than a month. He actually comprehended the sword intent that countless sword cultivators could only dream of. He wanted to explode. What a ing freak. Thank you very much. Your sword technique has indeed allowed me to comprehend sword intent. Lu Tianming opened his eyes and smiled faintly. A blade of grass can shake the sky. Throughout these years of experience, he has buried his indomitable spirit deep. Even if you are like an ant, you should be self-reliant. The sword intent he had comprehended was the unyielding sword intent. Pust. At that moment, Lu Tianmian disappeared in place and appeared on the left side of Gongsun Jian, slashing his sword down towards Gongsun Jian's heavenly aura. Gongsun Jian's face changed wildly, only to feel that Lu Tianmian's sword, like it could cut through everything, was unyielding and simply could not be resisted. In the end, blood erupted as Gongsun Jian was sliced by a sword from his celestial cap to his crotch. His body turned into two halves, and he died a horrible death instantly. Lu Tianmian was holding a long sword and appeared like a young sword god. In the cultivation world at his age, he was indeed considered a teenager. Very young, cultivating the sword for more than a month. At the age of 20, to have comprehended sword intent, Lu Tianmian, you are indeed a demon. On the side, Mingzun also looked regretful and marveled. After spending so many years in the Holy Land, he had never seen a sword Tao wizard like Lu Tianming. Later achievements cannot be predicted. It's just you. Any last words? Lu Tianming smiled. Having comprehended the unyielding sword intent, his sword Tao improved greatly. There is a sense of sightlessness. Mingzun's expression was cold. You're too rampant. Even if you kill Sun Mingyuan and Gongsun Jian, you can't be my enemy? Let's show you the flesh that the Holy Maiden, my lord, has sacrificed to me. After saying that, his body then erupted with a terrifying aura, and his entire body actually expanded steeply to 7 or 8 feet, as if a miniature giant was standing in the mountains and forests. He even gave birth to 2 horns on his head, and his body also grew a mane, and his whole body was like turning into an ancient mangy bull, with a sense of astonishing power. Transformation? Lu Tianmeng was stunned, not expecting Mingzun to have such a change. Now Mingzun's aura was too terrifying, like every move could collapse the mountains. Ha ha ha, this is the Holy Maiden Lord. In my flesh, put in the ancient mangy bull essence blood. Once urged, I will turn into the ancient mangy bull body of infinite strength. Give me death. Mingzun laughed loudly, his voice like thunder, deafening. Boom! Then, with his thick arm, he violently slapped towards Lu Tianmai with vigor. His entire arm, which was 3 or 4 meters thick, had sinews that twisted like vines, hideous and gruesome. Such a magnificent and vigorous force caused the ground under Lu Tianmai's feet to press and slightly sink. Transforming you like this, Dongfang Qingcheng does have some skills. However, it's nothing in front of me. Lu Tianming sneered. The flesh of a Mingzun would only reach the point of 300,000 pounds at most, although in the divine Dan realm, it was already very terrifying. But in front of his 550,000 pounds of physical strength, it was nothing since. Giggle. At that moment, Lu Tianming turned his palm on the long sword in his hand, stabbed at the large hand in the sky. This time in his longsword, a full 400,000 pounds of terrifying divine power had been added by him. The longsword rubbed against the air, both producing sparks as if on fire. An amazing sight. Pust. As a result, Mingzun's large hand was directly pierced through a bloody hole. Mingzun's eyes were on the verge of falling out in shock. 400,000 pounds of divine power. Lu Tianmian had a thin and slender figure, but he actually had 400,000 pounds of divine power. He felt like seeing a ghost. Pust. In the end, Lu Tianmian rushed up to the sky and slashed Mingzun's throat with his sword, blood spurting wildly. Mingzun's huge body was planted in a pool of blood all of a sudden. The three supreme elders, all of them died in the hands of Lu Tianmu. If someone else saw it, I don't know how shocked they would be. Lu Tianming took their storage bags and left the place, and not long after he left, a divine light landed, revealing Star Soul's figure. He looked at the three people who died a miserable death. He was also shocked. How is it possible? How could they be killed? Who did it? There was also an old man beside him who observed the wounds of the three and said, "Sword intent, a sword cultivator?" Star Soul frowned at how there were sword cultivators around Lu Tianmian. As for the claim that Lu Tianmai had comprehended it on his own, they wouldn't believe it no matter what. Sword intent is too ethereal. Even many famous swordsmanship masters had difficulty mastering it. Lu Tianmeng was just a 20-year-old teenager. It was too unrealistic. Chapter 82 Demolition. Taking a cloud ship along the way, Lu Tianmeng spent a full 5 days before finally arriving at the southern ridge, Taiyuan City. The south ridge is reckless, with 100,000 large mountains. Lu Tianming had inquired along the way, and the south ridge secret realm was not far from Taiyuan City. Now that the entrance to the secret realm was sealed, it hadn't been officially opened yet. He was just in time to go back to Lu's house and check it out first. The Lu family, which was none other than the great clan of Taiyuan City, controlled the Lu family chamber of commerce and had a notable status. Lu Tianmeng carried his long sword on his back and walked on the street. Looking at the bustling crowd, he couldn't help but be in a trance. He lived in the Lu family back then, and 10 years have passed. It's really a bit of a thing. Are you brother Heavenly Destiny? Just as Lu Tian was looking at the street buildings, suddenly a young girl's surprised voice came. Not far away came a yellow-skirted girl with a face like a goose egg, a delicate face, a slender body, and watery eyes. Very beautiful. You are Lu Ling. Lu Tianmeng looked at the young girl, able to vaguely recognize her appearance back then, and a smile appeared on his face. Brother Tian, it's really you. Lu Ling was instantly surprised. Then with tears in her big eyes, she jumped in Lu Tian's arms, very happy. Who is this person that makes the Lu family's daughter so? On the street, many cultivators were shocked. Lu Ling was the famous Lu family's daughter. Now a plainly dressed sword-carrying teenager had caused the Honorable Miss Lu Ling to embrace her in the street, making many people envious. There are also some juniors who take out their mirrors and don't understand where they lost. Behind Lu Ling, there were some servants with guarded expressions. It's like a famous girl looking at a ghost-fire teenager. They're all wary. After all these years, you still like to cry so much. Lu Tianming lightly patted Lu Ling's fragrant shoulder, feeling the young girl's body fragrance and delicate figure, and laughed. Sure enough, it's grown. Lu Ling was the proper young lady of the Lu family. He was just the adopted son back then. Lu Ling, however, treated him as a big brother and was intimate. Often there are unhappy things to talk to him about. And back then, when he was in the Lu family, he was unable to cultivate due to his odd body, disliked by many in the family. Finally, he accidentally met the beauty master, and he was able to start another part of his life. It is fair to say that he is not very old, but he has had a lot of experience. Lu Ling laughed. Who let brother Heaven's Destiny, once gone for so many years, no news, is forgetting people. The young girl is pouting and beautiful. How could it be? Lu Tianming smiled. There was no small reason for him to return to the Lu family this time, and it was this sweet and well-behaved niece. Back then, when he was taken away by the beauty master, he spoke loudly and laughed at the crying Lu Ling who had red and swollen eyes. Little Ling Ling, when brother Heaven's Destiny comes back and learns all the martial arts, he will surely protect you well, and no one will bully you in the future. It was only then that Lu Ling stopped crying and laughed out, stretching out her small hand to pull a hook with Lu Tianmeng. These are some of the few sweet memories of childhood. Let's go, brother Tian. Let's go back to the Lu family. The clan will be happy when they know you're back. Lu Ling tightly pulled Lu Tianmian's arm. It was as if Lu Tiancher would leave as soon as he let go. Lu Tianming nodded with a smile. He hadn't been back to his family for many years and he wanted to see how the Lu family was doing. It's where he was raised, no matter what. Otherwise he might have been on the streets a long time ago. Seemingly thinking of some long ago memory, a complexity surfaced at the corner of Lu Tianming's mouth. Following Lu Ling all the way towards the Lu family, Lu Tianming realized that Taiyuan City had changed a lot from 10 years ago, and a lot of the ancient buildings of the architecture had been demolished. There were also a number of construction crews on the road, demolishing buildings in a bold fashion. Lu Ling, is this what's going on? Lu Tianming asked. Lu Ling's pretty face surfaced a touch of color, smiled and said, recently, the Tai Xian sect, is going to carry out the renovation of the ancient city, and is going to dismantle some of the unspecified buildings, and plan again. Lu Tianming nodded. Taishan sect was precisely the cultivation sect near Taiyuan City, extremely prestigious in 1,000 miles around. It's wont to remodel. No one in the city can stop. Miss Lu Ling, it's not good. At this moment, an old man in the shape of a butler came over in a flurry of wind. What's going on? Lu Ling said. Mu family, the Mu family is bringing a large group of people to demolish our Lu family. The butler said. The Mu family? How dare they? Lu Ling was surprised. Lu Tianming also frowned. The Mu family was precisely the second largest family in Taiyuan City. There has always been friction with the Lu family. In business, back then, there were people in the city who said that the Lu family and the Mu family, sooner or later, would have a battle. I never imagined that after 10 years, he had just come back and this would happen. Brother Heaven's destiny. Let's go take a look. Lu Ling said with a small worried face. Lu Tianming nodded slightly and suddenly remembered someone. Mu Baiji. When he was in the Lu family, he was his fiancé. But after testing his root bones and realizing that he couldn't cultivate, the Mu family then withdrew from the marriage on the spot, and he became the laughingstock of the city for a while. Nowadays, he could vaguely recall Mu Baiji's condescending demeanor at that time, said in a compassionate tone, Lu Tianmian, you're even a silver spear and wax head, really let me down. You and I are not destined to be in the same world. From now on you and I are irrelevant. At that time, Lu Tianming still felt very bad in his heart. Lu Tianming smiled casually and followed Lu Ling's footsteps. In the center of the city, a very prosperous place, there are two parties facing each other. One of them was none other than the head of the Lu family, Lu Xiong. On the other side, it was the Mu family with an arrogant demeanor, and the head of the family was named Mu Zhengtian. At this moment, Mu Zhengtian laughed loudly. Lu family, hurry up and move out. The demolition order from Taishan sect has already come down. Do you want to be sanctioned by Taishan sect? Taking out a piece of paperwork, the seal of the Taishan sect was right on it. Mu Zhengtian, my Lu family has been rooted in Taiyuan City for many years. How could Taishan sect help your Mu family for no reason? Lu Xiong clenched his fists and said angrily. The paperwork states that not only will they have to move out of the ancestral home, but items of value in the house will also have to be left behind. This is clearly a copycat. He. Mu Zhengtian smiled grimly. To tell you the truth, because my daughter, Bai Ji, has been seen by the young master of the Taishan sect, and there is a marriage contract. The Taishan sect is the only one that supports us, and transforms your Lu family. Taishan sect. The Lu family's hearts were shaken and austere down. Taishan sect's energy is strong. They, the Lu family, were simply unable to resist, and with the Mu family climbing into a relationship with them, they would indeed have to fall. Lu family master, where is your punk righteous son Lu Tianmian, who was taken away by a strange man for 10 years and hasn't returned yet? At that moment, from the Mu clan's camp, came a pleasant and melodious laughter. Many of the Mu family's fierce and vicious people retreated a path. A young girl in a blue dress with a slender figure stepped out. Danfang eyes, cherry lips, delicate features, and a smile at the corner of her mouth. The eyebrows had a condescending look. It was Mu Baiji. Mu Baiji. Heaven's destiny has been gone for so long. Why are you mentioning him? Lu Xiong's face was ugly. Back then, Mu Baiji openly withdrew from the marriage, adding a lot of shame to their Lu family. I just want to tell him that I didn't make a wrong choice back then. I said that he is just a mole cricket on the ground, and I am a swan high above, destined not to cross paths, and I was right. Mu Baiji smiled faintly with a lofty look. That wastrel might be begging in that city. Miss, mentioning him is discounting you. Yeah, talking about being taken away by strange people. I think it's 80% that it's too humiliating and has no face to stay in Taiyuan City. Many of the Mu family laughed out loud. The Lu family was furious. Lu Tianmeng was also a part of their Lu family, and they were slapping the Lu family's face by humiliating them like this. Mu Zhengtian waved his palm and laughed coldly. What's the point of talking about this nonsense? Do it, tear down the Lu family's ancestral home, and whoever dares to resist will be beaten to death on the spot. Yes, many of the Mu family guards who were holding swords and knives took large steps forward. Some of them came from the Taishan sect, and were not for ordinary people to contend with. Lu family, fight them. Lu Xiong's eyes were scarlet as he said angrily. Many Lu family members, also their faces also grimaced and took out their swords. If the ancestral home is demolished by these people, the Lu family will have no face to live in the world. I don't know how to die. Mu Jingtian's mouth revealed a cold smile. If the Lu family dared to resist, there would only be a dead end. Once they were planted, in the future, in the entire Taiyuan City, only the Mu family would be dominant. The smile at the corner of his mouth couldn't help but widen when he thought about this. Stop. Right at this moment, Lu Ling brought Lu Tianmian, arrived in the middle of the field. and grunted in anger. Mu family, you are so overbearing in broad daylight. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Retribution? In the vicinity of Taiyuan City, Taishan sect is the sky. Who would dare to retaliate against us? Mu Jingtian's eyes were grim as he waved his hand. Kill! One of the guards, immediately carrying a large sword in his hand, chopped down angrily at Lu Ling. Pust! Just when everyone thought that Lu Ling was going to perish, a sword light suddenly appeared in the middle of the field, directly making that guard. His head sliced and flew, dying tragically on the spot. Who? Mu Jingtian's face changed. Chapter 83 Week. Mu Baiji was also surprised. This sword light was just too swift, like a thunderbolt. Even if she had been studying in the Taishan sect for some time, she was still far from being able to reach this step. Mu Zhengtian, even if you have the Taishan sect as a backer, you shouldn't be so reckless. Under countless gazes, a young man wearing a green shirt and carrying a long sword walked slowly. The Lu family was stunned. The teenager actually gave them a familiar feeling, but the other party's sword skills were so high that they naturally didn't dare to think much about it. Kid, who are you that you dare to meddle in my Mu family's affairs? Mu Jingtian's face was gloomy as he said morosely. The Mu family undoubtedly didn't place any importance on a teenager around 20 years old in the district. Mu Baiji's beautiful eyes, on the other hand, stared tightly at Lu Tianming. It doesn't matter who I am, get lost, I'll protect the Lu family today, or everyone dies, Lu Tianming said with a lazy demeanor. Many of the watchers around them were stunned. This guy is so young that he wants to kill all the Mu family. Who would dare to say such a thing in Taiyuan City? Mu Zhengtian also threw back his head and laughed loudly, and said in a caracal voice, Kid, not very old, but his tone is quite wild. I'll see to see how you can help the Lu family. Kill this kid for me, slash him to death. Some of the Mu clan's elite nodded their heads, and a full 40 to 50 of them, with their sabers raised, came towards Lu Tianming to kill. All of them had reached the level of the fiery sun realm. The aura is extremely unimpressive. Pust. However, Lu Tianmian drew his sword, and a sharp sword light flashed, like harvesting wheat. Poof poof, many poignant snowflakes blossomed, and the heads of those 40 to 50 people, all of them, like a leather ball, rolled down. Clang! Lu Tianming put away his sword and stood in place. Time is like a frozen moment. Bang bang bang. A few seconds later, the bodies of the 45 guards, all of them, collapsed. How can it be? An uproar started all around. These are the guards that the Mu family spent a lot of money on and cultivated. Each of them could block 100, but in Lu Tianmian's hands, like weeds, he killed them all with a single sword. Even they didn't see the trajectory of Lu Tianmai's sword path. Lu Tianmeng's strength was undoubtedly appalling to them. Sword intent. Who are you? Mu Zhengtian, on the other hand, changed his face greatly, thumped backward a few steps, and said in horror. Mu Baiji was shocked. How old was the other party? At the age of 20, he was able to comprehend the sword intent. What kind of demon is this? Even the young master of the Taishan sect is far from being able to do this. In the vicinity of Taiyuan City, it was impossible for this kind of sword Dao heavenly pride to appear. Could it be that your excellency comes from the top clan of the Southern Ridge? Mu Zhengtian said. In the Southern Ridge Taishan sect was only a third-rate sect. The ones that truly stood in the clouds were those great sects. It was impossible for the Taishan sect to cultivate such a sword Dao genius. Lu Tianming's background was naturally scary. Uncle Mu, you really forgot about me. Lu Tianming smiled. With the exit of Uncle Mu, Mu Zhengtian was immediately struck by lightning and his pupils contracted dramatically. It's you, Lu Tianmian. When these words came out, the surroundings even set off an uproar. Many of the Lu family members were stunned. This young man with horrible talent and strong swordsmanship was actually Lu Tianmian? How is it possible? Mu Baiji's pretty face turned white, and a monstrous wave of horror surged in her heart. In just a few short years, how could the other party be so powerful? However, looking at Lu Tianmai's gaze, she was already certain that this was indeed Lu Tianmai. The eyes were the same as they had been when she had withdrawn from her marriage and her dignity had been trampled underfoot. Unyielding and resilient. Back then, she regarded the other party as an ant and played with them at will. Now, she had returned strongly and comprehended the sword intent at the age of 20, which really shocked her. The Mu family members who had previously mocked Lu Tianmai also swallowed hard, their scalps tingling. Back then, Lu Tianmeng was a wastrel known to all in Taiyuan City. Now it's actually turned into the sword Dao heavenly pride. It's such a big shift that it's hard to react. It's indeed me, MS, Mu Baiji, long time no see. Lu Tianming smiled, revealing his brilliant teeth to Mu Baiji. Snap, like an invisible slap, it hit Mu Baiji's fair and pretty face, causing her high and proud face to turn red. The fact that Lu Tianmai was so dazzling now was really a great revenge on her. Humph, Lu Tianmian, even if you are accomplished in sword Dao, so what? Behind us is the Taishan sect. We can easily overthrow you and the Lu family. If you are sensible, kneel down and be a dog by my side. Otherwise, I will make you and the Lu family chicken and dog. Mu Baiji's silver teeth ground. Put. However, with a wave of Lu Tiannian's arm and a flash of swordlight, one of Mu Baiji's arms flew out diagonally. Lu Tianming sneered. Mu Baiji, you're really disappointing me. Nowadays your strength is not only as weak as a chicken, but you're also only a fox and tiger. What a waste. Mu Baiji was so angry that she was about to spit out blood. Lu Tianmian even insulted her like this. Lu Tianmian, how dare you hurt my daughter? Mu Zhengtian roared. How delicate his daughter was to have an arm chopped off. Boom! He erupted with a terrifying aura and slapped a palm at Lu Tianmeng. A celestial wolf appeared, 7 or 8 feet tall, with a domineering aura. It was none other than the human rank upper grade battle technique, the Sky Wolf Palm, the Mu family's strongest battle method. You're even weaker. You don't even have the qualifications to make me use my sword. Die! Lu Tianming's eyes were cold as he blasted out a fist. Boom! A terrifyingly vigorous eruption like a flash flood pouring down. Mu Zhengtian instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist and died horizontally on the spot. Countless people almost wet their pants. Mu Zhengtian was a character with 1 foot in the Divine Dan realm. However, it was shattered by Lu Tianmai's punch. Lu Tianmian, you killed my father. Mu Baiji screamed, her voice trembling. This was her blood relative. It was hard for her to accept that she had died just like that. More than killing your father. If the Mu family dares to bully others again, I will slaughter your entire Mu family. Lu Tianming gently wiped the long sword with blood in his hand. Mu Baiji heart cold. Can feel, Lu Tianmian is not a joke. When she was too big for Lu Tianmian withdrawal shame, Lu Tianshi might really strike out mercilessly. And now Lu Tianmian's sword technique was terrifying. When the long sword came out, it was necessary to see blood. Who can stop the Mu family? Your Excellency, you're really wild. Slaughtering the entire Mu family. What do you take me? The young master of the Taishan sect. 4. Right at this moment, a loud shout spread out, and a white-clothed youth, holding a silver spear, landed from the sky with a bang. Who is barking? However, Lu Tianmian was impatient in his eyes, and with a poof, a sword chopped out once again. With this sword, he exerted 400,000 pounds of divine power. The man's face immediately changed drastically, and the silver spear in his hand blocked. Clang! In the next moment, the sword light flashed. The silver spear instantly broke into 2. The youth's throat, a blood scar appeared, and his head rolled down from his skull. There was some disbelief in his eyes, obviously not expecting that he would be killed with a single sword by a teenager so much younger than him. The surrounding area also set off a great shock. This was the young master of Taishan sect. Li Chengfeng was unexpectedly killed in seconds as well. The Lu family was also in a trance. Was this still the demoralized teenager from back then? Now it's simply demonic and excessive. Ah, Li Lang. You actually killed Li Lang. Mu Baiji instantly lost her color. That's her fiancé. He was young and extremely accomplished in the way of the gun. A Taishan sect powerhouse said that he had hopes of touching the meaning of the spear when he was 50 years old. Now he died at the hands of Lu Tianmeng. So she's lost her future. 2. This is your fiancé? Too weak. Lu Tianmian shook his head. You have such a bad eye. You can even look at such a mole. Mu Baiji almost fainted in anger. Lu Tianming, this bastard. Too murderous and heartless, she said in a hateful voice. Even if you are strong, I don't believe that you alone can defeat the Taishan sect. The Taishan sect master was an expert at the 5th level of the divine elixir realm, and within the Taishan sect, there were extremely many divine Dan realm experts. Lu Tianmeng killed Li Chengfeng. The Taishan sect master will be furious. Taishan sect, just a third-rate sect. Let them come. A sneer hung at the corner of Lu Tianming's mouth. Rumble. The news of Li Chengfeng's death quickly reached the Taishan sect. The Taishan sect master immediately led a large number of cultivators to kill Taiyuan City with their magic treasures. Who is it that dares to kill my son? I will break him into pieces. The Taishan sect master roared. It's me, Lu Tianmeng said with a faint smile as he held his long sword in his arms. You, Taishan sect master's pupils shrank, not expecting Lu Tianmian to be so young. A teenager was able to kill so many strong people. What power do you come from? Or who did you learn from? The Taishan sect master's eyes narrowed, knowing that such an outstanding teenager might not have a simple background. Don't worry, I don't have any power. You can come if you want to do it. Taishan sect is such an enabler that there's no need for it to exist. Lu Tianmeng shrugged his shoulders. As a sword cultivator, to look the other way is to do it. He found that he was becoming more and more attuned to the way of the sword. No power? The Taishan sect master's heart stirred. From the wounds of Li Chengfeng and the group of guards who died, it was obvious that the teenager had comprehended the legendary sword intent. How could a teenager, who comprehended sword intent, not have power. This matter is my Taishan sect's fault. I'll make amends to little friend, and this matter will be resolved. Suddenly, the Taishan sect master's complexion straightened as he cupped his fists and said, At the words, everyone was stunned. Is this still the Taishan sect master? Being killed by someone's son, but also compensated for the wrong. Too absurd. Uncle sect master. This bastard has also killed many of the strongest members of my Mu family. Mu Baiji also changed color. Asterisk. Off. However, the Taishan sect master slapped his face and shouted angrily, You bastard woman. Since you seduced my son, how many bad things have you done under the banner of my Taishan sect? Do you think that this sect master does not know? In the future, my Taishan sect has no relationship with this woman. Get lost. After saying that, a foot in Mu Baiji kicked aside, leading the crowd to leave. Mu Baiji was so ashamed and angry that she felt that she had lost all her face today. Finally, he said angrily to Lu Tianmeng, Lu Tianmeng, you wait for my big sister to cultivate in the 10,000 Demons Hall. This matter won't be forgotten just like that. Pust. However, Lu Tianmian pointed out a finger. A sword light flew out, and Mu Baiji directly churned into a bloody mist as he laughed coldly. Unfortunately, you won't be able to see it. Chapter 84 Jade Pendant. When the curtain fell at this point, it immediately set off a furor in Taiyuan City. Many were stunned. Back then, that little trash from Taiyuan City had returned strongly, killing Mu Baiji and Li Changfeng, and even the Taishan sect master was afraid of it. This change in strength is so surprising. It seems that he was taken away by a mysterious person and really had a strange encounter. A sword cultivator who comprehends sword intent at the age of 20 is also very rare within a first-class sect. Many people marveled. With Lu Tianming's current qualifications, he belonged to the legends in Taiyuan City. Everyone only looks up, and Lu Tianming only needed one sword to kill anyone. How much strength is actually hidden is even more intriguing. Sect master, why did we just let him go? On the way back, there were strong people from the Taishan sect who were unwilling. It was normal for Mu Baiji to approach the Taishan sect with a purpose. However, Li Changfeng was the most favored son of the sect master, and it was possible that he would reach the Dao King realm in the future, allowing the strength of the Taishan sect to be taken to the next level. Being decapitated by Lu Tianmai just like that, and they still dared to be angry, undoubtedly suffocating them. What do you guys know? To comprehend sword intent at this age, even within the 10,000 sword sect, how many people are there? The Taishan sect master's face sank. The 10,000 sword sect was a first-rate sect in the southern ridge, in which powerful true disciples could potentially overthrow them. If Lu Tianmeng really had a relationship with the 10,000 sword sect, the Taishan sect was about to meet its end. Importantly, I also detect a dangerous aura on that Lu Tianmian. Maybe it's really exploding and all of us will die. The Taishan sect master said with palpitations in his heart. How is it possible? The Taishan sect powerhouse was shocked. Is Lu Tianmai's hidden means so terrifying? There are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heaven. To be able to teach such a wizard master is not something we can mess with. It's best to wait and see what happens, the Taishan sect master said in a deep voice. The men swallowed and nodded in awe. Second uncle, third uncle, what are you doing making me come back in a hurry? The Mu family, the atmosphere was dismal. Mu Zhengtian died, Mu Baiji was killed, and the Taishan sect drew a line in the sand with them. It's a tragic blow to the Mu family. At that moment a crimson ferocious bird flew in and a woman in red landed. Mu Qinger, you're finally back. The Mu family members were overjoyed. This was none other than the Mu family's eldest young lady, practicing in the Southern Ridge's top sect, the Hall of 10,000 Demons. It's the name of the beast master. The mount underneath him was a demonic beast of the late Divine Dan realm. That was the biggest backer of their Mu family. At that moment, a middle-aged man told Mu Qinger what had happened. Lu Tianming, the little trash who had a marriage contract with Baiji back then, and now he even killed father and second sister. Mu Qinger was stunned, surprised and angry. What has this kid been through all these years that he has changed so much? With her practicing in the Hall of 10,000 Demons, even the Taishan sect wouldn't dare to really mess with the Mu clan. She was undoubtedly furious when Lu Tianmeng killed her two closest relatives. Missy, avenge our Mu family. The head of the family and the second young miss died too tragically. The Mu family cried out in pain. I'll report to the clan before making a decision. Mu Qinger's tone was cold and heavy. At 20 years old comprehending sword intent, in the 10,000 sword sect, it was enough to focus on cultivation. Knowing Lu Tianming's bottom line made it better to pinpoint him. The people of the Mu family laughed out, knowing that Lu Tianmian would never end up well with the presence of the eldest lady. The Lu family, inside the hall, all the top brass gathered. Lu Xion laughed. Heavenly destiny, it is good that you are back. Years of not seeing, we thought. I've had a pretty good time these years. Lu Tianming knew to smile faintly. When he was 6 or 7 years old, he was dropped off in front of Lu's house by a gentle woman and an old man, and left. It was Lu Xiong who sought his early intelligence and took him in as a righteous son and treated him well. Even though he was unable to cultivate, he was ostracized quite a bit in the family. But this was all old news, and with his current strength, he naturally didn't care. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiong smiled reassuringly, thinking that heaven's mandate had a grudge against them. No is good. The Lu family members who had once disliked Lu Tianmai all looked embarrassed and revealed pleasing and humble smiles. With Lu Tianming's current strength, who would dare to be disrespectful? Some young green girls, too, blinked their eyes with curiosity. Lu Tianshi was now handsome and upright, carrying a long sword on his back. The change was indeed great. Their faces, all of them, were a little flushed. Righteous father, I came back this time to get back the jade pendant my mother gave me back then, Lu Tianming suddenly said. It should be. Lu Xiong nodded. He was all a bit formal. The Heaven's Destiny sword technique is profound. Mu Zhengtian could even kill them at will. He's no match either. At that moment, he ordered someone to fetch a brocade box and opened it to reveal a golden jade pendant. Lu Xiong laughed. This jade pendant is made of extraordinary materials. Back then you were still small. Your righteous father helped you to keep it temporarily for fear that you would lose it. And now that you are accomplished in your studies, you should also return it to you. Lu Tianming's hand touched the jade pendant, which had some patterns on it. On the front there is the word heaven and on the back there is the word life. It's where he got his name from. Remembering that woman back then, her face was pale. Her doting eyes looked at him and smiled. Heaven's destiny, keep this jade pendant safe. I will come to you in the future. With that, she and the old man broke through space and left. Now that he stroked the jade pendant, there was still a faint warmth in Lu Tianming's heart. Heaven's mandate, you came back this time, but for the depths of the southern ridge, that secret realm. Lu Xiong suddenly said, not bad. Lu Tianming nodded. Lu Xiong laughed. Recently, because of that secret realm, our Taiyuan city has seen a lot of outsiders come. I heard that the Southern Ridge's #1 Chamber of Commerce, the 10,000 Treasures building, will be holding a large-scale auction within the city 10 days from now. You might want to take a look at it. There might be items that are useful to you. Good. Lu Tianming nodded with a light smile. After exchanging pleasantries with the Lu family again, he went back to his room. Pass the order down. Whatever needs Heaven's mandate has in these few days, make sure to fulfill them. And whoever dares to make Heaven's mandate half-pleased will immediately be expelled from the Lu family and beaten to death with a stick. Lu Xiong's eyes were ruthless. Yes, the many Lu family members were obedient. Knowing that Lu Tianmian and their Lu family, they only had a fragrant relationship, now help their Lu family and solve this disaster. Technically, it has returned the favor of their upbringing. If you dare to show even a hint of disrespect to it now, that would be a real death wish. Brother Heavenly Destiny, you're so powerful now. Daddy and the people of Taiyuan City are all afraid of you. Walking in the corridor with Lu Tian, Lu Ling said with a smile, Brother Heaven's Destiny, who used to love to talk big, has really become a big shot. Cultivate well and you'll be great too. Lu Tianming smiled faintly. He took out some jade bottles and gave them to Lu Ling. They were all pills that he had recently refined, including the topping pill and the fiery young pill. Also took out a couple of puppets. This was what he found amongst the storage bags of Gongsun Jian's several people. Each of them had the strength of the peak of the fiery sun realm. It can protect Lu Ling. Brother Heaven's Destiny, will you still leave? Lu Ling blinked her big eyes and said unwillingly. Lu Tianming nodded slightly. This time when the secret realm opened, the vicinity of Taiyuan City would probably become the center of the vortex. He's going to be ready for a rainy day. After Lu Ling left, Lu Tianming returned to his room and took out the jade pendant. A bit of research and not a single thing. This jade pendant has some tricks. Even this seat's divine sense can't detect it. Boy, it seems that your mother is not an ordinary person. In the first layer of the burial realm, the unknown ferocious spirit said. Chapter 85 Transactions. Lu Tianmai rolled his eyes and didn't bother. Good boy, dare to ignore my father. The ferocious spirit of the first layer shouted, seemingly bored from being sealed for too long, to be ignored by a mole. How about we trade a bit? Suddenly, a layer of ferocious spirit said, trade what? Lu Tianming raised an eyebrow. Seeing that you know how to concoct Dan, and the heaven refining cauldron, as long as you help me concoct a demon yuan Dan, this father will promise to go to bat for you once. How about it? You know it's just a district demon yuan Dan. Back then, how many big brothers took the heaven-defying treasures? Lousy didn't even hang. This time it's too cheap for you. A layer of ferocious spirit said, demon yuan Dan. Lu Tianming was stunned, and then he turned over the Dan scriptures of the heavens, which not only contained the lifelong collection of the Dan ancestor, but also the Dan formulas collected by the white-clothed woman, which was a truly priceless thing. Not long after, he did find the demon yuan Dan. the grade wasn't high, it was just a master-level elixir. With his current level of alchemy, he was able to refine it. As for the medicinal herbs, he asked the Lu family Chamber of Commerce to help search for them, and he should be able to get them together. What if I help you refine it and you go back on your word? Then, Lu Tianming said. The woman in white fell into a deep sleep, and it was indeed not safe for him to be alone. This time, the secret realm was opened and it was extremely competitive. If he had this mysterious ferocious spirit to help him out once, at the critical moment, it would be one more card to play. Hey, this father looked out of the world back then and was believed in by countless living beings. Would he go back on his words? A layer of ferocious spirits snorted. If not for the fact that his origin was drying up so badly that his life was in danger, he wouldn't have made a deal with Lu Tianmai. Moreover, a mere devil yuan pill would give him a very limited amount of origin to recover. Even if he took it, it would be difficult to break the seal. Lu Tianmeng pondered for a moment, secretly thinking that it was also true, so he agreed. I have to say, you know how to make pills. Indeed, meat and potatoes. Maybe in the future, the existences within the 10 layers of the burial realm will all have places to beg you. The fierce spirit sighed lightly. A high-level alchemist, in the cultivation world, allowed many top powerhouses to rush to befriend them. Lu Tianmeng smiled. It seemed that the 10 layers of bronze ancient coffins, sealed beings, it may not necessarily be a menace, it may still be an opportunity. Of course, this is just hypothetical. No one knows if the other great evils are good enough to talk about, or he couldn't refine the elixir they needed. The seal is lifted and will still crush him. After that, he had the Lu family Chamber of Commerce help him look for the herbs for the 3 types of Dan formula. The first one is the Earth Orifice Pill, which helps Lu Tianmeng to open the Earth Orifice. The others are the Magic Yuan Pill and the Heavenly Soul Pill. As for the materials for the Earth Orifice Pill, they weren't that hard to find, and it only took the Lu family 3 days to collect them. The Devil Yuan Dan had also gathered most of it, and it still needed some magical beast bloodlines to be gathered. The only material that was very difficult to find was the Heavenly Soul Pill. This elixir was of an extremely high grade, almost reaching the Zhongshe level, and the herbs were still very cold. Lu Xiong had been busy for a few days, but he had only managed to get half of it together. If you want to get it all together, it looks like the only way is to wait for the 10,000 treasures building, the auction to open. Lu Xiong suggested. This auction, with its extremely high specifications, will surely have a lot of good stuff. Lu Tianming nodded slightly, after which he began to refine the Earth Orifice Pill, and comprehending the Dan scriptures of the heavens. Many of the alchemy intentions in them were too beneficial to him. Immersed in the mood, Lu Tianmeng looked like he was transformed into countless Dan masters, refining different pills, letting his experience in alchemy grow at a terrifying rate. This Dan scripture of the heavens is truly a supreme treasure. With this item alone, your future achievements in the Dan Dao are unimaginable. What the woman in white has given you is truly coveted. A layer of ferocious spirits smacked their lips. You know where the woman in white came from? Lu Tianmeng said. I don't know. Don't dare to presume. The tone of the first layer of ferocious spirits was a bit abashed. Lu Tianmeng marveled. The woman in white was really a cow. Let the heavenly and earthly layer of ferocious spirits be feared. Those thighs, they're pretty thick. Kid, I advise you not to think of something unrealistic. With the height of this woman in white, you might as well dream if you want to have anything with her. A layer of ferocious spirits laughed coldly. It didn't understand why it looked at Lu Tianmian. This mole, he's all jealous. Maybe I'm more handsome. Lu Tianmeng shrugged. A layer of ferocious spirits that want to go out and whack him right now. This karma, if you don't have the strength, might become a heavenly misfortune. The fierce spirit on the first floor said. Lu Tianmeng was silent. Undeniable. The next day, he refined the Earth Orifice Pill. It was an elixir the size of a dragon's eye, emitting strong earth power throughout. Lu Tianmeng held it in his hand and felt a thick and heavy aura. At that time, Dongfang Qingcheng, opening the earth orifices and exerting the power of the earth, that strong strength, he had a deep memory of it. If he hadn't reached the extreme realm in Qi drawing, and Xianyin, along with the Great Desolate Emperor body, it would still be very difficult to cross that many realms and fight with it. Now that he was about to have the power of the earth as well, he was also somewhat expectant. When absorbing this Dan, feel with your heart the generation and operation of the power of the earth, and maybe you touch a trace of earth sword intent. The fierce spirit suddenly said, Earth sword intent? Lu Tianmeng froze. Not bad. This is the power of heaven and earth. If you can comprehend it, the power of your sword technique will be even more domineering and unparalleled. A layer of ferocious spirits had a low voice. However, having 2 types of sword intent is very difficult, and it also depends on whether you have this enlightenment. Lu Tianmeng nodded. The power of the earth, in itself, was powerful enough. If it was transformed into earth sword intent, combined with his Great Desolate Emperor body, He was bound to be terrifying when his sword went down. And just as Lu Tianmeng absorbed the Earth Orifice Pill and comprehended the Earth's sword intent, Eastern Wasteland, Holy Maiden Peak, when Dongfang Qingcheng heard that the three people, Sun Mingyuan, who were sent out by Star Soul, were killed by sword cultivators who possess sword intent, a flash of surprise also surfaced in her beautiful eyes. Holy Maiden, this Lu Tianmian is really weird. Could it be that there are sword cultivation experts behind him? Star Soul said. That Dan Sage was just a detachment. They could vaguely perceive that the principal body must not strike at will. Therefore, against Lu Tianmai, they didn't have much to worry about. Sword cultivators are usually extremely arrogant. How could they protect Lu Tianmai? Dongfang Qingcheng frowned. Lu Tianmian really did repeatedly surprise her. She hadn't thought about it being Lu Tianmeng himself either. After all, sword intent was the most difficult to comprehend out of all the intentions. Lu Tianmeng's sword practice was extremely short, and it was naturally impossible for him to try to comprehend it. Ziyu, you go to the South Ridge and bring back that brat Lu Tianmeng's head. For me. Finally, Dongfang Qingcheng ordered. Ziyu was not ranked low among the true disciples. It wasn't difficult to deal with Lu Tianmeng. Yes, Ziyu nodded with a light smile, her eyes fiery. He also aspires to hit the heavenly bell. Taiyuan City. As time passed, more geniuses came every day. The 10,000 Demon Hall, 10,000 Sword Sect, Jade Void Sect, Yin Yang Sect, Heavenly Apocalypse Palace, and so on. Many of the top Southern Ridge sects came in droves. The atmosphere is getting hotter by the day. Everyone understood their purpose. Firstly, the auction in a few days at the 10,000 Treasures building. Second, the ancient mysteries. Among them is the soul-destroying sword, which has been passed down from ancient times, destroying the sky and sweeping away the stars and rivers. All are eager to get it. Qing'er's senior sister. I heard that the Mu family was lost heavily by a teenage sword cultivator. When to kill over Mu family, many large groups of people from the 10,000 Demons Hall arrived. Most of them were beast masters, manipulating huge and ferocious beasts with a fierce aura. Wait for the ancient mysteries to open before you make your move. Mu Qing'er sneered. She had been investigating who the master behind Lu Tianming was, but there was no news. It makes them a little wary. Alright, we, the 10,000 Demon Hall, aren't afraid of what background he has, and after the secret realm opens, we'll make a move to crush him as well. Many disciples of the 10,000 Demon Hall laughed. Mu Qing'er nodded her head with a smile. With the 10,000 Demons Hall as her backer, she was indeed fearless. Interesting. I can't imagine that the tiny Taiyuan city has a teenager who has comprehended sword intent. Let's go and take a look. At another inn, many disciples of the 10,000 Sword Sect couldn't help but laugh out loud when they heard the news from the city. After all, in their 10,000 Sword Sect, there were very few geniuses who could comprehend sword intent. The appearance of one here naturally made them a bit curious. Chapter 86 The Arrogant 10,000 Sword Sect. I do think that what that Lu Tianmian comprehended may not be sword intent. After all, this Taiyuan city is too small, and the cultivators are all lowly, so they don't even know what true sword intent is. Not bad. I also think it's fake. There are only a handful of young people who have comprehended sword intent in our 10,000 Sword Sect. Let's go and fake it. Let the world know how arcane sword intent is, and really think that this brat can be compared to the geniuses of my 10,000 Sword Sect. These young men of the 10,000 Sword Sect, each wearing a long sword, arrogantly sneered. In the South Ridge their 10,000 Sword Sect was the largest sword cultivation sect. A youngster from a wild background had defeated 99% of their 10,000 Sword Sect's disciples, and had comprehended the sword intent at the age of but 20. This was also a not-so-small shame for their 10,000 Sword Sect. Of course they want to go and knock the kid around so he doesn't fool the world, tarnishing the reputation of their 10,000 Sword Sect. The genius of the 10,000 Sword Sect is actually going to the Lu family to look for Lu Tianmai? Seeing this, quite a few cultivators in Taiyuan City became excited. They knew that when the disciples of the 10,000 Sword Sect arrived, there would inevitably be a friction with Lu Tianmian. After all, the people of the 10,000 Sword Sect were used to acting overbearingly. It was normal to look at other geniuses and crush their 10,000 Sword Sect disciples. This caused a flash of anticipation to rise in their hearts as well. He wanted to see the difference between Lu Tianmeng and the 10,000 Sword Sect, the real orthodox sword cultivators. What are you doing? What are you doing here in my Lu family? The two guards at the entrance of the Lu family, seeing the disciples of the 10,000 Sword Sect, coming one by one with an arrogant demeanor, could not help but change their faces and said in a deep voice, although the current Taiyuan city was a mixed bag of fish and dragons, there were quite a few top forces from the Southern Ridge and even the Eastern Wasteland that had come. Family head Lu Xiong told them to keep a low profile and never offend some people, but when others just waltzed in and broke into the Lu family, they naturally had to stop it. otherwise this would be a trampling on the face of the Lu family. Scram! There's nothing for you here. Let that Lu Tiannian kid roll out. Let's see what kind of bull sword intent he comprehended. A white-clothed youth sneered. The sword at his waist was drawn. With a resounding sound, a sharp sword light flew out. Those two clansmen at the entrance of the Lu family died instantly and tragically. How dare you come to my Lu family to openly kill people? Soon, quite a few people from the Lu family walked out, and when they saw the scene in front of them, they couldn't help but be a bit shocked. Although they were able to tell that these young men came from a great source, but to just directly come to the door and kill someone was too rampant. A bunch of mole crickets. So what if we kill them? The white-clothed youth arrogantly smiled, did not even look at the dead two clansmen, as if it was really casually beheading two roadside bugs. His head was high. Where is Lu Tianmian? Let him roll out. Dare to pretend to be a juvenile genius sword cultivator. This is a great disrespect to our 10,000 sword sect. Today I will let this kid make amends to the 10,000 sword sect. Not bad. Hurry up and let him come out. Let him see what a true sword cultivator is. The other disciples of the 10,000 sword sect also laughed out loud. Even some people whose gazes swept over some of the Lu family's female family members couldn't help but lick their tongues, a touch of obscenity appearing in their eyes. It seems to kill people at their doorsteps and rape them. The rape of other people's female family members has not been done too often. Many clansmen of the Lu family had their hearts chilled. They had long heard that the people of the 10,000 sword sect behaved in an overbearing manner, destroying people's entire families at every turn. I didn't realize it was more overbearing than rumored. Just because Lu Tianmeng, with his outstanding talent in the sword Dao, had tainted the reputation of the 10,000 sword sect, these people just looked like they were about to go on a killing spree, which undoubtedly caused some anger in their hearts as well. Brother Heaven's destiny is in seclusion. He can't come out for the time being. You guys can't disturb him. Right at this moment, Lu Ling rushed out, stretching out her small hand to stop in front of the crowd of the 10,000 sword sect, her delicate and sweet pretty face puffing with anger. She was still young with a rotten personality and didn't know the dangers of the 10,000 sword sect. It's only important to know that your heavenly brother can't be bothered. Lu Ling, come back quickly. Seeing this, Lu Xiong couldn't help but change his face drastically as he anxiously said, these guys were no good at first glance, and if they offended them again, the consequences for their Lu family would only be worse. Ha ha ha, what a good watery woman. I didn't think that in this small Taiyuan city, there would be such a marked beauty. Come with me, be my plaything. I'll guarantee that you'll eat fragrant food and drink spicy food. As expected, the leader of the white-clothed youth saw Lu Ling's sweet face, immediately like a long hungry wolf, saw the fat food. A pair of eyes immediately revealed a strong lustful, the light of obscenity. Although Lu Ling was not very old, but she did have a slender, concave and convex body, coupled with that pretty face that was a bit chubby. It simply made people salivate, and they could not wait to hold it in their arms and wantonly play with it. He had some ambitions for Lu Ling. Swish! At that moment, after the words fell, a strong aura erupted from his body, and his 5 fingers became claws, grabbing towards Lu Ling. Although Lu Ling also had a certain amount of strength, it was certainly impossible that he would be a match for the outstanding disciples of the 10,000 sword sect. Right away, under that powerful aura, it was as if she was immobilized and could only stand in place, like fish and meat on a chopping board. The only way was to be grabbed by the white-clothed youth. 10,000 sword sect, you are too arrogant. The Lu family will fight them. Lu Xiong roared. Lu Ling was his most beloved daughter. No matter what, she couldn't really be captured by these people. Otherwise, what would happen to Lu Ling was simply unthinkable. A bunch of worms, how dare they stop us? Looking for death. Seeing this, the white-clothed youth smiled playfully, and the sword in his hand turned into a blazing light to kill Lu Xiong. Pust! Lu Xiong was immediately nailed by the long sword and brought to a wall, where he was nailed alive. Good thing he avoided the vitals at the crucial moment. Otherwise, this sword would have pierced through his heart, causing him to die miserably. However, despite this, his face was incredibly pale, and his breath was depleted, losing his fighting strength. He was also somewhat appalled in his heart. The strength of this white-clothed youth was too strong. As the head of the Lu family, the strongest person in the family, he could not even receive a single move in its hands. Father, Lu Ling cried with pear blossoms, making people pity. If Lu Tiannian doesn't come out today, I'll slaughter the entire Lu family to stop future troubles. The white-clothed youth smiled morosely as cold killing intent erupted from his eyes. A group of lowly mole crickets that dared to rebel against them undoubtedly made him angry as well. Lu Ling clenched her silver teeth and took out a dagger in her hand, about to stab at the white-clothed youth. These people wanted to hurt Brother Heaven's destiny, and she wouldn't agree to that no matter what. Looking for death, the white-clothed youth sneered, anger rising in his eyes as his long sword turned into a ghostly light and chopped at Lu Ling's neck. The speed of the sword is extremely fast. Lu Ling is not an opponent at all. This sword chopped will definitely be lost. Lu family, that's a bit of a pity. On the outskirts of the Lu family, there were quite a few cultivators from the city gathered around. And looking at this scene they couldn't help but shake their heads slightly. Because of Lu Tianmian, the Lu family even had a disaster today, which was saddening. Do you guys think you've lived too long, daring to come to the Lu family to cause trouble? However, right at this moment, in the backyard of the Lu family, a young man's cold drink spread out, followed by a young man, his whole body radiating a tragic haze, flying in with his sword, like a young sword god, his body radiating a surging aura, making the heavenly sun lose some of its luster slightly for a moment. Pust. Immediately afterward, the teenager merged his fingers like a sword and pointed forward, a sharp sword light, as if it had cut through space and disorganized time, not even a 1/3 of a second's flash, directly pierced through the throat of the white-clothed youth. With a poof, blood spurted wildly. The white-clothed youth's throat was immediately pierced through a bull-sized bloody hole. The white-clothed youth's gaze was wide open, his blood spurting like a spring, his face in disbelief, and he died tragically on the spot. What a terrible sword! Who is this person? Could it be that Lu Tianmian? A clamor rose around the room, and many people were surprised. Lu Tianming's sword was too domineering, like an aurora borealis of heaven and earth that could kill everything. Many people had a somewhat chilling taste, only to feel that with such a sword, if it were to kill them, they too would surely die. Brother Tian, you've come out of the gate. Lu Ling saw Lu Tian and smiled in surprise. Silly girl, what's the point of fighting so hard? Lu Tianmian laughed softly, warming his heart. Looking at the wound on Lu Lingyu's neck, a terrifying chill also radiated from the bottom of his eyes. Back then, Lu Ling was extremely kind to him, and during the years when he was not treated well in the Lu family, she would secretly bring him anything delicious and fun to eat. He would even go against the family rules and teach him to practice. Even if he was sometimes severely punished by some elders, he didn't change. She treated him truly as her own brother, and he loved her as his own sister. Now these scumbags from the 10,000 Swords sect had almost harmed Lu Ling. The killing intent in his heart naturally blazed like wildfire. You stand aside. Today I will find justice for the Lu family. Lu Tianming smiled and patted Lu Ling's head. Okay, brother heavenly destiny, be careful. Lu Ling gave a good-natured smile, seemingly trusting Lu Tianmai, her eyes filled with adoration. Kid, how dare you? How dare you kill a disciple of my 10,000 Swords sect? Do you know that you have committed a capital offense? At this time, the other disciples of the 10,000 Swords sect also reacted. In their hearts, although they were a bit surprised, they were not too intimidated. After all, Lu Tianmian's face was even younger than they had imagined, like a 17 or 18-year-old teenager. How strong could such a person's propped-up sword Dao cultivation be? And just now, that white-clothed youth died tragically, completely unresponsive. At that moment, they looked like performers in anger. The disciples of the 10,000 Swords sect were all carefully selected sword Dao seedlings. To die one is a great loss. Just based on this point, Lu Tianmian is the Lu family. Today is also bound to die. I'm not just going to kill one of your disciples. All of you won't be able to leave today. All of you will die here. Lu Tianming's eyes were indifferent, as if he was looking at a group of dead people. District 10,000 Swords sect is nothing. He is still the holy son of the Kunlun Holy Land in the eastern wasteland. Is he proud? The South Ridge is still, relatively speaking, a land of barbarians. He wasn't interested, at all, in pressing people with his status. These men could sharpen his sword. Kill. At that moment, Lu Tianmian let out a cold cry. His finger pointed. A sword light crossed. Poof poof. One Jian sect instantly had 8 disciples. Their heads moved, flying out diagonally, too dry and sharp. His flying sword like the scythe of death. These people did not even half block. All died miserably. Chapter 87. Kill them all. Seeing this, the remaining disciples of the 10,000 Swords sect finally had some fear. In Lu Tianmian, they did feel a sword intent, and it was very pure and voluminous, and it seemed to be even stronger than the sword intent of those geniuses of their 10,000 Swords sect. They were a little incredulous. How did one cultivate by oneself alone without a powerful plan to teach them? Giggling, ignoring their surprise, Lu Tianmian took an arrow step, grasping the long sword in his hand as his body transformed into a trail of residual shadows, weaving in and out between the remaining 20 or so disciples. It was impossible to see how Lu Tianmai made his sword. Only a sword light could be seen, flickering like a glow in the dark night. Immediately afterward, the sound of tearing rang out. Clang! The crowd's gazes flickered, and by the time they could see clearly again, Lu Tianmian had already returned to his original position and sheathed his long sword, and almost in an instant, that more than 20 disciples of the 10,000 Swords sect were either cut off at the waist, or killed by standing splits, or decapitated, and all of them fell to pieces, with limbs and organs crashing to the ground, blood flowing horizontally, and their deaths were extremely tragic. Hiss! Immediately, a voice that sucked in cool air resounded like a ventilator. Many of the cultivators who had gathered around the periphery of the Lu family could not help but add a strong look of horror to their eyes. Most of these 10,000 sword sect disciples could be at the 8th or 9th level of the Fiery Sun realm, or even the early stage of the Divine Dan realm. However, in the hands of Lu Tianmai, it was actually like a toy, directly slaughtered unilaterally. Lu Tianmian's strength made even their hearts furious. This sword technique was too strong. He's actually stronger than the rumors. At this moment, in the crowd, Mu Qinger was also looking at this scene. Her pretty face was also slightly dumbfounded. Before Lu Tianmeng didn't seem to have reached this step. It was only a few short days, but it had actually become powerful again. And the progress of her strength made her a little alarmed. Earth orifices? He's opened the earth orifice of the Blazing Sun realm. At this moment, a strong person who had arrived at Taiyuan City stared at Lu Tianmian's lower abdomen position, and when he noticed an orifice glowing there, absorbing the power of the earth in a steady stream, his pupils immediately shrank and he lost his voice. At those words, the hearts of the surrounding crowd once again shook wildly. Earth orifice? This was the extreme realm of the Blazing Sun realm. No one had ever opened it in the South Ridge before, and Lu Tianmian had actually opened the earth orifice. Mu Qinger also had great waves rising in her heart. Once the earth orifices were opened, they were all symbols of heavenly talents. She suddenly couldn't even help but feel some anger towards Mu Baizhi, her own damn sister. What kind of heavenly son did she miss back then? Such a wunderkind went ahead and withdrew from the marriage and humiliated him. She even thought her sister was a little damned. Otherwise, combining with such a genius, the heights that their Mu family would reach in the future would be far from what they were now. Beside her, those disciples of the 10,000 Demon Hall couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle a bit. He had thought that Lu Tianmai was just an ordinary teenager, but now he realized how wrong he was. To be able to open an earth orifice, is this an unusual person? They also didn't dare to make a casual move against Lu Tianmai. Lu Tianmian, you killed more than 30 sword cultivators of the 10,000 sword sect. Do you know what the consequences will be? However, there were also forces in the crowd that had a good relationship with the 10,000 sword sect, and even though they were also a little chilled inside, they couldn't help but bite their teeth fiercely and said, many of the clans in the cities of the South Ridge were dependent under the 10,000 sword sect. Now that many disciples of the 10,000 sword sect had died so tragically, the situation was too serious. Why do I need to consider the consequences of killing someone? Just let the 10,000 sword sect come. Lu Tianmeng said expressionlessly. Dongfang Qingcheng, he was still not afraid, let alone the 10,000 sword sect. Have the guts. When the secret realm opens, you will know what happens. Someone sneered. Lu Tianmian had a mysterious background, and the 10,000 sword sect thought that they would be unwilling to regenerate matters at this time. If it ends up being cheaper, it's not worth it. As many people left, the matter here came to an end for the time being, and many people had some marveling on their faces. Lu Tianmeng, the wizard within the Lu family, really came out of the dragon. Lu Xiong smiled bitterly and said, Heaven's mandate, please don't take it to heart that the family has treated you coldly in the past. Lu Tianmian smiled lightly. This is all in the past. Back then, my righteous father treated me well, so I naturally don't care. At that time, when his righteous father learned that he was unable to cultivate, he even spent a lot of money to hire many famous doctors near Taiyuan City. This love he always remembered. Lu Xiong nodded. He had felt that Heaven's mandate was a good kid before. He really wasn't wrong about that. Back then, when Heaven's destiny left, he thought that it was because the people in the family had ostracized him, and he had punished those people in the family severely. He blamed himself a little in his mind. He should have been nicer to Heaven's mandate back then. From now on, Heaven's mandate is the head of my Lu family, and everyone must follow his orders. At that moment, Lu Xiong announced, Yes, see family master. At that moment, many Lu family members bowed respectfully to Lu Tianmeng. Lu Tianmeng's strength of heart made them admire him. Now that the Lu family had made many enemies, only Lu Tianshi could protect them. Lu Tianmeng smiled faintly, only agreeing for the time being. The Lu family had raised him, and he would naturally do his part for the Lu family. After that, Lu Tianmeng took out some of the pill formulas and gave them to some of the Lu family's low-level pill masters. There were many elixirs that could help in the Qi drawing, Shen Yin, Fiery Yang, and Shin Dan realms. It can help the Lu family's strength to increase greatly. Then, Lu Tianming once again closed his eyes to cultivate. This time, the disciples of the 10,000 sword sect came suddenly. He didn't properly comprehend the earth sword intent. He was going to continue to comprehend. Buzz, and within a backyard of the Lu family, Lu Tianmian sat on the cold ground, mobilizing the earth orifice and letting the power of the earth constantly roam in his body. At the same time, Lu Tianmeng mobilized his divine soul and felt the subtlety of the power of the earth. Not long afterward, The long sword, which was resting across his knees, quivered slightly. Immediately afterward, a hint of yellowish earthly light lingered on the long sword. Earth sword intent, open. At a certain moment, Lu Tiannian's eyes opened at first, and the entire ground of the backyard shook slightly. He pulled out the long sword on his knee with a clanging sound, and the blade of the sword instantly emitted a brilliant yellow light, followed by a sword chop from the ground. Rumble! An incomparably thick crack appeared in the entire backyard, 10 meters long and several meters wide, permeating a terrifying sword intent. Earth sword intent, I've succeeded in comprehending it, Lu Tiannian said to himself as a smile appeared on his face. When he made the sword, he had a strange feeling, as if the sword in his hand became the sword of the earth and could command the earth. It's a very ho-hum feeling. If anything, the unyielding sword intent represented his life philosophy and will. Then this earth sword intent is purely a potential to the earth's momentum, plus sword law to make it heavy as a mountain. Irresistible. 2 types of sword intent added to your body. You really did it. The layer 1 fierce spirit was also stunned. He was just talking before. There were too many people in the world who could comprehend the earth sword intent. Not to mention that Lu Tianmu already had the unyielding sword intent. Trying to comprehend the second sword intent was no less difficult than climbing up to heaven. Lu Tianmeng actually did succeed. He was all a bit shocked. It was discovered that he had underestimated Lu Tianmeng's talent. With the addition of the 2 types of sword intent, one could imagine how astonishing the power of Lu Tianmian's sword technique was. A sword cultivator of the same level was even less of a match for him. Senior, since there are many kinds of sword intent that can be cultivated, is it possible for my Great Desolate Emperor body to be added to the sword intent? Lu Tianmeng suddenly mused. Chapter 88 Great Desolate Sword Intent. His Great Desolate Emperor body. That purple gold-colored blood chi was terrifying. Together with Emperor Bone's current strength of 550,000 pounds, if he could also cultivate sword intent, he would undoubtedly be even stronger. You're going to incorporate the Great Desolate Emperor body into the sword intent as well? The fierce spirit was startled when he heard this. This kid has an active mind. The Great Desolate Emperor body. If it could also be transformed into sword intent, it would be almost the same without lighting up the ages. I once heard that the Great Desolate Imperial body does have a sword intent called the Great Desolate Sword Intent, but it is very ethereal. There were once Great Desolate Imperial bodies that had reached the saint level that failed to realize it. It is indeed difficult for you to try to do it. And most importantly, you already have 2 types of sword intent, and you still want to realize a 3rd type of sword intent. Brat, don't you think that you're a bit too much? The tone of the Layer 1 fierce spirit was a bit odd. To be able to cultivate a sword intent was already the best among sword cultivators. 1 in a million. 2 types of sword intent that could stun a field of eyeballs. Lu Tiannian still wanted to cultivate the 3rd sword intent, and he still didn't let people live. Of course, if it succeeds, the horror will be boundless indeed. The power was something he couldn't even predict. Great Desolate Sword Intent. Lu Tianmeng muttered, his heart slightly heated. His intuition told him that this Great Desolate Sword Intent was useful to him. He must enunciate it. After that, he had been comprehending the Great Desolate Sword Intent. Even Lu Tianmian's natural talent, which was already outstanding, didn't have much of a clue. Occasionally an aura flashes by and you can't catch it. The time you've spent cultivating the sword Dao is too short, and the Great Desolate Emperor body is advanced. So naturally it's not that easy. Take your time, a layer of ferocious spirits suggested. Lu Tianmeng nodded as he thought of an elixir, the enlightenment pill. As long as he could refine it, it could greatly help enlightenment. It might be possible to take the Great Desolate Sword Intent and succeed in comprehending it. So 2 days later, the Wan Bao Lu auction was officially opened. The place where it was held was precisely within a towering pavilion in the south of the city. There were formations in the building. Regular people can't make trouble. The 10,000 Treasures building was also a famous chamber of commerce. Throughout the Xuanwu realm, people in general wouldn't dare not give face. Lu Tianmeng arrived with Lu Ling and a group of Lu family members. The crowd looked surprised to see him. After all, he had just come to the city not more than a few days ago, and the sensation he caused was tremendous. Lu Tianmian, you've really come. On the 2nd floor, there was a man in Xian clothes, holding a folding fan and laughing lightly. Beside him was another woman, dressed in a white dress with snow-white skin, very beautiful. It was none other than Li Yanran of the Sacred Dan Palace. The man in Xian clothes was the Jade Void Sect's senior brother, Li Xiansu. He and Li Yanyan are former acquaintances. Yanyan, this guy really let you wash his feet? Li Xuanxu frowned and said in an odd tone. He knew how arrogant Yanyan Li was. With a heavenly Dan physique, he might be able to become a Dan king in the future and be noticed by all. But he washed the feet of a teenager for Lu Tianming. He felt a little dreamy when he heard the news. Xuanxu, haven't you always wanted me to help you refine pills? As long as you can take him down and hand him over to me, I'll promise to help you refine it. When Li Yanran heard this, her pretty face couldn't help but blush as she spoke in an indignant tone. To think that she had lost a bet with Lu Tianmian that day and had even worked as a foot-washing maid for the other party. She was incomparably angry. Don't worry, he hasn't stepped into the Divine Dan realm yet. I'll make a move when the opportunity is right. Li Xuanqiu laughed lightly, looking at Li Yanran's stunningly beautiful face. A faint heat also swept across the bottom of his eyes. Its looks were outstanding. Plus it was still a master alchemist. What man isn't on fire? It's a great opportunity to get closer to Humo Li. The corner of Li Yanran's mouth curled up slightly as she stared at Lu Tianmian below, sneering. Lu Tianmian, I'll show you how big the call of an alchemist is. Offend me, and I'll make it difficult for you to move an inch in the southern ridge. Is this brother Lu Tian? Just as Lu Tianmian had arrived at the main entrance of the auction, a loud laugh suddenly spread out. Immediately after that, many people flew in with their sword flights. At the head of the group a man dressed in gray with a sword hanging from his waist. His temperament looked very cool. There was also a faint layer of sword intent surrounding his body, which was somewhat astonishing. Are you? Lu Tianming's eyes narrowed. I am the Wanjian sect's young sect leader, Jianjun. I am sorry that those few inferior disciples of my Wanjian sect went so far as to go to your Lu clan to look for trouble earlier. Those guys have been making trouble all day long under the name of the 10,000 Swords sect. The 10,000 Swords sect has long wanted to punish them, so please don't mind brother Lu. Jianjun arched his hand and laughed sincerely. Lu Tianmeng was stunned. You're not angry that I killed your 10,000 Swords sect disciple? How could that be? Those guys deserve to die. I still have to thank brother Lu for cleaning up my 10,000 Swords sect. Jianjun laughed out loud. Let's go, brother Lu. Let's go together. I'm willing to make you a friend. Lu Tianmeng smiled, not having thought that this 10,000 Swords sect's young patriarch was so easy to get along with. At that moment, he and Jianjun entered the auction venue together. Lu Tianmeng swept his gaze around and realized that the place was almost packed with many of the South Ridge's dignified forces. Even the disciples of the Eastern Desolate Sacred Dan Hall, the Undying Sacred Land, and the Heavenly Tao Sacred Land saw it. Alas, this time the secret realm is too attractive. Brother Lu, if you don't mind, we can cooperate then. After all, with so many forces, even our 10,000 Swords sect is somewhat overwhelmed, Jianjun said with a bitter smile. It's okay. Lu Tianming nodded his head. He could sense that Jianjun was truly a true person and didn't have a city. One more ally is naturally a good thing. Then I wish us a happy cooperation in advance. Jianjun smiled excitedly. Jianjun, your 10,000 Swords sect has fallen so far that you are even willing to befriend a teenager. Is it because you know that my 10,000 Demons Hall will strike out at you when the secret realm opens and are looking for allies in advance? At this time, someone not far away coldly laughed. Lu Tianming's gaze turned to where the same group of people were sitting. The leader was a purple-clothed youth who sat leisurely, glancing lightly at Jianjun and sneering. He is Jie Wushuang, the Grand Master of the 10,000 Demons Hall, whose in the 10,000 Swords sect have always been hostile. Beside Lu Tianmian, Lu Xiong whispered, reaching heights like Jedi Wushuang was like being a star. He naturally knew that. Lu Tianming nodded his head slightly. This fellow's strength had actually reached the 8th level of the Divine Dan realm. It really wasn't simple. Or the Beast Master. The battle power was quite a bit stronger than that of an ordinary cultivator. Jie Wushuang, let go of your bull ********. My 10,000 Swords sect doesn't fear you. I've known brother Lu since we first met. Can't I just admire him for his young age and his superb sword Dao? Jianjun stalked his neck and scolded. The 10,000 Swords sect and the 10,000 Demons Hall had been feuding for a long time. When the disciples of the two parties met, they often had verbal fights. Beware that when the time comes, a piece will die in that secret realm. Jie Wushuang smiled grimly and glanced faintly at Lu Tianmeng. A touch of coldness swept across the bottom of his eyes. Mu Qinger was his sitting disciple, and he knew that Lu Tianmian had killed his closest relative. At that time, he would naturally help Mu Qinger and understand the grudge. Lu Tianmeng smiled coldly, not caring. The secret realm is open, and it will be known who will die. TSK, this generation of Kunlun Holy Land Saint's son, Lu Tianmian, is actually so young. I heard that he defeated Dongfang Qingcheng in the same realm. That's not bad. In the other direction, there was a famous old man, looking at Lu Tianmian, smiling faintly. Yeah, this guy is very powerful, possessing the Great Desolate Emperor body. Maybe your Yin Yang sect. Yin Yang Saint's son is not his opponent. A little girl, about only 13 or 14 years old, with a ponytail, mischievous and lively, said with a cheeky smile. She was none other than the Undying Holy Land, Chu Maniac's daughter, Chu. The old man was the supreme elder of the Yin Yang sect, her uncle clan elder. The Great Desolate Emperor body is indeed powerful, but as far as I know, this kid is only in the Fiery Sun realm, right? Our Tianer has stepped into the Divine Dan realm for many years now. How could he not be his opponent? The old man immediately blew his beard and said in displeasure. Beside him, there was another man wearing a yin-yang Taoist robe, who smiled faintly and didn't care. He was none other than the saint son of the yin-yang sect, Ouyang Tian, legendary figure among the young people of Southridge. Looking at Lu Tianmai and feeling the origin of the Great Desolate Emperor body within his body, he couldn't help but feel a speck of heat welling up in the bottom of his eyes. Chapter 89. The medicinal herbs come together. Defeating Dongfang Qingcheng in a battle amongst the same level. Lu Tianmian is indeed formidable. In the other direction, there were similarly people paying attention to Lu Tianmai. It was a woman, wearing a feathered white dress, with skin like sheep's fat jade, hair like a waterfall, and a dignified and holy temperament. There was also a light veil covering her stunning jade face, adding a hazy and mysterious beauty. She smiled faintly, her red lips gently opening as she said, Zhang Feng, next time you have the Eastern Wasteland Heavens Pride competition, beware of this person, and beware of the signboard of the Heavens Path Sacred Grounds, first sacred ground of the Eastern Wasteland, being removed by it. With him, I'm afraid he can't do it yet. Beside her was a silver-robed man who sneered with his hands behind his back. The woman's name was Lin Shiryao, and she was the holy maiden of the heavenly Qi Palace. In the South Ridge is the famous goddess. The man, on the other hand, was from the heavenly Tao Holy Land, one of the true disciples. The cultivation is powerful and unfathomable. Lin Shiryao smiled faintly, not denying it. She felt that Lu Tianmeng was somewhat mysterious and might do something unexpected. As far as I know, Dongfang Qingcheng has already sent someone to come to the South Ridge to take Lu Tianmian's head, so maybe this brat will die prematurely on this trip to the secret realm. Zhang Feng said with the corner of his mouth slightly curled. Then let's wait and see. Lin Shiryao smiled faintly. It only felt that Lu Tianmeng didn't die so easily. With the might of Dongfang Qingcheng, she could defeat her in a battle at the same level. Such people are always extraordinary. Zhang Feng's gaze was fixed on Lu Tianmeng, his eyes flickering with a strange aura as he wondered what he was thinking. Thank you all for your support. The items from my 10,000 treasures building today will not disappoint you all. At this time, an old man on the auction stage smiled faintly and walked out. Noticing the old man's aura, many people's hearts were shaken. This was actually an Imperial Realm powerhouse. An ordinary sect lord might not even be a match. I am the auctioneer this time. Everyone can address me as Elder Feng. The old man inserted his hands between his large sleeves and said with a smile, without further ado, on to the first lot. When the next woman, wearing a cheongsam and revealing her round and white thighs, served a plate, Elder Feng laughed. This is a very rare medicinal herb called Demon Ganoderma. It contains a rich and ferocious aura. It is the favorite of demonic cultivators. If you are interested, you can auction it off at a base price of 200,000 lower grade spirit stones. Demonic Lingji? Many people froze. Devil cultivators were very rare and all of them could not see the light. Who is good enough to auction this thing off in the open? 211,000 demon spirit Ganoderma. At that moment, Lu Tianmeng then shouted the price with a happy heart. He had a feeling that the auction had the herbs he needed, and sure enough, the first piece was the main medicine for refining the demonic Yuan pill. It can be given to a layer of ferocious spirits to restore their origin. It's a safeguard around him. Lu Tianmian, could you be a devil cultivator? Many people were stunned. Jia Wushuang said with an even more grim smile. None of your business. Can I buy it for research? Lu Tianmai squeezed. Jia Wushuang's face turned blue, like he had eaten a turd. Although this devil Lingji is a bit fierce, the energy in it can refine many pills, and it does have quite a lot of efficacy. Elder Feng explained. Anyone else raise the price? Many people shook their heads. They were not alchemists, and the demon Ganoderma was a bit cold, so there was no use for them to buy it. Congratulations to this little friend. Elder Feng lightly laughed. Thanks a lot. Lu Tianmeng smiled faintly. In the next auction, many of the items that appeared were medicinal herbs, and he even found 2 or 3 main medicines for the heavenly soul pill. Excited beyond measure, it was a step closer to him refining the heavenly soul pill. What surprised and amazed him the most was that he had also put together the herbs for 2 types of pills. One is the celestial orifice pill, which is used to open the celestial orifices. The other is the enlightenment elixir. Lu Tianmeng straightened up and said that this visit was worth it. With 2 types of elixirs, his strength could go even further. Many people were dismayed as to what Lu Tianmeng was doing buying so many herbs. Couldn't he be an alchemist? Some of those medicinal herbs are difficult to refine even for me, so it's a waste for this guy to buy them. On the second floor, Li Yanran sneered. She naturally didn't feel that Lu Tianmeng's alchemy level was as good as hers. It only felt that Lu Tianmeng was fooling around. This next treasure, but it's extremely extraordinary. It's a lower grade treasure weapon. Lingfeng sword. Out of the sword as fast as lightning. Sharp and incomparable. The reserve price is 800,000 spirit stones. Wind Old Man took out another sword and laughed. Lu Tianming smacked his lips. There were so many good things in this Wan Bao Lu that he wanted them all. Although he already had the giant K heavy sword, it was a holy weapon and he didn't want to rely on it too much. This Lingfeng sword, it suits him quite well. Heaven's mandate. If the money is not enough, I have it here. Even if I smash the pot, the family will support you. Lu Xiong whispered. The Lu family has been running the Chamber of Commerce for many years, and their family base is quite rich, so 1 or 2 million spirit stones can still be taken out. No need. Lu Tianming laughed lightly. His righteous father underestimated his financial strength too much. He had beheaded so many people along the way and snatched their storage bags. He still had 5 million spirit stones in his current storage. Plus, he was still idle these past few days, refining some pills. It's also extremely valuable. Don't worry about money at all. Lower grade treasure weapon. Interesting. Jie Wushuang, will take it. 1 million spirit stones. Jie Wushuang smiled faintly and said, if you say you want it, I'll offer $1,100,000. Li Xuanqiu laughed. Above the spirit weapons were the treasure weapons, and it was not common to see magic treasures at this level. Now that I've seen it, I naturally won't let it go. Maybe the trip to the secret world will be a surprise. 1,300,000. At this moment, the Yin Yang Saint's son said, damn, these guys, they're so rich. Jianjin cursed. You want to make a move too? Lu Tianming said, not really, the sword in my hand is a lower grade treasure weapon. It's just that my 10,000 sword sect isn't good at business and isn't as rich as them. Jianjin laughed awkwardly. Many sword cultivators have the habit of collecting swords. Instead, he didn't, thinking a sword would be enough. If Brother Lu wants to shoot, I can lend you if you don't have enough money. Finally, Jianjin laughed. If he was really ruthless, he could still come up with a few million spirit stones. Thanks a lot. I'll just shoot it myself. Lu Tianming laughed softly. This sword is really not bad. So generous at the first meeting. In the end, there was some bidding in the field, and the price of the Lingfeng sword climbed to the point where it was 2 million lower grade spirit stones. Li Xuanqiu and the Yin Yang Sacred Son all flinched. Thought the price was a bit steep. 2,100,000. Just as the corners of Jie Wushuang's mouth revealed a hint of a smile, feeling a bit of pleasure in defeating his two opponents, Lu Tianmian's lazy laughter rang out. Lu Tianmian, how dare you compete with me? Jedi Wushu's eyes were instantly furious. Why? The highest bidder gets it. Raise the price if you have money. Don't push here if you don't. Lu Tianming skimmed him. Not bad. No one is allowed to use their status to oppress others at the auction. Or don't blame old man for being impolite. Elder Feng also said indifferently. Jie Wushuang's face twitched. Naturally he didn't dare to offend Elder Feng. At that moment he gritted his teeth and said, 2.5 million lower grade spirit stones. 3 million. Lu Tianming shrugged. You. Jie Wushuang was surprised. Are you really so rich? None of your business. Lu Tianming said. Those pills of his were worth a lot of money, and money really wasn't a thing for him. 3 million? Anyone else want to raise the price? Feng Lao had a smile on his face, extraordinarily bright. 3,100,000. Sorry, Lu Tianmian. This Lingfeng sword, this Dan lady also wants to play with it. Just when the dust was about to settle, suddenly the faint laughter of Li Yanran on the second floor spread out. It's the Dane lady, Yan Yan Li. Wow. The entire auction house was in an uproar. Lots of male livestock with a mouthful of drool. Chapter 90 Pit Li Yanran. Li Yanran's reputation for voluptuousness was not just in the eastern wasteland. Even in the southern ridge it was equally known by many people. After all, outstanding alchemy geniuses were too honored in the Xuanwu realm. It's a veritable heavenly child. Lu Tianming? Could it be that this young sword cultivator is the holy son of the Kunlun Holy Land in the eastern desert? At that moment, someone thought of something and was surprised. Lu Tianming's reputation wasn't weak in the eastern wasteland, but the status of the holy son of the Kunlun Holy Land was too lofty. The world is also full of people who are renamed. No one had thought before that the teenager would be the one. There is no doubt some speculation now. Brother Heaven's destiny, are you so powerful that you've become the holy son of the Kunlun Holy Land? Lu Ling was also surprised. This identity was too distant for the small families of Taiyuan City. Just good luck. Lu Tianming smiled faintly and rubbed Lu Ling's little head. Brother Heaven's destiny is awesome, Lu Ling said with a smile. Lu Xiong and the other members of the Lu family were also shocked, and then they were ecstatic. It's even better for the family to have this kind of background. Their Lu family can practically honor their ancestors. Brother, I underestimated you. Kunlun Holy Land Holy Son Na, what a loss of respect. Jianjin marveled as well, his mouth opening a bit wider like he could swallow an egg. This status was more honorable than even he, the 10,000 Sword Sect's young sect master. After all, the Kunlun Holy Land was quite a bit more powerful than our 10,000 Sword Sect. How could he have become the saint son of the Kunlun sacred land in these few years? Mu Qinger, on the other hand, had her heart shaking wildly in disbelief. The mind even twists. If Mu Baiji was alive, she would want to strangle this sister alive. Missing the holy son of the Kunlun holy land that shines in the eastern wasteland. His own sister, back then, really had her eyes eaten by a dog. So what if he is the saint son of Kunlun? I heard that Dongfang Qingcheng has always regarded him as a thorn in his side. This name of his is nothing more than a false name. Not far away, Jia Wushuan was also a bit surprised, and immediately sneered. Everyone knew that this era belonged to Dongfang Qingcheng, ancient sage memory, related to Xian Yu Da Di. Even if Lu Tianmeng was lucky enough to become a saint's son, it was impossible for him to fight over Dongfang Qingcheng. The little guy is really surprising. On the podium, Elder Feng was all slightly surprised. Just now, he had felt that there was something not simple about Lu Tianmeng. It was actually the holy son of the Kunlun Holy Land, which surprised him as well. With this name, walking in the Xuanwu realm, many forces would have to give face. After all, the strength of the Holy Land was not comparable to ordinary sects. Lu Tianmeng looked calm and smiled lightly. Li Yanran, it seems like you are remembering how this saint's son, in the beginning, made you wash your feet. Don't forget, as this saint's son's maid, when you see your master, you still don't bow. Scram! Li Yanran was mortified. This asshole was too shameless. She clenched her silver teeth slightly and said, with me here today, this Lingfeng sword, it's absolutely impossible for you to get it. Fine, then let's compete against each other in terms of financial strength. Lu Tianmeng smiled faintly. Just compare. Li Yanran snorted coldly. As an alchemist, she's fat as hell. Comparing her to her financial strength, Lu Tianmeng was simply out of his depth. 5 million lower grade spirit stones. However, Lu Tianmeng opened his mouth. You, Li Yanran instantly dumbfounded. Did not expect Lu Tianmian to add so many spirit stones at once, even if there is money. It is not this spending method. This far exceeded the price of the Lingfeng sword. How about it? Dare you follow? Lu Tianming said in a good humor. Why don't you dare? 6 million lower grade spirit stones. Li Yanran's full breasts rose and fell dramatically as she coldly said. 7 million. Lu Tianming smiled. 8 million. Li Yanran's silver teeth clenched. Rich, this Lingfeng sword is yours. Lu Tianming gave a thumbs up and laughed. You, don't follow? Li Yanran froze. Really spending 8 million lower grade spirit stones to buy a Lingfeng sword? I'm not stupid. Lu Tianming spread his hands and laughed. Li Yanran almost wanted to vomit blood. This guy even shaded her. She originally also thought of shouting here and then stopped following, and properly slaughtered Lu Tianmian. I didn't expect to be set up by Lu Tianmian. Spending 8 million spirit stones, she was also hurting, and being treated like an ingrate. Ha ha, brother Lu is awesome. I admire you. Brother. Jianjun laughed out loud. Li Yanyan dared to get the pit. The general public does not have the guts. Once again, I will remember this account. Li Yanran's teeth squeaked. Lu Tianmeng smiled faintly. The Lingfeng sword could indeed increase some of his battle power, but it doesn't hurt to not have one. The sword is extraordinary because of the man. The fact that he used a lower ranked sword helped him hone his sword heart even more. Dan lady, spending $8 million on a lower grade treasure weapon. You're the most hoity-toity guest in recent years at my Wan Baolu. Elder Feng smiled and said. Li Yanran was once again furious. It was all because of this bastard Lu Tianmeng. She was a little heartbroken now. The auction continued after that. Not only swords, but also treasure weapon grade swords, guns, halberds and so on appeared, dazzling people. There are also human-ranked medium and upper-class wargames. The next lot is a book of ground-level sword skills, Ghost Shadow Sword. As the name suggests, after learning it, like a ghost, killing people invisibly. Earth-rank sword skill? The moment these words came out, the entire auction was instantly in an uproar. Many eyes blazed a little. A flash of light appeared in even Lu Tianmu's eyes. Of all the battle techniques, sword skills were the most precious, not to mention that it was still an earth-rank sword skill. None of the rolls are small for him. Auction price, 5 million spirit stones, or you can choose to barter. Elder Feng smiled. A lot of people are numb, and that's a price more than 90% of people can't get. Damn, poor. Jianjun also wailed. A wave of chagrin. He undoubtedly doesn't have that kind of money. 7 million spirit stones. At this moment, a cold drink spread out. The crowd looked over, and in the camp of the 10,000 Demon Hall, an older generation figure spoke up. 8 million. Within the Jade Void sect, an old voice also sounded. 9 million. That old man from the Yin Yang sect also went down. Such a large amount of spirit stones could only be taken out by the older generation using the clan's reserves. $10 million. A big shot from the 10,000 sword sect also opened his mouth, as if he had gone out of his way. 12 million. Someone from the Apocalypse Palace also smiled faintly. Many people were appalled. These were all first-class sects in the Southern Ridge. There was a lot of bidding and the scene was really exciting for the eyes. Finally, the price climbed to 20 million lower grade spirit stones. Even for them it's a bit meaty. I'll offer 1 earth orifice pill. Right at this moment, Lu Tianmeng smiled faintly and said aloud, "Earth orifice pill?" At those words, many people were instantly shocked. Lu Tianmian, how could you possibly have the earth orifice pill? Li Yanran also stood up in a flash, her beautiful eyes covered in shock as she lost her voice. This was a lost elixir that could open the earth orifices of the extreme realm of the blazing sun realm. This Dan formula was not available even in their sacred Dan palace. The fact that Lu Tianmeng even had an earth orifice pill naturally made it hard for her to believe. Is this true? Elder Fong was also instantly moved and surprised. Naturally, Lu Tianmeng didn't pay any attention to Li Yanran's surprise, smiled faintly and took out an elixir. The body is earthy yellow in color, with a thick earthy aura, beginning as soon as it appears. A lot of them perceive the earth orifices in the body, and they are stupidly flavored. Everyone's hearts were immediately on fire. This is indeed the earth orifice pill. If you get it, you can mold a supreme genius who opens an earth orifice. Maybe they also had a slim chance of opening an earth orifice. A strong tinge of greed also rose in their hearts. Chapter 91 Strange Turtle Shell. It's really an earth orifice pill. The value of this item? Incalculable. Elder Foam also sucked in cool air, his fingers trembling as he muttered. If this elixir was put up for auction, it would definitely be worth no less than 30 million spirit stones. This Dan was about a person's potential, and too many big powers wanted to have it. Lu Tianmian, where did you get this Dan from? Li Yanran's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she spoke in a grave tone. I refined it myself. Lu Tianmeng told the truth. Just you? You dream on. Li Yanran sneered. She couldn't even make this potion, so what did Lu Tianmeng have to go on? Even if there was a Dan sage teaching, it was impossible to achieve attainment in such a short period of time. After all, the Dan pill course was too vast and profound. Even if you don't believe it, Lu Tianmeng sneered. The white-clothed woman's teaching of him, and his advantage in the Dan Dao, was not at all something that Li Yanran could imagine. Why does he have so many lost pills? Could it be that they were all passed down to him by the Dan sage? Li Yanran's beautiful eyes stared tightly at Lu Tianmeng, her tone somewhat jealous. This kind of elixir can set off a bloody storm if you take out any one of them. The Dan formula is even more priceless. This bottom line that Lu Tianmai had casually taken out made her a little red-eyed. At that moment, the gazes of the powerful men from the 10,000 Demon Hall, the Jade Void Sect, the Yin Yang Sect, and the Heavenly Enlightenment Palace all converged on Lu Tianmeng. There was some color in his eyes. Humph, let me claim my name first. Brother Lu is a friend of mine. Jianjun, if all of you want to play with his Dan formula, don't blame me, 10,000 Sword Sect, for being impolite. At this time, Jianjun said in a cold voice, Jianjun, have you gone crazy? Are you going to hitch up the Sword Sect by tens of thousands of people for the sake of a mere one-sided person? Jia Wushuang sneered. I like it. How about that? Jianjun said angrily. Even if he identifies a friend, he will stand up for him to the end. Lu Tianming lightly laughed. This Jianjun was interesting enough. In the future, if there was an opportunity, he could help the other party to practice some pills. Not bad. A friend of the young sovereign is a friend of my 10,000 Sword Sect, and as my 10,000 Sword Sect has great respect for the Kunlun sacred ground, I am willing to support Mr. Lu to the end. At that moment, the strong man from the 10,000 Sword Sect also spoke. Mainly, Lu Tianmai's potential was too terrifying. Making good karma at this time may lead to countless benefits later. The crowd was aghast. The 10,000 Sword Sect was a blatant war party. He, you guys are overthinking it. A strong man laughed faintly. It was suspected that there was a Dan sage behind Lu Tianmeng, the average person who dares to trouble him. If that strong person really jumped out, it would be enough to exterminate many of the forces present. After all, in today's world, other than the Holy Land, few clans had sage powerhouses sitting in their midst. Li Xuanxiu, Jie Wushuang, Yin Yang Saint Sun, and Lin Shiyao, on the other hand, looked slightly different. It was not good for the older generation to make a move, but they, the younger generation, had a chance. After all, the younger generation competing against each other was a natural thing in the cultivation world. How about it? Is there anyone else bidding higher than this earth orifice pill of mine? Lu Tianmeng smiled faintly. It wasn't that easy to beat him to the punch of his Dan formula. Humph, I'll offer 23 million spirit stones. At this moment, the strong man from the Hall of 10,000 Demons said. However, Elder Fong shook his head and said, this price is not as good as the earth orifice pill, and my Chamber of Commerce has decided to auction the Ghost Shadow Sword to Lu Tianmian. Li Yanran's pretty face was iron blue. If Lu Tianmian had used other pills, she would still be able to argue, but the earth orifice pill, it would be difficult for her to take out anything on her that was even more precious than this item. This is an ancient miracle elixir that has long been invisible in the world. This reveal of Lu Tianmian's hand was truly chilling. Humph, kid is cheap. The old man from the Hall of 10,000 Demons stared at Lu Tianmai with a grim look and said unwillingly, Lu Tianmian used such a strange dan for auction. It was indeed too difficult to bid against him with ordinary spirit stones. There was no one who wasn't jealous of Lu Tianmai's luck. It is suspected that there is a Dan sage backing him up. In the Xuanwu realm, who could be so extravagant? It's just that I don't know what kind of person the Dan sage behind him is. There were also people who were puzzled. A Dan sage, casually taking out some pills, was enough to create a huge stir in the cultivation world. Countless powerful people worked for them. It was indeed enviable for Lu Tianmeng to have such a strong person covering him. As a Dan girl, I wasn't even favored by the Dan sage. So what right does Lu Tianmian have on him? Li Yanran also ground her teeth. This was something that even Dongfang Qingcheng, presumably, was very speechless. If it weren't for that Dan sage, it would have been as easy as a slap in the face for her to play with Lu Tianmai to death. Lu Tianmian, on the other hand, smiled in his heart. Let them guess wildly. Otherwise he was a bit flustered now that the woman in white couldn't make a move. It would be good for him to make them jealous. This next item can be a bit mysterious. My 10,000 treasures house has obtained it for many years, but has not researched the real name. You may wish to watch it. Then, Elder Feng gently smiled and had the lady bring up an item once again. The crowd couldn't help but stare as their eyes turned away. It was an air-dried turtle shell. It was permeated with an air of ancient vicissitudes. On the turtle shell, there were also some mysterious lines. With the appearance of the turtle shell, the crowd had a feeling as if this turtle shell had experienced the precipitation and vicissitudes of the world, giving people a feeling of wanting to unlock the secrets. Buzz! Right at this moment, the bronze ancient coffin within Lu Tianming's body faintly trembled, sending out a slightly longing meaning. Lu Tianming was immediately surprised. The bronze ancient coffin was usually very silent since he had gotten it, unless he encountered treasures. Still, for the first time, there was a message of longing. Kid, this object is quite something. Shoot him down. At this time, a layer of ferocious spirits also spoke in a heavy tone. Lu Tianxue nodded his head. It seemed that he had found another treasure this time. It also made the bronze sarcophagus eager, and he wondered what the name was. Elder Feng, what is the use of this thing? Can you shed some light on it? Inside the auction hall, many strong people covered their divine souls over the turtle shell, but were surprised to find that within that turtle shell, there was a magical energy that could devour divine souls. Their divine souls entered it, and like a mud cow entering the sea, they instantly disappeared cleanly. This made them all a bit surprised. Unusual items could not do this far. We, the treasure appraisers of Wan Baolu, have been studying for many years, but we only have a vague feeling that the lines on this turtle shell, like a map, maybe there are amazing treasures buried in it, but as to where exactly it is, and what kind of treasures it is, we don't know. Feng Lao shook his head and smiled bitterly. If not, they would not be able to afford to put this item up for auction. After all, the material of this turtle shell was very old in age. If there really was any treasure, it was bound to be extraordinary. What is the reserve price for this item? At this moment, the strong man from the Jade Void sect spoke in a deep voice. This was a middle-aged man, like a scholar, but the aura on his body was very thick. Having reached the celestial realm, 7 million lower-grade spirit stones, Elder Feng smiled faintly. What grass? Are you crazy? Many people rolled their eyes at once. It's just a turtle shell, and it's not even known exactly what it does. Open your mouth and ask for 7 million lower-grade spirit stones. It's a bit of a lion's share. All of you do not know. The material of this turtle shell is the Tongsheng class, although it has passed away the origin. Just a little harder than ordinary turtle shell, but in such a powerful beast. Engraved lines, hidden opportunities can be simple. If you all break through the secrets and get the treasure, the value is far more than 7 million inferior spirit stones. Wind Old Man seems to have guessed that the crowd is so, smiled and said, passing the sacred order. Hearing this, Lu Tiannian was also slightly shocked in his heart. This is the threshold of the sacred realm. As long as one steps into it in the world of heaven and earth are extremely powerful beasts. Engraving a map on such a powerful beast was indeed evocative. Then Lu Tianming frowned slightly. In that case, it was a bit difficult for him to pick up this turtle shell at a very low price. Sure enough, as soon as Lu Tianming's thoughts fell, that old man from the Yin Yang sect, his face changed color for a moment, and he spoke. 7.5 million lower-grade spirit stones. The old man would be interested in that. To study it for a bit. It's Elder Yin Yang. The crowd's eyes turned away, their hearts sinking slightly. In the Yin Yang sect, this old man's status was extremely high. It was said that it had been many years since he had stepped into the imperial realm. It may have reached its peak. At the auction house, probably the most powerful person in plain sight. That's that young girl from the undying Holy Land? Lu Tianming's gaze turned to see Chu Chu, while he was somewhat stunned. As Chu Maniac's daughter, she wasn't well known in the Eastern Wasteland, and he had noticed when the other party appeared along with Chu Maniac during the last 4 palace competition. I didn't expect to run into it again. Lu Tian, you're very strong. There's time to compete. At this time, Chu Chu seemed to have sensed Lu Tianming's gaze. Her dexterous eyes looked over and met Lu Tianming's gaze, and then she raised her pink little fist at him and said with a smile. The smile was rotten, but the wariness in his eyes was very obvious. There was also a powerful aura permeating the body, causing space to vibrate slightly. The corner of Lu Tianming's mouth twitched. Before when he came out, Yao Tianzun had told him that in the future, he had to beware of the body cultivators of the indestructible Holy Land. Those guys were all overbearing and straightforward, and they could easily break down mountains and crack the ground. The Grand Master lost to a Great Desolate Imperial body back then, and the entire indestructible Holy Land dreamed of using the indestructible Golden Body to defeat the Great Desolate Imperial Body and wash away the shame. Now that he, a Great Desolate Emperor Body, had appeared, the people of the undying Holy Land had indeed set their sights on him. There's a chance. However, Lu Tianming wasn't afraid and just nodded his head with a faint smile at Chu Chu. After awakening the Great Desolate Emperor Body, his physique, even among his age, was invincible, unable to find an opponent. The indestructible Golden Body of the indestructible Sacred Land is famous throughout the ages and is known as the first body refining technique in the Eastern Wasteland, so he would like to see if it is stronger or weaker than his Great Wasteland Imperial Body. Chapter 92 Artwork, 8 million lower grade spirit stones. The strong man from the Hall of 10,000 Demons also smiled faintly. Elder Foam was right. This turtle shell does have some research value. 9 million, 10 million. Inside the auction hall, many of the Lords of Power also spoke up. However, everyone's voice was tinged with hesitation, and it was clear that spending so much money on an uncertain item was a bit overwhelming for them as well. Seeing this, Elderine Yang and the middle-aged man from the Hall of 10,000 Demons slightly pondered for a moment and didn't shout the price. If you spend $7 or $8 million you can still study it. If you spend more, it's a bit worthless. I'll offer 1 blazing sundan. Right at this moment, Lu Tianming smiled faintly and said. At those words, many people's gazes turned around, a little stunned. Why does this guy want everything? At the auction so far, it was Lu Tianming who had bought the most things, like he was in a purchasing convention. The value of an unusual blazing sundan is only 2 million spirit stones at most. I'm afraid that this blazing sundan of yours is not enough if you want to buy this item. At this moment, that old man from the 10,000 Demon Hall smiled faintly. Li Yanran also had a slight sneer at the corner of her mouth. This guy, Lu Tianming, really thought that the pills he took out were all rare treasures. Although the fiery sundan was also not very common, it could still be refined in the hands of some alchemists of high grade. Its value is indeed far less, above $10 million. Mr. Lu, this, Elder Foam also frowned. It also felt that the value of the items that Lu Tianmai had guaranteed didn't match. You might as well take a look at the blazing sundan first. Lu Tianming smiled lightly, not caring. With a flick of his fingers, a golden pill transformed into streams of light and flew towards the auction table. Feng Lao grabbed it with one hand. However, after taking a clear look at the blazing sundan in his hand, his pupils suddenly opened wide, his eyes staring at the body surface of the blazing sundan. His tone of voice was slightly trembling. Dan pattern. The quality of this blazing sundan has reached the point of perfection. As soon as these words came out, a sensation erupted once again in the auction house as if a storm had been set off. The quality of the elixir is also divided into grades, generally lower, middle, upper and perfect qualities. The higher the quality, the stronger the potency. A perfect level of quality. In the entire alchemy world, there were very few that could be refined. The blazing sun pill that Lu Tianming took out was unexpectedly of perfect quality. At this moment, the sneer at the corner of Li Yanran's mouth also froze. Such an elixir would be difficult to refine even for her master. Qin Wanner, Lu Tianming, however, was able to take it out, making her feel very incredible as well. Could this be from that Dan Saint again? What strength is the Dan Sage? How could he possibly do everything himself and help Lu Tianmian refine so many pills? At this time, Li Xuanqiu frowned. Based on the intelligence, he was also able to guess that Dan Sage was not in the right state and could only come out in a separate body. Besides, it is impossible to teach a disciple to be so painfully spoiled, otherwise it is not good for the disciple. That senior, as a senior, would naturally understand this shallow truth. If it wasn't for the Dan Sage's hand, then there was a high probability that the pill was refined by Lu Tianming. He refined it himself? Impossible. Li Yanran's heart shook and she firmly shook her head. If Lu Tianmeng had managed to refine the blazing sun Dan to perfection within only a few months, all the Dan masters in the world, including her, could have crashed their heads into the ground. The alchemy experience and divine soul realm it required was completely beyond what Xiaobai could do in a short period of time. This fellow, the secrets within his body are likely to be even more extraordinary than we imagined. Li Xuanxu's eyes narrowed. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it would have been a little hard for him to believe that a teenager so young would have so many things that made him impervious. Perfect level pills. Alchemy techniques must be advanced beyond compare. If one can observe some, it is likely that some alchemy masters will be inspired to reach a higher realm. The research value of this blazing sun pill is indeed far beyond its own medicinal power. Elder Foam lightly inhaled a breath. His eyes filled with gravity as he muttered to himself. To put it politely, at this point, it is not just a potion but a kind of art, representing the top of the alchemy. I'm afraid that all the Dan masters in the world will compete to be the first to observe it, and everyone will be moved. This pill of Lu Tianming's could have caused quite a storm in the South Ridge alchemy world. Elder Feng, I think this item should be able to withstand this weird turtle shell. Lu Tianming smiled and calmly said, in the Dan Jing of the heavens, it does state that alchemy is not just a profession, but an art. The true top alchemists were perfect in their alchemy. Paintings like those of famous artists can be worth countless times more. With the techniques that the woman in white had taught him, as well as the heaven refining cauldron, immortal flame, and the sublime intent from the Dan scriptures of the heavens, he could indeed reach the point of perfection when he refined some ordinary pills. Naturally, Mr. Lu, this turtle shell is yours. In the future, if you have any other pills, you can bring them to my Wanbao Lu for sale. My Wanbao Lu would like to serve Mr. Lu as a gold medal member. Feng Lao hurriedly smiled, arched his hand at Lu Tianming and humbly said, gold member? Many people were shocked once again. Gold members of Manpower House get a 30% discount on all purchases. Many special services are also available. It is more of a symbol of status and honor. As the Wanbao Lu was a great chamber of commerce that was reputed in the Xian Wasteland realm, countless sects, lineages, and sects maintained a close and long-term relationship with it. Most of them don't have gold members. Lu Tianmian was only a junior, but he had become a gold member of the 10,000 Treasures building. How could he not surprise people? At this moment, even Elder Yin Yang, the strong man from the 10,000 Demons Hall, and the middle-aged man from the Jade Void sect were all stunned for a moment. They don't have gold members either. Lu Tianmai's treatment made them envious as well, and Feng Lao, as a powerful person of the imperial realm, was even a bit respectful and even a bit humble towards Lu Tianmai. Has its pull value reached such a horrific point? TSK, at such a young age, to be able to concoct a perfect grade blazing sun Dan. This is the alchemy world's unparalleled genius. And there's also a suspected Dan sage behind him. As long as one isn't a fool, no one dares to offend. At this time, the strong man from the 10,000 Swords sect also couldn't help but smile faintly, stroking his beard and saying cheerfully, Jianjin and its walk-in, their 10,000 Swords sect, befriending an extraordinary teenager now. Thanks a lot. Lu Tianming just smiled faintly, not caring, as long as the elixir can be successfully exchanged for the turtle shell. Immediately, he also sighed in his heart that the white-robed woman had allowed him to refine pills and taught him so much knowledge. It's a huge help to his cultivation. Alchemy is really too appetizing. Next, is the most finale item of this auction? At this time, Elder Feng smiled faintly and opened his mouth. As the voice fell, everyone within the entire auction couldn't help but slightly straighten some of their upper bodies. Their eyes solemnized. They had already gotten the gossip that the finale item of this auction was related to that secret realm. Maybe we can get the Soul Destruction Sword. One must know that the Soul Destruction Sword was a chaotic 10 sword, a supreme divine object birthed by the heavens and earth, and in a sense was even more arcane than an extreme Dao Emperor soldier. But in ancient times, no one had ever had a perfect play on the chaotic 10 swords. Like the ancient divine objects, they could only exert a trace of power at most. Yet even so, they were able to shake the various eras with fame, molding one after another world-defying powerhouse. Now the finale item of this auction is suspected to be related to the Soul Destruction Sword? How do you not drive people crazy? The many great powers of the Southern Ridge were almost determined to win. Related to the Soul Destruction Sword? Lu Tianmeng heard the crowd's discussion and was also slightly moved in his heart. If that was the case, the last item was indeed remarkable. The 10 Swords of Chaos have always been mysterious, and very few people in the world have seen them. He also wanted to see what the item related to the Soul Destruction Sword was. Old me will not sell my words. Now presenting it for everyone. Elder Phone looked at the fiery eyes of countless people throughout the auction house and couldn't help but smile slightly as he said, Chapter 93 Stone Order. That's the effect he's looking for, and the price of the shot will be high. The atmosphere is undoubtedly good right now. Then, With a wave of his palm, a huge iron cage appeared on the entire huge auction table, covering the entire auction table. On the iron prison cage, every single piece of fine iron was glowing with a cold and ghostly luster. Obviously the material was special. Wanting to open it with brute force simply couldn't be done. Lu Tianmeng was slightly stunned, and then he realized that this was done by Wan Baolu for insurance purposes, just in case some guy who's lost his mind messes up. Then, Elder Feng took out an object from his own storage bag. The crowd turned their gazes to it and froze. I only saw that it was a stone token with an ancient inscription. Soul. In addition, there is nothing special about the stone spirits. This is the Soul Order. It was picked up by someone with good luck at the outer perimeter of that secret. After our Wanjialu's many investigations into the ancient books, we finally understood its role. This is the key to get the soul extinguishing sword. As long as you collect all 4 soul orders, you will be able to get close to the soul extinguishing sword. Feng Lao let out a faint smile and said softly, perhaps you all don't know that the previous owner of the soul destruction sword was a quasi-emperor powerhouse, and it is rumored that with the soul destruction sword in his hand, he once beheaded an aged successful Taoist. Quasi-emperor? Hearing this, countless people were horrified. Nowadays, even saints had nearly become legends, and quasi-emperors were even more out of reach. That kind of character, when he raises his hand and throws his feet, he can pick the stars and take the moon, crush the stars and destroy the universe. But it's just a matter of leisure. A supreme power at the level of a quasi-emperor had used the soul-destroying sword to decapitate the aged successful Taoists. The might of the soul-destruction sword was indeed mind-blowing. After all of the successful Taoists were existences recognized by heaven and earth, and were not much weaker than great emperors. The power of the soul-destruction sword was truly terrifying. Lu Tianming's heart was also warmed. If he had this item, and Dongfang Qingcheng had the immortal Yu Emperor sword, he would be even less afraid. Kid, if you get this stone order, I'm afraid that you will become a target. You haven't refined the demon Yuan Dan for me yet. Even if I help you out, my strength will still be limited. Beware of playing yourself to death. At this time, the layer of ferocious spirits suddenly opened their mouths. Is it possible to give up with your eyes open? Lu Tianmian was stunned, then frowned. He also understood that he, alone, was indeed weak in the South Ridge. Even though he was the holy son of the Kunlun Holy Land, it was no use at all. Under the hostility of Dongfang Qingcheng, few old people supported him. As for the 10,000 sword sect helping him, he wasn't sure that if he really got the stone order, whether it's really willing to offend all the forces and support him to the end. He couldn't put his hopes on anyone else. The words of a layer of ferocious spirits undoubtedly weakened much of his originally fiery heart. Hey, this stone order is a hot potato. Now the secret realm has not opened yet. What's the point of having it? Anyway, you need 4 stone orders to get the soul destruction sword. Why don't you just go and grab it when you get to the secret realm? A layer of ferocious spirits laughed. Lu Tianxue nodded his head, feeling that it made sense. He couldn't help but marvel a bit at the layer of ferocious spirits. It's worthy of being a veteran. The idea is to be comprehensive. Then he muttered a little inwardly. Bronze ancient coffin 10-layer burial boundary. The people who shut it down are obviously not simple people. He had to be on his toes when dealing with these old guys. Don't worry. Before, I did have some grievances against this bronze ancient coffin and wanted to be the first one to kill you when I came out. However, I changed my mind later. Seemingly obvious what Lu Tianmeng had in mind. The layer of ferocious spirits laughed bitterly. Why? Lu Tianmeng was stunned. I can't beat the woman in white, even at my peak, so I might as well make a good karma. Maybe when the time comes, it will be good for me to have a good relationship with the woman in white. The layer of ferocious spirits laughed dryly. He could also subtly sense that the relationship between the woman in white and Lu Tianmeng was not ordinary. If he really killed Lu Tianmai, the woman in white would one day recover and would surely slaughter him as well. At that point he'll be up in the air with no way out. It's not bad to have this idea. When I get the soul destruction sword and completely control the first layer of the burial realm, I might really be able to let you out. Lu Tianmian smiled lightly. He didn't forget his relationship with the 10 layers of ferocious spirits. He was the coffin master, and these 10 layers of ferocious spirits were only his nominal prisoners, and were subject to his control. Don't worry. During the absence of the woman in white, this seat will guide you. The layer of ferocious spirits laughed eagerly. Lu Tianxue nodded his head. The next thing that happened with this stone order was an amazing bidding war. The base price quoted by Elder Feng reached a staggering 50 million lower-grade spirit stones. Even so, the strongest members of first-class sects such as the 10,000 Demon Hall, 10,000 Sword Sect, Jade Void Sect, Yin Yang Sect, and Heavenly Enlightenment Palace were still scrambling, causing that price to climb up and up. For the sake of the soul destruction sword, they were willing to gamble heavily. If this sword really fell into the midst of their forces, their clan would leap to become the #1 clan in the South Ridge. The heavenly pride who obtained the soul destruction sword would also be completely famous in the Xuanwu realm in the future, shining brightly in the era. This is not something that can be measured in spirit stones. Not long after that price, it reached the point of 100 million spirit stones, and this price undoubtedly made everyone's scalp numb within the auction house. Many people would never see so many spirit stones in 10 lifetimes. Lu Tianming's eyes narrowed slightly as his gaze turned away. The person who shouted out 100 million spirit stones was Lin Shiyao from the Heavenly Qi Palace. That was indeed the beautiful and touching woman, dressed in white, with a light veil, covered in a layer of holy light, like the 9 heavenly basilisks descending to the earth, not stained with the slightest bit of mortal air, beautiful and mysterious. It was also like a jewel in the crowded auction house, very noticeable. There's something unsimple about this woman, and this father is currently somewhat unable to see through her. A layer of ferocious spirit said. Lu Tianming was stunned. It seemed that this woman was more extraordinary than he had imagined. Its reputation as the first beauty of the South Ridge is really not vegetarian. 100 million spirit stones. Is there any more to raise the price? At this time, Elder Feng smiled and said, originally, the budgeted stone order would be extremely good if it could fetch 80 million spirit stones. 100 million spirit stones was enough for them to make a fortune at Wan Baolu. Apocalypse Palace. You guys have taken out so many spirit stones, which aren't afraid of a great loss of energy. At this moment, the strong man from the 10,000 Demons Palace sneered. It was an old man with a wrinkled face, a shadowy gaze, and a voice as hoarse as a night lord's, sending shivers down one's spine. Many people were in awe. His name is Nightshime Old Man and he likes to train human corpses into ink puppets, and it is said that in the South Ridge, the strange deaths of people in many cities and towns are all related to him. However, the energy of the 10,000 Demons Hall was powerful, and Old Man Nightshade himself had reached the Imperial Realm, so no one could do anything about him. Don't bother, Senior. However, in the face of the Nightshime Old Man's eyes, which were as if they could pierce people's souls, Lin Shiyao's pretty face was calm, and a voice as melodious as heavenly music came out from under the light veil. Many were mesmerized, and the sound alone made people drift off into infinite blindness. Lu Tianming also nodded his head. This woman could indeed tantalize people's hearts. Other than Dongfeng Qingcheng, this was the first time he had seen such a charismatic woman. Even if you get the stone order, you still have to be able to possess it without any problems. Good luck. Elder Nightshade Jiejie laughed, his eyes grim. So the auction came to a close. Many people got up and dispersed. Many people detected the smell of a storm coming. The attribution of this stone order would obviously not be settled so simply. As soon as Lu Tianming swept his gaze, he realized that the people from the 10,000 Demon Hall, the Jade Void sect, and the Yin Yang sect had immediately left. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a smirk. Looks like there's going to be a good show to watch. At the gates of Taiyuan City, Li Shiyao, Zhang Feng, and the old man from the Heavenly Enlightenment Palace came to this place almost immediately. To leave the city, they also knew that the stone order was causing trouble. The only way to be safe is to go back to the Apocalypse Palace. If you want to leave after obtaining the stone order, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. However, just as they flew a few dozen miles and had just arrived at a large, pale mountain, a faint laugh spread out, followed by a group of black-clothed men appearing and stopping in front of them. These men in black wore hoods that hid their faces. The aura was powerful, and there were not a few Imperial Realm powerhouses. Secretly, Lu Tianming was following along and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. These black-clothed men were the strongest of the first-class sects such as the 10,000 Demon Hall, even dressed in black. It seems that robbing the treasure also requires some face. Do you really want to go to war with my heavenly Apocalypse Palace? Beside Lin Shiyao, an old crone stood out and said in a cold voice. A strong aura emanated from her body as well, and her strength also reached the Imperial Realm. However, among the black-clothed men, there were 3 Emperor Realm powerhouses. She was undoubtedly a bit of a powerhouse on her own. As long as you hand over the stone order, I can let you leave. A man in black smiled faintly. The others were breath-locked, like great bows drawn to full strings, ready to strike. Lu Tianming looked at the calmly Shiyao and couldn't help but frown slightly. Only feeling that told him that things weren't that simple. Sure enough, Lin Shiyao smiled faintly and said, you guys are going to be disappointed. The stone order is not on us. This palace has already handed it over to one of our disciples and told her to go back to the Heavenly Enlightenment Palace, and now you guys want to chase after it. I'm afraid that it's already too late. What? The several black-clothed men were instantly annoyed when they heard this. They actually fell for the trick of transferring the tiger away from the mountain. Lu Tianming also shook his head. This woman really did have a good IQ. Tianqi Palace is not easy to get. The stone order will not be so easy to be obtained by you and others. A few of you should leave. If the fight really goes on, I'm afraid it won't end well for you guys either. And Miss Shiryao has already contacted the Heavenly Enlightenment Palace, and the strongest people from the Heavenly Enlightenment Palace are rushing here with all their might. At this time, Zhang Feng also stood out and said with a faint smile, facing these black-clothed men, he looked calm, and there was a faint sense of contempt within his eyes. The Heaven's Path Holy Land dominated the eastern wasteland and was even more crushing to the first-class sects of the southern ridge. With this background, he could practically walk sideways in Southridge. Humph, a true disciple of the Heavenly Tao Holy Land. Is he trying to battle-team the Heavenly Qi Palace? A few black-robed men looked at Zhang Feng with cold eyes and said, the Heavenly Tao Sacred Ground wasn't like the Kunlun Sacred Ground, where there was serious infighting. Instead it was also very united. The true disciples were even more of a treasure of the Heaven's Path Holy Land, and one death was a great loss. With Zhang Feng's status, they indeed did not dare to move. Otherwise, they couldn't afford the wrath of the Heaven's Path Holy Land. Little friend Lin Shiryao, can you show me your storage bag? If you really don't have a stone order, we'll admit it this time. At this moment, an old man laughed. Chapter 94 Siege. If Shiling really wasn't here with Lin Shiryao, there was no point for them to continue the stalemate. Truly offending the Heavenly Tao Sacred Ground and the Heavenly Apocalypse Palace wouldn't do them any good either. Naturally, Lin Shiryao laughed softly, then took out her own storage bag, which was very exquisite, rusted with lotus flowers, carrying the faint fragrance of a woman. After opening it, there was no stone order except for some spirit stones, techniques, and weapons. A few black-clothed men couldn't help but look ugly when they saw this. They all took note of the scent of the stone order, and it was indeed absent. And as strong men who had been overpowering the party, they were actually fooled by a little girl child, making it a little difficult for them. Miss Shiryao, good plan. I don't know if you'll still have any use for these little wits of yours during the trip to the secret realm. Enter the secret realm and we'll have a good fight. A few old men flung their sleeve robes and left the place. Lu Tianming looked at the sky not far away, only to see some rainbow lights flying in. Obviously the strongest people from the Heavenly Enlightenment Palace had already arrived. He couldn't help but shake his head slightly and left this place as well. I was hoping to see a big battle, but now my hopes are undoubtedly dashed. Just as Lu Tianmian was about to return to Taiyuan City, suddenly, however, he stopped in his tracks and stared around with a grim gaze. Since you're here, why don't you show yourself? Lu Tianmian, your spiritual sense is good. We just found you. A woman's slightly playful laughter came to mind, followed by a group of people flying down from a large tree. One of them had a slender figure, snow-white skin, and a noble temperament, and it was none other than Li Yanran. Li Yanran, you still dare to find trouble with this saint's son? Aren't you afraid of falling into his hands again? Lu Tianming laughed faintly. Lu Tianming, cut the crap, hand over all those Dan formulas, and spirit medicines, and this Dan lady might be able to let you off the hook. Otherwise don't blame it on being merciless towards you. Li Yanran's beautiful eyes turned cold, and she said in a deep voice. When she came out, Master Qin Wan had told her, the younger generation, normal exchanges between them were fine. They must not have killing intent towards Lu Tianming. Otherwise, Lu Tianmian's back, Shu Lingxin, and their sacred Dan Palace, were all enough to drink a pot. That was the guy who made the Heaven's Path Holy Land. All of them suffer a big loss. And Master also has some friendship with Chu Ling Xin. She just wanted to fix Lu Tianmai normally and take out a mouthful of bad anger. Therefore, she looked at Lu Tianmai with a somewhat gloating smile. Li Yanran, with these disciples of the Jade Void sect around you? Lu Tianming said with a faint smile. Beside Li Yanran, there were about a dozen people, almost all of them at the Divine Dan realm. Not bad, how are you a match for them? Li Yanran snorted. With these dozen or so people joining forces, it would be difficult for an ordinary Divine Dan realm to be an opponent. Even if Lu Tianmeng had opened the earth orifice, he would still not be able to do anything with his strength. I'd like to see what kind of doorway the disciples of the Jade Void sect have. It just so happens that the Lingfeng sword is also on you, so I can retrieve it. Lu Tianming laughed lightly. If a hunter saw his prey, swish. At that moment, Lu Tianming turned into a bolt of lightning and swept towards Li Yanran. The speed was too fast, and in less than a breath, it was about to come to Li Yanran's side. Stop him. Li Yanran immediately changed her pretty face and lost her voice. She was only at the second level of the Divine Dan realm, so she was naturally very jealous of Lu Tianmeng. After all, it had the Great Desolate Emperor body, and that day's battle with Dongfang Qingchun, with its divine power covering the world, had left an extremely deep shadow in her heart. At this moment, Lu Tianmai rushed towards her, and she subconsciously panicked a little. Don't worry, Miss Yan, with our senior brothers here today, this brat won't be able to make any waves. A grey-clothed youth laughed. In order for them to make a move, Li Yan had given each of them an elixir of great value, and it's also a beautiful and delicate person that they wanted to flatter. Skyrocket golden net, trapped. At that moment a few men shouted coldly. they sacrificed a large golden net, covering towards Lu Tianmai, which was flooded with extremely thick mana fluctuations, causing the space around Lu Tianmai to be imprisoned. Half-step treasure weapon? Lu Tianming's eyes narrowed. Not bad. This golden net is jointly urged by several of our master brothers. Bind your hands and be captured. The grey-clothed youth sneered. Even if Lu Tianmeng was the saint son of Kunlun, they undoubtedly didn't take it seriously. After all, with Dongfang Qingcheng around, the other party simply couldn't mobilize much power from the Holy Land. You guys really know nothing about the Great Desolate Emperor body. Lu Tianmian's mouth, however, lifted up an arc, and at that moment, he clenched his fist and blasted out with a punch, and the majestic blood chi exploded like a purple golden ocean. Boom! The golden-colored net immediately exploded. A ferocious and incomparable backlash struck, and several disciples, such as the grey-clothed youth, immediately coughed up blood and fell back a few steps. There were even people whose flesh instantly burst into pieces and turned into blood mist under that terrifying force. Seeing this, the grey-clothed youth was instantly shocked. How could he not expect that Lu Tianmian's blood chi was so intimidating, like an overwhelmingly ferocious beast that could not be stopped? Roll! A cold aura blossomed in Lu Tianming's eyes as he threw another punch. The dozen or so disciples all changed color and formed spell seals, trying to resist. However, the power of the Gaijin's fists struck, and they were directly shaken out again like a reef impacted by the ocean. There were 4 or 5 disciples whose bodies exploded and died. Lu Tianmian had already shown mercy, or else with the vastness of his blood chi, he could have made them all into pieces. Go, you can't fight with force. The grey-clothed youth was finally afraid and immediately turned into a rainbow light and flew away from this place. They had underestimated Lu Tianmai. This guy was simply powerful beyond reason after his Great Desolate Emperor body exploded. If they struck again, they might die a horrible death as well. The few remaining disciples, who also winced with excitement, similarly fled. Although he promised Li Yan ran, but even his life is not guaranteed. It is natural to put it aside. And seeing that they said to leave, Li Yanran's pretty face could not help but snow white. On her own, she was no more a match for Lu Tianmeng. At this time, Lu Tianmian walked in stride, looking playful as he laughed. Little Miss Li, buying other people to deal with your master. How do you think I should punish you? Li Yanran was like a small quail at that moment. Her delicate body was slightly trembling, but she still clenched her silver teeth. Lu Tianmian, don't do anything rash. Li Xuanqiu and I are old acquaintances. If you dare to do anything to me, he won't let you off. Li Xuanqiu was the first heavenly pride of the Jade Void sect, going extremely far in the Divine Dan realm, not comparable to ordinary disciples. Originally, he thought that casually buying off some disciples of the Jade Void sect would be more than enough to deal with Lu Tianming. The result also made her resentful. Now the only way to scare Lu Tianming was to bring out Li Xuanqiu. Li Xuanqiu? Would I be terrified of him? Lu Tianming smiled lightly. This was supposed to be his opponent, so he was naturally fearless. Buzz! Right at this moment, Li Yanran's beautiful eyes chilled, and a wisp of ethereal light erupted from her bare forehead, like a sword light, piercing towards Lu Tianmai. Lu Tianmeng actually felt a dangerous aura in the ghostly light. Beware, this is a Divine Soul's secret skill. At this time, a layer of fierce spirits warned. Divine Soul's secret skills? Lu Tianmeng was stunned. Divine Soul's secret skills were rare to the extreme. I didn't expect Yin Yanli to be carrying such a card. The other party was an alchemy heavenly pride, and his methods were not to be underestimated. Lu Tianmian, this soul-stabbing needle specializes in restraining the soul. Let's see how this Dan girl will teach you a lesson. Li Yanran smiled icily. At the moment, there was absolutely no panic on her pretty face. Obviously she had faked it all before, trying to paralyze Lu Tianmai. This soul-stabbing needle was difficult for a normal cultivator to resist at close range. When Lu Tianming's divine soul was traumatized, she would be left to clean up after her. The smile on her lips, at the thought of this, grew more and more intense. Chapter 95 Space Excalibur. You're too naive. However, Lu Tianmian sighed, his gaze like a sword. Having cultivated the divine observance, his divine soul was even more powerful than the average Earth-stage divine soul. Li Yanran's soul-stabbing needle was undoubtedly a bit of a fool's errand if it wanted to injure him. Boom! At that moment, Lu Tianmian's brow center shook as fierce and incomparable divine soul power erupted, directly resisting Li Yanran's soul-stabbing needle. And there was also a powerful recoil that caused Li Yanran to spit out a mouthful of blood. She looked at Lu Tianmeng for a moment of surprise. Earth-rank divine soul. She had a hell of a feeling about it all. Her divine soul hasn't reached the Earth rank either. Lu Tianming's realm hadn't reached the Divine Dan realm yet, so how could he have an Earth-ranked soul? If she had said before, she didn't believe that Lu Tianmeng could refine a perfect great elixir. Now she is a little chilled. Lu Tianmeng really a hint of possibility later. What shocked her even more was that in Lu Tianming's divine soul, there was also a strange power, like the power of all beings in the underworld, vast and majestic. How could Lu Tianmeng's divine soul be so unique? His age was not great, and the number of cards he had under his belt was simply refreshing. Escape! At that moment, she directly fled. Under Lu Tianmai's various means, she was completely no match. Can you escape? However, the corner of Lu Tianmian's mouth slightly hooked. Having caught this fellow, he naturally wouldn't let the other party escape. Bang! However, just as Lu Tianshi was about to go after him, Li Yanran turned around and kicked at Lu Tianshi's chest. The transformation between extreme motion and extreme stillness was extremely perfect. Lu Tianmian froze, did not expect Li Yanran to come to this hand. He subconsciously grabbed Li Yanran's ankle, but there was still a forward force on his body, and he directly pressed Li Yanran underneath his body. Bastard! Get lost! Li Yanran immediately blushed. She originally had a full figure, with the right bulges and curves, and being pressed like this, the touch was too humiliating, and one of her jade legs was still being grabbed by Lu Tianmeng. The pose is really ambiguous. You bought off the jade void sex people and struck out at me. I won't let you off so easily. Lu Tianmeng's eyes were ice cold as he grabbed both of Li Yanran's jade hands, making it impossible for her to move. What the hell do you want to do? Li Yanyan's body in front of a substantial rise and fall. Gas not said. Lu Tianmeng's rough breathing, slapped on her snow-white jade neck, made all the strangeness rise inside her. The pretty face even rose 2 piles of red color, tantalizingly incomparable. I heard that alchemists are all very rich. You are the delicate daughter of the sacred Dan Palace, so I think there is quite a lot of money on your body. Lu Tianmeng heatedly smiled, and at that moment, with a swipe of the palm of his hand, he plucked off the exquisite storage bag from Li Yanran's savage waist. Li Yanran was exasperated. There was quite a lot of her treasured medicinal herbs in there, as well as some women's personal belongings. Being obtained by Lu Tianmeng made her even more humiliated. However, she was still relieved that Lu Tianshi didn't act excessively towards her. After all, with the wild mountains and their posture so charming, a normal person would probably be beastly. I'll admit it this time. Hurry up and get lost. Finally, Li Yanran softened her tone and said, she couldn't stand it for a moment and just wanted Lu Tianshi to hurry up and move away from her. Who knows on you? There are no other storage bags. I have to look for them. Lu Tianmeng, however, smiled playfully. It had to be said that Li Yanran's noble face and slender figure, lying on the ground like this, was indeed tantalizing, and she was also wearing a short skirt, revealing 2 white and delicate jade legs that were even more eye-catching. Lu Tianmeng's blood was boiling a little inside his body. Then, Lu Tianmian really looked for it. Finally, he laughed and quickly left. Lu Tianmian, you bastard, next time you fall into my hands, I will make your life worse than death. Li Yanran exclaimed, her pretty face almost delicate. Lu Tianshi almost took advantage of her. Returning to the Lu family, Lu Tianming found that Jianjin and Lu Ling and the others were there, looking anxious. Seeing Lu Tianmai return, Jianjin then greeted him and laughed. Brother Lu, it's good that you're alright. I thought you were stopped by someone else. Beside him, there were also some elite disciples of the 10,000 Swords sect who were obviously prepared to come and help Lu Tianmeng. It's fine, I just went out for a stroll. Lu Tianmeng laughed lightly. He had already opened Li Yanran's storage bag and obtained the Lingfeng sword therein, as well as many precious medicinal herbs, which was not a small harvest. As for Li Yanran's personal belongings, he also carefully appreciated them. If you take it out, it's enough to drive Li Xiaolu crazy. It's good that you're fine. That secret realm will be opened anytime. So prepare yourself in the next few days, and we'll go and break in together then. Jianjin laughed. Lu Tianming nodded his head. Jianjin was quite to his liking, and he felt good about it. Brother Heaven's destiny. Entering the secret realm this time will help you win big. Lu Ling laughed jovially. There were tear marks on her face, obviously worried for Lu Tianmai. Lu Tianming's heart warmed, and he gave Li Yanran's storage bag some of the resources that were suitable for Lu Ling. To her, in the Lu family, this is the only family he has left. Cultivate well, and when the time comes, brother will take you to the secret realm to break in. Lu Tianming laughed. Really, can I go too? Lu Ling's beautiful eyes lit up as she said. Naturally. Lu Tianming nodded. With him protecting him, Lu Ling's safety shouldn't be a problem, and he also wanted to see if there were any opportunities within the secret territory that were suitable for Lu Ling. Kid, let me tell you, this sister of yours is a bit uncomplicated. Right at this moment, the layer of ferocious spirits suddenly said. Oh, Lu Tianmeng was stunned. He just felt that Lu Ling's qualifications were good and that the Lu family's limited resources restricted its development. Other than that, it didn't feel like anything. There is a hidden power within her body. If it explodes one day, it might shock the world. The layer of fierce spirits spoke in a deep tone. How could there be energy inside her? Lu Tianming frowned. In this heaven and earth, There is a kind of peculiar person who is mediocre in the first half of his life, but when he explodes his potential, he will shock the hearts of the people. This sister of yours might be an awakened one. As for the heights in the future, I can't estimate. The first layer of the fierce spirit said in a deep voice. Speaking of that ability, his normally arrogant character, who looked down on the world, was a bit grave, so one could imagine how extraordinary it was. It was also the case that his strength far exceeded the range that Lu Tianming had touched. Otherwise, it would be difficult for the average Mahayana cultivator to discover anything. Awakened one, might be a good thing for my sister. Lu Tianming's eyes narrowed. Then he smiled faintly. If Lu Ling could be strong, it would be a safeguard for the family. Brother Heaven's destiny, I will cultivate well, and when Linger is strong in the future, she will protect Brother Heaven's destiny from being bullied by others. Lu Ling smiled and said, she had also heard that Brother Heaven's destiny had a very powerful enemy in the Kunlun Holy Land, but she had a vague intuition that she had potential. If you practice well, you might be able to help your brother. Now she was undoubtedly excited. Good, brother is waiting for that day. Lu Tianming smiled warmly. His relationship with Lu Ling was not comparable to others. After saying goodbye to Jinzhen, Lu Tianming returned to his room and took out a bunch of medicinal herbs. Luckily, there was Lin Shiyao, who bought away the stone order and attracted most of the attention for him. Otherwise it was expected that a number of people would have their eyes on him. After all, these medicinal herbs, too, were extremely valuable. This turtle shell, what is it that makes the bronze ancient coffin crave for it? Then Lu Tianming took out the turtle shell and frowned. The bronze ancient coffin, the only thing it craved, should be the chaotic 10 swords. Could this object be related to the 10 swords of chaos? At that moment, Lu Tianming's heart sizzled. The woman in white once said that if she could gather all the 10 swords of chaos, the bronze coffin's power would sweep across the sky and the earth, and no one would be able to defeat it. He was naturally very excited about the chaotic 10 swords, and the origin chi in the chaotic 10 swords could also restore the white-clothed woman's injuries. If the turtle shell was truly related to the chaotic 10 swords, it would naturally be a good thing. This turtle shell is also too weird to discover anything. Afterward, Lu Tianmian studied it carefully with a helpless expression. Even though he had poured the power of his divine soul, all of it, into the turtle shell, it had no effect. The special energy on the turtle shell, like a bottomless pit, swallowed his divine soul power cleanly. Lu Tianmu was a bit deflated. This turtle shell obviously has a prohibition that hinders the divine soul. It's useless for you to do so. However, you have a mortal flame in your body, so you might be able to incinerate it. A layer of ferocious spirit said, immortal flame, heaven refining cauldron, bronze ancient coffin, heaven crashing bell, giant K sacred sword. Lu Tianmian was simply a divine outfit. He was a little envious. An immortal flame could not only help in refining pills, it also had a miraculous effect on burning forbidden systems. Lu Tianming was delighted and also felt hopeful. So he flexed his fingers and summoned the cluster of immortal flames. Looking at the immortal flame in front of him, a flash of color surfaced in Lu Tianming's heart. His intuition told him that this cluster of immortal flame was not simple either. After all, flames that were birthed from heaven and earth were too few and far between in the world. Maybe we'll surprise him later. 2. At that moment, Lu Tianming picked up the turtle shell and started calcining it. Boom! In the next moment, the turtle shell burned with a huge flame. Then, to Lu Tianming's surprise, the layer of energy prohibition on the turtle shell gradually disappeared. Eventually the shell of the turtle became a palm-sized sheet of keratin that was very hard. The landscape pattern on it, more clear, and a small sword-shaped pattern. It is labeled with 2 words, space, spatial divine sword. Could it be that the map recorded the whereabouts of the spatial divine sword? The heart of a layer of ferocious spirits shook and exclaimed, Space Excalibur? Lu Tianming's heart was also shaken. The 10 swords of chaos were divine weapons that were condensed at the beginning of the heavens and earth. Each one has the power to astonish the world. The Space God Sword, containing the most supreme power of space. If possessed, the sword light could be hidden in space, killing with invisibility. He also didn't expect that on this map, the whereabouts of the Space Excalibur was recorded. This sword's whereabouts could not be found by many supreme powers in ancient times, but to be informed by you, what a blow! A layer of ferocious spirits said in a somewhat wailing tone. The more he came into contact with Lu Tianming, the more he became a little unstable in his Tao. They took one step at a time and went through an unknown number of trials and tribulations to get some treasures. Lu Tianming, however, was able to obtain it with his hands. It was simply a case of people being more angry than people. He couldn't help but be glad once again that he had luckily not chosen to go against Lu Tianming. Otherwise it might be self-defeating. Lu Tianming smiled lightly. The ups and downs he had experienced were not comparable to others. These he did not feel. The layer of ferocious spirits were silent. The karma on Lu Tianmeng was indeed great. It's going to be a tough road ahead. This he did not deny. The location of this space Excalibur, where exactly is it? Looking at the terrain, it doesn't seem to be in the eastern wasteland or the southern ridge. Chapter 96 Dan E. Then, Lu Tianmeng frowned and said, it's true that it doesn't look like it's in the eastern wasteland or the southern ridge, but just find a map of the Xian wasteland realm to compare it with later. A layer of ferocious spirit said, who knows how long the map has been around? Maybe it's a sea change. Even with this map, wanting to obtain the spatial Excalibur was obviously not that simple. Lu Tianmeng nodded slightly, after which he began to concentrate on alchemy. Enlightenment pill, demon yuan pill, and heavenly orifice pill. These three kinds of pills were not easy to refine. Luckily, Lu Tianmeng had the flood refining heavenly cauldron, an immortal flame to help him. It was much easier to make this kind of elixir. It was worth saying that he had only managed to gather about 80% of the ingredients for the heavenly soul pill, and the remaining 20% was not easy to obtain. It's a good thing the secret world opened this time. Maybe he'll get something out of this secret world. Buzz. As the flames burned, Lu Tianmeng urged the heaven refining cauldron into action, and one by one, the medicinal herbs were methodically placed into the heaven refining cauldron by him. In no time, it was quenched by the immortal fire and turned into a mass of liquid. If someone else saw Lu Tianmei making pills, they would definitely be shocked. Lu Tianmei's alchemy technique was just too skillful. It was not at all like a 20-year-old young man, but like an alchemy powerhouse alchemizing pills, with a light cloud and a clear mind. He was able to do this because in the Dan scriptures of the heavens, he realized those alchemy realms, which allowed Lu Tianmeng's alchemy level to grow by leaps and bounds in a single day. It only took 2 days for Lu Tianmeng to successfully refine the Dao Enlightenment pill. As he looked at the fiery red pill that emitted a tantalizing Dan fragrance, a smile appeared at the corner of Lu Tianmeng's mouth. With this elixir, his ability to perceive sword and Dao techniques would increase greatly. I'm afraid the value of this elixir alone is at least 30 million spirit stones. A layer of ferocious spirits smacked their lips. There were only a handful of enlightenment pills that he had seen. They were also all in the hands of cultivators with extraordinary backgrounds, and would not take them at all until the critical moment. As long as Lu Tianmeng had the herbs, he could refine them without limit, being able to eat pills, as if they were beans. He was speechless at this level of extravagance. Next, Lu Tian began to refine the Demon Yuan Dan. Although the higher the grade of the Demon Yuan Dan, it wasn't too much of a challenge for Lu Tian. After he failed twice, he managed to refine it. One could only see this elixir, which was black in color, emitting a ferocious aura. Even when Lu Tianmeng held it, he felt slightly uncomfortable. It could be imagined that if this elixir was taken by an ordinary normal cultivator, it would be an extremely poisonous poison, and the body would be corroded into a puddle of mud by the ferocious demonic chi after taking it. After the fierce spirit saw the devil Yuan Dan, but instantly laughed out loud. Good, kid, will this pill, put into a layer of burial world, deficit for so many years, this father finally, can recover 1 or 2. At this moment, he was actually moved to cry a little. After all, within the burial realm, it was his origin that was consumed. It's just too much to bear. Now he was as impatient as someone who had been thirsty for a long time and finally saw water. Lu Tianmian laughed softly, but did not hesitate, and with a flick of his fingers, he placed the elixir into the first layer of the burial boundary of the bronze ancient coffin. Kid, you're very generous. Are you really not afraid that this father will go back on his word or have another plot? The layer of ferocious spirits froze and said, naturally I'm not afraid. The one who sealed you back then wasn't me. I don't think Senior won't really hold a grudge against me, no. Lu Tianmian contained a smile, but a strange aura flickered in his eyes. He certainly didn't have so much faith in a layer of murderous spirits. After all, these guys, they might all be great traitors and evil people who had slaughtered countless living beings. In dealing with it, he naturally kept a watchful eye. He did add some small spices in this potion. A layer of ferocious spirits. If he really dares to be unfavorable to him, he will definitely make its losses outweigh its gains. Indeed, the one who sealed us is not you. You are just the innocent. The layer of ferocious spirits nodded their heads and said, getting close to Lu Tianmian might keep on refining the demonic Yuan pill for him. He wouldn't have any benefits from making enemies with him, and he might even be wiped out by the woman in white recovering. Naturally, he would not have such thoughts. Boom! In the next moment, he took the devil Yuan pill, and Lu Tianmeng could only feel that a terrifying aura was reviving within the layer of the burial realm, causing the seal to vibrate slightly. Lu Tianmu was a little creeped out. He couldn't help but be curious and said, what is your original body? Why does it look so big? A layer of murderous spirits is so large that it's like covering the sky. There was also a horrible fury in it, like it could slaughter the world. He. You will naturally know when this father goes out one day. The layer 1 fierce spirit smiled mysteriously. In the future, refine more demonic Yuan Dan for me, and I'll help you even more. At this moment, he actually had some pleasing intentions towards Lu Tianmeng. The fact that Lu Tianmeng would refine some strange pills was too intriguing. Following him, not to mention recovering his peak, it won't be a problem to go to the next level someday. This is the charm of the alchemist. It's possible. Lu Tianmeng laughed lightly. If he could pull together all the living beings within these 10 layers of the burial realm, that's a terrifyingly powerful force. 2. When you walk the world in the future, any enemy will be green in the face. This made Lu Tianmeng a little excited. Then, he let out a long breath and began to refine the heavenly orifice pill. For the celestial orifice pill, he valued it the most. This was the key item for him to open his heavenly orifices. Once he succeeded, he would also reach the ancient extreme realm and the blazing sun realm. Cultivating the roots then will be even more terrifying. At this time, Lu Tianming's gaze was solemn and meticulous as he began to refine the heavenly orifice pill. This celestial orifice pill was extremely tedious. Fortunately, Lu Tianming's divine soul had reached the earth rank, and he also cultivated the divine observation method, which was quite a bit more powerful than its counterparts. Otherwise it is very difficult to try to refine it. In order to refine this heavenly orifice pill, Lu Tiannian stayed inside the house for 10 whole days in a row. It failed a full 6 times during that period. The value of all the wasted herbs is extremely impressive. Lu Tianming was all a bit chilled. He only had the last pair of herbs now. If he failed again, he would undoubtedly have to delay if he wanted to open his heavenly orifices, and since the secret realm would be opening at any moment, Lu Tianming naturally didn't want to waste any time. At this moment, Lu Tianmu's spirit was highly concentrated. There was even the miraculous sight of a shadowy alchemy around him. This is the Dan Yi. If other alchemists saw it, they would definitely be shocked. Once one stepped into it, like having divine power added to it, the success rate of alchemy would be greatly increased. Even for many Dan kings, it was very difficult to step into Dan Yi. Now that Lu Tianmeng had come into contact with the Dan Yi, he would dazzle many old men in the alchemy world if word got out. Congeal. Lu Tianming indeed only felt that now he was even more knowledgeable about alchemy. Even every detail of that elixir, melting within the Dan tripod, he could clearly feel, and the control of the flame had even reached an extremely perfect point, close to being able to do as he wished. Lu Tianmeng couldn't help but have a touch of joy rise in his heart. At a certain moment, when all those medicinal herbs were gathered, Lu Tiannian's eyes condensed and he tapped on the Dan tripod. Finally the Dan pill truly took shape. A rich Dan fragrance wafted out within the room, as well as a brilliant haze of light flickered. TSK, this heavenly orifice Dan has already reached the top of the masters. You even refined it to the perfect level. Now I'm afraid that your alchemy attainments have already reached the Grandmaster's level. The layer of fierce spirits that were absorbing the devil Yuan Dan saw this, and a touch of marvel surfaced in their eyes as well, saying, I'm afraid there are only a handful of alchemist masters in the South Ridge. Each is an old guy who has lived for many years. At Lu Tianming's age, he reached Songmaster. It was enough to create a huge stir in the alchemy world, and also vaguely touched a trace of the land of alchemical intent. Even more amazing. Pretty much, Lu Tianmeng nodded with a light smile. He could also sense that there was indeed something, aptly, like a breakthrough, reaching the alchemy patriarch. There was no doubt that he was also somewhat delighted. Ha, kid, in the future, you must go to the Middle Earth Divine Prefecture, the Dan domain to mingle and make those old guys doubt their lives. A layer of ferocious spirits laughed out loud. Dan domain? Lu Tianming's heart stirred. He had also heard that in the Middle Earth Divine Prefecture, there was a vast area full of alchemists, all of whom had a strangely high status in the entire Xuanwu realm. As an alchemist, he did want to go and meet them in the future. Then, Lu Tianmeng looked at the perfect heavenly orifice pill in his hand and laughed out lightly. This is the key thing for strength advancement. Buzz. At that moment, Lu Tianmeng's mouth opened and he took the golden pill. In an instant, Lu Tianmeng felt a majestic and incomparable energy enter his mind and begin to impact one of the orifices. The difficulty of opening the heavenly orifices was enormous. There might have been some geniuses in the ancient times who were able to open the earth orifices with good luck. However, those who opened their heavenly orifices were few and far between. Each was a figure of great fame and glory. Soon, Lu Tianmeng felt a huge and incomparable pain coming from his mind, like it was going to punch a hole in his head. Lu Tianmu all instantly had a profuse sweat dripping from his body and his face was pale. The heavenly orifice is not like the earthly orifice. This orifice is known as the human body's forbidden land. Under normal circumstances, it cannot be opened. The pain is naturally not trivial, and there are many people who have the ambition to open their heavenly orifices, but end up dying from the pain, or become demented. A layer of ferocious spirits said in a solemn tone, Chapter 97 Heavenly Orifices. He didn't even have the guts to open the heavenly orifices back then. Lu Tianmeng was indeed crazy. In drawing Qi and Xianin, they had all reached the extreme realm. If one were to reach the extreme realm even in the blazing sun realm, that would be amazing. Lu Tiannian's teeth were clenched tightly, his eyes were covered in blood, and his body was constantly trembling. The pain was just too much to describe. In the depths of the mind, it's not at all something that can be imagined by normal people. It was a good thing that he had a similar experience when he opened the hidden vein before. He held on for dear life. Boom, boom, boom. The energy within the heavenly orifice Dan crazily impacted that one orifice. Gradually Lu Tiannian's 7 orifices began to bleed. At first glance it looked like he was going to die. The appearance was horrifying. It was good that among the medicinal power of the heavenly orifice pill, some of it had a pain-relieving effect. It made Lu Tianming feel better. Ka chow. In the end, just when Lu Tiannian's consciousness couldn't support it, like what orifices were opened, Lu Tiannian suddenly felt that his soul, like detaching from his physical body, flew in mid-air. Instantly, his perception increased tenfold. Traces of ants crawling and mosquitoes flying could be seen within a radius of thousands of meters. It's also amazing to see some of the threads that are all over heaven and earth. The streets, some of the activities of men and women in the houses. He could see them clearly too. Lu Tianming was stunned. This was the effect of the opening of the heavenly orifices. His divine soul, at least several times stronger, nearly reaching the peak of the earth order. Reaching the heavenly ranks is also coming soon. Heavenly orifices are indeed about the divine soul, and when opened, they are extremely beneficial to the divine soul. A layer of ferocious spirits laughed. Originally, it was already extremely astonishing for Lu Tianmeng to possess the Great Desolate Emperor body and to have an earth-ranked divine soul. Now that he was about to break into the heavenly order, he was even more powerful. Many soul cultivators were also far from such attainments. Lu Tianming grinned, feeling very relieved from opening his heavenly orifices. I only feel that everything in the world has become slowed down, and in the future, he will be able to deal with other people's moves more easily. Now that I'm at my realm, I've also broken into the divine Dan realm, right? Then, Lu Tianmeng looked within himself and smiled faintly. After the heavenly orifices opened, the realm would be watertight and break into the divine Dan, only to see his Dan Tian, a lot of true essence, indeed have condensed into the embryonic form of Dan. This was the sign of the first level of the divine Dan realm. Not bad. Since you have reached the extreme realm, there is still a trace of the power of heaven and earth within the divine elixir, which is a lot more powerful than the average cultivator. The first layer of fierce spirits sighed softly. There were simply too many places where Lu Tianmeng was different from normal people. Heavenly orifices. In addition to allowing the divine soul to soar, you can also realize a trace of the power of the sky. That's the kind of power that beings dream of. Lu Tianmeng tried it out and indeed found that he was like vaguely able to control some of the nearby Tao rules. For example, with a single thought, you can cause a gale to be lifted up in the vicinity, distort space, or even send down small thunderbolts. The means are amazing. It was as if he had become a small area of sky. However, the power is very weak. At most, Lu Tianmeng could only control a range of 7 or 8 meters in the vicinity. It also has limited lethality and is only suitable for sneak attacks. This power will only be strong when your divine soul is strong enough, and even to a certain point, a thought that turns rivers, dragons and snakes rise and land, and the stars shift will not be a problem. The layer of fierce spirits said, that's the real power of heaven. Very few people have controlled this power in ancient times. At the same time, he solemnly told Lu Tianmeng that this power should not be used lightly. Otherwise it's too perverted and may attract heavenly punishment. Lu Tianmeng nodded his head. He had no interest in becoming the so-called heaven. He only felt that it was a good thing if it could greatly increase his divine soul. Now all that's missing is the ghost shadow sword. Then, Lu Tiannian took out a secret book, which was precisely the ghost shadow sword technique. This is an earth rank battle technique. It wasn't even easy for Tao King realm cultivators to cultivate. After learning this sword technique, the power of his sword technique would be taken to the next level. At that moment he began to study it, and just as Lu Tianmeng tirelessly practiced the ghost shadow sword, north of Taiyuan City, that layer of seal within a primitive mountain range was also getting weaker and weaker. Finally one day there was a boom, like some kind of invisible barrier, opened up in general, and the light shield was finally opened completely. In an instant, Taiyuan City was caught in a firestorm. Countless people were agitated. They finally waited for this day. Charge! At that moment, many people urged their magic treasures and flying swords and rushed towards the entrance of the secret realm. Ho ho ho! Right at this moment, at the entrance of the secret realm, a fierce and incomparable beast roar unexpectedly came out, followed by countless ancient ferocious beasts, like a tsunami, running wildly towards the outside. Each one carries a ferocious and incomparable aura. There are rocks, tengus, unicorns, kihu, etc. Hideous and huge. For a time, the mountains and forests screamed endlessly. Many cultivators did not even react. They were eaten by these ferocious beasts, or trampled into meat. The scene was tragic. Damn, how could there be so many ferocious beasts in this secret realm? Many people's faces turned white down when they saw this. The strength of all these ferocious beasts was too powerful. Flesh is strong. Many cultivators' magic treasures that hit their bodies were of no use at all. Under such a wave of beasts, almost as many people died as came. A bunch of mole crickets. You can't even fight off some ferocious beasts. It can only be said that you are not strong enough. All of you, get lost for me. Right at this moment, a loud laugh spread out, only to see Jia Wushuang riding on top of a huge beast, holding a battle sword in his hand. A sword blasted out, and with a boom, a terrifying and incomparable sword diameters, like a hanging heavenly river, poured down. At that moment, there were 40 to 50 ferocious beasts that were slapped into flesh and died miserably on the spot. Jedi Wu held the divine sword in both hands and rode on a 40 to 50 meter huge beast, simply like a sword god descending from the earth, filled with a sense of dominance and matchlessness. It is rumored that Jia Wushuang, under the seat of the beast called Earth Dragon Beast, has a trace of the ancient dragon bloodline. He harnessed it as his battle pet. Riding on the Earth Dragon Beast, the battle power can be at least increased by several times. It is true. Many people's faces turned white with horror, to know that Jia Wushuang's own strength was already powerful enough, not to mention this Earth Dragon Beast, for the other party to be the best of the younger generation of the Southern Ridge. It really wasn't a cover. Not bad. The secret realm is inherently dangerous. Not strong enough or obediently go back. At this time, a faint laugh spread out. The disciples of the Jade Void sect also came. The leader was none other than Li Xuanxu, only to see that he was wearing a purple coat, jade-like, with a handsome face and a spontaneous temperament. In his hand, but the appearance of a purple war gun, he blasted out a gun, a large swath of purple light, also like a round of the sun to explode generally, in the earth to hit a large hole. At once also let 40 to 50 head of foreign beasts die tragically. He led the disciples of the Jade Void sect and also flew towards the entrance of the secret realm like a sharp sword. Buzz! In the next moment, there was a huge yin and yang Dao diagram flying down from the dome of the sky, in which a magnificent and incomparable yin and yang qi actually flowed, intertwining with each other, like forming a meat grinder. Put! Wherever the yin yang Dao diagram passed, the foreign beasts were shredded into pieces of meat. On the yin yang Dao diagram, there was a man wearing a black and white Dao robe, with hair flying from his temples and a strong aura. It was none other than the Yin Yang Saint Sun, the most outstanding young man of the Yin Yang sect's generation. It is rumored to possess the Yin Yang Imperial body, a handful of Yin and Yang Taoist techniques, unique in the South Ridge. Ding dong ding dong. Almost at the same time, a wonderful and incomparable zither sound resounded out. In another direction, there was an auspicious cloud flying, on which there was a woman in white clothes, snowy, holy and dignified, with a face that was beautiful, wearing a light veil, like a beautiful scenery between heaven and earth. Immediately let everything lose color. There was an ancient zither placed between her knees, and 10 jade onion-like fingers, plucking away. The beautiful sound of the piano, like a magic force, it actually made many foreign beasts. Their eyes were confused and stopped killing. Transitional immortal sound, rumored to have the power to purify the world. Magical and incomparable. This Lin Shiyao deserves to be a strange woman of this generation of the heavenly apocalypse palace. Not far away on the mountainous terrain, there were also some powerful people from some sects in the southern ridge, and at this moment, when they saw that Lin Shiyao had made many of the foreign beasts stop killing with the sound of her zither alone, they were also a bit surprised. It is rumored that this heavenly enlightenment palace is related to the Middle Kingdom, an immensely powerful Taoist system. The transitional immortal sound, too, was a divine art that had shaken the ancient world. Lin Shiyao had a mysterious background, and her zither was surprisingly powerful. They were also awestruck. If they were against someone, wouldn't one of her zither songs be able to compel thousands of cultivators? This tactic is also a bit too scary. At this moment, Jia Wushuang, Yin Yang Saint Sun, and Li Xuanxu's gazes turned to them, and they all came down with solemn expressions as well. Apparently it was also a feeling that this woman, unfathomable, was scary. Ha ha, since you all showed your hands, how can my 10,000 sword sect weaken its name? One sword opens the sky. Kill. Just then, Lu Tianmian, Lu Ling, Jian Zhen, and a group of 10,000 sword sect disciples arrived. After all, the commotion caused by the opening of this secret realm was too great. Chapter 98 Earth Sword Intent. Jian Zhen went to the Lu family at the first opportunity, looking for Lu Tianmai to arrive. At this moment, as he watched the many southern ridge celestials strike one after another, he couldn't help but smile with bravado. Immediately afterward, drawing the sword at his waist, a heavenly sound rose, and the heavens and earth were covered by a terrifying sword intent. like a young sword god striking out. Jianjin, a head of long hair flying, a sword chopped out. A terrifying sword light appeared. There was actually a large area of the chi of creation, like it could be born out of the heaven and earth. Those ferocious beasts were all by this shocking sword light, impacted into flesh and mud. Creation sword technique, the 10,000 Swords sect's famous stance? Many hearts were in awe. The origin of the 10,000 Swords sect was also extremely noteworthy. Its old ancestor was an ancient saint king who created the creation sword technique, which was also considered famous for an era. It was said that Jianjin's comprehension of the creation sword technique was the strongest person in the 10,000 Swords sect in 100 years. It seems to be true nowadays. This sword chopped out, causing the older generation characters, all of them, to be a little heart-stopping. Creation sword intent? Lu Tianming stared at Jianjin's surrounding body. A strange color also appeared in his eyes. In Jianjin's surrounding body there was indeed a chi of creation, evolving all things in heaven and earth. Extremely magical. He also knew something about the 10,000 Swords sect and knew that this was the very sword creation intent that many people within it wanted to possess. When this sword intent was cultivated to great completion, it could even evolve a world extremely extraordinary. Jianjin's swordsmanship made him marvel a bit as well. The other party, as the best of the younger generation, did have two skills. Hey, Lu Tian. Jianjin put away his sword. A stern aura surrounded his body. Then his gaze turned to Lu Tian and he grinned. He didn't have the stern, cold temperament of a sword cultivator. Instead, he was a bit of a hangdog, a bit of a contrast. And staring at Lu Tianming's body, a strange aura swept through the depths of his eyes. The most important reason why he had befriended Lu Tianmai was that when he had first met Lu Tianmai, he had sensed an extremely strong sword rhythm in his body. Under that kind of sword rhythm, he was a bit scornful of the flavor. To know that with his attainments in swordsmanship, who could give him this feeling when looking at the South Ridge? That was why he admired Lu Tianmeng for being so young and being able to achieve such a strong level of swordplay. After all, the path of sword cultivation was too difficult, and it was incredibly difficult to achieve something by oneself alone. He naturally wanted to have a real sparring match with Lu Tianmeng's sword technique. Upon hearing this, many people also showed a strange light in their eyes. Lu Tianmeng's swordsmanship was also very superb. It is rumored that it only takes one sword to kill someone. They also wanted to see who would win and who would lose if they were to compete with Jianjin in the future. It was bound to be a very intense battle. Naturally, I can when I have the chance. Lu Tianmeng nodded his head and smiled faintly. He hadn't seen any particularly powerful young sword cultivators either, and it would be good to spar with Jianjin to seal the deal. Humph, Lu Tianmian, you don't have this chance anymore. Killing my senior sister Mu Qing'er's father and sister. What do you say to this account? At this time, a cold laugh spread out, but Jie Wushuang stood out and said in a cold voice. A powerful blade might erupted from his body, and his entire body stared at Lu Tianmai like a prehistoric beast. The air between him and Lu Tianmian became cold and bone-chilling, like a waxing moon in winter, with amazing weather. Jedi Wushuang, what do you want? Lu Tianmian, however, raised an eyebrow and sneered, knowing that the people from the Hall of 10,000 Demons wanted to find trouble for themselves. Now that the secret realm was open, it seemed that the other party felt that the time had come. Behead you to honor the might of my 10,000 demon hall. Jie Wushuang's eyes were cold. He and Jianjin were already somewhat at odds. If the other party had Lu Tianmian as an ally and entered within the secret realm, they would also form a certain threat to him. So it would be better to remove Lu Tianmian first now. Beside him, Mu Qing'er couldn't help but laugh out coldly. She had been letting her eldest senior brother deal with Lu Tianmian, and now her father's and sister's revenge could finally be avenged. Although Lu Tianmian's change had surprised her, she naturally didn't think that she would be a match for Jie Wushuang. Jie Wushuang, you're arrogant. Why don't the two of us spar first? At this moment, Jianjin stood out and sneered. Lu Tianmai's sword technique, he very much recognized, but its realm he is still a little worried. After all, Jie Wushuang had reached the 8th heaven of the Divine Dan realm. It was too much higher than Lu Tianming. Lu Tianmian, do you want to rely on sword truth to shelter you? Jie Wushuang snorted. I never needed anyone's shelter. Lu Tianming shook his head and stood out. Knowing that many people defy him, he might as well be shocked to avoid any trouble. TSK, Lu Tianmian is really bold. He really dares to agree to fight with Jie Wushuang. The surrounding cultivators marveled. After all, although Lu Tian was good at fighting at the same level, Jie Wushuang's realm was too much higher than his and he was also a one-in-a-million genius who could challenge across the ranks. It was undoubtedly difficult for Lu Tianmeng to gain any advantage when he fought with him. Miss Yen Yen, how do you think the two of them will win or lose? At this time, beside Li Yen Yen, Li Xuanqiu smiled faintly and opened his mouth. It's hard to say. Although Lu Tianmian is in a low realm, he is mysterious, and it's not that easy for Jie Wushuang to easily pin him down. Li Yanran said in a faint voice. When she recalled the scene in the mountain forest, her pretty face blushed. her silver teeth grinding, itching to break Lu Tianmian, this pervert, into pieces. It was shameless of this guy to rudely go over her body, looking for a storage bag, definitely on purpose. She stormed off thinking about it. Back then, his master Chu Lingxin was famous all over the world, and I also want to see if this disciple of hers is 1% as demonic as it is. Li Xuanqiu smiled when the name Chu Lingxin was mentioned. I'm afraid that there was no one who wasn't appalled 1,000 years ago. That was an unparalleled demon. Even the many old men were brutally beaten by him. There is no one who can sanction her. There were many other terrifying and incomparable means in its body. The identity, origin, cause and effect are very mysterious. If it wasn't for the rumor that she had entered some forbidden area and hadn't come out yet, it is estimated that the cultivation world is still being plagued by it. And back then, Chu Lingxin, too, had beheaded one of their Jade Void sex old ancestors. His chilling feeling towards Lu Tianmai was also incomparably strong. The Great Desolate Emperor body, coming to the southern ridge and battling the young lord of the 10,000 Demon Hall. That's interesting. At this moment, Lin Shiyao, who had always been as calm as an exiled immortal in the dust, also murmured with a light smile, her beautiful eyes flashing with a strange aura. Since the ancient times, the Great Desolate Emperor body had appeared too rarely in the world. This physique was known as the first divine body of the human race, eclipsing many ancient demons. She also wanted to see how the battle was going. Any more demonic physique also need to be accomplished. Jie Wushuang has been cultivating for many years, and is also burdened with the heavenly beast physique, may not be false to his current Great Desolate Imperial physique, and the time he has been cultivating is still short. How could he be Jie Wushuang's rival? Beside her, Zhang Feng had a cold temperament with his hands behind his back and laughed coldly. For Lu Tianmeng, the chill in his heart was higher than any of the people present. Back then, Chu Lingxin had caused their heavenly Dao Holy Land to suffer a great loss. Alone, with a divine sword in hand, he had killed their heavenly Dao Holy Land, going so far as to kill 10 of their heavenly Dao Holy Land's supreme elders and 6 old ancestors in full view of everyone. This matter shocked the world, and the entire Heaven's Path Holy Land was furious beyond measure. As the number one Holy Land in the Eastern Wasteland, the Patriarch was likewise a worldly existence at the level of a great emperor. The heavenly Dao sacred ground, which had stood for many years, had never been so insulted. But in the end, the heavenly Dao Holy Land did not help Chu Lingxin let it sail away. The hatred between the heavenly Dao sacred ground and the Kunlun sacred ground was completely knotted at this point. They had been secretly dealing with anyone related to Chu Lingxin over the years. There were few kills. Lu Tianmeng is Chu Lingxin, the most beloved disciple. How could they not want to eradicate it? Therefore, when he looked at Lu Tianmai, there was also some coldness flickering in his eyes, but there was no need for him to make a move for the time being. It would be good to let Jedi Wushuang test the waters for now. After all, the Great Desolate Emperor body was so famous that one had to pay attention to it, so as not to overturn the boat in the gutter. At this time, the atmosphere between heaven and earth was also becoming fiery, and Lu Tianmian had made a series of sensational things in the Eastern Wasteland. They also all wanted to see how this person who could defeat Oriental Tilting City at the same level would fare in a battle with absolute Wushuang. I'm not Dongfang Qingcheng. I won't suppress my realm. As long as you can take 2 moves from me, I can temporarily let you off the hook today. Jie Wushuang smiled arrogantly, riding on the huge earth dragon beast, like a superior overlooking mortals. With the number of years and height of his cultivation, looking down on Lu Tianmu was indeed completely qualified. 10,000 demon blade technique. Kill. At that moment, Jie Wushuang drank coldly and without delay. He slashed out his sword, and the terrifying demonic aura immediately surged towards Lu Tianmai like a mountain torrent pouring down. In an instant, 100-foot-long blade astral deity appeared, smashing down like a large pillar of light, causing a gale to rise from the mountains and forests, with some rocks, trees, and tumbling out. Many people were appalled. The Tao of the absolute Wushuang was truly overbearing. This obviously cultivated sword intent as well. When this blade went down, it truly had the power of a million beasts that could not be resisted. A mere blade Tao. What's the point? However, Lu Tianmian laughed coldly. With his current realm, the 8th heaven of the divine Dan realm, he had no fear. Earth sword, kill. At that moment, Lu Tianmian sank his voice and drew the Lingfeng sword behind his back, and immediately a strong force of the earth, like a tidal wave, came towards Lu Tianmian, and within a radius of thousands of meters around Lu Tianmian, many of the grasses and trees and giant trees, at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, became withered and yellowed, as if they had been drained of their essence by Lu Tianmian. The long sword in his hand emitted an incomparably bright light, and actually had a feeling of being as thick as the sky. Earth sword intent. Lu Tianmian has actually comprehended Earth sword intent. Many people were instantly surprised. Jianjin's eyes also blazed over. The earth sword intent is very sublime. Legend has it that as long as one's feet stand on top of the earth, one can transform into an earth war god with amazing divine power. There were only a handful of people in history who had comprehended the earth sword intent. Lu Tianmeng had actually realized the earth sword intent, making him aghast. He might not even be an opponent under a hard fight with his creation sword intent. Rumble. Amazing light bloomed. Finally, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the sword light and blade light met like a star exploding with dazzling light. Then, Lu Tianmian and Jie Wuxuan fell back one after another. While Lu Tianmian had only taken 10 steps backwards, Jie Wuxuan had taken 11.5 steps backwards. You actually have earth sword intent? Jie Wuxuan was also surprised. This sublime state of mind, he had no way of comprehending it either. Lu Tianming's bottom card was also out of his expectation. Chapter 99 Unyielding Sword Intent. Not bad. Your strength at the 8th level of the Divine Dan realm is nothing more than that. Lu Tianmeng smiled faintly. This was the first time he had cast out the earth sword intent, and the effect was indeed strong. Not only was there the harshness of the sword, but also the strong power of the earth. He was like transformed into the god of the earth. This kind of aura was far from being comparable to an ordinary sword cultivator. Jie Wuxuan's face was unsightly. He had been famous for many years, and Lu Tianmian was like a milquetoast brat in his eyes. It was a shame that he had taken an extra half step backwards in full view of everyone. In that strike just now, he hadn't utilized his full strength, only 40% at most. Next, he would undoubtedly not hold back. The power of the earth dragon. Enchant yourself. Next, Jie Wuxuan roared. Rumble. There was also a strong light erupting from the entire earth dragon, and the light on Jie Wuxuan's body was even more brilliant. Then in the eyes of the earth dragon beast, a terrifying fierce aura also erupted, like activating the power of the bloodline in the body. The battle aura was overwhelming. It stepped on all 4 limbs, as thick as a small mountain, and ran towards Lu Tianmai. Jie Wuxuan even chopped out another blade. The space all looked like it was going to be split in half. The weather was amazing. Mobilized the power of the earth dragon as well. Many people's voices trembled. The most powerful power of a beast master is to turn the energy of a battle pet into his own. Plus Jie Wuxuan's current blade technique. The grade reached half a step of the earth stage. The two superimposed. The aura is really a bit appalling. Lu Tianmian, don't you hold yourself that earth sword intent is overbearing and overwhelming? Come on, let me see if your earth sword intent is stronger or this earth dragon beast of mine is even more so. Jie Wuxuan laughed loudly, his long hair flying, his aura wild and arrogant. The fleshly strength of his earth dragon beast was also unbelievably strong. With such an impact, a short mountain could be crushed. Lu Tianling's comprehension of the earth sword intent was only skin deep. He naturally found it impossible to resist. When did I tell you that I only know one sword intent? However, Lu Tianmeng smiled blandly. With this strike from Jie Wuxuan, he was not in a sufficient realm and it was indeed difficult for him to take too much advantage with the earth sword intent. But he still had the unyielding sword intent. This sword intent is boundless. A story about shaking the sky with a mole cricket. Tough as nails when it comes to whole-killing power. At that moment, Lu Tianmeng directly exerted his longsword and stabbed forward. This sword, without piercing light, was very ordinary, like a sword stabbed by someone who can't practice. Casting such an ordinary sword, move to fend off Jedi Wuxuan? Many people were stunned. Even though Lu Tianmian might suffer a loss by executing the earth sword intent, he would still be able to save his life at the very least. This sword, it doesn't have the slightest bit of power at all. There's a good chance he'll die after the collision. Lu Tianmian, are you stupid? Jie Wuxuan was also stunned, then laughed out loud. His earth dragon beast was now impacting, at least 400,000 pounds. Lu Tianmian's sword was undoubtedly like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and would surely be crushed into pieces in an instant. However, within the 10,000 swords sect, some powerful sword cultivators had their eyes glazed over, slightly surprised. They actually detected a faint trace of sword intent within Lu Tianmai's ordinary sword. And earth sword intent, completely different. It was like the long sword possessed life and dared to fight with the sky. They were shocked in their minds. How is that possible? Sword cultivators could basically only comprehend one type of sword intent in their lifetime. It would be incredible if Lu Tianmeng could cultivate 2 kinds. Sword intent. At this time, Lin Shuriao's dreamy, starry sky-like eyes also surfaced with a flash of color. She also detected that wave of sword intent. Not to mention that according to the intelligence, Lu Tianmian hadn't been cultivating swords for too long. How could one cultivate a second sword intent? At that moment, a touching smile appeared under her lightly veiled features. It only felt that Lu Tianmeng was extremely interesting. Everyone looked puzzled at this point. Of course most people still felt that Lu Tianmian was a bit self-absorbed. Now that Jie Wuxuan was at full strength, his aura was too terrifying. Ka Chao. However, what made everyone dumbfounded was that Jie Wuxuan's terrifying slash. which slashed down, did not destroy Lu Tianmian's longsword. Instead, there was a special power on the longsword, like it could pierce through everything, slicing the Jedi Wuxuan hegemony in half. Bang! In the next moment, Lu Tianmian's foot slammed on the ground and his body rose up in the air before slashing down with his sword. A terrifying sword intent immediately emerged from above the blade. This sword was like it could split everything in heaven and earth. Indestructible. Jie Wuxuang's pupils suddenly tightened. His complexion was horrified. How could he not expect? Lu Tianchang easily broke his own so powerful a move. And Lu Tianchang, this sword, even gave him a kind of can't resist the feeling, like the light of a sword into the sharpest weapon in the world. Click. At that moment, he subconsciously raised the long sword in his hand and blocked it in front of him. But as the sword light cut through, the long blade immediately looked like it had turned into tofu, slicing in half from the center all at once. Not only that, Lu Tianmian was holding a long sword that was as powerful as a bamboo, slashing down from Jie Wuxuang's heavenly aura, all the way to underneath the earth dragon beast. Clang! In the end, Lu Tianmian put away his sword and returned to his original position. At this moment, heaven and earth were like frozen frames. Everyone held their breath, only to see that at this moment, Jie Wuxuang still maintained the posture of raising his sword, his eyes filled with shock. Pust! The last sounded like a cracking sound. Jie Wuxuang and the earth dragon beast underneath him directly exploded into two halves and died miserably. Blood and guts, spurting all over the place. In an instant, an uproar was set off all around, and countless people's shocked scalps were about to explode. A single gaze converged on the young man standing with a sword, each one filled with shock. Dead. The blazingly famous Jie Wuxuan was unexpectedly killed by Lu Tianming with a single sword. What was the name of the bland and incomparable sword move he performed that was so sharp? That sword intent, an unyielding faith, like a mole cricket can shake the sky. He actually comprehended two types of sword intent. Finally at this time, a middle-aged man from the 10,000 Swords sect, his face full of shock, lost his voice. He was dressed in fancy clothes and had an unassuming temperament, standing at the forefront of a group of strong people from the 10,000 Swords sect, clearly of a very high status. That's the patriarch of the 10,000 Swords sect, Jian Yuan Tian, actually saying that Lu Tianmian has comprehended two types of sword intent. Many people sucked in cold breaths at these words. In the entire South Ridge, there were only a few people who had comprehended the sword intent. This had been the lifelong quest of countless sword cultivators. Not to mention, two types of sword intent? Lu Tianmeng was only 20 years old. It is rumored to be practiced again for only a few months. No more than 2 months of sword practice. He had actually comprehended two types of sword intent. This is simply appalling. Damn, this guy is really scary. At this time, Jianjin's forehead was also covered with a big sweat, looking at Lu Tianmian with his eyes rolling with fear. He was able to comprehend the creation sword intent back then, but he had suffered countless hardships, and he was still instructed by many elders in the sect before he managed to succeed. It had always been his most complacent and proud. Lu Tianmian, however, had comprehended two types of sword intent, and this unyielding sword intent seemed even more perverse. He was a bit chilled. Compared to his sword talent, it was simply not worth mentioning. No, Lu Tianmian, how could you possibly comprehend two types of sword intent? How could that be possible? At this time, Mu Qing'er also turned pale and screamed shrilly, a beauty all slightly distorted. Jie Wuxuan was her biggest dependence, but she was also killed by Lu Tianmian. Her heart was also shaken to the core, and Lu Tianmeng used to be the son-in-law of their Mu family. The strength was so strong that it was hard for her to accept. Mu Qing'er, you're the one who's making trouble out of Jie Wuxuan's attack on me, right? In that case, you're on your way as well. However, Lu Tianmian looked at Mu Qing'er and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Back when he was in the Lu family, when he couldn't cultivate, it was Mu Qing'er who despised it the most, saying all the snarky things. Now that he still wanted Jie Wuxuan to kill him, he would not show any mercy. Pust! At that moment, Lu Tianming drew his sword. A terrifying sword light blossomed. Mu Qing'er didn't have the slightest resistance at all, and in a flash of blood, her head flew out diagonally from her neck. The headless body sprayed up 2 to 3 meters of blood, convulsed a few times, and then planted itself in a pool of blood. Chapter 100 Woji Sword Emperor Inheritance. Quiet. Once again there was silence all around. Lu Tianmian was too dry and clean in his killings. In the surrounding area there are still many disciples of the 10,000 Demons Hall. Lu Tianmian had actually forcefully beheaded both Jie Wuxuan and Mu Qing'er, which was slapping the face of the 10,000 Demons Hall. My son! Just then, a loud roar spread out, and the strongest person from the 10,000 Demon Hall finally arrived. One of the middle-aged men, with a sweep of his gaze, saw Jie Wuxuan's corpse, and his pupils instantly shrank, followed by a monstrous killing intent emanating from his eyes. Lu Tianmian, you actually dared to kill my son. I'm going to break you into pieces. Behind him, there were also many strong people from the 10,000 Demon Hall. There were many Tao King realms and not a few celestial realms. The Hall Master of the Hall of 10,000 Demons was even a powerhouse who had reached the late stage of the celestial realm. Boom! At that moment, he slapped out his palm and a terrifying aura erupted as he was about to go and kill Lu Tianmai. Ha ha, Demon Mountain. This is a fight between the younger generation. Deaths and injuries are unavoidable, and it's a bit unorthodox for you, as an older generation, to step in. At this time, a big laugh spread. Jian Yuantian struck out. Lifting his hand, a sword light erupted, and directly dissolved Demon Mountain's ferocious palm force. Then he led many strong men from the 10,000 Sword Sect and appeared in front of Lu Tianmeng. Jian Yuantian, do you really want to be immortal with my 10,000 Demon Hall because of Lu Tianmin? The Demon Mountain roared in anger, killing the sky. So what? Little friend Lu Tianmin is a friend of my 10,000 Sword Sect. I won't let you mess around with him. Jian Yuantian smiled faintly. Lu Tianmin's potential was too amazing, having comprehended two types of sword intent at a young age. This, coupled with the achievements in the Dan Dao, was enough for their 10,000 Sword Sect to pull in. In the future, if he defeated Dongfang Qingcheng and took charge of the Kunlun Sacred Land, the 10,000 Sword Sect would also receive countless benefits as a result. Sometimes in life you have to take a gamble. Jian Yuantian, you forced me to do this, Demon Mountain hissed, itching to break Jian Yuantian into pieces. But he also knew that the difference in strength between him and Jian Yuantian was very small, so even if he did make a move, it wouldn't be of much significance. He turned to the mountains, countless young geniuses, and droned, everyone listen. Within the secret realm, as long as whoever can kill Lu Tianmin, 10,000 Demons Hall, will reward whoever has an Imperial Realm magic weapon, 10 million Spirit Stones, and 1 copy of each of the Earth rank lower grade techniques and battle skills. This reward will be valid for a long time. What? An Imperial Realm magic weapon? Many people were instantly on fire. This level of magic weapon was enough to make some small sects treat it as the treasure of the clan. The 10,000 Demon Hall was even willing to take it out. And moreover, there were also Earth-ranked techniques and battle skills. The crowd breathed heavily. Many disciples of the 10,000 Demon Hall also had cold eyes. Their overall strength added together was likewise an extremely strong force. Within the secret realm, they wouldn't let Lu Tianmai off the hook either. If you want to kill me, just come. Lu Tianmeng smiled, not caring. His sword way needed many bloodshed to sharpen it. These people can be his whetstone. Next, the crowd began to enter the secret realm without delay. Nowadays, there are no more ferocious beasts coming out of the secret territory. It is the opportunity to enter. Lu Tianmeng had just entered, when he detected an ancient aura surging in, a brocade of mountains and rivers, with many great halls, perched on top of the mountains. Most of them had collapsed and reeked of disrepair. The aura here was still very dense, presenting a clan-like situation. It's actually the Wuji Sword Sect. Good guy. At this moment, the layer of ferocious spirits seemed to have discovered something and said in an unexpected tone, Wuji Sword Sect? Lu Tianmeng was stunned. Then he curiously said, is it very strong? Very strong. Once upon a time in ancient times, this Wuji Sword Sect was a dominant party in the Xuanwu realm, causing the Tao of the Middle-earth Divine Prefecture to be afraid. A layer of ferocious spirits said, but for some unknown reason, this Wuji Sword Sect chose to avoid the world, and now it has turned into a ruin, which is surprising. Ha ha, Wuji Sword Sect, the chances here are bound to be very terrifying. Jianjin then laughed out loud, very excited. They, the 10,000 Sword Sect, had been searching for the secret realm of the Wuji Sword Sect. The Sword Dao inheritance in here was definitely strong. Brother Heaven's destiny, I feel that within that mountain peak, something seems to be calling me. Right at this moment, Lu Ling blinked her big eyes, pointed in a direction, and said, summoning? Lu Tianmeng froze. Maybe it was Linger's sister's chance. At that moment he laughed and said, come on, let's go take a look. Ling's sister's chance is most important. Sister Linger was extremely kind to him in those years. Good. Lu Ling laughed crisply. Then, they walked towards the top of this mountain peak, which had a huge stone sword that was 100 feet tall and stuck straight into the sky. Inside the hall, there is a statue. The carving is a middle-aged sword cultivator, waist-hanging sword, eyes deep, hope to penetrate the pale earth, the only flavor. As Lu Tianmeng looked at the statue, he actually had the flavor of prostrating himself and claiming his position. Who is this? A statue with such a terrifying aura. Lu Tianmeng was surprised. Wuji Sword Emperor, once the supreme power of the Emperor Dao domain. A layer of ferocious spirits said word for word. Lu Tiannian's throat rolled. Imperial Dao domain. This was unrivaled in all of history. That means the statue is a great emperor, which is appalling. Buzz. Right at this moment, a divine light shot out from the statue of the Infinite Sword Emperor, enveloping Lu Ling at once. Lu Ling immediately radiated a brilliant light throughout his body. What's going on? Lu Tianming's face changed. Don't worry, this is the Wuji Sword Emperor choosing her, and she is receiving her inheritance. A layer of ferocious spirits laughed. A great emperor could shock the world for tens of thousands of years and was nearly invincible. To actually choose Lu Ling, this inheritance could be imagined how amazing it was. Lu Tianming was also happy in his heart. This sister of his, her fortune was too good to be true. Brother Heavenly Destiny, this senior is going to teach me a lot of things. I won't be able to wake up until later. Lu Ling transmitted her voice to Lu Tian. Don't worry, I will guard you. Lu Tianming nodded with a smile. Bringing Lu Ling to the secret realm was really the right thing to do. Obtaining the inheritance of a great emperor could simply envy countless people. TSK, the sword techniques within this grand hall are also very amazing. At this moment, Jianzhen's gaze turned to the surroundings of the grand hall and said joyfully. Lu Tianming was also stunned when he looked at it. There were quite a number of murals hanging on the walls, painting people practicing with swords in a subtle manner. Above the mural, there is also a line written in large letters. Infinite sword intent, leave it to those who have the destiny. It's actually infinite sword intent. We're rich. Jianzhen laughed out loud, his face flushed red. This was the Infinite Sword Emperor, the terrifying sword intent that had suppressed the ancient world, and comprehending 1.5 claws of it would be a great good thing for sword cultivators. Lu Tianming smiled back. He was also somewhat interested in this infinite sword intent. Giggling, the Infinite Sword Emperor's inheritance site. We're really lucky. Abruptly, a woman's delicate laughter spread out. Then a group of people flew in. The leader was a woman, dressed in black, with a fiery and enchanting figure. Especially the chest was even more explosive, almost calling out. She had long, flowing hair and a slender savage waist, and as she looked at the picture in the Great Hall, she couldn't help but show a touch of fire in her eyes. The Infinite Sword Emperor's inheritance land was indeed precious. Noticing that Lu Ling was receiving the inheritance of the Infinite Sword Emperor, coldness appeared in the eyes of this group of black-clothed men. Who are you? Lu Tianming's eyes narrowed. This group of people were extremely strong, and were actually higher in quality than the disciples of the 10,000 Demon Hall. This black-clothed woman with an extremely enchanting and fiery figure actually all gave him a pressure. We are disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Have you heard of it? The woman in black blinked her narrow eyelashes and smiled faintly. Sky Demon Sect? One of the 3 major demonic sects in the Southern Ridge? Jianzhen's face changed. Is it very powerful? Lu Tianming said. More than formidable. It can be said to be extremely powerful. Back then, this Heavenly Demon Sect was a scourge to the Southern Ridge, and many first-class sects and lineages joined together to suppress it, and they even appeared. Jianzhen said with a grave expression. Lu Tianming smacked his lips. It seemed that the strength of this Heavenly Demon Sect was still above the first-class sects. This place is in our sights. You guys leave. The woman in black smiled faintly, revealing a black curved sword in her hand. The aura emanating from her body had actually reached the peak of the Divine Dan realm. Jianzhen's face sank slightly. His strength was only at the 8th level of the Divine Dan realm. As for the late Divine Elixir realm, the difference between each of the heavens was immense. The woman in black had already reached the top of the 9th level, undoubtedly causing him to struggle as well. What to do? Jianzhen inquired to Lu Tianming. It wouldn't be that difficult for them to leave if they got the murals above the Great Hall. The problem was that Lu Ling was still here to receive the inheritance. Naturally, it's to protect my sister. Lu Tianming's face sank. It was impossible to let these people ruin Lu Ling's chance. Jianzhen's face was heavy, and he only nodded his head. Unself-conscious. How dare you block my Heavenly Demon Sect? The corners of the black-clothed woman's rosy mouth spread a cold smile. Then her jade hand waved. Make a move. Take down all these disciples of the 10,000 Sword Sect. All of them. Those black-clothed men from the Heavenly Demon Sect behind them nodded their heads. There were 10 of them who had reached the 7th heaven of the Divine Dan realm, and 8 of them who had reached the 8th heaven. This group alone was extremely terrifying, and the disciples of the 10,000 Sword Sect were simply undefeatable. Jianzhen was also unable to make a move, and was surrounded by those 8 Divine Dan realm 8th heavenly realm powerhouses, falling into a disadvantage. The woman in black smiled sweetly and said, now you only have yourself left. Behind her, there were still 3 disciples who hadn't moved a muscle. All of them had reached the 9th level of the Divine Dan realm. Together with the woman in black at the peak of the Divine Dan realm, the lineup could be said to be extremely luxurious. Indeed, Lu Tianming smiled lightly, then flipped his palm and took the giant K-heavy sword. Knowing that the next fight was non-trivial, there was no holding back. A lousy sword? The woman in black snorted. Chapter 101 Metamorphosis. The heavy sword was tattered and torn, like it had been bitten by a bug. Unremarkable indeed. From Jianjin's attitude towards Lu Tianming, it was obvious that these 10,000 sword sect disciples were led by him. It was not expected that Lu Tianmian, who was in the first heaven of the divine Dan realm, would use a lousy sword to face them. Miss, I'll take this brat. At this moment, a man in black beside her laughed. As a divine elixir realm ninth heaven, dealing with Lu Tianxi's first level would undoubtedly be a handful. Don't be careless. The black-clothed woman's head nodded slightly. Lu Tianmeng gave her a special feeling. The black-clothed man's face wore a snicker. Not caring. The number of divine Dan realm powerhouses who had died in his hands was 80 if not 100. Lu Tianmian couldn't even be considered an ant in his hands. Die. At that moment, he drank coldly, and his figure directly transformed into a ghost. Rushing towards Lu Tianmai, the 5 fingers formed a claw and grabbed at Lu Tianmian's throat. His speed was so fast that an ordinary cultivator of the first level of the divine Dan realm wouldn't be able to react and would have his throat pinched. Boom! However, Lu Tianmian's lips hooked as he took a step, wielded the giant K, and slashed his sword against the man in black. In an instant, a majestic energy was set off within the heavy sword. Whistling out like a storm, the man's face instantly changed, a touch of shock surfacing in his eyes. How is it possible? The black-clothed woman was also stunned, not expecting the power of Lu Tianmian's sword to be so strong that the aftermath alone suffocated people. Pus, blood spurts. The man in black was smashed into flesh. Lu Tianmeng glanced at the man. What a trashy thing, and you dare to underestimate me. The woman in black also froze, then laughed. Interesting, this heavy sword of yours, it weighs at least several 100,000 pounds. At those words, the 2 men in black behind her, their eyes were shocked. Hundreds of thousands of pounds. How does a kid in the first level of the Shendan realm catalyze it? They're not that powerful either. Obviously Lu Tianmeng was a physical cultivator, and very powerful physical cultivators. Exactly. If you guys leave, you can still pick up a small life, Lu Tianmeng said with a faint smile. The woman in black ate and laughed. You're quite confident in your own strength, but somewhat overestimated yourself. As soon as the word up fell, the woman in black disappeared strangely from the spot, and Lu Tianmian's face immediately changed slightly, only to see the woman in black strangely appear at his side. She blasted out with her fist, and a majestic and incomparable energy erupted. Lu Tianmian subconsciously blocked with his heavy sword, and immediately after that, his body, directly, was shaken and flew out dozens of feet, ruthlessly hitting a wall, almost spitting out blood. The woman in black smiled faintly. This palace's realm is far too powerful than yours. Even if you have power, it will be difficult to utilize it effectively. Lu Tianxi touched his aching chest and didn't deny it. The quality of the black-clothed woman's true essence, which was extremely strong, could make up for this gap. I have some pity for you. Be the dead servants sitting down in this palace. This palace will allow you to have honor and wealth. How? The woman in black smiled brightly and said, not really. If you let me be the heavenly demon sect's son-in-law, I can consider it. Lu Tianmeng smiled faintly. The woman in black stagnated. This guy has a lot of guts. Dare to joke with her about it. As long as you have this ability, what's the harm in this palace being your woman? Then, the woman in black laughed delicately. Her figure is indeed enchanting and hot. A pair of long legs, straight and slender, wearing tight leather pants, puffy breasts full, savage waist slim, full of endless temptation. Casual gestures make the mouth feel dry. There was also a wildness to her temperament that gave men a desire to conquer. Dare to disrespect my heavenly demon sect's young lady, looking for death. At this moment, the 2 remaining sky demon sect disciples burst into a rage. Miss was the goddess of their heavenly demon sect, and none of them dared to have the slightest thought about it. A brat of the first level of the divine Dan realm dared to make a gag. At that moment, the 2 of them erupted with a strong aura and were about to kill Lu Tianmeng. Lu Tianmeng's face sank slightly, and he was about to display his true strength and fight these people right away. Rumble! Right at this moment, a terrifying aura erupted within the great hall. Lu Ling finally opened his eyes, and a strong pressure emanated from his body, actually causing the great hall to tremble slightly. Linger has succeeded. Lu Tianming's heart rejoiced. Dare to make a move against my brother Heaven's destiny. Are you looking for death? Lu Ling's gaze was ice cold as she looked at the 2 demonic cultivators. With a wave of his delicate hand, a fierce and incomparably sharp sword chi swept out with a boom. The 2 demonic cultivators were instantly killed by the sword chi holes into pieces of broken meat. Lu Tianming froze. After receiving the inheritance from the infinite sword emperor, Lu Ling was so strong, like a young empress stood, making people's hearts tremble, really obtaining the inheritance of the Wuji sword emperor. Little girl, you're really lucky. The woman in black also had her eyes slightly condensed as she smiled faintly. In that case, we'll see you later, little fellow. The black-clothed woman's body moved and turned into a black light, and she flew out of the hall. Lu Tianmeng did not stop him, knowing that there was not much point in stopping the woman in black. Did I let you go? However, Lu Ling's beautiful eyes were ice cold, and she would eradicate anyone who dared to make an enemy of Brother Heaven's destiny. At that moment, she clenched her palm, and the space within the Great Hall was transformed into a terrifying and incomparable sword domain, forming a terrifying strangulation force to leave behind the black-clothed woman. Wuji sword domain? The black-clothed woman's eyes were startled. Then she laughed. Although this sword domain is strong, your comprehension is limited, and if you want to stop this palace, it won't be so easy. After saying that, the woman in black slapped her palm out, and a large area of black gas erupted, actually tearing an opening in that sword domain and disappearing into the Great Hall. Lu Ling frowned, then turned her head, looking towards the disciples of the heavenly demon sect who were striking out at Jinjin. Her jade hand once again clenched. The infinite sword domain appeared, and endless sword light flashed, causing those disciples, who numbered a full 40 to 50, to all die. Jinjin couldn't help but gasp a few times, then looked at Lu Ling and marveled at Lu Tianmian. Brother Lu, this sister of yours, she's something else now. Even though Lu Ling was only 14 or 15 years old, the feeling he got was even more terrifying than a god or a demon. Now Lu Ling, I am afraid that it will be very simple to kill him. Lu Tianmeng laughed lightly, happy for Linger's sister. He, brother heavenly destiny, isn't Linger awesome now? Lu Ling smiled at Lu Tian like she was showing off. No more half of the previous coldness and majesty, like a little sister next door. This treatment was only available to Lu Tianmeng. Very impressive. Linger will really have to protect me in the future. Lu Tianming contained a smile. Good. Those who bully Brother Heaven's destiny, Linger will all beat them away. Lu Ling raised her snow-white chin. Just then, her pretty face turned white, and suddenly a mouthful of blood spilled out from the corner of her mouth, her complexion weakening. What's wrong with you? Lu Tianming's face changed as he hugged Linger's petite body. It's fine. I've only just mastered this kind of power. I'm not too skilled yet, and it was countered. Lu Ling reluctantly smiled. Lu Tianming knew that it must be because Lu Ling was a bit anxious when she saw that he was in trouble. At that moment, she took out some healing pills and handed them to Lu Ling. After it took it, its face looked much better. Kid, searching for the soul destruction sword. Don't forget the purpose of coming here. That sword is hot. Not to mention the Emperor Dao realm, even those in the immortal Dao realm. At this time, a layer of ferocious spirits opened their mouths. Lu Tianming nodded his head. This was about the recovery of the woman in white and the bronze ancient coffin. He also attached great importance to it. Brother Heaven's destiny, is looking for the soul destruction sword. Right, Linger knows where it is. At this moment, Lu Ling laughed. You know? Lu Tianming's eyes lit up. Not bad. Come with Linger, that senior has already told me. Lu Ling said. With that she walked out of the Great Hall and headed in the other direction. Lu Tianming looked surprised. With Linger pointing out the way, the chances of finding the soul destruction sword had increased by a lot. Within a short time, with Linger leading the way, they arrived at a location on the edge of the Wuji sword sect, where there was a large abyss. Under the abyss, there was a very dense devilish aura spewing out. As Lu Tianmeng stood here, he only felt hair through his body. Linger, you're not going to say that the soul destruction sword is down there? Lu Tianmeng was stunned. Yes, back then, the Wuji sword sect was very powerful and proudly looked down on the Xuanwu realm. But there was a heavenly extraterrestrial heavenly devil that descended and destroyed the Wuji sword sect, and that soul-destroying sword sealed a heavenly devil underneath. Lu Ling nodded. According to the Wuji sword emperor, had it not been for this sudden calamity, the Wuji sword sect would have been glorious for a long time. The corners of Lu Tianming's mouth twitched, letting the entire Wuji sword sect perish. There was no need to think to know that the strength of that demon was bound to be very appalling. Wouldn't he be looking for death if he entered? Go in. The demonic chi in here is very rich. If I can swallow some of it, it will be very beneficial to the recovery of my strength. At this time, the layer of ferocious spirits excitedly said. Chapter 102 Magic Sky Sparrow. Lu Tianmai rolled his eyes. This devil's cave was very dangerous at first glance. Will he live down there? Don't be afraid. That heavenly demon is bound to be weak to the extreme under the seal of the soul-destroying sword. Besides, you have the bronze ancient coffin, which can also suppress it, as well as the honored one will be fine. The layer of ferocious spirits said. It was extremely difficult for others to get the soul destruction sword. Only Lu Tianmeng had a slight chance. Lu Tianmian hesitated for a moment and only nodded his head. Rich and powerful. The only thing to do now was to take a chance. Before that, you have to make a soul oath that if there is any danger, you must not count me out. Suddenly, Lu Tianming said. The layer of ferocious spirits was speechless. Boy, you're so cautious. It can't be helped. Dealing with you old-timers, I naturally have to be careful. Lu Tianmeng laughed. Good boy. Chicken thief enough. Don't worry. This father will definitely not count on you. I swear by my soul. A layer of ferocious spirits laughed out loud. At his level, making a soul oath and breaking it would have serious consequences. The more powerful a person is, the more taboo they are about soul oaths. Let's go. Lu Tianmeng then smiled. The woman in white had not awakened, and he did have to take it in stride. At that moment, he asked Lu Ling and Jianjin to stand guard outside before he leaped into the demon cave. At this time, on a mountain peak not far away, the woman in black was watching. She was also surrounded by a portion of the Sky Demon sect disciples. The Heavenly Demon sect had deep roots, and she had brought along an extremely large number of disciples. It was just part of it before. Miss, that guy called Lu Tianmian has entered the Devil's Cave. At this time, a man said. The woman in black laughed softly. Not a small amount of guts. The guy sealed in this Devil's Cave may slaughter the world. The man said. What do we do next? The woman in black smiled. Don't worry about him. If you enter the Devil's Cave, you will surely die. Act according to the plan. The man said. Yes. The woman in black smiled faintly, looking at this secret realm with a cold aura flashing in her eyes. Will it be dangerous for Brother Lu to go on like this? At that moment, beside the Devil's Cave, Jianjin also inquired. I believe in Brother Heavenly Fate. Lu Ling just laughed lightly and then said. You saw the murals in the middle of that great hall? Right. Jianjin nodded. Bring out the mural and I'll teach you to comprehend the infinite sword intent. Lu Ling said. Really? Jianjin's complexion was suddenly agitated. Naturally, if you help my brother, I will also help you. Lu Ling laughed lightly. He. Good. Jianjin was instantly excited. Lu Ling had obtained the inheritance of the Wuji Sword Emperor. No less than a supreme power was teaching him, and he was naturally cheerful. Dive all the way down to the Devil's Cave. Lu Tianmeng looked solemn. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and asked, Senior, aren't great emperors the strongest existences in the heavens and earth? And this extraterrestrial heavenly devil, who was able to destroy a great emperor's Tao, is actually so powerful. A layer of ferocious spirits said, Kid, you're wrong. Lu Tianmeng froze. A layer of ferocious spirits spoke. Above the great emperors there is the immortal Tao realm, which is something that every great emperor wants to step into, but it is too ethereal for the Xuanwu realm to think that the emperor realm is the strongest. Truly looking at the universe of the heavens, it might just be the starting point. When you step into the realm of the emperor's Tao, you will naturally know. The corners of Lu Tianmeng's mouth twitched. Stepping into the realm of the emperor's Tao, how far away that was. A layer of ferocious spirits laughed. The woman in white said that the world is big and there are heavens beyond the heavens, so don't be limited in your vision. The Xuanwu realm is only a small realm with thin aura in the heavens universe. There are some powerful worlds where someone might be able to reach a great emperor at the age of 16. How is that possible? Lu Tianmeng was shocked. Is there really someone so contrary in the world? The first layer of ferocious spirits said. Your top priority now is to cultivate well to jump out of the Xuanwu realm, and only when you step out of this world will you realize how wonderful and vast the outside world is. In a sense, the Xuanwu realm is also a kind of prison. Lu Tianmeng was confused and wanted to inquire, but the layer of ferocious spirits stopped answering. Half an hour later, Lu Tianmeng arrived under the Devil's Cave. The devilish aura here is even more dense. Lu Tianmian felt like falling into an ice cellar. His whole body was cold and prickly. If he didn't have the Great Desolate Emperor body, he would have frozen into an ice stick. Lu Tianmeng suddenly said, Senior, this Great Desolate Emperor body of mine, the limit is the Emperor realm? A layer of ferocious spirits said. More than that, this physique is known as the first divine body of the human race. In all the heavens and all the domains, are well known. If it reaches the extreme realm even in the field of immortal Tao, there is no one else. Only then did Lu Tianmeng take a breath. If the ultimate can only reach the Emperor's realm, undoubtedly he was a little disappointed. Of course, one's achievements, physique, and divine objects are only aids. The most important thing is a firm Tao heart. A layer of ferocious spirits laughed. Lu Tianmeng was destined to be anything but ordinary if he could create karma with the woman in white. Lu Tianmeng nodded his head, feeling that talking to this old man had opened up his perceptions. Then, there was a greater urgency to improve strength. The world was too big and he was too insignificant. Ha. After how many years, a human has finally appeared underneath this Devil's Cave. It seems that this seed is lucky enough today. At that moment, a loud laugh came out from the bottom of the Devil's Cave. Lu Tianmeng's gaze turned. In front of him there was an altar. On the altar there was a man with his limbs bound by cold chains. Above his head, a sword hung. The body was pitch black and emitted an astonishing amount of soul power. Soul Destruction Sword? Lu Tianmeng's eyes blazed. This item was precisely the Soul Destruction Sword. His bronze ancient coffin was vibrating, emanating a sense of greed and longing. It's even still the Great Desolate Emperor body. This physique is extremely rare even in the heavens universe. The man laughed and became even more cheerful. Are you the heavenly demon that the Wuji Sword Emperor? Sealed back then? Lu Tianming said. Not bad. Be a good boy and become my blood meal. It's been too long since I've tasted human essence blood. The man laughed fiercely, and suddenly opened his mouth. A fierce and incomparable suction force came. Lu Tianmian's body was nearly uncontrollable, and flew towards the man. The difference in strength was too great. Even if Lu Tianmian was 100 times stronger, he could not be a match for this great demon. After all, this was the figure who had fought with the great emperor back then. Layer 1 Senior. You do it. Lu Tianmeng smiled bitterly. I was thinking about seeing if I could handle it, but now I'm obviously overthinking it. The gap between him and this kind of supreme strength between heaven and earth was not ordinary. Ha ha, good. It's been too long since I've been active outside. I've long wanted to come out and take a look. A layer of ferocious spirits laughed out loud. You control your mind and make the bronze ancient coffin release me. Although he had recovered some of his strength, he still needed Lu Tianmeng, the coffin master, to recognize him if he wanted to get rid of the bronze ancient coffin. Lu Tianmeng nodded his head and communicated with the bronze ancient coffin in his mind. Of course, this release of its out is just a layer of the power of the fierce spirit that permeates the outside. The main body is still in a layer of the burial world. Boom! In the next moment, a large black light erupted from Lu Tianmian's body, followed by a ferocious bird that appeared above Lu Tianmian's head. The wings unfolded, and if they were infinitely large, they could encompass the universe, and the eyes were like a blood moon, in which the world collapsed and all the spirits died miserably were reflected. As it appeared, a vast pressure erupted within the Devil's Cave, causing the entire Devil's Cave to rumble, as if it was about to collapse at any moment. Devil Heavenly Sparrow, how is it possible that you are actually a legendary Devil Heavenly Sparrow from the heavens universe? That great devil was instantly surprised and lost his voice. This race was a big name in the heavenly universe, having appeared countless supreme powers. It's long been very rare these days. I didn't expect that there was a legendary demonic heavenly sparrow inside this mole cricket-like teenager. Demon Heavenly Sparrow. Lu Tianmeng was bewildered and didn't know about this race. Apparently a layer of murderous spirits is very powerful. He couldn't help but smack his lips. And that's just the first layer. The woman in white, however, said that within the bronze ancient coffin, there were 10 layers of burial worlds, holding fierce spirits, one more terrifying than the other. It was hard to imagine how frightening those ferocious spirits would be in the depths of the ancient coffins. Instead, Lu Tianmeng has somehow become the coffin master, dominating their freedom. He couldn't help but feel a little stressed. Ha ha, not bad, little devil. When you see this father, you still don't bow. A layer of ferocious spirits laughed out loud, very arrogant, with a look of disdain for the heavens and invincibility under the heavens. Even though it was just power seeping out, the aura was strong. Space became powder and was completely erased. You think too highly of yourself, my heavenly devil plan. Would I be false to you? The great devil laughed coldly. He was an emperor realm powerhouse, so he naturally didn't give a damn about the devil heavenly sparrow. And the demon heavenly sparrow was only a projection, not much of a threat to him either. Then we'll see underhand. Devil sky sparrow hemmed and hawed. If this devil was in its heyday, it was somewhat deficient. After all, an emperor realm figure was the ceiling in the Xuanwu realm. However, it was heavily injured by the Wuji sword emperor, and then by the soul destruction sword, which suppressed it for countless years. Now equally weak to the core, they were both half-assed, so to speak, and neither one was convinced of the other. Chapter 103 Getting it. Boom. Next, the demon heavenly sparrow and that demon head engaged in a fierce fight. Even if their strength was not even 1/10,000th of their peak, their might was extremely astonishing, and a terrifying killing light surfaced all around. It was a good thing that on the walls, there were some weird runes that could suppress the energy, or else the battle between the two would surely destroy the demon cave. In the end, the devil heavenly sparrow was even better, swallowing that devil in one bite. If I hadn't had too many souls worn down by the soul destruction sword over the years, I wouldn't have been so weak. The demonic head roared with unwillingness, but everything is a foregone conclusion. After the devil heavenly sparrow had absorbed the devil's energy, his body's aura was extremely terrifying. All of this space seems to be collapsing. It laughed out loud in excitement. What a great tonic, kid. I've already taken care of this devil for you. You take in the soul destruction sword. After saying that, the remnant shadow once again returned within the bronze ancient coffin. It could be imagined that when this energy was completely refined, the strength of the demonic heavenly bird would definitely increase greatly. Lu Tianming secretly sighed that it was good that he had this guy. Otherwise, if he wanted to get the soul destruction sword, it would undoubtedly be a nightmare. Then, he came to the soul destruction sword. Buzz! The soul destruction sword seemed to feel the breath of the bronze ancient coffin, emitting a tremor, and finally returned to the bronze ancient coffin on its own. Suppression in the first burial realm. In an instant, Lu Tianmeng felt that the first layer of the burial boundary had become impenetrable. Even if the demon Heavenly Sparrow recovered to its peak, it was afraid that it would be very difficult to forcefully break it. Alas, I really did this to myself, helping you find the soul destruction sword, but sealing me completely. The devil Heavenly Sparrow said speechlessly. If there is a day when you really reform, I will let you out. Lu Tianmeng smiled faintly. He could feel that the demon Heavenly Bird's personality had changed quite a bit, otherwise he wasn't treated well. Thanks a lot. The demon Heavenly Bird's tone was sincere. It did do something wrong back then, but being sealed for so many years was karmic retribution. The ordeal is not something that others can imagine. Buzz. Then, Lu Tiannian urged out the soul destruction sword, which was an ancient sword with blood-red runes on it, giving off a very sinister feeling. Lu Tianmai's true essence pushed into it like a clay ox into the sea, not mobilizing much power at all, and the consumption was extremely terrifying. In just an instant, Lu Tianmeng felt that the true essence in his body had been consumed. The soul destruction sword, as a chaotic 10 swords, is at a tremendously high level, and back then, even the Wuji Sword Emperor was extremely limited in his ability to activate it, or else he would have been able to completely obliterate the demon head. The devil Heavenly Sparrow opened his mouth. This item was also enough to make countless strong people in the immortal Dao realm scared. It seems that you can't cast this item until the critical moment. Lu Tianmeng laughed softly. He's kind of an extra card. Kid, there's a pool there to jump into. At this time, the demonic Heavenly Sparrow suddenly said, "Pool?" Lu Tianmeng was stunned, and indeed realized that not far from this devil's cave, there was a pool. There was actually an incomparably pure energy in it. This is the core of the formation that sealed the devil. The energy is majestic, but it's almost consumed now, so it's still not a problem for you to raise your realm a bit. The devil Heavenly Sparrow laughed. Lu Tianming's heart rejoiced. His biggest problem right now was that his realm was too low. The top geniuses of the South Ridge had all traveled to the late Divine Dan realm. He was only at the first level of the Divine Dan realm, which was a bit shabby. At that moment, he leapt into the pool. Then he operated the Great Desolate Heart Sutra and began to absorb the energy in the pool. 5 days passed, and Lu Tianmeng finished absorbing it, reaching the 4th level of the Divine Dan realm in strength. Noticing the surging breath within his body, Lu Tianmeng grinned. If he were to let himself cultivate, it would take at least a month to raise 3 minor realms. That's a savings. Get out, Devil Sky Sparrow said. Lu Tianmeng nodded his head. This time when he entered the devil's cave, the biggest harvest was the soul destruction sword. As the soul destruction sword entered, there was a special chaotic chi within the sword that was nourishing the woman in white. The white-clothed woman's divine soul, too, was gradually growing. At this rate, awakening should be a matter of time. Outside, Lu Ling and Jianjun were still waiting. In these few days, Lu Ling had also precipitated the inheritance of the Infinite Sword Emperor, and his aura became more and more terrifying. The whole body stood like a cold sword. Occasionally the gaze turned away, and it was soul-crushing. Limitless sword intent. I've cultivated it. At this moment, Jianjun laughed out loud. Around him, there was an illusory layer of sword intent surrounding him. It was precisely the infinite sword intent. The grade was even stronger than the creation sword intent. He had also become a dual sword intent sword Dao wizard and was naturally happy in his heart. This has been 5 days. How come Brother Lu has not moved? Yet then, he looked down to the devil's cave below and worried. They had also felt that terrifying fluctuation a few days ago. There is a great evil sealed inside. He's worried too. Now he had already regarded Lu Tianmeng as a true friend. Lu Ling's pretty face sank slightly, and she was about to jump into the devil's cave. Wouldn't let anything go wrong with Brother Destinies. Swish! Just then, a silhouette flew out from the bottom of the devil's cave, and it was none other than Lu Tianming. Jianjun breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. You finally came out. If you don't come out, we'll all have to go down and break in. Then, he realized that Lu Tianming's aura was much more robust. He couldn't help but smack his lips, raising 3 more minor realms in just a few days. The speed at which this guy was raising his strength was really unintelligible. Brother Heaven's destiny, did you get what you wanted? Lu Ling laughed. Fortunately, Lu Tianming nodded his head. Right now, if he made the soul destruction sword out, he would probably make a lot of people fearful. How is the situation in the secret realm now? Lu Tianming looked around and said, there are more and more people. There are battles every day. And I've heard that even people from the Middle-earth Divine Prefecture have intervened. Jianjun sighed lightly. Lu Tianmeng was surprised. In that case, this secret realm had become a pot of porridge. Brother Heavenly Destiny, you're an alchemist, you should need medicinal materials, right? I know that the Wuji Sword Sect's medicine garden is there. Go or not? Lu Ling laughed. Of course go. Lu Tianming's eyes lit up. He did need medicinal herbs. there were still some main medicines missing to refine the heavenly soul pill. This was the emperor-level sex medicinal garden. The herbs inside must be worth a lot of money. At that moment, under Lu Ling's leadership, the three of them flew in the direction of one of the Wuji sword sect. Lu Ling is the best treasure hunting guide in the sword sect. The average person can't compete with them. Not long after, they arrived at the eastern direction of the Wuji sword sect, where the mountains were rolling and surrounded by clouds. A medicinal scent wafted through the air. This is the immortal yuan grass, medicinal age of at least thousands of years, unexpectedly withered. Soon they arrived at a medicinal field and saw many spirit medicines, but most of them have dried up and become defeated leaves. Quickly blend in with the dirt. Lu Tiannian sighed lightly, obviously having experienced too much time. The elixir couldn't even support it. It's a great waste. The medicinal garden is huge. The more you get to the center, the thicker the aura becomes. There must still be spirit medicines inside that haven't dried up, Lu Ling crisply said. Lu Tianxue nodded. He could indeed feel the exuberant aura deep within the medicinal garden as well. After traveling a few dozen miles again, Lu Tiannian stopped and saw a spiritual ginseng in front of him. It was in the form of 3 leaves, as big as a face bowl, and the whole body exuded an aura of whiteness like jade. This is the Earth Soul Ginseng. Lu Tianming's eyes were hot. This was in the process of refining the most important main drug of the heavenly soul pill. He finally found it. Chapter 104 Earth Soul Ginseng. Hey, you guys work harder. You can't even dig up a single spirit ginseng. What are you guys doing for food? Next to the Earth Soul Ginseng, there was a group of people who were pouting their asses off and digging the Earth Soul Ginseng with great effort. Not far away, a Li Yan ran wearing a short skirt with a noble temperament, revealing her white and slender legs, like a delicate flower. It is noticeable wherever it is. At the moment, she was commanding the disciples of the Jade Void sect to dig up the Earth Soul Ginseng. However, the Earth Soul Ginseng had a layer of forbidden restrictions on it, and it was clearly extraordinary. Those young men were tired and out of breath, and they didn't make it. Instead, he was shocked by the forbidden system and flipped out in a very sorry state. Li Yanran couldn't help but grind her silver teeth in exasperation. On the side, Li Xuanxu couldn't help but laugh bitterly and said, "Why don't I simply break this prohibition, saving a little bit of digging?" No, what if the prohibition breaks and injures the spirit medicine in it? Li Yanran shook her head. The Earth Soul Ginseng was hard to find, so it would be a shame to lose it. Li Xuanxu was in a difficult situation, so it would only be a waste of time. Li Yanyan, you can't even open the prohibition of a spiritual medicine. It's a bit of a laugh. At this moment, Lu Tiannian smiled faintly and walked over. Lu Tianming, you still dare to appear in front of me? Li Yanran's almond eyes erupted with fire, her chest heaving. Why wouldn't you dare? I'm your master. You should bow to me. Lu Tianming laughed. Li Yanran ground her teeth, wanting to stomp a few feet on Lu Tianmian's face. This guy's cheek was too thick. Take Lu Tianming down for me. At that moment, she said to Li Xuanxu. Li Xuanxu's strength had reached the Dao King realm. Taking down Lu Tianming would not be a problem at all. Dao King realm? Lu Tiannian seemed to have noticed Li Xuanxu's realm as well, and he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Not expecting this guy to be so strong. Brother Lu, my Jade Void sect had no intention of making an enemy of you, but since you have offended Miss Yanran, I can only say sorry. Li Xuanxu smiled faintly. Li Yanyan had the entire sacred Dan Palace behind her, and getting close to it would benefit the Jade Void sect too much. There's no rush. First open the Earth Soul Ginseng prohibition. At this rate, the spiritual yuan of the Earth Soul Ginseng is going to dry up. Lu Tianming shook his head and looked towards the Earth Soul Ginseng. You can open this prohibition? Li Yanran was stunned. The Earth Soul Ginseng was indeed going to dry up, which was why she was in a hurry. Of course, Lu Tianming smiled. I'd like to see how you can do it. Li Yanran wrapped her hands around her chest and sneered. She naturally didn't think that Lu Tianming could open it. This method of breaking the spirit medicine prohibition was not even available in their sacred Dan Palace. However, Lu Tianming's face was as normal as he walked over to the Earth Soul Ginseng. This prohibition was indeed divine and could not be broken by unusual methods. However, in the Dan scriptures of the heavens, there was a secret method that specialized in breaking the ban on spirit medicines. Click. At that moment, Lu Tianmian's finger pointed on top of the Earth Soul Ginseng's prohibition, and the seemingly solid prohibition was like glass that instantly dissolved. Then, with a wave of Lu Tianming's palm, the surrounding spiritual qi gathered to nourish the Earth Soul Ginseng. The land in this medicinal garden had dried up and was not suitable for the growth of spiritual medicines. Li Yanran was stunned down. You can really open it. This method of breaking the prohibition. Where did it come from? Lu Tianming laughed. Want to learn? Li Yanran subconsciously nodded her head. If she learned, she would be able to pick some special precious medicines when she encountered them. After all, Some powerful elixirs between heaven and earth have self-protection, even if the alchemist is lucky to see them. Unable to break the ban, he could only stare. Lu Tianmeng laughed. Be my consort, and this saint's son will teach you to be submissive with a happy heart. On Li Yanran's bare forehead, there were black lines showing. The asshole has to piss her off every time. Next, with a move of his palm, Lu Tianmeng actually collected the Earth Soul Ginseng. Li Yanran was immediately shocked. You actually snatched my Earth Soul Ginseng. Lu Tiannian smiled and spread his hands. I didn't say that breaking this prohibition was for you. Li Yanran's pretty face was red with anger, feeling that she had been tricked by Lu Tianmeng again. At that moment, she turned to Li Xuanqiu and said in a hateful voice, "Take him down for me. I'm going to teach this bastard a hard lesson." First he made her wash his feet, then he took advantage of her, and now he dared to rob her of her elixir. If she didn't teach this guy a lesson, it would surely become a demon in her heart. Li Xuanqiu smiled lightly. Don't worry, not only the Earth Soul Ginseng today, all the treasures on him are mine. Within the secret territory, everyone is a competitor. Lu Tiannian was rumored to have a heaven crash bell on his body. It was an imperial Dao treasure, and his heart was moved. Lu Tianmeng looked at Li Xuanqiu and shook his head. Being used by a woman. It's hard to become a great man. Li Xuanqiu's eyes narrowed. Want to die? Lu Tianmeng laughed. Can you kill me? Li Xuanqiu smiled. It seems like you're confident in your strength, but you picked the wrong person. Boom! As the voice fell, a long spear appeared in his hand and he blasted at Lu Tianmai with a single shot. It had to be said that the strength of the Dao King realm was indeed overbearing, and the space around Lu Tianmian collapsed slightly. Lu Tianming's eyes stared. He was only at the Divine Dan realm difficult now, and the pressure on him from the Dao King realm was indeed not small, but it also raised a touch of wariness in him. Boom! At that moment, he took out his heavy sword and struck it horizontally. The 550,000 pounds of divine power in his body erupted in an instant, like the revival of a gaijin ferocious beast. Li Xuanqiu's spear aura was immediately resisted. Not only that, there was also a strong counter-vibration force that made the long spear of notable grade in Li Xuanqiu's hand. All bent down, almost to break down. Looking at this scene, the disciples of the Jade Void sect were all a bit shocked. Li Yanran was also stunned that Lu Tiannian's strength was so perverted. This was the Dao King realm, a full realm higher than Lu Tianmeng. It was unimaginable that Lu Tiannian could even resist it. Li Xuanqiu was also shocked, understanding that this was the power of Lu Tiannian's Great Desolate Emperor Bone, and that 550,000 pounds of divine power did indeed shake heaven and earth. Even though he was so much higher in realm than Lu Tianming, he felt some pain in his arm. Then, he laughed coldly. However, the realm is the most important thing. I would like to see how many moves you can block me. To be able to step into the Dao King realm at such a young age, he undoubtedly had extremely strong self-confidence. Jade Void Gun Technique. At that moment, he shouted, and a brilliant light erupted from his body. His divine spear was like a raging storm, striking out a shot of overbearing light at Lu Tianmai. The fluctuation of the battle between the two also attracted many cultivators, and many could not help but be shocked in their hearts when they saw Li Xuanqiu's domineering gun technique. This was a medium earth rank battle technique, the Jade Void Gun Technique, which was already very sublime in terms of the southern ridge. Li Xuanqiu was again at the strength of the Dao King realm, and dealing with Lu Tianmeng was even simpler. 10,000 sword sect. You guys fancy Lu Tianmai so much. It looks like this guy is going to be unlucky. And outside of the secret realm, someone with a magic weapon, suspended in the sky, presented quite a few scenes in the secret realm. There was a scene of Lu Tiannian and Li Xuanqiu fighting. At this moment, in the Jade Void sect camp, a middle-aged man laughed aloud. He was none other than the sect master of the Jade Void sect, Xian Su Zi. Many first-class sects in the South Ridge were playing games with each other. This time, the secret realm opened and the juniors entered. Like a big competition, whose family's junior, the most out of the limelight, and whose power will naturally talk heavily in the future. Li Xuanqiu was about to crush Lu Tiannian, and he was naturally cheerful. In this way he, the Jade Void sect, could possibly sit on the throne of the number one sect in the South Ridge. The results aren't out. It's better not to be happy so early. Jian Yuantian's face was ugly. The biggest reason why he had asked Jianjin and Lu Tianming to join forces was because he knew that the geniuses in the Jade Void sect, the Yin Yang sect, and the Heavenly Enlightenment Palace, the geniuses in these forces were more tolerant than one another, and that Li Xuanqiu's attainment of the Dao King realm had surprised him a bit. If Lu Tiannian was defeated, with the sword really wanting to fight for the glory of the 10,000 swords sect, there was undoubtedly little hope. However, Lu Tianmeng was the disciple of that demon Chulingshin, and he had some confidence in him. Humph, Chulingshin's disciple. He's even more dead. Xian Su Zi's eyes were cold. Chapter 105 Beheading the Dao King Realm. He hadn't forgotten about one of their Jade Void sex old ancestors that Chu Lingxin had beheaded back then. Fighting again. At this time, Elder Yin Yang also smiled faintly. He wanted to see how far Lu Tianmeng, the saint's son of the Eastern Desolate, could go in this event in the Southern Ridge. Boom, boom, boom. Within the secret territory, Shen Suzi's Jade Void gun technique was indeed overbearing, causing the void to shake. Each shot was false in truth and true in falsehood, making it impossible to defend. The ground beneath Lu Tianmu's feet was crumbling. Damn, too bullying. Jianjun was furious, and at that moment, he drew his sword and was about to help. Li Xuanqiu's strength at the Dao King realm had exceeded the Southern Ridge geniuses by a large margin. Performing an Earth-grade intermediate battle technique again was indeed too strong. Don't rush. Brother Heaven's destiny isn't as weak as you think. At this time, Lu Ling stopped Jianjun. After obtaining the inheritance of the Wuji Sword Emperor, her aura was sublime, like she could look down on the world. Brother Lu, there is hope. Jianjun froze. Lu Ling nodded. Brother Heaven's mandate might just be using Li Xuanqiu as a whetstone to sharpen himself. Jianjun nodded half-heartedly. These past few days, when Lu Ling casually instructed him, he felt that his sword Dao had greatly increased. He was very impressed with Lu Ling. Lu Tianmian, if you apologize to Miss Yanranli and become my sidekick with the gun, I can consider sparing your life. In the middle of the field, Li Xuanqiu executed his overbearing gun technique and said aloud. He had reached the Dao King realm and had never exhibited it. Now there is the confidence of having my invincibility. Is the Dao King realm very strong? However, Lu Tianmian laughed coldly. After a while of fighting, he had already roughly figured out the path of the Jade Void gun technique, and it wouldn't be that easy to injure him again. Then, Lu Tianming's eyes sank as he exhibited his Great Desolate Emperor body, the exuberant purple gold blood chi within his second divine collection. Then Lu Tianmai took out his sword and executed the Dragon Elephant Prajna of the Dragon Elephant's sacred heavenly strength. With his sword technique, he incorporated the Dragon Elephant's sacred heavenly strength. This strike could be described as overbearing. Li Xuanqiu's face immediately changed drastically. This is the Dragon Elephant's sacred heavenly strength? The eastern wasteland was too far away from the southern ridge, and what they learned about Lu Tianmai was not comprehensive. I didn't expect Lu Tianmeng to even learn the Dragon Elephant's sacred heavenly strength. This is the famous imperial art of the past and present. The ancient emperor of Kunlun suppressed an era with this. It was extremely shocking to him that Lu Tianmeng would hiss. Beyond the secret, Xuanqiu Zi also sucked in cool air. They only know Lu Tianmai as Chu Lingxin's disciple. In the latter's talent that shines in the era, Lu Tianmai's disciple appears ordinary, and even a lot of people think that Lu Tianmai is just good luck, only to become Chu Lingxin's disciple. When the Kunlun sacred son, many people were somewhat scornful of Lu Tianmeng's strength. Now that Lu Tianmai had executed the Dragon Elephant's sacred heavenly strength, it had undoubtedly shocked him extremely. Back then, Chu Lingxin didn't comprehend this divine skill either. This guy's blessing is so amazing. At this time, the strongest members of the Yin Yang sect and the Heavenly Enlightenment Palace were also somewhat regretful. Dragon Elephant's sacred heavenly strength, if one cultivated it to its great completion, I'm afraid that it could run rampant in the entire Xuanwu realm. Although many people knew that above the Imperial Dao, there was the immortal Dao realm. It was the goal of all the great emperors of the ancients, but they had heard ethereal rumors. Those great emperors, even in the immortal Dao, could become giants. The laws of the Xuanwu realm were different from the outside. The reasons for this are not known to them. The great emperor of the Xuanwu realm had a very heavy gold content in the entire heavenly universe. Lu Tianming, a teenager, had actually comprehended the Dragon Elephant's sacred heavenly strength and even incorporated it into his sword technique. This qualification really shines. Jian Yuantian was also excited as his heart rose and fell, and he laughed out loud. Undoubtedly felt that the 10,000 Swords sect was not on the wrong side. The demon mountain of the 10,000 Demons Hall, on the other hand, had a hard time. A disciple who had learned the Dragon Elephant's sacred heavenly strength, even the Kunlun sacred ground would surely attach immense importance to it. He actually wanted to kill such a person. He couldn't help but have a chill rise up his back, even if Lu Tiannian and Dongfang Qingchun were mortal enemies. If the Kunlun Holy Land wanted to destroy their 10,000 Demon Hall, it wouldn't take much effort, would it? He had some scalp numbness and only felt that Lu Tianmai and the others could not be messed with at all. Within the secret area, Lu Tiannian's Dragon Elephant Saint Sky strength was too majestic, with a dragon and an elephant appearing, as well as a vast purple gold blood chi. At first glance, Lu Tiannian was like a dragon and elephant deity, towering above the 9 heavens. It was the first time he had brought his battle power to this point. With a head of long hair flying, he smiled faintly at Li Xuanqiu, whose face was filled with horror, and said, "Hit the road." Exercising the Great Desolate Emperor body added too much to his aura. Even at the Dao King realm, he was confident that he could defeat it. Pust. Blood spurts. Li Xuanqiu spared all his divine power, but it was still useless. The astral aura he had formed with his lance was instantly torn apart. Then, on his neck, a bloodstain appeared. His eyes went wide, and his body crashed down. Li Yanran also instantly scalp numb. Pretty face paled down. She looked at Lu Tianmian, horrified. You even killed Li Xuanqiu? Lu Tianmeng smiled faintly. Is there a problem? Li Yanran said angrily. Are you not afraid of offending the Jade Void sect? Lu Tianmian blinked. So what? Li Yanran choked. Lu Tianming's identity was indeed not what it used to be. After cultivating the dragon elephant's sacred heavenly strength, I'm afraid that in the ancestral mountain, there would be a portion of the old ancestors who would support him. It could be said that besides Dongfang Qingcheng, whoever killed Lu Tianmai would suffer the wrath of the Kunlun Holy Land. As for the Kunlun Sacred Land, which had been passed down for many years, even the Heavenly Dao Sacred Land would have to be scorned if it were to go into full power. These clans in the South Ridge were not in the top tier compared to the Great Empress Dowager system. Lu Tianming killed Li Xinsu, and the Jade Void sect didn't dare to say anything more. Lu Tianmeng smiled faintly and walked over, picking up Li Yanran's delicate chin. You found someone to deal with me again. What do you say, the saint's son? How should I punish you? After saying that, Lu Tianmeng stretched out his palm and slapped down on Li Yanyan's firm jade buttocks. Everyone was stunned. Li Yanran was also stunned. Then her pretty face blushed, and she angrily said, Lu Tianmian, you bastard even lightly slipped me. Lu Tianming said, you are my maid. Wouldn't it be natural for a master to teach his maid a lesson? If not for the fact that the sacred Dan Palace was the #1 alchemy sanctuary in the eastern wasteland, with an extremely terrifying appeal, he wouldn't have let it go so easily. It's kind of cool to be mad at this condescending chick. Li Yanran was furious. Her chest rose and fell. You, this Dan female, bite you to death. After saying that, she opened her snow-white silver teeth and was about to bite Lu Tianmeng. Lu Tianmian froze, actually letting the arrogant and incomparable Li Yanran, angry like this, made him surprised. Lu Tianmeng looked into the depths of the medicinal garden. Little Miss Li, what's in the depths of this medicinal garden? Li Yanran grunted. Why would I tell you? Lu Tianmian laughed. It's fine if you don't tell me. This saint's son will seal your cultivation and let you be a servant girl by my side to warm the comforter, said Lu Tianmian finger to Li Yanran's chest, then point to go. Li Yanran was stunned. Me tell you, she's really scared. This guy has no inhibitions, he might actually do it, she said. Deep in the medicinal garden, it is rumored that there is a treasure trove. Not only are there medicinal herbs that the Wuji Sword sect has worked so hard to cultivate over the years, it is rumored that there are also some divine warriors and magic treasures, which is considered to be the Wuji sect's largest pile of resources. At this time, Lu Ling also walked up and laughed. Brother Heaven's destiny, it's not bad, that is indeed the peerless treasure trove. Li Yanran seems to think of something. Beautiful eyes glanced. Lu Tianmian coldly laughed. I can advise you, do not hit that treasure trove of attention. Now the treasure trove there, countless geniuses converge, and Yin and Yang Saint's son and Lin Shuriao, so that Li Xuanqiu are scornful of the incomparable, as well as the Middle Kingdom. There are geniuses meddling in it. If you go there can be no good fruit to eat. However, before she could finish her sentence, Lu Tianmian waved his hand to greet Lu Ling and Jianjin as they left, leaving her with only the back of her head. Li Yanran instantly gasped. Bastard! Not waiting for people to finish their words, spinning around as if thinking of something, she gloated and laughed out loud. Lu Tianmeng went just right. Maybe they'll get cleaned up by those geniuses. She was a little excited and followed likewise. Chapter 106 Longhua Dynasty, the top of a large mountain. Already at this moment surrounded by many young cultivators, the Hall of 10,000 Demons, the Yin Yang sect, the Heavenly Enlightenment Palace, the Heavenly Demon sect, and even the Sun sect of the Middle-earth Divine Prefecture, the Longhua Imperial Dynasty, and so on. The atmosphere can be fiery. At this time, a man in golden armor stepped out, holding a war halberd, exuding a strong aura, smiling faintly at the surroundings. This Wuji Sword sect's treasure trove. Our Longhua Imperial Dynasty has taken a fancy to it. Please sell your face. Just go and disperse. Don't make a mistake for yourselves. Although the words are polite, but the many cultivators of the South Ridge, all of them can hear. Among them, the intention of strong expulsion. At this time, there was a disciple of the 10,000 Demons Hall, whose face sank slightly. This Wuji Sword sect is our South Ridge's chance, not yours in the Middle-earth Divine Prefecture. You guys have extended your hands too long. Many South Ridge cultivators nodded their heads. The golden-armored man said indifferently, it seems that your 10,000 Demon Hall is not convinced, so feel free to take a shot at me, as long as you can take one of my moves. I, the Longhua Imperial Dynasty, will let your 10,000 Demon Hall's people stay. At this moment, a purple-robed man from the 10,000 Demon Hall formation stepped out and said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency, this is too rampant." He was none other than the number 2 young genius of the 10,000 Demons Hall, Lu Wenshi. Although his fame was not as good as Jedi Wuxuan, he was extremely strong. It took even longer to reach the 8th heaven of the Divine Dan realm. If it wasn't for the fact that Jie Wuxuan's father was the Hall Master of the Hall of 10,000 Demons, the position of Grand Master may not be Jie Wuxuan's turn. The golden armored man only glanced at him faintly and said, "Make your move." His expression was indifferent, as if he didn't put Lu Wenshi in his eyes at all. Lu Wenshi's eyes narrowed. The world says that the Middle-earth Divine Prefecture is the cultivation center of the Xuanwu realm, with outstanding people, so today, I'll learn the strength of the geniuses of the Longhua Imperial Dynasty. With that, he took out a blue longsword in his hand. He was a sword cultivator. Boom! When the words fell, his body directly transformed into a shadow and rushed towards the gold-armored man, a sharp sword on, like a shocking light, causing the light on the heavenly sun to slightly dim a bit. The entire square was immediately filled with a terrifying sword intent. Many people were moved. Lu Wenshi's strength was truly impressive, quite a bit stronger than even Jie Wuxuan. The disciples of the 10,000 Demon Hall really couldn't be underestimated. However, the golden-armored man's face was indifferent as he said, "Weak." Boom! He raised the halberd in his hand and casually struck out a divine light with a boom, directly crushing Lu Wenshi's sword light. In the next moment, the divine light pierced through Lu Wenshi's brow, causing a bloody hole to present itself there. Lu Wenshi instantly stiffened his body and froze in place. After a long time, his body lay straight. Countless people were surprised. With Lu Wenshi's battle power, it was close to being able to crush 99% of the geniuses in the southern ridge. He was actually wiped out by the man in golden armor with a single strike. Its strength is truly appalling. The golden-armored man's face was bland as he said, "Leave and live, or die." Many people were icy cold. The other party was clearly a powerful person of the Tao King realm, reaching at least the triple heaven. If they didn't leave, they might really be obliterated by the golden-armored man. At this time, Chu Chu stepped out from the Yin Yang sect and said with a smile, "What a domineering dragon China dynasty, worthy of being one of the 4 great dynasties of the Middle Kingdom. I'll take a lesson as well." Knock! As the words fell, she threw a punch as well. Pink fists and a rotten face, like people who can't practice strikes. But the moment he threw a punch, a terrifyingly powerful force erupted, causing the space to be dented. A layer of golden light emerged from Chu Chu's fist, permeated with the flavor of immortality. The golden-armored man's face changed slightly as he raised his halberd and was about to block, but a sound of gold and iron erupted, and in the end, the man in golden armor was shocked, and fell back a dozen steps, and finally, with a poof, a mouthful of blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth. Many people were stunned as to who this maiden of the Yin Yang sect was. At a very young age, his physique was surprisingly perverted. The golden-armored man was also moved. Indestructible golden body. You're from the indestructible Holy Land? Chu Chu laughed delicately. Not bad. The Longhua dynasty, although powerful, should not have no one in sight. The golden-armored man's face was ugly. He didn't expect there to be such a powerful genius. The girl did not seem to use her full strength. Otherwise he would have ended up worse. At this time, a gold-robed youth stepped out and smiled faintly. The indestructible Holy Land, being a powerful Tao lineage in the eastern wasteland, has this qualification to stay? The others go. Many people looked at this gold-robed youth and were even more aghast. Its aura was even more terrifying, and the golden-armored man seemed to be just his servant. At this moment, the Yin Yang Saint Sun spoke. Your Excellency should be the 9th prince of the Longhua Divine Dynasty. The gold-robed youth smiled. Exactly. The Yin Yang Saint Sun nodded. The 9th prince of Suwen, with his head and horns, and bearing the Great Sun imperial body, is truly extraordinary. Zhang Feng smiled faintly. Could it be that even I, the Holy Land of Heavenly Tao, don't have this qualification? The crowd was shocked by these words. The Heaven's Path Holy Land, that was the overlord of the Eastern Wasteland. Let the Middle Kingdom, all of them, be afraid. Who dares to underestimate the Heavenly Tao Holy Land? The gold-robed youth laughed. Brother Zhang Feng has made a fallacious remark. Some of the top disciples of the Heavenly Tao Holy Land, who are still old acquaintances with this emperor, are not included in this list. A lot of people are bitter. Those with backgrounds stay. Together they have to leave without backgrounds. The gold-robed youth suddenly swept his gaze around the crowd and said in a faint voice, I heard that Kunlun Saint Sun, Lu Tianmian, is also here. Where is this person? The crowd froze. The 9th prince of the Longhua Imperial Dynasty. What were they looking for Lu Tianmeng for? At this time, someone seemed to have thought of something and said in a shocked voice, I heard that Dongfang Qingqing's fiancé nowadays is precisely the Grand Prince of the Longhua Dynasty, that godlike man Long Junyi. Could it be that the 9th prince is going to look for Lu Tianmian's trouble? The hearts of the crowd were wildly shaken. Long Juni was known to everyone in the entire Xuanwu realm. Learning the Tao at the age of 3, he was at the peak of the Blazing Sun realm at the age of 6, and reached the Imperial realm at the age of 18. There are rumors that he is the reincarnation of an exiled immortal. On the day of his birth, there was a vision of immortals making a pilgrimage, which shook the world's 10,000 states. How strong it is now, no one even knows. If the Longhua dynasty was also his enemy, Lu Tianmeng would have an even more difficult path. There were also people who sighed, hearing that Lu Tianmian was only the adopted son of Taiyuan City, a small family, mixing it up to have two genius enemies in Dongfang Qingcheng and Long Juni, is really drama. Zhang Feng smiled faintly. Lu Tianmian, but a mere kid of the fiery Yang realm, perhaps in the middle of this secret realm, he would have died long ago. The secret world is too dangerous now without a strong background. Death is quite normal. Furthermore, the Hall of 10,000 Demons had launched a bounty on it. In the entire secret realm, there were countless people who wanted his head. The 9th prince of the Longhua imperial dynasty was stunned, then laughed. That would be a pity. They had also heard that Lu Tianmeng had defeated Dongfang Qingcheng at the same realm. He wanted to teach it a lesson. It's a shame he didn't run into it. Then, his gaze turned to Lin Shiyao and smiled. Miss Lin, good to see you again. I heard that you obtained a stone order and have a chance to obtain that legendary soul destruction sword. Is the soul destruction sword in this Wuji treasure trove? The biggest reason he came here was also the soul destruction sword. That was a supreme treasure that made the Emperor Realm characters all on fire. Lin Shiyao's white clothes were holy, and her body's haze was hidden, as if she were a female fairy descending to the earth. Upon hearing this, her red lips lightly opened and she faintly said, truth be told, even if there is a stone order, I don't know the whereabouts of the soul-extinguishing sword, and I'm afraid that if I want to find it, I'll have to search all over the Wuji sword sect before I can do so. The Wuji sword sect was huge and incomparable, and the land of opportunity was unknown. A little bit of unusual, no doubt not knowing how long it will take to find it. At this moment, a man wearing a sun-graphic Dao robe laughed. Open the infinite treasure trove, and it won't all come out. Long Jio nodded. It was the only thing that could be done now. Brush up. Just then, several rainbow lights flew and it was Lu Tianmian, Lu Ling, Jianjin and the others. The crowd was immediately stunned that Lu Tianmian still dared to come here. The black-clothed woman from the Heavenly Demon sect was also surprised. This fellow, he didn't die when he entered the demon cave? Did he not go deeper? That devil's cave has very terrifying power. The older generation of characters who enter will also surely die. Lu Tianmeng wasn't dead. That was the only possibility. Of course, if she were to know that Lu Tianmai was not only not dead, but had also obtained everyone's fiery soul destruction sword, she didn't know how shocked she would be. The 9th prince of the Longhua imperial dynasty. His eyes narrowed. You are Lu Tianmeng? Lu Tianmeng raised an eyebrow. Who are you? Long Jio laughed out loud. I am the 9th prince of the Longhua imperial dynasty. Have you heard of me? Lu Tianmeng's eyes stared. This incomparably powerful imperial dynasty. He had naturally heard of it, commanding hundreds of millions of miles of territory, and ranking first amongst the 4 great imperial dynasties of the Middle-earth Divine Prefecture. A royal son of the Longhua dynasty would actually come to the southern ridge. Immediately, he raised an eyebrow and said, I heard that Dongfang Qingcheng's fiancé is your Longhua imperial dynasty's grand imperial son. Long Juni? Long Jio laughed. Not bad. Dongfang Qingcheng is the future imperial consort of my Longhua imperial dynasty. You've got a lot of guts to go against my imperial sister-in-law. Lu Tianmeng smiled faintly. The Longhua dynasty's vision isn't that great. Long Jio was stunned. Lu Tianmeng said, Dongfang Qingcheng is snake-hearted. Beware of pitting your entire Longhua imperial dynasty. The crowd smacked their lips. The Longhua imperial dynasty was a great deal more powerful than even the Kunlun Holy Land. Lu Tianmeng had openly slandered Dongfang Qingcheng, which was disrespectful to the Longhua dynasty. How dare you, dare to insult the imperial concubine? Looking for death. Sure enough, a war general. His face was furious. He held a dry pole, took one step, and slashed down with the pole at Lu Tianmian's heavenly aura. His strength had clearly reached the 4th sky of the Tao King realm, even more powerful than the golden armored man who had struck out earlier. The vast gob of light struck out like a heavenly waterfall. Scram! However, Lu Tianmeng's eyes were indifferent. The Great Desolate Emperor body was activated, and a majestic blood chi erupted as he punched out. With a loud boom, the gob of light shattered, and immediately afterward, the war general was sent tumbling out of the room, coughing up blood. Everyone was shocked. Lu Tianmian's Great Desolate Emperor body was really strong. This blood chi erupted like a god. Unstoppable. 4th sky of the Divine Dan realm? Zhang Feng, on the other hand, was stunned. Lu Tianmeng's strength had increased, but it was fast enough. According to the intelligence, when he hadn't entered the secret realm, Lu Tianmian seemed to have only been at the fiery Yang realm. Longjio smiled faintly. Some ability. With the fourth heaven of the divine Dan realm, he was able to shock back the fourth heaven of the Tao King realm with a single strike. The Great Desolate Emperor body. It deserves to be honored in the world. Then, his entire body also erupted with a brilliant divine light. Try to see how high it is compared to my great sun imperial body. At that moment, he also struck out. His entire body radiating a terrifying dragon might, like a great sun suppressing. Just try it. Lu Tianmeng sneered, directly drew his Lingfeng sword, and executed 3 types of sword intent. Earth sword intent, unyielding sword intent, and the infinite sword intent that he had comprehended. Chapter 107 Killing Zhang Feng. 3 types of sword intent appeared, and Qianquan was instantly filled with terrifying sword intent. Everyone looked like they were in a sea of sword light. Lin Shiyao was also surprised. One must know that 2 types of sword intent were already unparalleled wizards of the sword Dao, and Lu Tiannian had actually brought together 3 types of sword intent. That's a remarkable qualification. Bang! A brilliant divine light erupted as the 9 dragons threw a punch, though it was also domineering and majestic. However, under the 3 types of sword intent, they were still shaken back. On his forehead, a sword light emerged, and almost, it sliced through his brow, causing him to die miserably. Many of the powerhouses of the Longhua imperial dynasty changed color. 9th Prince, 9 dragons shook his head, signaling that he was fine, as he stared at Lu Tianmeng and said in a cold voice, 3 types of sword intent, you've surprised this emperor. Even if the Longhua imperial dynasty, which ruled over billions of miles of territory, wanted to find people with 3 types of sword intent, it would still be extremely difficult. Lu Tiannian hadn't practiced sword cultivation for long, and being burdened with so much sword intent was truly astonishing. Lu Tiannian's face was bland and his tone was wave-free. If you dare to strike again, die. With 3 types of sword intent added to his body, his sword Dao strength was, indeed, extremely profound. In fact, he had 2 other sword intentions. One was the Dragon Elephant sword intention that cultivated the Dragon Elephant sacred heavenly strength. There was the Great Desolate sword intent of the Great Desolate Emperor body. Although it was only a fledgling form and had not yet been thoroughly comprehended, it was extremely strong. If he let others know that he possessed 5 types of sword intent, he didn't know how shocked he would be. It's just that ordinary people don't deserve it, and he casts the Dragon Elephant sword intent, as well as the Great Desolate sword intent. Longjio's eyes were furious. He was the 9th prince of the Longhua dynasty. How dare Lu Tianmeng be so arrogant to him? However, its strength was extraordinary, and even if he solved it, it wasn't that easy. Nowadays, it was still the most important to open the Wuji sword sect's treasure trove. Finally, he relented, his gaze icy cold, obviously ready to let Lu Tianmai, once this matter is over, will be unable to live or die. At that moment, the prohibition within the treasure vault, too, slowly opened, and the crowd began to enter it in a flurry. Just stepping in, Lu Tianming was stunned. There were indeed a lot of medicinal herbs here, and the rich fragrance of medicines was drifting like a spiritual mist. If he could obtain these herbs, he would definitely be able to refine many pills, which would be extremely beneficial for strength enhancement. Many people also began to frantically snatch it up as if it was chicken blood. In an instant, the great hall was a warring mess. Lu Tianmeng then found an area where the medicinal herbs were even more precious, and at that moment, with a wave of his palm, he was about to include these medicinal herbs within his storage bag. Right at this moment, a stern killing light, but swept in, only to see Zhang Feng holding a long sword, stabbing at the back of Lu Tiannian's head. Lu Ling immediately changed her face. Be careful. With a wave of her jade hand, a powerful aura erupted and was about to block this sword for Brother Heaven's destiny. However, Zhang Feng swept his gaze at Lu Ling and sneered, some strength, but far from being my opponent. Boom! His breath erupted and he had clearly reached the peak of the Tao King realm. Lu Ling was startled. Even if she had received the Infinite Sword Emperor's inheritance, nowadays she could at most only withstand the unusual Tao King realm, and at the peak she was naturally no match. Pust! In the end, under the terrifying sword light, she was shaken back. A mouthful of blood spilled out of her mouth. At this time, Jianjun was also furious and scolded. If you want to touch my brother, you have to ask me first. Even though he wasn't necessarily an opponent at all, if Lu Tiannian was hit by the sword, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhang Feng looked at Jianjun. Moreover, the corner of his mouth picked up a cold smile. You're even more like an ant. The sword turned, and with a poof, a terrifying sword light directly chopped at Jianjun's chest, causing a half-meter long blood scar to appear on both of his chests, almost splitting him in half with a single sword. At this time, Lu Tiannian finally turned around and seeing this scene, his eyes steeply turned cold and morose as well, roaring at Zhang Feng, you seek death. Lu Ling, his sister, was seriously injured. Ken Jin almost died tragically. he was undoubtedly extremely furious. Zhang Feng laughed. Can you kill me? Lu Tianming, I tell you. This time I came to the South Ridge. It's for you. Hand over the heavenly clash bell, or else, I'll let your sister in Jianjin, all of them, die here. It had to be said that the peak of the Tao King realm was simply too strong. With a wave of his palm, the injured Lu Ling in Jianjin came out in his hands, and he put his long sword on their necks. A slight delivery and the two would have been killed. Lu Tiannian was extraordinarily cold and morose, and Zhang Feng completely aroused his anger. However, he naturally couldn't let anything happen to Lu Ling in Jianjin. At that moment, he said in a cold voice, the Heaven Crash Bell is an Imperial Dao treasure. Even if you get it, it's difficult to activate it without a blessing. Zhang Feng sneered. It's not for you to worry about. Hurry up and hand it over. His tone sizzled. The Heavenly Clash Bell could even resist an Imperial soldier, and it was still a supreme treasure for body training. Even if it couldn't be catalyzed, handing it over to the Heavenly Dao Sacred Ground would still be a great achievement. As he spoke, the long sword in his hand slightly tightened, and blood flowed out of Lu Ling and Jianjin's necks. Lu Tianmeng immediately, here, with a flip of his palm, he took out the Heaven Crash Clock, which was ancient and carried an incomparably thick and heavy aura. This object had been helping him suppress the heavenly tribulation of the Great Desolate Emperor body and was extremely important to him. He threw it in the other direction. Zhang Feng said angrily, Kid, you dare to shade me? Lu Tianmeng laughed. At least, I have to make sure my sister and friends are safe, right? Zhang Feng did not delay, and immediately moved his body and flew towards the Heaven Crash Bell. The Kunlun ancient emperor, back then, had traveled extremely far in the emperor's way, and some people claimed that he might have stepped into the immortal way, with horrifying battle prowess. This heaven-impacting bell, which was refined by it, he had to get it no matter what. At this time, quite a few people also saw the Heaven Crash Clock, and their eyes were also hot, laughing. It's actually the Heaven Crash Clock. Luck! At that moment, the crowd rushed in like vicious dogs. Zhang Feng's face turned cold. Dare to rob my treasures, looking for death. Swish! The long sword in his hand shook, and a sharp sword light erupted, and the heads of the many cultivators who rushed up immediately flew out. The peak strength of the Tao King realm was not something that ordinary people could fight against at all. At this time, Lu Tianmian flew next to Lu Ling and Jianjin. Are you guys alright? Taking out 2 healing pills, the two of them were allowed to take them. Lu Ling shook her head and said, Brother Heaven's destiny, I'm fine. Jianjin's face was pale. The injuries he received were too heavy. That sword almost cut off his life. Gritting his teeth, he said, Don't worry about us, take that clock back. Lu Tianming nodded his head. His eyes were also a little cold and morose. Zhang Feng, this bastard, dared to count on him. He would undoubtedly not let the other party off the hook. At that moment, he spoke coldly, You stay here today as well. Boom! After saying that, Lu Tianmian erupted with a strong aura and slashed out with his sword. 5,500,000 pounds of divine power erupted and rushed towards Zhang Feng like a torrent. Zhang Feng had already cut down all the cultivators who had rushed up at this time, and as he snatched the Heaven Crash Bell, he sneered, Lu Tianmian, you still dare to fight with me? You don't know what you're doing. Boom! He similarly stabbed out a sword, his true essence too strong. Lu Tianmeng had 550,000 pounds of divine power, but it was also difficult to build up his strength. Bang! In the end, Lu Tianmian was shocked backward a few steps and blood almost spilled from the corner of his mouth. The gap between his realm and Zhang Feng's was too great. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Feng's mouth as he took a step forward and sneered. Knowing the importance of realms, Chu Lingxin's disciple, today he will pay the price for his evil deeds in my heavenly Dao Holy Land back then. Dongfang Qingcheng, he also wanted to make friends. Lu Tianmeng is exactly his pitch. Lu Tianmeng sneered, Don't get complacent too early. At that moment, with a movement of his mind, the god seal within his body was mobilized away. A magnificent aura erupted as Lu Tianmian's breath soared, and in no time at all, he reached the 5th sky of the Tao King realm. Countless people were in an uproar. How did Lu Tianming's realm go from the 4th heaven of the Divine Dan realm to the 5th heaven of the Tao King realm? Enough to enhance more than one big realm. Zhang Feng's pupils also shrunk, and he said horrifiedly, Seal of God, you've reached the extreme realm among the 3 realms? Monstrous waves welled up in his heart. It is rumored that as long as one is in a realm and reaches the extreme realm, they will be given the mark of God. It can enhance one's realm. However, in today's Dao Jian era, many ancient methods were lost, and it was difficult to reach the extreme realm in one. Lu Tianmeng was actually in 3 realms, reaching the extreme realm. It was amazing that the mark of God was powerful to this extent. Hiss! At this moment, countless South Ridge sect powerhouses outside of the mysteries couldn't help but suck in cool air. The firmness of Lu Tianmeng's Dao foundation was simply sensational. Elder Yin Yang was also stunned. Even if Lu Tianming had the dance sage behind him, it would be difficult to temper such a wizard. Lu Tianming smiled faintly, feeling the powerful strength in his body, a burst of bravado. When he broke through the divine Dan realm, he had sensed that the divine seal had undergone a qualitative change. It had actually helped him raise more than a large realm. It also pleased his heart. As such, Zhang Feng's strength at the peak of the Dao King realm gave him a much smaller threat. At that moment, he clenched the Lingfeng sword in his hand and said with a cold gaze, "Zhang Feng, prepare to die." Zhang Feng's face was unsightly. All along, Lu Tianming was an ant in his eyes. As long as his strength exploded, he could crush. It was also out of his expectation that Lu Tianming had such an undercurrent. Right now, Lu Tianming made him feel a hint of danger as well. However, he was naturally unafraid, and laughed coldly. "So what if you enhance your realm by virtue of a secret method? You will still be routed in my hands." At that moment, his figure split into 9, and 9 Zhangfengs appeared, holding sharp swords and killing Lu Tianming. The sword light also formed a prison that blocked Lu Tianmai's space. Many people's hearts trembled as they recognized Zhang Feng's sword skill, called the split shadow sword technique, which was an earth rank upper grade battle technique, cultivated to great completion. It can be transformed into 18 bilocations. Zhang Feng was also very strong even though he had only cultivated 9 doppelgangers. However, Lu Tianming looked indifferent as he executed the seal of God with the bravado of looking down on the heavens and the earth. He bellowed, "Break!" A sword stabbed out violently. He exhibited the dragon and elephant sword intent, and a pale dragon and a giant elephant appeared, like they could suppress the underworld and hell, and impacted with a magnificent aura. Zhang Feng instantly changed color. Dragon elephant sword intent. You have other sword intentions. 4 types of sword intent. His scalp went numb. What the? Is this still a sword cultivator? In the entire world, it is also rare to hear that there are 4 types of sword intent. Boom! In the end, Zhang Feng's 9 doppelgangers were shattered, and the terrifying momentum struck him, causing his internal organs to quake violently and almost spitting out blood. Swish! At that moment, his face changed, his body moved. He was about to dodge. Lu Tianmian's dragon elephant sword intent was too strong. After destroying his 9 divisions, it even went unabated like a torrent, sweeping towards him. The hairs on his entire body stood up like weeds at first glance, knowing that it is not capable of being defeated. Lu Tianming had the Great Desolate Emperor body, and the sword chi was too overbearing in its power. Lu Tianmian, however, sneered, "Can you avoid it?" Swish! At that moment, Lu Tianming exhibited the ghost shadow sword technique, and in less than even a blink of an eye, he appeared beside Zhang Feng, with a flash of sword light. With a poof sound, Zhang Feng let out a mournful and incomparable scream as his left hand was directly chopped away. Many people's backs were chilled. Zhang Feng's strength at the peak of the Dao King realm. It was actually shocking that Lu Tianmian had chopped off his left arm. Zhang Feng also roared angrily and hissed, "Lu Tianming, I'm going to let you die without a burial place." Losing a left arm was too much of a setback to his strength. The holy land of heavenly Dao is even more brutal. He'll take a big step down in status. Boom! At that moment, he bit the tip of his tongue and sacrificed his essence blood, his whole body burning up, to cleave Lu Tianmai with a sword. With such desperation, I'm afraid that even those who had first entered the celestial realm could resist. However, Lu Tianmian didn't give Zhang Feng a chance, and the moment he burned his essence blood, he moved his body once again and appeared behind Zhang Feng. Ghost shadow swordsmanship. It's too fast. Swish! In the next moment, Lu Tianmian once again slashed out with his sword, executing the second style of the Dragon Elephant Sacred Heavenly Strength, Dragon Elephant Divine Bell, and the magnificent sword chi directly transformed into a large bell, smashing down angrily. Zhang Feng was terrified, not expecting Lu Tianmian to have such a powerful sword move. In the end, under the horrified gazes of many people, Zhang Feng's body exploded into a cloud of blood mist, and he died a horrible death instantly. Countless people's eyes were stuffed with shock. The outstanding true disciple of the Heaven's Path Holy Land was actually killed by Lu Tianming. Lu Tianming had undoubtedly stirred up a big mess. That's the overlord of the Eastern Wasteland. Lin Shiyao's beautiful eyes also swept over a strange color. Lu Tianming, do you know the consequences of killing Zhang Feng? Lu Tianming sneered. If you kill, you kill. So what? Lin Shiyao shook her head. Lu Tianming was truly amazingly bold. At this time, Long Jiao also couldn't help but laugh aloud. Lu Tianmian has the guts to kill a true disciple of the Heaven's Path Sacred Ground. I'd like to see how you're going to die in the future. Lu Tianming looked indifferent. With a wave of his palm, he collected Zhang Feng's storage bag. Noticing that among them, there were quite a few cultivation resources, he couldn't help but smile. Worthy of being a true disciple of the Heaven's Path Holy Land, the resources were just abundant. A number of them were extremely useful to him. Then, He grabbed a lot of resources in the Great Hall before leaving this place with Lu Ling and Jianjin. These resources were enough for him to digest for some time. Among them, he had also found quite a few treasures, and with the soldier melting and bone refining technique, devouring them, his strength would surely be enhanced quite a bit. Chapter 108 Hunting Order. Zhang Feng died just like that? At this moment, countless people outside the secret world were also horrified. The Heaven's Path Sacred Ground is a cut above the Kunlun Sacred Ground in terms of strength. In the past, there was also someone who killed a true disciple of the Heaven's Path Holy Land, and in the end, the Heaven's Path Holy Land directly sent out a branch temple to exterminate that person's family of 1,600 mouths, all of them. Over the years, the Heavenly Tao Sacred Land was even vaguely trending towards being the #1 sacred land in the world, suppressing the 8 directions. Killing his true disciple, Lu Tianmeng had indeed risked a great deal. Dongfang Qingcheng, too, may not dare to be so absolute. Lu Tianmian, killing my Heaven's Path Holy Land disciple, has committed a capital offense. Within your secret realm, as long as someone kills Lu Tianmian, my Heaven's Path Holy Land will reward you with a sacred artifact, a sacred level technique, and 10 million spirit stones. At this time, a loud shout spread out, and the wind and clouds changed in the sky dome as an old man broke through space and came directly to the southern ridge, shouting at the secret realm. The voice was magnificent, as if thunder had spread throughout the world. What? The many South Ridge powerhouses on the periphery of the mountain range were shocked. Sacred artifacts, sacred level feats, how precious was this? Plus 10 million spirit stones, the reward was too shocking. Jian Yuantian's face sank slightly. Under such a reward, I'm afraid that all the cultivators in the entire secret realm would go crazy or the chance to approach the holy land of Tendo. For the average genius, it's unattainable. Ha ha, Lu Tianmian, get the hell out of here. My Tian Yuan sect's eldest senior brother wants to ask you for advice. And me, Divine Rune sect, Lu Xiao. Sure enough, the entire secret realm boiled over, and all the young men started searching for Lu Tianmai like they had chicken blood. He, Lu Tianmian, you won't be able to escape. Longjiu also laughed coldly. Now that the resources in the treasure trove had almost been divided up among many people, it was time to take a shot at Lu Tianmai. You killed Zhang Feng, and I shouldn't have stood by and watched. Lin Shiyao's beautiful eyes were also cold. The fact that it had the Heaven Crasher's bell on it was enough to set many people on fire. Fight. I also want to learn the might of the Great Desolate Emperor body. Chu Chu also smiled wryly. Beside her, the Yin Yang Saint's son had the same burning gaze. Now that Lu Tianmai had risen to power and was already as good as new, he also wanted to cross paths. Holy Maiden, what do we do now? At the top of a mountain, a group of black-clothed men looked at the secret realm that had fallen into a riot and inquired to the black-clothed woman. This black-clothed woman was named Wu Yan, and she was none other than the holy daughter of the Heavenly Demon Sect. The Heavenly Demon Sect was the first of the 3 major demonic sects in the Southern Ridge, and with a long history of inheritance, it was once known as the first demonic sect in the Xuanwu realm. As the Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Demon Sect, Wu Yan's status was extremely high, and a closer look also reveals that Wu Yan is just a doppelganger. The more chaotic the better. This Holy Maiden's main body will soon arrive, and then we'll give them a clean sweep. Wu Yan smiled icily, her beautiful eyes swept over a cold aura. They appeared with the biggest purpose of looking for those strong ones among the heavenly demons. Inside the Devil's Cave, there was an aura left behind by the Wuji Sword Emperor, and they didn't dare to approach. Other places, however, can be dabbled in. Just unseal the sealed powerhouse. The strength of the Heavenly Devil Sect will skyrocket. It would also deal a heavy blow to the geniuses of the South Ridge. She also had a vague intuition that the Soul Destruction Sword had been obtained. Won't let anyone here leave. This object must be obtained by the Heavenly Devil Sect. Yes. Upon hearing this, the man in black nodded his head and smiled. Lu Tianmeng had helped them by attracting their attention. Cluck. That little girl. This palace has its eyes on her. Getting the inheritance of the Wuji Sword Emperor. Her potential is amazing. Wu Yan laughed lightly. As for Lu Tianmeng, she also felt good. She was all a bit impervious to it. If she was willing to join the Devil's Sect, she would take them in. Kill if you don't want to. Damn. These guys, they're really crazy. Already chasing and killing old me. For 3 days and 3 nights. In an ancient land, Lu Tianmeng carried Lu Ling to a remote cave, looked outside, and secretly gritted his teeth. He had also heard about the Heaven's Path Holy Land's hunting order. Originally, he had all but walked out of the treasure vault, only to have the old man from the Heavenly Tao Holy Land let out a loud shout, causing all the geniuses, like they had eaten a spring, drugs to surround him. Even if he was strong, he couldn't defeat 4 hands with 2 fists, and he was being chased down in great distress. During that time, in order not to involve Jianjin, he had asked Jianjin to leave with the disciples of the 10,000 Sword Sect. Otherwise, all the disciples of the 10,000 Swords sect might be wiped out. Linger, how are you? Lu Tianmian hugged Lu Ling tightly and gritted his teeth. In the past few days, Lu Ling had struck out many times. Originally, she had only received the inheritance of the Infinite Sword Emperor and needed to comprehend it, so she wasn't suitable for fighting at all. Now that she was extremely consumed, her pretty face was getting pale. There were also several striking sword marks on his body, wounded by those human cultivators. The chill in Lu Tianming's heart was also extremely thick. If he has overwhelming strength, must slaughter all those who struck out to vent their hatred. Looking at Lu Ling's pale and pretty face, with blood constantly spilling from the corners of her mouth, Lu Tianmian's heart ached immensely. Brother Tian, I'm fine. I'll be fine after recuperating for a while. Lu Ling smiled strongly and touched Lu Tian's face. Lu Tianming hurriedly took out the many precious medicinal herbs that he had obtained in the treasury and refined them into a medicinal liquid with immortal flame, sending them into Lu Ling's small mouth. However, the light on Lu Ling's body was disorganized, but he was unable to absorb it. Kid, it's useless for you to do so. This little girl doll, who has just obtained the Sword Emperor's inheritance, has a majestic energy within her body. Adding more medicinal power will only cause the energies to rush against each other, making the situation even worse. At this time, within the first layer of the burial boundary, the demonic heavenly sparrow said, "What then?" Lu Tianmian changed color. "Use your essence blood, just neutralize it." The devil heavenly bird laughed lightly. "My essence blood?" Lu Tianming was stunned. "Not bad, the Great Desolate Emperor body blood, but it's very precious. The essence blood is even more incredible. Maybe not only can it delay her injuries, but it can also help her comb through the energy of the Infinite Sword Emperor and increase her strength greatly." The devil heavenly sparrow said. The Great Desolate Emperor's body was made a human immortal medicine in the realm of the immortal Tao. It's not so simple that many fairway characters are on fire. Lu Tianming was overjoyed. Never would he have thought that his blood would have such a wonderful use. Thumbs up. At that moment, he squeezed out a drop of essence blood and put it into Lu Ling's mouth. Sure enough, the next moment, the disordered energy on Lu Ling's body surface began to be suppressed. Then Lu Ling's sweet and pretty face began to blush. Like in Nirvana, upon awakening, he will surely gain a lot of strength. Only then did Lu Tianming let out a sigh of relief. Heaven's path, sacred ground. You guys are ruthless enough. In the future, I will make you pay 100 times the price. Lu Tianmian gritted his teeth fiercely and said in a cold voice, if it wasn't for Lu Ling striking out again and again, he really almost fell under the siege of countless geniuses. He naturally added a dash of hatred towards the heavenly Tao Holy Land. We need to raise our strength now, or else I'm afraid it'll be hard for me to walk out of the secret realm alive. Then, Lu Tianming took a deep breath. He could already tell that Lin Shiyao, Long Jiao, and Chu Chu, these guys all had terrifying battle power. It was amazing that some of them had reached the celestial realm. Hiding too deep, he was only at the 4th level of the divine elixir realm, which was simply not enough. Buzz. At that moment, Lu Tianming took out the treasure weapon that he had obtained in that treasury. There are 10 pieces in all. Each piece exuded a dense haze of light. It was permeated with powerful energy fluctuations. As he looked at these 10 lower-grade treasure weapons, a smile appeared at the corner of Lu Tianming's mouth. With his soldier melting and bone-refining avatar, swallowing these 10 lower-grade treasures, his strength was bound to increase immensely. Swallow. At that moment, Lu Tianmian coldly shouted, and within his second divine collection, the heaven and earth melting furnace appeared, covering the 10 treasured weapons at once and beginning to melt them. If any strong person saw it, they would be surprised. Melting weapons to strengthen oneself. This method is really unique. The Great Desolate Emperor body. This innate divine ability was truly bizarre. To enhance your strength in this way, just keep looking for powerful weapons to devour. Lu Tianmian's teeth were clenched, and he kept sucking in cold air. The veins on his face were writhing and sweating profusely. Although the energy of the 10 lower grade treasures was very strong, but after being melted down and integrated into one's own Tao bones, flesh and blood, the pain, too, was indescribable. It's almost like swallowing lava and letting your body fuse. It's hard to describe what it's like. It was only Lu Tianmian's amazing perseverance that allowed him to restrain himself. Dang dang. In the next moment, Lu Tianming's bones continuously vibrated, like pumping iron. His bones were tempered into emperor bones at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, Lu Tianming's realm, like a rocket, continued to skyrocket. Chapter 109 million pounds of divine power. 5th level of the Shendan realm. 6th level of the Shendan realm. 7th level of the Shendan realm. 8th level of the Shendan realm. A day later, Lu Tianming's realm had actually reached the 9th level of the divine Dan realm. The surging power chi, which continued to swirl within him, caused the cave to tremble. Clang! A sound like a divine sword coming out of its sheath rang out. Lu Tianming's eyes opened and two brilliant beams of light shot out from the bottom of his eyes. Ninth level of the Divine Dan realm. Feeling the vigor in his body, Lu Tianming grinned. The progress was indeed pleasing, and the energy in the weapon is very solid, and there is no point in his realm that is vague. It's even more compact than what others have worked so hard to cultivate out. The soldier melting in bone refining avatar was truly divine. He took out a dagger and slashed at his arm, leaving not even a trace. With his current physical strength, even if he stood still and let someone from the Divine Dan realm beat him, he wouldn't be able to beat him, and the number of Great Desolate Emperor bones reached 200. Flesh strength skyrocketed to 1 million pounds. It was fully doubled than before. Lu Tianming could produce an air explosion sound with the grip of his 5 fingers, which showed how terrifying his current power was. 1 million pounds of divine power. This power is unusual for a strong person of the celestial realm to be able to slap into mush. The devil's sky bird also smacked his lips. Lu Tianming's current strength was even more of a monster amongst the youngsters. The woman in white said that there are 260 large bones in the human body, and I have already quenched 200 of them into Great Desolate Emperor bones. Could it be that all of them are quenched, and there is only 1,300,000 pounds of divine power? Then, Lu Tianming frowned. Of course it's not. The demon heavenly bird opened his mouth. The black Great Desolate Emperor bone is only the lowest level of bone. When you've quenched all of them, you still have to quench them into gold, purple and so on. At that time, the power of each piece of bone is even more horrifying. It's a full 100,000 gene or even higher, and the resources needed are even more majestic. Lu Tianming released, which was in line with the Great Desolate Emperor body's strength. Phew! Then, Lu Tianming let out a long breath, and was in the cave, practicing his sword technique. It was discovered that as his strength grew, his 4 types of sword intent became even more subtle. When the sword came out, the 4 types of sword intent were entangled with astonishing power. The Great Desolate Sword intent was also completely cultivated. After using it, an ancient, magnificent aura erupted, and Lu Tianming looked like he had transformed into a Great Desolate Sword god, slaughtering the world. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Lu Tianming's mouth. Of the 5 sword intentions he had, the Great Desolate Sword intention was currently the strongest. After all, it was of the same origin as the Great Desolate Emperor body, representing the will to battle the heavens and move the earth. The Dragon Elephant Saint Sky Strength, he was also reaching the 3rd style, the dragon rising to the 9 heavens. This cultivation his strength was undoubtedly several times stronger than before. Brother Lu. Just then, a sword light pierced through the dense forest and appeared outside the cave. Lu Tianming immediately walked out of the cave and saw Jianjin. Brother Lu, it's good that you're alright. A smile appeared on Jianjin's face when he saw Lu Tianming. Lu Tianming realized that Jianjin had many horrifying wounds on his body, and that his 10,000 sword sect's disciples had suffered heavy losses, less than a third of what they had before. I've dragged you guys into this. Lu Tianming apologized and immediately took out many healing pills and gave them to Jianjin and his senior brother. He also gave Jianjin a Dao Enlightenment pill. Pill of Enlightenment. Brother Lu, this was refined by you. Jianjin was stunned as he held the elixir of shining light in his hand. Lu Tianzhi nodded his head. The difficulty of refining this elixir was not very high. He had refined a few more before. Brother Lu was really generous. With this Dao Enlightenment pill, my breakthrough to the Dao King realm or even a great increase in my sword Dao is just around the corner. Jianjin looked excited and was very shocked by Lu Tianming's alchemy technique. He had long suspected that Lu Tianming's alchemy skills were also very impressive. Even the Enlightenment Dan can be refined. This is simply alchemy to the core. Those injured 10,000 sword sect disciples also had eager eyes when they saw the Enlightenment pill. There were rumors that taking the next Dao Enlightenment pill was equivalent to an epiphany, but this elixir is too rare. It is completely legendary in the South Ridge. They couldn't help but be a little in awe of Lu Tianming for being able to refine this elixir. Based on this alone, Lu Tianming was the meat and potatoes when he walked the world. Countless forces will salute. All of you help me, and when we get out of the secret realm in the future, I'll refine out a Dao Enlightenment pill for each of you. Lu Tianming looked at them and smiled. With his current alchemy attainments, it wouldn't take long to refine the Enlightenment pill. The disciples of the 10,000 sword sect were overjoyed. This kind of elixir was something that normally they wouldn't be able to eat in their lifetime. Brother Lu, this makes me embarrassed. Jianjin laughed. So many Enlightenment pills, so much more than they lost. If these resources appeared, the 10,000 sword sect would pay a much greater price if they wanted to obtain them. No need to be polite. You treat me as a friend. I will help you since. Lu Tianming laughed lightly and patted Jianjin's shoulder. Its entry into the secret realm has been topping him. Now he was still being targeted by the secret realm, by everyone. Ken Jin didn't draw a line in the sand with him either, and that was something he was touched by. Humph. Jianjin nodded heavily, his heart touched. Now the secret realm. How is the situation? Then, Lu Tianming said. Jianjun smiled bitterly and said, everyone is desperately searching for the opportunity. It is rumored that 3 days later, in the square at the center of the Wuji sword sect, a teleportation gate will appear, and by then the trip to the secret realm will be considered to be over. Of course more people are looking for you. Lu Tianming nodded his head, knowing that the Heavenly Dao Sacred Ground had already placed a hunting order, with a reward of sacred artifacts, sacred level techniques, and 10 million spirit stones. It's normal for those guys to be hot for him. It can be said that he is a great chance in the secret realm. 3 days later, you will be in great danger. Jianjun worried. There's no harm in it. Soldiers come to stop water to cover earth. Lu Tianming sneered. These guys had hunted him down very badly before, and Linger's sister had almost gotten into serious trouble. That's a score he's not going to settle just like that, either. Seeing that Lu Ling was still recuperating, Lu Tianming refined his pills. This time, the medicinal herbs that he had obtained within that limitless treasure trove were just too much. The medicinal ingredients for the Heavenly Soul Pill had all been gathered by him, and he took out the Heavenly Refining Cauldron and Immortal Flame and began to refine them. The Heavenly Soul Pill was of a very high grade and had already reached the Dan King ground. It was also extremely laborious for Lu Tianmai to refine it. It was a good thing that he had opened his heavenly orifices and his divine soul had greatly increased before he had a chance. Buzz. Not long after, Lu Tianmian failed to control the fire, practicing a pair of materials, and the many medicinal herbs in the heavenly cauldron turned into ashes. He looked calm, and it was very normal for alchemy to fail. No matter how outstanding an alchemist was, he could not guarantee that every time he made an alchemy, it would be 100% successful. Lu Tianming now had an extremely large amount of medicinal herbs and wasn't afraid of failure at all. Finally, when he was refining the third medicinal herb, the Heavenly Soul Pill was successfully refined by him. It was a purple-colored elixir, the size of a marble, with a pure medicinal power emanating from its body. Lu Tianming smiled faintly. The quality of this elixir was barely considered top grade. The first time he refined a Dan King level elixir, to be able to make it this far was already considered very good. If Lu Tianming swallowed it, there was a certain chance that his divine soul would metamorphose again and reach the heavenly rank. After all, this was supposed to be a miraculous elixir that enhanced the divine soul. Lu Tianming naturally didn't do so, and came inside the bronze ancient coffin. There was a stone platform where the white-clothed woman Donghua, like a fairy sleeping, was lying there with her eyes closed. It's so beautiful, like it doesn't belong on earth. Even a deep sleep can turn the world upside down. Lu Tianming looked at Donghua, complexity swept across his eyes. There's a lot of respect for the other, and a special affection. After all, it was physical relations. Then, Lu Tianming took the Heavenly Soul Pill and placed it near Donghua's mouth. The elixir turned into a stream of liquid and entered Donghua's fragrant lips. Not long after, a faint energy began to overflow from within Donghua's delicate body. Soul power is slowly reviving. Lu Tianming laughed. Looking at Donghua's worldly immortal face, he suddenly rose with an impulse. Want to get a kiss? The woman in white is usually sublime and majestic. Now there is a sense of falling into the red, and it's even more moving. Ghostly, Lu Tianming approached the woman in white. However, just as he closed his eyes, he was still an inch away from the red lips of the woman in white. A woman's icy voice sounded beside his ears. Want to die? Chapter 110 Portal Present. Bang! The white-clothed woman slapped out, and Lu Tianmian was directly hit and flipped out. Then, the woman in white, from the stone platform, sat up and said in a cold voice, "What are you doing?" Lu Tianmian was immediately embarrassed. His old face reddened, and he smiled sarcastically. "It's fine, just taking a look. How are you recovering?" Donghua looked at Lu Tianming indifferently. Lu Tianming was uncomfortable by her look. "That's not bad. I did find the soul destruction sword." In the middle of the day, the woman in white sidetracked the topic. Lu Tianshur nodded his head in a hurry. If anything, the woman in white glanced at the first level of the burial realm. The Devil's Sky Sparrow immediately exclaimed, "Senior, don't misunderstand. I have no intention of harming the coffin master." It clearly knew how terrifying the woman in white was, and even though she wasn't in her peak state, her divine power was boundless. "I'm afraid it won't take much effort to kill it." In front of the woman in white, it all had the feeling of a mole cricket looking up at a heavenly dragon. It had better be so. Otherwise, there's no need for you to stay in the world, the woman in white said in an indifferent tone. Definitely. The devil heavenly bird laughed dryly, just like a grandson. Lu Tianming smacked his lips. This demon heavenly sparrow was hanging in front of him, but in front of the woman in white, it was so wimpy. How strong Donghua was beyond one's imagination. "I'm going to continue to warm up my body. Don't disturb me if there's nothing." Finally, Donghua coldly said to Lu Tianming. Lu Tianshur hurriedly nodded with a compensatory smile. Bang! In the next moment, the woman in white kicked out, and Lu Tianmian flew directly out of the bronze ancient coffin, with multiple shoe prints on his face. Bad luck. After coming out, Lu Tianmian cursed. It's so embarrassing to be caught stealing a kiss. You brat, just be content. If anyone else had the slightest disrespect for her, she would have already let your god's soul be destroyed 100,000 times. You just got a severe beating. Steal your joy. Devil Heavenly Bird secretly transmitted voice. Not to mention it, even the one in the 10 layers of the burial realm was scornful of the woman in white. Lu Tianming dared to steal a kiss from her. It's really eaten your heart out. How can a mole cricket taint a god? It all wanted to slap Lu Tianmai to death. Lu Tianmian smiled, not feeling anything. If there is an opportunity, next time he also pro. Asterisk 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 bro, how come you have an extra shoe print on your face after one night? On the second day, when Lu Tianmai came out of the cave, after finishing his alchemy, Jianjun was stunned when he saw Lu Tianmai's face. The other 10,000 sword sect disciples were also dumbfounded. Lu Tianmian's facial features were quite handsome and resolute. Now there is a clear shoe print, and it still looks like a woman's very fine. It's comical. None of your business? Lu Tianming rolled his eyes and took out a jade bottle and handed it to him. This is more than 20 enlightenment pills and a few soul-nourishing pills. Distribute them to the disciples of the 10,000 sword sect. These people help him and he doesn't lose out. Jianjun was shocked that in just one night, Lu Tianmian had refined so many amazing pills. More than 20 enlightenment pills, enough to make the many first-class sects in the southern ridge. Dog brains. Emperor realm powerhouses are on fire. Lu Tianmeng had even casually refined it. Those soul-nourishing pills are worth a lot of money, too. Brother Lu, you are a true thigh. Little brother, you want to worship for you. Jianjun grinned. Befriending such an alchemy wizard was a fate that countless people could not envy. Lu Tianxue didn't push him much and started practicing a fist technique. He had found it in Zhang Feng's storage bag, and it was called the Heavenly Dragon Fist. The power was overbearing and extremely suitable for him. The grade reaches the top of the Earth Order. Time passes. While countless geniuses were searching for their chances, the trip to the secret realm was also nearing its end. Quite a few people had detected that within some areas of the Wuji Sword sect, there was a black gas permeating the area. However, they were all grabbing treasures and didn't care. This day's trip to the secret realm finally came to an end. In the Wuji Sword sect, on the most central mountain peak, there was a huge teleportation portal that slowly appeared. Everyone knew it was time to leave the secret realm. If the portal closes, it was likely that he would be trapped to death within the Wuji Sword sect. Ha ha, it's finally this day. Where's Lu Tianmeng? This kid can't run away. On the mountain peak, there was a huge square, has brought together all the geniuses. Some people are happy. Some people are sad. After all, not everyone gets something. Some people will still be here. Losing fellow members, close friends. Cultivation is inherently accompanied by many risks. More people were excited and looked around. The target was since Lu Tianmeng. The bounties from the 10,000 Demon Hall and the Heaven's Path Sacred Ground made many people miss it. Do you think Lu Tianmai can escape today? At this moment, the Yin Yang Saint's son turned to Lin Shiryao and said with a faint smile. They were on good terms and the two families did not hate each other. It's hard, but you shouldn't underestimate him. Last time he was chased by many cultivators. The biggest reason was that he was still casting the seal of God and had reached a weak stage. Otherwise he might not be in such a sorry state. Lin Shiryao said softly. The Yin Yang Saint's son slowly nodded his head. Even under severe injuries, Lu Tianmai still escaped. He had also killed quite a few geniuses, and his strength was extremely admirable to him. It's quite a feat to grow up to this point from a small adopted son of the Lu family. There are so many of us. Lu Tianmian wouldn't dare to show up. Just then, someone frowned. Don't worry, he will step in. At this moment, Longjio sneered and waved his hand. Bring the people up. At that moment, a group of war generals from the Longhua imperial dynasty brought up a dozen young men, all of them tied up in 5 different ways, their breath weak. It was the disciples of the 10,000 sword sect. What are the 9 dragons up to? Many people were stunned. Longjio turned to the outside of the mountain peak and laughed aloud. Lu Tianmian, if you dare to be a shrinking turtle, I'll kill one of these 10,000 sword sect disciples a minute. And not only that, when we go out and arrive at Taiyuan City, we'll also slaughter your Lu family. The crowd was surprised. Longjio was ruthless enough. Outside the secret land, Jian Yuantian came down with an annoyed expression. These were all outstanding disciples of the 10,000 sword sect. If he was killed, the loss to the 10,000 sword sect would be too great. Jian Yuantian, I told you that getting close to that lowly brat, Lu Tianmian, didn't have a good ending, and it's your 10,000 sword sect that deserved this step. At this time, Demon Mountain glanced at Jian Yuantian and laughed heatedly. Lu Tianming had killed his son, and his hatred for him was even stronger. Don't be too complacent. Maybe your disciples from the 10,000 demon hall will die before them. Jian Yuantian gritted his teeth. Just by Lu Tianmian? Demon Mountain snorted. The current Lu Tianmeng. But he didn't even dare to show his face. It's a fool's errand to try to be violent. Lu Tianmian, it seems that you really don't have the guts. In that case, kill. Seeing that no one answered, Long Zhou's eyes turned cold. A war general, at that moment, nodded and took out a large sword. To a disciple of the 10,000 sword sect, he was about to cut down. Someone shook their head. The relationship between the 10,000 sword sect and Lu Tianmai wasn't that deep. And Long Zhou had gone so far as to use a group of 10,000 sword sect disciples to force Lu Tianmai's hand. It's a bit underhanded. Long Zhou, you're looking for death. However, just as that great sword was about to fall, a teenager's loud shout resounded above the mountaintop. Swish! Immediately afterward, a sword light flew in, and it was none other than Lu Tianming. Poof! He took out a wargo and directly pierced through the war general's head, causing him to die a horrible death. Many people were surprised that the strength of that battle general had reached the 8th level of the Dao King realm. Lu Tianmai had actually killed him with a single strike. Lu Tianmian, you dare to kill my war general. Long Zhou was shocked and furious. Lu Tianmian had killed quite a few geniuses of his Longhua imperial dynasty in the chase a few days ago. Now that he had killed his most capable war general, he was naturally furious. Chapter 111 Massacre. I'm not only going to kill you, war general, you're also going to die here today. Lu Tianming's eyes were cold as he walked towards Long Zhou step by step. A few days ago, the one who chased him, the most fierce, was Long Zhou. There was a sword wound on Lu Ling's body, which was chopped out by the 9 dragons. The chill in his heart towards it was naturally extremely strong. Let's see what kind of skills you have to run wild in front of me. Long Zhou laughed out angrily. Before he and Lu Tianmian had a brief sparring session, he just didn't expect Lu Tianmian's battle power to be so extraordinary, and only then did he not take advantage of it, and his realm had reached the point of half-step celestial realm. In a real fight, he also had extreme confidence that he could crush Lu Tianmai. Kill! At that moment, he shouted and put his great sun imperial body on display, a brilliant light erupting as he resembled a burning sun. There was also an imperial Dao dragon chi around him, setting him off like a dragon sun with a high aura. The royal dragon skill of the Longhua imperial dynasty? Many people were surprised. The ancestor of the Longhua dynasty was a battle emperor, rumored to have transformed into a battle immortal with great perseverance, shaking the stars. Royal dragon kung fu, which it pioneered. In the history of the Xuanwu realm, it could be ranked in the top few in terms of attack power. Long Zhou directly exerted his crushing means. His might was truly amazing. Run! At that moment, Long Zhou slapped out his palm, and 9 thick and incomparable dragon chi appeared within his palm all of a sudden, like a real ancient dragon that flew from the ancient times. Each one of them exuded a powerful strangling force and dragon might, wanting to crush Lu Tianmian to death. Lu Tianmian was fearless and directly executed the Great Desolate Emperor body. Surging purple gold blood chi was released like a purple ocean as he punched out and executed the Heavenly Dragon Fist. Although the Heavenly Dragon Fist came from a far lesser source than the Royal Dragon Technique, after all, with the purple golden blood chi of his Great Desolate Emperor body to catalyze it, coupled with the Earth rank upper class battle technique, the power was also extremely terrifying. Boom! Next, the two collided, and a brilliant divine light erupted in the void. But although Long Zhou's royal dragon skill was strong, Lu Tianmian's purple gold blood chi was even more amazing, like containing the invincible will of the Great Desolate Emperor body, which could slap the heavens. Adding to that, nowadays, Lu Tianmeng had 1,000,000 pounds of divine power within his body. It can shake the heavens and move the earth. Therefore, with a poof sound, the two collided, causing Long Zhou to thump back a few steps. How is it possible? You reached the 9th level of the Divine Dan realm? Seemingly sensing Lu Tianmai's aura, 9 dragons looked appalled and surprised. When these words came out, many people around them also had their eyes glazed over. Lu Tianmian before, only God Dan realm 4 days spare the strength progress, let a person feel extremely rapid. After a few short days had passed, he had not only recovered his injuries, but had also reached the 9th level of the Divine Dan realm. Everyone also found it unbelievable. It's just not possible to cultivate so fast even if you eat dragon pills. Lu Tianmian, how did you cultivate? 9 dragons gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. He discovered that Lu Tianmai's realm was incomparably compacted, like practicing for many years in each small realm. He was even more incredulous. How can the roots be so solid when the boost is so great? The Longhua dynasty, too, didn't have this kind of strength enhancement method. Lin Shiyao's beautiful eyes also narrowed slightly, only to realize that within Lu Tianmeng, there were too many secrets. The other side is a bit beyond common knowledge. My greatness is not something you can imagine. Lu Tianmeng smiled blandly and didn't say much. This guy hurt Lu Ling, and he will kill him even if the great Luo gods come today. Boom! At that moment, Lu Tianming took a step forward, drew the Lingfeng sword in his hand, and slashed down with a sword. Blazing sword chi, like a tsunami, swept away. It was precisely the Earth Sword intent that was executed. Nowadays, the Earth Sword intent was much stronger as Lu Tianmu's strength increased. The sword energy was as majestic as a mountain range. Long Jiu's pupils shrunk, feeling the unstoppable intent. Like Lu Tiannian's sword Dao, with great momentum, once sheathed, holding the power of heaven and earth, destroying everything, and many sword Dao masters couldn't make it this far. Lu Tianmai is just a teenager. Not only does he possess several types of sword intent, but he has also comprehended a hint of potential, and he also has a cold chill in his heart. If he were to use normal means, he was afraid that it would be difficult for him to gain an advantage in the hands of Lu Tianmeng. Lu Tianmian, you are indeed outstanding. However, in front of this emperor, everything is useless. As the ninth prince of the Longhua imperial dynasty, I will let you see my methods. In the end, Long Jiu's eyes were cold as he shouted. As soon as the words fell, a brilliant light erupted from his heavenly soul cap, followed by the appearance of a large seal, which grew bigger against the wind, and was 100 feet in size. There was also a dragon pattern engraved on the great seal, like it could suppress a mountain and river. Smashing towards Lu Tiannian, mountain river seal? This is the holy weapon of the Longhua imperial dynasty? And looking at that great seal, many people's faces changed instantly. There was indeed a holy might permeating the great seal. It was the weapon of a saint, and the first-rate sect in the South Ridge was the Sage Dao system. However, the saint's soldiers were all treasures of the Jin clan, and it was simply impossible to make them under normal circumstances. And Long Jiu, as a young man, was actually holding a holy weapon, which gave off too much of a sense of oppression indeed. Boom! Terrifying pressure, spread out. That momentum was even more amazing. The earth under Lu Tiannian's feet, all instantly cracked into a spider's web. If it was an ordinary person's flesh, this aftershock alone would be enough to crush it into mush. A holy weapon? Competing with me for treasures is destined to disappoint you. However, the corner of Lu Tianmian's mouth picked up a cold smile as he sneered. The treasures in his body were extremely numerous. Even if it was a holy weapon, he didn't really care. When, at that moment, a blazing light erupted within Lu Tianming's body. Immediately afterward, a large tripod appeared and blocked the mountain river seal. Not only that, the terrifying power on the large tripod also shook back the mountain river seal by tens of feet. On the mountain river seal, there was even a tiny crack. Seeing this, countless people were horrified and screamed out in shock. How could that be possible? That was a holy weapon. What was that modeled an ancient cauldron on Lu Tiannian's body surface that could resist and even crush it? It was really hard for people to believe. Could this be the Heaven Refining Cauldron, the 43rd ranked flood Heaven Refining Cauldron on the Heavenly Imperial Armament list? Just at this moment, outside the secret territory, there was also an old man who looked dumbfounded, then seemed to think of something. His heart pumped and hissed. Once these words came out, many strong people outside the secret world were like being bombarded, and their brains went blank. The flood refining heavenly cauldron, that was the property of the Dan ancestor. Among the extreme Dao imperial armaments, they were all extremely powerful existences. It was too surprising that Lu Tianmeng possessed the flood refining heavenly cauldron. This guy, to have such a blessing, and in the dome of the sky, the old man of the heavenly Dao Holy Land was also watching. At this moment, when he saw this scene, his face was also covered in shock. With such a supreme treasure, Lu Tianming's future achievements in the Dan Dao would be unimaginable. Of course, the power of this object is also extremely remarkable. Against a holy weapon, it was naturally nothing. Long Jiu also changed color, his eyes glaring out. Originally, he thought that if he possessed a saint artifact, he would already be very strong among the young people in the world and could walk sideways. As it turned out, Lu Tianmeng even had the Heaven Refining Cauldron in addition to the Heaven Crash Bell, and he had some urge to vomit blood. This guy's luck, it's too good to be true. Refine. Lu Tianmeng's eyes were indifferent, not caring about the crowd's surprise as the Heaven Refining Cauldron zoomed in, directly covering Long Jiu. Then the flames within the Heaven Refining Cauldron steamed out, about to refine Long Jiu into a ball of pus and blood. Lu Tianmian, you're going to kill me? Long Jiu's face changed wildly as he hissed. So what if I kill you? Lu Tianmeng was expressionless and didn't soften his hand. In the end, amidst Long Jiu's incomparable hissing and pain, he refined him into a blood pill. It contained, among other things, all of Dragon 9's flesh and blood essence. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart shook wildly. Lu Tianmian was too bold to even kill Long Jiu. It's really 100%. This was the Longhua Imperial Dynasty, an unparalleled and honorable prince. Lu Tianmian, you killed my imperial son of the Longhua Dynasty. The Longhua Dynasty will never rest with you. Not far from Long Jiu, Those war generals were also shaking with rage. The death of a royal son. That's too serious. If they didn't kill Lu Tianmai, they would surely die back in the imperial dynasty. At that moment, dozens of battle generals flew up together, executing powerful battle techniques to attack and kill Lu Tianmai. This aura was also extremely strong, causing this space to tremble violently, like it was going to overthrow this place. The sound was horrifying. Even Longjiu is not my opponent, and you windbags want to stop me? However, Lu Tiannian snorted. The people of the Longhua imperial dynasty were also extremely ruthless towards him. He didn't show any mercy either. Swish! At that moment, Lu Tianmeng once again drew his Lingfeng sword and executed 3 sword intentions. Unyielding sword intent, earth sword intent, infinite sword intent, 3 kinds of sword intent, like 3 hurricanes, blowing across the sky. In the end, those war generals, completely undefeated, were pierced through their bodies by the sharp sword awnings and died miserably. For a time, all of Lu Tiannian's feet were covered in broken arms and limbs. Everyone was appalled by Lu Tianmeng, his terrifying killing aura. You all had chased and killed me a few days ago as well, so it's time to repay the debt today. And after beheading the crowd from the Longhua imperial dynasty, Lu Tiannian looked at the many cultivators in the square with coldness surging in his eyes. These guys, they are the culprits who hurt Lu Ling, and he won't let it go. At that moment, Lu Tiannian slashed out with a sword that was 1,000 feet long, like the sword of a god, and fell down from the sky. It's an indiscriminate attack. Lu Tiannian was truly going to slaughter all of the many cultivators in the square. Lu Tiannian, you're too arrogant. Many geniuses were instantly furious. Lu Tianmu was not putting them in his eyes. One person killing all of our geniuses. I really don't know where you get your confidence. The Yin Yang Saint Sun also laughed out coldly. Buzz off. At that moment, a Yin Yang Dao diagram appeared above his head, covering Lu Tianming's head, trying to trap him. The Yin Yang Dao diagram was also an extremely powerful magic treasure. As long as it was covered, it would be extremely difficult for even a strong person of the celestial realm to break free. Raggedy thing, how dare you show off in front of me? Open up for me. However, Lu Tiannian laughed coldly and slashed out with his sword once again. This time, he had added the dragon elephant sword intent, as well, to his sword technique. The 4 types of sword intent erupted, and their might became even stronger. Ka Chao. The Yin Yang Dao diagram was instantly chopped in half by Lu Tianming. Immediately after that, Lu Tiannian turned into a bolt of lightning and charged straight at the Yin Yang Saint Sun, wanting to kill him. Nowadays, there were only a limited number of people in the crowd, including the Yin Yang Saint Sun, Lin Shiyao, and Chu Chu, who could pose a threat to him. He naturally wanted to eradicate it first with a thunderbolt. The Yin Yang Saint Sun huffed as Lu Tianming actually chopped up his magic treasure. At this moment, he also exploded his aura out, and he had clearly reached the celestial realm. Even though he had only just stepped in, he was still a cut above Dragon 9 in terms of power. Chapter 112 Unstoppable. Even if you're in the celestial realm, you still have to die. But Lu Tianming's aura was too strong, like a Shura that wanted to slaughter the world. Poof! In the end, he and the Yin Yang Saint Sun had only exchanged 5 moves. When Lu Tianming used the Great Desolate Emperor's eyes to see a break in the Yin Yang Saint Sun, a sword stabbed out and immediately penetrated the Yin Yang Saint Sun's throat, killing him. The disciple of the Yin Yang sect roared sadly. This was their holy son, who was also killed by Lu Tianming. They've also lost their minds. However, Lu Tianmu's killing intent was so intense at the moment that he almost had an aura of killing God in God's way and Buddha in Buddha's way. In less than 3 breaths, he had killed dozens of elite disciples of the Yin Yang sect, all of them. At this time, the Lingfeng sword in his hand was like the blade of death. As long as there was a flash, there would be several heads falling to the ground. The remaining cultivators were chilled. Lu Tianmai had killed too many people. Nearly thousands. The square was littered with bodies. The blood pooled into streams and the sight was gruesome. His physical strength, how could it be so strong? Even if he reaches the 9th sky of the divine Dan realm, he shouldn't be like this. Some people frowned. In the place of a strong person of the celestial realm, after killing so many people, I'm afraid that the vigor in their body is also exhausted. Lu Tiannian was still like a fierce tiger. His entire body was filled with a murderous aura. It's mind-boggling to them. He took pills. At this moment, Lin Shiyao's beautiful eyes lit up. In Lu Tiannian's mouth, it did contain pills. Every time Lu Tiannian's true essence was about to run out, he would swallow down one, making the power chi in his body instantly majestic. That is the Great Recovery Dan. He is so extravagant. Li Yanran was also at the side, looking at the pill in Lu Tiannian's mouth, seemingly sensing the breath in it. She was immediately shocked and lost her voice. The Great Recovery pill is of an extremely high grade. The The herbs that need to be used are majestic in energy and high in value. With a single great recovery pill, even a strong person at the peak of the celestial realm could restore the strength in his body. Normally, even if a strong person got it, they wouldn't be willing to take it. After all, in critical moments, can be full-blooded. However, Lu Tianmeng kept swallowing it into his stomach like he was eating sugar peas. She was all a bit dumbfounded. This guy's underbelly is just too sick. Even if they were alchemists, they wouldn't dare to squander so much. As a matter of fact, Lu Tianmeng did refine quite a few pills in the past 2 days, and the Great Rejuvenation Pill was exactly one of them. Within the limitless treasure trove, he had obtained too many medicinal herbs that were completely sufficient for him to squander at this stage. Rumble. With the supplement of strength from the Great Recovery Pill, Lu Tiannian could be said to be getting more and more courageous as he fought, like a supreme sword god that no one could stop. Gradually, more than 50% of the people in the square were beheaded by him. At this moment, a blood aura was even faintly emanating from his body, which was extremely astonishing. Everyone strike together. We can't be broken by him individually anymore. Seeing this, Lin Shuryao's pretty face also sank slightly as she spoke icily. At this rate, with Lu Tiannian's terrifying sword technique, he might really be able to kill everyone. Die. However, just as her words fell, Lu Tianmeng abruptly turned his gaze to look at Lin Shuryao. This woman, although she was holy and beautiful, when she chased after him 2 days ago, her strikes were also extremely harsh. He also suffered considerable internal injuries as a result. Spirit also uncovered 2 seals. He won't let it go either. Swish! Almost as soon as the words fell, Lu Tiannian flew to Lin Shuryao's side, and the Lingfeng sword in his hand immediately emitted a terrifying sword chi, killing towards Lin Shuryao's brow. Lin Shuryao's jade face changed. After killing so many people, Lu Tiannian's sword technique had become more and more terrifying, like a divine sword that had been sharpened beyond compare. A random sword had a terrifying and incomparable killing intent. In the face of this sword, she couldn't help but feel a touch of coldness rise through her body as well, knowing that if she wasn't treated solemnly, perhaps Lu Tiannian would cut her down as well. Jade Immortal Sword Technique. Chop! At that moment, Lin Shuryao's beautiful eyes swept over a cold aura. Her jade hand formed a seal, and on her petite body, a brilliant immortal light erupted. Immediately after, in the top of her head condensed an immortal shadow. That is a woman. Gorgeous. The body is like jade made. As she appeared, a strong aura erupted, surprisingly blocking Lu Tiannian's overbearing and astonishing sword. Lu Tianmeng looked surprised, not expecting Lin Shuryao to be so strong. In the secret realm, with so many geniuses, I'm afraid she was the most powerful one. Jade Immortal Sword Technique. She's really from the Lin family of the Middle-earth Divine Prefecture. At this moment, some of the strongest people outside of the secret world also had their eyes narrowed. The Lin family of the Middle-earth Divine Prefecture. That was an extremely powerful family, similarly in charge of endless territories, with a reputation that was not below that of the Longhua Imperial Dynasty. It was rumored that there had been an immortal Dao-level supreme power in its ancestry. The power was terrifying. Lin Shuryao came from the Lin family, and this status naturally made people fearful. No matter what kind of background you have, you're bound to die today. However, Lu Tiannian's tone was cold. Having made an enemy of him, he would definitely seek to return the karma. The dragon takes to the 9 heavens. Then Lu Tianmeng directly executed the 3rd stance of the dragon elephant's sacred heavenly strength. In this style, he used his sword light to catalyze the dazzling sword aura, which instantly transformed into a huge pale dragon that blasted away. Heaven and earth were covered by a terrifying sword intent, like it was going to crush this mountain. Jade Immortal God / Lin Shuryao's pretty face was heavy. Seeing the terrifying nature of Lu Tiannian's sword, she immediately changed the sealing technique in her hands. The huge jade immortal silhouette above his head immediately drew his sword and chopped. The heavens and earth shook at this moment. It's really like an immortal striking out to overthrow the world. Lu Tiannian's pupils shrunk. His dragon rising 9 heavens had actually lost. Lin Shuryao's strength was truly remarkable. Great Desolate Sword Intent. Then, Lu Tiannian did not hide his clumsiness and directly displayed his most powerful sword intent. Boom! In a matter of moments, an ancient foreign roar resounded within Lu Tiannian's body, like the roar of 3,000 gods and devils, or the Zen singing of the Heavenly Father, which shook the heavens and the earth. Lu Tiannian chopped out a sword. A magnificent and incomparable desolate breath broke out. The entire heaven and earth have instantly become dim, like turning into the twilight of the gods, a scene of sorrowful clouds. The most frightening thing was that a shadow also appeared behind Lu Tianmeng. That was actually a great desolate emperor body that shook the ancient world. Some of them are fighting for the sky. Some are killing fairies. Some are conquering the worlds and crushing the stars. The sight was too terrifying. Like Lu Tiannian's sword had chopped out the will of all the great desolate imperial bodies throughout the ages. There was a sense of penetrating through the ages and splitting open the universe. Great Desolate Sword Intent. It is rumored that this is the most terrifying supreme sword intent of the Great Desolate Emperor body, and he has also realized it. At this moment, hidden in the shadows, some of the South Ridge, old undead level powerhouses couldn't help but suck in cool air, their eyes swept up in shock. The Great Desolate Sword Intent. This had only appeared sparingly in ancient books. Many Great Desolate Emperor bodies, famous in ancient history, had not been enlightened. Lu Tianmian was not very old, but he was even able to realize it, which gave them a shock in their hearts that was hard to express. I'm afraid that this brat's potential and threat in the future is still above Dongfang Qingcheng. At this time, that old man in the clouds, who looked like he could overlook all beings in the heavens path sacred ground, also had a sullen expression on his face and said coldly in his heart, all along, they had felt that Lu Tianmeng was just a poor wretch struggling under the oppression of Dongfang Qingcheng. Even if there was some performance, it would be difficult to climb over the mountain that was Dongfang Qingcheng, but now Lu Tianmai's qualifications also chilled his heart. 5 types of sword intent. Even the legendary Great Desolate Sword Intent could be comprehended. This natural talent can simply light up the long river of history in the Xuanwu realm. The killing intent in his eyes couldn't help but become much more intense. This person might even be a threat to the heavenly Dao Holy Land if he was not removed. Senior brother Lu Tianmian, you really are a godly figure. But unfortunately, I was ordered by senior sister Dongfang Qingcheng to come and pick your head, so I'm sorry about that. However, just as everyone was shocked by Lu Tianmian, this domineering and monstrous sword, suddenly, a faint laugh actually rang out from the sky, and Ziyu appeared, holding a flying dagger, and with a swish sound, it pierced through to the back of Lu Tianmian's head like a light of death. Sneak attack. Seeing this, countless people were shocked. No one thought that at this juncture someone would even make a move to launch a desperate strike against Lu Tianmai. The sword light of the current Lu Tianmeng had already chopped down and attacked Lin Shiryao. It was impossible to have any extra energy to defend against Ziyu's slash. This slash could be described as like a divine stroke. If you are hit, you can be said to be surely dead. At this time, the corner of Ziyu's mouth also pulled up a cold smile. He had come to the secret realm a long time ago. It's just that I've never found the right opportunity to hold back. Now undoubtedly a hit is going to hit, and it's a smooth one. Asshole, do you think you can really succeed? At this time, Jianjin and Lu Ling were also at the side. Seeing this scene, they were furious, and at that moment, they transformed into 2 terrifying sword lights and rushed towards the flying dagger, just to fend off this strike. Lu Tianmian had previously said that he wanted to kill all these cultivators alone to sharpen his sword skills. That's why they didn't make a move. It was naturally impossible to let Ziyu have his way now. I'm afraid it's a bit more difficult for you guys alone to block me. However, Ziyu lightly glanced at Jianjin and Lu Ling and smiled contemptuously. With a wave of his palm, a gigantic stone tower appeared, emitting a dazzling haze of light that shrouded Jianjin and Lu Ling. Towards them, it was a medium-grade treasure weapon. It was still not a problem to withstand Jianjin and Lu Ling for an instant. Jianjin and Lu Ling were furious in their hearts, even though their strength, too, had greatly increased in the past few days. However, it was still undoubtedly a bit difficult to directly crush a medium-grade treasure weapon, and this blade of Ziyu's was as powerful as a thunderbolt, and they were unable to rescue Ah after being resisted for an instant. This made their hearts naturally heavy. Lu Tianmeng, obediently go on your way. And after settling Jianjin and Lu Ling, Ziyu then turned her gaze towards Lu Tian, the smile at the corner of her mouth growing stronger. He was able to kill Lu Tianmian with a single blow without bloodshed. He also undoubtedly felt very accomplished. Chapter 113 Killing 5,000 Cultivators. I'm afraid you're overthinking it. However, just before the smile at the corner of Ziyu's mouth spread to the extreme, Lu Tianming turned back with an icy gaze and a cold smile. With his current divine soul power, it would be difficult for others to sneak up on him. In the next moment, the terrifying earth-ranked divine soul on his forehead erupted, condensing a divine soul light wall on his forehead, and after opening the heavenly orifice, Lu Tianmian's soul power, enhanced too much. An ordinary peak earth-ranked divine soul was far from being able to compare to him. The defense of the wall of light that was condensed was also extremely amazing. Ziyu's domineering flying dagger was directly resisted. Soul sword, kill. Between Ziyu's changing colors, Lu Tianmian let out a cold cry, and immediately, with the power of his divine soul, he condensed a light sword, and with a swoosh, flew into the distance. The speed was so fast that it nearly ignored space and instantly came to Ziyu's side. Poof! A bloody light bloomed. On Ziyu's forehead, a bloody hole was instantly pierced through. The expression on his face immediately froze. The body fell from mid-air, eyes wide with a lingering flash of disbelief. Obviously, he didn't expect that Lu Tianmian's soul power would be so terrifying. Even his life-threatening flying dagger could be blocked and he could be killed instantly. Its tactics are too much. Seeing this, Many people also couldn't help their throats from drying up a bit, rolling slightly, their foreheads sweating a bit. Such a desperate kill hadn't even solved Lu Tianmai. Lu Tianmeng was too hard to kill. Like the whole body, like it's all weapons. You can kill people just by exhibiting them. At this moment, the fear of Lu Tianmai in everyone's hearts couldn't help but deepen a little more. Boom! Right at this moment, Lu Tianmian's Great Desolate Sword intent finally landed on Lin Shiyao. Although Lin Shiyao had done her best to resist, under that appalling sword intent, even her means were like an ant trying to shake a tree, and she failed to block it. Pust! In the end, a bloodlight splashed, and under the gazes of countless people who were horrified beyond measure, Lin Shiyao was instantly cleaved upright, split into two halves, her body exploded, and she died a horrible death instantly. Many watchers died. Lu Tianmeng was simply a god of killing. Lin Shiyao is the #1 beauty in Southridge. It was again from the Middle Kingdom, the prestigious Lin family. However, to the beautiful woman who was pouring out of her country, Lu Tianmeng was like killing a chicken, directly striking down. The hardiness is just hair-raising. Lu Tianmian, I, Lin Shiyao, have made a note of this today, and if I have the opportunity in the future, I will make you pay back 100 times over. Right at this moment, in the midst of Lin Shiyao's exploded blood mist, an aura actually surfaced. Immediately afterward, an icy and incomparably cold sentence from Lin Shiyao was transmitted, and the spirit light was transformed into a sword on and flew away from the square. Life preservation talisman. Seeing this scene, the crowd was stunned, and then realized that it was a precious and incomparable rune that could protect one's true spirit from death at critical moments. As the young lady of the Lin family, it was normal for Lin Shiyao to have such a treasure to protect her, and Lu Tianmeng was now completely tied up with the Lin family. With Lin Shiyao's beauty and means, it was obvious that her status in the Lin family was not low. By destroying his flesh, the Lin family would definitely not let him go either. In response, Lu Tianmeng was indifferent and didn't care. Debt is not a problem. Anyway, he already had enough enemies now and didn't care about one more Lin family. Next, Lu Tianmian's gaze turned to the remaining cultivators, once again gripping the Lingfeng sword and launching into a killing spree. The entire Lingfeng sword was now scarlet, like it was cast in blood. Intimidating. Lu Tianming's gaze was cold. These people had almost killed Lu Ling, and he had no intention of letting them go. At that moment, many cultivators roared and attacked together, knowing that if they were no longer united, there was a real possibility that they would be slaughtered by Lu Tianmai. On Lu Tianmeng, the killing aura was too strong. Swordsmanship is high. It's really like a life-suppressing ghost in God, and it's intimidating. Unfortunately, it was useless. Lu Tianmian performed the ghost shadow sword technique. His speed was too fast. Those cultivators couldn't capture his trajectory at all. A sword light that flashed continuously in mid-air. Every time the sword light surfaced, at least 7 or 8 bodies fell down. During that time, Chu Chu also made a move, but Lu Tianmian's million-pound level of divine power could be considered overbearing. A single punch caused Chu Chu to vomit blood. This guy, unbeatable. Chu Chu was a bit unconvinced. She hadn't studied the undying golden body to be particularly strong. If those senior brothers in the sect, they might be able to defeat Lu Tianmeng. In the end, the only thing she could do was to leap and fly out of the teleportation formation. Lu Tianmeng didn't chase after her. After all, Chu Chu hadn't made a move on him before. His main targets were the cultivators who had surrounded and killed him. Lu Tianmian, I was wrong. Let us go. Lu Tianmeng, I'll fight you. There were endless screams, pleas for mercy, and roars of rage during this time, but no one could defeat Lu Tianmai's sword light. Half a quarter of an hour later, Lu Tianmeng had killed more than 5,000 cultivators, all of which were the elites of the younger generation of the southern ridge. The corpses of these people were now sprinkled across the square in a thick layer. Those cultivators who didn't put up a fight all turned pale. That's over 5,000 geniuses. Among them were also the Yin Yang Saint's son, Long Jiao, Lin Shiyao, and others, all of whom were actually dead. This killing record set by Lu Tianmian was too shocking. There had never been a secret realm opening, or a trial, in the South Ridge where a younger generation had killed so many people. Most importantly, the backgrounds behind them were all extraordinary. Lu Tianmeng was equivalent to offending countless forces at once. The evil consequences were too great. Lu Tianmian, if you kill so many people, aren't you afraid that the world will surround you and get rid of you? At this time, a cultivator who couldn't stand to watch, said in a deep voice, the people of the world besieging me? If the people of the world want to be my enemy, what's wrong with slaughtering all the people of the world? However, Lu Tianmu smiled coldly. People don't offend me. I don't offend them. If a person commits an offense against him, it is only right for him to cut him down. If it were not for Lu Ling and Jianzhen, who were desperately trying to stop him, The consequences of his first 2 days could have been unimaginable. Asshole. At this moment, the old man from the Heavenly Tao Holy Land also shouted angrily, his face storming with rage. He enacted the Heavenly Tao's order to hunt down and kill Lu Tianmeng. As a result, those who responded were all slaughtered by Lu Tianmai. Lu Tianmeng was also equivalent to slapping his Heavenly Tao Holy Land in the face. He also had a strong killing intent rising towards Lu Tianmai. Heaven's Path Holy Land, that old clapper should be watching as well. Remember, in the future, if any disciple of the Heaven's Path Holy Land makes an enemy of me, I'll see one and kill one. Lu Tianming looked towards the teleportation array and said coldly, the Heaven's Path Holy Land had always been arrogant and domineering, and he was not used to seeing it. And I've heard that it's always been a favorite to go against the Beauty Master. He also wanted to get some karma back for the Beauty Master. After all, the Beauty Master was the one who had recreated him, allowing him to set foot on the path of cultivation from a small Lu family's wasteful adopted son, and even become the holy son of the Kunlun sacred ground, with an esteemed status. His gratitude towards Beauty Master was also beyond words. At those words, the old man's eyes were about to spit fire. He was an old ancestor of the Heavenly Tao Holy Land who could look down on the world, but he was provoked by a milquetoast brat named Lu Tianmian. He couldn't wait to strike out into the secret realm and directly kill Lu Tianmai, but naturally he couldn't pull that off. Lu Tianmian, you're still really powerful. You even killed so many people. It makes this palace look at you a little differently. Right at this moment, the black-clothed woman, Wu Yan, flew out, with her hands behind her back, smiling faintly. What do you want? Lu Tianming's eyes narrowed. It feels like this woman doesn't have a good heart. The current Wu Yan was too powerful than before. I'm afraid I've reached the late celestial realm. It's more powerful than all the geniuses that came before. It's nothing much, it's just wanting the resources on you, as well as letting you join my heavenly demon sect. Wu Yan lightly laughed. In the past 2 days, she had also performed some secret techniques and entered the Devil's Cave. It was actually discovered that heavenly demon emperor was dead, and there was also the aura of the soul destruction sword. She instantly just understood that the soul destruction sword must have been obtained by Lu Tianmeng. Her intention to target Lu Tianmeng was naturally extremely strong. Of course, outside of the initial, I also want all the resources of this secret realm. Wu Yan smiled sweetly. With you, I'm afraid you can't do it yet. Lu Tianming laughed. Even if Wu Yan was stronger than he thought, but the number of geniuses here is still quite a lot. She wanted all the resources within the entire secret realm. That's quite an appetite. As he spoke, Lu Tianmian also made a move with his palm, collecting all the storage bags of the more than 5,000 people in the square. Many of these people had extraordinary backgrounds, which was a huge amount of resources that he naturally wouldn't waste. With this palace itself, it is indeed somewhat difficult to do so. But what if we add my heavenly demon sex devil summoning array? Wu Yan laughed playfully. Boom! As the words fell, the entire secret realm began to shake. Within the countless mountains and rivers, black light rose. Some special ancient places where the seals are about to break open. Then an incomparable aura of terror erupted. The Qiankuan was trembling, as if it was about to collapse. What's going on? The sudden change caused all the cultivators to change color. Lu Tianmeng also had a shock in his heart. Could it be that Wu Yan, the extraterrestrial heavenly devil that suppressed the Wuji sword sect, was going to be unsealed? Not good. At this moment, quite a few sect lords in the southern ridge were also surprised. If Wu Yan really did it, all of the people in the secret realm would all die horribly. Not only that, the strength of the heavenly demon sect would also skyrocket like never before. This was a huge threat to the entire Xuanwu cultivation world. After all, the extraterrestrial heavenly devil back then had destroyed an imperial sect. It's over. The teleportation array is also covered by that big array. We can't get out. At this point, many cultivators looked desperate. Wu Yan really wanted to take them all in one pot. Worthy of being a devil sect. It's really cunning. Lu Tianmeng had a slight chill in his heart. This woman's heart is too deep. Cluck. Now your life and death. All of them are in this palace as one thought. Obediently take the devil worm pill and join my devil sect. This palace can give you a chance to live. Wu Yan smiled faintly and took out a black elixir. The crowd cringed. The devil worm Dan, which is exactly the devil's sect, the most skillful elixir to control people. Once taken every so often, an antidote must be obtained. Otherwise, the devil worms in it will revive and bite people to death. That kind of pain is completely beyond the average person's ability to endure. Sky Demon Sect. That bastard. Many Southern Ridge sect lords cursed. No matter how perverted Lu Tianmeng was, he had only killed more than 5,000 geniuses who had a grudge against him. Wu Yan, this is going to be a total reunion. If she succeeded, the South Ridge cultivation world would surely wither away. Chapter 114, Breaking the Formation. This devil summoning formation is very terrifying. using the Devil Dao Emperor's soldier as the eye of the formation. Even if old and undead people such as myself want to forcefully break it open, it would still require a great deal of effort. Most importantly, it can also move space, and with a single thought, Wu Yan can move the entire secret realm of the Wuji Sword sect. If we want to rescue it, it is indeed too late. At this time, some of the Southern Ridge's supreme powers also had their faces sink. Now they do have their hands tied a bit. Lu Tianmeng, how about it? Are you willing to join my demon sect? Wu Yan's gaze landed on Lu Tianmeng with a teasing smile. Lu Tianmeng glanced at the huge formation, and his heart was also a little solemn. This formation was bound to be carefully arranged by the martial goose and the heavenly demon sect. With his personal strength, it was almost unrealistic to break through. TSK, this little girl doll from the heavenly demon sect is really full of vigor, but I'm afraid she's going to miscalculate this time. Just as Lu Tianmian was pondering on a way to deal with it, suddenly inside the bronze ancient coffin, the devil heavenly sparrow laughed faintly. Now that the woman in white had awakened, she was like a giant god, suppressed within the ancient coffin. He's definitely more honest. Don't dare to have the slightest little thought. Instead, they did their best to help Lu Tianmeng even more. It might even be favored by the woman in white, which would be good for it as well. Thinking about this, it was also a little excited in its heart. Before it had never even thought that there were such terrifying people in the world. Miscalculation? At those words, Lu Tianmian couldn't help but stare. Startled. What do you mean? The devil sky sparrow laughed. Under normal circumstances, this big array, if it is really started, this secret realm, indeed will be controlled by this little girl of the devil's door. Those many sealed heavenly devils, but also a kind of extremely horrible power. Even if the South Ridge many powerful people together, afraid of difficult to have anything to use. But, speaking here, it suddenly laughed lightly. Your sister, Lu Ling, has obtained the inheritance of the Wuji Sword Emperor. With the cultivation of the Wuji Sword Emperor back then, I think that he will definitely leave behind a backhand. And nowadays the key to solving the crisis of the entire secret realm may be in your sister. At those words, Lu Tianming's eyes lit up. The demon heavenly bird was right. If there was really someone within the secret realm who could break through this magic formation, Sister Linger, inevitably, is the most promising person. After all, after obtaining the Wuji Sword Emperor's inheritance, Linger's sister was the one who knew the Wuji Sword sect the most. At that moment, he was looking towards Lu Ling, who, at this moment, was indeed showing a pensive expression, as if he was reminiscing. How about it, Linger? Is there any solution? Lu Tianmeng asked with hopeful eyes. Lu Ling's pair of willow eyebrows, lightly knitted for a moment before she spoke. The Wuji Sword Emperor did tell me that he left behind a statue that, if summoned, would awaken part of his power, and could deal with some unexpected situations. At that time, when the remnants of the Wuji Sword Emperor told her this, she thought it was an act of excess, and didn't take it seriously. Now, it seemed that the Wuji Sword Emperor was clearly farsighted, knowing that within the sword sect, there were many extraterrestrial heavenly demons sealed. Devilish characters may beat their minds to it, and that's why they're doing it on purpose. Can you summon it? Lu Tianmeng then sighed in relief, and then asked with a smile. Can? Lu Ling nodded crisply, and looking at Lu Tianmai's happy appearance, a smile lifted up on the corners of her mouth as well. It seemed like she could help Brother Heaven's destiny, and there was some pleasure in her heart. Buzz! Immediately, Lu Ling slowly closed her eyes, and in her mind, she began to recall a section of the mantra that the Wuji Sword Emperor had imparted to her, very obscure, with an arcane flavor, and with the sound of the mantra, at once, a brilliant light erupted above Lu Ling's delicate and exquisite body. Immediately afterward, throughout the Wuji Sword sect, the many spirit mountains were glowing, as if some sort of latent power had been activated. At the same time, in the Wuji Sword sect, a certain magnificent spirit mountain suddenly collapsed and disintegrated, and from the ground, a huge statue slowly rose. It was 1,000 feet tall and towered into the clouds. It was a middle-aged man with sword brows and starry eyes, handsome, carrying a supreme aura. As the statue appeared, a huge pressure filled the air. The entire secret realm of the Wuji Sword sect was trembling madly. It was like a supreme figure had revived and was going to break apart this small world. What's going on? This turn of events caused everyone to clamor in shock. The gazes of the crowd, they looked above the statue, and then they seemed to understand something. Their eyes condensed, and then they showed great joy, and cheered. This is the Wuji Sword Emperor from countless years ago. The statue he left behind has revived. It must be that he sensed something and came to rescue us. A lot of freckles. That was an Imperial Way figure. It's all too normal to have that kind of eye. The countless powerhouses of the Southern Ridge outside of the mysteries all had shocked faces as well. A Sword Emperor. This is a legendary figure. Its statue just revived. A terrifying pressure that swept through the heavens and earth. It was a bit of a shocker. In the Xuanwu realm, where the realm of the immortal way is nearly cut off. Imperial path figures were the strongest, each an object of worship for all beings. Then they laughed out loud too. With the means left behind by the Wuji Sword Emperor, it would undoubtedly be difficult for the heavenly demon sex plot to succeed. How could this happen? And seeing this scene, Wu Yan's charming and moving pretty face, the smile also slowly solidified. After the release of the Infinite Sword Emperor's aura, her devil summoning grand formation, surprisingly, were all suppressed, and could not be completely constructed successfully. This made the original mood of her being in control of the whole situation, no doubt a bit icy. Then, she seemed to understand something, and with a swish of her gaze, she looked towards Lu Tianmeng and said in a cold voice, "Lu Tianmeng, your damn sister, what the hell is she up to? She can even communicate with the power of the Wuji Sword Emperor." At the end of her words, she suddenly awakened to the fact that Lu Ling had obtained the inheritance of the Infinite Sword Emperor. She had seen it with her own eyes at the time. It was normal for the Wuji Sword Emperor to leave behind such methods to protect the sword sect. She was undoubtedly a little annoyed. Wu Yan, it's called people do things. The heavens are watching. It seems that the heavens don't want you to take control of this secret realm and wreak havoc on the world. Lu Tianmeng laughed faintly. Wu Yan's expression sank coldly, and an icy killing intent erupted from her beautiful eyes. Just then, but there was an old man beside her, who said in a deep voice, "Holy maiden, the momentum has gone. It's better to leave." The power of the peerless Sword Emperor was slowly reviving, and that terrifying Imperial might look like it could topple everything. Their devil summoning grand formation had been suppressed, and most importantly, the power of the teleportation array outside was gradually weakening. At that time, throughout the South Ridge, countless powerful people killed over. It won't end well for them, either. The clearest thing to do now, naturally, is to leave decisively. Wu Yan's pretty face changed, obviously also understand this point. At that moment, her eyes turned to Lu Tianmeng. Cold voice, "Lu Tianmeng, your sister is good. Today's palace is considered to be planted in your hands once. Remember the next time we meet, this palace will certainly not let you have a good time." Boom! After saying that, she flipped her jade hand and a boundary-breaking talisman appeared, creating a black hole in front of her. Only then did she and a group of heavenly demon sex powerhouses enter within the spatial passageway and leave this place. Seeing the situation, all the talent big sigh of relief. Feel like from the Ghost Gate, walked for a time. If it wasn't for Lu Ling, who stepped in at the critical moment, they're all going to be slaves of the Devil's Gate. At that moment, as they looked at Lu Ling, they all couldn't help but have a flash of gratitude in their eyes. In my life, I guess the best decision I made was to befriend Brother Lu. Jianjun grinned out as well. One was a master alchemist, and his sister was a Sword Emperor inheritor. In the cultivation world in the future, this pair of siblings would definitely light up the four directions. It's an extreme honor to be their friend. Linger, what's wrong with you? At this moment, Lu Tianmian but his face changed slightly and said, only to see that the current Linger, her pretty face was incomparably pale, her forehead was already covered in heavy sweat, and her breath appeared extremely weak. It's fine, it's just that summoning the power of the Sword Emperor has consumed me too much. It's just a matter of recuperating and recuperating. Lu Ling laid down in Lu Tianming's arms and laughed softly. Rest well. Lu Tianming smiled and just held Lu Ling, sending a healing pill into her rosy lips. Chapter 115 Siege. In this way, the crowd rushed from the teleportation array and left the secret realm. Lu Tianming hugged Lu Ling and recuperated for about half a day or so, and also walked out of the teleportation array to the outside world. After this killing, it had to be said that Lu Tianming felt that his mind had solidified quite a bit. Even the ninth heavenly realm of the divine elixir realm was more solid. If he was willing, he might not even have difficulty breaking into the celestial realm by doing so. Lu Tianming naturally didn't do so. After all, his goal was the extreme realm of the divine Dan realm. The breeze is soothing, and the mountains are beautiful outside. Jianjun, come here. Right at this moment, Jian Yuantian appeared not far away, his face composed as he said to Jianjun, what is it, Pops? Ken Jin was puzzled and walked over. Jian Yuantian smiled bitterly and nodded to the two old men behind him. The two old men each grabbed one of Jianjun's shoulders and imprisoned him down. Pops, what are you doing? Jianjun's face changed as he said. Jian Yuantian gave a complicated smile. Next, you just watch. With your strength, you won't be able to help Lu Tianmian much. Instead, you might even become a drag on him. Could. Jianjun's face changed, as if he realized something. Jian Yuantian nodded slightly, his expression serious. At this time, Lu Tianmian and Lu Ling walked slowly, seemingly sensing something as well, their gazes looking at the surrounding sky, their eyes composed. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, a terrifying aura appeared not far from Lu Tianmu. It was many monks, the 10,000 Demon Hall, the Jade Void Sect, the Yin Yang Sect, the Heavenly Enlightenment Palace, the Heavenly Tao Sacred Ground, and even the Longhua Imperial Dynasty, the 4 clans in front of them, in which the elite disciples and Grand Masters had all been killed by Lu Tianming, and Zhang Feng and Longzhou from the Heavenly Tao Holy Land and the Longhua Dynasty both died at the hands of Lu Tianming. It's normal that they would step in. The 4 South Ridge first-class sects, together with the Eastern Wasteland's First Holy Land and the Middle-earth Divine Prefecture's First Imperial Dynasty, countless powerful people spread out and surrounded Lu Tianming. This kind of scene could be described as oppressive and terrifying. They're going to make a move against Lu Tianmai? Jianzhen's face changed as he gritted his teeth. Generally speaking, a fight between juniors is a matter of life and death. Even if Lu Tianming killed them, these big powers, they shouldn't be able to say anything. Now it's obvious that the visitor is not good. These people could not be fought against by the younger generation at all. At those words, Jian Yuantian bitterly smiled and shook his head. Rules? That's just for the weak. The killing that Lu Tianmian had committed was too big, putting their faces and rubbing them on the ground. If they are not sanctioned, what face will they have to gain a foothold in the world? It was for this reason that he had asked Jianzhen to come over. Under so many terrifying forces, even their 10,000 sword sect was weak. There wasn't any force in the South Ridge that could withstand these powerhouses. Today's matter, it's really made a big mess. At this time, countless watchers also lightly sucked in cool air. In the South Ridge cultivation world, there hadn't been a young man who had offended so many forces at the same time for thousands of years. It's a scene that really shakes things up. It's really ironic. Lu Tianmian's sister resisted our demon sect's plan, and Lu Ling's chance, to put it mildly, was all helped by Lu Tianmian, which means that Lu Tianmian has spoiled our grand plan, and now he, the hero, has to be liquidated by so many forces. This is the righteous path of the world. It's really ridiculous. And not far away, at the top of a mountain peak, Wu Yan and a bunch of other devil sect powerhouses hadn't left too far away. At this moment, looking at this scene, Wu Yan could not help but reveal a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. The face of the righteous is a cold one. Father, let go of me. I want to be with Brother Lu. In times of trouble. Suddenly, a flash of determination surfaced on Jianzhen's face as he roared. Within the secret territory, the Lu Tianmian siblings had repeatedly helped him, and without them, it would have been impossible for himself to reach such a state. Now Lu Tianmian's siblings were in trouble. Naturally, he couldn't just stand by and watch. Confused, what can you do by going? Besides dragging your feet, what else is the use? Do their siblings want to watch you go to your death? Let's see first. Jian Yuantian's face sank as he droned. He was also extremely optimistic about Lu Tianming. Wouldn't want to jeopardize that relationship if I could. At this point, it seems to have made up its mind about something. He couldn't help but clench his fists a little tighter, and his eyes flickered with a strange color. After Jianzhen was stunned, he could only clench his teeth in death. He had already regarded Lu Tianming as a true friend. If something really happened to Lu Tianmai, he would definitely cultivate hard and avenge his brother Lu in the future. At this moment, his gaze was a bit vicious. Lu Tianmian, you're really unlucky. Not far away, Li Yanran was also watching, and at this moment, the corner of her mouth also revealed a touch of arc. Shaking her head, a flash of complexity rose in her heart for no apparent reason. It seems to be with Lu Tianming. After some entanglements, she even felt that it was a bit of a shame for a wunderkind like Lu Tianmai to die. Finally, she murmured softly and said, as the woman who made this Dane, remember men so much, if you die, I will burn 2 incense sticks for you in the future. Speaking of this, her delicate hands, as white as jade onions, couldn't help but slightly clench a bit tighter. At this time, many of the cultivators watching also sighed softly as the Lu Tianmian siblings dismantled the demon sect's plan. To put it mildly, the credit outweighs the blame. If the heavenly demon sect plan succeeded, only more people would die by then. And yet, this is what happens, and it's not worth it. At that moment, the atmosphere between heaven and earth was heavy. It's so depressing you can't breathe. The black pressurized cultivators, like a dark cloud, covered this sky. Although none of them spoke, the invisible murderous aura was able to solidify space, making it difficult to bear. Lu Tianmian's gaze swept one by one. The hatred on the faces of those many sect lords could not help but smile faintly and said, everyone, there is no need to greet it so grandly. Although our siblings, blocking the heavenly demon sect's plan, is enough to spread the world's fame and make countless people praise it, and you guys don't need to be so polite. At those words, many people's mouths twitched. This guy Lu Tianming is really thick-skinned. To think that these people were trying to thank him. Lu Ling also couldn't help but cover her mouth with a delicate smile as her beautiful eyes glanced at Lu Tianming, starry eyes flashing. She wasn't scared, she just felt that as long as she could be with her brother Heaven's destiny, anything was good. Humph, Lu Tianmian, You're really unrepentant when it comes to death. You've killed so many cultivators. Tell us, how should we punish you? At that moment, that old man from the heavenly Tao Holy Land, with a gloomy face, shouted angrily. The aura on his body was extremely terrifying, and he had clearly reached the late stage of the Mahayana realm. You can walk sideways in all the world. Not bad, killing my Manhwa dynasty's royal son and many war generals. If the great Luo immortals come today, you'll surely die as well. At this time, in the Manhwa imperial dynasty camp, a middle-aged man likewise spoke. He wore a golden robe and his body was radiant, like a god descending into the world. Sitting on a golden chariot, his hand pressed the golden divine sword on his waist. He had the feeling of conquering the world. Countless people's scalps tingled and their hearts cringed. This was clearly the Manhwa imperial dynasty, a prestigious prince, king of war. In terms of his own strength, he had similarly reached the Mahayana stage, and there were even rumors that he was about to step into the Passage Saint stage. For the Manhwa imperial dynasty, he has fought in the south and the north, sweeping through the countries of the Middle Kingdom without ever losing a battle. I can't believe he's here, and also led the golden sacred army that he conquered the world with. It was a bit of a lurid scene, killing so many geniuses. Your killing heart is too heavy. If you are not removed, you will definitely be a scourge in the cultivation world in the future. At this time, the heads of the Heavenly Revelation Palace, 10,000 Demons Hall, Jade Void Sect, and Yin Yang Sect also shouted angrily. There was not the slightest concealment of the killing aura on his body. The terrifying aura caused the winds and clouds of this heaven and earth to change, and the scenery was intimidating. However, Lu Tianmian looked as normal as he sneered. It was these people who chased after me first. It was only natural for me to kill them. You guys are at least all famous forces. Do you not even understand the most basic reasoning in the cultivation world? Reason? You killed our disciples. We eradicated you. This is reason. At this time, the old man from the heavenly Tao Holy Land, with gloomy eyes, sneered coldly. Lu Tianmeng, we won't make things difficult for you. On account of the fact that you're considered meritorious for stopping the demon sex plan, you can cut yourself. Lu Tianming's face sank slightly. These people were really overbearing. Lu Ling couldn't help her pretty face from freezing, and said in a brittle voice, you are all bad people. You can't distinguish between right and wrong, and you turn black and white upside down. Brother Heaven's destiny and I won't give in to you. When she came out earlier, Brother Heaven's destiny had told her that there might be big trouble when she went out, but she wasn't afraid. She also seemed to have learned some fortitude from her brother in Heaven's destiny. Little girl, you have infinite potential. You have obtained the inheritance of the infinite Sword Emperor. In the future, you will definitely be the leader of my Xuanwu realm, and will be famous in all the heavens. You really shouldn't get close to Lu Tianmian, who has a strong heart of killing. Join me in my Heaven's Path Holy Ground. My Heaven's Path Holy Ground. I'll teach you well and let you become a great talent. That old man from the Heaven's Path Sacred Ground smiled faintly, and his expression was somewhat kind. At a young age, being able to obtain the inheritance of the Wuji Sword Emperor, one could only imagine how amazing Lu Ling's achievements would be in the future. And the Holy Land of Heaven's Way, which nets the world's best. When he came across such a good seedling, he naturally wouldn't miss it. Boom! As soon as his voice fell, he was directly probing out a large hand, grabbing towards Lu Ling, and with his strength, how could Lu Ling be an opponent? Almost the instant he struck, the space around Lu Ling was imprisoned, like little lambs, only to be taken. You dare to touch my sister? A flash of anger instantly surged in Lu Tianming's eyes at the sight. Chapter 116 Imperial Domain opens. He had an extremely deep bond with Linger's sister, and it was impossible for him to let anyone else harm Linger for a single moment. And while the old man from the Heaven's Path Holy Land spoke well, he could also vaguely feel the coldness in the other party's eyes. He thought that if he captured Linger, he would do whatever he could to dig up Linger's body and the secrets of the Wuji Sword Emperor. After all, it is a great treasure. Properly utilized, it could bring the might of the Heavenly Tao Holy Land to the next level. Boom! At that moment, Lu Tianmeng chopped out a sword aura. A terrifying sword light that turned into a river and impacted towards the old man of the Heavenly Tao Holy Land's large hand. At this moment, Lu Tianmai's sword chi was as if it had sublimated, and had the flavor of several types of sword intent being united. Not only that, it also contained 1,000,000 pounds of divine power. It can be overbearing. The Heaven's Path Holy Land old men all had slightly shocked eyes. Lu Tianmu's sword skill was so strong, even his strength, all of which had reached Mahayana stage perfection, detected a hint of threat. Even though it was only a minuscule sliver, it was still extremely terrifying. After all, the difference in realms between him and Lu Tianmeng was like clouds and mud. Under the heavens, there was anyone in the divine Dan realm who could give him this feeling. At that moment, the killing intent in his heart towards Lu Tianmu became even more intense as he laughed coldly. Lu Tianmu, to take a shot at old me, you really don't know what you're doing. Ron, Immediately, a terrifying momentum erupted from above the large hand, shocking Lu Tianming back. This retreat is 1,000 feet away, crashing into two large mountains. If not for Lu Tiannian's strong physique, not dead necessarily also waste. You hurt my brother. Seeing Lu Tianmai spitting blood, Lu Ling's beautiful eyes also radiated an icy coldness. Brother Tianmai was more important than anyone else in her heart. At that moment, she actually unsealed the power within her body, and her majestic aura erupted like a volcano, causing the surrounding mountains to resonate. The power of the infinite sword emperor? The old man of the heavens path Holy Land's eyelids jumped. This power, sealed within Lu Ling's body, was very vast. As Lu Ling's strength grew, it would gradually merge with her, until she truly became a supreme emperor. Then, he laughed. If you were stronger and exerted this kind of power, you might be able to pose a certain threat to old me, but right now you're still too weak. After saying that, a finger was pointed out, and a terrifying finger on emerged, suppressing all the power within Lu Ling's delicate body. Not only that, but that strong force also caused Lu Ling's delicate body to tremble slightly, and surprisingly, blood spilled out. Seeing this, Lu Tiannian's face turned livid, and the killing intent in his eyes was like a tidal wave. This asshole dares to hurt Lu Ling. He, two mole crickets. In front of the old man you won't be able to turn the sky over even if you pop up again. Lu Tianming, cut yourself, or I'll let your sister die before you. The old man of the heavenly Dao Holy Land smiled indifferently, like he was teasing a bug. Lu Tianming killed the Heaven's Path Holy Land, the true disciple, and only in this way could he wash away the shame. Even though Lu Ling had, on his body, the inheritance of the infinite sword emperor, he could also get it by soul searching, and seeing that the heavenly Dao elder, as an old ancestor figure, was so ruthless to the juniors, many people could not help but be secretly shocked in their hearts. It was indeed impossible for Lu Tianming to have the slightest chance of resistance. Lu Tiannian's fists were clenched in death. His face twisted up a bit. This old bastard from the heavenly Dao Holy Land made him want to break his body into pieces. Devil Heavenly Sparrow, can you step forward now? At this time, he roared in his heart. If he didn't move for help, his siblings would really be played to death by this old ghost. It needs to wait a bit. I'm at the critical moment of refining that heavenly demon emperor's origin. The devil Heavenly Sparrow laughed bitterly. It was also very anxious, but it really couldn't make a move now. Lu Tianming's heart sank, knowing that the woman in white, too, would not make a move. It's intentional to work on himself and don't want him to become overly dependent on the other person. He tried to call out, and sure enough, he found that the woman in white was indeed sleeping. The only thing left now is to rely on yourself. Lu Tianming took a deep breath, then looked up at the old man of the heavenly Dao Holy Land and suddenly sneered. Old mongrel, dare you suppress your realm and let's fight one-on-one, life or death. Ha 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 ha, suppressing the realm. The old man sniffed and instantly laughed out in a lone laugh. Kid, you see me like a little cutie, fighting at the same realm. You can even defeat Dongfang Qingchang. How would the old man let you be? Many of the southern ridge's lords of power also snorted out. This guy Lu Tianming was like a freak. Currently, all three realms had reached the extreme realm, and fighting with him at the same realm would indeed be self-defeating. If you don't dare, put the realm of Dao King realm, or celestial realm as well, and I'll still kill you like slaughtering a dog. Lu Tianming's eyes were cold. The old man's face twitched. Was this asshole trying to cure him of his embarrassment? With Lu Tianmai's perverted battle power, even if he was 2 realms higher than Lu Tianmai, he still felt a little less secure. After all, this kid had too many underhanded tactics and could be in the gutter. His face was indifferent, sneering. No need to use provocation. Old me has lived a long life. Will I fall into your trap? Cut the crap. If you don't cut yourself, I'll make life worse than death for you siblings. After saying that, he pressed his fingers once again, and the terrifying force on his fingers erupted once again. The overflowing blood on Lu Ling's petite body was even more, and her face was gradually paling, which was heartbreaking. Old dog, even if I die today, I'll still pull you on my back. Lu Tiannian's eyes instantly turned red and his voice hissed. This old bastard is despicable. The anger in his heart at this moment was like a volcano erupting. Ka chow. And right at this moment, inside Lu Tianming's body, it was like a mysterious force had erupted, causing the blood qi emanating from his body to become much more majestic. With Lu Tianming as the center, within a radius of tens of thousands of meters, there was actually purple blood qi, like a purple ocean, lapping at all directions. A horrifying sight. Purple blood qi. Lu Tiannian actually broke through his own potential in a fit of rage and opened the third divine height of the Great Desolate Emperor body. And looking at this scene, countless people all around immediately changed their faces and exclaimed in shock. It was important to know that for every additional divine collection of the Great Desolate Emperor body that was opened, Lu Tianmu's battle power would explode qualitatively, but it's harder to turn it on one at a time. No one had expected that Lu Tianmu would open up the third divine deposit of the Great Desolate Emperor body at such a moment. The third divine hidden treasure? The gap between you and me is still insurmountable. Elder Heaven's Path was also shocked in his heart. Lu Tianming. This kid's luck was too good to be true. Under the opening of the second divine deposit, he could slaughter 5,000 geniuses within the secret realm. Not to mention the third divine collection. Now Lu Tianming's battle power was undoubtedly several times more powerful than before. Is that so? However, Lu Tiannian suddenly had a happy look in his eyes and laughed coldly. The moment the third divine collection opened, Lu Tianmeng instantly felt that a mysterious heavenly sound resounded within the divine collection. Then an ancient secret method surfaced in his mind. This secret method is the Great Desolate Field, the exclusive domain of the Great Desolate Emperor body. Once opened, it could suppress someone else's realm within a certain range. This undoubtedly made Lu Tianmu excited. The biggest problem between him and the old man of the Heaven's Path sacred ground right now was that the realm gap was too large. If he could suppress the other party's realm, he would truly have the power to resist. Kid, the old man will no longer play with you either. Die. At that moment, the old man of the Heavenly Dao's eyes went ice cold, sensing that Lu Tianmun's threat had gotten even greater. Not going to delay. Boom. At that moment, he directly slapped out a large hand and pressed it down towards Lu Tianmai. The power chi contained within the palm was majestic. The space where Lu Tianmeng was, all instantly disintegrated away by inches. Under normal circumstances, this strike would be as easy as killing a divine Dan realm cultivator even with the aftermath. However, Lu Tiannian's eyes were like swords as he shouted, "Old mongrel, let's let you learn about the divine might of my emperor body domain. Open." Buzz. As soon as the words fell, a mysterious force erupted within Lu Tianming's body. Within hundreds of meters around him, it directly became an exclusive domain. Within that realm, Lu Tianmu was like transformed into the master of the world. The most astonishing thing was that under the suppression of that mysterious aura, the power of this palm of the old man of the Heavenly Dao Holy Land was continuously weakened, and at the same time, his realm was also crazily suppressed, with less than 20% of his peak. The Great Desolate Realm? The domain of the Great Desolate Imperial Body. Lu Tiannian opened it at the Divine Dan realm. Boom! Seeing this, the surrounding area was like a meteorite crashing into the earth, setting off an uproar. I don't know how many of the strongest people in the Southern Ridge had their faces drastically changed, shocked beyond words. The Great Desolate Domain, as one of the most powerful domains of the Great Desolate Emperor body, was famous throughout the ages. Generally speaking, one must at least reach the Saint Realm to have the chance to open it. Some of those mighty Great Desolate Imperial bodies in history had even reached Saint King and Great Saint before they could be activated. However, Lu Tianmeng was only at the Divine Dan realm. Compared to those Emperor bodies, it was as weak as a mole cricket. Having actually opened the domain, everyone naturally had a feeling of disbelief. How is this possible? At this moment, Li Yanran's jade hand also couldn't help but cover her delicate red lips. Within a pair of beautiful eyes, covered with shock, Lu Tiannian was simply like the undefeatable mighty, refreshing the bottom line of the crowd's astonishment every time he was in a difficult situation. Now comprehending such an amazing domain, like it would glow, she all felt that Lu Tianling's elegance was dazzling. This brat will surely die. At this time, the lords of the four great sects, the Battle King and the others also showed their killing intent. Opening the Great Desolate Domain, Lu Tianling's potential was even more terrifying. Not killing would definitely make any power. Sleepless, you actually suppressed the old man's realm. At this moment, the old man of the Heavenly Dao Holy Land was also shocked and furious, and his face was no longer as lofty as it was before, replaced by a touch of panic. Having been instantly suppressed by 80% of his realm, it was difficult for him to maintain his composure. At that moment, with his teeth clenched, he was about to rush out of Lu Tianmai's domain, the Emperor Body Field. I don't know how many famous and dynamic era heroes had been pitted to death, and he was naturally jealous of it. Old mongrel, it's time to pay your debt. However, as Lu Tianmian stared at the old man of the Heaven's Path Holy Land, the corner of his mouth lifted up into a cold smile that was morose. This old dog hurt his sister and tried to abuse himself to death. He naturally wouldn't let the other party off the hook. Boom! In the next moment, Lu Tianmeng then moved his body and erupted a terrifying aura, like a world-defying ferocious dragon rushing out of the abyss and impacting the old man of the Heavenly Dao. The speed was too fast, and now Lu Tianming's stance was at least 5 times higher than before. Great Desolate Sword Intent. After approaching a certain distance, Lu Tianmian roared, directly exerting his strongest sword intent. With a boom, the magnificent sword light slashed down furiously at the Heaven's Path Holy Land Elder. With this sword, his rolling purple blood chi was mobilized, like a purple ocean that impacted everything. The sky and the ground were filled with a terrifying killing intent. Countless more people felt like they were in the middle of an icy land. Their whole body was cold and their faces were pale. Heavenly Tao Divine Palm. Elder Heaven's path's face changed drastically, smelling a strong crisis in the sword light. The current Lu Tianmeng gave him too much of a threat. He didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless, and immediately slapped out a large hand, which was 100 feet in size, with a magnificent momentum, and it had to be said that he was worthy of being a Mahayana stage perfection powerhouse. Even if his realm was suppressed by 80%, it was still no small feat. As this palm was slapped out, the void shook violently, like it was about to break into pieces. Pust. However, Lu Tianmian was too strong, like he was bucking time and space and illuminating eternity. It carried the great desolate imperial body, the will of the invincible. Out of nowhere, like behind Lu Tianmu, there were countless great desolate imperial bodies, each standing at the pinnacle of their era, slashing out a sword across the ages. Ka Chao. The palm print instantly shattered. Then the sword light flashed. The old man of the heavenly Tao was split into two halves diagonally. Blood sprayed. The scene was bleak. Countless people were immediately shocked and came out in fear. This was a powerful person of the perfection of the Mahayana realm, but he was actually chopped off his flesh by Lu Tianmai's sword. The image is so soul-shattering. Many people had goosebumps and a shiver ran through their bodies. Asshole, Lu Tianmian, I'm going to kill you. Elder Heaven's path also roared in anger, hissing at the top of his lungs. Being chopped into pieces by Lu Tianmai was a strange shame. It was good to reach the Mahayana stage, where the physical body could be reorganized. So he let out a cold cry, and the two halves of his broken flesh, slowly squirming, were about to reorganize together. Within my domain, how could I let you reorganize? Lu Tianmian sneered, his eyes cold like demons from the 9 hells. Then, he instantly chopped out 7 or 8 swords, truly dismantling the old man of the heavenly Tao. In a big way, the limbs, torso, and head were all separated and drenched in blood. The intense pain caused Elder Heaven's path to hiss so much that he was practically inhuman. It's useless. Lu Tianmian, you can't kill me. I'm a Mahayana stage powerhouse. My life force is far too strong than your imagination, and this emperor body domain of yours obviously has a time limit. As long as that time is up, I'm going to make sure that you die without a burial place. Chapter 117 Immortal Flame Extinguishes Souls. The old man of the heavenly Tao had a fierce and incomparable expression as he stared at Lu Tianmeng dead in the face and said in a morose tone. Upon hearing this, many people nodded their heads silently. Lu Tianmian's emperor body domain had suppressed the old man of heaven's path's realm, but his originating life force was still there, and by reaching the Mahayana realm, the abilities within the body were too majestic. It is indeed difficult to kill. With Lu Tianmeng's strength, it was true that he was not yet qualified to kill a Mahayana realm cultivator. Lu Tianmeng's eyes were ice cold and did not believe in evil. The old man of heaven's path had hurt Linger, and he was going to make him issue 100 times the price. Brush up. At that moment, the Lingfeng's sword in his hand kept chopping the head, torso, and all of the old man's head of the heaven's path into pieces, which could be described as a death by 1,000 cuts. All over his body, there was hardly a single intact part. Elder Tendo's miserable screams became even more dismal. Even if he didn't die, the pain was real. You can't kill me. When I recover, I want you and your lowly sister to taste the extreme punishment of the world and die. Elder Heaven's path laughed fiercely, as if an evil ghost roared. A powerful person with the cultivation of the Mahayana realm had been killed so miserably by Lu Tianmeng. His hatred for Lu Tianmai could be described as being like the sea. Lu Tianmeng's eyes were cold and morose. To him, the people around him were the most important. This old man of the heavenly Tao wants to torture Linger's sister. He undoubtedly had endless killing intent rising in his heart. Kid, it's true that you won't be able to kill him this way. However, you are able to use immortal flame and burn his soul. At this moment, within the bronze ancient coffin, the voice of the demonic heavenly sparrow suddenly came out. Apparently, he was watching what was going on outside. Immortal flame? At those words, Lu Tianmian froze, then his eyes lit up. Does it work? Of course it's useful. The origin of your cluster of immortal fire is very uncomplicated. Even immortal Tao realm figures have to covet it, but it's still too weak now, far from being able to exert its proper power. But obliterating the souls of some cultivators is still not a problem. Devil Heavenly Sparrow laughed. Even it couldn't help but sigh. There were just too many treasures in Lu Tianmeng's body. That cluster of immortal fire was hot in his eyes too. Lu Tianmeng was overjoyed in his heart. The great wasteland imperial domain. The time limit is up. No longer will old man Tendo be resolved. He, and his sister, were bound to end up miserable. The words of the demon heavenly bird undoubtedly showed him a clear path. At that moment, he looked towards the old man of the heavenly Tao who was grinning, waiting for the great desolate imperial domain to disappear. The corner of his mouth lifted up a cold smile. Old mongrel, you really think that I can't kill you? Widen your dog's eyes to see clearly how I'm going to send you on your way. As soon as the words fell, Lu Tiannian stabbed out with his sword once again, pointing straight at the center of the old man's brow in Heaven's Path. Seeing this, Elder Heaven's Path snorted once again at that moment, feeling that Lu Tianmai was doing something useless. However, just as he was about to say some mocking words, his pupils suddenly shrunk to the size of a pinhole, and deep in the bottom of his eyes, an unstoppable color of horror also surged out as he said in alarm, "No! What kind of flame are you?" He stared at the tip of Lu Tiannian's sword with a horrified face, and on the tip of Lu Tiannian's sword, there was actually a tiny cluster of golden flames emerging. His soul instantly detected a flash of incomparable fear. There is a deadly threat. Upon hearing this, many people froze, not expecting Lu Tianmeng to have other means. It seemed that he could really pose a great threat to the divine soul of the old man of the heavenly Tao. What a bizarre flame. At this time, the war king of the Longhua imperial dynasty also narrowed his eyes, inwardly astonished. He could also see a cluster of golden flames steaming at the tip of Lu Tiannian's sword. A flash of extreme danger rose in his heart. He was also shocked inwardly, not realizing that Lu Tianmeng still had such a peculiar object. Battle King, step in and help me. Do you guys want to watch old me die in your hands? The old man of the heavenly Tao was finally afraid, only feeling that cluster of golden flames, like a life-sapping sigh. If this sword was inserted into his brow, his divine soul would definitely be burned into nothingness by that strange flame. At that moment he hissed at the war king. Upon hearing this, the battle king nodded his head. It was indeed impossible, letting Elder Heaven's Path die in the hands of Lu Tianmeng, otherwise a tiny Shindan realm, decapitating a Mahayana realm cultivator, would be a great shame to all of their powerhouses, and the heavenly Tao sacred ground is well known in the world. He also wanted to sell it a favor. Lu Tianmian, you dare to strike down even the Mahayana realm. You are truly bold. At that moment, the battle king laughed angrily, and with a clanging sound, he drew out the golden saber at his waist, and with a single strike of his sword, the mountains shook, and the heavens trembled. One could imagine how terrifying the war king's sword was. When Lu Tianmeng saw this, he couldn't help but change his face, knowing that the battle king was strong. At that moment, he took out the giant K sacred sword and let its wide blade block in front of him. At the same time, he did his best to open the Great Desolate Imperial Domain to its limit, weaken the power of this sword. Pust. However, the time of the Imperial Domain had come and gone, and its power was greatly reduced. With only the giant K sword, Lu Tianmeng immediately felt a mountainous force coming. It made him cough up blood and fly backwards. This time, enough to break a dozen sky-high trees, even the internal organs froth spit out. Extremely miserable. The battle king's sword was actually blocked by him, and looking at this scene, many people were once again shocked out. Even if the battle king did not use his full strength with this sword, but just did it casually, it was still very powerful. It was unbelievable that Lu Tianmeng could block it with his divine Dan realm. What an odd sword. The war king's eyes narrowed. The heavy sword in front of Lu Tianmian was pitted and somewhat tattered though. However, within the sword, he could feel an extremely impressive power. He couldn't help but smile playfully. There were really quite a lot of treasures in Lu Tianming's body. If he kept it for himself, it would be of no small benefit to him. Ah, Lu Tianmian, I'm going to break your bones into pieces. Right at this moment, Old Man Heaven's Path finally broke free of the Imperial Domain. He had a clear sword hole in his forehead, and blood covered his face in a frightening manner. At the critical moment, Lu Tianmian still thrust the long sword in his hand, halfway into Old Man Tian Dao's brow. It made him lose at least half of his soul power. It has a tremendous impact on his strength. The killing intent in his heart towards Lu Tianmeng could be imagined. In the end, the heavenly Tao elder roared in anger, directly casting a large palm seal towards Lu Tianmai and Lu Ling, covering them at the same time with a monstrous killing aura. The current Lu Tianmian was extremely seriously injured, and Lu Ling was also physically weakened by the old man of heavenly Tao's oppression. There wasn't even a hint of resistance from the two. If this palm went down, the two of them would definitely be slapped into mush, and their gods and souls would be destroyed and die. The heavenly Tao Holy Land is really overbearing it. When others kill your disciples, you have to exterminate people's siblings. Where is the face of the Holy Land? Have they all lived to the dogs? Just then, an unruly cold laugh spread out. Inside Lu Tianming's body, a flash of black light erupted. A man dressed in black appeared in the scene with a cold face and a pair of black wings on his back. He lightly pointed out a finger, and Old Man Tian Dao's large hand instantly collapsed, followed by a majestic momentum, causing Old Man Tian Dao to instantly let out a miserable scream, and was directly shaken out, crashing into a mountain wall. Ah, such a turn of events that everyone froze. Who was this man that with a casual strike, he had injured Elder Tendo? Chapter 118 The Appearance of the Devil's Heavenly Bird. The Battle King Du also changed his face, detecting the unfeasible aura and narrowing his gaze slightly. Asshole, Who are you that you dare to block my heavenly Tao Holy Land? The old man of the heavenly Tao wrenched himself out of the ruins in a sorry state, cloaked and tattered, his flesh nearly cracking. Then, he looked at the middle-aged man and roared. Today, he was even frustrated one after another, making him extremely irritated. However, the heavenly Tao Holy Land, which could deter the world's strongest people, he was fearless of everything. However, the man in black laughed coldly. Heavenly Tao Holy Land, what's so great about it? Back when the Heavenly Void Emperor was still around, it might have been good, but now it's much worse than before. Lu Tianmeng was slightly happy in his heart. This was exactly when the demon Heavenly Bird finally came out. After swallowing the Heavenly Demon Emperor's origin, he turned into a black-clothed man with a somewhat domineering aura. Your Excellency has such a wild tone. To belittle my Heaven's Path Holy Land, Elder Heaven's Path coldly snorted. Could you be the master behind Lu Tianmai? At this moment, the War King seemed to have thought of something and said in a deep voice. With the strength of a half-step Tong Shang, he was not afraid of the demon Heavenly Bird. Lu Tiannian had killed the 9th prince of his Longhua dynasty. This account could not be settled this way no matter what. The crowd was stunned. It was rumored that there was a Dan sage behind Lu Tiannian. Now there was even a creepy man in black. It was surprising that a small Lu family adopted son had so many powerful people behind him. His master? At those words, the demon Heavenly Sparrow froze, then laughed dryly and said, I'm not worthy. Unworthy? The Battle King's heart shook as he smiled faintly. Your Excellency, you're being modest. The strength of the man in black was at least at the Imperial realm perfection. To go so far as to say that he was unworthy and become Lu Tiannian's master. Naturally, people couldn't believe it. Hey, it's true that my father is not worthy. The one behind Mr. Lu is not something you can imagine. So a word of advice. Don't make an enemy of him or you're just asking for death. The Devil Sky Sparrow said coldly. The strength of that woman in white was such that he was not even a match for her at his peak. It has gone beyond the world's knowledge. The crowd was dumbfounded. Who the hell was the person behind Lu Tianmeng? It looks so awesome. Don't talk more nonsense with him. Kill him. At this moment, Old Man Heaven's Path shouted angrily. Of course it was impossible to be intimidated by the demon Heavenly Bird's 3 words. The Battle King nodded slightly. By this point, Lu Tianmai would surely die. Since your Excellency wants to stand up for him, then eat my sword. The War King's eyes were cold. At that moment, a terrifying aura erupted from his entire body, and he drew his sword and chopped, and with a boom, a terrifying and incomparable sword might pour down like an ocean. This aura was too powerful than Lu Tianmeng. There was also that murderous aura that he had developed over the years of fighting in the south. Like an army of 1,000,000 can be slaughtered. Then you can taste my sword technique as well. Devil Skybird laughed. It's been years since I've taken a shot and I'm a little itchy. At that moment, he clenched his 5 fingers, and instantly many auras converged into a lightsaber in his palm. Then he turned back to Lu Tiannian and laughed. Kid, watch. What is the true superior sword path? A true sword cultivator. As long as he makes a sword strike, he has to behead someone, to have the aura that under one sword. If I let you live you will live, if I let you die you will die. Swish! In the next moment, a monstrous aura erupted and emanated from the demon Heavenly Sparrow, like a world-defying divine sword that blossomed with light here. The heavens and earth were covered by a terrifying sword intent. Lu Tianmeng was surprised. It was unexpected that the demonic Heavenly Bird's sword Dao strength was also so strong. Thumbs up! In the next moment, a sword light appeared, too fast to see the trajectory. A blinding light bloomed and everything calmed down. The Battle King kept his sword out and froze there. The Devil's Heavenly Sparrow, however, had already withdrawn his sword and turned back to Lu Tianmeng, saying with a smile, see clearly? Lu Tianmeng shook his head blankly, not seeing it at all. The Devil's Heavenly Sparrow laughed. It's right if you didn't see it. The main thing about this sword is the aura. It's good that you can comprehend this aura. Lu Tianzhi nodded his head, like a vague grasp of something. There seems to be something germinating in the heart. Seeing this, the demon Heavenly Bird smiled happily, knowing that Lu Tianmeng's sword heart had already awakened. This sword inspired him greatly. What happened? At this time, many people looked at each other in disbelief. Was the battle over? They didn't even see it that way. The old man of the Heavenly Tao seemed to think of something and violently turned his gaze towards the War King, and in the next moment his pupils suddenly shrunk. Only the Battle King was fixed in place, a thin line of blood at the throat, followed by a widening line of blood, and with a poof, the head fell directly from the neck. Wow! Upon seeing this scene, after the strange silence around them, a furor was set off. Everyone was shocked beyond words. The Battle King was actually killed in a second with a sword. God! How is this possible? What strength are you? How can you kill the Battle King in a second with a single sword? Elder Heaven's Path was also horrified, his body shivering and falling back a few steps in fear. A sword kills a half-step Tong Shang rank in a second. The strength of the devil heavenly bird was at least in the middle or even late passage saint realm, and such a strong person is even rarer in the world. The person beside Lu Tianmai, being so strong, was also greatly out of his expectation. Lu Tianming also smacked his lips. The demon heavenly bird had been sealed for so many years and had limited strength recovery. It was still so strong that it gave him some joy as well. The demon heavenly bird didn't even bother to look at the War King, as if chopping up a chicken with his hands. Even if you are in the middle stage of the passage saint realm, or the late stage, you shouldn't kill the battle king. Like this. At this time, the heavenly Tao old man gritted his teeth and said, he was a strong man of the heavenly Tao Holy Land and was used to controlling the world. However, the devil heavenly sparrow looked up at him and laughed coldly. What? This honored one needs you to talk too much when he kills someone, and now that I've slaughtered you as well, let's see what the heavenly Tao sacred ground can do to me. After saying that, a finger pointed out and a terrifying sword light rushed forward. The old man Tian Dao immediately changed his face. In his current state, it was naturally impossible for him to be a match for the demonic heavenly sparrow. At that moment, he spurted his essence blood furiously, sacrificing his own magic treasure, a golden round shield. However, with a popping sound, the round shield directly exploded, and immediately after that, a sword hole was pierced through old man Tian Dao's brow. The old man of the heavenly Dao's gaze was wide, and his vitality rapidly annihilated. There was a smudge of disbelief lingering in his eyes. I can't believe someone would actually dare to kill him. He's the oldest ancestor of the Heaven's Path Holy Land. The status was too much higher than a true disciple. Who in the world would dare to kill him? Good kill. Lu Tianmeng, however, laughed out loud. This old bastard, who wanted to deal with him and Lu Ling, died just in time. Don't worry, I'll take care of all your troubles. The demon heavenly bird grinned, surprisingly somewhat pleasing to Lu Tianmeng, then turned his gaze in the direction of the 10,000 Demon Hall, Jade Void Sect and the others, and smirked. You're the ones who want to kill Mr. Lu, come on, come on, come on, I'm going to let you guys go together. Make your move. Saying that, the pupils of his eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light, sealed inside the bronze ancient coffin. He wasn't a good bird either. The blood on his hands was uncountable. Now that he could finally kill someone, he was a little excited. Seeing this, several great lords of power, their faces turned pale. Their strength was merely around the imperial realm. Even the battle king and elder Heaven's Path died at the hands of the demon heavenly sparrow. They were naturally no match. Weren't you guys arrogant just now? Where's the arrogance now? Devil Sky Sparrow sneered. He waited to perform in front of the white-clothed woman. Naturally, he had to help Lu Tianmeng to support the scene. At that moment, he raised the spirit sword in his hand and was about to slash all of these people with a single stroke. Bold, whoever killed my heavenly Tao Holy Land's old ancestor. Looking for death. Chapter 119 Imperial Lord, 18 Ancestors. Right at this moment, a loud cry spread out, and rumbling, above the sky, suddenly a giant door of teleportation appeared, and a group of powerful people from the Heaven's Path sacred ground appeared above the 9 heavens like a dark cloud pressing down on the realm. Each one of them had a murderous aura and carried a long sword on their backs, giving people a feeling that they could slaughter the world. The one at the forefront was even a middle-aged man holding a long sword, white clothes like snow, handsome face, ethereal and unrestrained temperament. It's the 18th ancestor of the Heaven's Path Holy Land, Jie Wushuang. He actually appeared. This man is dead. While looking at this man, the many cultivators of the southern ridge, this is a big sigh of relief, and then laughed out loud. The heavenly Tao Holy Land, with its long heritage and deep roots, had far too many more powerful people than their southern ridge sect. Among them, the 18 ancestors of the Heaven's Path Holy Land were even great figures who had shaken the Xuanwu realm. This 18th ancestor, Jia Wushuan, was rumored to be an ancient cultivator with a great deal of divine might. It's certainly exciting to be out there today. Whoever killed my Longhua dynasty's battle king, my Longhua dynasty will slaughter his entire family. Right at this moment, another loud shout spread out, and in another direction, a spatial portal similarly appeared, in which a group of people with high cultivation levels came out in a line. At the head of the group was a middle-aged man, wearing the ancestral dragon crown on his head and the 9 dragons robe, resembling an ancient emperor who pressured the world. That's Imperial Lord Longhua, a legendary saint-level existence. Countless people's teeth chattered. The 18 ancestors of the Holy Land of the Heavenly Tao, the Imperial Lord of the Longhua dynasty, all of them are characters who stomp their feet and the world trembles. Now that they have joined forces and brought many powerful people to kill, the scene is really shocking. The murderer is none other than this man. He is Lu Tianmian's backer, and Lu Tianmian also killed Zhang Feng and the 9th prince of the Longhua dynasty. At this time, the Lord of the 10,000 Demon Hall, Demon Mountain, laughed out loud. You're very capable of pushing. You've lived to the end of your days. However, the demon heavenly sparrow was coldly glancing at Demon Mountain. he hated it the most, this kind of people who tended to favor the others. Swish! At that moment, the light of the sword in his hand flashed. Poof! Demon Mountain's head was directly sliced out. Many people were stunned. This demon Heavenly Sparrow's killing aura was also too harsh, directly killing the 10,000 Demon Hall's Hall Master. Your Excellency, who are you that you dare to be an enemy of my Heavenly Tao sacred ground in Longhua Imperial Dynasty? At this moment, the 18 ancestors of the Heavenly Tao Holy Land said with cold eyes. The demon Heavenly Bird laughed. To tell the truth, I am Lu Tianmian's old servant. Is it not natural for me to kill them when you kill my son? What? An old servant? At those words, everyone froze. How could that be? This man's strength was of the passage saint rank. How could it be someone's old servant? At this time, Lu Tianmian also sneered. Not bad, he is none other than my servant. To make enemies of this Gongzi, they are indeed seeking their own death. The eyes of the 18 ancestors of the Heavenly Tao Holy Land stared and said, what kind of background do you have? Taking a Tongshan level powerhouse as a servant. Such a man is not simple. Lu Tianming choked. He wanted to pull the tiger's skin to make a big flag, so that he could have less trouble in the future. Don't really know how to rip it now. There's no harm in pulling as much as we can. We can handle it. Devil Sky Bird heatedly laughed. Wanted to create a good momentum for Lu Tianming. Lu Tianming nodded his head and laughed coldly. Have you ever heard of the Xian Heavenly Star Palace? This Gongzi is none other than the young palace master of the Xian Heavenly Star Palace, who came to the Xian Desolate Realm to practice. Xian Tian Star Palace? How is that possible? Upon hearing these words, the 18 ancestors of the Heavenly Tao Holy Land immediately narrowed their eyes and lost their voices. On top of the ancient books, he did vaguely see the legend of the Xian Tian Star Palace. It is rumored to dominate the 10,000 realms of the Xian Tian Star Field. In comparison, the Xuanwu realm was just a small, insignificant realm under its command, but that's too nebulous. No one has confirmed it at all. Now that Lu Tianmian had come from the Xian Tian Star Palace, how could this not surprise him? This kid can really pull his punches. The corner of the Devil Heavenly Bird's mouth twitched a bit, not expecting to really be hit by Lu Tianmian, the blind cat that stumbled upon the dead rat. Talking about a power, that's some serious karma. Impossible. The Xuanwu realm has become a realm of its own, and has long been closed to the outside star realm. For many years, it is impossible for the Xian Heavenly Star Palace to pay attention to our Xuanwu realm. At this moment, the Imperial Lord of the Longhua Imperial Dynasty said in a deep voice, believe it or not is up to you guys. In any case, today, my lord's old servant is here. If you guys want to take a shot at him, feel free to come. Lu Tianmian coldly laughed, with a big, empty-eyed flavor, just about to learn about this one's strength. The eyes of the 18 ancestors of the Heavenly Tao Holy Land were ice cold. They had lived for a long time, so naturally, it was impossible for them to be casually tricked by Lu Tianmai. What did he say about the young palace master of the Xian Tian Star Palace? He also said that he was the son of the Heavenly Tao of the Xian Tian Star Domain. Regardless, Your Excellency killed my Longhua Imperial Dynasty's Battle King. This matter is indeed difficult to settle. The Longhua Imperial Dynasty also spoke in a cold tone. Then you all go together. Let this father see how strong you are. The Devil Heavenly Bird laughed out loud, some of his battle spirit boiling over. Why do you need to strike together? This emperor can finish you off with a single strike. Emperor Lord Longhua's face was cold and heavy. He was at the Saint Realm and proudly looked down on the world. Devil Sky Sparrow, he could feel the deficit of his origin and his external strength. Don't take it seriously at all. At that moment, he slapped out a large hand, carrying an endless amount of holy might, and towards the demonic Heavenly Sparrow he just blasted away. It had to be said that when a saint made a move, it was indeed overbearing. As this palm fell, several nearby peaks were directly turned into flying ash. It's still just the aftermath. Many people's calves and stomachs cramped. Is this the strength of a saint? It is really overbearing. This palm would have no problem overcoming 1,000 miles in a square. Somewhat interesting, but if you want to defeat this father, you're still quite a bit short. The Devil Heavenly Sparrow sneered, and with a loud boom, he actually exerted his own body, and a gigantic and incomparable giant bird appeared, covering the sky and the sun by 1,000 feet. He poked out a claw, dark and morose, like it was cast in black iron. With a loud snap, it directly shattered the huge palm of the Longhua dynasty. Not only that, the sharp giant claw also tore out 3 bloody wounds on the body of the Imperial Lord of Longhua. Devil Heavenly Sparrow, you're actually from the Devil Heavenly Sparrow clan? Emperor Lord Longhua was shocked and lost his voice. This race is rumored to be unruly, and is well known in the Xian Tian Star Domain. However, the Xuanwu realm's location in the Xian Heavenly Planet realm was too remote, only seen it in books. Now that he had seen the legendary demon Heavenly Sparrow, it surprised him. The 18 ancestors of the Heavenly Tao Holy Land also narrowed their eyes. Demon Heavenly Sparrow, with such a terrifying race as a slave, Could it be that Lu Tiannian really had an extraordinary origin? A bit of insight, and you still know about my father's original body, worthy of being the descendant of that Long Tian kid. The devil Heavenly Sparrow laughed and said, Long Tian, the originator of my Manhwa imperial dynasty, rumored to have reached the immortal Dao realm. Who the hell are you? Emperor Lord Longhua's face changed drastically. I had thought that the devil's heavenly bird was a saint at most. Unexpectedly, even his patriarch seemed to recognize it and call the kid. His scalp went a little numb. Where does this guy come from that is so scary? It's all some old stories. This father doesn't care to mention it. I can only tell you that back then, this father had traveled in the Xuanwu realm, met that kid Long Tian, and casually pointed out a few of his points. Otherwise, I'm afraid he would have been killed by his enemies. Devil Heavenly Sparrow said in an indifferent tone. Emperor Lord Longhua's heart was wildly shaken. In his ancestor's handwritten notes, he did see a secret passage. Back when the ancestor was still weak, he was once instructed by a demonic heavenly sparrow. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to shed his skin and become a powerful person who shook the times. The demon heavenly bird in front of him was the strong person who had once instructed his ancestor. Impossible. So many years have passed. Even if the ancestor has returned to dust, no one can live for so long. Then, the Longhua dynasty frantically shook its head and said in a deep voice, he has always been majestic, looking down on heaven and earth. What the demon heavenly bird said was so unbelievable that it caused monstrous waves to rise in his heart. Dare to compel my imperial lord and dishonor the ancestors of my Longhua imperial dynasty. Die. At this moment, there was an old man from the Longhua imperial dynasty who drank. The strength of these old men was also very powerful. Each one of them was on the verge of reaching the saint realm, and together, their power was equally appalling. They struck out, radiating a terrifying divine light as they killed the demonic heavenly bird. A flash of cold contempt appeared in the eyes of the devil sky sparrow. Even if his strength was not at its peak, it was still not a problem to settle these guys. Boom! It opened its mouth and spat out a large mass of black flames, which just covered at those old men. It was none other than the demonic heavenly divine flame. The demon heavenly sparrow's origin flame. This kind of flame was extremely overbearing, and in the Xian Tian astral domain, it made countless powerhouses fear it. Chuckle. Those old men who struck out and sent out attacks were all burned into nothingness by the flames. In the end, they let out a miserable scream and turned into a ball of ashes. The backs of countless people's heads were ice cold. Those were 9 Half-Life level powerhouses, and they were actually all killed by a single strike from the demon heavenly sparrow. The ferocious might of this demon heavenly sparrow was too frightening. Emperor Lord Longhua's face also changed. Even if it was him, it wasn't that easy to kill these 9 old men easily. The strength of the devil heavenly bird undoubtedly made him scornful as well. Don't force me to make a move, or else, today, all of these powerhouses of your Longhua imperial dynasty will die. The devil heavenly sparrow's pair of ice-cold eyes looked at the Longhua imperial lord and coldly said, if it wasn't for the fact that he had a fragrant love affair with that kid, Long Tian, he wouldn't have shown any mercy. Emperor Lord Longhua's face changed for a moment before he finally gritted his teeth and nodded slightly. He also saw that the demon heavenly bird was terrifying. Don't want to make an enemy out of it. That's more like it. The devil heavenly sparrow smiled faintly. Then his gaze turned to Ji Wushwang and said coldly, how about it? Heavenly Dao Holy Land. Still want to compete? The faces of the people from the Heavenly Dao Holy Land were ugly. When has the Holy Land ever been so stifled? Being decapitated by someone who was a true disciple and an ancestor, and being so overwhelmed. If my expectation is correct, Your Excellency's origin is depleted. There should be a time limit for you to strike. At this moment, Jie Wushwang's eyes were deep as he suddenly stared at the demonic heavenly bird and smiled faintly. Indeed, the devil heavenly sparrow nodded its head. After the main body had been trapped for so many years, its origin was depleted. It was too severe. Even after devouring the origin of the heavenly demon emperor, that demon emperor's origin had also flowed out extremely miserably under the suppression of the soul-destroying sword. It could be said to be less than even 1/10,000th of what it had been at its peak. There is also limited recovery for it. If it continues to be so profligate, it does still have the potential to follow through. We only need to drag you to death, and Lu Tianmai still won't be able to escape us. Jie Wushwang smiled, his gaze looking towards Lu Tianmian with a strange color flashing in his eyes. In this kid's hands, he had the heavenly clash bell, heavenly refining cauldron, the weird immortal flame, and other supreme treasures. How can they let it go? He also had a vague intuition. Maybe the soul destruction sword also fell into this kid's hands. After all, the greatest chance of the Wuji sword sect had been won by their siblings. Chapter 120 Woman steps up. Dragging this father to his death. Are you sure that you, the heavenly Dao Holy Land, have the ability to do so? The devil heavenly sparrow's eyes showed a sneer. We will naturally know after trying. Ji Wushwang smiled faintly. Then, with his eyes looking at some of the heavenly Tao sacred ground elders behind him. He coldly shouted, "Form the heavenly Tao God trapping formation." Yes, those old men bellowed, their faces stoic. The heavenly Tao trapping God formation was none other than their Holy Land's famous grand formation. It is rumored that even gods can be trapped, so it is evident that it is overbearing. Rumble. In the next moment, many old men stood out in an arcane orientation and took out a large flag to form a large formation. Surging energy erupted, in which a strong suppressive force rose. Under this power, it would not be a problem to suppress people alive. The devil heavenly sparrow shouted angrily. A bunch of mole crickets, they also wanted to trap it. At that moment, surging black light was also emanating from its body, like a gigantic monster lashing out to break free from its bonds. Unfortunately, the Heaven's Path trapping God formation was truly extraordinary. Surprisingly, the devil heavenly bird, with its monstrous aura, was suppressed. The elders, though, all of them were spitting out blood, like at any moment the formation will disintegrate. But it did resist the demon sky sparrow for a few breaths. The devil heavenly sparrow's eyes were furious, very dissatisfied with the result, if it was at its peak, not to mention these half-saint realm old men. Even the peak of the holy Tao couldn't harm him a single bit. Brat, it's just you now, ushering in your sin of killing my true disciple. At this moment, Ji Wuxuan turned his gaze towards Lu Tianmian and sneered. With his strength, dealing with a severely injured Shindan realm brat was undoubtedly as simple as crushing an ant. If you guys dare to touch a single hair on his head, I will definitely destroy your heavenly Tao Holy Land. At this moment, the devil heavenly sparrow was furious and drank. It would take some time to break free from this grand formation, and during this period, with Ji Wuxuang's strength, dealing with Lu Tianming would indeed be simple. Destroying my heavenly Tao Holy Land. Even if you are an immortal Tao powerhouse, you may not have the ability to do so. Jia Wuxuang smiled blandly, somewhat mocking. After all these years, it could be said that the energy of the Heaven's Path Holy Land had accumulated to a point that was unimaginable to all beings. In the Xuanwu realm, he could be fearless of everything. Kid, seeing that you have good talent, if you are willing, take out all the secrets from your body, then join my heavenly Tao Holy Land and swear to serve my heavenly Tao Holy Land. I might be able to consider leaving you alive. Jia Wuxuang spoke indifferently and smiled. Lu Tianming's Great Desolate Emperor body was indeed a physique that amazed the ages. It would indeed be a bit of a shame to die like that. Clang! However, without uttering a single word, Lu Tianmian simply took out the giant K-heavy sword and placed it across his face. It was as if even if he was facing a saint, he dared to use this remnant of his body and engage in a battle. Having the guts, but drawing a sword on me, amongst the sword cultivators in the world. As far as this vigor is concerned, there are few who can match it. Jia Wuxuan laughed out loud. The admiration in his eyes became even more intense, but the cold killing intent at the bottom of his eyes was also slowly rising. The more demonic Lu Tianmai was, the greater the threat to the Heaven's Path Holy Land. He didn't want the Heaven's Path Holy Land, in the future, to have a peerless sword cultivator, a teenage enemy. Boom! At that moment, he stopped talking and pointed out a finger, killing towards Lu Tianmai. The strength of this finger's chi was so strong that it could simply crush the sky and the earth. Lu Tianmeng would be a completely impossible opponent even if he were 100 times more powerful. Each and every one of the ancient saints was a top-notch expert in the heavens and earth. Alas, at this time, within Lu Tianming's body, the white-clothed woman finally resounded, with a slight sigh. Originally, she hadn't planned to make a move, but now it seemed that Lu Tianmeng really couldn't solve the trouble in front of her. At that moment, she spoke in a cold tone and said, striking out at a teenager, "Your face is really thick." After saying that, in front of Lu Tianmeng, the white-clothed woman's doppelganger was once again appearing. There wasn't any chi, but Ji Wuxuang's fingers were unable to descend an inch. There are still strong people? Jia Wuxuang froze, and then, laughing, he said, "Your Excellency is his Dan Sage Master? Not bad." The white-clothed woman's tone was cold. This disciple that your Excellency has taught is heaven-defying enough. He even dares to kill my heavenly Tao Holy Land's true disciple. He's too bold. He's bound to make a big mess in the future. This seat is disciplining your disciple for you. Jia Wuxuan laughed. None of your business. However, the woman in white laughed coldly. Disciplining a disciple for this seat. Are you worthy? What are you? How dare you say this to this seat? Do you know that you are as weak as a speck of dust? This seat can even destroy you by blowing on your breath. Jia Wuxuan's face slowly grimaced. Your Excellency is too arrogant. Die. The white-clothed woman's tone was icy cold, not wanting to push more with this ant bug. Snort! She raised her own jade onion-like finger and directly pointed out a finger. There was no brilliant light blooming, nor was there an amazing aura. There was only a faint ghostly light that rushed toward Jia Wuxuang. However, when Ji Wuxuang saw this ghostly light, his face changed in shock. block it for me. Boom! Almost in an instant, he exerted his lifelong Dao techniques and condensed a thick shield of light in front of him, but it didn't work at all. As the finger light swept by, the light shield directly turned into pieces as if it had experienced millions of years of washing away. Then, poof, blood releases. Jia Wushuang's body instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist, dying miserably in the heavens and earth. An ancient saint, just like that, was killed in midair by the woman in white, with a hole in her finger. Everyone saw this scene and all of them were dumbfounded. Imperial Lord Longhua's face also changed in shock. Is this the person behind Lu Tianmai? This strength was strong far beyond their imagination. He couldn't help but feel a tinge of gratitude rise in his heart. It was fortunate that he hadn't made a move before. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'd end up as a corpse now. Imperial Lord, the strength of this woman. To what realm? At this time, beside him, there are old men also trembling. Teeth trembling said. Originally, there was still some disbelief in his heart for the Longhua Imperial Lord's admission of weakness. With the majesty of the Longhua dynasty, killing so many of their important figures, there was absolutely no way they would just stop. But the mysterious woman in white completely emboldened him once she struck. My God, killing a saint is effortless. This divine might had gone beyond their imagination. I don't know, but it's definitely not an ordinary saint. It's most likely a Saint King. Emperor Lord Longhua's face was grave, his words composed. Saint King? The old man's heart beat wildly. Such a strong person was considered an expert even in the ancient times. In today's day and age, it's even more synonymous with being unbeatable. Imperial Lord Longhua shook his head slightly, a bitter smile on his face. Who would have thought that a small adopted son of the Lu family would have tied up such a character behind his back? It's a real eye-opener. 18th brother. Who actually killed my 18th brother? I, the heavenly Dao Holy Land, will flay him even if I have to go to heaven and earth. Right at this moment, in the eastern wasteland, within the ancestral hall of the heavenly Dao sacred land, an incomparably angry roar was heard. Reaching the level of the 18th ancestor was already a top priority in terms of the heavenly Dao Holy Land. How being killed doesn't irritate them. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, within that ancestral hall, a terrifying aura revived like a volcanic eruption, shaking the endless mountains and rivers. A gigantic shadow manifested through the heavens. It was a silhouette, each carrying an ancient aura, like a million years of immortality, 1,000 ages of immortality. At this moment, not to mention the eastern wasteland, even the southern ridge, Middle Earth Divine Prefecture, and even the even more distant Beichuan and western Shu, there were all powerful people who sensed it, and each of them revealed astonished gazes. This was the holy land of the heavenly Dao, the 17th ancestor, the 15th ancestor, the 13th ancestor, the 10th ancestor, and others. There were a total of 8 old ancestor level figures. Each one was an expert among experts and could dominate the era. Now that they are manifested together, it is truly astounding. It's this seat. How about it? Are you all looking for death too? The white-clothed woman flew to the sky dome, her windy demeanor overwhelming, and said in a cold voice. Everyone was chilled. These were 8 invincible old ancestors. The woman in white faced them alone, and even slaughtered them. The crowd was in a cold sweat, wondering where the woman in white got the courage. How dare you, kill my 18 ancestors and still dare to speak out? No matter what your origin is, you will die today. On the dome of the sky, the largest of the silhouettes shouted angrily. He was the 10 ancestors of the heavenly Dao Holy Land. Chapter 121. The world is shocked. Even though he was separated by endless mountains and rivers, he still blasted his fist, a terrifying fist that resembled a magnificent mountain range, causing the heavens and earth to tremble crazily. Countless people wildly sucked in cool air. The 10 ancestors of the heavenly Dao Holy Land were truly terrifying. Without a doubt, this must be a Saint King level powerhouse. Unusual saints simply didn't have such strong battle power. Seeing this, the powerhouses of the Heaven's Path Holy Land all laughed out in exhilaration. Being relied upon by Lu Tianmian, he had killed so many important figures of the heavenly Dao Holy Land, they all felt suffocated. Now that the 8 old ancestors had stepped in, then they were able to let the Holy Land recover its face. Swish! However, the next moment, a scene that made them freeze appeared, only to see that in the face of the 10 ancestors of the heavenly Dao Holy Land, such a strong punch. The white-clothed woman Dong Hua, the corner of her mouth only hooked up a contemptuous smile. That look as if she was looking at an ant, the light of a glowing fire, but also puts on light? A sword light rushed out. There was no vast aura, like communicating the veins of heaven and earth. The fist that was thousands of miles in size was directly annihilated. Then, the sword light flashed, and with a poof, a head rushed out. The 10 ancestors of the heavenly Dao Holy Land head, separated from the body. The ancestral hall of the heavenly Dao sacred ground instantly set off an uproar. The remaining 7 old ancestors roared. You killed our 10 ancestors? I'm not only going to kill your 10 ancestors, you 7 ants die as well. Piss me off and there's no need for the Heaven's Path Holy Land to even exist. The white-clothed woman's tone was cold. The 7 elder ancestors were shaken with rage. This white-clothed woman was truly wild beyond bounds. The Holy Land had never been so strangely humiliated. Sacrifice the ancestral weapon. At that moment, an old ancestor shouted angrily. Boom! Inside the ancestral hall, a stone mirror rushed out, emitting an eternal light that illuminated the heavens and earth. It was none other than the Heavenly Tao Holy Land's treasure, the Heavenly Tao Mirror. This mirror was ranked 17th in the list of imperial armaments of the heavens, much stronger than even Lu Tianming's heaven-refining cauldron. However, the woman in white still had indifferent eyes, and the lightsaber in her hand swept, a ray of sword light slicing through. There was a click. The Heavenly Tao Mirror, directly sliced in half. Meanwhile blood continued to spray. Within the ancestral hall, 7 old ancestors, all dead. The heads were placed neatly like leather balls in front of the ancestral hall. In an instant, the world was in an uproar. Countless people were shocked to the point of skepticism. That's the Heavenly Tao Mirror, an unrivaled imperial weapon. Under the immortal Tao realm, it was a near-invincible existence. But by the woman in white, a sword cut in half, and across the endless mountains and rivers, he wiped out all 7 old ancestors of the Heavenly Tao Holy Land. What kind of strength is this? Supreme! It's at least a supreme-level powerhouse. Many trembled. This is out of the realm of, well, the Holy Way. It was also infinitely close to the Imperial Tao realm. It was impossible for an ordinary Saint Tao powerhouse to cut through an unawakened Imperial weapon. Even if you are a supreme being, you shouldn't have slaughtered my Heaven's Path Sacred Land's old ancestor like this. At this moment, an angry voice rang out from within the ancestral hall. Then the surging breath shook the Qianquan. There was no doubt that a few of the top-ranked old ancestors of the Heavenly Tao Holy Land, someone had revived. Such characters have existed for even longer years. Cultivation has also reached an unbelievable level. Now the recovery weather is naturally amazing. A bunch of ants. How dare they repeatedly disobey? Heaven's Path Holy Land. There's no need for it to exist. The white-robed woman's tone was devoid of the slightest bit of emotion. The sword in his hand, once again, shook. A terrifying sword might swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. At this moment, the Eastern Wasteland, Western Shu, Northern Sichuan, and the Middle Earth Divine Kingdom, the 5 major sectors of the world, all the powerhouses were shocked. Like there's a Gaijin sword immortal making a move. The world essence is shaking. Everyone's scalp exploded. What kind of strong person was this? A single sword momentum could make the Xuanwu realm seem like it was about to collapse, and it could simply scare people out of their wits. Lu Tianming was also dumbfounded, not having thought that the woman in white was so strong. An aura that overwhelmed the Xuanwu realm. What kind of godly battle power is this? To think that he had dared to steal a kiss from the other before, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If the woman in white was willing, with a single look, he was afraid that he could die tens of thousands of times. Kid, now you know how terrifying this woman is. You are indeed dreaming if you dare to have thoughts about her. At this time, the demon Heavenly Sparrow had already returned to Lu Tianming's body and laughed heatedly. It knew that once the woman in white stepped in, there would be nothing left for it. Just watch it power up. So what? A sword cultivator of my generation has to get on a woman when he sees her. In case she is blind, said Lu Tianmian without blushing. Got guts. The demon Heavenly Bird immediately gave Lu Tianming a thumbs up. He realized that although this kid was pathetically weak, he was the man with the most balls in the whole world. Lu Tianmian raised his head and looked at the white-clothed woman's overwhelming beauty, but the corner of his mouth grinned, and slowed down. And just as the woman in white was about to strike, to destroy the entire Heavenly Tao Holy Land with a single sword, within that ancestral hall, a hunchbacked old man, hurriedly rolled and crawled out from within a coffin. The whole body shivered. To the woman in white, arched his hand and said, I am Song Dao. I have seen seniors. Before I did not know the divine might of seniors. There are many offenses. Please seniors magnanimous. Spare the Heavenly Tao Holy Land this time. Saying that he even made a salute to the end, almost crouching down on his knees to the woman in white. The demeanor was humble to a fault. Many eyes went round. Song Du, the great ancestor of the Heavenly Tao Holy Land. A character who was almost forgotten by history. It was actually begging to the woman in white. They feel like their 3 senses have collapsed. Great ancestor, why are you being so humble to her? Even if she reaches the Imperial Tao, with my Heavenly Tao sacred ground's accumulation of countless thousands of years, we may not be without a battle. Some of the old men of the Heavenly Tao sacred land roared angrily. Living in the holy land of Heavenly Tao, they were used to being superior. It never occurred to them that there were people in the world that they couldn't afford to mess with. Shut the hell up. However, that great ancestor instantly became furious, and with a snap, he slapped those old men into mush with a palm, roaring, Give dare to say one more word, and I'll kill his entire clan. Cultivating to his level, he naturally knew that there were people outside of people, and there were heavens outside of heavens. Great emperors could look down on the Xuanwu realm with pride, but what about the vastness of the stars? The immortal Dao realm was the true powerhouse. He reckoned that the woman was bound to be an immortal Dao realm figure. Maybe something went wrong and the strength couldn't be utilized at its peak, but it was also very easy to clean them up. If the woman is powerful, fear of the ancestors' revival is of little use. He naturally cringed. After all, the Xian Tian astral domain was too vast. It was normal for some great powers of the immortal Dao realm to descend on their Xuanwu realm. Upon hearing this, those old men were silenced, not daring to say a word more. To make a great ancestor who had cultivated to the level of Xian, fear to this extent, the strength of this woman in white could really scare people to death. Seeing as your ancestors of the heavenly Dao Holy Land also counted as having done merit for all living beings, I'll spare you once. Remember that it's fine for young people to have normal encounters, but if anyone dares the older generation to bully Lu Tianmian, this seat will definitely extinguish his Dao, and he won't be able to return to the world. The white-clothed woman's tone was indifferent, and her voice spread to the world. All the powerhouses of the Xuanwu realm trembled. The woman in white was too imposing, said there was no difference between killing them and stepping on a bunch of ants. Who would dare to mess with Lu Tianmeng in the future? Yes. For a while, all over the world, respectful and incomparable voices came out. Lu Tianmeng also laughed, so the woman in white was so strong. Shake yourself up later. At that moment, he looked at the powerhouses of the Jade Void sect, the Yin Yang sect, and the Heavenly Enlightenment Palace and laughed. Don't you guys want to kill me? Come on, old me. I'll stand and let you guys kill me now, said, sticking his neck out like he was begging for death. Those people instantly gave a jolt, and their faces piled up with pleasing smiles. Just kidding. If they kill Lu Tianmeng, the woman in white estimated that a single strand of hair could kill them all. At this point, Jian Yuan Tian then opened his heart and felt that he had made the right investment. With the relationship between Jianjin and Lu Tianmian, who else would dare to mess with their 10,000 swords sect in the South Ridge in the future? He suddenly wanted to slap himself, feeling that he should have stood by Lu Tianmian's side regardless just now. Otherwise, his 10,000 sword sect's benefits would be even greater than they are now. However, Jianjin had a liver in gall to Lu Tianmai. Based on this alone, it was enough to make their 10,000 sword sect a sight to behold. At this moment, a smile appeared on Jianjin's face. Proud to have a brother like Lu Tianmeng. Damn it, who said that brother Lu came from a poor background and had no backing? The other party's backer, when taken out, could simply abuse the entire Xuanwu realm. Lu Tianmian's master, so strong. At this moment, Li Yanran also set off monstrous waves in her heart. Unexpectedly, Lu Tianmeng had this kind of background. The strength of the woman in white also shook her beyond words. For a while, Lu Tianmeng's image of a scoundrel in her mind was much changed. This is simply the king of leaning. How about it? Li Yanran, have you considered letting you be this young master's maid? I can tell you first, maybe after a while, if you beg to be my maid, this young man won't even be interested in you anymore. At this time, Lu Tianmeng swept his gaze, just in time to see Li Yanran's stagnant appearance, and grinned. As he spoke, he also pursed his hair in a masterful and lonely manner. Go to hell. Li Yanran instantly turned red with her pretty face. What does it matter to you if people are strong? Having such a strong master, but your strength is still so weak. This Dan girl looks down on you even more. After saying that, she contemptuously skimmed her mouth, took a step with her slender and white jade legs, and left this place. Lu Tianmeng touched the tip of his nose, not realizing that this could even invite mockery. But the woman in white hanging so much did still give him some pressure. It would be a bit of a shame if you didn't compete yourself. Chapter 122 Departure. Sacred Land Heavenly Pride. The matter, falling away. The world is in an uproar. Lu Tianmeng had killed more than 5,000 geniuses within the secret territory, including the Yin Yang Saint's son, Zhang Feng, the 9th prince of the Longhua imperial dynasty, Li Xuanxiu, and others. It was so shocking that everyone was appalled. Even more amazingly, the legendary demonic heavenly sparrow was his servant, a white-robed sword fairy, his master. The woman was magnificent and beautiful. Just the aura of drawing the sword caused the Xuanwu realm to nearly collapse. The crowd felt like they were listening to a mythological story. How strong is the woman in white? No one knows. Many people speculated that it stepped into the realm of the immortal Dao. In our Xuanwu realm, are there any great aptitudes in the immortal Dao realm? Some people wonder. It's hard to say. The Xuanwu realm is also considered to be vast people outstanding. There are indeed suspected several strong people in history stepping into this realm, such as the Kunlun ancient emperor, Dan ancestor, etc. Someone spoke up. In any case, a true sword immortal came out. It's all seismic. whoever dared to bully the current Lu Tianmeng. Based on this alone, in the entire Xuanwu realm, his status was infinitely exalted. Just as the outside world was talking about this, heaven and earth shook. Instead, Lu Tianmeng returned to the Lu family. The current Lu family was undoubtedly hot in Southridge. Many sects and denominations came to flatter and curry favor. Even the Middle Kingdom, people came. It can be hilarious. Lu Tianmeng just smiled at this, so the Lu family's safety could be guaranteed. He returned to the eastern wasteland and could rest easy. Kid, don't be too complacent. Although the woman in white has shocked the world for you, there is a possibility that it will attract the attention of a stronger existence. The origin of an immortal Dao powerhouse can be enough for many old guys to disregard everything. At this time, the devil Heavenly Sparrow suddenly reminded, someone else dares to hit on me? Lu Tianmeng was stunned. It's hard to say. In any case, it's better to keep a low profile. Immortal Dao powerhouses aren't strong enough for you to walk sideways. Devil Sky Bird solemnly said. According to his estimation, the extraterrestrial stars, someone should have planted themselves in the Xuanwu realm. Some forces would still be surprising if they exerted their true undercurrents. Lu Tianming nodded his head slightly. The woman in white had told him that there were people outside of people, and there were heavens outside of heaven. Indeed, the world should not be underestimated. It seems that it's still necessary to raise your strength. Lu Tianming smacked his lips. His own strength was still too weak right now. It was good that this time, he killed 5,000 geniuses and seized their storage bags. The resources in it are also extremely large. Lu Tianyan used the heaven refining cauldron to refine a 9 stripes golden pill, allowing himself to reach the extreme realm and the divine pill realm as well, smoothly breaking into the Dao King realm. By this moment, the quality of the power chi in Lu Tianming's body was at least 5 times more powerful than before. His body had an inexhaustible divine power in general, which made him feel good. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and could not help but look at the woman in white, wanting to speak. What do you want to say? Donghua seemed to sense that Lu Tianmian had something to say and said in a cold voice, cough. Lu Tianmian gave a dry laugh and licked his face. Remember before, you said that you'd let me reach the Dao King realm within 3 years. Am I now able to heal your wounds again? Snap. As soon as the words fell, the woman in white instantly slapped her face, causing Lu Tianmian to be beaten into a pig's head, and a flash of annoyance surfaced on her stunning age-old face. Inside your brain all day long. What the hell are you thinking about? I'm also doing this for your own good. Lu Tianmai wanted to cry. You found the soul destruction sword. The origin of this bronze ancient coffin has recovered some. With this stock origin, I can heal myself, the woman in white coldly said. Lu Tianmeng sighed lightly, feeling that his benefits were gone. You're disappointed. Are you not going to continue looking for the chaotic 10 swords in the future? The woman in white laughed dangerously. Of course not. Will definitely try my best to find it, so that you can recover your peak sooner. Lu Tianmian was serious and said resoundingly, that's more like it. The woman in white snorted coldly. That said, the soul destruction sword, what exactly does it do? Why is it that when I communicate with it, I don't even get half a response? Lu Tianmeng said doubtfully, your strength is still low now. When you are strong to a certain point, you will naturally know the divine might of the soul destruction sword. Improve your strength properly, the woman in white faintly said. Lu Tianshur nodded. It seemed that he didn't have enough strength to mobilize the treasures even if he found them with great difficulty. It's so sad. After staying in the Lu family for a few more days like this, Lu Tianmeng left the place. He's going back to the Kunlun Holy Land. Brother Heaven's destiny, when will you come back? Lu Ling's big eyes were filled with reluctance, and her beautiful eyes filled with tears as she said, I will come back when I have time. Lu Tianming smiled gently, then touched Lu Ling's small head and laughed. Cultivate well, and when you're strong, you can also come to find your brother. Good. Lu Ling chimed in. She could also feel that her strength had been surging recently. I'm afraid it won't be long before it's extremely strong. When the time came, she would beat away whoever bullied Brother Heaven's destiny. Lu Tianmeng parted with the people of the Lu family. Then he boarded a cloud ship and flew away from this place. Of course before that, he also refined quite a few pills and gave them to Jianjin. This fellow was extremely kind enough to him, so he naturally wouldn't treat the other party poorly. Next time we meet, I'll buy you a drink. Jianjin laughed. Good. Lu Tianmeng nodded with a faint smile. Father, I want to enter the Heavenly Sword sect. After Lu Tianming left, Jianjin suddenly said solemnly, are you crazy? That Heavenly Sword Gate is an ancient land guarded by our 10,000 Swords sect, and it is rumored that there are great risks in it. Jian Yuantian's face changed and said, my brother is so strong. I don't want to be too weak, and sometimes in life, you just have to push yourself, don't you? Jianjin laughed. At this moment, the sword intent emanating from his entire body was steeply powerful by a large margin. Jian Yuantian was shocked in his heart. only to realize that Jianjun had indeed changed a lot after befriending Lu Tianmian, and had even inspired the heart of a strong man. This is something that, before, was not available. Father wishes you success in coming out. Jian Yuantian nodded solemnly and patted Jianjun's shoulder. If the sword truly succeeded, the Xuanwu realm would definitely see the emergence of an unparalleled heavenly pride. After all, that heavenly sword sect was rumored to be a relic of a powerful immortal Dao. The 10,000 sword sect had studied it for so many years without the slightest clue. Brother Lu, when I get out of customs, we'll have a good fight. Jianjun laughed aloud, with a forward motion in his heart. Riding on the cloud ship, flying all the way, it only took about 4 or 5 days before Lu Tianmeng returned to the eastern desolate realm. This trip to the South Ridge, he had indeed gained a lot. Hey, have you heard? The Kunlun Holy Land's True Disciple Conference is about to be held. This is about the ranking of the true disciples of the Kunlun Holy Land. I heard that getting the first place, there is a chance to enter the Kunlun realm. That is when the Kunlun ancient emperor enlightened the Tao. The chance is endless. On the cloud ship, there were still quite a few eastern wasteland cultivators talking about it. Recently, in the Kunlun Holy Land, the True Disciple Conference had attracted the attention of many people. Nearly a quarter of the eastern wasteland was held by the Kunlun Holy Land. This is a rare event. True Disciple Conference? In the crowd, Lu Tiannian was dressed in rough clothes and carried a long sword on his back. Granted, with his current financial resources, he is perfectly capable of wearing damask and silk, with a dignified air, but having grown up frugal, he didn't do that. Hearing the words of the crowd, Lu Tianmeng couldn't help but have a strange color swept across his eyes. He was naturally aware of the True Disciple Conference. I've heard it only opens every 10 years. In the past, when the beauty master made him the Holy Son, there were many people who opposed it. The words claimed that he did not come out of the True Disciple Conference. Standing out, being a saintly son can be disconcerting. I never thought that this time when I returned to the Kunlun Holy Land, I would catch such an event. The Kunlun realm, on the other hand, was known as the greatest place of inheritance in the Holy Land, and was rumored to have the secrets of the immortal Dao realm. Lu Tianming's heart was also a bit on fire. He couldn't help but have a smirk on his lips. What do you guys say? This Kunlun Sacred Ground True Disciple Conference, who is the one who has the most hope to come out on top? At this time, someone asked. It's hard to say. There are 99 true disciples in the Kunlun Holy Land. Each of them is a genius among 10,000, and some of them are in seclusion. Some of them are in training. Those who have seen them strike are few and far between, and no one knows their strengths, just how strong they are. Many people shook their heads. To that point, do not all have a bottom card, not a saving grace. No, although the true disciples of the Kunlun Holy Land are extraordinary, there are 6 true disciples among them that are the most famous. At this time, a teenager suddenly laughed. Which 6? Some cultivators were curious. The Kunlun Sacred Ground was too sublime, and their information about it was limited. First, naturally, is the Oriental Qingchang, her ancient great saint memories, but the immortal Yu Great Emperor, back then, the most beloved disciple. And I heard that immortal Yu Great Emperor, back then, before he died, he handed over a secret place all to her, where there are the chances of the immortal Dao domain, the true strength of the Oriental Qingchang. No one knows how strong it is. The teenager spoke eloquently. The crowd nodded, not denying it. If one were to talk about the Eastern Wasteland, the person who was most like the sun was undoubtedly Dongfang Qingcheng. She was hailed as the most promising person to break into the immortal Dao realm in this era. The entire Kunlun Sacred Ground, still leaving no stone unturned to cultivate her. A woman to be feared as a god indeed. As for the others, they are the Dark Fairy, Mo Cho, who I heard possesses the Dark Imperial body and has terrifying potential. The Blade King, Li Ao, with a hand of blade. I heard that he has reached the realm of the divine. Once in Western Shu, he killed 10 peak Dao King realm powerhouses with a single blade, and became famous in all directions. And this is his battle record 5 years ago. How strong he is now can be imagined. Fire King, Zhang Lingxiao, it's not only an alchemy genius, but also possesses a heavenly yang fire body, rumored to have already stepped into the realm of the saint body with 1 foot, and rarely makes a move. But as the young master of the Zhong family, I think it won't be simple. The teenager took a sip of tea and slowly said. The crowd slowly nodded their heads. The Zhong family, this was a famous ancient family in the Eastern Wasteland, and its might made the 4 great holy lands, all slightly fearful. As the young master of the Zhong family, he was definitely not a weakling, and a number of people were curious at that moment. The young man smiled young. As for the other 3, they are the Dragon King, the 4th prince of the Longhua Imperial dynasty. His real name is Long Jifeng. It is rumored that the ancient dragon bloodline of the Longhua Imperial dynasty is extremely advanced, and amongst the crowd of emperors, there are few people who can compare to it. The last two, a sword cultivator and body cultivator respectively, are both very strong. Of course, the Kunlun sacred ground has crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Besides these 6, there might be other dark horses. In short, this true disciple conference will definitely be very exciting, the teenager said with a smile. Worthy of being the young master of the Eastern Wasteland Tianji Pavilion, the information is really good, but if you ask me, I'm afraid that Your Excellency has understated one person. At this moment, someone said, Tianji Pavilion young master. Many people were surprised, and then realized. It was rumored that the Heavenly Chance Pavilion was good at gathering information from all over the world, and it was normal for the other party, as the young lord of the Heavenly Chance Pavilion, to be so familiar with the Kunlun sacred ground. Could you be talking about the contemporary sacred son of the Kunlun sacred land, Lu Tianmeng? The young man seemed to understand what the man had said and said, naturally, Lu Tianmian is the one who defeated Dongfang Qingcheng amongst the same level, and is rumored to have reached the extreme realm in all 3 realms, so it can be said that there is no one in all of history, and cannot be underestimated. The cultivator laughed. The crowd nodded silently. They had heard about Lu Tianmian's demonic nature. A small family's adopted son became the holy son of the Kunlun Holy Land. Although young, life experience, but very rich, admirable, Lu Tianmian is indeed not a pool animal. Many people are looking forward to who will win and who will lose in the second battle between him and Dongfang Qingcheng. The teenager nodded. In my opinion, that Lu Tianmian is a dragon and phoenix among men, heavenly indulgence in divine martial arts, a true immortal descending from the earth, unrivaled in all ages, a handsome match that will surely win, that cultivator said with a look of reverence. Many people were stunned. This guy had exaggerated Lu Tianmai a bit too much, right? What was he going to fight with Dongfang Qingcheng? At the true disciple assembly, Dongfang Qingcheng would not suppress her realm. Your Excellency must be Lu Tianmian. The corner of the teenager's mouth twitched as he said, you recognized it. Lu Tianmeng immediately froze. The reason why he knew that the teenager came from Tianji Pavilion was that the jade pendant on the other party's waist had the word Tianji on it. Many people's tea was about to be spewed out, so it turned out that Lu Tianmian was praising himself. That's some thick skin. The young man laughed. Brother Lu, with an extraordinary aura and an age similar to that of Lu Tianmian, I heard that you are returning to the Eastern Wasteland recently, so it is not difficult to recognize you. However, the true disciple assembly, I'm afraid you won't end up well. After all, in the Kunlun sacred ground, more than half of the true disciples are all dependent on Dongfang Qingcheng. Lu Tianmeng smiled lightly, unconcerned, just beat them into submission when the time comes. There's a spirit. The teenager laughed out loud, feeling that Lu Tianmai, on the contrary, was more interesting than the rumors. Chapter 123 Within the Dragon Vein. Meanwhile, the Kunlun Holy Land, Virgin Peak, Dongfang Qingcheng was sitting cross-legged at a high position, her golden robes flashing with golden light. Like a proud empress, there are many true disciples in the palace. The breath on Dongfang Qingcheng's body was extremely strong. Obviously during this period of time, her strength had increased greatly again. At the moment she was reading a piece of intelligence. Only after a long time did she put it down and said with a faint smile, it's surprising that there's a sword immortal behind Lu Tianmian. At this moment, beside Dongfang Qingcheng, there was also Lu Ruolin, who had long been shocked beyond words. With a trembling voice, she said, Sister Holy Maiden, that guy Lu Tianmian, he really did kill more than 5,000 cultivators in the Wuji mysterious realm. She'd heard the news too and couldn't believe it. Just how strong was Lu Tianmeng's battle power to be able to do this? Not to mention the fact that there was a sword immortal behind it, which made it even more sensational. In that case, the 3 Gongsun swords I sent out back then were all killed by this sword immortal. At this moment, Star Soul also had a slightly numb scalp and said in a shocked voice, a sword immortal. This was even more legendary in the current world. The fact that Lu Tianmeng was guarded by such a great man surprised him as well. It was Lu Tianmian who made the move. And with that sword immortal strength, he wouldn't have taken them to heart. Dongfang Qingcheng shook her head. What now? Star Soul bellowed angrily. How this kid gets stronger and stronger the more he presses. It simply doesn't make sense. At this rate, they're really going to have trouble sleeping and eating. True disciple assembly, I will let him settle it. Dongfang Qingcheng said in a faint voice. Originally, she had thought that Lu Tianmai was too weak and boring. Right now, there was no doubt that Lu Tianmeng had the qualifications to make her take her seriously for a moment or two. Star Soul let out a long breath, and for Dongfang Qingcheng, he also trusted unconditionally. You brat. This time in the limitless mysterious realm, it really stirred up the world. And just as Lu Tianmai returned, he was detected by the Obsidian Heavenly Father and transmitted him to the Divine Heavenly Palace, where the Obsidian Heavenly Father patted Lu Tianmai's shoulder and laughed out loud. Originally, he had only wanted Lu Tianmeng to go to the South Ridge for some training. By the way, take a breath under the pressure of Dongfang Qingcheng. As a result, this kid was good, killing almost all the outstanding geniuses in the younger generation of the South Ridge. One man, one sword. This battle was too dizzying. Lu Tianmeng laughed. It's them who seek death. The Obsidian Heavenly Father coughed dryly and suddenly said, the master behind you is truly a legendary sword immortal. As fake as it is, it will only be stronger than what the world imagines. Lu Tianmeng nodded his head. Bull. The Obsidian Heavenly Father laughed out loud and couldn't help but give Lu Tianmeng a thumbs up. Go, I'll take you to a place, Obsidian Heavenly Father said. What place? Lu Tianmeng was stunned. You will naturally know when you come. The Obsidian Heavenly Father smiled faintly. Lu Tianmeng was curious, and at that moment, he followed Obsidian Heavenly Father and walked towards the depths of the hall. The Great Hall is where successive holy lords have lived, very mysterious to outsiders. Not long after passing through several side halls, the Obsidian Heavenly Father led Lu Tianmeng to a secret room. Inside the chamber, there is a secret door. When you open the dark door, there is a passageway that goes straight underground and is very deep. I don't know where it led to, but here Lu Tianmeng could feel a very pure spiritual qi gushing out. The pores of his entire body were extremely greedy, crazily absorbing this aura. Where is it down here? Lu Tianmeng was stunned. I didn't expect that under the divine heavenly palace, there would be a secret passage. This is the true core of my Kunlun sacred land, which leads to the underground dragon vein. Obsidian Heavenly Father's eyes were complicated. Underground dragon vein? Lu Tianmeng was startled. He naturally knew that there was a dragon vein underneath the Kunlun Holy Land. This is the Holy Land's name to shake the eastern wasteland and flourish fundamentally. And the woman in white also said that he Kunlun Holy Land under the dragon vein. Interesting things. He couldn't help but be more curious. What's really under the dragon vein? It was also puzzling why the Obsidian Heavenly Father would take him to the dragon vein. Half an hour later, they finally arrived deep underground. Lu Tianmeng realized that the rocks around him had all turned into spirit stones, and each one of them was emitting pure spirit qi. The dragon vein meanders and twists, truly like a giant dragon coiled deep in the earth. Intimidating. It can be said to take over the creation of heaven and earth. Lu Tianmeng also realized that under the absorption of this aura, his earth sword intent had actually become much more pure and robust. The power of the earth here can be too much stronger than on the ground, and with the power of the earth dragon, it will indeed be extremely beneficial to your earth sword intent. The Obsidian Heavenly Father laughed lightly. He was all a bit in awe. Just a short month or so, Lu Tiannian never knew anything about the sword Dao, but he had actually comprehended 5 types of sword intent, which was truly astonishing. According to this demonic degree, in the future, surpassing Chulingxin, the senior sister who made the Xuanwu realm, countless strong people have a headache for her, would not be a problem. Lu Tianmeng smiled and nodded, knowing that the Obsidian Heavenly Father had asked him to come down, not for him to comprehend the qi of the earth here. They moved on. It wasn't long before the duo finally stopped and saw a stone room. It was artificially opened up, only a few dozen feet. Inside the stone room, there was a prison cage. Among them was a white-haired woman, chained up. His entire body's qi was dried up and his white hair was like a dry corpse. Who is this? Lu Tiannian was dismayed that a woman was sealed under the dragon vein. The woman's aura was strong, like a giant dragon slumbering. Intense scorn rose in all of his hearts. This is one of our ancestors. Color Star. The Obsidian Heavenly Father had a complicated gaze. Back then, in the Kunlun ancient land, one of the 2 major disciples, Ancestor Color Star, Lu Tianmeng's pupils contracted dramatically. In the ancient history of the Kunlun sacred land, apart from the patriarch, who was mighty, the most dazzling were his 2 major disciples. It was rumored that they had all reached the realm of Dao formation and could harden themselves against emperors. At that time, the Kunlun ancient emperor was far away, and the 2 great disciples of the Dao completion realm sat in the Holy Land, which could be said to be in full bloom. But rumor has it that the colored stars, sitting in the Holy Land for just a few hundred years, have similarly disappeared. Some people say that she practiced kung fu and became obsessed with it, and has sat down and died. It was also said that she had been framed for death by the people of the human Tendo sanctuary. Some even said that she left the Xuanwu realm to follow in the footsteps of the Kunlun emperor. It was surprising that it was actually within the dragon vein of the Kunlun Holy Land. Could it be that the one trapping her is another ancestor? The killing army? Lu Tianming's eyes narrowed as he said, that was the great disciple of the patriarch. Slightly stronger than the Color Star ancestor. Not bad. Obsidian Heavenly Father nodded slightly. The 2 of them have been making the Kunlun sacred ground break up because of their philosophical disagreements. Master Uncle brought you here because he wanted to see if he could help the colorful star ancestor break free from his shackles. Lu Tiannian smiled bitterly, So that was what senior uncle was planning. The woman in white behind him wouldn't be able to make a random move. I'll try my best to try. Then, Lu Tianmeng murmured, he still has immortal fire. Even the heavenly Dao shackles of the Great Desolate Emperor body could be burned off. It shouldn't be a problem to deal with this chain forged with human power. Good. The observant Heavenly Father smiled excitedly. If the colorful star ancestor was revived, the many years of struggle over the Dao lineage in the Kunlun sacred ground would be able to come to an end. Only then will the Kunlun sacred land be healthy and reproduce. Otherwise keep fighting like this. It wouldn't be long before the Holy Land was extinct. In the time after that, Lu Tiannian came here when he had nothing else to do, and used the immortal fire to calcine the iron chain. It had to be said that the immortal flame was indeed magical, and seemed to have a great restraint on the metals of the world, and under its calcination, the iron chain became thinner and thinner day by day, and the white-haired woman seemed to be able to sense that Lu Tianmai was helping him, and was likewise instructing him to absorb the majestic aura within the dragon vein, and the power of the earth. Under these circumstances, Lu Tianmeng's strength grew wildly at an astonishing rate. In just half a month, he had reached the third sky of the Dao King realm. It was important to know that at the Dao King realm, each ascension to the heavens was much more difficult than before. Lu Tianmeng, however, elevated 3 heavens in half a month, saying it is enough to make countless people envious. Earth Sword Intent. On this day, Lu Tiannian was practicing his sword in a barren mountain in the Kunlun Holy Land when he let out a loud shout, and the Lingfang sword in his hand instantly turned into an earth-colored color. When the sword slashed down, with a loud boom, the earth looked like it had been cracked open. A crack as long as 100 feet appeared, and smoke and dust filled the air, making for an amazing sight. Not bad. After absorbing half a month's worth of earth chi, this earth sword intent of mine is at least 3 times more powerful than before. Lu Tianmeng smiled. His 5 types of sword intent actually vaguely smell like unity. It's pretty amazing. It was very difficult to realize that the sword intent was united. Even the wizards of the sword path could go off the deep end. Not to mention the 5 types of sword intent. It's almost impossible to accomplish. However, Lu Tianmeng knew how to concoct pills, and under the constant concocting of the enlightenment pill, he did get close to doing it. It's not an advantage comparable to others. Humph, senior brother Lu, you've been back for half a month, yet you haven't been looking for people, making them look for you. Just then, a young girl's petulant grunt came out. Chapter 124 Battle Technique Hall. When Lu Tianmeng's gaze turned around, he found Zhong Jianxi walking in a red dress. After not seeing her for a while, this little ninny's breath was quite powerful. Her face was exquisite, her figure was concave and convex, and she was extremely alluring. I've been busy for the past half a month. Lu Tianmeng smiled faintly. Zhong Jianxi was one of the few friends he had in the Kunlun Holy Land. He has also always treated her like a sister. Big brother Lu, extremely powerful. What he did in the South Ridge stirred up the 8 directions. Recently the world has been rumored how Big Brother Lu is divine, Zhong Jianxi said with a smile. Also aware of the pressure on Brother Lu, he didn't stick to the other too much. Not bad. Lu Tianmeng touched the tip of his nose. Being reminded by the demon heavenly bird, he was really a bit wary, afraid of some unearthly powerhouse, looking for trouble from him. The one who dared to make an enemy of the woman in white was far from being an enemy of the current him. Brother Lu, let's go. Today is the day when the Battle Technique Hall, the 3rd floor and above, is opened. Let's go and have a look. Zhong Fiangxi laughed jovially. The true disciple assembly was imminent, and now throughout the Holy Land, all the true disciples were sharpening their swords. If the performance is outstanding, the status will rise steeply. The opening of the 3rd floor and above of the Hall of Battle Techniques caused many true disciples to be interested. Battle Technique Hall. Lu Tianmeng's heart stirred. He had heard that within the Battle Technique Hall, there was a collection of Kunlun sacred ground, countless years of battle technique aptitudes, and he was curious as well. But unless it's a particularly big deal, the area above the 3rd floor won't be opened. Now that the Hall of Battle Techniques opened before the True Disciple Conference, he was naturally moved. If he found a powerful battle technique, it would not help him much at the conference. Where's Li Yuanji? Why haven't I heard anything about her lately? On the way to the Battle Technique Hall, Lu Tianmian seemed to think of something and smiled faintly. There was the experience of the last 4 palace competition. He's also on good terms with Li Yuanji. Sister Li Yuanji went to Beichuan. Their Li family is a prestigious family in Beichuan, rumored to be one of the important families of the House of 10,000 Treasures. Zhong Jianxi laughed. 10,000 treasures building? Lu Tianmeng raised the tip of his eyebrows slightly. This was the Chamber of Commerce that was famous in the Xuanwu realm. Rumor has it that even beyond the stars, there is business. I didn't realize that Li Yuanji's family was so extraordinary. Our Kunlun sacred land, as an ancient power in the eastern wasteland, has disciples all over the world. so it's normal to have some outstanding sons and daughters from other great clans. I heard that there might even be geniuses from other worlds. Zhong Jianqi laughed lightly. Lu Tianzhi nodded his head. The Xuanwu realm was very small in the heavenly realms. It is indeed possible that there are geniuses from other worlds who come here, but those guys are generally pretty low-key. He hadn't heard much about it so far. In this way, all the way to the east of the Kunlun sacred land, Lu Tianmeng and Zhong Jianqi arrived at the top of a mountain peak not long after. At the top of the mountain, there was a pagoda with 9 floors, standing majestically. The weather is solemn. Lu Tianmeng knew something about the Hall of Battle Techniques. I heard that the first 3 floors of the Hall of Battle Techniques require at least the top-ranked inner disciple to enter. On the 3rd to 6th floors, only true disciples could enter. As for the 6th floor and above, those who were able to enter were all heavenly talents from various periods. It was heard that Dongfang Qingcheng had once entered the 8th floor of the Hall of Battle Techniques for a special reason, finding a book of palmistry that is famous all over the world. As for the 9th floor, no disciple had ever entered. Inside information, nothing. Lu Tianmeng looked at the Hall of Battle Techniques, and his eyes were somewhat curious, not knowing what kind of battle techniques he would find in it. I heard from the elders of the family that in the 9th floor of the Hall of Battle Techniques, there is an ancient immortal technique, a true immortal ranked avatar, and if you practice it the benefits are endless. I wonder if Brother Lu has any hope of entering the 9th floor? Zhong Fiangxi said with a smile. Lu Tianmeng smiled. Inside the Hall of Battle Techniques, there were powerful prohibitions on every floor. I'm afraid it's not going to be easy to move up. That's Lu Tianmian. The sacred son of Lu was here. Right in the middle of the conversation between Lu Tianmeng and Zhong Fiangxi, the square in front of the Battle Technique Hall had gathered quite a number of people, all of whom were elite disciples within the Holy Land. There are quite a few true disciples. Many people's gazes turned to them, and a faint look of awe swept over them. What Lu Tianmeng did in the South Ridge was too alarming. One person killed all the geniuses of the Southern Ridge. There was a legendary sword immortal behind it, and I heard that in other worlds, there were people who knew about it. Right now, Lu Tianmian was famous in the Xuanwu realm. Lu Tianmian, it's true that you killed more than 5,000 cultivators in the South Ridge, and among them was senior brother Ziyu? At this moment, a faint laugh spread out, and a youth dressed in purple clothes came and smiled. It was none other than Ziang Zhenzhen. Real name is Su Ziang. Beside them, there were also true disciples such as Immortal Yushu and Immortal Swallower. At this moment, Fairy Yushu's pair of wonderful eyes were staring at Lu Tianmeng, with strange colors floating in her eyes. The previous Lu Tianmai, let her reverence. Now Lu Tianmai seems to be even more dazzling. It's just a fallacious rumor. Those people committed suicide. It has nothing to do with me. Lu Tianmai said in a foul manner. He was not a fan of Su Ziang. This guy was extremely displeased with him becoming a saint's son back then, or Fairy Yushu's licking dog. Fairy Yushu obviously liked him back then. It wasn't a day or two since he had looked at himself with displeasure. The corners of many people's mouths twitched. Lu Tianmian's words were clearly treating others as cuties. Up. Senior brother Lu was really witty. Why don't we spar? How about it? Su Ziang smiled, a cold aura flashing in his eyes. Lu Tianmeng actually flirted with him, making him a bit upset. No need. Your strength is not worthy of this saint's son's hands. Lu Tianmeng shook his head. Su Ziang instantly had anger welling up in his eyes. Lu Tianmeng was so arrogant. In the past, he hadn't fought with Lu Tianmeng because he was only an inner disciple and was too lowly. Now that he was forcing the hand, no one else could say anything. It's normal for fellow disciples to spar. I think a lot of people would like to see Brother Lu's divine might, so it's better not to refuse. Su Ziang held a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, biting the words Senior Brother Lu very heavily. The words were permeated with a sneer. Lu Tianming's becoming a saint's son was entirely dependent on people. The first time he leaned on his demonic beauty of a master. The second time, it was the mysterious woman in white. Otherwise, with Lu Tianmian's strength, if he wanted to be a holy son, he was still a long way off. Looking at the true disciples of the Holy Land, which one didn't cultivate for a long time more than Lu Tianmeng, the realm was also much higher than Lu Tianming. Not many of the true disciples took Lu Tianming's status as a holy son to heart. Upon hearing this, many true disciples, the corners of their mouths also revealed faint smiles. In front of so many people, Su Ziang just forced Lu Tianmeng. If Lu Tianmeng didn't dare to take the move, it's no small insult to his reputation. The True Disciple Conference was just around the corner, and Heaven's mandate would undoubtedly have to become a laughingstock by then. They were indeed unconvinced by Lu Tianmeng's status as a holy son. Now that he saw Lu Tianmai disgraced, he also bloated a bit. Alas, since you want to seek abuse, this senior brother will fulfill you and instruct you 2 moves at will. Lu Tianmeng shook his head helplessly. he knew that there would be a bunch of trouble when he returned to the Holy Land. After all, the competition in the Holy Land was even more intense. If he didn't put up some fight, others would really take him for a softie. Good. Senior brother Lu should be careful. Su Ziyang laughed out loud, a cold aura rolling in his eyes. He had long been looking forward to fighting with Lu Tianmai. Finally, this opportunity. Heavenly Flame Palm. At that moment, he shouted. His body surface erupted with intense purple yang qi, and he slapped his palm at Lu Tianmian's chest, fiercely, like a sea of fire. Hundreds of meters nearby, the temperature became scorching hot. Many were sweating and falling back in a flurry. This palm technique of Su Ziyang's had reached the level of an advanced Earth rank battle technique. Combined with his strength at the peak of the Tao King realm, it was truly domineering. Griffin light. However, Lu Tianming's expression was indifferent and the corner of his mouth curved up. If he had been attacked like this before, he might have had to use some of his bottom cards. It no longer had the slightest effect on him now. Swish! At that moment, he directly drew his Lingfang sword and stabbed. Bang! Above the tip of the sword, there was the aura of a sword breaking all laws. The imposing and dominating palm force instantly disintegrated. Not only that, the tip of the ice-cold sword rested directly on Su Ziyang's forehead. As long as Lu Tianmai gave it a gentle send, it would be able to pierce through Su Ziyang's forehead and kill him. Silence. The originally crowded battle technique hall square was instantly plunged into silence. Many people stared at this scene with dull gazes, their expressions coming down in dismay. Chapter 125 Killing a True Disciple. How is it possible? Su Ziyang also rolled his throat, cold sweat running down his temples as he muttered. He didn't even see how Lu Tianmian's sword light stabbed at him, and his domineering and incomparable palm was broken. It also fell instantly. If it's life and death, he's already a dead man. It was naturally difficult to accept in his mind. What a terrifying sword intent. At this time, some of the true disciples, such as the heaven-swallowing immortal, glanced at each other and couldn't help but show a touch of shock in their eyes as well. The onlookers were clear. They could vaguely detect a hint of it instead. Lu Tianmai's sword light. It was so fast, like it could break through everything, and their souls throbbed. It was really surprising that Lu Tianmian had such strong attainments in the Tao of the sword. Before this, Lu Tianmeng was not a sword cultivator. This sword technique of his already has the flavor of senior brother Cheng Jian's. At this moment, immortal Yushu also couldn't help but murmur. Elder brother Cheng Jian is none other than one of the 6 true legends of the Kunlun Holy Land. It was much stronger than ordinary true disciples like them, and senior brother Cheng Jian was also one of the people she had always admired. A lifelong student of the sword, with outstanding natural talent. Lu Tianmian had only been learning the sword for a few months, but he actually had such a high level of swordsmanship realm. She was also extremely seething in her mind. A pair of marvelous eyes stared at Lu Tianmeng with even more complexity. When she drew a line with Lu Tianmian back then, it seemed even more wrong. Otherwise, she was still senior brother Lu Tianmian, the extremely close Yushu's senior sister. She couldn't help but feel a bit of bitterness inside. Su Ziyang, this is all you have in terms of strength? Too much of a disappointment to this senior brother. You won't be my match even if you cultivate for a few more decades. Lu Tianming nonchalantly struck out. No! Su Ziyang roared, his complexion twisted, unable to accept a one-move defeat at the hands of Lu Tianmeng. He didn't even see how Lu Tianmai made his sword. It's a strange shame. Violet Sun Divine Skill. Kill. At that moment, he shouted angrily, his entire body's blood boiling, and the purple light emanating from his body became even more intense. In a flash, it came to Lu Tianmai's side, and a huge purple fire seal was pressed against Lu Tianmai's head. This guy is actually having his blood chi flow backwards. He's going to fight for his life. Many people were surprised. The purple yang kung fu blood and chi flowed backwards, capable of bursting out with several times the strength of a normal day, but casting risks damaging the foundation and destroying the future. It was just a spar, and it was surprising that Su Ziyang was so desperate. Still weak, can't make any waves. However, Lu Tianmian's eyes were contemptuous. Now that the Tao King realm was no longer a threat to him, with his 5 types of sword intent, any one of them could crush this realm. Earth sword intent. Break! At that moment, Lu Tianmian shouted in a deep voice, and a dense earth power twined out from the sword light. Poof! A sword cuts through. Su Ziyang's purple sun fire seal was immediately dispersed. This sword's majestic earth force erupted, and it also caused Su Ziyang to instantly spurt out a mouthful of blood as his body flew out backwards, crashing down hard on the ground. His face paled down. Lu Tianmian had shown mercy and only used his strong power to shock Su Ziyang. Otherwise now Su Ziyang must be dead. Many people were once again petrified and jaws dropped. Su Ziyang was like a desperate man, but he was still no match for Lu Tianmeng. The latter's strength is undoubtedly stunning. Nowadays, the average true disciple wasn't even a match for Lu Tianmian. For a while, Quite a number of true disciples looked at Lu Tianmeng with slightly more awe in their eyes. Su Ziyang, are you convinced? Lu Tianmian smiled lightly and tapped Su Ziyang's face with the tip of his sword. Su Ziyang's eyes spewed fire. His face was distorted, and he said in a fierce voice, I am Chang Jian's senior brother, the seat of the disciple. You insulted me like this. Chang Jian's senior brother is bound to do so. Pust. However, before he could finish his sentence, Lu Tianmian slashed the longsword in his hand, and Su Ziyang's head flew out diagonally, blood pouring out like a column. A look of disbelief lingered in his eyes. Obviously, he didn't expect Lu Tianmian to kill him with a single sword. Something like a jumping clown. How dare you threaten me? Looking for death. Lu Tianmian's tone was emotionless and his expression was cold. As the Holy Son, Lu Tianmeng naturally had majesty. Su Ziyang had repeatedly provoked him, and even if he killed him, it was nothing. Oh my god. Su Ziyang was actually killed by Lu Tianmian. After a split second of silence around them, a clamor instantly erupted, and countless people were shocked. This was a true disciple among the Holy Land, a treasure-like existence, but to be killed, too stimulating to the eyeballs. A flash of shock also swept through Fairy Yashu's beautiful eyes, and her jade hand couldn't help but cover her red lips. The heart boils in the same way. Senior Lu was so decisive. It had to be said that Lu Tianmian was now holding a long sword. His body was long, his eyes were cold, and his style was really a bit intimidating as he killed a true disciple with a sword. She couldn't help but touch her heart fiercely, and her pretty face flushed a little. Beside her, the heaven-swallowing immortal was similarly shocked, his face stiffening. Inside the Holy Land, beheading a true disciple. How did Lu Tianmian dare? Even if Dongfang Qingcheng, a noble saintess, would not commit such a great offense. Lu Tianmian, you have a lot of guts to kill a true disciple. Do you know that you have violated the Sacred Grounds disciplinary rules? And I can send you to the Hall of Criminal Laws to be sanctioned. Right at this moment, an ice-cold shout spread out. Boom! A terrifying sword intent struck. Only a large crack in the void was seen ripped open in the dome of the sky. A man with his feet on a huge bone sword flew down. With his arrival, a vast pressure filled the 8 directions. Many disciples' hearts and minds trembled, and they couldn't help but want to kneel down and submit. It's senior brother Chang Jian, said many people as they looked at the man on the bone sword and couldn't help but show a touch of fervor and admiration in their eyes. Unlike Lu Tianming, who became a holy son by relying on people, the 6 true legends of the Holy Land were all real powerhouses, experienced countless battles, almost undefeated. Legend has it that Chang Jian, from the Great Wasteland, had no one to turn to. However, he was born with the heart of a sword, and has a dedication to the way of the sword that surpasses all others. From a tiny outer disciple in the Holy Land, he had worked his way up to become one of the 6 true transmissions. The sword technique he practiced was called Divine Moon Sword Technique, which was an ancient holy technique that had even reached the Supreme Realm. Many elders of the Holy Land said that he could become at least a sword saint in the future and become famous throughout the world. It's natural to get excited about stepping up now. TSK, Su Ziyang is Chang Jian's stablemate. Lu Tianmian killed him like this. Senior brother Chang Jian will definitely not let him go. Others laughed out strangely, looking playful. They all wanted to see what kind of sparks would rub off between this popular Lu Tianmian and a veteran sword Dao genius like Chang Jian. Su Ziyang contradicted this saint's son and rose to kill. It's only natural for this saint's son to kill him. Chang Jian, do you want to protect your shortcomings? Lu Tianming looked as normal, not caring about Chang Jian's anger, and said indifferently. Some of the elders behind Chang Jian were similarly against him becoming a saint's son back then, also with his master Chu Ling Xin, often against each other. He wasn't much of a fan of it either. Then you shouldn't have killed him either. No matter what, Lu Tianmian, you've committed a great crime. I'm going to arrest you to the criminal law hall. Chang Jian's face was indifferent and very domineering. Even if Lu Tianmian was a saint's son, he took it seriously. After all, the Holy Son is not the representative, the strongest. It's just a status symbol. In his position, he was completely fearless of the Holy Son, and Lu Tianmeng became a Holy Son by talent, which was very watery. Boom! At that moment, he probed out his big hand and was about to grab Lu Tianmai and take him away as if he was carrying a small chicken cub. Many people were surprised. It was worthy of being senior brother Chang Jian. Sure enough, the gas. With Lu Tianmeng's strength nowadays, I'm afraid that amongst the true disciples, there weren't many who could underestimate him. He still looks down and tries to sanction it. The vibe is awe-inspiring. However, Chang Jian had been practicing for many years and his sword skills were superb. Even many of the elders in the Holy Land had to be polite to him. It was normal to scorn Lu Tianmeng as a late bloomer. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Seeing this, Lu Tianmeng also had slightly cold eyes. He was also a rival in the true disciple assembly anyway, so he didn't have anything to be polite about. At that moment, The long sword in his hand buzzed and he was about to compete with Cheng Jian. Enough, stop. However, just as the atmosphere was about to be detonated, an loud cry suddenly spread out. Chapter 126 Elder Tianfeng. Immediately afterward, an elder dressed in plain clothes flew down from the sky, with an aura so thick that it made heaven and earth tremble. It's Elder Tianfeng of the Criminal Law Hall. Many people looked at the old man and couldn't help but have awe in their eyes. This heavenly wind elder was more powerful than many of the supreme elders, having long since stepped into the imperial realm, rule the penal code within the Holy Land. I don't know how many prickly disciples have been punished by him over the years. Now it appears to be awe-inspiring. Elder Tianfeng, you've come at the right time. This person, Lu Tianmian, beheading and killing true disciple Su Ziang can be considered a great crime. Please punish him. Cheng Jian was also stunned when he saw Elder Tianfeng. Then he smiled, knowing that Elder Tianfeng has always been good and evil. Enforcement irony. If he got angry, I'm afraid no one in the entire Holy Land could stop him. He naturally felt that Lu Tianmeng was going to suffer, killing a true disciple in front of so many people. Too many years in the Holy Land. Nothing so treasonous had happened. I already know about this matter. It's Su Ziang, this person who first moved to kill and threaten the Holy Sun, can be described as narrow-minded, and deserved this fate. Elder Tianfeng, however, shook his head and smiled. Originally, he belonged to the neutral faction in the camp of the Holy Land. Do not like the struggle for Taoism in the Holy Land. This kind of fighting makes the Holy Land deteriorate every bit as much as it should. Nowadays, compared to the other three Holy Lands, the strength of the Kunlun Holy Land had somewhat fallen behind. At this rate, falling out of the top tier is inevitable, but Lu Tianmai's performance surprised him as well. There's the legendary sword immortal behind it. Maybe it's the one who will make the Holy Land revitalized. He looked at Lu Tianmeng with a touch of appreciation in his eyes. Elder Tianfeng actually spared Lu Tianmai. Many people heard this and were stunned down, not expecting Elder Tianfeng. Not only did he not punish Lu Tianmai, but instead, he also embraced him somewhat. Many people were in awe. It feels like Elder Tianfeng, like he's trying to take sides. If he was supported by Elder Tianfeng, Lu Tianming's position within the Holy Land would undoubtedly be much more solid. After all, Elder Tianfeng's Criminal Law Hall was a very important department of the Holy Land. Breaking away from the inner gates of the four palaces of the Holy Land, the elders in them were enough to make every lineage fearful. Thank you, Elder Tianfeng, for being so clear-sighted. Lu Tianmeng laughed lightly and arched his hand at Elder Tianfeng. Although he was not afraid, Tianfeng elder tripped him up, but the other party could somewhat embrace him and make him less troublesome. It wasn't the first time he and Elder Tianfeng had met. Back then, at the Desolate Palace's Trash Mountain, the other party had appeared. It's a good person indeed. Cultivate well. It can't be far from the Eastern Wasteland Holy Land battle. I hope you can earn honor for the Holy Land. Elder Tianfeng smiled kindly and said with some hope to Lu Tianmeng. Speaking of the Eastern Wasteland Holy Land battle, he sighed softly in his tone. It is because of the infighting in the Holy Land that the power has regressed. At the time of every Eastern Wasteland Holy Land battle, the rankings could be extremely low. There were no more geniuses to fight for the glory of the Holy Land in that East Wasteland's most gold-weighted conference. The name of Kunlun Holy Land's first-class Holy Land would not be convincing. He was very optimistic about Lu Tianmai. After all, this kid has had so many miracles happen to him in the past few months. The Eastern Wasteland Holy Land battle? Upon hearing this, a flash of color also surfaced in Lu Tianming's eyes. Knowing that this epic battle in the Eastern Wasteland could be called epic, whoever wins will represent the first person of the young generation of the Eastern Wasteland. The Holy Land behind it would also leap to become the #1 Holy Land in the Eastern Wasteland. There was no young man who did not look forward to this greatest event in the Eastern Wasteland. Who wouldn't want to be on that vast stage, making a big splash and making a name for themselves? There was also some heat in Lu Tianming's heart. Of course, the most important thing was that one of the Heaven's Path Holy Land's heavenly pride was his old rival. Back then, in the Burial God Abyss, the other party had also helped Dongfang Qingchang, defeating him and framing him with, "This is a debt he will have to go to it to collect." Thinking of this, Lu Tianming's gaze was slightly cold as he looked in the direction of the Holy Land of Heavenly Tao, seemingly able to see the woman in red armor across the endless mountains and rivers, a sharp look appearing at the corner of her mouth. The Eastern Wasteland Holy Land battle. While the other disciples heard these words, they could not help but have their faces twitch and their eyes cringe. The Kunlun Sacred Ground and the Heavenly Tao Sacred Ground had always had an extremely poor relationship. Therefore, on every Eastern Wasteland Holy Land battle, their disciples from the Kunlun Holy Land were often abused by the Heavenly Tao Holy Land. I heard that in one session, all the disciples were killed by the other side. Even the senior sister, who led the way, was defiled by the Heavenly Tao Holy Land. At that time, the entire Kunlun Holy Land was furious beyond measure. Nowadays, the disciples of the Kunlun sacred ground had a shadow over the heavenly Tao sacred ground. They couldn't help but be inwardly terrified about that great battle. Elder Tianfeng, you're putting your hopes on Lu Tianmai. That's a bit of a laugh. On the other hand, when Chang Jian saw that Elder Tianfeng had not punished Lu Tian, his face could not help but sink slightly. And then when he heard that Elder Tianfeng had hopes for Lu Tian, the corner of his mouth could not help but lift up a sneer. The Eastern Wasteland Holy Land battle. Not only the 4 Holy Lands, but even the thousands of clans and many dynasties in the Eastern Wasteland would participate. There was no lack of demons who had been famous for many years. The strength of those people, not to mention them, even Dongfang Qingcheng might not be able to crush them. After all, Dongfang Qingcheng's rise to power was still too short compared to those geniuses. What about Lu Tianmeng? With the strength of a mere Dao King realm, he also wanted to be there and fight for the glory of the Kunlun Holy Land. He undoubtedly felt a bit of a fool. Instead of trusting Lu Tianmeng, it was better to trust the 6 true legends. After all, each of them was extremely powerful. He was able to cultivate to this level in a few months and still caused such a big stir in the southern ridge. Can you do it? Hearing Chang Jian's words, Elder Tianfeng couldn't help but lightly glance at him and said in a cold voice. Chang Jian couldn't help but face twitch and choke a bit. Lu Tianmeng's progress in the past few months was indeed extraordinary. However, its beheading of 5,000 geniuses was not something he took seriously. Those geniuses were all low-level heavenly prides of the southern ridge. It was not in the same concept as them, the elite true legends of the Holy Land. If they really fought, he was extremely confident that he would finish off Lu Tianmai within a few moves. After all, he had been cultivating for far too long than Lu Tianming. Alright, let's not talk about this. It's almost time. Enter the battle skill hall. Then, Elder Tianfeng waved his hand and said in a deep voice. And as soon as his words fell, the lofty and solemn battle technique hall pagoda, the first layer of the portal, was opened with a rumble. The eyes of many disciples were steeped in fire. Inside, the battle techniques had been on their minds for a long time. Cheng Jian looked at the battle technique hall that had opened its portal, and heat also surged within his eyes. Then he turned his head and swept his gaze over Lu Tianmeng, making a neck-wiping motion, and then, with a cold and eerie smile, he entered the battle technique hall. As if he hadn't heard of Cheng Jian's actions, Lu Tianmeng exchanged smiles with Zhong Jianxie and similarly entered it. Brother Lu, this Cheng Jian's strength is quite something. You should beware of him at the True Disciple Conference. Zhong Jianxi laughed lightly. Cheng Jian is extremely protective of shortcomings, coupled with high attainments in the way of the sword. The sword is harsh, and he is the enemy of the enemy. If not, that will be the end of the people, will make people shudder. It is rumored that in the process of his rise to power, killed a few young people. This was a strong sword cultivator who used blood and forged a fierce reputation. No harm done. Lu Tianmeng smiled calmly. How can he grow without a strong opponent? It's just a millstone for him. Zhong Jianxi smiled sweetly, feeling that Lu Tianmai was confident and very charming. I wonder what kind of performance this little fellow will have in the battle technique hall. While looking at Lu Tianmian and Zhong Fiangxi walking into the battle technique hall, Elder Tianfeng couldn't help but smile gently and said to himself, every time Lu Tianmian had done something since his rise to power, it had sensationalized people's hearts. He had a premonition that this time in the hall of battle techniques, perhaps his performance was not bad either. I wonder how many layers he can reach. Beside him, some other elders appeared, similarly smiling faintly. Lu Tianmeng's talent, divine posture, and the experts behind him were all extremely astonishing. Compared to those top geniuses, all that's missing is time. They also believed that as long as they gave Lu Tianmai time, his accomplishments would not be weaker than anyone else's. Chapter 127, 8th floor. Inside the hall of battle techniques, the vision was dim. Just after arriving at the first floor, Lu Tianmeng was a little surprised by the sight in front of him. It was only a very vast hall as far as the eye could see, and within the hall, crisscrossed with many bookshelves. Among them, there were numerous lower, medium, and higher martial arts, which were simply placed like large cabbages. But the disciples who could come here were all weak. It's all basic warfare. Usually disciples with a little bit of strength would not stay here. With a single breath, Lu Tianmeng came directly to the 4th level, where the true disciples valued the battle techniques. TSK, the battle techniques here have all reached the earth rank. Lu Tianmeng looked for a few books at random and marveled a bit. It was important to know that the value of a local order battle technique, even at the lowest level, was extremely expensive. Here but there are extremely many. The richness of the Kunlun Holy Land's collection was considered extremely astonishing. As for the 5th level, they were all at the middle level of the earth order. The 6th level was an advanced level of the earth stage, and at the 7th level, the battle techniques here reached the king's rank. This kind of battle skill could be a great deal higher than an Earth rank battle skill. However, if one wanted to lead to the 7th floor, at that entrance passage, the prohibitions had become extremely strong, and it was very difficult to get past. But this was nothing to Lu Tianmeng. His physical strength, it was too perverse. Although the king's rank battle technique, it made him a little interested as well, but it still didn't stop. After all, in the Hall of Battle Techniques, each person could only pick one battle technique. The higher the grade of the battle spell, the higher the grade. Lu Tianmeng naturally wanted to pick the stronger battle method as much as possible. Big brother Lu, you go on ahead. I'll just pick my battle techniques here. Zhong Fanshi laughed, even though she had, during this period of time, gained a lot of strength under the Zhong family's cultivation, but undoubtedly coming to the 7th floor would be the limit for her. Wanting to enter the 8th floor, with her strength, she still couldn't do it. Lu Tianmeng nodded slightly, wanting to take a look at the 8th floor, and just as he reached the entrance of the passage, he saw a familiar figure. It was Cheng Jian. At this moment, Cheng Jian was fighting against the prohibition leading to the 8th floor as his entire body erupted with a powerful sword intent. The prohibitions here were several times stronger than the previous layers. Even with Cheng Jian's strength, he was slightly stagnant and was blocked by the strong recoil of the prohibition, making it difficult to enter. Gradually, on Cheng Jian's forehead, there were tiny drops of sweat falling. Lu Tianmeng, you can also come here. At this time, Cheng Jian seemed to have sensed something, and with a sweep of the corner of his eye, he happened to see Lu Tianmian, and could not help but be stunned. With some surprise in his eyes, he said, generally among the true disciples, not many could come to the 7th floor. He didn't expect that with Lu Tianmeng's strength of a mere Dao King realm, he would be able to break the 6th layer's prohibitions as well. Yes, it seems that brother Cheng Jian, who wants to enter the 8th floor, is a bit out of his depth. Lu Tianmeng smiled faintly, his expression playful. There were some gaps in Cheng Jian's attempt to break this prohibition. At this rate, it will surely be recoiled back. At those words, Cheng Jian couldn't help but twitch his face. He had indeed entered the 8th floor somewhat reluctantly, but being taunted by this Lu Tianmian fellow made him a bit angry. Break! At that moment, his teeth clenched slightly and an icy cold word spat out from his mouth. Immediately afterward, the sword intent emanating from his body was actually steeply stronger by a large margin. Then, the originally stagnant body, as if it had broken some kind of invisible bond, directly passed through the barrier and entered the 8th floor. Senior brother Cheng Jian, entering the 8th floor. Wow! And outside the battle technique hall, many disciples stopped to watch. Upon noticing Cheng Jian's figure, appearing on the 8th floor, an instantaneous uproar was set off all around, with countless people's eyes in some awe. Among the disciples of this generation, the only one who could enter the 8th floor was Dongfang Qingcheng. Elder brother Cheng Jian is the second to step in. If he gets one of the strong battle skills, his strength will, surely, still increase tremendously. The figure appeared on the 8th floor. Cheng Jian were slightly stunned, then looking at Lu Tianmian, who was also a bit surprised on his face after the light screen. He couldn't help but let a touch of smoothness appear on his cold face and laughed out loud. Lu Tianmian, thank you very much for adding a breath of fresh air to me. Otherwise it would have been difficult for me to enter into the 8th floor. Although the battle technique hall was majestic, with many people's eyesight, they could still see the 7th and 8th floors. At this moment, quite a few people looked at Lu Tianmeng with a somewhat strange expression. They could also perceive that originally, Cheng Jian was unable to enter the 8th floor. It was Lu Tianmian's faintly mocking remark that caused a flash of anger to rise in Cheng Jian's heart, and in one smooth move, he entered. At this moment, Lu Tianmeng was somewhat like lifting a stone and hitting his own foot, waiting for Cheng Jian to learn the strong battle skills in the 8th layer. Its downfall, no doubt, will be worse. This guy, Elder Tianfeng also froze, then shook his head with a bitter smile. A taunt allowed Cheng Jian to enter the 8th floor. This mouth of Lu Tianmian's is really more than worth it. The corner of Lu Tianming's mouth twitched. Had he become a clown? Immediately, he walked slowly to the prohibition. That finger poked the prohibition and said with a faint smile, "Is this prohibition hard to break? Nonsense, you might as well try it." At those words, Cheng Jian couldn't help but let a touch of sarcasm appear on his face as he laughed coldly, eyes as if looking at an idiot. If this prohibition wasn't difficult to break, it wouldn't be that this generation of disciples, other than Dongfang Qingcheng, he would be the only one to be the second to enter. It could be said that with his strength at the celestial realm, he was very reluctant. Not to mention that Lu Tianmeng was only at the district Dao King realm. He was now more like a superior, looking at the inferior as he sneered at Lu Tianmai. Then I'll try it too. Lu Tianmeng smiled faintly, unconcerned. With that, he mobilized his body, the majestic and incomparable purple blood chi, converging on his fingertips. Ka Chow. In the next moment, Everyone was stunned beyond belief to see that the 8th layer of the forbidden system, which was originally impregnable in everyone's minds, but as if it were a shard of glass, it cracked open and then exploded with a snap. Lu Tianmian took a step and walked over to Cheng Jin, who was instantly dumbfounded, and blinked innocently. It doesn't seem too difficult. Dead silence. In an instant, heaven and earth were plunged into dead silence. In the outer plaza, many people's jaws dropped into mud. That 8th layer of the prohibition was actually shattered directly under Lu Tianmu's easy finger. How is it possible? Cheng Jian also turned his face into a pig liver color, as if he had eaten ugly down. His physique is actually powerful to such an extent. Then, many voices that sucked in cool air resounded like a tsunami. In the eyes of many people, a flash of shock surged out. There were rumors that the 8th level's prohibitions could indeed be easily broken when an individual's physique was strong to a certain point. But among young people, such a physique is a complete legend. In all the years of the Kunlun Holy Land, no one has ever done it. It was undoubtedly shocking that Lu Tianmian had even reached it. What a powerful blood qi, worthy of being a great desolate emperor body. Elder Tianfeng also had a shock in his heart and exclaimed. He could sense that the blood qi contained in Lu Tianmian's finger was amazing, like the king of blood and gas, a thread of it, heavy as a mountain. The blood qi of a normal person of the same level, compared to him, was like the difference between a mole cricket and an elephant, not in the same dimension. No wonder, he was able to kill so many young people. The great desolate emperor body's blood qi alone is perverse enough. Beside Elder Tianfeng, the other elders marveled. When young people fought, Lu Tianmeng was able to crush countless people with this blood qi. They were also a little envious of Lu Tianmai's physique. After all, the stronger the physique, the more one accomplishes, the higher it is. Otherwise, there were many realms that were simply impossible to step into without a physical body to support them. The Lu Tianmian physique had undoubtedly made countless people red in the eyes. Chapter 128. The 9th floor. How could you break this prohibition so easily? At this time, Cheng Jian's body stiffened as if he had been struck by lightning as well. Staring blankly at Lu Tianmian, who was smiling faintly at him in front of him, his tone filled with disbelief. If you're weak, don't be too arrogant, and don't think that what you can't do, others can't do either. Lu Tianmeng smiled faintly. Snap! Cheng Jian's face instantly flushed down, and his eyes all erupted with terrifying killing intent. As the 6 great true transmissions of the Kunlun Holy Land, who would dare to taunt with him like this? If he were in the outside world, he would have already slashed out with his sword and made him a corpse. However, in this hall of battle techniques, there was an extremely strong prohibition against exchanging hands. He naturally didn't dare to mess around. At that moment, he could only take a deep breath, his eyes cold, and said, I've also entered the 8th layer. Big deal. I'm looking for pretty much the same battle technique, and you still won't be able to do it at the True Disciple Conference. It had been a long time since he even broke into the celestial realm. Lu Tianmeng was only at the Dao King realm, which could be considered insufficient. I didn't say that I want to look for battle techniques on the 8th floor. I want to enter the 9th floor. However, Lu Tianmian laughed lightly and spread his hands. The 9th layer. Cheng Jian's expression was stunned. Then he glanced up and down at Lu Tianmian and laughed angrily. Lu Tianmian, you're really out of your mind. By virtue of the uniqueness of your physical body, it's already extremely good luck for you to be able to enter the 8th layer. And you still want to enter the 9th layer. Are you out of your mind? Many people were also surprised. It was rumored that the 9th level had immortal rank divine arts, which were truly the top divine abilities in the heavens and earth, with astonishing power. But that prohibition, it's even more perverted. It was impossible to enter with a strong physical body alone. Back then, even Dongfang Qingchang had exerted a number of means, all of which returned in defeat. It was indeed regrettable that Lu Tianmian even wanted to enter the 9th floor. In the eyes of many people, the 9th floor is a forbidden place, which is impossible to enter. Little fellow, don't be impulsive. The immortal rank divine power of the 9th layer is certainly tempting, but the prohibition is also very perverse, at least thousands of it. No one has ever broken it, and there may also be a risk to life. At this time, Elder Tianfeng also transmitted a voice. Even many of the older generation powerhouses within the Holy Land were hot for the legendary immortal rank divine power, but striking out never ends well for the person who does it. Dongfang Qingchang, possessing endless means, only blocked that doom. Otherwise, there is also a chance of falling. If anything happened to Lu Tianmeng, it would be too much of a loss. Lu Tianmian, you break through. As long as you can succeed, I'll gift you a king-class level sword skill. How about that? Cheng Jian smiled faintly and said with ill will, king-rank sword skills? He was also very precious. Normal nature can't be handed over. When he said that, he expected that Lu Tianmian would not be able to succeed. His eyes flickered with a grim color. Many people shook their heads. Cheng Jian was provoking. It would be a bit humiliating for Lu Tianmeng to change his mind or back out now. Yes, just don't regret it. However, to everyone's surprise, in response to Cheng Jian's ridicule, Lu Tianmian smiled lightly and nodded his head in agreement without the slightest hesitation. Cheng Jian froze, and then the sneer in his heart intensified. He wanted to see how Lu Tianchi would suffer. The prohibitions there had suppressed no less than a handful of strong old-timers. Lu Tianmian was no less than seeking his own death, and he was naturally cheerful. Seeing this, Elder Tianfeng could not help but smile slightly bitterly, secretly thinking that young people nowadays were really easy to be impulsive. With things as they were, it was inconvenient for him to say anything, only to watch silently, and the news that Lu Tianmian was going to break into the 9th floor of the Hall of Battle Techniques was undoubtedly spreading rapidly within the Holy Land, drawing gas from many people in surprise. For a time, even Dongfang Qingcheng, and many of the old men who were not in seclusion, came to the square in front of the Battle Technique Hall to watch. Steeply, it made the atmosphere of this place become fiery. This fellow, he really won't be at peace wherever he goes. The Obsidian Heavenly Father shook his head helplessly. Not worried, Lu Tianmeng made too many unexpected things. If he succeeded this time as well, his strength and divine posture would definitely be taken to the next level. He couldn't help but have a smirk on the corner of his mouth as he stared with a burning gaze. Lu Tianmian, start your performance. Seeing that in the square, many people were casting their gazes here. Cheng Jian once again laughed aloud and sneered. Lu Tianmeng killing Su Ziang was no less than slapping him in the face. He was originally upset at not being able to trouble Lu Tianmai. Now Lu Tianmai was going to make a fool of himself. He naturally looks forward to it. In front of so many people, if Lu Tianmian failed, he was bound to be incredibly humiliated. He seemed to have anticipated that scene, and the smile at the corner of his mouth grew wider and wider. However, Lu Tianmeng gave him a faint glance and ignored him. With his powerful divine soul, he had long detected the marvelousness of the 9th layer of the prohibition. It can be said that the world is not a first-class absolute top of the divine posture, indeed unbreakable. This requirement was indeed harsh. Even if Dongfang Qingcheng, the immortal and demon homunculus, was still close, but to him, it was nothing. Knowing that he had reached the extreme realm in all 4 realms, he also possessed the Great Desolate Emperor body that shook ancient history. The strength of his roots, searching through the history of the Xuanwu realm, he could not find several people to compare to. Passing that forbidden test shouldn't be a problem. Open. At that moment, Lu Tianmian walked to the entrance leading to the 9th floor and let out a deep cry, followed by the god seal in his body, which was immediately mobilized by him to open up. It was worth mentioning that after the divine Dan realm had also reached the extreme realm, Lu Tianming's god seal grew even bigger by a large margin. It was suspended in his dantian like an ancient divine talisman, emitting a divine light that could illuminate the heavens. Buzz! And as Lu Tianmeng mobilized the god seal within his body, a grand and incomparable heavenly sound resounded within him, like there were countless deities. Within Lu Tianming's body, Zen sang enchanted a sutra. The entire heaven and earth became sacred and solemn. Not only that, a layer of brilliant light edges rose around Lu Tianmian, and the whole person was like a god descending to earth, radiant and powerful. Ka Chao! He slapped out his palm. The seal of God, the majestic divine breath erupted, and the 9th layer of the prohibition, which was unbeatable in the eyes of the world, immediately exploded like glass. Then, Lu Tianmian took one step and was standing on the 9th floor of the Hall of Battle Skills. Wow! Upon seeing this scene, the square in front of the Battle Technique Hall instantly set off a shocking wave after a slight stagnation. Everyone was as shocked as if they had been struck by 5 thunderbolts, looking at Lu Tianmeng with a strong look of horror surging through all of their eyes. He succeeded. How is this possible? At this moment, the beautiful eyes of the East Qingcheng all erupted with a radiant light, and his tone was a little unbelievable. At the time, she exhausted all means to do so. Lu Tianmeng, however, succeeded in the limelight, and it was a blow to her as well. For realms, reaching the extreme realm, the foundation is truly extraordinary. Dongfang Qingcheng's full breasts rose and fell drastically as her heart sank. A realm that had reached the extreme realm couldn't possibly break this prohibition. Lu Tianmeng, however, had 4 realms cultivated into the extreme realm. What kind of cards does it have in the end? Why is it that in the eyes of others, it is almost impossible to step into the extreme realm? Instead, he did it like eating and drinking. It is rumored that even in the extraterrestrial starry sky, no one can achieve the extreme realm in every realm. If Lu Tianmian keeps breaking the extreme realm continuously, the heights he can reach will be astounding. At this moment, Elder Tianfeng also had a heavy face and said to himself, Lu Tianmeng definitely had a heaven-defying advantage on him. It's a path to heaven. He was somewhat looking forward to how dazzling Lu Tianmu's heights would be in the future. If that's true, with his height, I'm afraid we won't even be able to see his back. Beside him, Those elders laughed bitterly. The reincarnation of the legendary immortals couldn't do this, could they? Lu Tianmai is such a freak. During the extremely ancient period, there were rumors that if one broke through the extremely realm in each realm, it was possible to break through the immortal Tao and reach an unknown realm. Some very old man, stroking his beard, solemnly said. Many people were shocked at the words. What a dream to break through the immortal way. To the world, the realm of the immortal Tao would be incomparably mysterious and distant. Not to mention breaking out of this realm, that was simply beyond the cognizance of the crowd. That elder laughed. Of course, this is just a rumor. No one knows whether it's true or not, but no matter what, Lu Tianmian constantly breaking into the extreme realm was also quite heaven-defying. It was conceivable that if he were to do this at all times, the light would inevitably illuminate the 10,000 realms of the heavens. 3 realms. When he reached the extreme realm, he decimated over 5,000 geniuses in the southern ridge, but now he's 4 realms away from reaching the extreme realm. That god seal, if it were to explode and give him a realm enhancement, how terrifying would it be? At this point, Immortal Yushu couldn't help but have her throat roll a bit, somewhat dumbfounded. She suddenly had the urge to slap herself. I'll be damned if I'm going to be careful with all the things I did back then. Missing out on senior brother Lu, a genius who was excellent enough to illuminate the times, was truly a bit painful for her. Beside him, the heaven-swallowing immortal couldn't help but slightly shake his head as he looked at the Yushu immortal who had a face of regret that didn't fall. What you miss, knowing that right now. I was afraid that if Immortal Yushu stripped naked and asked Lu Tianmian for forgiveness, the latter would treat her with disdain. He could not help but let a cold smile spread in his heart, thinking that this heartthrob, having this end, was somewhat deserved. And at this time, looking at Lu Tianmian, who was shrouded in countless shocks, outcries, astonishment, and awe under the attention of all, Dongfang Qingcheng's delicate hand couldn't help but slightly clench a bit tighter. Back then, she had gotten extremely close to Lu Tianmian and had indeed developed a touch of affection for him, but it was for the sake of her future that she was ruthless enough to victimize Lu Tianmeng. At this moment, after witnessing Lu Tianmai's, time and time again, dazzling and incomparable performance, her heart couldn't help but be flooded with endless waves. Suddenly, she was all a little complicated. If one day, Lu Tianmeng was even stronger than her, will she be remorseful? No, there can't be this day. This thought had only just risen when Dongfang Qingcheng interrupted it with a cold laugh. Right now, Lu Tianmeng, the realm was still too low, and the speed at which she cultivated was extremely fast. It was undoubtedly a pipe dream for Lu Tianmeng to surpass her, but that being said, there was still a tinge of color that tumbled through her mind. The shell teeth all clenched some tantalizing red lips. Chapter 129 Sword Marks. Lu Tianmian didn't care about the surprise of the crowd in the square below, and with a thought, he put away his god seal. It had to be said that after the Tao King realm had also reached the extreme realm, Lu Tianming's god seal had solidified and grown quite a bit more. It must be known that this seal of God, once mobilized, could not only drastically enhance his realm, but also improve his physical body and fighting spirit, which was very important to him. Lu Tianming placed great importance on each realm, reaching the extreme realm. Luckily, there is the woman in white, who gave me the Dan scriptures of the heavens, coupled with my good alchemy talent, which allows me to refine those lost and precious pills, and coupled with the savage body refining technique. Only then can I be helped to break through to the extreme realm. Lu Tianmeng smiled faintly. After knowing the woman in white, he had too many benefits. The whole thing is truly off the charts. He was also curious and looking forward to which step he would fall as he went all the way to the realm and reached the extreme realm going down. It will astonish the heavens. For you to be able to have today, the woman in white does account for an important role. But your extraordinary perseverance of heart is also quite important. The devil heavenly bird laughed softly. Every time one breaks through the extreme realm, the pain one endures is inhuman. If it wasn't for the fact that Lu Tianmeng had all these years, bumpy experiences that had molded an amazing perseverance, others simply can't afford it. Lu Tianmeng was a good diamond in the rough himself, just in time to run into the woman in white and let it shine to the maximum. Lu Tianming smiled faintly. It seemed that his previous suffering was still a good thing. Then, Lu Tianmian shook his head and suppressed these. Then he raised his head and looked at Cheng Jian, who had long been shocked with a somewhat white face, and smiled slightly, saying, "Brother Cheng Jian, it seems that I've done it again. Your king-rank sword skill, shouldn't you give it to me?" Saying that, Lu Tianmeng extended his palm and smiled. Cheng Jian's face alternated between green and white, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood, not expecting Lu Tianmeng to give him such a big shock today. The 8th layer of the ban, easily broken even. The 9th floor, too, can be accessed. All of his heart welled up in monstrous waves. This qualification of Lu Tianmeng was simply heaven-defying. The foundation is too strong, and the foundation is very important to the cultivator. the stronger you are, the more you value your roots. In the eyes of many people, Lu Tianming's foundation was like a big mountain, making people look up to it. At the True Disciple Conference, I will give you a good reckoning for these beams. Chang Jian's face flushed red. In front of so many people, being repeatedly slapped in the face by Lu Tianming was truly humiliating. But since he had asked, he would not back out. Otherwise it all has an effect on Kenshin. At that moment, with a flip of the palm of his hand, he took out a book with 3 big words Fire Sword Art written on it. Swordsmanship is profound and unifies all paths. The attributes of heaven and earth can be incorporated into the sword chi. This sword technique was about incorporating flames into the sword technique. Among the many sword techniques, they were all considered very subtle. Back then, when he was lucky enough to obtain this sword art and gave it to Lu Tianming, he was also very reluctant to give it up. Fire sword art? Lu Tianming's eyes lit up and his heart was slightly delighted. Although this sword art was only of the lower king rank, its power was determined by the strength of the fused flames. If the flames were powerful enough, the might would not be weaker than a mid-ranked, or even high-ranked, king's rank, and he had immortal fire inside him. If fused, how far would the fire sword art reach? Lu Tianming's heart sizzled. His previous incorporation of immortal flame into his sword technique was very crude. It was no longer a concept with this fire sword art. At that time, his sword technique would be a huge restraint on other cultivators' physical bodies and souls. Thank you senior brother Chang Jian. At that moment, Lu Tianming smiled and collected the secret book. Beware of burning off your meridians in the process of fusing the flames. Chang Jian laughed coldly, unkindly. He had gotten this sword technique for a short while, but the flame fusion sword technique was too risky. A little carelessness can cause great damage to your body. Together with the world's powerful true fire and beast fire, it was very rare. Even if he practiced the fire sword technique, there was nothing famous about it. It didn't feel that Lu Tianming would have any climate. Maybe he would even be seriously injured, so that his heart would be free. Lu Tianming smiled lightly, not caring. After swallowing the many enlightenment pills, his current enlightenment was too much stronger than normal people. Adding that he had a peak earth rank soul, the fusion was even more subtle. The fire sword art may not be difficult for him. He wanted to see how wonderful Chang Jian's expression would be when he cultivated the fire sword art at the True Disciple Conference. Chang Jian snorted coldly and turned around on the 8th floor, looking for sword techniques now. When he obtained the battle techniques here, he would definitely not let Lu Tianmu have a good time. Lu Tianming let out a long breath and walked into the 9th floor as well. He was also curious as to what the 9th floor had to offer. There was also a great yearning for that immortal rank battle technique. This is the 9th level. However, when Lu Tianming came to the center of the room, his eyes surveyed the surrounding circle, and he couldn't help but be stunned. The space here was small, only a few dozen feet, nowhere near as large as the area below. In the entire 9th floor, there was only one stone monument. There was only one sword mark on the stone tablet. In addition, the surrounding area was bare. Nothing. Where are the immortal rank battle techniques? Lu Tianming froze. Kid, the immortal rank battle technique, it's on the stone tablet. At this time, the demonic heavenly sparrow said, "You mean the sword marks on it?" Lu Tianming's eyes stared. Not bad. Advanced divine arts that are not bound to form. Feel it with your heart, and maybe you'll be able to learn the secrets within the stone tablet. The demonic heavenly sparrow laughed lightly. Lu Tianming smacked his lips and left the battle technique on the sword mark. The person who left this sword technique behind seems very extraordinary. At that moment, he released his divine soul and began to refer to the sword marks on the stone tablet. Buzz. However, in the next moment, his scalp steeply tingled. He only felt that within the stone tablet, it was like it contained a sea of swords, and only just after his divine soul came into contact with the stone tablet, there was an endless sword intent that roared and boiled up. Immediately after that, with a snort, a sword light chopped at him, and Lu Tianmian immediately felt his soul tremble as a pain that tore his heart and lungs came. Lu Tianmian's face abruptly turned white, his body convulsed and he almost spat out blood as he said in surprise, "What a terrifying sword light! It's so dangerous for the divine soul to sense this stone tablet. It must be known that the divine soul is very fragile. If injured it may affect sanity. The light of the sword within it can actually chop people's souls." He naturally cringed. A little carelessness, and he might lose his soul. It seems that this is a test left behind by the person who left this sword mark back then, and only by toughing it out will we be able to obtain the mysteries. The Devil Sky Sparrow murmured, "To be able to leave behind immortal rank battle skills, the owner must be astounding, since it will not be given to the generalized generation." The corners of Lu Tianmian's mouth twitched. The light of a sword light chopping at him made him almost as good as dead. Not to mention that it gets denser the further in you go. It's a death wish to break into it again. His peak earth rank divine soul was also insignificant under the sword light. Eat the bitterness of the bitterness to have a chance. The Devil Sky Sparrow hemmed and hawed. Lu Tianming's face was ugly. It was so hard to see an immortal ranked battle technique, so he naturally wouldn't give it up. Nowadays he has a lot of enemies. It needs to be strong. Not to mention that there was still the enemy, Dongfang Qingcheng, that he needed to clean up. Fight. In the end, Lu Tianmian gritted his teeth, strongly enduring the pain. The divine soul continued to delve deeper within the stone monument, searching for secrets, giggling, and as Lu Tianming's divine soul entered, the sword she contained within the stone monument was indeed mobilized to open up, followed by a sword light that chopped even more intensively. Lu Tianming's divine soul, like it was undergoing 1,000 cuts, was constantly being chopped apart. There were no words to describe the pain. Lu Tianmian's teeth were almost clenched, and the sweat on his face was dripping down like rain. Clothes were wet. However, Lu Tianming held fast to his heart and let the divine soul like a sword light transform into a sword light, continuing to go deeper and deeper, like through the wind and rain. He wanted to see the light of day. During this process, Lu Tianming's divine observation method also automatically operated, in which wisps and strands of the mysterious power of the future, spanning across time and space, nourished on top of Lu Tianming's divine soul. Lu Tianming's divine soul, even though it was shattered beyond recognition, still maintained its form and did not truly annihilate. Noticing this, Lu Tianming couldn't help but feel happy in his heart, not realizing that the divine viewing thoughts would have such a wonderful use. That power of the future actually made one's divine soul permeated with the flavor of immortality. Finally, Lu Tianming's consciousness was about to blur. His divine soul, like coming before an invisible barrier. Only by breaking this barrier, it seemed that he would be able to learn the secrets within the stone monument. And after trying some, Lu Tianming realized that the barrier was too strong. Even if he was at his peak and wanted to break through, it would still be completely impossible. Seeing this, Lu Tianmian couldn't help but smile bitterly. It had been hard to support him until now, but there was still such a change of heart, making him helpless. Break! Right at this moment, that power of faith from the future seemed to be even greater, and immediately after that, Lu Tianming's divine soul, within a pair of eyes, actually radiated a brilliant divine light. It must be known that the gods in the view, with his current divine soul realm, he hadn't even reached the point of having a spirit. This god is just the fledgling form, unable to exert too much power. However, at this moment, Lu Tianmian's divine soul, like a supreme being resurrected, actually has a kind of crushing the heavens. Probably look down on the 10,000 realms of the aura, under a palm. Bang! That solid barrier, directly broken. Not only so, hidden in this space in the thousands of sword intent, actually also shivering, like in the subjugation of Lu Tianmian's divine soul. This scene is truly amazing. What an overbearing divine soul and power of faith. This divine viewpoint of yours can even draw on the power of the future? At this time, when the demon heavenly birds saw this, they were all shocked and appalled. Chapter 130 Fearful Second Level Feral Spirit. It had awakened relatively late and didn't know the secret of Lu Tianming's divine soul. At this moment, the heart could not help but set off monstrous waves. To make oneself a god is to believe in one's own invincibility. Only an extremely arrogant person would dare to do so. And Lu Tianming's divine soul could even communicate with the power of the future, which was a bit heaven-defying. Usually that's forbidden territory. Immortal Dao powerhouses, all of them are jealous of it. Otherwise, it was likely that they would be obliterated by the underworld Dao. How did Lu Tianming do it? And how strong is Lu Tianming in the future? Just a wisp of qi seems to be able to subjugate all worlds. It all feels extremely small. He can do it. For one thing, it's the heaven-burying god coffin, which is heaven-defying enough to suppress heaven and earth's backlash. And secondly, it's because his future is extremely strong. And on the other end of the long river of the world, I think it's suppressing some karma as well, which is indeed very astounding. At this moment, within the second layer of the heaven-burying god coffin, a hoarse voice suddenly came out. The second layer has also awakened? The devil sky bird was slightly startled in his heart. The 10 ferocious spirits sealed within the 10 layers of the burial boundary of the heavenly divine coffin were each capable of suppressing the heavens. One is bigger than the other. Unexpectedly the second layer also awakened. Yeah, I didn't expect that after so many years, the heaven-burying divine coffin, falling in the hands of such a weak kid, would be an insult to us. There seemed to be a pair of bloodshot eyes within the second layer that broke open, reflecting the fury of slaughtering the world. This baleful aura was undoubtedly a great deal more terrifying than when the demonic heavenly sparrow was awakened. However, he is now at a critical moment, so it would be good if he made a move to seize his body. Suddenly, the terrifying existence within the second layer laughed out loud. Even if Lu Tianming was able to utilize the power of the future, he didn't take it seriously. Having reached their level, they had seen too much more than the world. Each one is untamed and exclusive. Lu Tianming's Great Desolate Emperor body. The perfect foundation. He undoubtedly had his eye on. His potential in this life will also be extraordinary if he gets it. You want to take over the Coffin Master? Demon Heavenly Sparrow stared blankly, then laughed coldly. I advise you not to mess around. Otherwise, the end is not something you can bear. Ha ha, joke. This emperor will not be destroyed by 10,000 robberies and look down upon the heavens. What can't this emperor undertake? The second layer fierce spirit snorted, very confident. With his strength, destroying the heavens and the earth is not too much to ask. Lu Tianming's area of the Tao King realm was like an ant in his eyes. After being trapped for many years, he also hated this heavenly burial god coffin, coming out to retaliate against the Coffin Master. He was looking forward to it as well. You want to seize the body? However, right at this moment, an ice-cold woman's voice suddenly resounded. Then at the entrance of the second layer of the burial world, a white dress, magnificent, like the Manhwa who could amaze the living beings appeared, holding the soul-destroying sword in her hand. And there was not the slightest overpowering aura blossoming, but there was a sense of suppressing billions of universes, transcendent in the above. The soul-destruction sword was filled with chaotic aura at the moment, like it could create the realms, communicating with Lu Tianmai for half a day. It seems that the image of not giving a damn, completely one in the sky and one on the ground. Are you the coffin suppressor of this generation? The eyes of the second layer's ferocious spirit narrowed and said in a cold voice, inside the heavenly burial god coffin, there was indeed a coffin suppressor. As far as he knew, the previous generation of coffin suppressors had died long ago. Coffin suppressor. What garbage. This seat does not know. The white-clothed woman's tone was icy cold. Ha ha, not even a coffin suppressor. How dare you resist this emperor? The second layer fierce spirit laughed angrily. If the woman in white was a coffin suppressor, he might be afraid of one or two things. After all, coffin suppressors were all very powerful. Since it wasn't, he didn't take it seriously since. There is simply no one in the world that he is afraid of. Boom! Right then and there. Endless ferocious aura, deathly aura, baleful aura, and murderous aura rushed out from the second layer of the burial realm. A vast expanse, like a star field collapsing and whistling, in which there was the sight of beings wailing in mountains and rivers turning into ashes. It was as if the second layer of fierce spirits had really slaughtered a starfield. Just this aura alone can make people tremble with fear. Making a move with me? Admire your courage. The corners of the white-clothed woman's mouth curled up, her eyes disdainful. A sword was swung out, and with a snort, a sword light rushed within the second layer. In an instant, those dead chi, grievous chi, and baleful chi, like ice and snow under the sunlight, quickly melted away. There was a final poof, like hitting some sort of behemoth, and there was the sound of blood spurting wildly. How is it possible? What realm are you in? And how can your sword skills be so terrifying? Within the second layer of the burial realm, the miserable cries of ferocious spirits like killing pigs were immediately heard. Filled with endless fear, this sword was simply shocking to the gods and devouring the immortals. He couldn't be compared to him at his strongest period, having just awakened. It was unbelievable that he would meet such a perverted woman. I have shown mercy. Be obedient and honest for me and assist the Coffin Master. Otherwise, I will make you perish in form and spirit. The white-robed woman's tone was indifferent. With that said, she once again returned to the chaos and fell asleep with her eyes closed. It seemed to her that there was nothing in heaven or earth that was worth caring about. Neighbor, what is the origin of this woman? Why is she so strong? The second layer of Woody trembled and said to the demon Heavenly Sparrow, now where was the arrogant and domineering person he was before? Like a frightened little quail, hiding within a corner of the second floor, holding his head obscenely. If the woman in white wanted to kill herself, it would indeed be effortless. I told you not to act like a pussy, but you didn't listen, so you got what was coming to you. The devil Heavenly Sparrow laughed gloatingly. The second layer wants to whack the magic Sky Sparrow, but it can't beat the woman in white. But whacking the magic Sky Sparrow, it shouldn't be a problem. This woman in white surpasses any generation of coffin suppressors. The height of her origin is beyond anyone's comprehension. Just be at peace, the devil Heavenly Sparrow cautioned. Damn, when is she leaving? The second tier was resigned. How should I know? Magic Sky Sparrow rolled his eyes. Although the strength of the second layer was above him, but with the burial boundary blocking him, the other party could not help him. Heaven envies the talented. This emperor was originally trapped for many years, but he met a woman in white, even more hopeless to get out of the trap. The second layer dryly howled. Hysterical. The devil's Heavenly Sparrow was shocked to see that the second level had found a rope from somewhere within the burial world, and appeared to hang himself. The corner of the devil's sky bird's mouth twitched. The second tier, on the contrary, is amusing. Why did she ask us to help this kid? Could it be that she has something to do with it? The second layer suddenly gossiped. I don't know. The demon Heavenly Bird hurriedly said. Dare not presume. Woman in white. The woman in white seemed to be nice to Lu Tianmai. and he was somewhat envious. Did this kid save the galaxy in his previous life? The second level also cursed, spraying spittle all over the ground. He did dare not mess around. The only way to get out is to rehabilitate and get out early. The Devil's Sky Sparrow grinned, seemingly pleased to see the second tier suffer. These Lu Tianming didn't care. At the moment he was completely shocked that his divine soul was so powerful. TSK, being able to communicate with the power of the future is really perverted. Casting it at a critical moment will probably surprise a lot of enemies again. Lu Tianming grinned. It had to be said that he did have quite a few cards on him. However, he could sense that it was the bronze ancient coffin that separated karma for him. Otherwise, just casting the power of the future would surely lead to big trouble. Then Lu Tianming concentrated on the mysteries within the stone tablet. There was a shadowy figure in it, holding a long sword in its hand, seemingly about to draw it. At that moment, a vast sword intent swept over, causing endless space to tremble. It seems to be crumbling and collapsing. What kind of sword skill is this? Just drawing a sword is so terrifying. Lu Tianming was shocked in his heart. He felt a great momentum squeezing inside the hilt, before it is even sheathed. It smells like a mountain of rain. If it is sheathed, it will break the stone and shatter everything. Jintian sword drawing technique. This is a supreme sword skill from the ancient legends. At this time, the eyes of the fierce spirits within the second layer rounded and lost their voices. Jintian sword drawing technique? Lu Tianmian froze, not expecting the second layer to wake up as well, but it seemed to have no ill will towards himself and didn't think too much of it. Then he curiously said, "Is it very strong?" "More than strong enough to make countless sword cultivators dream of sword arts." The second layer's tone sizzled. He was also very keen on the sword art. This sword art has almost no upper limit. The stronger the master, the more dominant the power. This kid's strength is weak, but his luck is a bit perverted. Lu Tianming smiled excitedly. So he had another powerful means. At that moment, Lu Tianming was very focused and studied. Meanwhile, in the outside world, many people looked at the ninth floor with a burst of astonishment. To the world, the ninth level is unknown. Lu Tianming entered it, making people curious as to what he would gain. Tianfeng, do you know the information about the immortal rank battle technique on the ninth floor? At this moment, a faint laugh spread out as an elder walked over and smiled. It was none other than Elder Jiangyun of the Task Palace. Within the Holy Land, the Hall of Tasks was also very important. He was not below Elder Tianfeng in status. Chapter 131 Second Level, Big Black Dog? Upon hearing this, many people brought their gazes over, all wanting to know, as well, the secrets of the ninth floor. Even Dongfang Qingchun shifted her phoenix eyes. I've heard that Elder Tianfeng is very knowledgeable, so perhaps he has some knowledge of the ninth floor. The ninth layer. Under the gaze of the crowd, Tianfeng Elder's eyes flashed a flash of color, then smiled faintly. My knowledge is also limited. I just heard that there is a stone monument there. Is the ancestor back in the year? In the extraterrestrial starry sky and ancient land, and even with the strength of the ancestor, have paid a certain price? In the ancient years ago, there are a number of ancestors within the Holy Land. Not a few saint-level powerhouses have not been able to comprehend. Could it be that there are extreme difficulties in comprehending the stone tablet? Zhang Yun said in a daze. Indeed, I heard that even the ancestor, for some special reasons, was not able to study it and placed it on the ninth floor, just saying that it was left for those who have the destiny. Elder Tianfeng laughed lightly. However, it is a pity that over the years, that person of destiny has not appeared. Hearing this, Dongfang Qingcheng then smiled out faintly. Powerful battle techniques that one wanted to obtain were indeed not that easy. She was undoubtedly a little relieved that even her ancestors had not been able to participate in the realization. If Lu Tianming returned empty-handed at the ninth floor, the threat to her would undoubtedly be even lower. At this time, not far away, Cheng Jian had also come out, and he also revealed a faint smile upon hearing this. Within the eighth layer, he had already found a powerful battle technique and was confident that his strength would rise to another level before the True Disciple Conference. If Lu Tianming didn't gain anything, he would be able to take it easier. At the moment, he gloated and smiled, and at the ninth level, Lu Tianming experienced 5 days of quiet enlightenment. Only at a certain moment did Lu Tianmian slightly open his eyes, and the moment his eyes opened, a shocking sword intent surfaced on the surface of his body. Like a storm, it swept out, causing the dust on the ninth floor to fly up slightly. If anyone saw it, they would be surprised. Sword intent takes shape. Lu Tianmai's sword intent had actually reached the point of materialization. It was too much stronger than normal sword intent. In just 5 short days, Lu Tianming's attainment in the Tao of the sword could be said to have risen to a higher level. The most frightening thing was that Lu Tianming also had a terrifying aura of being as quiet as an abyss. Like the whole person is an unsheathed sword. Once sheathed, will make the world tremble. The Jintian sword drawing technique. It's truly divine. I've only comprehended some of the skins of it, and it's all made my sword intent, strengthened by so much. Lu Tianyan smiled faintly, looking at the sword intent that surrounded his body and materialized. He couldn't help but have a flash of excitement in his eyes. It must be said that this sword art was indeed too vast and profound. He felt a supreme momentum that was contained within it. Once it was sheathed, it could cut down everything, and even heaven and earth could not be stopped. Such sword skills could indeed amaze the world. Phew! Then, Lu Tianmeng let out a long breath and stood up. It feels like the body has a washed-out sense of clarity. His realm, though, hadn't increased much, but there was no doubt that his battle power was completely incomparable to before. Now when the sword comes out, it will surely shake the 8 directions. Then, Lu Tianmeng swept around the 9th floor and left the place. The biggest secret here was the stone tablet, on which the sword marks had disappeared. It was only natural that he should leave now. Kid, it would be a bit of a loss to leave just like that. Right at this moment, the second-level fierce spirit said in an old-fashioned manner. After being warned by the woman in white, he was also honest. Knowing the woman in white, she seemed to have some regard for Lu Tianmeng. He had some desire to make good karma towards Lu Tianmai. What do you mean? Lu Tianmeng was stunned and said, although the battle heavenly sword drawing technique contained within that stone tablet is very strong, but this 9th layer, there are some other interesting secrets. If you get it, the harvest will not be small. The second layer existence laughed heatedly. There's a secret? Lu Tianmeng was delighted in his heart and said, what secret? I heard from that guy on the 1st floor that you know how to refine pills. So if you can help me refine some king-grade demonic yuan pills, I'll tell you. How about it? The second layer said. Some powerful alchemists can be hard to find. Not to mention that Lu Tianmeng was still being instructed by the woman in white. His origin, likewise dried up beyond measure, was also heavily injured by the woman in white. Nature wants to make amends. A king-grade demonic yuan pill? It's possible. Lu Tianmeng agreed after a slight hesitation. With his current alchemy attainments, it was not a big problem to refine some king-level magic elemental pills. Anyway, now that the woman in white and the soul destruction sword were inside the heaven-burying god's coffin, he didn't have much fear of the existence sealed within. After all, under the woman in white, who could not turn over a new leaf? Well, you watch. On these walls, there is something else. The second layer of existence smiled faintly, and immediately afterward, within the heaven-burying god coffin, a terrifying force was emitted, causing what seemed to be a layer of restraints on the walls of the 9th layer to be directly broken through and away. Then, in Lu Tianming's stunned gaze, on those walls, some runes unexpectedly appeared. This is, Lu Tianming said in a daze as he stared blankly at what looked like ghostly runes on the wall. This is a Buddhist divine ability, the 10,000 Buddha seal. In the 9th layer of this Kunlun Sacred Grounds Battle Technique Hall, there are still sporadic Buddhist inheritances. Surprisingly, the second layer's tone was also slightly surprised as he said. Lu Tianmeng was slightly stunned. The Buddhist sect was very rare in the Xuanwu realm. I've heard that outside the domain, it's a behemoth and very scary. I didn't realize that within the 9th layer, there were still Buddhist aptitudes. I'm not a Buddhist cultivator. This item is of no use to me. Then, Lu Tianmeng said, stupid. Although you don't cultivate Buddhism, but this 10,000 Buddha seal, for you also have not a small amount of use, which has a divine ability, named 10,000 Buddha Fist, can mobilize the blood chi power in your body, and exert a hegemonic and incomparable attack. You now the Great Desolate Emperor body has opened the 3 shackles, and the blood chi power in your body, has been very strong, but simply do not know how to use. With this 10,000 Buddha Fist, your blood chi power explodes. The power can still be enhanced by several times. Of course, if you obtain the Buddha sect's relics in the future, the power of the 10,000 Buddha Fist will also be even stronger. The second layer fierce spirit Jie laughed. Lu Tianmeng's sight through the second layer did notice that the fierce spirit on the second layer didn't seem to be a human. Looking at that appearance, it looked like a black dog. You're a dog? Lu Tianming froze. The dog was too big, like a calf, with dense black hair all over its body, and a very strong chi and blood, with a sense of fury. Most importantly, it was still wearing a pair of flowery pants, sitting there in a human-like manner, just like a master of the way. Lu Tianmeng was dumbfounded. How could he not expect that the fierce spirit on the second level would be a big black dog? Damn it, this emperor is a Qilin, the emperor of slaughtering the heavens and killing the earth, shaking the 10,000 domains with might, not a dog. The second layer was furious and disgruntled. I think it's just a dog. You still have the bloodline of a heavenly dog in your body. At this time, the devil heavenly sparrow hemmed and hawed. The black dog barked and woofed furiously, to go one-on-one with a layer. Lu Tianmeng laughed. The first layer was the demon heavenly sparrow, and the second layer was actually a black dog. The heavenly burial divine coffin. Within the 10 layers of the burial realm, The ones sealed are all strange. He was somewhat curious about the beings sealed within the other burial realms. In that case, this 10,000 Buddha fist is indeed useful to me. Then, Lu Tianming grinned out. He hadn't forgotten that besides being a sword cultivator, he was still a body cultivator at his very core. And physical cultivation is the root of everything. In terms of physical body cultivation, he placed the most importance on it. Nowadays, the great desolate blood chi in his body was indeed very majestic. If he had this 10,000 Buddha fist and performed it, it would be extremely useful in increasing his battle power. Then, Lu Tianmeng similarly began to enlighten himself with his eyes closed. After about 5 days again, Lu Tianming was able to absorb the 10,000 Buddha fist. The runes on the wall completely dissipated away. Even if someone came to the 9th floor again in the future, there wouldn't be any gains. Lu Tiannian was undoubtedly very happy to be here. Having obtained 2 sword arts, the heavenly zenith drawing sword art, and the 10,000 Buddha fist, then he leaves this place. Chapter 132 10,000 Sword Submission. It's been 10 days, why hasn't this kid come out yet? And in the outside world, the square in front of the battle technique hall was still surrounded by many disciples. Normally when the hall of battle techniques opens, it's only for 3 days. The disciples who are inside nowadays came out long ago. It was surprising that Lu Tianmeng still hadn't moved halfway. If this continues, the prohibition of the hall of battle techniques will automatically close. By then, Lu Tianmeng might be trapped in it. I heard that comprehending the secrets of the 9th layer isn't that easy. Maybe this kid has already met an untimely end. At this moment, Cheng Jian let out a faint smile and sneered. Upon hearing this, many people nodded their heads silently. They had also heard that the immortal rank battle technique on the 9th level had ferocious dangers. If something happened to Lu Tianmeng, it would be a pity. Let's wait a little longer. If he doesn't come out again, then close the battle skill hall. At this time, Elder Tianfeng smiled bitterly. The 9th floor was a world of its own, and even they, the elders, were unable to detect the situation in it except for the people inside who came out. Whether Lu Tianmeng was alive or dead now, no one knew. Alright, close the battle technique hall. Every time this battle technique hall is opened, the energy consumed is extremely great. For the sake of this Lu Tiannian fellow, we've already opened it for an additional 7 days. If we continue like this, it will only be a waste. At this moment, an old voice spread out, and Star Soul walked out, saying in a cold voice, he was an ancestor of the ancestral realm, and his status was much higher than that of an ordinary ancestor. His elder brother, Star Song, was precisely beheaded by the woman in white behind Lu Tianmeng. He was equally indignant towards Lu Tianmai. Now when he speaks, no one dares to disobey. Elder Star Soul, it would be difficult to shut down Lu Tianmeng if he wants to come out. Elder Tianfeng frowned, knowing that Elder Star Soul was from the eastern Pouring City camp. However, everyone could see Lu Tianlun's potential in their eyes. In the future, his achievements might not be lower than Dongfang Qingcheng. It would be rash to just give up. So what? Maybe he's already dead by now. As a sacred ground ancestor, I can't watch the battle technique hall, just to plead for no reason. Star Soul sneered. Good, shut it down. At this time there were many elders, who also spoke up. The woman in white had killed quite a few elders of the Holy Land for Lu Tianmeng back then, and those elders, with whom they have a relationship, are all very unimpressive. It could be said that there were even more people within the Holy Land who had a grudge against Lu Tianmai and the woman in white. Right now, they wouldn't care if Lu Tianmai died or lived. Elder Tianfeng was slightly angry in his heart and wanted to say something, but with so many elders speaking together, he couldn't stop him. After all, the Holy Land has clear rules. The Hall of Battle Techniques can only be open for 3 days. Nowadays, 7 extra days are indeed forgiving. It's a pity for Lu Tianmian. I was still thinking of killing you at the True Disciple Conference, but it turns out that you died on the 9th floor. Cheng Jian glanced at the 9th floor and laughed coldly. Lu Tianmai had offended him, and his killing intent towards him was already extremely strong, and as long as he killed Lu Tianmeng, maybe he could even become a saint's son. Now that Lu Tianmai had died just like that, it undoubtedly made him a little regretful, but more than that, it was cheerful. Although the battle skills of the 9th layer are good, you need to have a certain amount of blessings to get them. It seems that Lu Tianmian, you have been able to come this far. Your blessings have been exhausted, and now even the heavens are no longer helping you. Dongfang Qingcheng also smiled faintly. She also wanted to kill Lu Tianmai in front of all the attention and wash away the shame. But no matter what, it was a good thing that Lu Tianmeng was dead. Her position in the Holy Land in the future would be even more solid and unshakable. The Great Desolate Imperial Body. Ah, it's gone just like that. It's really unlucky for my Holy Land. Elder Tianfeng was grieving. Suddenly the Holy Land feels a little hopeless. When the other disciples saw this, they couldn't help but shake their heads. There were those who pitied and those who gloated. The current Lu Tianmai was too dazzling, setting them off like trash. Its death can also be a relief to them. Quite a few people had a bit of a chuckle. Hee, it seems that all of you are looking forward to something happening to me on the 9th floor. Sorry, I'm afraid I'll let the other side down. I'm coming out. However, just as that prohibition closed and was about to close completely, suddenly a faint laugh came out from the 9th floor. Then, amidst everyone's shocked gazes, a young boy, carrying a long sword on his back, flew out from the 9th floor. His clothes fluttered and his hair flew, as if he was a young sword immortal. It's Lu Tianmian. Lu Tianmian is actually fine and really came out from the 9th floor. Wow! And looking at Lu Tianmai's dashing and handsome figure, many people were suddenly in an uproar. The cold smile on Dongfang Qingqing's pretty face also froze, and her beautiful eyes were somewhat incredulous. Lu Tianmeng actually appeared at the last minute. Buzz! And the next moment, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. One could only see a vast sword intent sweeping out as Lu Tianmeng appeared. In the square, the swords of countless disciples were actually buzzing and trembling, like he was submitting to Lu Tianmai. 10,000 swords submit. At this moment, Lu Tianmian's sword intent, which naturally emanated from him, actually caused all the swords to submit. How is this possible? Cheng Jian immediately said in shock. Even if he was in the sword Dao, he was far from reaching this point. The fact that Lu Tianmeng had actually done it was undoubtedly hard for him to accept. This brat, within the 9th layer, what exactly has he experienced? Star Soul also stiffened with an ugly face. He only felt that Lu Tianmeng was like he had shed his bones. The slender, upright body stood there. It was like a heavenly sword. This aura alone made one's soul tremble. It had only been a few months since he had practiced sword cultivation, yet it was like he was hanging on, and his sword Dao Qi was so transcendent. He was all austere. One could only feel that the rise of Lu Tianmian was somewhat unstoppable. Lu Tianmian, what kind of chance have you gotten? At this time, Dongfang Qingqing suppressed the boiling in her heart. Her beautiful eyes stared at Lu Tianmian dead in the face as she drank delicately. The voice was clear and cold, like a queen, making it irresistible. None of your business. Am I familiar with you? However, Lu Tianmeng glanced faintly at Dongfang Qingqing and sneered. You, Dongfang Qingqing face stiffened. Beautiful eyes hold anger. This guy dared to disobey her. Ha ha, Lu Tianmian, it's just right that you're not dead. Come let's spar and see how you've changed in the past few days. At this moment, Cheng Jian suddenly laughed out loud and said aloud. Although he wanted to defeat Lu Tianmeng again at the True Disciple Conference, he was a bit suppressed by now. Lu Tianmai's sword intent caused him to rise up with an endless battle spirit. He had the intuition that if he and Lu Tianmian had a sparring session, he might be able to make a breakthrough. At those words, many people also became fiery curious. All of them wanted to know what Lu Tianmu had gained. If you want to spar, that's fine. 2 conditions. Firstly, life and death regardless. Secondly, you have to take out 10 pieces of lower grade king's artifacts. Lu Tianmeng said with a faint smile. What? Divide life and death? Countless people were shocked, knowing that the cuts within the inner gate were all on point. Splitting life and death. This is certainly a bit of a big deal. Some of the elders also frowned, but they couldn't stop them. Lu Tianmian and Cheng Jian were both outstanding, and I'm afraid that it would indeed be difficult to distinguish between them in a normal sparring match. And there are rules in the Holy Land. If 2 disciples, who want to duel to the death, are allowed to do so. However, where did this guy get his confidence from? Senior Cheng Jian has been breaking through the celestial realm for many years, and I'm afraid that his current strength has already reached the 3rd heavenly realm of the celestial realm. Lu Tianmian's strength is only at the Daowang realm. How could he possibly be Senior Cheng Jian's opponent? Many people were stunned, knowing that after reaching the Dao King realm and the celestial realm, the gap between these realms was getting wider and wider. Sometimes one more small realm makes it hard to pass. It was naturally difficult for Lu Tianmeng to try to face off against senior brother Cheng Jian across a large realm. You're overconfident in yourself. Ha ha, of course. Cheng Jian laughed out loud. He had wanted to kill Lu Tianmai, and this was just what he wanted. But 10 lower grade king artifacts. Then, Cheng Jian was embarrassed. Above the treasure weapon is the king weapon. Although he had a few pieces, it was still undoubtedly difficult for him to take out 10 pieces. After all, this kind of weapon, even if the average true disciple want to embrace more, is not realistic. Senior brother Cheng Jian will put it together for you. At that moment, many disciples shouted. Cheng Jian, as a 6th great true transmission, naturally had quite a few followers, and many true disciples, who supported Dongfang Qingqing, naturally shared the same hatred. At this time, the corners of Dongfang Qingqing's mouth also revealed a cold smile. This palace can add 3 more king-grade medium-grade treasure weapons, so Lu Tianmeng will make his move, and it will be yours after you win. All of them marveled. Worthy of being a holy maiden senior sister, she was indeed richly endowed. Chapter 133 Defeating Chengjian. Yes, Lu Tianming laughed out faintly. With these weapons, he devoured them with the fused soldier bone refining technique, and all of them would be of considerable benefit to the growth of his strength. Dongfang Qingqing's gift gave him some joy. Die! Chengjian roared angrily. He didn't even babble with Lu Tianmian. This guy had made him lose face earlier, so he could finally get his revenge. Divine Moon Sword Technique. Kill! He drew his sword and slashed. The majestic sword light that surfaced actually condensed into a divine moon. It was like an ancient treasure that suppressed it. The void was annihilated inch by inch at this moment. Lu Tianming sighed in admiration. There were indeed some brushes to be able to become a sixth great true evangelist. This divine moon sword technique of the other party was atmospheric and thick, like it could forcefully suppress the same generation. Ordinary disciples, indeed, were uncontestable. However, he was not daunted. Earth sword intent. Boom! At that moment, Lu Tianmian coldly shouted and similarly drew his Lingfeng sword and chopped down with a sword. In an instant, the endless power of the earth behind Lu Tianmai surged, even vaguely, showing a phantom trend. It had to be said that during this period of time within the dragon vein, being instructed by that white-haired woman, and under the absorption of the power of the earth's veins, Lu Tianming's utilization of the power of the earth had become even more mellow. The earth's sword intent and its might rose. Boom! A sword chopped down, gathering the power of the endless earth veins, like a huge mountain smashing down. This strike was millions of pounds. A lot of people's scalps went numb. Just one sword light alone had millions of pounds of divine power. This sword light of Lu Tianming was also too domineering. Dongfang Qingqing's eyes were also slightly condensed. She had also opened her earth orifices and dabbled in the power of the earth, but she was far from reaching this step. And as far as she knew, when she was in the South Ridge, Lu Tianming had not condensed the power of the earth to the point of a phantom. Less than a month. How did he do it? TSK, using the power of the earth to condense a phantom. Lu Tianmian is truly demonic. There were also elders who marveled. Generally speaking, one had to reach the Mahayana stage to be able to condense a Dharma phase. Lu Tianming was only at the Tao King realm. It was unimaginable that a fledgling phallic form had even coalesced. There were also those who wondered where Lu Tianming had absorbed the power of the earth's veins from. This power could be much more difficult to obtain than the power of a normal earth vein. Only Obsidian Heavenly Father had a smile on his lips, knowing that Lu Tianmai, in the dragon vein obtains, being taught by ancestor-colored star. It was quite normal that Lu Tianmian would make such progress. Boom! The terrifying earthly sword intent collided with that divine moon-shaped sword chi, and both of them instantly erupted in a brilliant light. Although Chengjian's divine moon sword technique was considered strong and could forcefully suppress all things, it was undoubtedly a bit weak compared to the power of the refined earth. After all, Lu Tianming's sword was 1,000,000 pounds, a true sense of destruction. Therefore, the two energies were only frozen for a few seconds before the divine moon disintegrated, and immediately afterward, the sword intent struck, causing Chengjian to frantically fall back a dozen steps. Every step that fell made clear footprints on the square, a large crack that spread like a spider's web. The blood chi in his body churned, and he also almost spat out blood. Chengjian couldn't help but show a flash of disbelief in his eyes. I can't believe it. I'm the third heaven of the celestial realm. It was surprising that he would be undefeated in a head-to-head battle with Lu Tianmai. Chengjian, your divine moon sword technique isn't bad, but it seems to be a little bit worse compared to me. Lu Tianmian laughed softly, flicking the shiny white body of Lingfeng's sword and smiled. He was deliberately pissing off Chengjian. As a sword cultivator, the state of mind was important, and the angrier the breakage, the more likely it would be. Chengjian's divine moon sword technique was indeed extraordinary. Any other cultivator of the same rank would have difficulty resisting it. One could only say that his earth sword intent was too strong. Chengjian's face was enraged. He was a full realm higher than Lu Tianmian, but he was actually forced to retreat. It was really humiliating. And the divine moon sword technique was his famous sword technique. He was furious at the moment. Don't be complacent. Let's show you my heavenly beast fist technique. Finally, Chengjian took a deep breath, his face grim. He had come out of a barbaric ancient village back then, and his most powerful card was not just his sword technique. His physique fist intent was also overbearing. Roar! As soon as the words fell, within his body, a beast roar sounded, only to see endless light intertwined behind him, and a huge savage beast shadow appeared. The savage beasts are like the ancient beast, Kuei, which has only 1 foot, but its strength can reach the sky. Boom! In the next moment, like a ferocious beast coming out of the gate, he rushed towards Lu Tianmai, punching out with a majestic fist intent that swept over him like a mountain calling out to the sea. Space was all like a large lake at this moment, raising wave after wave of terror. Many people's hearts were icy cold. They heard that Chang Jian also had a series of strange encounters. In the Barbarian Mountains, not only did he obtain the inheritance of the Tao of the Sword, but he also obtained the essence blood of an ancient Kuei-shou, quenching his body with the essence blood, and his body was indeed strong and unparalleled. Coupled with that, his heavenly beast fist technique was performed, and it truly had a sense of dominance, like it could destroy all things. Interesting, let's show you my Great Desolate Emperor Physique. Lu Tianmian laughed aloud. He was not at all vain when it came to comparing physiques. The Great Desolate Emperor body, which could conquer the 10 desolations, was his favorite way to use his overwhelming physique to oppress people. Rumble. In the next moment, Lu Tianming's body looked like a tsunami that had broken the dike, and a large amount of purple blood qi roared out within him. There was also a brilliant golden light in it. This represented Lu Tianming's blood qi, which was very advanced. A single strand can crush the earth. Lu Tianmian let out a loud shout, and similarly punched out. Exuberant blood qi gathered within his fist, and in an instant, space was like glass, cracking open with a thick rift, spreading to the end of his sight. Lu Tianmian's fist was too radiant, like a large purple sun that illuminated the 8 directions. Everyone felt a terrifying and incomparable fist intent permeating Lu Tianming's body, and all of them felt a sense of suffocation. What a terrifying blood qi! Even a normal imperial body is far from being able to compare. Countless people drew cold breaths and their faces turned white. It had always been rumored that the Great Desolate Emperor body's blood was overbearing and could suppress the 9 heavens. But before, Lu Tianming's realm was too low for people to care. There was a sense of trepidation in almost everyone now. The blood qi was like an ocean lapping at the heavens and earth, making it unbeatable. At this moment, even Dongfang Qingqing's silver teeth could not help but clench slightly. Even if she had the heaven-swallowing demon body, and the pouring city saint body, the degree of her blood qi wasn't as good as Lu Tianming's. The Great Desolate Imperial body is really a bit of a violation. Rumor has it that the Great Desolate Emperor body, before it was blocked by heaven and earth, not only in the field of the human way, even in the immortal way of comprehension, there are few resistant hands, and it is true. Some of the old men who are very old within the Holy Land can't help but sigh. This kind of physique, if awakened in someone else, would almost be a pure waste body. It's simply not possible to fix anything in today's environment. However, on Lu Tianming, it was like a heavenly yoke that could not be suppressed either. They were amazed. I don't know what kind of blessing Lu Tianmian had that made him so otherworldly. Boom! Under everyone's tense gaze, the 2 fists collided, like a small round of sun, where it disintegrated and exploded. The huge kuei head behind Chang Jian immediately disintegrated and collapsed away. Lu Tianmai's powerful fist struck above Chang Jian's body. Click, click, click. A series of bone-thwacking sounds rang out. Chang Jian's eyes immediately bulged. His body cracked, and he flew out backwards. In the end, he crashed down hard on the ground, smashing a big pit out of the square, coughing up blood and shriveling his breath down. Quiet. Heaven and earth immediately became as dead as a chicken. Many people stared at the scene in disbelief, and some of their calves cramped up in their stomachs. Chang Jian, who was in the 3rd heaven of the celestial realm, also lost at the hands of Lu Tianming. For a while, the gazes of the people looking at Lu Tianming could not help but be filled with fear. Previously, Lu Tianming was the Holy Sun, and there were many who were unconvinced, no doubt disabused of the idea now. Even Chang Jian, one of the 6 true legends, had lost. Lu Tianmeng's strength has entered the strongest category. I can't imagine that the weak saint son from back then has already grown to this point. Heavenly madness. I'm afraid that when the time comes, your hegemonic heavenly saint body will have to welcome a rival. And at that moment on the clouds, there were 2 other young men standing. One was a woman, like a young girl, only 16 or 17 years old, with a saber at her waist. The other person, a big man with a big body, with a height of 10 feet, like a small giant. The blood qi in his body was boiling, and it even emitted the sound of thunder, which was astonishingly incomparable. At this moment, that young girl played with the small knife in her hand and laughed playfully, and she was none other than Li Lingyu, the sister of the Blade King Li Ao. In the Kunlun Holy Land, the world only knew that Li Ao, the Knife King among the 6 true disciples, was the first knife cultivator of the true disciples of the Holy Land. As a matter of fact, her sister's attainment above the sword technique was even more astonishing. It was rumored that if she was powerful, even Li Ao would have to fear a few people. However, she had always kept a low profile, and not many people knew her exact strength. However, there was no doubt that her battle power was also at the level of the 6 great true legends. Chapter 134 Long Jifeng. Aren't you? This person's sword intent can crush Chang Jian. To you and Li Ao's siblings, I'm afraid it's also a formidable enemy. Upon hearing this, the lanky man named Tian Maniac faintly smiled and said, He was a pure physical cultivator and did not have any weapons, believing that the body was the strongest divine weapon. As early as a few years ago, his physical strength broke through 1,200,000 pounds. It is impossible to know how strong it is now. At this moment, he just stood there silently, and the void was slightly distorted. It could be seen how domineering his fleshly body was, and once it erupted, it would be able to horrify people. Li Lingyu smiled. Indeed, there was some wariness in her eyes. Swords and knives, in some ways they were connected. Chang Jian's strength was not even as good as her brother's. Now Lu Tianmai's sword intent had undoubtedly interested her. Let's go. The result will be revealed at the True Disciple Conference. Heavenly Madness turned around and left. Although he was also eager to touch on the Great Desolate Emperor body, he understood that now was not the time. Li Lingyu smiled lightly and also twisted her willow waist, leaving the place. Chang Jian, on the basis that we are all fellow disciples, I will spare your life. If you make an enemy of me again in the next scene, I will execute you, and I will laugh at these 10 pieces of king-grade lower-grade treasure. Weapons. Lu Tianming smiled faintly, glanced at Chang Jian, and with a wave of his palm, he collected the 10 pieces of lower-grade king's artifacts, and put them away. With these his strength could go even further. Of course, Dongfang Qingchang, thanks for your 3 medium-grade king's artifacts as well. Then, Lu Tianming's gaze turned to look at Dongfang Qingchang and smiled. Upon hearing this, Chang Jian almost spat out blood and was very angry. Dongfang Qingchang's pretty face was also a bit icy. Then she laughed. A mere 3 medium-grade king artifacts are nothing more than a drop in the bucket for this palace. It's just that I don't know if you still have the life to use them after the True Disciple Conference. Towards the end, there was a murderous intent in her tone that she didn't hide. Lu Tianmian has grown his wings. She wanted to decapitate as early as possible. Otherwise, there was a real possibility of catching up with yourself. We'll see then. Lu Tianming smiled coldly, coldness surging in his eyes. It was indeed time to end the feud between him and Dongfang Qingcheng. He was going to take back everything that he had given to the other side back then. And as the two men locked eyes, there was a near substantial fire that flickered where their gazes met. Many people's backs were tingling. The battle between Lu Tianmian and Dongfang Qingcheng at that time was bound to be incredibly exciting. It's a fatalistic showdown. Everyone wanted to know who was the real dragon of the Kunlun Holy Land, Lu Tianming or Dongfang Qingcheng. But, then again, what does Lu Tianmian want with so many king's weapons? His blood chi seems to have the shadow of some weapons in it. Could it be that he can devour weapons and strengthen his fleshly body? However, just then, someone said to himself in a shocked voice, but soon the crowd shook their heads, dismissing the idea. Devouring weapons and enhancing the physical body. This was a little too fantastic. Some of the elders also laughed out loud, finding it unrealistic. Even the Great Desolate Emperor body wouldn't be so strange. Of course, they didn't know that some of the innate aptitudes of the Great Desolate Emperor body sometimes appeared randomly. Melting soldiers and refining bones was something that even other Great Desolate Emperor bodies did not possess. Where's Lu Tianming? Where is he? I'm going to kill him. And just as the crowd was about to prepare to leave, suddenly a loud cry was heard between heaven and earth. Immediately afterward, a person who harnessed dragon chi flew above the square. The breath was deep and terrifying. He wore golden armor and held a golden halberd, and his entire battle aura was like the sea, like a golden deity, descending into the world. No one can be defeated. It's Long Jifeng, the 4th prince of the Longhua dynasty. He's also out of the gate. Wow! Seeing this person, the square, which originally had a somewhat silent atmosphere, once again set off a flash of clamor. Long Jifeng, possessing the advanced true dragon bloodline of the Longhua imperial dynasty, his strength was extremely strong amongst the group of imperial sons. In the secret territory of the South Ridge Wuji sword sect, Lu Tianmian killing the 9th prince was a huge provocation to the entire Longhua dynasty. Long Jifeng, as the 4th prince of the Middle Earth Divine Kingdom, the first imperial dynasty, would have a monstrous hatred for Lu Tianming and a surging murderous aura, which was normal. This is the revenge of killing my brother, and I can't share it. I'm here. What do you want? Lu Tianming laughed coldly, his demeanor leisurely. The Grand Prince of the Longhua dynasty was Dongfang Qingcheng's fiancé. The other, being his 4th brother, was also hostile to him. In the past, after he was framed by Dongfang Qingcheng, the other party had moved to kill him on several occasions. He didn't have a good impression of this Long Jifeng. Killing my 9th brother? You can't atone for 100 deaths. Today I'm going to let you die without a burial place. Long Jifeng roared angrily. The war halberd in his hand emitted a terrifying golden divine light, like a round of golden blazing sun contained within it. The light blazing, the halberd in his hand, pointed at Lu Tianmian from afar, his tone overbearing. Kneel down. I'll give you a pain in the ass, or else this prince will not only kill you, but also all the people you know, so that one by one, they will die miserably and painfully in front of you. As the fourth prince of the Manhwa dynasty, the energy he could mobilize was too great. Leading the imperial army to slaughter the Lu family, the 10,000 Swords sect, Zhong Jianxi, Li Yuanji, and the others would not be a problem. In his mind, Lu Tianmeng was a lowly ant. Killing the ninth prince is a crime punishable by death. What kind of thing are you that you dare to talk to the saint's son like that? Believe it or not, this saint's son will let you follow in the footsteps of your ninth brother, and similarly let you die without a whole body. Lu Tianming spoke indifferently and said coldly, daring to threaten him with someone close to him. Long Jifeng also made a killing intent rise in him. Many people were horrified. This was Long Jifeng. The strength was one of the best among the true disciples. The time of fame was too much earlier than even Dongfang Qingcheng. It was estimated that even Dongfang Qingcheng would have to be afraid of it for a moment or two. It was appalling that Lu Tianmian wanted to kill Long Jifeng. Unconscionable. Let's see how I'll abuse you today. Long Jifeng laughed. Having only risen to prominence for a few months, he dared to threaten to kill him. He really had eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. The district's teenagers, at the top of the day, could not be their own one-sided enemy. Right away, his entire body erupted with a terrifying aura, like a true dragon reviving. The entire space was violently shaking up, and invisibly there was a great power that crushed away, making many people want to kneel and kowtow. Although Long Jifeng was a young man, his aura was too strong, giving the crowd the feeling of facing an emperor and only worshipping. Alright, stop it. The Holy Land is not a private fighting stage for you and others. If you want to do it, do it. It's not too late for the true disciple assembly to fight again. At this time, the Obsidian Heavenly Father stepped forward and coldly drank. It had to be said that after these few years of silence, coupled with Lu Tianmian giving him the Dao Shaping Pill, his strength now is not what it used to be. Most importantly, within the Dao Shaping Dan, there was a wisp of the White Woman's breath, which allowed him to be transformed and his strength to grow by leaps and bounds. Now it had broken through the Imperial realm and reached the Mahayana realm. Noticing this change in him, many elders were shocked. How did this guy cultivate? It's just a bit heavenly. Lu Tianmeng smiled faintly, not surprised. With Donghua's strength, casually refining an elixir would have endless divine wonders. It's normal that a senior uncle would have this kind of creation, and he had a vague intuition that this was just the beginning. In the future, Uncle Shifu will become more and more terrifying. Yes, Holy Lord. Long Jifeng's face twitched, and then he nodded his head. The Holy Lord's face, he had to give it since, with the strength of the Mahayana realm, he couldn't make a move. He likewise didn't understand how the Obsidian Heavenly Father could have changed so much after taking one of Lu Tianmeng's pills. Even the legendary divine elixir. It's hard to have this effect. Creation. In the future, let's perform well and let that woman in white also casually refine 2 pills for us. Won't we also be rich? At this time, within the second layer of the burial realm, that big black dog drooped its tongue, drooled with harumph, and said with a face full of longing. The devil's sky bird rolled its eyes and despised this big black dog for a while. It's too doggy. The big black dog did not care. Very lewd. Laugh out loud. Suddenly it didn't seem so bad to be trapped in a coffin. Lu Tianmeng was the hub that connected them to the woman in white. They might get the benefit of the doubt. Chapter 135 Blood Gas Changes Color. The matter came to a close. Many people within the Holy Land marveled. Lu Tianmai had entered the 9th floor against the heavens and defeated Cheng Jian, one of the 6 true legends. It was too sensational. This guy seems to shock people everywhere he goes. At the same time, there were those who were curious as to what kind of secrets Lu Tianmeng had obtained within the 9th layer. Maybe it will be revealed at the True Disciple Conference. Qingqing's fiancé back then, has actually risen again? At the same time, inside a palace in the Longhua Imperial Dynasty, a man in white ended his cultivation and walked out, smiling faintly. His entire body was shrouded in a faint layer of immortal mist. Standing there, it gave a very distant feeling, like it didn't belong to this realm. It was none other than the most outstanding heavenly pride of this generation of the Longhua Dynasty, Long Jun-yi. It is called the reincarnation of an immortal, and its divine power is terrifying. Grand Imperial Prince, the Kunlun Holy Land True Disciple Conference, will be held soon. Will the Imperial Prince go to observe the ceremony? At this time, an old man inquired. The old man's strength was clearly at the Mahayana realm, but in front of Long Junyi, he was as humble as an old servant. It's been a long time since I've seen Qingcheng. It's time to go see her. And since Lu Tianmian killed the 9th prince of my Longhua Imperial Dynasty, 4th brother thought that he wouldn't let him go, so it's not bad to go and take a look. Long Junyi smiled faintly. Then with a wave of his palm, a carriage appeared. There were actually 9 pale dragons pulling at it, and it was magnificent. Dragon Junyi was sitting in the carriage, truly like an immortal king descending to the world, looking down on the world. Killing Zhang Feng and also killing 9 of our heavenly Dao sacred ground's old ancestors. Lu Tianmian is quite bold enough. At this moment, there was the same purple-robed man from the heavenly Dao Holy Land who smiled with his hands behind his back. Divine Son, should we go to see Lu Tianmai's strength? At this time, there was an old man from the heavenly Dao Holy Land, who respectfully said, naturally, I heard that he and Dongfang Qingcheng are arch-enemies. I want to see how he dies at the hands of Dongfang Qingcheng. The man in purple laughed aloud. Dongfang Qingcheng's battle power would be feared by some of the top heavenly prides in the eastern wasteland. He didn't feel that Lu Tianmeng could win. Seeing with one's own eyes the miserable death of the brat who had brought such great shame to the Heaven's Path Holy Land was a smooth thing. Bastard! This damnable Lu Tianmian, he's gotten stronger again. And in the sacred Dan Palace, Li Yanyan heard the news and couldn't help but bite her red lips tightly with her shell teeth and said indignantly, he was forced to wash his feet by Lu Tianmian, and was again taken advantage of outside Taiyuan City. She was very annoyed. When she returned to the sacred Dan Palace, she swallowed a large amount of pills and cultivated hard, wanting to become stronger. However, after hearing that even Chang Jian had been defeated by Lu Tianmai, she undoubtedly felt even more unable to catch up with Lu Tianmai. Senior sister Yan Yan, lately you've been chattering a lot about how that little saint son of the Kunlun sacred ground has upset you. At this moment, a woman's sweet and gentle laughter came from a woman. A full-figured, flirtatious woman approached. She was not very old, but she was born with a charming body, and her knitted brows and smile tantalized the soul. Beautiful eyes narrow, contains a watery meaning, wearing a cheongsam, the body in the package under the more prominent concave and convex, plump and attractive. Most importantly, her pair of snow-white thighs, with the sides of her cheongsam hidden, were so sexy that they made people gulp wildly. She was none other than Qin Shuang, a top disciple of the sacred Dan Palace. Not only was she powerful, her alchemy was also very strong. It was rumored that it was possible to step into the Dan King, also Qin Wan Heir's daughter, temperament and its lineage. Senior sister Qin Shuang. No Li Yanran's pretty face was red and she mumbled, it doesn't look like it to me. Qin Shuang smiled sweetly. However, Lu Tianmian also has redeeming qualities. You'd better not really offend him. We might have to ask for his help after a while. Speaking at the end, bitterness surfaced on Qin Shuang's moving jade face. What's wrong? Could it be that Master's poison has deepened again? Li Yanran seemed to think of something. Her pretty face changed and said, in his early years, the Master concentrated on alchemy, but he injured his foundation by swallowing a rare poison. Otherwise, Master might have already broken through the Dan King and reached a higher realm. Now the Master's poison has penetrated deep into his bone marrow and is in danger of falling. Indeed. Qin Shuang nodded. Li Yanran bristled. But senior sister, you think too highly of that Lu Tianmian. That guy is a colorful hooligan. The Masters poison our sacred Dan Palace. Searching through the ancient books, cannot be healed. What makes that kid can be cured? When it came to Lu Tianmai, she was disdainful. Think that's just rude assholes who don't know how to be compassionate. Qin Shuang laughed. You can't say that. We don't know Lu Tianmian's own alchemy level, but he can take out the Dao shaping pill, and Yao Ri Tianzuan was healed by him. So maybe there is a ray of hope in him. Qin Wan Heir is her mother. She couldn't let her mother fall no matter what. Li Yanran's shell teeth lightly bit her fragrant lips. In that case, in the future, their sacred Dan Palace would really require Lu Tianmeng. When she thought of Lu Tianmai's arrogant face, she was not happy. Of course there's some cushion on this one. Now the Kunlun Holy Land True Disciple Conference was about to be held. Even if we look for Lu Tianmeng, I'm afraid it will be after this. This brat might fight to the death against Dongfang Qingcheng at the True Disciple Conference, and it's still unknown whether or not he'll be alive at that time. Then, Li Yanran laughed lightly, suddenly feeling much more relaxed. After all, in everyone's opinion, Lu Tianmian and Dongfang Qingcheng wouldn't have much of a chance of winning if they fought. But when Lu Tianmai really died, there was actually a hint of complexity in her heart. In the days that followed, Lu Tianmeng lived an extremely peaceful life. There is only one goal, to cultivate and become stronger. The True Disciple Conference was the one with the highest gold content in the Kunlun Holy Land. At that time, the 99 great True Disciples would all face off at the peak. And to be able to be in a Holy Land and reach the ranks of True Disciples, none of them wore oil-saving lamps. And there are not a few old sixes among them who hide their strength. Not to mention that he had only cultivated for more than half a year. Even if he was a truly flawless saint's son, he would have to pay attention. In case the gutter turns and those old then defeated, it would be a shame. Most importantly, many of the True Disciples were still oriented towards Dongfang Qingcheng. This assembly is bound to be a hard battle, and without strength, it naturally won't work. Fortunately for Lu Tianmeng, he now had 10 lower-grade King's artifacts and 3 middle-grade King's artifacts, which he would devour, and he would be able to refine his strength quite a bit. And looking at the 13 weapons suspended in front of him, Lu Tianmu couldn't help but grin. Having a fused soldier refining bone, cultivation was just that much easier. Refine. At that moment, Lu Tianming's face was solemn as the heaven and earth melting furnace, cast out, began to refine those 13 king artifacts. It had to be said that reaching the level of a king's artifact made it even more difficult to refine it. Luckily, as Lu Tianming's strength grew, the blood chi in his body became even more terrifying. The power of the heaven and earth melting furnace was much more powerful. Within that heavenly earth furnace, the power of the blazing flames burned down continuously. Those 13 king's artifacts gradually melted, with a tendency to turn into liquid, before it could be integrated into the bones. Lu Tianming's Dao bones absorbed the chi and were gradually quenched. The breath is also strengthening. If the body is a divine furnace, quenching the flesh, blood, bones and organs, mother asterisk 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 her, perverted it can even devour weapons to enhance itself. Old me has never seen this kind of alternative method before, as I have traveled across the world. At this time, the second layer of the big black dog was shocked. It could see that this divine ability was heaven-defying and incomparable, and could infinitely help enhance Lu Tianmai down the line. If it were to spread out, the entire cultivation world would set off huge waves. This was a cultivation method that was beyond common perception. The Great Desolate Emperor body. The existence is ancient. Even we can't trace it back. It is rumored that in the unknown era, it did have all sorts of unknown functions. The devil heavenly bird also smacked its lips. Their strength exceeded the Xuanwu realm's perception. To the Great Desolate Imperial body, one still marveled. To be able to have such a divine ability at this stage. No wonder this kid dares to be called Heaven's Destiny. Ordinary people can't suppress this name. Big black dog size. It felt like Lu Tianming's destiny was very hard. It's not a pool. Buzz off. Within a short time, those king's artifacts were melted into energy liquids that entered Lu Tianmu's bones. His bones suddenly began to gradually glow, being tempered into Great Desolate Emperor bones. Even Lu Tianming's blood chi was boiling, seemingly infused with new energy and a stronger aura. The blood chi is about to turn golden again. Lu Tianming froze. His own blood chi, which seemed to have reached a critical point, once again became radiant with gold and divine. However, today's golden blood chi was many times more powerful than before. Each strand, like the sun's divine essence, coalesced. There is an extremely strong texture. The blood chi origin of the Great Desolate Emperor body is originally golden, and the blood chi discoloration that occurred before represents that your blood chi is in the stage of metamorphosis, and when the metamorphosis is complete, it will go back to being golden and radiant. At this time, the woman in white spoke. The Great Desolate Emperor body was too much more extraordinary than the world had imagined. With this body alone, Lu Tianmu could become a world-defying powerhouse. Back then, she was invincible in the world and had used a drop of her essence blood to reincarnate in the Xian Tian astral domain. Sensing the red dust, the most powerful Desolate Emperor body in history that he knew, Emperor Desolate, was afraid that he wouldn't be able to compare to Lu Tianming's Emperor body. Lu Tianmu's Emperor body was the one that was truly in a flawless state. Lu Tianming grinned. With this golden blood chi, his battle power would undoubtedly rise to another level. And your blood chi, some special, can devour all foreign body blood chi in the world, but also can find blood chi treasure medicine for enhancement. You can pay attention to this aspect in the future, the woman in white reminded. At this point, the only way for Lu Tianmian to open the fourth shackle was to continuously improve the quality of his blood chi. Otherwise, it would still be difficult to open the fourth divine deposit by oneself alone. Well, Lu Tianmian nodded his head, a little excited. Can devour blood chi? This physique is not the nemesis of the world's physique. Golden blood breath. It's really perverted. Rumble. After 15 days of this kind of cultivation, Lu Tianming finally absorbed the 13 king artifacts. At this point, his realm had reached the 7th heavenly stage of the Dao King realm. The number of Great Desolate Emperor bones also all turned black and began to glow gold. This meant that his Emperor bone had reached the next stage. His physical strength nowadays reached the point of 1,600,000 pounds. Together with his surging golden blood chi, it would be a complete understatement to say that the sky was crumbling under Lu Tianmian's punch. There's also my earth power, and when combined with my invincible fleshly body, it's bound to be even stronger. Lu Tianming smiled faintly. The power of the earth, acting on flesh, was equally dominating. As in today's human realm, there were probably not many people who could withstand one of his punches. The physical body is not a small amount of refinement. However, that sword drawing technique, you also need to get on with practicing it. That sword technique is not bad. After learning it, you will be able to cope with it more easily. The true disciple assembly. The white-robed woman laughed lightly. Watching Lu Tianmai grow a little bit was quite interesting. Lu Tianming nodded his head once again. The sword drawing technique was an immortal rank divine ability. Even if he had exerted some of his skin, the power would still be extremely terrifying. He takes it very seriously. Chapter 136 Amazing Sword Power. And now it was only 8 days until the True Disciple Conference. Lu Tianmeng immersed himself in and learned the art of sword drawing every day. It had to be said that this technique was indeed strong and outstanding, and it was about the momentum at the moment of drawing the sword, to explode like a landslide and tsunami, directly destroying the enemy and killing them with one move. Lu Tianming studied for a long time, but he didn't learn the essence, feeling that his aura wasn't strong enough. The lack of chi is due to too little resistance and insufficient sense. From today onwards, your right hand will be chained to the heaven impacting bell and you will draw your sword 10,000 times, the woman in white said. Tying the heaven crash bell to Lu Tianming's right wrist, he adjusted the weight to 800,000 pounds, 800,000 pounds of heaven slamming bells, drawing the sword 10,000 times a day. Lu Tianmian's face turned green. The woman in white is also too ruthless. Even if he had 1,600,000 pounds of divine strength, he would still be exhausted and worn out to the point of weakness. It's totally looking for abuse. If you want to practice a high-level battle technique, you have to suffer. Otherwise, what makes you able to catch up with others in a short period of time? The woman in white smiled faintly. With the heavenly clash bell, it was much easier for Lu Tianmeng to practice his body. Anyone else who wanted to suffer wouldn't have had such an opportunity. Fine. Lu Tianmeng gritted his teeth. Anyway, he had suffered enough from being tempered by the white-clothed woman, so he didn't care about this time. Madaka. At that moment, he bound the 800,000 kilograms of heaven-crushing bell in his hand and drew out the Lingfang sword. Once, twice, wait until 10 times. Lu Tianmian already had sweat on his face. On the 50th time, Lu Tianming's body was trembling slightly. By the 100th time, Lu Tianmian was exhausted and his eyes were filled with blood. Too hard. Lu Tianmian felt that the whole arm, are not his, swelling a big circle. Even the skin was slightly cracked, with blood spilling out. TSK, this is simply devilish training. At this moment, the second layer Big Black Dog, and the first layer Demonic Heavenly Sparrow couldn't help but shrink their necks. Some sympathized with Lu Tianmai. The feeling of being so tormented by this white-clothed woman was what elevated him so quickly. It's no longer something a normal person can hold on to. Keep insisting. People only break through when they are at their limits. Drawing the sword like this, although it is boring and hard, it can be a good refining for your sword heart. The white-clothed woman was at the side, and said unhurriedly. Lu Tianmeng had wanted to give up, but when he heard this, he couldn't help but tighten his heart, knowing that the woman in white was very strict when it came to practicing. If he didn't insist, maybe the woman in white would even punish him, and he had a sharpness in his heart that he didn't want the woman in white to underestimate. Draw. Then, Lu Tianmian roared in his heart, his teeth clenched in death as he continued to draw his sword. When the woman in white saw this, the corners of her mouth revealed an arc. Hey, brother dog, how many strokes do you think this kid can last? Devil Heavenly Bird and Big Black Dog, lying on the edge of the burial boundary, head to head, 8 melons, up to 120 times. The Big Black Dog spat out its big tongue and said, I'll guess 150 times. The Demon Heavenly Bird laughed. Clang clang clang. Within the mountain forest, the sound of a sword being drawn resounded continuously. What made the Big Black Dog and the Demon Heavenly Sparrow's jaws drop was that Lu Tianmeng had lasted a full 200 times. By this time, his whole body was filled with blood and his face was distorted. The muscles on his body were crumbling in many places, and blood was spraying wildly, so it could be described as a miserable sight. And at that moment, Lu Tianmian's eyes also went black and he posed in a big shape, falling straight down. This had truly reached its limit, exhausting Lu Tianshi to the point of fainting. 200 times, not bad. The woman in white laughed lightly. Then, to the demonic heavenly sparrow and the big black dog inside Lu Tianmeng, she said, you guys carry him to the water pool. Yes, the two ferocious spirits instantly gave a jolt, and like dog legs, they carried the dazed Lu Tianmeng and placed him inside a water pool not far away. The woman in white took out a jade bottle and poured out some green-colored liquid into the pool of water. Not long after, the water pool became aura-dense and immortal with a speed visible to the naked eye. There were also various flashes of spiritual light, and the visions were astonishing. Lu Tianming's body, like a spring encountered by someone who had been parched for a long time, crazily absorbed the medicinal power in the water pool. In no time, his body radiated a crystalline haze that was very sacred. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is the immortal spirit divine liquid, the big black dog and the demon heavenly sparrow said as their eyes rounded with fire. They had noticed earlier that the woman in white was casually refining something. It was actually such an extremely high-quality divine liquid. None of them have been touched. For a moment, their breathing became ragged, eyes staring blearily at the pool water, like an old man who has been single for decades and sees a stunning beauty, fiery and greedy. However, There is a woman in white. They do not dare to mess around, and only wildly flow Lahatsi, guarding their dry watching. After about an hour had passed, Lu Tianming woke up and realized that his body was completely healed. Not only that, there was also a surge of power emanating from his body, more powerful than at his peak. What's going on? Lu Tianming said with a happy smile. Some of the spirit liquids I've concocted can help you quickly recover from your injuries, the white-clothed woman on the side said. Thanks a lot. Lu Tianmian was overjoyed. Feeling that his physical strength had increased a lot, his body was light and indescribably comfortable. So what? My clothes who stripped naked. Then, Lu Tianmian stood up and immediately felt a coldness in his crotch. His old face reddened and said, What's the point of having that thing? Why don't I just cut it for you? It will only affect the speed of drawing the sword. The woman in white glanced at Lu Tianmai's crotch. Lu Tianshi instantly laughed dryly and shook his head repeatedly. The woman in white said, since your physical body has been strengthened, continue practicing your sword, and you are not allowed to sleep until you have drawn your sword 10,000 times a day. After that, he turned and left. Lu Tianmian was speechless and could only get up again and put on his clothes to practice his sword. And just as he stepped out of the water pool, the big black dog and the devil sky sparrow immediately jumped into the water pool like vicious dogs grabbing for food and began to drink furiously. While drinking, the big black dog also showed its teeth and barked furiously. Little old brother, you dare to rob this emperor's divine liquid. This father will grab it. You're not at the peak. Who's afraid? The devil heavenly sparrow was unconvinced. Immediately, a finch and a dog were in the water pool, choking and grabbing the divine liquid at the same time, which was very comical. The corners of Lu Tianmian's mouth twitched. He didn't expect these two extremes. Even grabbing his bath water to drink it, it was too uncouth. For the next few days, Lu Tianmian spent his time in this devil's training, and was tortured to death by the woman in white every time. However, what surprised Lu Tianmu was that every time he woke up from the medicinal bath, the aura with which he drew his sword became much stronger. Even unbound, like a dragon's roar, it shook the mountains and resonated. Lu Tianmeng was delighted. This effect was really excellent. He was confident that the aura of just drawing his sword was enough to shake an ordinary cultivator into spitting blood. This is only the first day. As time passes, the heavenly sword chopper drawing technique, he will be able to feel the essence. 8 days passed in a flash. Tomorrow is the True Disciple Conference. At night, Lu Tianmeng was still by the water pool, practicing drawing his sword. Now that his Lingfeng sword was shattered, it couldn't withstand the powerful force when he drew it. He used the many spirit stones he had looted to purchase a mid-grade king's artifact. The Flare Shadow Sword has a scabbard with a mysterious pattern that is extremely fine. Now the power of the heavenly clash bell had been adjusted to 1 million pounds by the woman in white. Even though Lu Tianmeng was working hard, it was undoubtedly much better than before. 9,990 times, 9,991, 9,992. As the number of times he drew his sword stacked up, the power contained within the hilt of Lu Tianmian's sword became more and more violent, like a great river that is constantly hoarding. Space shook violently, 10,000 times. Finally, Lu Tianmian sank his voice and released all of the terrifyingly huge force that was squeezed within the sword. Chapter 137. The mountain storm is coming. Boom! A vast and matchless sword intent erupted. Bang! A 1,000-foot mountain was directly crushed into pieces and leveled to the ground. In the mountains and forests, I don't know how many savage fey and ferocious beasts were shivering and fearful of this place. If a teenage sword god comes out with his sword, it shakes the heaven and earth. I've finally practiced the Jintian sword drawing technique. Lu Tianming looked at the sword in his hand and couldn't help but smile aloud. The pain he had suffered in these 8 days had not been in vain. With this horrible sword power, an ordinary cultivator of the celestial realm could be crumbled into mush. Emperor realm cultivators, he could even tough it out. And the imperial realm was the level of a normal lord of power. In a short period of half a year, Lu Tianmian had cultivated from a wasted body with no hands to this point. The progress was indeed horrifying. He also knew that it was thanks to the magical medicinal liquid that the woman in white had concocted for him. Otherwise it would be impossible to cultivate so quickly. That really is the immortal liquid. Otherwise it would not be able to let the unbeatable, old and dignified big black dog and magic sky sparrow break the head. Crazy grab drink his bath water. Lu Tianmeng also felt that there was a mysterious force that was lying dormant within him. It would be extremely beneficial to his cultivation in the future. Now that the battle heavenly sword drawing technique is practiced, then the 10,000 Buddha fist can also be practiced. The woman in white opened her mouth. Only with increasing strength would Lu Tianmeng be able to achieve results in the True Disciple Conference. Right now, among the true disciples of the Kunlun Holy Land, there were not a few who wanted to kill him. She was indeed very strict with Lu Tianming's cultivation as well. Lu Tianming nodded. The might of the 10,000 Buddha fist was indeed extraordinary. If practiced against his battle power, it would still be able to have a certain increase. He was concerned about this boxing style, too. Just like this, the night passed by under Lu Tianmeng's slow cultivation. Although the 10,000 Buddha fist was not of a low grade, Lu Tianmeng's blood qi was very strong, and cultivating this kind of domineering fist technique originally had an advantage that no one else could match. So in just one night, he was primed to learn the 10,000 Buddha fist as well. Not only that, but he had also cultivated some of the king rank lower grade sword technique, fire sword technique, that he had learned from Cheng Jian. After all, Lu Tianmeng's current enlightenment was too much stronger than normal people. Cultivating unusual sword combat techniques progressed rapidly, coupled with the guidance from the woman in white. His progress could only be described as terrifying. Ha ha, fire dragon sword technique, I've learned it. Lu Tianmeng, let's fight again at the True Disciple Conference. And at the same time, in the Sword Peak, within Cheng Jian's Spirit Mountain, in a certain place among the barren forest, Cheng Jian swung out his sword, and with a boom, the terrifying sword qi swept through the 8 directions like a sheet of flames, and actually made the trees within a few miles radius, all of them burnt to ashes. Cheng Jian couldn't help but let out a loud, warlike laugh. Earlier, in the battle skill hall, he was defeated by Lu Tianmai, causing him to be furious, and he had been cultivating like crazy for the past few days. Now that he had finally accomplished this king rank upper grade combat technique, the fire dragon sword technique, his heart was naturally surging with pride and confidence. I'm going to trample your brat under my feet and ruthlessly humiliate him in front of all the attention. Cheng Jian's teeth ground viciously as he said in a fierce voice, 9 Dragon Seal. It's also considered to be a great accomplishment. Lu Tianmian, are you ready to die? And at the same time, at the True Dragon Peak, Long Jifeng, the 4th prince of the Longhua imperial dynasty, also struck out with a seal, and with a bang, a large mountain was directly blown into powder. He held a golden war halberd and was clad in golden armor, standing there like a golden god of war with a strong aura. His eyes looked in the direction of the sacred Sun Peak, and the corner of his mouth drew a cold and eerie arc, killing his 9th brother and insulting the prestige of his Longhua dynasty. Today at the True Disciple Conference, he would make Lu Tianmai pay back 100 times over. It's time to end, Lu Tianmian, your path. Today this palace will put an end to you. And at this time, the holy maiden Peak Dongfang Qingqing similarly awakened from cultivation. In the moment its beautiful eyes opened, behind her, there was actually a pair of phoenix true wings, expanding and opening up, a few dozen feet, setting her off like a royal daughter, noble and domineering. She gazed outside the palace, and an icy voice came from the corner of her mouth as well. Inside the purple heavenly palace, the obsidian heavenly father then gazed down at the earth palace, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He could already perceive that the ancestor of his lineage had revived. A mountain rain is coming. It always feels like something extraordinary will happen at this True Disciple Conference. This night, many elders also stayed up all night, sensing extraordinary auras. Immediately, they laughed out faintly, also wanting to see which disciple would be the one to write the legend on it in this True Disciple Conference. With all the people watching, finally the sky, the red sun rises in the east. A new day dawns. The atmosphere of the Kunlun sacred ground steeply flared up. Dang, the Eastern Desolate Ancient Family, the Zhong family, Zhongli Heavenly King arrives. Eastern Wasteland Swift Ancient Family, Gu family, Venerable Gu Yun arrives. The ancient sect of the Eastern Wasteland, the Tianqian Divine Sect, has arrived. Western Shu Barbarian Dragon Clan, the ancient barbarian Venerable One has arrived. As soon as the sky dawned, countless forces and flags, islands and airships, kept flying towards the Kunlun sacred ground. The welcome bell of the Kunlun Holy Land rang almost non-stop. Heavens, worthy of being the Kunlun sacred land, the True Disciple Conference has attracted so many ancient lineage clans, and even forces from western Sichuan and northern Sichuan. At the top of a certain mountain peak, a huge square also gathered quite a few Eastern Wasteland cultivators. They were all here to see the fun. After all, the Kunlun Holy Land True Disciple Conference was only held once every 10 years. This was an opportunity for the Kunlun sacred ground to reveal the genius of the younger generation to others, so it was natural to want to watch. Of course, they can only be on the very periphery. The innermost VIP area could only be accessed by dignified forces. And looking at those forces that were each powerful enough to stir up a party and lead a large number of powerful people close by, they were undoubtedly all a bit seething. In the Eastern Wasteland, other than the Heaven's Path sacred ground, only the Kunlun sacred ground had this calling power. After all, a thin camel is bigger than a horse. Even if the Kunlun Holy Land has gone downhill a bit over the years, but after all, it is still one of the 4 great holy places in the Eastern Wasteland. In addition, there were 2 heavenly prides, Oriental Qingcheng and Lu Tianmian, who would really fight it out at the True Disciple Conference. So the crowd was naturally looking forward to it. All of them wanted to see how supremely powerful Dongfang Qingcheng was. and how her elegance overpowered the world. Ha ha, Kunlun sacred ground, so lively today. Brother Yao Ri, I, Tian Yang, came here uninvited. Please forgive me. At this moment, a loud laugh came from an ancient warship flying in. The heavenly Tao Holy Land's people had come. At the head of the group was a middle-aged man with a warm face and elegant temperament, like a scholar with a calm demeanor. He looked at the obsidian Heavenly Father and smiled faintly. It's the first Holy Lord of the heavenly Tao Holy Land, the Heavenly Sun Holy Lord, rumored to have reached the Mahayana realm in strength hundreds of years ago. Many people wildly sucked in cool air and looked awe-stricken. The first Holy Lord was far from being comparable to Zhuoxingtian. This person was almost close to saying that he was the emperor of the land in the eastern wasteland. Normal things don't even faze him. It's a surprise that it's here now. Brother Tian Yang is polite. The heavenly Tao Holy Land. Is my eastern wasteland Taishan Beidou? Coming to the Kunlun Holy Land makes my Holy Land fluffy. At this moment, the obsidian Heavenly Father stood up and smiled. Although the Kunlun Sacred Land and the heavenly Tao Sacred Land were mortal enemies, fighting fiercely in quite a few eastern wasteland Sacred Land wars, but in front of so many people, face must still be given. Your Holy Land has produced a remarkable saint son. Ah, there is even a sword immortal behind him, and he has decapitated all 9 of the old ancestors within the ancestral hall of my heavenly Tao Holy Land. My heavenly Tao Holy Land has never had such a thing happen. The heavenly Sun's sacred lord smiled faintly, his tone calm. There was a chill welling up in the bottom of his eyes. This matter made the heavenly Tao Holy Land very angry. That white-clothed woman was simply trampling the face of the Heaven's Path Holy Land and rubbing it on the ground. If they weren't afraid of its origin, even if it was an immortal sword, they would still have to ask for its statement. After all, they were also able to sense that the woman in white was in a special state, and it wasn't that easy to make a move. An injured immortal wasn't enough to make the Heaven's Path Holy Land too intimidated. Brother Tian Yang is too kind. Master Heavenly Destiny's nephew is young and impetuous and messed with the heavenly Tao sacred ground, so don't take it personally. Obsidian Heavenly Father laughed lightly. To the woman behind Lu Tianmai, who had killed the 9 old ancestors of the heavenly Tao Holy Land, he was also pained in his heart. Chapter 138 Stronger than ever. After all, in the past, in their encounters with the Heaven's Path sacred ground, the ones who suffered losses were all them, the Kunlun sacred ground. There was even a time when all of their disciples from the Kunlun Holy Land were all killed by the heavenly Tao Holy Land, and even senior sister was defiled by a madman from the heavenly Tao Holy Land. Defilement. This was a monstrous shame for the Kunlun Holy Land. If it wasn't for the greater good, the Kunlun Holy Land would have gone to war with the Heaven's Path Holy Land long ago. Even if he is not defeated, he will still seek this justice for his disciple. Now that the Heaven's Path Holy Land was also so miserable, he undoubtedly felt that it was retribution. What Brother Obsidian said is true. The Heavenly Sun Saint Lord smiled lightly, but a cold aura surged in his eyes as he said, I just don't know if this brat, Lu Tianmian, can survive today. Lu Tianmeng and Dongfang Qingcheng were mortal enemies. Today the probability is that only one of the two will be able to walk out of this square. As for Dongfang Qingcheng, she was blessed with a deep fortune, and had the inheritance of the emperor's way behind her, and even traces of immortality. Lu Tianmian had only just come into prominence in the last half a year, and his base was too thin in comparison. Once Lu Tianmian died today, it was also a huge loss for the Kunlun Holy Land, so he naturally gloated. Obsidian Heavenly Father's face was ugly. The feud between Heaven's Mandate and Qingcheng was indeed a pain in the Holy Land. Like predestined enemies, only one can shine. He was helpless. If the Kunlun Holy Land had always been united, how could the name of the Eastern Wasteland's #1 Holy Land fall into the hands of the Heaven's Path Holy Land? The only thing he could do was shake his head and keep reading. By this point, their feud was irreconcilable. The dispute over the Taoist lineage in the Holy Land was also deeply rooted. His fists clenched slightly, as if in anticipation of something. Middle-earth Divine Prefecture, Taiku Immortal Race, the Lin family has arrived. And right at this moment, someone in the square suddenly changed their face in surprise. What? The Taiku Immortal Race, the Lin family? Wow! When these words came out, a furor erupted in the square. In the vast history of the Xuanwu realm, there were indeed a few amazing people who were suspected to have reached the immortal Tao realm. The Lin family is one of them. It is rumored that its old ancestor, whose strength is heavenly, cannot be speculated. As for the immortal Tao family, their depths were naturally more terrifying than any ordinary imperial Tao power. The Lin family, in the Middle-earth Divine Kingdom, was mighty in the world, looking down on the Qiankuan, and seldom showed their faces. Now that the Lin family had actually stepped out of the Middle-earth Divine Prefecture and traveled thousands of miles to the Eastern Wasteland, it was surprising. I heard that in the South Ridge, Lu Tianmian chopped off the physical body of a Lin family lady and almost killed her. The Lin family people are afraid that they are here to find trouble with Lu Tianmian. At this time, someone said in a trembling voice. With the prestige of the Lin family, offending it would be a tiger's mouth. Obsidian Heavenly Father also changed his face slightly. There weren't many forces in the world that made the Kunlun sacred ground fear them, and the Lin family was exactly one of them. He stood up, slightly arched his hand, and said with a smile, "The Lin family has come. I wonder what the matter is." Don't worry. This young lady just came over to take a look at Lu Tianmian. At this moment, a woman's heavenly laughter came out from the Lin family's worship. A woman, slowly out of the face of a beautiful body surrounded by fairy mist, like a fairy down to earth, dusty, incomparable. It was Lin Shiyao. To one's surprise, Lin Shiyao's current strength was far too powerful than when she was in the South Ridge. Standing there was actually a sense of overriding the world, making people feel heavy. Could it be that the Lin Shiyao in the South Ridge is just a doppelganger of the other party, and the real Lin Shiyao has been sitting in the Lin family and hasn't appeared? At this time, someone seemed to think of something and said in dismay, allowing the doppelganger to walk the world and accumulate itself was precisely the rumored means of the immortal Tao. With the Lin family's heritage, it was normal to have such skills. Split. At this time, Lu Tianmeng, carrying a long sword and wearing a green shirt, also walked to the square. At that, he too was stunned. It seems that everyone had underestimated this Miss Lin family in the first place. It's so sick. A detachment is so strong. How strong its body is, in turn, is beyond one's imagination. Lu Tianmian, you appeared. Chopping this young lady in the South Ridge a detachment. You're very good. I hope that today in the True Disciple Assembly, you can survive. There is time for this young lady to spar with you again. At this time, Lin Shiyao's beautiful eyes turned around, just in time to see Lu Tianmian walking below and smiled. The voice was ethereal, like it came from beyond the heavens. The whole body has a hazy beauty like smoke and mist. You can beware that you still won't be the enemy of this saint's son at that time, and you will be chopped into pieces by me once again. Lu Tianmeng smiled faintly and calmly said. Lin Shiyao's main body stood there, and he couldn't even see through it. However, with the Great Desolate Emperor body, he already had an invincible heart. Among the young, he was not false to anyone. You still have to survive first. Lin Shiyao's dreamlike eyes gazed at Lu Tianmeng with a slightly teasing smile. I had thought that Lu Tianmeng would be afraid of seeing her instincts. Unexpectedly, Lu Tianmian still dared to speak loudly. She also laughed a little coldly at the fact that Lu Tianmeng was in a bad way today. No one thought that it could survive in the hands of Dongfang Qingcheng. Where's Dongfang Qingcheng? How come he hasn't appeared? Yet at this time, quite a number of strong people from sects and denominations stretched their necks. Most of them came, indeed, for Oriental Qingcheng. This was the most dazzling woman of the Eastern Wasteland's current generation, so powerful and blessed that everyone wanted to catch a glimpse of her. Kid, it seems like you're mixed up a bit miserably, being disfavored by so many people. At this time, within the second layer of the burial realm, the big black dog grinned and laughed badly. They are jealous of me, Lu Tianmeng said. Thick-skinned enough. The big black dog was speechless, and Lu Tianmeng was also extremely good. A normal person wouldn't have the face to say that. It all felt that Lu Tianmai's chances of winning were not high. I heard that Dongfang Qingcheng has broken into the imperial realm. He could also crush Lu Tianmian to death with his realm alone. Then just watch. Lu Tianmeng smiled faintly. It's no use wimping out now. There's only one battle to fight. TSK. Lu Tianmian is in a good mood now that he can still keep his composure. Someone laughed lightly. Many people were speculating that he could last a few moves in the hands of Dongfang Qingcheng. Some said 3 moves, some said 5, some said 10, but no one thought he could last more than 20. Lu Tianmeng was not afraid, which was surprising. Probably calm on the surface, but inside he has long been panicking. There were also people who laughed coldly. Lu Tianmian's character was corrupt, and many people still had the impression that he was a lecher. Dongfang Qingcheng was on the side of justice. Of course they wanted it to win. Lu Tianmian laughed lightly. Who would win and who would lose would be determined after the conference came to an end. He had suffered so much ridicule and mockery over the years. The gazes of these people couldn't shake him halfway. Some of the old men nodded their heads. Lu Tianmeng still had redeeming qualities. Maybe the True Disciple Conference will be a bit suspenseful. Lu Tianmian. This day has finally come. At that moment, finally a woman's faint laughter spread out. Boom! In the dome of the sky, a path of golden light stretched all the way from the Holy Maiden Peak. A golden dress, like a queen, overriding the world. Dongfang Qingcheng appeared under the attention of all the people. Dongfang Qingcheng has finally appeared. It sure is beautiful. In an instant, throughout the square, countless male cultivators shouted wildly. He's got a hot look on his face, and he's got a hot look on his face. Its skin is like congealed fat, green silk high plate, body slender waist, jade legs long, coupled with that sinking fish fall wild goose's features, when really beautiful and unrivaled. Most importantly, there was also a royal aura that overpowered all beings and towered over them. Seeming to be born is to be on the highest point. This graceful and noble temperament is adored by many. To take such a woman down would surely be the fulfillment of many men's lives. It is indeed very beautiful. At this time, underneath all of Lin Shuryao's features that were concealed by the light veil, she revealed a faint smile. That domineering aura of Dongfang Qingcheng was rare among women. Under countless gazes, Dongfang Qingcheng came to sit down at a high place in the square. It's been a long time since Qingcheng has seen you. At this moment, a man's faint smile suddenly came out. Immediately afterward, a golden carriage pulled by 9 dragons arrived. Vast dragon might swept through the heavens and the earth. A white-clothed, snowy, and handsome man sat on his plate, like an immortal king descending to the world. He can rule the heavens and the earth. It's Long Jun-yi, the Middle-earth Divine Prefecture, a young man with the same most flourishing reputation, rumored to be the reincarnation of an immortal, the fiancé of Dongfang Qingcheng, who has also appeared. Chapter 139 Long Jun-yi. Seeing Long Jun-yi, a huge tremor once again rippled through the square. Countless people's eyes were appalled. If Dongfang Qingcheng was a role model for women, Long Jun-yi was, without a doubt, the very role model for men in the world. The fame of his name was also above that of Dongfang Qingcheng. In all parts of the world, many people have heard of him like a thunderbolt. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, it makes the blood boil. Long Jun-yi? Lu Tianming's eyes narrowed slightly. This was indeed a man so powerful that it made people tremble. The aura was even more robust than Dongfang Qingcheng, like an immortal ruler at the end of a cloud. One could look up to him. Dongfang Qingcheng, quite the vision, to find such a man. Then, Lu Tianming sneered. Back then, Dongfang Qingcheng was in love with him. Unsurprisingly, they will become a divine couple, envying everyone. However, during an adventure, Dongfang Qingcheng and Long Jun-yi accidentally met each other. He didn't think anything of it at the time. Obviously Dongfang Qingcheng betrayed him. Perhaps back then in the burial god abyss, when Dongfang Qingcheng had dealt him a painful blow, there was also a shadow of Long Jun-yi. The smile at the corner of his mouth was a little sharp. Jun-yi, you're here. When Dongfang Qingcheng saw Long Jun-yi, the indifference on her face disappeared and was replaced by a touch of pleasure as she softly said, "Tsk, so Lu Tianmian was cheated on back then." A lot of people understand what's going on and look playful. Lu Tianmian and Long Jun-yi were indeed far apart. It was normal that Dongfang Qingcheng would make such a choice. After Dongfang Qingcheng and Long Jun-yi exchanged pleasantries, they also turned their gazes towards Lu Tianming, secretly revealing a touch of sneer. It seems to be saying that this is the palace, and nowadays the Taoist couple. Compared to you, is it not 1,000 times or 10,000 times better? Lu Tianmian, long time no see. At this time, Long Jun-yi's gaze also turned to Lu Tianmian and smiled. Qingcheng is still young. If you guys fight, please take care of him. After all, he was your senior sister back then. A lot of people laughed at that last statement. Long Jun-yi's words were a bit of a squeeze on Lu Tianming. Its women were taken from him. It's sad that they have to kill him now. Don't worry, I'll leave her body intact and let you 2 dogs finish your marriage, Lu Tianming said with a faint smile. It was more and more certain that Dongfang Qingcheng had Long Jun-yi's authorization to strike at him back then. He spoke without the slightest hint of politeness. Many people's teeth chattered. Leaving a whole body for Dongfang Qingcheng and calling Long Jun-yi and Dongfang Qingcheng dogs and men. Lu Tianmian was really crazy. With the power of the duo, who would dare to talk to them? Unbridled. How dare you insult the Grand Prince of our dynasty? You seek death. At this moment, a powerful member of the Longhua imperial dynasty shouted angrily. Long Jun-yi was the face of their Longhua dynasty, and Lu Tianming's words were too bold. Boom! At that moment, a slap was slapped out and was about to hit Lu Tianming in the face, making him lose face. This is my Kunlun sacred ground. No one has ever dared to sow their wild oats in the sacred ground. At this moment, the obsidian heavenly father's face sank. The eyes stood ajar. A great might erupted within the light of the eyes, directly shattering that prince's great hand away. A strong aura shook that prince, coughing up blood and flying backwards. Many people were shocked to hear that Lu Tianmian had given the obsidian heavenly father a Dao-shaping pill, and his strength had greatly improved. I hadn't thought that a single look had shocked and injured a prince of the imperial realm. The obsidian heavenly father was now, truly, somewhat unfathomable. At that moment, the heavenly sun's sacred lord all had his eyes narrowed vainly as he looked at Lu Tianmu, not knowing what he was thinking. Oh, no harm. Long Jun-yi lightly smiled and waved his hand. Lu brother is still young. Some fire is normal. We just came to watch the conference. Finally, he glanced at Dongfang Qingcheng, and a cold aura flashed in his eyes. Dongfang Qingcheng understood what he meant and looked at Lu Tianmeng with killing intent sweeping through his eyes. Daring to humiliate her and Long Junyi, today it's even more certain death. Alright, the time is almost up. True Disciple Assembly, officially begin. Finally, after waiting for about half an hour again, seeing that all the true disciples and guests had come, an elder stood out and said aloud, and as soon as the words fell, in the vicinity of this square, dozens of hills, the atmosphere was steeply fiery. Everyone looked excited, wanting to see how strong this generation of Kunlun Holy Land disciples were. The conference will be held in the form of a ring match. With a wave of that elder's palm, a formation in the sky dome opened, followed by 5 vast rings appearing in the crowd's line of sight. The drawing of lots will now begin, the old man said. Upon hearing this, some of the deacons, they handed the bamboo tube to some of the true disciples. Lu Tianmeng drew one at random and saw, ring 3, first match. Without hesitation, he jumped onto the left-hand side. On ring number 3, Lu Tianmian, up in the first game. The crowd was stunned and curious as to who his opponent was. Ha ha, Saint Lu, I beg for advice. Right at this moment, a man's bright and loud laughter spread out. A young man in a Taoist robe, holding a mahogany sword, flew into the ring. The body was strong, and there were 2 dry corpses on either side of it, with tattered clothes, standing respectfully like puppets, giving people a feeling of yin qi. It's the Beichuan imperial corpse family, the 3rd son of the Pang family, Pang Hao. Many people lowered their voices. Kunlun Holy Land, gathering the world's talents. Pang Hao had a good reputation among the 99 true disciples. The family behind it is dominated by the imperial corpse. The combat is also incredibly strong. Pang Hao? Lu Tianmeng was lightly stunned. He also had some impression of him, being a disciple under the Holy Maiden Peak of Oriental Qingcheng. This guy will show him no mercy. Make your move, Lu Tianmeng calmly said. Good spirit. Pang Hao laughed aloud. The Holy Maiden had said that there was an extremely generous reward for whoever could kill Lu Tianmian at the conference. He was naturally covetous. There was some excitement in his heart at the moment. Kill. At that moment, Pang Hao pointed forward with the peachwood sword in his hand, and pinched out spell seals in his hand. Boom! Beside him, the 2 dry corpses immediately looked like ferocious beasts reviving, and within their eyes, they emitted a terrifying ghostly light, killing towards Lu Tianmai. The body rubbed against the air, causing a storm to rise in the ring. The strength of these 2 dry corpses has actually reached the celestial realm. Many people changed color. Pang Hao's strength was only the peak of the 9th heaven of the Tao King realm. To be able to manipulate 2 celestial realm dryads, his methods were truly extraordinary. Imperial corpse technique, there's some meaning to it. Lu Tianmeng smiled faintly. These 2 corpses, obviously sacrificed in a special way. Their skin was like gold and iron, sturdy and incomparable, clanging as they rushed in. The average person can't really fight it. Naturally, this does not include him. Break! At that moment, Lu Tianmian pointed out a finger, and the exuberant golden blood qi in his body was mobilized by him. Even if it was a small portion, the finger on was like a golden sword, piercing through to the 2 dry corpses. Those 2 dry corpses, originally sturdy and incomparable body surface, immediately pierced out 2 finger holes, which seems to have a special inscription formation was disrupted. Dry body surface of the breath began to become disordered. You were actually able to break through the core of the Dryad's formation with a single strike? Pang Hao immediately changed his face and lost his voice. It was important to know that his 2 dry corpses were infused with a lot of metal and were invulnerable to swords and spears, and there was also inner armor of notable grade in his chest. However, he was pierced through by Lu Tianmai's finger, leaving him horrified. How powerful was this finger of Lu Tianmu's? Shattering a celestial realm artifact with a single strike wouldn't even be a problem, right? How did this guy's blood qi metamorphose into a golden color again? Someone wondered. After Lu Tianming opened the 3rd shackle, the blood qi in his body had turned purple. Now that it has returned to gold color again, it is surprising. At the high place, Long Junyi's eyes narrowed vainly. The golden blood qi of the Great Desolate Imperial body was famous in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and was called the Emperor of Blood Qi, unrivaled. This golden blood qi of Lu Tianmian seemed to be much stronger than the purple blood qi from before. It seemed that it had recently strengthened itself in terms of its Empyrean body. That's good. Otherwise it would be too boring to wait until then to defeat him. Dongfang Qingcheng sneered. She wanted Lu Tianmeng to be stronger so that she could set off her toughness. It would be too pointless to defeat it easily. Long Junyi laughed lightly. Dongfang Qingcheng had a heaven-swallowing demon body, causing countless physiques in the world to turn pale at the sound of it. It can devour the origin of all bodies under the sun. He also looked forward to how strong it would be if it could devour Lu Tianmeng's Great Desolate Emperor body origin. This body scares even immortals. He had some color in his mind. Speaking of which, this brat is indeed lucky, having had his spirit body drained by the Holy Maiden of Qingqing back then. he has actually awakened his emperor body again. It's truly fantastic. Beside him, there were also strong people from the Longhua imperial dynasty who sighed. Back then, Dongfang Qingqing's heaven-swallowing demon body had just awakened, and it needed the origin of some geniuses to completely open up. Only then did he lay hands on Lu Tianmai. In this situation, it was almost 100% that Lu Tianmai could not possibly have any hope of getting up. And yet, having an imperial body in the dust was really unexpected. Long Junyi nodded his head silently, also feeling that there was something strange about this matter. In the middle of Lu Tianming, there must be extraordinary encounters, but sooner or later, this imperial body would be Oriental Qingqing's as well. He was also somewhat pleasant. Dongfang Qingqing felt the same, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile. The world of cultivation, come to be cruel beyond measure. If you want to blame it, you should only blame Lu Tianmai, who has no background. Chapter 140 vs. Fairy Yushu. Double corpse vertical. In the ring, Pang Hao shouted angrily, injecting all the vigor within his body into the dry corpse. Realizing that Lu Tianmai's blood qi was extremely powerful, using nothing more than a minuscule finger light, he dealt a fatal blow to their two dry corpses. If this keeps up, something could go wrong. He wasn't going to hold back and directly cast his most powerful means. Boom! In the next moment, his entire body also transformed into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards Lu Tianming, and the peachwood sword in his hand, like it had turned into an incomparably sharp divine weapon, stabbed sharply at Lu Tianming's brow. It had to be said that Pang Hao's own level of swordsmanship was also good, and the two main dryads exploding together, coupled with the fact that he himself was a strong person at the early stage of the ordinary celestial realm, would find it difficult to fight back. Some of the watchers sighed. The 99 true disciples of the Kunlun Holy Land were really extraordinary. Pang Hao's fame, relatively not so great. The strength of the outburst were able to threaten some of the 6 great true disciples. From this, it could also be seen how sufficient the gold content was for a true disciple of the Kunlun Holy Land. Glowing light. However, Lu Tiannian's face was flat as he clenched both his fists and blasted away with a direct punch. What was being performed was precisely the 8 desolate fists, the qi covering the 9 heavens. Although with Lu Tianming's current battle strength, the 8 desolate fists grade was a bit low for him. However, when cast with his powerful physical strength, it was equally powerful. Boom! Terrifying fist power, like an angry dragon coming out. Pang Hao's 2 dry corpses were directly crumpled away, spiderweb-like cracks surfacing on their body surfaces and finally exploding. Pang Hao was also shaken and flew backwards, crashing hard onto the ground and coughing up blood. Many people's hearts stopped and their expressions were horrified that Pang Hao had lost just like that. Pang Hao also gritted his teeth and finally smiled bitterly. He lost in a convincing manner. Lu Tianming's fleshly body was too dominating. It wasn't something he could fight against at all. If Lu Tianming had done it with his full strength, he might have been a corpse by now. Finally, without a word, he walked silently out of the ring. Lu Tianming walked down the ring with an indifferent expression on his face. Right now, the only thing that could pose a slight obstacle to him was a genius at the level of the 6 true legends. It was true that he did not place ordinary true transmissions in his eyes. After that, the ring battle continued. When they reached the level of true disciples, once they fought, they were all very intense. For some disciples, it would even take several hours for their strength to be consumed before they could distinguish the winner from the loser. Therefore, Lu Tianming's second opponent was directly delayed until the next day. What made Lu Tianming somewhat surprised was that his second opponent was actually immortal Yushu. Senior brother Lu, it's actually you. After Yushu jumped onto the ring, she looked at Lu Tian's upright and handsome figure, and was also stunned, not expecting that one day, she would meet with Lu Tian. On the ring, not bad. Lu Tianming's eyes were calm. Yushu smiled bitterly. Senior brother Lu, I have indeed alienated you in the past 2 years, but I have bitter feelings. Why can't you understand senior sister's feelings? Said the delicate and sexy petite body forward, seemingly to embrace into Lu Tiannian's arms. Many people were stunned to hear that immortal Yushu, back then, also admired Lu Tiannian. Lu Tianming, as the saint's son, had even taken out quite a few resources to help immortal Yushu. As a result, immortal Yushu had directly ignored the other party after Lu Tianming had fallen on hard times. Now he was asking Lu Tianming for forgiveness, which was a bit playful. There were also people who smacked their lips. Fairy Yushu was also a special creature, wearing a red dress. Her jade legs were white and slender. Her chest was full. Her jade arms were like lotus roots, and she was also a famous flower among the true disciples. To throw herself at Lu Tianshi just like that, she was afraid that the average man wouldn't be able to hold on to her. It would be absolutely wonderful to enjoy this beautiful woman. Die. However, Lu Tiannian's eyes turned cold as he blasted out a fist, and a majestic golden blood qi erupted, directly sending immortal Yushu flying backwards. If it wasn't for immortal Yushu, who sacrificed an ancient shield at the critical moment. This punch could have really made Immortal Yushu die in pieces. In Immortal Yushu's hand, many people were then stunned to see that there was a ghostly dagger exposed. Insidious. Many people were surprised. This woman's heart was really deep, outwardly pathetic, but secretly harboring evil. If it were an ordinary man, I'm afraid he would have been hit already. Lu Tianming. Yushu's face was ugly. This kind of trick, in front of me, it's better not to perform it. Lu Tianming's eyes mocked. Back when he became a holy son, he knew very few people in the Kunlun Holy Land and was nice to those around him. But some people take advantage of him. Fairy Yushu was exactly one of them. It was impossible for him to fall for his opponent's trick again since. Just watch the moves. Fairy Yushu's pretty face was cold. As long as she advanced to this round, she would be able to enter the top 30 of the conference. And she wouldn't give up no matter what. Although Lu Tianming did treat her well in the past. But in the cultivation world, strength and status are the most important. The weak are only trampled by the strong. And no one wants to end up in that situation. Swish! In the next moment, her entire body transformed into an aurora borealis and killed Lu Tianmai. The dagger in his hand, like a cold poisonous snake, stabbed towards Lu Tiannian's torso, flowing light illusion body technique. Some old men stared. Yushu figure, slightly illusory at the time of impact. There is also smoke around the body, so that people are in a fantasy world. This was precisely a strong body technique within the Holy Land. It has the effect of confusing the opponent. Once exhibited, often opponents lose their minds. It will be decimated by a single blow. Fairy Yushu looked delicate, but she had actually practiced this technique. In the background, hard work must have been done. Sculptor's little skill. However, as Lu Tianmian looked at the smoke, a golden light flashed within his eyes. He awakened the Great Desolate Emperor's eye that shook the ancient world. It is possible to investigate the falsehoods. This hallucinogenic effect of Yushu Fairy has nothing to hide in front of him. It's in this eye, Yushu Fairy, such as no inch, in front of him, perfectly white and petite. It did dazzle the eyes. Swish! At that moment, Lu Tiannian drew his flare shadow sword and slashed out with a swordlight, not performing a powerful sword stance. However, with his current sword intent, a random sword would be extremely terrifying in its power. The sword chi swept across the sky, causing gale force winds to lift up in the surroundings. Immortal Yushu immediately changed color, shocked that Lu Tiannian's sword technique had been so strong that it had reached this realm. This sword, like an oceanic wave, attacked indiscriminately. Her marvelous stance was unavoidable under this sword. Pust. In the end, Immortal Yushu was forced back by a sword, coughing up blood as her body flew backwards over the edge of the ring. Lu Tiannian's sword was so strong that it shook the meridians in her body, almost breaking them. She lay on the ground, unable to get up. Senior brother Lu, I've lost, said Fairy Yushu, her face pale and her voice bitter. At this moment, a genuine flash of regret arose in her heart. Shouldn't have played mind games and missed out on a truly dazzling talent in the first place. Lu Tianming's eyes were indifferent as he put away his long sword and turned to leave. Not a word was said, dismissing it as a hint of weed on the side of the road. Immortal Yushu's heart ached. The crowd was regretful. Lu Tianming's performance was very bright. When other people fought, they had to battle for a long time before they could tell the winner from the loser. Lu Tianming, however, simply defeated his opponent with a single move, or two. Just coming up is just an appetizer. At the level of 30th place, it's the real battle of the elites. Lu Tianmian wants to go forward again. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Some of the watchers laughed coldly. Lu Tianmian had beheaded more than 5,000 geniuses in the South Ridge and had offended too many forces in the world. A lot of people are looking forward to how he's going to die. Many people looked at Lu Tianming with gloomy gazes. Lu Tianming closed his eyes and rested his mind. The only thing that interested him was the battle with Dongfang Qingcheng. Other opponents, he didn't care at all. Finally, in the afternoon, he welcomed his opponent of 30 to 15. Upon seeing that person jump onto the ring, a huge agitation instantly set off around the square that was originally somewhat calm. It was a man dressed in cloth, carrying a long sword on his back, giving off a slightly vicissitude feeling, with a beard at the corner of his mouth. As he appeared, a shocking blade intent filled the air, causing many people's hearts to tremble. Like seeing a supreme being among the Tao of blades, his scalp went numb. It's him, Blade King Li Ao. The crowd looked awe-stricken. The Blade King, Li Ao, was a symbol amongst the true disciples, but all who repair knives regard them as idols. However, I heard that his love life is difficult. He was abandoned by a woman in his early years, and his obsession is too deep, so that the Tao of the sword is defective and unable to achieve great success. His sister, Li Yuling, was one step ahead in terms of swordplay, yet it doesn't take away from his power. As early as a few years ago, with a single hand of swordplay, he had decapitated a celestial realm powerhouse. It is rumored that with his full strength, he can even resist the middle stage of the celestial realm. The crowd throbbed a little at the sight of him at the moment. Chapter 141 Liao, Notification. Blade heart deeply planted. Not bad, but your heart is flawed. You can't utilize your blade to the extreme. You're not a match for the saint's son. Admit defeat. However, Lu Tianming carried his long sword on his back, glanced at the blade intent around Liao, and slightly shook his head. If one were to talk about the degree of robustness of blade intent, Liao was indeed extraordinary, but the heart of the blade was not clarified, and there was still an extremely strong resentment that made it impossible to defeat him. Not necessarily. I've been cultivating my sword for decades. My background is not something that can be compared to ordinary people. Sacred Son's senior brother. Watch the move. Liao's mouth slightly hooked, lonely and arrogant smile. He might not be as good as facing a true master of the sword, but Lu Tianmeng was so young that he felt he was more than good enough. Madaka. At that moment, he drew the single blade in his hand. Very ordinary, with a hilt wrapped in coarse cloth, and no one would even bother to take a second look at it when it was placed among the divine blades. However, the moment the single blade appeared, Lu Tianmeng did feel that a shocking blade aura came upon him, causing his skin to chill a little. His gaze narrowed vainly, and he had to sigh, not to underestimate other geniuses. For Liao to be able to be called the Blade King and have such a great reputation within the Holy Land, there were indeed some doors. Even at this moment, he detected an aura of danger. Mad Mountain Blade Technique. Kill! Liao shouted. His body moved and disappeared in the same place. Lu Tianming's eyes condensed as he pulled out his sword and stabbed it in the void not far to his left. There a blade light, chopping rapidly, if a thunderbolt swiftly. Liao's divine method was, indeed, very fast, and in terms of speed alone, it was a few points more overpowering than immortal Yushu. Let you also taste this Saint Sun's sword technique. Lu Tianming's mouth revealed a smile. Brush up. A powerful sword light was unfolded by Lu Tianmian. Each sword light, all piercingly shiny. Lu Tianmian like in the interweaving of some kind of great formation in general, so that the ring, everywhere full of terrifying sword intent. Not only that, there is even vaguely, the formation of a domain, like a horrible sword domain, can strangle thousands of enemies. This is the Wuji sword domain, the famous sword domain of the Wuji sword emperor back then. Many people changed color. The Wuji sword emperor, in the history of the Xuanwu realm, was incomparably bright, using the sword to prove the way. In the realm of swordsmanship, ghosts and gods were unpredictable. It was rumored that when this limitless sword domain of his came out, it could suppress an era and cause countless strong people to wither away. When he had once fought with the extraterrestrial heavenly demons, he had killed many strength-passing heavenly demons. Lu Tianmeng had actually comprehended all the sword domains. This is even more powerful than sword intent, by one notch. Historically, some of the strongest sword Dao masters with reputations in the four directions had to at least reach the passage saint rank, or even saints, when they comprehended the sword domain. Lu Tianmian is only at the Dao King realm, yet he's about to comprehend the sword domain. Is this a freak of nature? Some of the strongest people were also stunned, feeling that many geniuses were trash when compared to Lu Tianmai. Of course there was still a big difference between Lu Tianming's sword domain and the real sword domain. It's only in its infancy, but it has been very dazzling to comprehend. Liao also changed slightly. The sword domain, not to mention that he has a lack of heart. Even if he has a perfect sword intention, there is still a great distance from practicing the sword domain. Lu Tianming cultivated the world-famous Wuji sword domain. He also shook. It's a big kill with 1 against 10,000. At this moment, he even felt an imperial Dao pressure fill the air, like the infinite sword emperor, standing in the river of ages, was looking down at him icily, giving him a feeling of kowtowing. Great Emperor, this is a special realm where many powerful people break through the immortal Dao when they step into the realm of Dao formation. Those who were able to become great emperors in ancient times were all true heroes, unrivaled in the realm of the human path for ages. In the future, when they entered the immortal Dao, they would also be able to become supreme, which was why there were so many strong people in the heavens, wanting to become great emperors. There were even some amazing great emperors who had killed immortal Dao powerhouses in reverse. The laws left behind by great emperors are indeed not to be underestimated. At this time, the old man of the Lin family muttered, "This is advanced knowledge that the world doesn't know much about." The Xuanwu realm was in the Xian heavenly planet realm, very remote and with a thin spiritual qi. However, the strong people here, the foundation are very strong. If put into the Xian Tian star field some of the world of abundant aura, the strength will soar. It resulted in the great emperors of the Xuanwu realm having even more gold in the entirety of the heavens and stars. When you step into the immortal path, you can be famous in all the worlds. The ancestor of their Lin family had not stepped into the emperor realm back then and had directly entered the immortal realm. potential and great emperor, not in the same concept. Beside him, Lin Shiryao nodded silently. If others knew about it, they would be stunned. This was the specialness of the emperor realm. The sword domain of Lu Tianmeng would be the infinite sword emperor was indeed astonishing. A sword splits the sky. Kill. In the ring, Li Ao was surprised, sensing that Lu Tiannian's aura was becoming more and more prevalent, indistinctly resembling the revival of a teenage sword emperor. And just this aura alone was enough to cause his Dao heart to collapse. He couldn't let Lu Tianmai go on like this anymore. At that moment, he coldly drank, and exploded all of his strength of the fourth heaven of the celestial realm, and all of his blade intent was injected into the body of his blade, causing his ancient single blade to slightly produce cracks, like it couldn't withstand this horrendous power. It was evident how domineering the power contained in his blade was. Boom! Then, he slashed down with his sword, and the terrifying blade light, like a hanging waterfall splitting down, the ring under Lu Tiannian's feet, were all vibrating crazily, splitting open a thick crack. Countless watchers had cold hands and feet. The aura of this blade was too amazing. There was an aura of killing thousands of troops across the board and splitting open the Kunlun. How many people in the celestial realm could block this strike? The sword domain has become a reality. Any blade intent, it will collapse, lose. However, Lu Tiannian smiled faintly, his intentions in full bloom. When he was practicing the Jintian sword drawing technique, his sword intent increased greatly, and he made great strides towards the earth sword intent, limitless sword intent, and unyielding sword intent. Now that the infinite sword domain was out, it did have the aura of sweeping away everything. Boom! At that moment, Lu Tiannian's long sword fell, the infinite sword domain roared, and thousands of sword intent poured down like an ocean. Each sword chi contained a sharpness that could easily cut down the strength of the celestial realm. The vast sword chi, thousands of them, erupted together, and the power was too strong. Like the entire heaven and earth had turned into a river of sword intent, Lu Tiannian was like a supreme being who dominated all the swords. Bang! The final dazzling sword awnings appeared. Although Li Ao had put in his best effort, but his blade intent was lacking, and Lu Tiannian's sword domain, since it was not a match. Then a majestic momentum struck, causing Li Ao to spit out blood in a sorry state as his body flew backwards off the ring. I lost. Li Ao's gaze was a little lax, unable to accept, losing in the hands of a Master Lu who was so much younger than himself. Back when he was at the Dao King realm, I'm afraid that Lu Tianmeng wouldn't have been able to cultivate yet. Now Lu Tiannian had defeated him. He was extremely frustrated. All these years, I have been conceited, but I was abandoned by that heartless woman, making me furious beyond measure. Only now do I realize that there are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heaven, and amongst this multitude of people, I might just be an ordinary member. So what if I'm abandoned by someone who stipulates that a strong man won't be abandoned by a woman? Li Ao sighed lightly, and at this moment the blade intent around him suddenly flourished. The realms all began to soar. Celestial realm 5th sky, Celestial realm 6th sky, Celestial realm 7th sky, Celestial realm 8th sky. In a short moment, he had actually reached the 8th level of the celestial realm. No matter the blade intent or aura, it was much stronger than before. Blade intent is complete. Li Ao's obsession has been put down and his heart has broken through. Countless people exclaimed. Perhaps over the years, Li Ao was too proud to have lost a single battle, and it was only when he was abandoned by a woman that he kept grudgingly. Now that he had exchanged blows with Lu Tiannian, he realized that he was nothing under his natural talent. It's only then that you recognize yourself, let go of your obsessions, and take a step closer. Senior brother Lu, thank you very much. Today's defeat at your hands can be said to be a rebirth for me. In the future, if there are any commands, I will be obliged to do so. Li Ao sensed his change and also felt a joy in his heart. Then he solemnly arched his hand to Lu Tianmeng and said, he suddenly felt that Lu Tiannian had done it on purpose when he crushed him with his sword domain. The purpose was to try to completely blow his ego. He was naturally grateful, and even though his strength had increased greatly now, he still felt that Lu Tianmai was unfathomable. He was austere. Master Lu is truly a demon. I'm afraid he's still no match for it. It's good to be able to comprehend. Lu Tianmeng smiled lightly. He didn't have any beef with Li Ao. Seeing that the other party was indeed a good seedling, he only enlightened him. He was relieved that the other man was on board. After saying that, he put away his long sword and jumped out of the ring. This guy, he actually made my big brother's blade heart clear. At this time, in a viewing seat, Li Yuling's pretty face was also jaw-dropped. She had used countless methods over the years, but she couldn't help her big brother Lu Tiannian, however, did it by violently suppressing it, surprising her as well. Yuling, Master Lu's sword intent is far above you and me, and his chest is even more admirable to my brother. You need to keep a low profile in the future. At this time, Liao came back and glanced at Li Yuling and said with a faint smile, knowing his sister, he has always claimed to be the first genius of the Blade Dao in the Kunlun Holy Land. Some sword cultivators were also not in her sights. Now that he had seen Lu Tianmai's strength, he felt that it's not Lu Tianmai's opponent. In terms of natural talent, Lu Tianmeng had thrown them off by too much. Not necessarily. Li Yuling skimmed her small mouth, somewhat unconvinced. Shui Yin's eyes, looking at Lu Tianming's back, indeed swept over a different color. It had to be said that this tactic of Lu Tianming's did impress her. The battle that followed was even more intense. This has reached the point where 15 is promoted to 7. The geniuses here are much stronger. During this time a surprising person broke inside the 15. The clock is actually slimmer than the past. She was petite, with an exquisite face and a lovely spirit, and looked like the girl next door. However, it is surprising to see how many opponents were defeated. Lu Tianmeng was also stunned, and then he realized that Zhong Fiangxi's position in the Zhong family was extraordinary. With the Zhong family's energy cultivation, it was normal that the progress would be so amazing. Brother Lu, I'm awesome now, right? If we talk about the realm, you're not as high as me. Oh, Zhong Jianqi blinked and flew to Lu Tianmian's side, smiling delicately. She was originally extremely beautiful, like an elf under the moon. Plus now that her strength had greatly improved, she was even more like a little fairy, making countless males adore her. But being so close to Lu Tianmai made many people a little jealous. Awesome, Fiangxi has grown up. Lu Tianmian laughed lightly and patted Fiangxi's head. The latter had an extraordinary relationship with him, and he was happy for him to be able to strengthen his strength. I'll help you in the future. Zhong Jianqi laughed daintily and wrapped her arms around Lu Tianmai. A lot of people have weird eyes. Zhong Jianqi and Lu Tianmian don't look like mere senior siblings. The former's beautiful eyes were glowing as she looked at Lu Tianmai's side face. Lu Tianmian nodded with a light smile and coughed lightly, looking meaningfully at his arm. With so many people, it's better to pay attention. Now that Fibro is indeed bigger, it's a real mind-blowing experience. Chapter 142 Zhong Jianqi vs Dongfang Qingcheng. Which so what? Zhong Jianqi laughed daintily, not caring. On the other side of the square, Zhong Lingxiao's face turned green when he saw this scene. Your own sister. She's really a bit of a ghost. Next match, 15-7, Dongfang Qingcheng vs Zhang Xianxie. Just then, suddenly an old man came up to the stage and announced the result of the draw, causing the whole room to clamor. Fibrous Xie actually met up with Dongfang Qingcheng? Lu Tianmian changed color. Although Fibrous Xie had made good progress, but with Dongfang Qingcheng, it was still far from being the same. When he encountered her, Lu Tianmeng naturally worried about what would happen to Fibrous Xie. Fiangxi, surrender. Lu Tianming's face sank slightly as he said, Dongfang Qingcheng is very hateful to him, and Fiangxi is so close to himself, it's possible that he will lay his hands on Fiangxi. No, I'm going to have a meeting with her to see if she's as powerful as the legend says, and I can help you consume her. Zhong Jianqi laughed. She was sure she'd get out in one piece. Fiangxi, stop fooling around and surrender. At this moment, Zhong Lingxiao flew in and said in a cold voice, he loved this sister very much and did not want her to be hurt by Dongfang Qingcheng because of Lu Tianmian, and he had a fair relationship with Dongfang Qingcheng in the Holy Land. Don't want to meddle, either, with the duo. Brother, I can handle it. Zhong Fanshur hummed. It's also about the face of the Zhong family. If she surrendered, the Zhong family would be sneered at. Zhong Lingxiao's face twitched, unable to retort. The Zhong family was a large family, and it was indeed humiliating to surrender directly. Finally, his gaze turned to Lu Tianmian and he coldly said, if my sister has any deaths or injuries because of you, I will definitely not let you go. Lu Tianmeng sneered and didn't pay any attention to it, and seeing that Lu Tianmai ignored himself, Zhong Lingxiao couldn't help but facepalm and turn around to leave. Zhong Fiangxi, I heard that in these years, you haven't helped Lu Tianmian much. Come up on the stage. Let this holy maiden see. How strong are you? At this time, under the attention of all, Dongfang Qingcheng slowly stood up from her high position, and a surging aura immediately erupted. Then she transformed into a golden divine light and landed on the very center ring. The beautiful eyes looked at Zhong Jianqi with a bland smile. In the past, Lu Tianmeng, in her eyes, was an ant. Zhong Jianqi helped him and she didn't care at all. Now Lu Tianmian had provoked her majesty again and again, and had risen to this point. There was naturally some coldness in her heart. He felt that if he didn't have Zhong Jianqi's help, maybe Lu Tianmian would have been played to death by her. She also wanted to clean up its close ones in front of Lu Tianmeng. That's why her smile right now is a little chilling. Holy maiden, please show mercy for the sake of her being my sister. At this moment, Zhong Lingxiao stood up and arched his hand. As a sixth great true transmission, or an outstanding alchemist, it was normal that he could not possibly bow down to Dongfang Qingcheng. That's the only thing that's left now. this palace will engage normally. Dongfang Qingcheng smiled indifferently. She wasn't afraid of the Zhong family. Zhong Lingxiao gritted his teeth, his heart chilling coldly. Don't say big words so early. Maybe you'll be the one in trouble then. At this time, Zhong Fancher, however, jumped onto the ring and laughed daintily. With you? Dongfang Qingcheng snorted. Strength like Zhong Jianqi's was nothing in her eyes. Boom! At that moment, she pointed out a finger, and a radiant finger on immediately blasted towards Zhong Jianqi like a bolt of electricity. The aura was very powerful, causing the ring space to tremble violently. The crowd was shocked. Such a strike could not be resisted even by someone in the middle stage of the celestial realm. When Dongfang Qingcheng casually struck out, her strength was so strong that it was awe-inspiring. Lu Tianming also frowned and finally shook his head. Knowing Zhong Jianqi's character, she seemed to be well-behaved, but in fact there was a stubbornness within her, and since she had decided, he couldn't persuade her. At this moment, the only thing he could do was to tighten the muscles of his entire body a bit, ready to strike at any time to rescue Zhong Xianqi. In anyone's opinion, the gap between her and Dongfang Qingcheng was too big. Lu Tianmian, he's so blessed with lust, to have such a little beauty, fighting with Dongfang Qingcheng for him. Some watchers smacked their lips. Zhong Jianxie, in the Zhong family is a collection of thousands of favorites. To many, a goddess of sorts. Treating Lu Tianmai in such a way made people jealous. Boom! However, in the face of such a powerful finger from Dongfang Qingcheng, Zhong Jianqi's small face was composed, and with a flash of light in her hand, she shot out a round shield, which directly resisted Dongfang Qingcheng's overbearing finger force. Then, Zhong Jianqi's delicate body moved and also transformed into a wild wind, rushing towards Dongfang Qingcheng. In her hand, out of a red-like flashing sword, a sword stabbed out. The temperature of the entire ring, all became hot. Some clouds are burned away. The weather is amazing. Upper king rank treasure weapon? Many people were shocked. Weapons at this level were even more precious. It was very difficult for an ordinary celestial realm to break through. The round shield in Zhong Jianqi's hand was clearly of this level. The sword seemed stronger. A shocking display was exhibited, and there was actually an imperial aura permeating the room. Ancient shield of the upper king rank, and a sword of the royal rank. Zhong Fiangxi, the treasures that the Zhong family has given you, are indeed quite a lot, but in front of this palace, they are nothing. Dongfang Qingcheng looked at Zhong Fiangxi's treasure sword, but the corner of her mouth revealed a cold smile. If it were a normal person, Zhong Fiangxi would not have to fight at all if she had such a treasure. It was very difficult for the celestial realm to break through her defenses. She, however, was not among them, and at that moment an icy cold word came out of her mouth. Break! Still pointing out with a single finger, as if he was facing a mole cricket. Boom! Terrifying finger-ons once again burst out from her body. This finger power, then all are much more powerful. Even a holy might lingered around, exerting the power of the pouring city saint body. This physique was considered to be very strong even amongst the sacred bodies. The slightest mobilization is incredibly powerful. Zhong Jianqi looked at such an amazing finger from Dongfang Qingcheng. Her pretty face slightly changed, knowing the power of this finger. At that moment, the round shield in her hand was urged to the extreme, turning into about 10 feet in size and blocking in front of her. When, however, Dongfang Qingcheng's finger light struck it, and the round shield directly exploded with a tiny crack. The finger light was still coming towards Zhong Jianqi with an overwhelming trend. Many people exclaimed in shock as the king rank upper grade treasure was unbreakable in the eyes of many. However, in front of Dongfang Qingcheng, like broken copper and iron, casually crushed, this battle strength was truly amazing. Zhong Jianqi's pretty face was solemn, and the sword in her hand chopped, erupting a strong imperial might, finally annihilating that finger light. However, the powerful force contained in the finger light still shook Zhong Jianqi backward a few steps, her small face slightly pale. Some people nodded their heads. With Zhong Fiangxi being able to take 2 moves from Dongfang Qingcheng, it was enough to be proud of herself. But Dongfang Qingcheng was too strong. She still had no chance of winning. At this moment, Dongfang Qingcheng's pretty face was indifferent as she walked towards Zhong Jianqi and slapped out a palm, a majestic large handprint directly suppressing down, exerting the power of an imperial realm powerhouse. His aura was so dominant that it caused space to shatter. Zhong Jianqi's petite body seemed insignificant. Fire Dragon Burning Sky Formation. However, Zhong Jianqi drank, without fear, and suddenly her small hand pinched a seal in front of her body, and in an instant a formation chart appeared from above her head. On the formation diagram, a divine light was emitted, wrapping Dongfang Qingcheng. Not only that, the many auras converged and formed a huge fire dragon, like it could extinguish the world, emitting a terrifying divine might. Fire Dragon Burning Sky Formation? This is the Zhong clan's clan-suppressing divine formation. Zhong Fiangxi has actually obtained the recognition of this formation? Countless people clamored at the sight of that astonishingly imposing grand formation. The ancestor of the Zhong clan was also a powerful person in the realm of the Emperor's Tao, and not only that, he had attainments in the Tao of formation that proudly defied the times, leaving behind many amazing formations. The Fire Dragon Burning Sky formation was exactly one of them. Chapter 143 Emperor Formation, Burning Sky. It was rumored that during the ancient times, in the Xian Tian Star domain, there were quite a few worlds that wanted to overrun the Xian Wasteland realm. In the end, it was the ancestor of the Zhong family who stepped in and killed the enemy with this array, turning the entire starry sky into a sea of fire, and an unknown number of invaders were burned into nothingness. That battle was a true sea of corpses and bones. The Fire Dragon Burning Sky formation was known as one of the most terrifying formations in history. However, the Great Formation already contained a spirit, and it was extremely difficult for others to catalyze it. There was almost no one from the Zhong family over the years who could be recognized by this formation. Now Zhong Jianqi had obtained the recognition of the Fire Dragon Burning Sky formation. At this moment, Zhong Lingxiao was all slightly stunned down. He didn't even realize that his sister would have such a great metamorphosis. He didn't subdue this formation back then either. TSK, with such a large formation, this little girl doll, her potential in the future isn't too shabby. At this time, inside Lu Tianmu, that big black dog was smacking its lips. Being young and recognized by the Imperial formation was indeed a great killer. Lu Tianmeng laughed lightly, happy for this blessing of Zhong Jianqi. No wonder this little ninny, she's gotten a lot more confident lately. Imperial formation? On the ring, feeling the Imperial Tao pressure emanating from within the large formation, a flash of color also swept across the eyes of Dongfang Qingchang, similarly not expecting that this young girl, who was like a mole cricket in her eyes, would be blessed with such fortune. It had to be said that under the powerful aura of the Imperial formation, a touch of solemnity rose in her heart. The Emperor formation could slaughter billions of living beings, and no one dared to take it lightly. Not bad, Dongfang Qingchang, taste its power. Under the gazes of thousands of shocked eyes, Zhong Jianqia's delicate body was slender, standing on the ring, her green silk flying, her sweet face, raising a bright smile as she said, Dongfang Qingchang, back in the day, harmed Brother Lu, extremely badly. In her heart, she was also towards it, generating a touch of hatred, knowing that today, Dongfang Qingchang will also kill Brother Lu. That's why she wanted to step in and block it. If she could defeat Dongfang Qingcheng, Big Brother Lu would have one less crisis to deal with. Now she had a smile on her face that was all a bit pleasant. It felt like it could really help Brother Lu. However, it could be clearly seen that Zhong Jianqi's delicate face became pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. Obviously prodding the Emperor formation was too consuming for her. Humph. So what if it's an Imperial formation? I think you got it for a short period of time, so you simply can't utilize too much power. And you're in a low realm, so you want to kill me as well. But it's a bit too naive. However, Dongfang Qingcheng's brief look of surprise was calmed down when he saw Zhong Jianqia's pale and pretty face, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. If Zhong Jianqia's realm was the same as hers, and she were to perform the Emperor formation again, it would indeed cause her no small amount of trouble. However, Zhong Fiangxi had only just broken through the celestial realm not long ago, and even the realm was still a bit vague. She didn't take it too seriously. Open! At that moment, Dongfang Qingcheng daintily shouted, and with a flash of light in her hand, she took out a divine weapon, which was precisely the Xianyu Emperor sword, which was the divine weapon of the former Xianyu Emperor. Battle Heaven, tainted with many heavenly Tao breaths, and was much more powerful than the general Imperial objects. Boom! Her body's majestic energy, injected into the immortal Universe Emperor sword. The Emperor sword immediately played a brilliant incomparable divine aura, as if it could light up the eternal space and time. This sword chopped on top of the Emperor array, immediately let the Emperor array began to shake violently. Not only that, Zhong Jianqi's rosy little mouth is also slightly open, sprayed out a mouthful of crimson blood. Lu Tianming's heart tightened. It seemed that even if he possessed the Emperor formation, Zhong Jianqi was no match for Dongfang Qingcheng. The fire dragon burns the heavens and the earth. However, Zhong Jianqi's sweet and pretty face remained firm as a pleasant voice came out of her mouth. Rumble. In the next moment, the light emitted from the Emperor formation blazed even brighter, and a gigantic illusory fire dragon appeared, 100 feet in length, stretching across the 9 heavens. The dragon's scales were sturdy, and the dragon's claws were fierce, carrying an aura of crushing the dry world. It opened its mouth and spat out a large area of blazing flames. It is as if it could burn out the world. Dongfang Qingcheng's jade face changed slightly, and immediately used the immortal Yu Emperor's sword in her hand to form a strong sword astral deity in front of her body. Bang! However, Dongfang Qingcheng obviously did not expect Zhong Jianqi to have such a ferocious backstroke, and knotted it in haste. so that large swath of fire poured down, and the sword dipper became weak at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally crashed fiercely on top of her petite body. Thump! Under the powerful impact, Dongfang Qingcheng couldn't help but take a few steps backwards. Some parts of his body were burned black, revealing white jade-like skin that was slightly wretched. Hiss! Looking at this scene, many people couldn't help but suck in a low breath of cool air. Dongfang Qingcheng was like a big mountain in many people's eyes. Unbeatable. Now he had suffered some injuries at the hands of an unheard-of young girl from the Zhong clan. It's harmless enough, but it's shocking enough. Many people couldn't help but cast shocked gazes at Zhong Jianqi. This young girl who clocked the spiritual wisdom of heaven and earth was enough to be famous in the eastern wasteland based on this alone. Seeing this, some of the Zhong family members who were originally looking a bit serious also had their faces soothed a bit, revealing some smiles. Fiangxi's performance had also raised the face of their Zhong family a bit. However, Zhong Lingxiao's face slightly stared down. He clearly knew that the holy maiden was conceited to the bone, and being injured by his sister in such a manner, her heart would surely explode with rage. Next, fiancé might be even more dangerous. Fiangxi obviously also perceived this point and smiled with a full smile, saying, "The strength of the holy maiden's senior sister, on the contrary, is not as strong as I imagined. My comprehension of the emperor formation is limited nowadays, and I can only play it up to this point. Let's spar again later." After saying that, she also ignored the Dongfang Qingcheng whose face suddenly became icy cold, and with a movement of her body, she was about to jump down from the ring. The crowd was stunned, and then realized that Zhong Fiangxi's body had been depleted now that she had activated the emperor formation, and that exchanging blows again would only be asking for trouble. There was no shame in simply admitting defeat now. On the contrary, it was a chicken thief to embarrass Dongfang Qingcheng. Humph, did this palace let you step down, to say battle and leave? Is it that easy? However, Dongfang Qingcheng's face was cold and chilly as she looked at Zhong Jianxi, but there was a cold aura rapidly gathering in the bottom of her eyes. Within the Holy Land, apart from a battle with Lu Tianmeng at the same realm, she had never suffered half a loss at all, and that battle, it was also her suppressing her realm, and anyone with eyes knew that if they really fought, Lu Tianchi would not be an enemy of half of her own moves, so it didn't do much for her reputation. But now that she was at her full strength, she was even injured a bit by Zhong Jianqi. How could she let Zhong Jianqi go down like that? Boom! At that moment, in a fit of rage, the battle sword in her hand shook, emitting a terrifying sword might, and slashing furiously towards Zhong Jianqi's back. Countless people were surprised. Zhong Jianqi had already conceded defeat, but Dongfang Qingcheng even took a shot at her. Zhong Lingxiao's face also changed, and he leapt forward to go up and save the others. However, just then a light appeared, faster than him. It was Lu Tianmeng. Lu Tianmeng knew that Dongfang Qingcheng wouldn't let up and had long been prepared. Pust. However, even though Lu Tianmian had already rushed up to the ring as fast as he could, he was still a bit far away. Even if Zhong Jianqi has the first time to dodge, or did not avoid, in her back appeared a long, half-a-meter sword mark. Blood sprayed out, and Zhong Xianqi's face suddenly paled. The petite body fell from mid-air like a poignant flower. When he was about to hit the ground, Lu Tianmian still held him in his arms. There was uncontrollable anger in his eyes, spewing out, knowing that Dongfang Qingcheng's sword, it was purposely cleaved to him. At this moment, the killing intent in his heart towards Dongfang Qingcheng climbed to a peak once again. Chapter 144 Killing Intent. Seeing Lu Tianmian take out a precious and extraordinary pill and send it into Zhong Fiangxi's rosy lips, Zhong Lingxiao then let out a sigh of relief, followed by his gaze looking towards Dongfang Qingcheng on top of the ring, with a touch of undisguised fury in his eyes as well. He sank down and shouted, "Dongfang Qingcheng, you're too much. My sister has already conceded the loss, so why are you still making a move?" At this moment, a strong aura also erupted from his body. Many flames erupted on the surface of his body, setting him off like a fire god descending from the earth. Luckily, the healing elixir that Lu Tianmeng took out had extraordinary effects. Otherwise, his sister would have to lie on the field for at least a few months to recuperate, and might even be affected later by the overbearing sword chi within the emperor's sword, destroying her roots. So he was naturally angry now. Dongfang Qingcheng is too ruthless. She was still in the ring just now, wasn't she? Dongfang Qingcheng smiled as she held the emperor's sword, her golden dress flashing with golden splendor. Zhong Lingxiao's face twitched and he was speechless. Indeed, the conference had a rule that as long as one was still in the ring, the battle was not over. It wasn't a violation for Oriental tilting to strike again. Big brother Lu, I'm fine, you don't have to worry. Zhong Fiangxi was very weak. Her glossy forehead was covered with sweat, just like a flower about to wilt. It was heartbreaking. Noticing that she was lying in the warmth of her embrace, she slightly opened her eyes, revealing extremely beautiful eyes. smiling at Lu Tianmian, who had a worried face and even revealed a violent anger. You recuperate well, and I will avenge this for you. Lu Tianmeng smiled faintly, knowing that Zhong Fancher wanted to fight for him, but this ninny is so stupid. If she cultivated properly and studied the emperor formation more thoroughly in the future, she might not have no chance of defeating Dongfang Qingcheng, but not now. Zhong Jianqi's actions made his heart extremely moved as well. Then, handing over Zhong Fiangxi to the Zhong family members who rushed over, Lu Tianmeng then looked at Dongfang Qingcheng with his cold eyes, at which time Dongfang Qingcheng's pair of icy cold gazes happened to move towards Lu Tianmeng as well. The corner of his mouth hooked up a blade-like sharp arc. Lu Tianmian's eyes were extremely cold and senile, as if he was speaking to the dead. Bitch, today your life, I, Lu Tianmian, will take it, hiss. And hearing Lu Tianming's words, the countless people around undoubtedly once again drew cold air furiously. Dongfang Qingcheng is a holy maiden, pure and flawless, with a high status. It was astonishing that Lu Tianmian addressed her with such a title. Looking at the eastern wasteland, who would dare to talk to Dongfang Qingcheng like this? When Dongfang Qingcheng heard this, a touch of sullen anger also surfaced on a face with a closed moon. Then, the corner of her mouth curled up slightly, and she laughed coldly. As long as you can hold out until the final, and fight with this palace will let you know what it means that life is worse than death. The feud between her and Lu Tianmian was beyond mediation. Only one is destined to live. She didn't say much. After that, he turned and left. Many people marveled at the fact that the final, it seemed, would be even more intense than the crowd had imagined. The crowd couldn't help but look forward to that battle between Lu Tianmeng and Dongfang Qingcheng even more. And at this time, the 15 people left in the ring were all the popular figures of the Kunlun Holy Land. It was indeed not easy for Lu Tianmeng to successfully advance to the finals. Many people rather felt that he might not even have the qualifications to finally see Dongfang Qingcheng. Lu Tianmian versus Long Jifeng. Finally, at the 15-7, the last event, Lu Tianmian welcomed his opponent. It's actually Long Jifeng? At those words, many people were once again shocked. Other than Dongfang Qingcheng, many people knew that the one who wanted to kill Lu Tianmai the most in the ring was Long Jifeng. He was the fourth prince of the Manhwa dynasty, and Lu Tianming killed the ninth prince. The battle between the two will surely be a good one as well. Lu Tianming's eyes suddenly went ice cold. Long Jifeng was Dongfang Qingcheng's relative. The latter had treated Long Jifeng like a blood brother over the years. It was just the right time to take revenge on Dongfang Qingcheng. Boom! At that moment, Lu Tianmian made a long leap and jumped onto the ring, a terrifying killing intent emanating from his body as he took out a battle sword in his hand and said in an icy tone, Long Jifeng, come up here and suffer death. The crowd regretted. Long Jifeng's strength, in the young generation of Kunlun Holy Land, can definitely rank in the top 3. Lu Tianmian was even unafraid and tried to kill him. Is it really that confident? Ha ha, Lu Tianmian, you're really dead in the water and you're still mouthing off. It's only right for this emperor to kill you. At this time, Long Jifeng stood out and laughed aloud, with the same surging killing intent stirring in his eyes. He had said that he would behead Lu Tianmeng at the True Disciple Conference. He was excited to finally wait for this moment. Die for me. Boom. Long Jifeng was very domineering. His body moved and rushed onto the ring, the golden halberd in his hand. Directly erupted a horrifying killing machine, a blow pressed down, and it was a bombardment towards Lu Tianming's head. His strength had actually reached the point of half-step imperial realm. This halberd fell like a mountain of golden gods. Invincible. Roll. However, Lu Tianmian's eyes were ice-cold as he directly mobilized the golden blood chi in his body, releasing 1,600,000 gene of divine power in one punch. One must know that this divine power alone can shake the heavens and move the earth. Not to mention Lu Tianming's extremely strong golden blood chi. One fist had the aura of shattering the 9 heavens and having me invincible. Ka chow. Long Jifeng halberd light was instantly shattered. The golden fist struck the halberd, causing the halberd to emit an earth-shattering sound. Long Jifeng immediately both sprayed out a large mouthful of blood, his body frantically falling back. How is it possible? Long Jifeng held a flash of disbelief in his eyes. He was at the half-step imperial realm, and Lu Tianmeng hadn't even reached the celestial realm. How could it be shaken back? Damn the Great Desolate Emperor body! At that moment, he gritted his teeth, knowing that it was because the Great Desolate Emperor body was so perverted that it allowed Lu Tianmian's physical body to be plucked up to heights far beyond his original realm. Then let's see if your Great Desolate Imperial body is stronger, or the power of my Longhua Imperial Dynasty's bloodline is superior. Then, Long Jifeng laughed angrily, his teeth clenched fiercely, and his body surface immediately erupted with exuberant and incomparable dragon chi, and a vast dragon chi pressure filled the air, causing the winds and clouds to change color, and the sun and moon to become lightless. At this moment, Long Jifeng was like a sleeping savage dragon reviving. revealing a corner of his loftiness that made people's hearts jump. The power of the bloodline of the Manhwa imperial dynasty? On the plaza, many strong people changed color and exclaimed lowly in their hearts. It was rumored that the ancestor of the Manhwa imperial dynasty had not only reached the emperor realm, but had also swallowed an immortal-level dragon. The descendants of the imperial dynasty all have a dragon's bloodline. Most of them are very low-level and limited in power though. Long Jifeng's bloodline, however, was a great deal stronger than them. When he was a teenager, he had used the Blazing Sun realm to harden himself against the peak of the Tao King realm. The bloodline is as strong as it can be seen. At this moment, Long Jifeng directly exhibited his bottom-of-the-barrel means, causing people to be shocked. The strength of this bloodline, I'm afraid that it has already reached the grade 4 level. Between the celestial realm and the emperor realm, it is indeed an extremely powerful increase. At this moment, a very old man in the square murmured, the bloodline of the sky is divided into 1 to 9 levels. A first-class bloodline that doesn't help much. The only other level that has some increase in effect is level 2. Level 3 is already very strong. A strong person at the early stage of the celestial realm was able to fight a strong person at the middle to late stage of the celestial realm with his third-level bloodline. This kind of person, though, is so rare that it's hard to find one in a million. Long Jifeng's bloodline power has reached the 4th level, and he even has a divine ability, which is even more amazing. At this moment, it was feared that an unusual Emperor Realm powerhouse would be afraid. This is indeed a powerful and incomparable means. Chapter 145 Killing Long Jifeng. Long Jifeng's 4th level bloodline. There is a certain amount of credit from Emperor Long Junyi, right? I heard that Long Junyi's bloodline power, which has already reached the 6th level, was nudged by him. At this moment, there was an Eastern Wasteland head, whose eyes fell on the Long Junyi, who was dressed in white and immaculate, and smiled. Although the Eastern Wasteland is very far away from the Middle Kingdom, however, quite a few forces still had some knowledge of the Manhwa imperial dynasty. Long Junyi is known as the myth of the young generation, so naturally he has a lot of people's attention. 6th level bloodline? Upon hearing this, many people's hearts shook wildly. It was rumored that with a 5th level bloodline, one would be able to reach the Saint Realm, or even higher, and a 6th level bloodline was afraid that the average ancient emperor might not be able to possess it. It was indeed sensational for Long Junyi to be so young and carry a rank 6 bloodline. Long Junyi had a handsome face and elegant temperament. His body was shrouded in immortal mist, like a person not belonging to this world. Hearing the words of that clan's lord, he smiled faintly and said softly, the 4th brother is a good seedling. I'm just casually helping him out a bit. The crowd was shocked, and it was obvious that Long Junyi had admitted it. A 4th level bloodline could be nudged out. Long Junyi's methods were truly beyond speculation. At this moment, Long Junyi's white clothes were spreading, making him even more unfathomable and intimidating. Seeing this, the corners of Dongfang Qingqing's mouth revealed a smirk. To be able to walk together with a man like Long Junyi is indeed something that countless women in the world would never dare to dream of. And of course she's good enough. They would definitely be able to become, in the future, myths of the Xuanwu realm. Even stepping into the vast starry realm, the light shines in the heavens. Dragon Emperor power. Kill me. In the ring, under the many astonished gazes, Long Jifeng's entire body erupted with imperial qi and divine light after he executed his 4th level bloodline. A giant dragon did appear behind him, filled with a vast pressure. This was the dragon qi of the imperial Tao, and the attack power shook the ancient world. Long Jifeng with the golden halberd in his hand, strenuously towards Lu Tian. Suddenly the golden-colored dragon issued a loud and clear incomparable dragon roar towards Lu Tian. The momentum of this blow can be described as majestic, like an ocean tsunami flooding. Lu Tianmian's thin and slender posture, like a flatboat under the shocking waves, will capsize at any time. Seeing this, Lu Tianman's mouth however revealed a snicker. Long Jifeng's strength was truly extraordinary. Under normal circumstances, this strike could exterminate and kill dozens of Tao King Realm 7th Heaven. It's a shame to meet him. Great Desolate Blood Qi. Great Desolate Emperor Fist. Then, Lu Tianmeng drank in a deep voice. This was his self-created fist technique, which incorporated all of his blood qi, as well as the Great Desolate Emperor body battle intent. An ancient, magnificent, and terrifying aura erupted as a fist was thrown, like it could sweep across the world and nothing could stop it. One must know that the will of the Great Desolate Emperor body seems to be able to conquer the heavens and be invincible in all battles. Lu Tianmeng also added the 10,000 Buddha fist into the mix. There was also divine light floating on the surface of his body when he threw a punch. Mobilize the mark of God. As well, the power of this punch was even more unimaginable. Quickly, mobilize the formation. At this moment, some Kunlun sacred land elders, their faces wildly changed as they said in a deep voice. The two attacked this time. Their aura was too strong. If it truly erupted, it would certainly cause considerable damage to the surrounding area. At the edge of the ring, quite a few elders nodded their heads and formed spell seals in an instant, causing a circular shroud-shaped formation to appear in the ring, fending off the aftermath of the battle. Pust. At the same time, Lu Tianmian's punch was so powerful that it looked like it could strike the yellow dragon straight. The giant dragon that Long Ji-feng had condensed from the power of his bloodline was blasted into pieces. Long Ji-feng immediately sprayed out blood foam and his body flew backwards. Then, Lu Tianmian took a step out, his body emitting monstrous golden divine light, and arrived in front of Long Ji-feng, raising his fist once again, about to punch Long Ji-feng in the face. Everyone was horrified. It was obvious that Long Ji-feng had lost. Lu Tianmian's punch was truly stunning, seemingly shattering eternity. No, Long Ji-feng also changed color, unable to believe. He exerted the power of the bloodline, or unbeatable. This bastard's physique, it is too heaven-defying. Knock! He subconsciously stretched out his arms across his chest, but as the fist light smashed down, Long Ji-feng's eyes bulged out, and his body was ruthlessly knocked down onto the ring. Even the quality of the battle armor worn on his body was cracked open, and his face was pale and his breath withered down. Asshole brat, I'm going to kill you. Long Ji-feng snapped, defeated by Lu Tianming. He was unwilling to the extreme. At that moment, he was about to exert his essence blood and fight Lu Tianmai to the death. Want to burn potential, with my consent? However, Lu Tianmian sneered. Although Long Ji-feng would not pose much of a threat to him even if he burned his potential, but he didn't want to waste too much time on Long Ji-feng. At that moment, Lu Tianmian stomped on top of Long Ji-feng's chest, causing his chest bones to, for the most part, shatter. Long Ji-feng once again sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Pieces of internal organs, all spit out some. Lu Tianmeng condescended, looking at Long Ji-feng and said, convinced? He did this since he was humiliating Dongfang Qingcheng. Lu Tianmeng, you've had enough. Stop it. At this moment, Dongfang Qingcheng shouted coldly and angrily. Now Long Ji-feng, obviously no longer have the strength to fight again. However, Lu Tianmian didn't pay any attention to it at all as his foot continued to stomp on Long Ji-feng's chest with great force, sneering, serve or not? At that moment, another foot was stepped out. Long Ji-feng's body arched up like a prawn. It was covered in blood and miserable. He stared at Lu Tianmian, gritted his teeth and smiled. Lu Tianmian, I'm not convinced. By the time my royal sister-in-law of the eastern pouring city encounters you, you'll end up 1,000 times, 10,000 times worse than miserable. When he finished, he laughed out loud, like an evil spirit cursing. As long as he could escape, he could also use the power of the Manhwa dynasty to make Lu Tianmian not die. At the moment, his smile was extraordinarily twisted. Unfortunately, you won't be able to see it. Lu Tianmeng shook his head. At the moment Dongfang Qingcheng heard Zhong Jianxi, he then had made up his mind that whenever he came across anyone related to Dongfang Qingcheng, he would slaughter the other party. Now he would naturally show no mercy. Boom! At that moment, he slapped his palm directly on Long Ji-feng's heavenly aura. Long Ji-feng's entire head exploded like a burst watermelon. Blood and brain matter, a constant spray. Long Ji-feng's eyes were rounded, and a strong color of disbelief filled his eyes. Obviously, he didn't expect that Lu Tianmai would really kill him. Dongfang Qingcheng, this is your royal brother. Collect his corpse. Lu Tianmeng smiled lightly, kicked out his foot like a piece of trash, and kicked Long Ji-feng's corpse, in front of Dongfang Qingcheng and Long Junyi, and laughed. Heaven and earth instantly fell into dead silence. I don't know how many people's mouths were wide open and their chests were heaving with horror. Long Ji-feng, the fourth prince of the Longhua imperial dynasty, actually died just like that. This is too appalling. Dongfang Qingcheng and Long Junyi stared in a daze, and the dead dragon Ji-feng fell into a stupor. Lu Tianmian, you seek death. Boom! A moment later, a woman's furious voice that contained endless killing intent rang out. A terrifying killing intent immediately erupted around Dongfang Qingcheng, her aura releasing like a volcanic eruption as she roared at Lu Tianmeng. She had always treated Long Ji-feng as her own brother, but she was killed by Lu Tianmian in full view of everyone. It's just cut and dry. She couldn't wait to cut Lu Tianmai into 1,000 pieces. At that moment, Long Junyi, who always had a light smile on his face, also had his face completely sunk, looking at Lu Tianmian in the ring, with a morose intent sweeping through his eyes. He was also enraged when Lu Tianmeng killed his fourth brother. He had been famous for so many years, and no one had ever dared to take such liberties with him. Chapter 146 Heavenly Madness vs. Zhong Lingxiao. Kunlun Holy Land. What do you mean? Condoning the Holy Sun to beat and kill my Longhua dynasty's royal son? Do you want to start a war with my Longhua dynasty? At that moment, the many powerhouses of the Longhua imperial dynasty burst into a fury and shouted angrily. In a ring battle, it doesn't say that you can't kill anyone. Long Ji-feng wanted to kill me. so what's the harm if I kill him? Lu Tianmian's face was calm, and he laughed coldly. Everyone could see Long Jifeng's murderous intent towards him. There was nothing wrong with him killing it. The hearts of the people from the Longhua imperial dynasty trembled. Lu Tianmian had the legendary sword Immortal behind him, and with one sword, he had nearly destroyed the entire Xuanwu realm. It's intimidating, even if you may not be able to strike at will. They were naturally a bit wary of Lu Tianmeng. At this time, the Obsidian Heavenly Father also shook his head, and then said in a faint voice, "The Divine Destiny Master Nephew is right. The ring fists and feet are blind. Some casualties are inevitable. I hope that the Longhua Imperial Dynasty will sympathize. It's true that normal fellow disciples don't kill each other, but too many people want to kill the mandate of heaven." Lu Tianming killed Long Jifeng, and he agreed. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if Long Jifeng got mad and retaliated in the future. He was deeply attached to heaven's mandate, so he naturally supported it to the end. The people from the Longhua Imperial Dynasty gritted their teeth as their gazes stared at Lu Tianmeng, their killing intent stirring. Lu Tianming had already offended their Longhua dynasty to death. They will not let it get the better of them when they get the chance. Wait! Dongfang Qingqing's petite body trembled as she only uttered these few words. The only way to end her hatred with Lu Tianmeng was to kill. Lu Tianmeng sneered, not caring. After killing Long Jifeng, he became much more relaxed. At this time, however, he saw Long Junyi's slightly icy eyes and frowned slightly. The light of just one eye. He actually had a feeling of his soul trembling. One must know that his divine soul reached the peak of the Earth Order. Breaking through the heavenly ranks was also just around the corner. Together with the nourishment of the power of the future, it was extremely perverse. Long Junyi was able to give him such a great sense of oppression with just a single glance, surprising him. Kid, this person is very unsophisticated. The immortal Dao aura on his body is too thick. There must be an immortal Dao blessing, which is not comparable to an emperor-level blessing. At this time, the big black dog spoke. Although the potential of the great emperor was amazing, but the immortal way was, after all, a different heaven and earth. Possessing immortal Dao means was very powerful north of the Xian-Tian star domain. Long Junyi's future accomplishments would indeed be dazzling. The demon heavenly bird also nodded in a slightly grave manner. It wasn't often amongst young people that could give them this kind of feeling. There's no harm. Lu Tianmeng sneered. He was only settling a grudge with Dongfang Qingqing now. Given time, Long Junyi he could also catch up. With the woman in white and the heaven-burying god coffin, he was fearless of everything. The big black dog and the demonic heavenly sparrow smacked their lips. Indeed, if they were to talk about going against the heavens, Lu Tianmian was the most perverted. With the woman in white covering her, and the heaven-burying god coffin, no one had to be afraid. Only by reaching their level could they detect a hint of the terror of the woman in white. And at this point, there were only 7 geniuses left in the ring. Namely, Dongfang Qingcheng, Lu Tianmian, Li Yueling, Chang Jian, Physical Cultivation Heavenly Madness, Dark Fairy Macho, and Zhong Lingxiao. Among them, Chang Jian saw that Lu Tianmian had actually killed Long Jifeng, and his heart was also furious. Although he had cultivated the sword technique he obtained from the 8th floor of the Hall of Battle Techniques, his strength had also risen by a hair. He also knew that he was no match for Long Jifeng. Lu Tianmeng's strength once again made him fearful. Mo Cho, Zhong Lingxiao, Heavenly Madness, and Li Yuling, all looked at Lu Tianmeng with some changes in their eyes. Long Jifeng's battle power was enough to rank in the top 3 of the Holy Land. Lu Tianmian, however, had killed him, and his strength was something they might not be able to defeat as well. There was no doubt that all the disciples were convinced of Lu Tianming's status as a holy son nowadays. Since there are only 7 people, one person will have a turn in the next draw. 6 remain, divided into 3 groups to play against each other. Once they win, they move into the top 4 in the conference. And up to this point, every promotion of one was a huge boost to one's fame. All 7 geniuses aspire to win. To Lu Tianmai's surprise, after some drawing of lots, that person whose turn was empty was actually himself. He smiled. It was good to have one less fight. The duel between the remaining 6 was Dongfang Qingcheng vs Chang Jian, Li Yuling vs Dark Fairy Mocho, Heavenly Madness vs Zhong Lingxiao. Chang Jian's face turned green. Among the 6 true legends, his strength was originally at the bottom. It was really bad luck to meet Dongfang Qingcheng again, as expected, without any surprises. In the first battle, Dongfang Qingcheng defeated Cheng Jianwei with only one move, and Dongfang Qingcheng experienced the loss of Zhong Jianxie before. Hiding a breath in her heart, that palm made Cheng Jian's chest bones all broke a few. Cheng Jian wanted to cry without tears. It was clearly Lu Tianmian who had messed with Dongfang Qingcheng, but he had endured its wrath. The second fight, between Li Yuling and Mo Cho, was very intense. Li Yueling's sword technique is indeed very domineering. Reaching the point of the sword goes with the heart, and can be used at will. although Dark Fairy's concealment technique was also very subtle. Under the bombardment of Li Yuling's overbearing blade chi, she was finally forced out of the void. In the end, he was chopped by a move that caused blood to spill from the corners of his mouth and he fell back. Many people were shocked that Li Yuling was only 17 years old. This sword attainment is truly amazing. The battle between Heavenly Madness and Zhong Lingxiao caused everyone to boil even more. One was a hegemonic heavenly saint body, with millions of pounds of tremendous force in a single casual strike. One was a heavenly yang fire body, a famous genius of the Zhong clan, with attacks that were equally domineering and overwhelming. A two-man showdown, the most watchable of all. Ha ha, brother Ling Xiao. I'm sorry, I'm going to defeat you and compete with the Saint Sun senior brother in the flesh. Under the gazes of all the people, Heavenly Madness laughed out loud, his voice filled with sound, like thunder constantly resounding. As he spoke, his gaze glanced at Lu Tianmian, who was not far away, and battle intent rose in his eyes. Lu Tianmu's Great Desolate Emperor body, which he had seen for himself, was overwhelming. He had the hegemonic heavenly sacred body and hadn't encountered such an opponent for too long. As long as you defeat me, naturally, Zhong Lingxiao smiled. Next, the two face off. They all reached the half-step imperial realm. Although Heavenly Madness's fleshly body was incredibly strong, causing space to shatter and the ring to shake at every turn. However, Zhong Lingxiao's heavenly yang fire body was also extremely strong, and once it was exhibited, it was able to form a heavenly yang fire domain, causing the entire ring to form a sea of fire within a range of 400 to 500 meters. Not only that, Zhong Lingxiao also condensed it into a fire sword and attacked Heavenly Madness remotely. It was clear to understand that Heavenly Madness's physical body was too strong to fight in close quarters. Knock, knock. However, Heavenly Madness had a deep breath, and his skin was as indestructible as if it was cast in metal, and his pair of iron fists kept slamming. A flaming long sword. All of them were shattered into dust. Occasionally, a flaming long sword, striking his skin like a chop on metal, stirred up a spark. I heard that the hegemonic heavenly sacred body, with its copper skin and iron bones, is invulnerable to swords and spears, so it's true. Many people were surprised. Fighting against people. This physical body was an absolute nightmare for the enemy. Unusual weapons could not pose any threat at all. This is still under the suppression of Zhong Lingxiao's Heavenly Sun fire domain. Otherwise it would definitely be even more domineering and invincible. Lu Tianmeng nodded with a faint smile. The battle between the two was indeed intense and fascinating. Furnace burning gold, just as the Heavenly Madness was like a crackerjack, approaching Zhong Lingxiao. Suddenly Zhong Lingxiao's seal knot in his hand changed, and a faint drink came out of his mouth. Boom! In the next moment, the endless flame power on the surface of his body quickly coalesced around Tian Maniac, actually forming a furnace. Wanting to refine Tian Maniac, instantly the purple light around Heavenly Madness was rapidly dimming. This is the method of alchemy. Many people were stunned. Some powerful alchemists did have signature combat techniques, such as the art of controlling fire and the method of refining. Every alchemist, everyone plays with fire. The method of refining can melt a person into a mass of pus and blood. Zhong Lingxiao's use of alchemy to deal with Tian Maniac's powerful physical body was stunning. Lu Tianmu was all stunned, not expecting to be able to fight like this. The alchemy method that the woman in white had passed on to him could be very terrifying. If one day, he were to perform that alchemy method as well, how powerful would he be? Lu Tianmeng smiled, feeling like he had another good tactic. Open. In the fire furnace, Tian Maniac looked solemn. Knowing the strength of Zhong Lingxiao's method, if he could not attack and break the bonds, there was a real possibility that he would lose. It was even refined into a blood elixir. At that moment, he let out a deep cry, and the blood chi in his body collapsed, emitting a thunderous sound. A punch was thrown, the muscles on his arm rapidly bulging with a full 1.5 million pounds of divine power, hitting the fireplace wall. The fireplace wall, which trembled violently, did not explode. Knock knock. Sky Frenzy was like a god of war, constantly throwing punches with great force. Finally on the 13th punch, the fireplace exploded into a crack. Heavenly Madness rushed out like a ferocious god that had broken free from its bonds, and with a loud shout, he blasted out another punch at Zhong Lingxiao. Now they were far away, only 4 or 5 meters away. Heavenly Madness displayed the domain of the hegemonic heavenly sacred body and directly suppressed Zhong Lingxiao. Zhong Lingxiao's mana operation even became a bit slower. Zhong Lingxiao frowned, then took a deep breath, exhibited his heavenly yang fire body, and struck out a poem. Finally, a thunderous explosion spread out. Zhong Lingxiao was shaken back 5 or 6 steps. Heavenly Madness, however, merely took half a step backwards. The crowd sighed. It was obvious that if they were talking about battle power, it was still Heavenly Madness that was better. After all, physical cultivators were too strong in their class. Zhong Lingxiao's strength was in alchemy. Zhong Lingxiao stalled slightly, then smiled faintly and said, I lost. Heavenly Madness looked solemn and said, understood. He didn't have any taunts. Zhong Lingxiao was supposed to be an admirable opponent, or an alchemist. Practicing the body was already very costly and required all kinds of pills. He had many other parties that he would beg to Zhong Lingxiao. Zhong Lingxiao smiled faintly and did not get frustrated as he turned around and walked out of the ring. There was no shame in losing a fight with Sky Frenzy. Then he seemed to think of something and turned his gaze towards Lu Tianmeng. At one time, Lu Tianmeng was very weak in his eyes. Now it's a step ahead of him, into the top 4. He also sighs, equally curious. Who would be stronger in terms of physical strength between Lu Tianmian and Tian Maniac? Now the only people left in the ring were Dongfang Qingcheng, Lu Tianmian, Li Yuling, and Tian Maniac. The chances of Lu Tianmai encountering Heavenly Madness were high.